Lu Yi immediately became excited. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean I also have a chance to become a beast girl in Jiangcheng? Lu Yi was somewhat startled when she came to this conclusion. She trembled slightly all over. Lu Yi wants to fight as a beast girl, not be a spectator. Chapter 2:01 Crisis Resolved. Within the venue, as time passed, the number of ferocious beasts among them is decreasing, and the pressure on everyone is lessening. Shen Linling was alright, because with 100 times the magic power, prolonged battles were her forte. After overcoming the initial difficulties, Jiang Luoshan's situation improved significantly. The constantly falling behemoths would provide her with a huge replenishment of magic power, so that she would hardly lack magic power, and would even become somewhat rich in it. As time went by, the number of ferocious beasts gradually decreased, and the pressure on everyone lessened accordingly. However, in this fierce battle, Ji Yuechan's situation appeared particularly difficult. Her figure danced in the air, each use of a skill accompanied by a surge of magical power within her body, but as time went on, her originally fluid movements began to appear somewhat sluggish. His breathing became rapid, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and a few strands of hair clung to his cheeks, soaked with sweat. Ji Yuechan's gaze was firm, but a hint of weariness was revealed deep within her eyes. Her magic was gradually depleted during the long battle, and each attack was more difficult than the last. Her lips were tightly pressed together, as if she was trying to endure some kind of discomfort, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her true condition. Jiang Cheng looked at the swaying figure in the sky with some worry. Many of the ferocious beasts below are already on the verge of collapse. They just need to hold on for a little longer. Let Sister Yuechan fly to the edge, and I'll replenish your magic. Jiang Luoshan was right next to Jiang Cheng. She was speaking to Ji Yuechan telepathically, and it seemed that she had also noticed that Ji Yuechan's magic was running low. Ji Yuechan paused in the sky for a moment, then quickly fell to the edge. Suddenly, a thin red vine climbed up Ji Yuechan's hand, and then plunged in hard. Instantly, a surge of powerful magic flowed slowly from the vines into Ji Yuechan's body. Ji Yuechan, who had been feeling listless, immediately brightened up. She glanced gratefully at Jiang Luoshan not far away, then rejoined the battle. Jiang Luoshan has great attributes in all aspects, and she's also a portable power bank. She's so useful that there's nothing to say about her. Jiang Cheng immediately planned to return to Donghai City later and give Jiang Luoshan a proper reward. Jiang Luoshan felt a little embarrassed by the stares, and her face turned red. It seemed as if she was recalling some pleasant time, and ripples of emotion kept spreading deep within her heart. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a man's distinctive scent. Jiang Luoshan's breathing gradually became rapid, a scent mixed with a faint smell of sweat and masculine energy, which surprisingly made her feel at ease and comfortable. This sense of security, however, also stirred ripples in her heart, giving rise to an extremely shameful feeling. Jiang Luoshan tried her best to remain calm, not wanting her inner turmoil to affect her fighting spirit. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her suddenly racing heart. She told herself that after this battle was over, she must find some time to sort out her thoughts and emotions. Jiang Cheng's senses were very sharp. Just now, he discovered that Jiang Luoshan seemed to be spying on him. Moreover, his face was flushed and his expression was somewhat strange. This little girl. A smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Cheng's lips. It said that newlyweds know the joy of love, but Jiang Luoshan is quite naive. She probably had no partner in the long years before. Roar! As the last giant beast fell, the two people in the sky slowly descended. Finally, it's done. Jiang Cheng glanced at Shen Linlong's experience bar. She had instantly reached level 40. In other words, we can start preparing for the second breakthrough. Jiang Cheng can complete the second breakthrough mission in Donghai City. He is also more familiar with the area there. Jiang Cheng plans to return to Donghai City after some time has passed and complete the second breakthrough mission. Yuechan, are you alright? Jiang Cheng greeted the two, his eyes slightly narrowed, and casually took Ji Yuechan's hand. Jiang Cheng, don't do this. Ji Yuechan gave Jiang Cheng a slight glare. There are quite a few people watching right now. We'll be seen. Ji Yuechan's hand was held by Jiang Cheng, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What's there to be afraid of? You're my beast girl. So what if others find out? Jiang Cheng wiped out the entire Sky Dome Guild, which meant he now possessed the entire Grandia, so his confidence was naturally different. If you really want to fight him, anyone would probably suffer a lot. Then he hid in the city, and no one could do anything to him. When should we find out what's going on with Grandia's anti-gravity device? If we could regain our power, there's nowhere in this vast world we couldn't go. Many people who witnessed Jiang Cheng and Ji Yuechan's tug-of-war were incredulous. One of them is the most popular and outstanding student this year. It can be said that he surpasses all the college entrance examination candidates in the country and is an absolute prodigy. The other one is the youngest president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Her looks are undoubtedly stunning. Describing her as breathtakingly beautiful would not be an exaggeration. This combination just looks a little strange. Many people initially didn't believe it was Ji Yuechan, but when Ji Yuechan transformed into human form, they had no choice but to believe it. Ji Yuechan was a celebrity in Jianya. There were very few people who didn't know her. Jiang Cheng looked at the great battle not far away, and the sky and earth seemed to change color from the fighting. I fought a mythic-level opponent in Jiangxing last time, but fortunately the level wasn't too high. This one is of a much higher level, and its combat power is terrifyingly strong. This enormous and hideous mythical-level boss, the Void Destroyer, can destroy an entire mountain with a single spit of black light. It's a pity we won't be able to fight each other this time, Jiangxing murmured, because he could also see that the giant beast was already struggling to cope with the encirclement. It will probably perish soon. Sure enough, after a short while, this seemingly majestic mythical-level boss, the Void Destroyer, finally showed signs of fatigue under the siege of the group. Its roars were no longer as deafening as before, and each swing of its massive claws became slow and weak. The frequency of the black beams decreased, and their power seemed to have weakened considerably. It seems this battle is about to end, Jiang Cheng said softly, his tone tinged with relief. Boom. The enormous figure was brought down by the crowd, and the people in the air were all exhausted. However, with the fall of this mythical-level boss, the crisis in Jianya City was resolved, and everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. High in the sky, Lu Yuan and a woman beside him, whose body was engulfed in flames, turned their gaze toward the city wall. Jiang Cheng actually killed 15 legendary-level beasts on the spot. Our daughter has excellent taste. The woman's gaze was not as cold and indifferent as Lu Yuan's. Her thoughts even carried a hint of appreciation. Chapter 202 Lu Feifei appears. As the battle came to an end, Jianya gradually returned to peace. Several maintenance workers are busy on the city wall. The distant rosy clouds drifted in the sky. An ray of sunset fell on Lu Yi's skirt. She walked nervously toward the man in front of her. The wind carried a sweet, grassy scent that made her feel a little tipsy, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Jiang Cheng originally wanted to leave Jianya directly. After all, there were many things to do in Donghai. The guild headquarters was still under construction. The members of various families needed to be recruited one by one, and there were also some troublemakers who needed to be eliminated. Shen Linlang still has a breakthrough task to complete. The Luo family also has a large tomb waiting for him to excavate. They're very busy. Unexpectedly, just before he was leaving, Lu Yi called and said she needed to talk to him about something. They even said it was difficult to discuss over the phone. You can say anything on the phone. He told the women to go back to Donghai City to handle some urgent matters, and then went to the agreed location alone. Is there anything I can help you with, Miss Lu Yi? Jiang Cheng asked, looking at the girl who looked very similar to Lu Yi. Lu Yi brushed her wind-blown bangs behind her ears, revealing her slightly immature face. She looked at Jiang Cheng hesitantly and said, "It's that, Felt a little sorry for his time when he saw her trying to say, for a long time without actually getting it right. Let's talk on the phone if there's anything wrong. After saying that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure rushed up and hugged Jiang Cheng from behind. Jiang Cheng looked down and saw a pair of hands, smaller than those of an average girl, hugging him. His fingers were interlaced, and his body trembled slightly. Could you not go? Let me finish what I have to say. You? Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment, feeling a little uneasy. This little girl up to? I just wanted to ask you something. Go ahead and ask. Lu Yi closed her eyes, but still couldn't bring herself to ask the question. Can you make people who don't have the aptitude to become beast girls? A voice asked cautiously. Jiang Cheng turned his head and glanced at the girl. Similar to Ji Yuechan, he was able to read Lu Yi's beast soul. Although she cannot awaken through normal means, Lu Yi is not necessarily unable to form a contract with Jiang Cheng. However, her aptitude is indeed somewhat lacking, only at the S level. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng was stunned. Not far away, another figure slowly came into Jiang Cheng's view. He frowned and gently took Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi immediately understood what was happening and lowered her other hand as well. Fei, not far away, a woman who had clearly dressed up stood in the sunset, biting her lower lip tightly, trying hard not to let her tears fall. Seeing Jiang Cheng walking towards her, she panicked and started walking down the stairs she had come up from. Jiang Cheng sensed something was wrong and quickly chased after him. I can help you become a beast girl, but you'll have to wait until I finish what I'm doing. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Lu Yi nodded at him, her eyes brimming with tears and her pupils filled with sorrow. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a bit irritated, but for now, he had to act quickly and pursue Lu Fei first. Lu Fei quickly walked down. She had originally come to find her younger sister, Lu Yi, and after much searching, she found out that Lu Yi might have come to this city wall, so she came up here. Unexpectedly, he saw his younger sister, Lu Yi, hugging Jiang Cheng from behind, with her face pressed against his back. Lu Fei's heart was also in turmoil, and she knew that she had no right to feel bad. My younger sister, Lu Yi, is not anyone's beast girl. If she wants to be with Jiang Cheng, it's none of my business to interfere. But she was still feeling a little uncomfortable. Jiang Cheng, being a man, eventually caught up with Lu Fei. In a secluded corner, Jiang Cheng grasped Lu Fei's hand. Fei, it was nothing just now. It was just that your sister asked me if I could help her become a beast girl. Jiang Cheng grabbed Lu Fei's hand. Who you're with is none of my business. We weren't really related to each other anyway. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Cheng grabbed Lu Fei's waist, causing her to gasp in surprise. You? It's okay? Then what's this? Jiang Cheng reached out and paused for a moment at the corner of Lu Fei's eye, and a crystal-clear tear fell onto Jiang Cheng's fingertip. This? Lu Fei couldn't answer, but she didn't want to admit that she was jealous of her own sister. I ran too fast and sand got in my eyes. Really? Jiang Cheng cupped Lu Fei's face in his hands. It is a little red. After saying that, he kissed her. Lu Fei was somewhat surprised. This was outside. Even though no one passes by, what would she do if she were seen and her father heard about it? She punched Jiang Cheng in the chest, but it had the opposite effect. Lu Fei felt weak all over. His breathing became a little heavier. From the city wall, Lu Yi looked down and could see exactly what the two were doing. Sister, you guys? Lu Yi was completely stunned. So it turns out my sister. Etc. Immediately, some images flashed through Lu Yi's mind. One night, because he was afraid of the dark, he called Lu Fei. At that moment, she noticed a pair of pants in one corner of the screen. Her older sister usually likes to wear skirts and doesn't wear pants very often. Now that I think about it carefully, those pants seem to have been men's pants. Sis, you were hiding something from me, weren't you? Watching what was happening below, Lu Yi suddenly tasted a salty, fishy flavor without realizing it. It turned out that I had accidentally bitten my lip and it bled. Sister, have you already done that? For some reason, Lu Yi couldn't help but keep thinking about it. But connecting these two events, it's quite clear that Lu Fei and Jiang Cheng must already be at the foot of the city wall. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Fei gazed at the handsome man before her with a touch of infatuation, a sweet feeling welling up inside her. He still cares about me quite a bit. Nothing else matters anymore. Jiang Cheng looked into Lu Fei's eyes and said softly, Fei, be my beast girl. How about it? My family doesn't agree, and our two families are old friends. But don't worry, I won't let him touch me. I'm yours. After saying this, Lu Fei's ears turned red, and she gently leaned against Jiang Cheng's chest. Chapter 203 Returning to Donghai City. Yes, I'll figure something out, Jiang Cheng said after thinking for a moment. Such supposed family ties are nothing more than an exchange of interests. Once he has a free hand, there are plenty of ways to deal with it. Jiang Cheng gently lifted Lu Fei's chin, one more time. Okay, Lu Fei whispered. Night fell. A flash of white light appeared in the teleportation array in Donghai City, and two figures slowly emerged. What are you thinking about? Jiang Cheng asked. Lu Fei followed Jiang Cheng like a little bird, her head lowered. In the future, can I come here often? Ha. Jiang Cheng laughed. School's only been starting for a few days, and you still want to come here so often? Can't you even resist coming for a few more days? After that incident, during the few days I was at home, I really wanted to come back to see you, but I was afraid you would laugh at me, so I didn't come back. Sigh. I didn't expect you to laugh at me anyway. Lu Fei sighed, feigning helplessness. You can come whenever you want from now on. Honestly, everyone in the Qin family knows about you and me. Is it that obvious? Everyone knows what you looked like when you came out of my room last time, Jiang Chung said, suppressing a smile. You were just in Janya. You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Feifei looked somewhat hesitant. Which sentence? The sentence that said they would find a way. I want to become your beast girl, if possible, like them. I'm not strong. I just want to be able to see you often. Okay, approved. Then it's settled. You have to stay with me tonight. Jiang Cheng's lips curled slightly as he picked up Lu Feifei and strode towards the Qin family. Ugh, someone will see us. Don't worry, Donghai City is now my territory. Anyone who dares to say anything will have their tongue cut out. Lu Feifei grabbed Jiang Cheng's sleeve and whispered a reproachful tone. You're so naughty. Please be gentle later. There are still beast tides every day? Jiang Cheng asked rhetorically. No. Then you should get some rest tomorrow. Lu Feifei was dumbfounded. Late at night, Jiang Cheng quietly closed the door. Outside the door, a tall woman stood in the moonlight, her head bowed, not daring to look at Jiang Cheng. Bai Huang, where's the list? Song Bai Huang handed over a piece of paper with rows and rows of names written on it. These are the names of those who did not want to join our guild. 15 of them left Donghai City today and have already been intercepted and killed by us. The remaining 47 people are under our surveillance. Very good. Jiang Cheng nodded approvingly and patted Song Bai Huang on the shoulder. The woman's body trembled involuntarily. I will do it myself tonight. So, have things been taken care of from top to bottom? Everyone below the city lord has been bought off by us. In addition, from now on, our people will gradually enter the upper echelons of Donghai City. Now is also the time for the change of leadership between the old and new administrations. Yes, these days, you've had a tough time. Since acquiring a rich mine that produces star pattern magic crystals, Jiangxing has basically never lacked money. Under the guise of building the guild headquarters, they have already mined quite a few finished products. Normally, these things are buried deep underground, making them much more difficult to mine. Now that these things are all on the ground, you can probably dig up one or two with a single shovel. However, this has resulted in the construction of Jiangxing's guild headquarters being progressing rather slowly. It's gotten so slow it's outrageous. What reward do you want? The moonlight, like water, bathed the woman's tall figure in a soft, silvery glow. Her face was exceptionally clear under the moonlight, her skin as white as jade, and her eyes and brows exuded an indescribable aloofness. His lowered eyes were full of humility. The moonlight outlined her graceful figure, and the curves of her body were faintly visible beneath her tight-fitting clothes, revealing a soft beauty. Looking at Song Bai Huang like this, Jiangxing couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Upon hearing this, Song Bai Huang slowly raised her eyes. In the moonlight, her eyes seemed to see into people's hearts, yet they also concealed deep emotions. She parted her lips slightly, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Your subordinate. Only wishes to follow you and share your burdens. I have no other requests. I don't want any reward. It's my honor to be able to serve you. Song Bai Huang kept her head down, looking humble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's smile deepened. Really? Song Bai Huang dared not look Jiang Cheng in the eye, and could only lower her head and look at the ground. I dare not say. You say? Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, and then said, we can buy whatever we want now, so you can say whatever you want. He often leaves with his men on a whim, and Song Bai Huang is frequently needed to clean up the mess here. It's impossible for him not to be tired. Moreover, as the business expands, it does indeed need some loyal subordinates. It is also necessary to win people's hearts and minds appropriately. Then I'll tell you. Speak. Jiang Cheng felt that Song Bai Huang was acting strangely today. Usually, she was quite decisive and efficient when she did things. Why are you so timid and hesitant now? Then I'll say it. I want to be with you. Song Bai Huang's voice trembled more and more, clearly showing some nervousness. You? Jiang Cheng looked at her and seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Judging from Song Bai Huang's demeanor, she doesn't seem to be faking it. Could it be that, deep down, she actually wants this reward? Jiang Cheng's gaze was somewhat strange. A woman like that should have many admirers. Jiang Cheng recalled when he first took over the Qin family. He did indeed take advantage of her quite a bit. In that case, come with me. Jiang Cheng walked to another house, and in his room with his female subordinate, something felt a little strange. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered. Jiang Cheng turned around and gently took Song Bai Huang's hand, which was slightly cold due to nervousness. Bai Huang, you don't need to be so reserved in the future. Song Baihuang's hand was grasped by Jiang Qing's warm hand, and an unprecedented sense of security welled up in her heart, causing her eyes to redden slightly. She looked up, and the moonlight shone through the window lattice onto her face, adding a touch of gentleness and determination. I understand. The gentle moonlight shone through the gauze window onto the wall. The shadow of a flower outside the window, illuminated by the moonlight, quietly emerges, swaying gently in the breeze, swaying. As night deepened, the candlelight gradually went out. Chapter 204, The Cleansing Begins. Under the night sky, a figure quietly pushed open the door. Jiang Chung glanced at the sky and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Without realizing it. How could it be almost dawn? I'm truly ashamed. Jiang Chung glanced at Song Baihuang in the room, closed the door, smiled awkwardly, then activated his soul skill and headed towards the Zhang family. Behind her, a dark void quietly formed, and Shun Linlang's figure slowly emerged from it. It's so late today, Shun Linlang said in a low voice. Yes, some special circumstances caused a delay. Jiang Chung walked ahead. Shun Linlang sniffed and immediately understood what had caused the delay. Let's go to the Zhang family first. There are a few stubborn people in the Zhang family who don't even listen to Zhang Jiayu's orders. I don't think there's any need to keep them around. Jiang Chung smiled. Tonight, let Zhang Jiayu lead us to each restaurant one by one. Jiang Cheng's voice was chilling, and even Shun Linlang felt a chill in her heart. Shun Linlang was originally from Donghai City, so she naturally knew what the Great Purge meant. The balance of power in Donghai City has been maintained for many years. Although the Qin family has always been the strongest, it has never been able to completely overpower the other families. But now, not only is the Qin family bowing down to Jiang Cheng, but he has even gradually extended his reach to other families. To accomplish this, the required energy and money are enormous. Jiang Cheng has indeed accomplished something that the Qin family never even dared to dream of before. The two entered the Zhang family's residence without any hindrance. No one dared to obstruct them. In fact, some of the guards on duty wore the emblem of the Luotian Guild on their chests. Jiang Cheng went directly to Zhang Jiayu's room. I'm here. Are you asleep? A girl gently opened the door. Her slightly haggard face suggested she hadn't slept all night. Even so, it was hard to conceal her elegant and refined temperament. Her skin appeared exceptionally white under the dim light, like the first snow, exuding a pure, untouched beauty. With her red lips and white teeth, and a faint trace of weariness at the corners of her mouth, she possessed a delicate beauty that evoked a sense of pity in those who looked upon her. Although her eyes were bloodshot from staying up all night, they remained as bright as ever. Not yet. Jiang Cheng casually grabbed Zhang Jiayu's arm, and the soft, smooth touch made his heart flutter. Zhang Jiayu resisted slightly, but then reluctantly didn't shake off his hand. She slowly closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to her fate. Jiang Cheng frowned, somewhat displeased. Shin Linling chuckled softly and took a few steps back. The better you treat a woman, the more she takes advantage of you. Sometimes, a little punishment is needed to make them more obedient and sensible. Zhang Jiayu, don't forget, you're mine now. Jiang Cheng grabbed Zhang Jiayu's shoulders and looked directly into her eyes. What? What do you want to do? A look of panic appeared on Zhang Jiayu's face. People who don't know the situation might actually be soft-hearted. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng didn't buy into that. Zhang Jiayu loves to put on an act. It seems she won't learn her lesson unless she's taught a lesson. Jiang Cheng grabbed her shoulders tightly. A hint of pain flashed across Zhang Jiayu's pale face as Jiang Cheng slapped her across the face. With a snap, the blow was heavy. Because Jiang Cheng had grabbed Zhang Jiayu, there was no cushioning, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Jiayu looked pained and incredulous, her face full of grievance. This is a lesson for you. You need to understand from now on who the master is. Seeing Jiang Cheng's stern expression, Zhang Jiayu's pretty face was filled with fear from the inside out. Jiang Cheng pressed Zhang Jiayu against the door. Zhang Jiayu suddenly felt a little short of breath. No, there are still patrols here. Jiang Cheng smiled at her. It's okay, you're not taking off your clothes. What are you afraid of? No, I haven't been. She quickly lost her voice. At this moment, a ray of dawn quietly peeked out from the horizon, slowly pushing back the night. Golden sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows and draping the earth in a soft golden glow. Although it delayed things again, the sky began to lighten. However, Jiang Cheng felt it was well worth it. Jiang Cheng stood in the courtyard of the Zhang family mansion, with Zhang Jiayu standing silently behind him. Her figure appeared somewhat frail in the morning light, her long hair disheveled and draped over her shoulders, traces of tears still lingering on her cheeks, and the blood at the corner of her mouth had congealed, adding a touch of sorrow to her beautiful face. Her eyes were vacant, devoid of their previous liveliness and vitality, staring blankly ahead, as if her soul had been ripped away. The mountains behind them, outlined by the morning light, appeared even more majestic and mysterious, as if a sleeping giant was gradually awakening. The world around us is gradually awakening. Birdsong rises and falls, and a gentle breeze brings a touch of coolness and fresh air. First of all, it's the first one. Jiang Chung arrived at a courtyard and walked in without any hesitation. Along the way, both wooden and iron door locks were broken open one by one. With Shen Linling around, there's no lock that can't be broken. Hearing the commotion outside, a middle-aged man wearing only his underwear appeared in front of them. Who are you? Jiang Chung. His eyes widened. What are you going to do? Without giving him a chance to utter a word, Shen Linling swiftly and cleanly severed his neck, leaving only a body spurting blood. Uncle, don't blame me for being heartless. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for not seeing the situation clearly, which is why you ended up with your heads separated from your bodies. Zhang Jiayu looked at the corpses on the ground with some sorrow. After all, the people on that list were all her relatives. She even led the way herself. Jiang Chung glanced at the list. His wife should also be on it. Before he could even raise his head, a middle-aged woman rushed over, and seeing the figure before her, was about to scream. The next moment, his neck was cleanly and decisively slit. Jiang Chung took out his spatial device, opened a spatial gate, and cleared out a spot specifically for the other party's corpse. After all, it's still a peaceful and prosperous time, and it's not good to see so many corpses. After finishing all this, Jiang Chung packed up all his belongings and headed straight to the next place. Jiang Chung shows no mercy to his enemies. A thorough purge of Donghai City to eliminate dissidents is necessary, as there are many secrets involved. The secrets of the Nebula mines might be kept secret for a while, but they could never be kept secret for long. But if all the forces in the city could be unified, that would be a different story. The Zhang family is considered one of the most prominent families in Donghai City, and their residence occupies a rather large area. It can be said that before Jiang Chung intervened, after the Luo family had weakened, there was still a faint momentum of prosperity. Although they survived the beast tide and several experts were injured, many were still very resistant to joining Jiangqing's guilds. Today, the entire Zhang family compound is filled with the stench of blood, which lingers for a long time. The guards at the gate changed their expressions several times, but in the end they could only pretend nothing had happened. The weather is about to change. Isn't that right? I heard from the brothers before that the acting clan leader, and that Jiang Chung. One of the guards clenched his fists and bent his thumbs together. The other person immediately understood. You mean the clan leader is having an affair with that Jiang Chung? Snap. The man immediately smacked the speaker on the head. How dare you talk like that? What do you mean by having an affair? They're clearly a match made in heaven. Yes, you're right. At this moment, Jiang Chung is dealing with the last remaining family. This man seemed to have known Jiang Chung was coming all along, and was already sitting in his courtyard, quietly waiting. The courtyard is meticulously maintained, giving it a tranquil and elegant feel. Asparagus fern surrounds the area, its emerald green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound as if whispering. The morning light filtered through the sparse clouds, dappling the courtyard and adding warmth and vitality to the tranquil space. The person sitting in the courtyard was dressed in a simple blue robe, with a peaceful expression, but his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and worry that was not easily detected. His hands rested lightly on his knees, a posture that appeared casual yet dignified. Despite the pleasant scenery around him, he seemed indifferent to it, simply waiting quietly, as if making a difficult decision or feeling powerless to change the impending turn of events. I'm surprised. It's like you knew I was coming. You were waiting for me here. Good. The man laughed. Just give me a quick death. Jiang Chung stared at the man, genuinely surprised by his calm acceptance of death. Why do we need to do this? Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid of dying. The man shook his head. If I were one of those who surrendered, you probably wouldn't even give me a second glance, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you at all. Good. Very good. You were just as I thought. I cannot accept this outcome, my dear uncle, the clan chief. Of course, I also know that if I don't accept it, I will die. So just give me a quick death. The man sighed. Jiang Chung frowned as he looked at the man's face. This man's name is Zhang Jingguo, Zhang Jiayu's uncle. He is an office worker, physically weak, and likes to tinker with all sorts of random things. His hobby is locking himself in his room every day. Jiang Chung glanced into the inner room again and noticed that inside the half-open door, there seemed to be a lot of messy magical machines and some crystals. It's obvious that your uncle cares a lot about these things. Jiang Chung stood up, his back to Zhang Jingguo, intending to order Shen Linlang to kill the guy. But the next moment, a stone slab beneath Jiang Cheng's feet shot straight up into the sky, ignoring gravity. What's going on? Jiang Cheng looked down and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Zhang Jingguo, was it you who caused this? Jiang Cheng asked indignantly. But then he looked at his current situation and fell into deep thought. This thing ascended very quickly, and there was no sound of an explosion. He is currently at a height of about 30 meters. If he falls, he will probably really die. Below, Zhang Jingguo laughed loudly, his expression extremely ferocious. Ha ha ha. No matter how talented you are, you still got tricked by my little gadget. A smug smile spread across Zhang Jingguo's face, an expression that mixed cunning with a sense of vengeful pleasure. His eyes gleamed with victory, and his lips curled up so wide they almost reached his ears, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. He looked like an artist who had just completed a masterpiece and was basking in the joy of his successful creation. Is it that funny? Zhang Jieyu sighed from the side. Isn't it funny? He's from Jiangcheng, and he was taken care of by a civilian employee like me who has no combat ability. That's why I say you have to use your brain in everything you do. My device can lift a person up 100 meters into the air and then bring them crashing down. Jiang Cheng is just a beast soul master. If he falls from that height, he'll be smashed into a meat pie. Zhang Jingguo's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained, his chest heaving violently with laughter, his eyes narrowing into slits, and his face flushed red with excitement. Zhang Jieyu covered her face, somewhat speechless. Is it possible that some beast girls can fly? Zhang Jingguo, you seem to be smiling quite happily. What makes you so happy? Jiang Cheng's cold voice rang out beside him. The beast girl who had come with Jiang Cheng was now slowly descending from the sky and placing Jiang Cheng on the ground. Zhang Jingguo shuddered, his eyes filled with disbelief. You're not dead. Zhang Jingguo's smile froze instantly, replaced by incredulous shock. His eyes were wide open, as if they were about to bulge out of their sockets, filled with shock and bewilderment. From before still lingered on his lips, but now it was twisted into a strange shape, as if he had been caught off guard by a sudden piece of bad news. He swallowed hard. He originally planned to use this move to kill Jiang Cheng, which would solve the current crisis facing his family. But unexpectedly, his body stiffened, as if nailed to the spot by an invisible fear, and even his breathing became rapid and short. He looked at the beast girl who was slowly landing, then at Jiang Cheng who was unharmed, and the light in his eyes gradually turned from triumph to despair. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Jiang Cheng spoke to Zhang Jingguo in a calm and cold voice. Zhang Jingguo was trembling all over. Beast girl from Jiangxing could fly. Is this really the end for me? He slowly closed his eyes, appearing completely at ease. If he succeeds, all will be well. If he fails, he will definitely face death. What you just used was an anti-gravity device, wasn't it? Jiang Cheng asked casually. How did you know? Chapter 205 Anti-Gravity Device. This is an anti-gravity device, right? Jiang Cheng looked at the large crater left on the ground. This place should have been a floor, but unexpectedly, when Jiang Cheng stood on it, he was sent flying into the sky. There was no explosion on the ground, and no magical fluctuations from beast soul skills were felt, which is why Jiang Cheng asked that question. Zhang Jingguo was somewhat surprised. You? How did you know? Jiang Cheng tossed a brown, hard lump from his hand. It looked like a mechanical device and landed on the ground with a click. It seems you're quite knowledgeable about these things. These things are strictly prohibited from being researched privately in our Great Yin, aren't they? Jiang Cheng said calmly. I'm a permanent staff member. I just happen to be at home right now, Zhang Jingguo said dismissively. And what about these? Jiang Cheng walked to the door and kicked it open. What about these? What are these? The room was filled with a dazzling array of mechanical devices, crammed into storage cabinets of all sizes. It was a small storage room, yet it was crammed with a large number of mechanical items. The power buttons on some devices were still lit, emitting a faint red glow. There were even some mechanical ticking sounds. It filled the entire space with an eerie feeling. Zhang Jingguo was sweating profusely. These things are things that the people don't complain about and the officials don't investigate. But once they are investigated, Such a large quantity could potentially implicate entire families. Setting up this little gadget took quite a bit of effort, and I haven't had time to tidy it up yet. This is really bad. Alright, now we have leverage over them. Jiang Cheng gave him a wicked smile. How about this? I'll get you involved. I happen to have a big project. So, what do you say, are you in or not? Jiang Cheng spoke slowly. A big project? The man swallowed hard. You have to understand that many of these things don't even fall under the category of civilian use. Let alone starting a big project. Even just owning them is a crime. You should know one thing. According to our country's laws, the crime of possessing dangerous materials can be punished with more than 10 years in prison, and if it is manufactured, the maximum penalty is death. What big project are you talking about? Zhang Jingguo asked somewhat nervously. Of course, the death penalty. Jiang Cheng laughed. Indeed, as Zhang Jingguo said, many things are not open to civilian use or allowed to be held by the public, and those who are found to be in violation will be severely punished. In reality, the laws of the Dayan Kingdom did not severely regulate the local powerful clans, and many families had some problems to varying degrees. Of course, Zhang Jingguo's little hobbies are rather criminal. Some pieces of equipment that look like hand grenades or rocket launchers have been in existence for 10 years. However, Jiang Cheng didn't care about that. Whether or not a crime is committed is really not that significant. Improving their own strength is more important than anything else, and Jiang Cheng is very interested in this anti-gravity device they encountered. Beneath Grandia lies a massive anti-gravity thruster capable of lifting an entire city for long-distance flight, or even suspending it in the air. It's incredibly cool. If this thing is fixed, there really won't be many people in Jiangcheng who will be afraid of it. If we were to say that Zhang Luo's belongings could be called dangerous items, then the one below Grandia is similar to a nuclear warhead from my previous life. Honestly, it's almost like a nuclear warhead. A massive city wall, 500 meters wide and virtually immune to all damage, collapsed along with the entire city. Its power is probably no less than that of the nuclear bombs of the previous life. Just tell me, do you dare or not? Do I even have a choice now? Zhang Jingguo gave a bitter smile. Indeed, as he said, he now had no way out. If he didn't comply, what if this devilish man used this thing to send the entire Zhang family to jail? If they get caught, their entire family could be wiped out. Very good. You know how to read the situation. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers, instructing Zhang Luoshan to send some people to take this official staff member to Galandia for a look. Zhang Jingguo alone probably can't fix the engine of this city's development. It would be best if he could drag some professors or classmates down with him. Scholars like him generally have quite a wide circle of connections. Soon, Zhang Luoshan arrived at the Zhang family with a group of people. Several people, one on each side, dragged Zhang Jingguo away like a dead dog. The big project that Jiang Cheng mentioned is obviously not simple. It's a capital offense either way, so there's no way he can be happy about it. Take him to the urban development zone and see if it can be fixed. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly to Zhang Luoshan. Humph, I thought you wanted to see me for something? Turns out you have a mission for me. Zhang Luoshan was clearly somewhat dissatisfied, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Listen to me. If it can be fixed, it will be a great thing for us too, Jiang Cheng said slowly. However, the next moment, Jiang Cheng seemed to notice something unusual about Zhang Luoshan. Then can't you reward me a little? Zhang Luoshan moved closer and started to whine to Jiang Cheng. No, you've changed that much. You didn't say that last time in the core area of Grandia. Zhang Luoshan licked her lips. She really does have the charm of a little vixen. Jiang Cheng covered his face. Last time in Galandia, I carried Shin Lin Lang and the others around for a long time, but I didn't expect to be caught by them one by one on the spot, which was really embarrassing. Last time, it was an accident. Zhang Luoshan stroked the area below her collarbone with her hand. Was this also an accident? A patch of crimson could be faintly seen there. Take him there first. This is an important matter. Be good. Be a good girl. We'll talk about other things when we get back. Then you must remember. Zhang Luoshan smiled at Jiang Cheng, looking like she had succeeded in her scheme, and slowly left. In the past few days, she finally figured something out. So, all the women here are actually Jiang Cheng's soul partners. Every single beast girl I've encountered these days is a woman from Jiangcheng. This competition is truly fierce. It's incredibly challenging. If you're not careful and get ignored, that would be bad. She also heard that there might be other ways to advance in Jiangcheng. Zhang Luoshan simply couldn't imagine what kind of existence she could evolve into next, since she was already an SSS level beast girl. Jiangcheng. As she left, Recalling those two words brought her a deep sense of joy. Her initiative just now wasn't simply for the chance to level up. Another reason is to fill the emptiness deep in one's soul. And Jiangcheng is the only remedy that can fill that void. Chapter 206 by Ling arrives. After resolving Zhang Jiangwo's issue, Jiangcheng successively eliminated the remaining opposition members and troublemakers. To be honest, many people oppose Jiangcheng for no particular reason, and it's not like Zhang Jiangwo's opposition, which is for the greater good of his family. It's simply because I can't stand Jiangcheng. Naturally, Jiangcheng swiftly eliminated these people. If it's for the family's sake, Jiangcheng might respect you as a man, but if there's no real reason, and it's just because you're craving a dog, Jiangcheng won't tolerate it. He'll chop you into pieces and wait for Jiang Luoshan to return to see if you still smell bad. Oh, plant roots shouldn't be picky eaters. Jiangcheng thought to himself. Soon, the Zhang family was also brought under Jiangcheng's control. Shen Linlang, along with the Qin family's professional team, has already taken over the Zhang family and begun transferring assets, determined not to miss any opportunity for personal gain. The rest is the Luo family's side. Overall, the Luo family had already lost power, so there weren't actually that many people opposing them. Honestly, many people have fled, and no one cares about their family's reputation anymore. How much is face worth? With Jiangcheng protecting us, at least we won't be bullied by others when we go out. The few dissenters were dealt with by the Luo family on their own, so Jiangcheng didn't need to worry about them. Similarly, Jiangcheng has also firmly grasped control of the property and land deeds there. From now on, all of these will belong to Jiangcheng. With the Zhang family soon to be fully integrated, the Luoshan Guild in Jiangcheng is now a sizable organization. There's no shortage of mid-level and low-level personnel, even if there's a lack of some experts. However, with Jiangcheng at the top, it's not really a weakness. The Beast Girls in Jiangcheng are generally not very high level, so they have a lot of room for development. After Jiangcheng finished dealing with everything, he was really tired and planned to go back to his room to rest. After taking a hot shower, I crawled into bed. But Jiangcheng seemed to have forgotten one thing. There was someone in the bed. He soon realized something. But it was too late. Jiangcheng, you're back. Lu Feifei blushed slightly and hugged Jiangcheng. I miss you a little. No, it's only been a short time and you're already thinking about it? You just woke up from a nap, right? The anti-gravity propulsion zone in the lower part of Grandia stands like a magnificent complex of mechanical and magical circuits, showcasing the pinnacle of human technology and engineering. This vast space, beneath its towering dome, is filled with intricate and sophisticated mechanical structures, which intertwine to create a breathtaking industrial panorama. Each of the red domes, like a giant gem embedded in the mechanical honeycomb, emits a faint red glow, adding a touch of mystery and vitality to this cold metallic world. Beneath these covers lies the core force propelling the entire Grandia forward, the anti-gravity engine. The massive pipelines, crisscrossing like arteries, transport energy and waste, supporting the operation of this enormous system. The robotic arms moved flexibly at each node, performing the final maintenance and debugging work. Every movement was precise and error-free, demonstrating the perfect combination of intelligence and efficiency. At the center of this propulsion zone lies an even more spectacular sight, the main thruster, which, like a star about to ignite, quietly awaits the command to start. Its complex structure and enormous size inspire awe in those who stand before it. Standing here, Zhang Jingguo felt as if he could feel the heartbeat of Galandia. This place was undoubtedly the heart of the entire city. The scene before him was so grand that he involuntarily held his breath. His lips parted slightly, but he couldn't speak, only letting out a low gasp. At that moment, he deeply felt the greatness of the city and felt incredibly honored and excited to be able to witness it all. My God of beasts, there is such an exquisite and enormous instrument in this world. After a long while, Zhang Jingguo finally exclaimed. This location should be the propulsion chamber of some large machine. These are the secondary thrusters composed of anti-gravity engine modules, and this middle part is the main thruster. It's really too big. You call this a major project? This is clearly a forbidden object, a device that could not possibly be made by humans. The energy it requires is enormous, no? Astronomical. Zhang Jingguo paced back and forth, sighing as he went, looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Jiang Luoshan didn't take him too seriously. Her mind was filled with nothing but nonsense. Because she had lived for so long, after being bound by Jiangcheng's contract, she no longer considered anything important. They've even begun to become indifferent to the future of this city. Her mind was filled with only the man who had made a pact with her. After struggling for a while, Zhang Jingguo stumbled and fell to the ground. It wasn't because my foot slipped, but because I was too excited. Zhang Luoshan had no other thoughts at the moment, only that this person was a bit difficult to handle. It's just a broken thruster. Why get so excited that you fainted? That's right. Let's take him back to the Zhang family first. Zhang Luoshan was somewhat speechless. The mission is finally complete. It's time to go find Jiang Cheng. She smiled knowingly and happily headed towards Donghai City. Jiang Cheng was quickly awakened by a telepathic message. He was sleeping while holding Lu Feifei. It wasn't about Zhang Jingguo, but about someone else who came. Jiang Cheng also knows that person. Bai Ling's husband had already made several appointments with Jiang Cheng, but unfortunately Jiang Cheng had been quite busy these past few days. After defeating the Beast Tide, we finally had some time, and it just so happened that Jiang Cheng was following a series of major battles. To be honest, Jiang Cheng was really reluctant if he could, but Bai Ling's husband seemed even more anxious than her, saying something like, after this period, it will be her period. Jiang Cheng was speechless. However, considering that teacher Bai Ling is good-looking and there is no enmity between them, Jiang Cheng decided to help the poor couple. Take a deep breath, Bai Ling. You can definitely do it, a man encouraged Bai Ling. The man's name was Ma Jianba, and he was Bai Ling's legal husband. Ironically, he seemed even more excited than Bai Ling at that moment. Several servants who had heard about this incident couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle softly as they passed by. Jiang Cheng swore he hadn't spread the word, but many of his servants had indeed guessed it. I don't know what happened. Chapter 207 Ma Jianba is dead. The courtyard in the morning is gently enveloped by a layer of soft morning light. Sunlight filters through the sparse clouds, dappling the meticulously manicured lawn. Every blade of grass seems to shimmer with light, welcoming the arrival of a new day. At the edge of the lawn, the cobblestone path appears even clearer in the morning light, guiding people to explore every corner of the courtyard. Bai Ling followed behind Jiang Cheng with a nervous expression. Ma Jianba looked around curiously, like a curious child. Why don't you go back first? Otherwise I feel the atmosphere is a bit awkward. How could that be? Ma Jianba hurriedly said. How could the atmosphere be bad? I think it's great. Jiang Cheng almost stumbled. I thought to myself, you old rascal, there's something wrong with you. No, you don't want to watch anymore, do you? Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a little regretful. Don't stay here, it makes me nervous, Bai Ling said softly. Today she wore some light makeup, making her look exceptionally radiant and charming. She wore a well-fitting dress and a pair of red high heels, which, although not revealing, were still very alluring. Ma Jianba glanced at Bai Ling, only to see a resolute look on her face. Then I looked at the city of Jiangqing in front of me. Jiang Cheng felt Ma Jianba's gaze and turned his head to glance at him. The significance is self-evident. Ma Jianba immediately understood. It seems like nobody welcomes me. Should I go back first? Okay, you should go back first. This kind of thing might take several days. If it's slow, it could take a week, 2 weeks, or even a month, Bai Ling said to Ma Jianba after thinking for a moment. I see. Along the path, dewdrops on the flowers shimmered in the morning light, like pearls set on green leaves, exuding a faint, fresh fragrance. A gentle breeze carried the scents of flowers and grass, invigorating Ma Jianba. So I'm now an outsider? Then I'd better leave. He sighed softly. All right then, I'll head back now. Remember to let me know when you've finished. Go home soon, Bai Ling. After he finished speaking, a servant came out and led Ma Jianba outside. Bai Ling pursed her lips and silently followed behind Jiang Cheng. The two remained silent for a long time. The woman took a deep breath, her gaze occasionally sweeping over Jiang Cheng's face before quickly returning to his, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. My heartbeat quickened quietly with the silence. Jiang Cheng could also sense this subtle change, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. The two slowly walked into a room. Teacher Bai Ling. Jiang Cheng supported Bai Ling's back. Even through her clothes, he could still feel her soft and delicate voice. Could you please not call me teacher? It's a bit inappropriate. Bai Ling spoke softly, her body trembling slightly with tension. Isn't that right? You are a teacher at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, right? And I am a student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, right? It's not wrong for me to call you teacher. Jiang Cheng held Bai Ling completely in his arms. The woman was perhaps nervous, her whole body was tense, and an expression she could hardly contain was visible on her face. In a corner of the courtyard, a fountain danced merrily in the morning light, its water droplets refracting brilliant light and making a melodious tinkling sound, adding a lively melody to the tranquil morning. Inside the room, a few lamps flickered and trembled in the wind. Janya. Ma Jianba walked alone on the streets of Janya, his steps appearing somewhat heavy. He looked up at the sky, where the morning light was gradually brightening, but his mood was the opposite. He gradually sank into an indescribable sense of loss. Oh, what a pity, he muttered to himself. He imagined Jiang Cheng and Bai Ling making love in the room, and his mind went blank for a moment. Every detail was magnified in his mind, yet it was as if he were looking through a hazy fog, making it impossible for him to see clearly. Damn it! Ma Jianba stopped and leaned against an old locust tree, closing his eyes to try to calm the turmoil in his heart. Forget it, I'll just go back. After a long while, he sighed and decided to give up on dwelling on it. Walking home, Ma Jianba's steps were much lighter, but his mood remained heavy. When he reached a secluded corner, he suddenly frowned. A strange fragrance filled the air, and he abruptly covered his mouth and nose with his hand. Who is it? He looked around. It was a secluded and deserted corner. If someone really wanted to harm him, they would probably have already laid a trap. As expected of Ma Jianba, I wanted you to leave this world peacefully, but alas. A stylishly dressed woman with short, chic hair appeared on one side of the passageway. On the other side, several people stood, looking like they had ill intentions. You are? Yu Wuxiao. Ma Jianba frowned and immediately felt a chill. He knew that Yu Wuxiao was having an affair with his wife. Although he wasn't interested, he didn't stop it. But to his utter surprise, she dared to do something to harm him. Yu Wuxiao extended a pair of fingers painted with black nail polish, giving him a flirtatious wink. Her voice was cold, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Your wife is amazing. If it were a different man whispering in her ear, she would be so happy. It's a pity her man is such a coward. Humph. When did our family affairs become the business of outsiders? Ma Jianba narrowed his eyes, his fist clenching secretly. Of course I have no interest in your family's affairs. I'm just mentioning it casually. So what is your purpose? You are my target. Ma Jianba. The woman darted from the intersection and rushed in front of Ma Jianba, delivering a powerful punch to him. The wind howled, and the air made a sharp, noisy sound, showing how fierce the punch was coming. Ma Jianba hurriedly dodged, but vaguely felt that he was somewhat powerless. Poisonous. Boom. Ma Jianba felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and blood kept gushing up from his throat. He vomited it out with a whoosh. He knew he had been hit in the middle, but he didn't feel any pain, only some difficulty breathing. Upon closer inspection of his chest, it was clear that his entire chest had been dented, with bones piercing his internal organs and blood flowing continuously. Ma Jianba was utterly despondent. He had no idea what was going on. Give me a reason why you want to kill me. Could it be because of Bai Ling? Ma Jianba's heart trembled violently. No. I just told you. It's not because of Bai Ling. Yu Wuxia used her hand, painted with black nail polish, to transform into sharp claws and directly probe into Ma Jianba's chest. Chapter 208 Lu Feifei wakes up. Our goal is simply to erase some traces. You don't know, do you? Over the years, Bai Ling has been secretly doing business with us. She used your family's Chamber of Commerce to help us bring back a lot of contraband from the border. Soon it will be Princess Qin Shuyu's 18th birthday coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, all the high-ranking officials of the entire Dian Kingdom will be present. It took us 5 years to smuggle that thing in. I'm going to do something big at my coming-of-age ceremony. Now, we no longer need your family's help. As long as we destroy everything, including all your family's assets, our existence will be completely erased. Puffed. Pulled out a slippery object. He threw it in the corner with a look of disgust. Ma Jianba was too shrill to speak, blood gushing from his chest, his eyes wide open, on the verge of death. At that moment, another man slowly walked up behind the woman, wearing sunglasses, and sneered. Yu Wuxia opened her hand, and a blood-red eyeball suddenly appeared. She shoved her hand into Ma Jianba's chest again. Immediately, Ma Jianba breathed his last. Let go. In that originally empty space, a huge eyeball has grown. Visibly, the once empty chest cavity was filled with flesh and blood from the end of the eyeball, eventually turning into complete skin, with only a strange eyeball exposed. He first sat up straight. Then his eyeballs kept rolling upwards until only the whites of his eyes were visible. Then, he suddenly stood up. Very good. Destroy everything before it stinks. The woman patted Ma Jianba on the shoulder. Go ahead. Ma Jianba twisted his head into an angle that no human could achieve, making a creaking sound, as if responding to the woman. The only one left is that woman, Bai Ling. Does he also want to destroy it? Yu Wuxia hesitated. Of course, everyone who knows the truth, everyone, must die. The man in sunglasses said slowly, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Okay, I understand. Yu Wuxia nodded. However, there is another matter that needs to be done, and for the time being. I may not be able to attend to her side for the time being. I hope you will do as I say. If we don't kill Bai Ling, there will be a lot of trouble. No. My woman is none of your business. Lu Feifei stepped out of the courtyard. The sunlight slanted down on her, bringing a touch of warmth, but also a hint of inexplicable chill. I didn't expect that after sleeping, it would already be afternoon, and I have no idea where Jiangqing went. She raised her hand and gently brushed her cheek, as if trying to brush away those chaotic thoughts. When I woke up, time had quietly slipped by, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness. Recalling the crazy and warm moments of last night, her heart couldn't help but beat faster, her cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, carrying a hint of sweetness and shyness. Suddenly, her expression froze. Walked out of the room in front, looking a little tired, with dark circles under his eyes. She walked over quietly. I stood on tiptoe and peered into the inner room. There lay a beautiful woman on the bed, her clothes disheveled, yet she possessed a certain allure. However, Lu Feifei couldn't be happy. This woman seems to be Teacher Bai Ling. She had seen this teacher in the exam room before. She appeared to be a gentle and refined intellectual woman, but she never expected her to be lying on the bed with her face flushed red. Jiangqing noticed someone had arrived, and, upon seeing it was Lu Feifei, said, Feifei, you're awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Lu Feifei looked at Jiangqing with suspicion. She was aware of the ambiguous relationship between Jiangqing and his beast girl. In fact, everyone generally agrees that things beyond friendship can happen between a beast soul master and his beast girl. Most of the beast girls eventually end up with their beast soul masters. However, Jiangqing is somewhat special, because he has a lot of beast girls. There were so many that it was outrageous. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, Teacher Bai Ling has a husband, right? Lu Feifei was immediately shocked. The pupils trembled violently. His expression of shock was palpable, as if he had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, and he stood frozen in place. Her gaze darted back and forth between Jiangqing and Teacher Bai Ling, her heart filled with complex and indescribable emotions. How is this possible? She muttered to herself, finding it hard to accept the reality before her. Lu Feifei felt a strange sense of betrayal, not only disappointed in Teacher Bai Ling, but also questioning Jiangqing's behavior. Jiangqing, how could you do this? She finally spoke, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Well, Teacher Bai Ling had a bit too much to drink, so we brought her here to stay for a few days. Jiangqing, to save face for Ma Jianba, naturally wouldn't tell others about this. So all I could do was give that perfunctory reply. Unexpectedly, this statement aroused Lu Feifei's suspicion even more. Oh, is that so? But Teacher Bai Ling has a husband. If she's drunk, can't she just call him and ask him to come pick her up? Snort. Lu Feifei pushed open the door, somewhat angrily. As soon as I stepped through the door, I was greeted by a strong odor. As someone who's been through it, she certainly knows what it tastes like. Jiangqing, this matter is quite complicated. Jiangqing scratched his head and closed the door behind him. That's right. Teacher Bai Ling has always wanted a child, but Ma Jianba doesn't have the ability to have one, so he had no choice but to resort to this. Really? Lu Feifei was a little confused. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Bai Ling. Lu Feifei then turned her gaze to Teacher Bai Ling and discovered that she was covered in injuries. Moreover, she appeared to be unconscious. Then how do you explain these? Lu Feifei asked, pointing to the marks on her body. Is it possible that the teacher requested it? Lu Feifei was a little anxious. But then she thought about it again and realized that her relationship with him was also quite awkward. Humph. Then you should treat me the same way you treat her. Lu Feifei whispered. Jiangqing was somewhat bewildered. All right. Here we go again, huh? It seems I went easy on them yesterday. Then I'll go all out. Lu Feifei nodded. Chapter 209 Level 40 Breakthrough Quest. Lu Feifei had miscalculated somewhat. I never expected Jiangqing to be so brave. What was even more unexpected was that Teacher Bai Ling actually woke up during the journey. It was a truly socially awkward situation. Lu Feifei stayed in Donghai City for several days before finally returning to Jianya. School is about to start, and she still needs to prepare. Jiangxing has been quite busy these past few days. The various powerful families in Donghai City are being systematically absorbed into Jiangxing. Some large families are fine, but the more special ones are some smaller forces that are more like gangs. Since the deed is already done, let's go all the way. From now on, the entire Donghai City will be under our control, making it easier for us to do whatever we want. The Dayan Kingdom has very strict control over many things, and many things are even taboo. With a protective umbrella, you can do whatever you want. After finishing up the business here, they received about 200 million yuan in cash. In addition, they also acquired all kinds of shops and land properties, which were the biggest part of the business. In Donghai City, this is already an inevitable trend. After the last beast tide, both large and small families in the city, as well as ordinary people, have a high level of recognition for Jiangxing. After all, if it weren't for him, the entire city would probably have been flattened by the beast tide. After finishing the basic work, Jiangxing planned to hurry up and help Shen Linlang complete the breakthrough task. The sun shines exceptionally brightly today, like the gentlest stroke of nature, painting every corner of Donghai City with a warm golden glow. Under the blue sky and white clouds, with a gentle breeze, I had just stepped out the door, intending to call Shen Linlang out, when I spotted someone not far away. She was a girl with a pure and lovely appearance, wearing pigtails and a light red dress. Upon seeing Jiangcheng, his eyes lit up. Jiangcheng. She reached out and waved to Jiangcheng. Louis. Louis stood on the street, took a few deep breaths, and smiled. Jiangcheng was immediately at a loss. He could figure out what Louis wanted to do in Donghai City with his toes. Jiangcheng, these are the materials you asked me to find for you last time, and I found them for you. Louis walked over gracefully, stretched out a small hand, and took out a box from her ring. The moonstone and moon essence you requested have been found. This is the reward we agreed to give you when we came to Jianya last time. Yes, very good. Jiangxing nodded and accepted the box. These things are for Zhang Jieyu to upgrade her rank. I should find some time to go see her. By the way, Jiangcheng, do you have any free time lately? Louis asked, tilting her head. I've been quite busy lately, so you might have to wait a bit. Okay, then I'll wait for you. No problem. Then please go ahead. Jiangcheng rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache himself. My older sister just left, and now my younger sister is here. This is really a bit worrying. Jiangcheng arranged a room for her to stay in first, and then walked outside. Since he had the ability to summon beast girls, Jiangcheng planned to go to the beast god temple to call Shen Linlang out again. The streets were bustling, and the city was still the same as before, but the feeling was completely different now. I used to be a nobody, a poor kid who was bullied by others. Look at him now. Suddenly he's become the most popular figure in the city. The people regard him as a hero, and the landlord class has been completely won over by him. He can now truly be said to have the will of the people. Along the way, many people saw Jiangcheng and, if they recognized him, would give him a slight greeting. Jiangcheng would also smile and nod in response. Soon, they arrived at the temple of the beast god. He found a quiet corner, summoned Shen Linlang, and accepted the breakthrough mission. As Jiangcheng was leaving, he felt as if something was staring directly at him. His perception was quite good. His expression immediately hardened, and he looked in the direction being watched. A tall stone statue stood majestically, like a mountain, at the deepest part of the beast god temple. The stone statue is exquisitely carved and lifelike, with a body as agile as a cheetah, a slender yet powerful waist, as if it contains boundless strength. It has a pair of magnificent antlers on its head, and its 8 arms are covered with fine fish scales, with each of its 8 hands corresponding to the hand shapes of 8 different animals. Some fingers are slender like apes, some are thick like bear paws, and others are sharp like eagle claws. These 8 hands are independent, yet harmoniously integrated, giving people an indescribable and strange feeling. It was this statue that seemed to have been watching him just moments before. Is this a statue of the beast god? For some reason, Jiangcheng's heart suddenly started racing. The moment he turned his head, the feeling that was surging through him vanished into thin air, but it still left behind a faint, unsettling aura. Beast god? Jiangcheng walked out the door, his expression having returned to its usual calm and composed state. Given his growth, it was only natural that he would attract the attention of those in power. Jiangcheng was not too alarmed. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Please proceed to the ruined city of Grandia's central area, hunt down 1,000 mechanical puppets, and then reach the center of the mist to defeat the warlord. This task has a 24-hour time limit. The mechanical golem monsters are on the ground level, not inside the city of Grandia. There is unlikely to be any mission that requires entering the city of Landia, as such a mission is impossible to complete. While the 5-star breakthrough mission is difficult, it won't present an impossible task. Jiang Cheng led Shen Linlang to the outskirts of Galandia. The outer area is already sparsely populated, but today is a bit special, with a lot of people gathered around it. These people, dressed in standard uniforms, blocked off the entire road. This leveling spot doesn't belong to you, why can't we come in? Exactly. The area around Grandia is full of public leveling spots. Who are you people? Don't you have any sense of law? Jiang Cheng moved closer and found that someone had blocked the main road. Several relatively high-level beast soul masters and beast girls were holding weapons and looking indifferent. What's going on? Jiang Cheng asked a beast soul master beside him. I don't know where these outsiders came from. They won't let us in, saying they've booked the whole place for today. It's ridiculous. The speaker was a young man, a beast spirit master who planned to bring his beast girl to fight monsters. Unexpectedly, I was stopped right outside. Chapter 210 The New Bad Woman, Qin Shuyu. Who exactly are you? State your names. That's right, they say a good dog doesn't block the way, so at least let us know whose dog you are. Many people in the earlier positions were filled with righteous indignation. A figure was kicked away and crashed into innocent bystanders, causing a cacophony of screams and howls. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. He had seen these people before. Or rather, he had met similar people. The people who came to the Bone Forest last time seemed to be from the same group. They were arrogant to the core, but their equipment looked brand new, not like they were used to fighting. He looks like an attendant of some super-rich second-generation heir, or perhaps a bodyguard of the child of some important official. So noisy. These people showed no sign of backing down, their eyes filled with disgust for the country folk. Jiang Cheng sneered. He really disliked that look. You people, we've already said no entry, and we're not letting you in. Do you intend to force your way in? A bunch of country monkeys. No one noticed that a boy-looking man quietly disappeared from the crowd. Linlang, once the sacred beast domain is activated, we'll walk right in. Jiang Cheng said calmly, though he also seemed somewhat wary of these people. I'd like to see what tricks these guys are up to on my turf. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Cheng also brought Jiang Luoshan and Ji Yuechan along. After discussing it among themselves, Shen Linlang directly activated the sacred beast domain. The figures vanished instantly, turning into nothingness. Even the sound of their footsteps on the ground was completely erased. The four quietly passed by the group and headed inside, only to find even more followers patrolling the various side paths. Various drones also take to the skies for patrols. All of this is not something that any grassroots force could accomplish. If Jiang Cheng wants to get to the central area of Galandia City, he must go through the outer areas. The path to the sky has been completely blocked. Although the underground passage was feasible, and Jiang Luoshan was quite fast at digging tunnels, it still felt somewhat cramped. And the underground smell isn't very pleasant either. Therefore, Jiang Cheng chose to have Shen Linlang lead him across the ground in a dignified manner. But they encountered even more guards. Jiang Cheng immediately became curious as well. What exactly were these people doing? Could it be that they have discovered the secret of Grandia? That's probably impossible. It's very difficult for Grandia to enter from the outside. Last time, Jiang Cheng only managed to enter by chance because he encountered a tentacle that came out to absorb the essence of moonlight. Moreover, at that time, Jiang Cheng was only located within the city wall area. They didn't even reach the city proper. What are these people doing? Jiang Cheng nodded to the group, who were also somewhat puzzled, and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a rather large lake appeared ahead, its blue waves rippling like a piece of jade inlaid on the earth, reflecting the sky and shimmering with a mesmerizing golden luster. Sunlight poured down from the clouds, scattering across the lake's surface like countless tiny gold coins gently leaping about, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The lakeside is shaded by lush trees, their verdant leaves swaying gently in the breeze. A faint fragrance fills the air, a blend of wildflowers and damp earth, fresh and pleasant. Jiang Cheng suddenly held his breath. It has an unusual fragrance. I wonder if it's poisonous. The group immediately tensed up and slowly continued walking forward. After passing through numerous blockades, Jiang Cheng and his group finally arrived at the lakeside. On the lakeside, several exquisitely carved statues were scattered about, some standing and some lying on the ground. That's strange. Why would there be a stone statue by the lake? Could it be that they discovered some ancient ruins or something? Upon arriving here, there were very few guards left. Jiang Cheng and his companions were gradually approaching the shore, and the closer they got, the more uneasy Jiang Cheng felt. That doesn't make sense either. These people's clothes don't look like those of people from ancient times at all. Jiang Cheng's senses spread outwards like ripples, and he was immediately jolted awake, realizing there seemed to be another person underwater. With a splash, a figure emerged from the water, like a lotus flower rising from the water, possessing an unadorned natural beauty. The skin, reflected in the water droplets, appeared as smooth as cream, as if it were the most perfect sculpture by nature, with every inch radiating a soft glow. Water droplets slid down her long and elegant neck, landing on her delicate, fair collarbone, outlining a captivating line. The sunlight shone on her, gilding her with a faint golden glow, adding to her sacred and extraordinary aura. Her long hair spread out like seaweed, sticking wetly to her back, with a few strands fluttering gently in the breeze. Jiang Cheng immediately knew who it was. Isn't this the girl I saw in the sky last time? Seeing that she was about to turn around, Jiang Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. Using telepathy, he asked Shin Linlang to make him disappear from invisibility, and then he suddenly rushed forward. The woman turned around and saw a handsome young man suddenly pounce on her. The woman's eyes were clear as water, like two dazzling gems, and her deep pupils seemed to hide some secret. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiang Cheng lunged in front of the woman, blocking her view. The statues on the shore are probably not from any ruins at all. They are clearly the work of this woman. Last time, Jiang Cheng and she made eye contact, and afterwards even he was infected with the ability to petrify the grass. Since I was fine last time, I'm afraid I won't be in any serious trouble this time either. Jiang Cheng, however, dared not gamble on whether his beast girl could withstand her gaze. It's best not to gamble on things like this. So Jiang Cheng appeared on his own initiative, blocking her way. This time, the eye contact was much closer, and Jiang Cheng even felt his eyes trembling and a slight stinging sensation. However, just like last time, Jiang Cheng himself was not petrified. This time it was all right. Jiang Cheng was immediately overjoyed, but his mind wandered, and he couldn't stop himself. He rushed over and threw the naked girl into the water. The girl's eyes widened. Why doesn't he turn to stone? And how dare he? How dare you tackle me like that? It's really infuriating. Ding. A new bad woman detected. Do you wish to bind with her? Binding will accumulate bad woman points. Location of the wicked woman, Dian Dynasty, Jiangnan Province, Donghai City, on the outskirts of Grandia. Qinshuyu. Chapter 211 Killing the Mechanical Puppet. Gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Qinshuyu was soaked to the bone, and Jiang Cheng held her tightly in his arms, as if she were in a vacuum. She was completely stunned. She had only planned to come to the countryside to take a bath, but she never expected that someone would be able to break in despite the layers of security. And it just so happens to be that guy from last time who wasn't afraid of his own eyes. Otherwise, it would be better to just turn him into stone. This was the first time she had been touched so closely by a man, and Qin Shuyu's cheeks instantly turned bright red. A strange feeling welled up inside me. In contrast, Jiang Cheng's mindset was much purer. He didn't have many complicated thoughts. When the woman turns her head, she will be looking at their location. He wasn't sure if her petrification skill would work on his women, so he had to do this just to be safe. Jiang Cheng wasn't petrified last time, and this time it's no surprise that nothing happened either. Unlike those unlucky fellows by the lake, he didn't turn into a hard, unyielding stone. Jiang Cheng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. Name, Qinshuyu. Beast Soul, 8-headed Hydra, S-Rank, unawakened. Contractor, none. Level, 0. Qualification, S-Level. Soul Power, none. Combat Ability, none. Attack Effect, none. Equipment, none. Beast Soul Skill, unawakened. Hidden Evolution Level, 0%. All of the following are hidden attributes. Next Evolutionary Path, Imperial Hydra, SS Rank. Required Breakthrough Materials, Lava Crystal Core, Celestial Python Gallbladder. Evolutionary Condition, Kissing. Final Evolution, Queen Medusa, SSS Rank. It's even an SSS rank. At this moment, horns sounded behind us, and the ground shook, indicating that a large force was likely on its way. The situation here has likely already been discovered. Jiang Cheng had no hesitation whatsoever. These signs of powerful families all have GPS trackers on them. Taking her away under these circumstances would be tantamount to suicide. Jiang Cheng made his decision in just a few seconds. Now, escaping is victory. Excuse me. Jiang Cheng knocked Qin Shuyu unconscious and then threw her onto the shore. At this moment, the entire lakeside was bustling with noise, drones were buzzing in the sky, and people were everywhere on the ground, almost like a net had been set up. Jiang Cheng remained completely calm. He grabbed a piece of clothing from the ground to cover his head, and then ran wildly in one direction. Quick, grab him. It's him. It's this lecherous thief. Several delicate shouts from the beast girls rang out, and Jiang Cheng was completely stunned. You people are hopeless, making such a big fuss over a simple shower. I thought someone had discovered some treasure here. Quickly, someone come here. Team 1, Team 2, surround them. The others begin casting spells. We can't let him escape. Don't worry, this area is under martial law. Even if you had wings, you couldn't escape. Rumble. The beast girls in uniforms were dumbfounded, because in the direction Jiang Cheng had fled, a large mound of earth had suddenly appeared, from which several enormous vines emerged and swallowed Jiang Cheng whole. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. They had already set up a defensive line in the sky and surrounded the area on the ground, but to everyone's surprise, this guy could still escape from underground. Underground. Jiang Cheng shouted, bad luck. He thought he could make a fortune, but instead he bumped into the daughter of a high-ranking official going on a picnic and bathing. He gained nothing and got himself into a mess. Well, it's not like he got nothing at all. Jiang Cheng glanced at what he was holding. He hadn't been paying attention and had just grabbed a piece of clothing to cover his face, but it turned out to be a snap. Even worse. However, Jiang Cheng carefully recalled what had just happened. It can't be said that they suffered a great loss. That girl was indeed naturally beautiful, with very smooth skin. With Jiang Luoshan, a local, leading the way, Jiang Cheng and his group easily arrived at the central area of Grandia. As expected of a level 40 breakthrough quest, the central area of this ancient land is really hard to find. Not only do you have to pass through several deep valleys, but there are also several large rivers winding through the area, and you can easily get lost if you're not careful. It's covered in thick vegetation and there are no special markings, so nobody knows where the central area is. The scenery in the central area is completely different from that in the outer area, as if you have stepped into another world. The lush vegetation here becomes even more abundant, with trees towering into the clouds and branches and leaves intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filters through the gaps, casting dappled shadows. An ancient atmosphere permeated the air, and the occasional long, drawn-out roars of beasts from afar added to the tension. On the ground, exotic flowers and rare herbs bloom in profusion, displaying vibrant colors and emitting a faint fragrance, attracting all sorts of strange insects to dance gracefully. At the same time, the entire central area is also a habitat for ferocious beasts, and large, varied beasts can be seen moving through the forest from time to time. They possess sharp fangs, are covered in thick scales, or have wings that allow them to soar through the air. Each exudes a formidable aura. These ferocious beasts act either alone or in packs, and they are extremely vigilant and aggressive towards any outsiders who enter their territory. Occasionally, a deafening roar would shatter the silence, followed by the crashing of trees being felled, the sound of beasts fighting for territory or food. Suddenly, a round monster with bloodshot eyes emerged from the forest. It was about 5 meters tall and covered with moss and various withered vines. It looks like a giant moldy egg. The thing seemed to have noticed Jiang Cheng and the others' arrival. After a few beep-beep sounds, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark cannon muzzle appeared in front of everyone. A set of data appeared before Jiang Cheng's eyes. Mechanical puppet. Level 40. This is Jiang Cheng's current target, the mechanical puppet. With a loud bang, a laser beam shot out, piercing through some towering trees in its path, which then fell towards the group of people. Shen Linlang lightly unleashed an attack, but the laser was dispersed by an invisible force. Instead, she was struck by a force and sent flying. Instant kill. Mechanical puppet won 1,000th. Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples. This mission requires defeating 1,000 mechanical golems, and the key point is that when you arrive at the location, these mechanical golems are sparsely distributed and not densely packed. If things go normally, he would have Lin Yao help lure the monsters, and then have Shen Linlang finish them off. However, Shen Linlang's area of effect attack skills were so powerful that they could be seen from several kilometers away. After thinking for a few minutes, Jiang Cheng revised his plan. Chapter 2, 12 mission begins. The central region of Grandia, though called the center, actually covers an area spanning several kilometers. Faced with the current situation, Jiang Cheng was not helpless. even if he could not use Shen Linlong's sacred beast meteor. Are you ready? Jiang Cheng asked Jiang Luotian and Shun Linlang in the dense forest. The two nodded, and Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly said, "Then, let's begin." The remaining beast girls also looked at them with curiosity, wondering what Jiang Cheng was up to. The two quickly transformed into beasts, and a slender vine extended from Jiang Luotian's body, connecting her with Shin Linlang. Then, a terrifying surge of magical energy instantly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. On the ground, thick green vines, each requiring several people to encircle, burst forth from the soil, and a giant tree world descends, was formed with a roar. The raging magic continuously fueled the growth of vines, gradually encircling the entire central area. Within the area, hoarse roars echoed continuously. Many of the monsters had a sense of territory, and Jiang Luotian's vines had clearly encroached on their territory. The women behind her all took a few steps back. Shen Linlong's magic power was the most concentrated, almost turning into a solid white flame, burning fiercely. At this moment, Jiang Luotian was constantly devouring the magic power that Shen Linlang was unleashing. This is utilizing Jiang Luotian's ability to absorb magic power for her own use, drawing upon the enormous amount of magic power from Shen Linlang, and then using this magic power to create a tree world descent with an even larger scope. Ji Yuechan was also shocked by Jiang Cheng's ingenious idea. Jiang Cheng's lips curled up slightly. Sure enough, this idea was feasible. SSS class beast girls already possess terrifying magical reserves, and Shen Linlang has 100 times the reserves and 100 times the recovery speed. With such immense magical power, if Jiang Luotian could combine it with her, it would definitely be able to exert a powerful effect. Among all the beast girls, Jiang Luotian consumes the most resources, because supporting the growth of plants on a large scale is no less than changing the terrain and environment, and the consumption is terrifying. Shen Linlang is a perfect match for Jiang Luotian. In fact, Jiang Luotian can also absorb the magic power of the star pattern magic crystal, but the conversion efficiency is not satisfactory. In a real battle, the consumption would probably not even be as good as the absorption, and it would be far less efficient than absorbing the magic power of living beings. At this moment, a rather strange scene is unfolding in the forest. Thick vines continuously shoot upwards, forming main trunks. From these trunks, finer branches constantly grow, eventually building a high wall that envelopes all the creatures within. Soon, an immense tree world descends was formed. Looking down from above, the entire central region of Grandia appears to be surrounded by a vibrant green ocean. The enormous descendant of the tree realm resembled a naturally formed maze, intricate yet orderly. The thick, main vines meander and coil like giant dragons, intertwining to form sturdy barriers that tightly encircle the area. The fine details extend continuously from the main trunk, like a dense net, covering every inch of space completely. These vines are also covered with sharp thorns and thick leaves, making it extremely difficult for any creature to cross this area. In this green ocean, you can also see some wild monsters struggling, entangled by vines. Their roars and howls rise and fall, but they cannot break free from the green cage that binds them. The weaker creatures, on the other hand, had been completely devoured by the vines, leaving only scattered remains on the ground. The scope of the descendant of the tree realm was so vast that it almost covered the entire central region of Grandia. Immediately afterwards, countless fireballs appeared throughout the forest, and then slowly coalesced into bright fire phoenixes. Breakthrough skill, all things in the universe, phoenix rebirth. Boom. On the vines, countless fire phoenixes began to crash into all living creatures, and immediately, a series of explosions rose and fell. This time there were more fire phoenixes, and they were more intense, because Shen Linlang was still continuously supplying Jiang Luotian with magic power. Jiang Luotian also went all out, and Jiang Cheng could sense the immense pressure emanating from the two of them. This tactic is feasible, but it seems to be very burdensome and cannot be used frequently. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then activated his soul skill, Azure Dragon covering the moon. Instantly, enormous dragon shadows appeared one after another, accompanied by the raging fire phoenix, launching a coordinated attack. The ferocious beasts in the forest were in for a terrible time. Fire phoenixes, like blazing meteors, swooped down from the vines, crashing into every living creature with destructive force. Each impact was accompanied by a violent explosion, with sparks flying and heat waves rolling in, distorting the surrounding air as it burned. The ferocious beasts were instantly engulfed by the flames, letting out shrill screams. Their bodies twisted and struggled in the flames, but they could not escape the deadly burning. Soon, they were burned to a crisp, lying on the ground, unable to move again. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's azure dragon covering the moon, soul skill also began to unleash its power. Enormous dragon shadows emerged in the forest, launching coordinated attacks in conjunction with the rampaging fire phoenix. Wherever the dragon's shadow passed, trees and ferocious beasts were destroyed by its immense power. The beasts attacked by the dragon's shadow suffered terribly. Their bodies were torn apart by the dragon's claws and burned by its breath, emitting chilling howls. Many mechanical puppets tried to resist, but they were powerless against the combined attack of Dragon Shadow and Fire Phoenix. They were constantly destroyed and torn apart, then entangled and ripped apart by vines. The entire forest was filled with the aura of death. The sturdy and powerful puppets were now like lambs to the slaughter, being wantonly slaughtered by the Fire Phoenix and the Dragon Shadow. In Jiangcheng, you can see the experience bars of several beast girls rising steadily like a stopwatch. It's so satisfying. The battle lasted from noon until sunset, finally ending. A faint smell of burning lingered on the ground, where corpses and mechanical parts were scattered everywhere. Jiangcheng looked at the task interface and found that 1,000 magic puppets had been completed. Once you kill one more boss creature, you'll be able to break through to level 40. Jiangcheng is also looking forward to seeing what Shen Linlong's level 45-star breakthrough skill will be. But right now the whole forest is quiet, let alone the boss. Even the ferocious beasts might not be alive. But there should still be a boss left. It can't be gone, right? Chapter 213, Level 40 Breakthrough. White Tiger True Form. In the dense forest, all was silent, with only the mechanical remains, various corpses, and items and equipment scattered all over the ground. The last rays of the setting sun shone through the sparse treetops, casting a warm glow on the ravaged land, and adding a touch of warmth to the cold scene. Those once ferocious and terrifying mechanical puppets are now nothing but twisted metal frames and broken wires, scattered everywhere, like toys torn apart by a tremendous force. After the battle, both Shen Linlang and Zhang Luotian appeared somewhat exhausted. This move is indeed incredibly powerful. After all, it's a combined attack from two SSS-level powerhouses. It's not about destroying the heavens and the earth, but killing some ordinary monsters is a piece of cake. There were also quite a few boss creatures mixed in, but they were all taken away directly. The problem now is that the boss in the Jiangcheng breakthrough mission is still alive. That's strange. Logically speaking, this area should be large enough. The girls started discussing it too. Although the central area is large, it was also covered by the current descent of the tree realm. With Shen Linlong's magic power, it was practically a massacre. Given Jiangcheng's current strength, he could probably wipe out the city defense forces of some large cities. Look, everyone. Lin Yao pointed ahead. A beam of light shot up from the ground and into the sky, instantly enveloping the ground in a thin mist. What is this thing? Qinwan was somewhat surprised. There was no fog in this area before, so how did a fog suddenly appear, and why is this fog even colorful? I think I understand now, Zhang Luotian murmured to herself. At first I didn't understand what it was, but now I do. This fog is a protective measure of the outer city wall of Grandia, designed to make the entire city completely invisible in the air. Perhaps some creature triggered the transmitter located on the city wall, resulting in this scene. Zhang Luotian explained softly. That warlord might be a boss creature that appears alongside the mist. After hearing Zhang Luotian's explanation, everyone felt that it made some sense. Jiangcheng glanced at his mission prompt again. Please proceed to the ruined city of Grandia's central area, hunt down 1,000 mechanical puppets, and then reach the center of the mist to defeat the warlord. This task has a 24-hour time limit. To defeat the warlord, you need to go to the center of the fog, and at that moment, the boss should appear. Jiangcheng was overjoyed. He quickly activated his skill and immediately noticed the anomaly ahead. In the hazy mist, a creature riding a tall horse slowly stood up, wearing heavy armor, appearing both mysterious and majestic in the mist. Its upper body was humanoid, clad in heavy armor covered in ancient runes that shimmered with a dark light. Its lower body was fused with a magnificent warhorse, its hooves pounding in the void, as if even space itself trembled. Most strangely, a gash had split open on the warhorse's belly, not a bloody mess, but revealing a sophisticated mechanical structure inside. White gears turned slowly within, emitting a faint glow that mingled with the surrounding colorful mist, creating an eerie scene. This perfect combination of machine and life makes one wonder if the Centaur Knight is also some kind of advanced mechanical puppet. Warlords. Rank. Dark Annihilation Boss. Level 40. An Annihilation level boss, a boss that is one level higher than the Super Cataclysm level boss. Unfortunately, even the legendary Jiangcheng is no match for them, let alone the Dark Annihilation level. It wielded an astonishingly long spear, its shaft forged from an unknown metal, its tip razor-sharp, appearing and disappearing in the mist, radiating a chilling light. This spear was not merely a weapon, but also a symbol of its identity, showcasing its supreme authority as a warlord. The Centaur rider's eyes gleamed with a cold light in the mist, as if they could see through everything. It seemed to have spotted the group, but instead of attacking immediately, it stood silently in the mist, waiting for its chance. Jiang Cheng used telepathy to arrange the tactics. Zhang Luoshan will provide ranged support, while Shun Linlang and Ji Yuechan will be the main attackers. Boom. Thick vines and spider webs completely covered the area, rendering the warlord immobile. Shin Linlang suddenly unleashed a series of invisible slashes. White Tiger Judgment. Ji Yuechan was not to be outdone. She clasped her hands together, and a dragon's shadow emerged from behind her, instantly unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Whoosh. These two are, after all, SSS-class beast girls. Under their full force attacks, even a Dark Annihilation class boss would be unable to escape being instantly killed. The next moment, the mission badge on Shun Linlong's chest lit up with a flash, then turned into a stream of light and directly merged into her body. Ding. Breakthrough complete. Your beast girl, Shun Linlang, will see a significant boost in attribute growth. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the final boss of the central region of Grandia, the warlord. Ding. You have successfully completed the 5-star breakthrough trial. Gained a 5-star breakthrough skill. Rewards are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations. Your beast girl, Shun Linlang, has obtained the breakthrough skill, 5-star, White Tiger True Form. Breakthrough skill, White Tiger True Form. Rating, 5 stars. When this skill is activated, Shun Linlang will fully unleash the power of her beast soul, transforming into the White Tiger, one of the 4 sacred beasts. In this form, her strength, speed, and defense will be greatly enhanced like never before, lasting for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 days. After completing the breakthrough, several dazzling lights instantly shone from Shun Linlong's body. Congratulations. Your beast girl Shun Linlang has leveled up to level 41, 39%. Congratulations. Your beast girl Shun Linlang has leveled up to level 42, 52%. Congratulations. Your beast girl Shun Linlang has leveled up to level 43, 0.1%. It flashed 3 times in a row, instantly reaching level 43. Jiang Cheng glanced at the panel with satisfaction. Name, Shun Linlang. Beast Soul, Sacred Beast White Tiger. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, Mandatory Soul Contract. Level, 43, 0.1%. Qualification, SSS level, Sacred Beast Body. Soul Power, 1353. Current Growth, 52/level. Rating, Supreme. Strength, 1999. Current Growth, 78/level. Rating, Supreme. Attack Effects, 1. Lightning Strike, 2. Golden Light, 3. Slaughter, 4. Wild Dance, 5. Bloodlust, 6. Curse Breaker, 7. Not Unsealed. Breakthrough Skills, 1. Mana Source, 5-star, 2. White Tiger True Form, 5-star. Beast Soul Skill. Sacred Beast Domain, White Tiger. Sacred Beast Skill, Tiger's Roar and Thunderous Sound. Sacred Beast Skill, White Tiger Judgment. Sacred Beast Skill, Thunderblade. Limited Skill, Sacred Beast Meteor Shower, Forbidden Spell. Chapter 214 Song by Huang's Seduction. The true form of the White Tiger? Looks like it's a transformation technique. This 5-star skill briefly transforms the user into a real sacred beast, the White Tiger, to attack. It looks quite powerful, and the cooldown time is a full 10 days. Its power is absolutely comparable to a forbidden spell. Forbidden Spell, White Tiger's Sacred Fall has a cooldown of only 1 day, and can be cast 3 times within that day. After a series of battles, many of the beast girls have reached level 39, and they may soon be able to start the level 40 breakthrough quest. Shun Linlong's combat strength is approaching 2,000, and her soul power is as high as 1,300. from some SS class beast girls. Keep in mind, Shen Linlang is only level 43. When she reaches level 60 or higher, won't it be even more outrageous? Jiang Cheng was secretly delighted. Having finished everything that needed to be done, Jiang Cheng and the others packed up their things and planned to head southeast to farm another wave of monsters to see if they could level up a bit more. I haven't finished casting all 3 forbidden spells today, so I'll just cast them all and try them out. It's probably still impossible to raise everyone's level to 40 today, as Ji Yuechan and Zhang Luoshan joined relatively late. However, Qin Wan and Lin Yao do have some opportunities. Jiang Cheng decided to take advantage of the fact that it wasn't too late and go all out. Night fell. Inside a guest room in the Qin family's residence, Lu Yi bit her lip, looking rather hesitant. Becoming a beast girl has always been her dream, and she is about to realize it, but she just can't be happy. Because it was Jiang Cheng who helped him become a beast girl. And if I were to become a beast girl in Jiangcheng, how would I get along with my sister in the future? Thinking about this made Lu Yi even more uneasy. She saw it clearly last time. Jiang Cheng and her sister kissed. There might be even worse things to come. She puffed out her cheeks, a hint of jealousy creeping in, her pink lips pressed tightly together, her face full of resentment. My older sister beat me to it. What a failure. However, I must make the most of this opportunity to deliver something to Jiangcheng. Thinking of this, she suddenly became excited again. Hee. But why hasn't he come back yet? It's so late. She walked out somewhat nervously. The Qin family's entire complex was well maintained, with streetlights even at night, so it wasn't pitch black. She came out, looking around nervously, and then couldn't help but sigh softly. There's still no sign of them coming back. Are you waiting for Jiangcheng? A mature and voluptuous woman swayed over from a distance and smiled sweetly at Lu Yi. Sister Baiwang. Lu Yi's eyes lit up instantly. This lady is very kind. She always smiles at me, is very gentle, and she's the head housekeeper of the Qin family. Has Jiangcheng returned? Lu Yi asked hopefully. Not yet. Song Baiwang smiled, but her heart was also filled with ripples. This girl is quite pretty, and looks very similar to the girl from last time. I heard they're sisters. The only difference is that she's a bit flat-chested. However, that's not a problem. Many men like this kind of girl. Song Baiwang understood most of it just by looking at her. Jiangcheng is handsome and capable, so he naturally attracts girls. It seems that this girl has also been won over by her master. Over the years, the number of women in the family has increased, and she has only managed to bring in Li Ryu, who is barely on her side. She was completely clueless about the women behind her. In order to solidify his position in Jiangcheng's heart, he had to start taking action. Otherwise, wouldn't I be marginalized sooner or later? Now, isn't this readily available? Little Yi, tell me, did you do something to our master? Song Baiwang's eyes flickered with a mocking look. Lu Yi was just naive and not really stupid, so she could naturally understand what Song Baiwang meant. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. No, it's just that I brought the things, so you should at least give me some kind of thanks, like whether it works well or not, or something like that. Oh, what kind of gesture do you want? Song Baiwang couldn't help but laugh. This girl can't even come up with an excuse that makes sense. Lu Yi felt it was a bit far-fetched, so she silently turned her back, her cheeks instantly flushing red, like clouds gently brushed by the afterglow of the setting sun, carrying a touch of youthful embarrassment. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisting together, her toes lightly rubbing against the ground, as if this could ease the panic in her heart. Oh dear, Sister Baiwang, don't make wild guesses. I was just saying it casually. Her voice was barely audible, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor, clearly an attempt to conceal her true feelings. Seeing this, Song Baiwang's eyes flashed with a knowing smile, but she feigned ignorance and raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? I thought he had some little secret. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi felt her face burning, as if even her ears were on fire. She abruptly looked up, stealing a glance at Song Baiwang out of the corner of her eye, then quickly lowered her head, muttering, No, that's not true, Sister Baiwang, don't talk nonsense. Looking at her like this, Song Baiwang secretly found it amusing, but also felt a little sentimental. Youth is wonderful, even shyness is adorable. She gently patted Lu Yi's shoulder and said softly, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But if you really have any ideas, I can help you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's heart stirred. Help me. She suddenly felt that this word seemed to be hinting at something. Would you like to get closer to my master, Jiangcheng? Song Baiwang squatted down, her tone carrying a hint of seduction. Is that okay? Of course, Song Bai-wong continued. Do you know how I became the head butler of the Qin family? Looking at Song Bai-wong, who was smug and seemed to be showing off, Liu Yi swallowed and shook her head. Have no idea. Sister, please teach me. Seeing that Liu Yi had taken the bait, Song Bai-wong slowly approached Liu Yi's ear and whispered a few words. Sister Bai-wong, is what you're saying really okay? Liu Yi froze on the spot. Absolutely no problem. Don't be fooled by the fact that our master has many women. He's not a heartless person when certain things happen. But, could this lead to pregnancy? Yes, but since you want to become his beast girl, you should have that in mind, right? Song Bai-wong asked back. Chapter 2:15 Successful Seduction. What are your plans in this regard? Liu Yi stuck out her red tongue and licked her slightly dry lips. A hint of embarrassment mixed with a touch of smugness crossed her delicate face. I don't know why, but the thought of becoming a beast girl in Jiangxing fills me with a sense of pleasure. There was even a feeling that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Don't you have an older sister? Song Bai-wong continued. Yes. Liu Yi looked at the mature and charming woman in front of her with some confusion. This woman possesses a unique charm that captivates both men and women, and her smile radiates kindness. Liu Yi suddenly felt like she had found a kind older sister. Don't you want to become a beast girl in Jiangxing, and then tell your sister this good news? Song Bai-wong stared into Liu Yi's eyes, her gaze hitting the nail on the head. Liu Yi's face turned pale instantly, and she involuntarily took a few steps back. Her older sister was always more outstanding than her, possessing the talent of a beast girl from a young age and being more favored by their father. My older sister has always been better than me since we were little, better than me in everything. If I become the beast girl of Jiangxing, she would definitely be very happy, right? Liu Yi bit her lower lip lightly. Song Bai-wong immediately understood. Humans are naturally inclined to compare themselves to others. Especially when both sisters like the same man, it's natural that they would feel intense jealousy. I can help you win Jiangcheng's heart as well, and make him remember you deeply. Is it the method you just told me about? Liu Yi asked, both nervous and excited. Certainly. However, there are some other factors to consider. You know, there are techniques to winning a man's heart. Skill. Would you like to learn some techniques for pleasing men? Song Bai-wong's eyes were sparkling, making one feel an instant attraction. Liu Yi was clearly persuaded. This woman is older and so beautiful. She's also Jiangxing's right-hand woman. She must have some extraordinary abilities. If I could learn some things, maybe Jiangxing would accept me. Yes, but is what you're talking about difficult to learn? Liu Yi asked somewhat timidly. Of course it's not difficult to learn. I got to where I am today because of these skills. Come with me. Song Bai-wong smiled at Liu Yi and then walked in one direction. Looking at the woman with a graceful figure in front of her, with her beautiful hips and slender waist, Liu Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious. This woman has such a great figure, yet she still insists on studying. With such a small tablet, shouldn't I need to study even more? Keep it up, you must study hard. The two entered a room with simple furnishings and a faint, captivating fragrance. Now learn from me. Song Bai-wong began to unbutton the buttons on her chest. Sister, do I need to take off my clothes to learn this? Of course. The night deepened. The moonlight, as white as silver, gently spilled into the Qin family's courtyard, casting a soft glow over the ancient and rustic setting. The old locust tree in the courtyard, its branches and leaves swaying gently, seems to be caressed by the moonlight, making a rustling sound, like a whisper. Beneath the tree, a stone table and several stone benches were bathed in the silvery moonlight, appearing exceptionally serene and tranquil. Inside a guest room, candlelight flickered, and two shadows could be seen in the light and shadow cast by the window, slowly twisting their bodies, seemingly doing something unknown. A gentle breeze carries the delicate fragrance of flowers, mingling with the cool night air, creating a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. In the distance, the long chirping of insects intertwined, creating a symphony of summer night, adding a touch of liveliness to the tranquil evening. Thank you all for your hard work today. Go back to your rooms and rest. Jiang Cheng led a few beast girls and walked slowly over. I leveled up for a while today, and the results were pretty good. Although Lin Yao and Qin Wan are slightly different in level, their experience bars are almost at level 40. I think I'll be able to do the breakthrough mission in a few days. Jiang Cheng washed up and then decided not to return to his room. Who else needs him most right now, besides Teacher Bailing? Getting her to get pregnant during this period will be no small feat. Some studies have shown that women who have become beast girls have a much lower chance of getting pregnant. Of course, Jiang Chung found this unbelievable. These beast girls and ordinary women are both women. So why would it be harder for them to get pregnant? Well, perfect timing. This time we have a test subject too. After a day of rest, teacher Bai Ling must have recovered her energy and is ready to get back to work. If I keep tossing her around all night and do this for a week, Jiangqing really wants to see if it's true, as the rumors say, that she has difficulty getting pregnant. Moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, spilling onto the water's surface. The lotus flowers in the pond appeared even more pristine under the moonlight, their petals seemingly edged with silver. The dewdrops on the lotus leaves shimmered with a crystalline light, like pearls set in green silk. Bai Ling was placed in a rather large courtyard by Jiang Chung. I heard that women become irritable during pregnancy, so I specially arranged a detached suite for them. The entire courtyard is immersed in peace and tranquility, as if it were isolated from the world. Only the moonlight and the sounds of nature can freely pass through it, creating an atmosphere that transcends the mundane world. On nights like this, everything, whether people or objects, seems to be imbued with an otherworldly aura, inspiring longing and allowing one to forget the hustle and bustle of the world. A woman dressed in a white gauze dress sat on a stone bench that looked like white jade, a trace of melancholy on her smooth face. She originally thought that this matter would be completed smoothly. But unexpectedly, after Jiang Chung left, she felt empty inside. My head is still a little dizzy. Of course, there seems to be another reason for my dizziness. What was it called again? Song Bai Wang sent a lot of perfume. It said that Jiangqing likes it. What's wrong with Jiangqing? Why would he like something that makes people dizzy? Suddenly, the moonlight beside me was partially blocked. Bai Ling found herself being picked up by someone the next moment. Jiangqing, she said with some surprise. During this time, she truly began to enjoy the happiness of being a woman. She used to feel like she had lived in vain. Teacher Bai Ling, I'm here to help you. You? Bai Ling bit her rosy lips. Of course she knew what Jiangqing meant by helping her. Chapter 216 begins. Another night has passed. Jiangqing woke up happily. To be honest, life couldn't be more joyful than this. He is now the richest man in the city, and also the absolute boss of both the underworld and the legitimate world, holding the lives and deaths of countless people in his hands. Beautiful women of all kinds flocked to him in an endless stream. He never dared to imagine such a life before. Jiangqing made preparations, intending to personally handle the matter concerning Lu Yi. Turning her into a beast girl will take a lot of effort. First of all, it's not easy to make her resent you, especially after Jiangqing realized that she seemed to have some feelings for him. That makes things even more troublesome. How can you make a woman like this hate you? Now, she's not just a fangirl, but she definitely has a strong liking for him. Jiangqing had already noticed that last time. The situation is dire. Jiangqing still planned to go to her place and give it a try. Bai Huang, you've come at the right time. Jiangqing suddenly spotted a woman's figure and quickly walked over. Master, what are your orders? Song Baiwang bowed to Jiangqing with neither humility nor arrogance, and said softly. At this moment, Song Baiwang was wearing an elegant cheongsam, which made Jiangqing's mouth go dry. The dress accentuated her graceful figure, and the delicate embroidery on the cheongsam was also very exquisite, making it both classic and charming. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and a few strands of black hair fell casually over her shoulders, adding a touch of gentleness. Jiangqing was somewhat stunned. I don't recall her ever having this kind of charm before. How come she's become so radiant lately? Song Baiwang saw the desire in Jiangqing's heart and smiled slightly. Her beautiful eyebrows and eyes were like a painting, and her eyes seemed to have 1,000 words in them, yet she maintained just the right amount of aloofness and respect. Her skin was as white as snow, with a faint glow, like the most perfect porcelain under the moonlight. With her naturally red lips and slightly upturned corners, even a simple bow exudes an indescribable elegance and nobility, making her unforgettable at first sight. Jiangqing ultimately couldn't control himself. He had even forgotten why he had called out to Song Baiwang. After getting intimate for a while, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip. White Phoenix, tell me, how can you make a girl feel resentment towards you? Jiangqing thought for a moment, and then asked, who was the master referring to? Jiangqing smiled without saying a word. I do have a way, Song Baiwang said softly, feeling the warmth of the man holding her. Give the girl what she fears most. That way she'll surely hate you. Oh, Jiangqing became interested and asked softly, so, how do you think I can make Lu Yi hate me? Song Baihuang's eyes darted around, then she smiled faintly. Master, I do have a way, but you have to cooperate with me. Then, you have to make it up to me afterwards. Song Bai-wang grabbed Jiang Cheng's clothes and said to him in a coquettish voice. No problem. Jiang Cheng readily agreed. Inside a room, Liu Yi had already washed and dressed, and sat obediently by the bed looking in the mirror. She wore her hair in a side ponytail today, which made her look playful and cute. Her face was like that of a delicate porcelain doll, and her bright, sparkling eyes made one want to kiss them. Her lips were a vibrant red, like cherries, and a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Her high, straight nose added a touch of three-dimensional beauty to her features. Her fair and delicate skin shone softly under the light, as smooth as the finest silk. Her face was small and exquisite, with smooth and natural contours, giving her a fresh and refined appearance. At that moment, Jiang Cheng pushed the door open and entered from the outside. As soon as he entered, Jiang Cheng frowned. There was a certain smell permeating the room. Jiang Cheng felt something was off. Could it be that Song Bai-wang knew what she was going to do in advance? That kind of perfume bomb in the room. This is absolutely outrageous. Jiang Cheng slowly walked up to Liu Yi and looked the girl over. Today she wore a pink dress, the hem of which swayed gently, paired with white leather shoes and white knee-high socks, which added to her girlish innocence. To say I wasn't tempted or didn't like it. Aside from being a bit thin, Liu Yi was almost identical to her sister and equally beautiful. Now, after being carefully dressed up, she gives people a refreshing feeling. Today I'm going to tell you about turning you into a beast girl. Before Jiang Cheng could finish speaking, Liu Yi stood up and slowly walked towards him. Jiang Cheng, can you accept me? I know it might be difficult for you right now, but I'm sincere. Liu Yi finally spoke the words she had kept hidden in her heart. Her emotions came out quickly, giving people a very sincere feeling. It was a complete outpouring of genuine feelings. Liu Yi hugged Jiang Cheng's petite body, trembling slightly. Then, she began to take off her clothes, mainly because this action was very seductive. She looked up, her face full of love. Song Bai-wang, who was peeking from outside the door, nodded secretly, thinking to herself that her special training had finally paid off. Liu Yi performed exceptionally well. Now we need to move on to the next step. When Jiang Cheng saw Liu Yi's current state, a fierce expression appeared on his face. Liu Yi, are you kidding me? Do you think I would like you? Even if you stood naked in front of me, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Liu Yi felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart tightly, causing her so much pain that she could hardly breathe. She stood there, her eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and hurt. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she found that she didn't even have the strength to make a sound. Her mind went blank, only Jiang Cheng's cold and piercing words echoing in her ears. Those words were like a sharp knife, cutting her self-esteem and heart to pieces. Her heart was racing, not from excitement, but from fear and pain. There's still no indication of a bad woman appearing. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a woman slowly walked to Jiang Cheng's side. She glanced disdainfully at the stunned Liu Yi, and then was pulled into Jiang Cheng's arms. Look at this state of affairs, you have nothing. How could Jiang Cheng possibly like you? Stop daydreaming. Jiang Cheng even kissed Song Bai-wang on the cheek. Tears welled up in Liu Yi's eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Ding. Target Liu Yi has gained 10% more bad woman points. It's here. Jiang Cheng's heart stirred. Does this mean I need to take another step forward? He turned his gaze to Song Bai-wang, who seemed somewhat eager to try. Chapter 217. Hurry up. I want to be your woman. Jiang Cheng, seemingly oblivious to everyone else, began to interact with Song Bai-wang. Liu Yi sat on the ground, her two delicate white feet spread apart, her gaze sorrowful, as if all color had faded from her world. Her eyes had lost their former luster, becoming dull and lifeless, her rims slightly red, revealing a deep sense of loss and despair. That once vibrant and energetic face was now deathly pale, the corners of her mouth drooping slightly, and all traces of her former smile were gone. Jiang Cheng, in your eyes, am I that kind of woman? Liu Yi's body trembled slightly, not because of the cold, but because of the pain and torment in her heart. Ding. Target Liu Yi has gained 10% more bad woman points. Ding. Target Liu Yi has gained 10% more bad woman points. Ding. Target Liu Yi has gained 10% more bad woman points. Liu Yi's breathing became rapid and disordered. She tried to relieve her inner depression and distress in this way. However, no matter how hard she tried, She could not shake off the despair and helplessness that welled up from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Cheng kept a close eye on Lu Yi's current bad woman value. After all, he had no other choice but to use this method. Since you want to become your own beast girl, you must get through this hurdle. Jiang Cheng slowly closed his eyes. Ding. Target, Lu Yi. Bad woman value increased by 10%. Current bad woman value, 100%. It's finally here. Jiang Cheng released Song Bai Wang, who was somewhat exhausted. He walked up to Lu Yi. Lu Yi sat on the ground, her eyes blurry with tears. Her pale face looked especially fragile against the backdrop of tears, as if it could shatter at the slightest touch. Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked up at Jiang Cheng, her lips trembling slightly. She wanted to say something, but only let out a weak sob. Jiang Cheng walked up to her and looked at her like this. A complex emotion welled up in his heart. He slowly squatted down and gently wiped away the tears on Lu Yi's cheeks, his movements carrying a subtle tenderness. However, this gentleness was like a sharp knife, piercing Lu Yi's heart once again. Jiang Cheng, why did you do this to me? Lu Yi finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out. Her voice was filled with sobs and indescribable grief. Jiang Cheng didn't speak, but just looked at her quietly, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Now it's all in the past. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand, and a special symbol appeared in his palm. Lu Yi was instantly stunned. She could sense what this thing meant to her. Jiang Cheng, this is... You should be able to sense what's inside this. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. This symbol contains a part of Lu Yi's soul, which she can naturally sense. Could it be? That's right, it's a soul contract. With this contract, you can become my beast girl. For Lu Yi, her constitution is one that is difficult to contract, or rather, it is a constitution that cannot be contracted. The binding can only be done through a soul contract within one's own system. There is no other way. Seeing Lu Yi's blank expression, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but tease her. What? You don't want to? Yes. Please make a contract with me quickly. I want to become your beast girl. A look of disbelief flashed in Lu Yi's eyes, which was then replaced by intense joy. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, forming a sweet curve. Looking at her like this, Jiang Cheng felt a warm current well up in his heart. He nodded gently, reached out, and slowly pushed the special symbol in his palm onto Lu Yi's forehead. Lu Yi closed her eyes, feeling the warm power slowly flowing into her body. Her heart was racing, not from nervousness, but from excitement and anticipation. She could feel that her soul was establishing an indescribable connection with Jiang Cheng, a special contract between a beast girl and her master. A look of pain began to appear on Lu Yi's still somewhat immature face, as if her soul was being torn apart by an invisible force. Her eyes were tightly closed, and glistening tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. These were tears that were truly born of pain, unlike the joyful tears she had shed before. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if pierced by a powerful electric current, and crackling sounds emanated from her entire body. At this moment, her soul and body were experiencing the sounds of dramatic change. A clear and sharp cry seemed to echo in the air. The beast's soul had awakened. She finally couldn't help but let out another shrill scream. Jiang Cheng's expression also turned serious. He held Lu Yi's hand tightly, trying to offer her some comfort and support in his own way. As time went on, Lu Yi's pain seemed to reach its peak, and her body began to emit a faint light, a warm and gentle light, as if it were the new aura emanating from her soul after its transformation. The clear cry in the air gradually softened, eventually turning into a long sigh. As the light faded, Lu Yi's body finally stopped trembling. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, it seems, I really have gained the ability to transform into a beast. I've become your beast girl. It's you and Sister Bai Wang. She suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Song Bai Wang not far away. Cough, cough. That was part of the ritual. To form a contract with you, I need to trigger your emotional fluctuations, Jiang Cheng explained. Jiang Cheng explained to her that what he had just done to her was really unfair. Lu Yi also felt the power surging within her body. She had truly achieved her wish of becoming Jiang Cheng's beast girl. Jiang Cheng, thank you. I've really become your beast girl. Her voice was filled with joy and gratitude, a sincere emotion welling up from the bottom of her heart. She stood up, walked to Jiang Cheng's side, and hugged him tightly. Jiang Cheng hugged her back, feeling her delicate body trembling with excitement. But, is it really as you say? Lu Yi was somewhat skeptical. Unless you treat me the way you treated her. Jiang Cheng was also somewhat tempted. This young girl possesses a naivete that other women lack. She is also an exceptionally beautiful woman. Do you know what this means? Hurry up, I want to be your woman. Chapter 2:18 Zhang Jiayu's advancement. A satisfied smile lingered on Lu Yi's small face. Her cheeks were flushed, her rosy lips were slightly parted, and she was breathing lightly, exuding an indescribable languor and comfort. Her eyes sparkled with a crystalline light, a look that was a mixture of joy and satisfaction, as if she had just received the most precious treasure in the world. Jiang Cheng gently covered Lu Yi with a thin blanket and was about to leave when Lu Yi grabbed his arm. The boy slowly turned around. Lu Yi's hair was slightly messy, with a few strands clinging to her cheeks, adding to her charming and delicate aura. Her body exuded a faint fragrance, a fresh and sweet scent that belonged to a young girl, making people want to get closer to her. Could you stay with me a little longer? Lu Yi's voice was weak and listless. I have a lot to do right now. Jiang Cheng paused, then chose to return to the bedside and gaze intently at the girl in front of him. Lu Yi is indeed very beautiful, and the experience was wonderful. Lu Yi, despite her deliberate attempts to project a charming demeanor, still gave off a very youthful and naive impression. Jiang Cheng, I like you, Lu Yi said softly. Jiang Cheng nodded. From his angle, he could see the skin on Lu Yi's neck. Her skin was as white as snow, with a faint pinkish hue, as if a gentle touch would leave a mark. Her figure was petite and well-proportioned, with exquisite curves, giving one the urge to hold her in one's arms at all times. Jiang Cheng embraced Lu Yi, and they were intimate for a while before finally parting ways reluctantly. Lu Yi knew that Jiang Cheng had a lot of things to deal with on a daily basis. She didn't want to take up too much of his time either. Jiang Cheng stepped out of the room and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yi has become his beast girl as she wished, and the next step is to help Zhang Jiayu advance to SS level. Below SS rank, they are not very useful in actual combat. Lu Yi's rank is not high, and she cannot evolve. At most, she will become an office worker in the future. It's fine if you just casually level up. In the heat of battle, he couldn't offer much help. Jiang Cheng then headed towards the Zhang family's house. During this period, Donghai City gradually calmed down. After all, it's just a remote small town, with enough money to suppress many things. He has basically unified the entire city. In Donghai City, he held absolute power. The members of the Zhang family were all wearing guild badges on their chests at this moment, because those who were not members of the Zhang family and their guild had been completely wiped out. Jiang Cheng quickly found Zhang Jiayu, a mysterious smile on his face. Name, Zhang Jiayu. Beast Soul, White Moon Deer. Next evolution path, Moon Deer, SS rank. Required breakthrough materials, Moonstone, Moon Essence. Evolutionary condition, Insults. Final evolution, Moonlight Deer, SS rank. The SS level combat power is quite good, and Jiang Cheng plans to unlock it directly. However, in order to avoid attracting the attention of others, Jiang Cheng plans to go to the wild to initiate the evolution. Come with me. Looking at the somewhat mysterious Jiang Cheng, Zhang Jiayu couldn't help but wonder, what did he come to see her for? They even said they wanted to go outside. She dared not disobey Jiang Cheng's words, and quickly followed. Xiao Zhang, you've done a great job these past few days, so I'm going to reward you. You have to keep up the good work. Jiang Cheng's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of authority, and his deep eyes gleamed with a strange light. Zhang Jiayu listened to Jiang Cheng's words and felt a surge of curiosity. She didn't know what reward Jiang Cheng was going to give her, but from Jiang Cheng's tone, she could tell that the reward was definitely not insignificant. She nodded quickly and followed closely behind Jiang Cheng, her heart filled with anticipation and longing. The two traveled along and soon arrived at an open space in the wilderness. Jiang Cheng looked around to make sure no one was there, then stopped. He turned to Zhang Jiayu and said seriously, Xiao Zhang, I'm about to perform a special evolution ritual for you. This evolution will greatly enhance your strength, but it will also require you to put in some effort and pay a price. Are you willing to accept it? Zhang Jiayu felt a surge of excitement and nervousness as she listened to Jiang Cheng's words. Increase your strength. Which aspect of strength should be improved? Upgrade your rank. Jiang Cheng smiled. The improvement in rank was simply unbelievable, leaving Zhang Jiayu completely stunned. After thinking for a few minutes, she nodded firmly. I'm willing. No matter the cost, I'm willing to accept this evolution. Jiang Cheng's strength has always been a mystery. If someone else said they could help her evolve, she would definitely scoff, but Jiang Cheng's words have at least a 50% credibility. With a 50% chance, why not give it a try? Looking into Zhang Jiayu's determined eyes, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of relief. He knew he hadn't misjudged Zhang Jiayu. She was indeed a talent worth nurturing. Jiang Cheng nodded and began the evolution ritual for Zhang Jiayu. Jiang Cheng. Her eyes widened, clearly incredulous. You promised to upgrade my rank. At the same time, Jiang Cheng placed the materials in his hand and activated his soul power. In an instant, it was as if some kind of chemical reaction had been activated. The evolution materials flowed into Jiang Cheng's hands. Then, a blinding halo of light appeared. The materials flew toward Zhang Jiayu and began to merge. Jiang Cheng knew that evolution was underway, so he worked even harder. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, like the whispers of nature. A faint fragrance filled the air, along with the woman's delicate scent. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on Zhang Jiayu's face, creating a unique and beautiful effect. Boom! A surge of power erupted from Zhang Jiayu's body. Chapter 219 begins the contract with Yang Qi. Zhang Jiayu lay on the ground in agony, her whole body convulsing. Evolutionary processes can be painful, and there's no way around that. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Jiayu, who was writhing and struggling on the ground, with a cold expression. As time passed, Zhang Jiayu's pain became more and more obvious. Her face was contorted, and the blue veins on her white neck were taut, like a stream hidden under her skin, surging violently, trying to find a way out. His eyes were tightly closed, his eyelashes trembled, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead, dripping onto the ground with a soft sound. Suddenly, a sense of holiness emanated from her. It was an indescribable radiance, as if her body had become the vessel of some kind of sacred ritual at that moment. It's done. Jiang Cheng laughed. Name, Zhang Jiayu. Beast Soul, Moonlight Deer. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, Soul Contract. Level, 53, 45%. Qualification, SS level. Soul Power, 820. Current Growth, 23/level. Rating, Azura. Strength, 1289. Current Growth, 32/level. Rating, Azura. Attack Effect, None. Beast Soul Skill, Deer's Cry Under the Moon. A melodious deer cry is emitted, creating a moonlit area. Enemy units within this area will suffer continuous magic damage, reducing their attack and defense. Simultaneously, Zhang Jiayu will gain a lifesteal effect, converting a portion of the damage dealt into health. Her movement speed and attack speed will also be greatly increased. Beast Soul Skill, Heavenly Moon Cluster, New. Zhang Jiayu briefly transforms into a deer, creating a moonlit area centered on her, increasing mana regeneration and health regeneration by 50%. Hidden Evolution Level, None. A new support skill has been added, which will allow me to buff the beast girls, especially Jiang Luotian, whose skills consume mana too quickly. Zhang Jiayu has also slowly recovered. She looked down at her hands, which, though once delicate, now seemed to be covered with a faint moonlight, making them appear even more translucent, as if kissed by the moonlight. An incredible light shone in her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled gently, like butterflies about to take flight, which made her slightly parted lips, filled with surprise, appear exceptionally vivid. I actually evolved, from S rank to SS rank, she murmured to herself, her voice filled with disbelief. Her hair seemed to have become even smoother, with a faint silvery white sheen, fluttering gently in the breeze. Not bad. You've now become an SS rank beast girl. It's actually true. You didn't lie to me. Zhang Jiayu was a little afraid of Jiang Cheng, but she still hugged him tightly. Jiang Cheng has a lot on his plate. After thinking it over, I decided to take care of a few important things first. First up are the spoils left behind by the Sky Dome Guild last time. Yang Qi, the wife of Sky Dome Guild leader Lei Zhentian, and Yang Qi's sister Yang Lan. This once powerful woman, now facing Jiang Cheng, couldn't muster even the slightest bit of malice towards him. This is also causing Jiang Cheng some headaches. However, Lu Yi did give him some inspiration this time. Perhaps there's another way. Yang Qi is a rather special weapon spirit that can be held and controlled by the user, greatly enhancing combat capabilities. This thing used to be the weapon of the esteemed guild leader of the Sky Dome Guild. If I were to have it in my hands, it would definitely greatly enhance my strength. Jiang Cheng quickly arrived at the Qin family's dungeon. Jiang Cheng led Zhang Jiayu slowly into a closed cell. Amidst the simple furnishings, a woman with a very hot figure sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Yang Qi was exceptionally beautiful. Even in the dimly lit dungeon, her stunning beauty could not be concealed. His face was like a finely crafted porcelain piece, smooth and delicate, but it looked slightly haggard due to the long period of imprisonment, with a faint bluish-black tinge around his eyes. Her figure was incredibly hot. The tight prison uniform accentuated her curves, and every inch of her skin seemed to radiate boundless vitality. Yang Qi had been sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, her eyes filled with emptiness and numbness, as if she no longer cared about anything around her. But as Jiang Cheng and Zhang Jieyu slowly walked into the cell, her eyes froze instantly, and an expression of disbelief flashed across her face. "Why are you here?" Her voice was tinged with panic, and she involuntarily shrank back, her hands clenching into fists. His already somewhat haggard face appeared even paler due to the emotional turmoil, and his lips were tightly pursed. "Don't be nervous. I just came to see how you're doing." Jiang Cheng waved to her. What do you want?" She finally mustered her courage and asked, her voice trembling slightly. Her eyes held both fear of the unknown. "What will it take to let me go?" "Let you go?" No, I won't let you go." Jiang Cheng sneered and stepped forward, grabbing the back of her neck. "You?" Jiang Cheng checked, but still couldn't hear the system notification. I felt somewhat discouraged. "It seems we still have to resort to that trick. I want you to become my beast girl." "I can become your beast girl. Make a contract with me." Yang Qi closed her eyes resignedly. No, that's not the way to form a contract." "Which one do you want?" Yang Qi was a little stunned before she realized what he meant. I understand. You. Come on, even if you use me as a tool to vent your anger, I won't resist." Yang Qi closed her eyes, appearing completely at ease. Jiang Cheng shook his head again. He clapped his hands, and a woman with her hands and feet bound was thrown directly into the cell. "Xiaolon." Yang Qi looked down and saw that the woman on the ground was her younger sister, named Yang Lan. Her eyes widened as soon as she saw Yang Lan, filled with panic and fear. "Xiaolon, what are you doing here?" Her voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. She suddenly looked up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes pleading, as if all her pride and self-respect had been shattered, leaving only humble supplication. "Jiang Cheng, I beg you, please let Xiaolon go. She's still young and doesn't understand. I'll give you anything you want. Just please let her go." Yang Qi's lips were tightly pursed, her voice trembling with tears. Her eyes held both deep worry for her sister and endless fear of Jiangqing. Chapter 2, 20 Heavenly Featherblade. Yang Qi slowly knelt down on the ground, spreading her hands out, making a gesture that allowed Jiang Cheng to do as he pleased. She had given up all her dignity and pride, just to beg Jiang Cheng to spare her sister. "Excuse me. I'm here today to give you some unforgettable experiences." Jiang Cheng glanced coldly at Yang Qi, gave Zhang Jieyu a wink, and then reached out to touch Yang Lan on the ground. No. Yang Qi finally understood. This guy actually wanted to harm her sister, and he was doing it right in front of her. Having already transformed into a beast, Zhang Jieyu grabbed Yang Qi's body, pressed her head to the ground, rendering her completely immobile. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Cheng carried out all of this. It was an indescribable sense of powerlessness, as if her entire world had collapsed at that moment. Her eyes were filled with despair, a deep, endless despair, as if she had been thrown into an endless abyss with no way out. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but she hesitated to let them fall, because she knew that tears would be of no use at this moment. As things unfolded in Jiangcheng, her heart felt as if it had shattered into countless pieces. Her face was contorted, an expression of pain, anger, and despair. His lips were tightly pursed, and his teeth were clenched, as if he wanted to swallow all his hatred. His eyes were wide open, filled with resentment and anger, as if he wanted to tear Jiang Cheng to pieces with his gaze. At this moment, her heart was filled with malice towards Jiang Cheng, a deep-seated hatred that seemed to require tearing Jiang Cheng to pieces to vent. She had never hated anyone so much. Ding. Target, Yang Qi. Bad woman value increased by 12%. Current bad woman value, 12%. Ding. Target, Yang Qi. Bad woman value increased by 18. Current bad woman value, 30%. Ding. Target, Yang Qi. Bad woman value increased by 20%. Current bad woman value, 50%. Yang Lan shouted in strong resistance, but it was to no avail. Jiang Cheng was extremely rude, and showed her no respect whatsoever. Even if it were in another room, it would be fine, but it just has to be this cell, and her sister is here too. This almost caused her to completely break down. No, no. The evil thoughts in Yang Qi's heart were accumulating and were about to burst forth. Jiang Cheng's hands did not stop, and soon the whole room was filled with a faint spring-like atmosphere. Ding. Target, Yang Qi. Bad woman value increased by 20%. Current bad woman value, 70%. Ding. Target, Yang Qi. Bad woman value increased by 20%. Current bad woman value, 90%. Ding. Target, Yang Qi. Bad woman value increased by 1%. Current bad woman value, 100%. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Cheng paused. It's finally all done. Jiang Cheng slowly stood up. You, Jiang Cheng, you really are a devil. Yang Qi gritted her teeth as she looked at Jiang Cheng. You can release her now, Jiang Cheng said slowly. Zhang Jiayu released the woman on the ground. What exactly do you want to do? Yang Qi was a little confused for a moment. I told you before, I want to form a contract with you. A contract? Yang Qi immediately had a bad feeling. She looked at Jiang Cheng in horror, only to find that his expression had not changed at all. On the contrary, the beast girl who had been binding her was now looking at her with an extremely pitying gaze. Jiang Cheng reached out his hand. He gently grasped the woman's fair chin and admired her distinctive and beautiful face. Her pink lips gleamed with an extremely alluring sheen. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand, and a special symbol appeared in his palm. She suddenly sensed something was wrong. Something's not right. What exactly do you want to do? Yang Qi panicked. She instinctively resisted this thing, but it was no use. Jiang Cheng would definitely achieve her goal. At this moment, he is the butcher, and I am the fish on the chopping block. This is something that can bring you and me closer together. Make a soul pact with me, and become the sword in my hand from now on. Soul contract. Jiang Cheng, are you crazy? This is impossible. You already have so many beast girls. Yang Qi was still arguing, but Jiang Cheng was too lazy to waste words with him. Jiang Cheng raised his hand, about to press that thing into her body. No. Yang Qi naturally realized how terrifying this thing was at this moment. For some reason, even a part of her soul was inside this thing. This thing might really be a soul contract. No, please don't. Jiang Cheng sneered. Don't want. No. Yang Qi struggled desperately, her body twisting and deforming under Jiang Cheng's heavy weight. She tried to push Jiang Cheng away, but the force pressed down on her like a mountain, making her unable to move. Her eyes were filled with despair and pleading, and tears streamed down her cheeks, wetting the ground. However, Jiang Cheng paid no attention to Yang Qi's struggles, screams, or even her crying. He pressed his hand firmly against Yang Qi's body, ignoring her pain and pleas, and forcibly imprinted that special symbol deep into her soul. Yang Qi's screams echoed through the air. As the last movement was completed, Yang Qi's body trembled violently, then gradually stiffened. Her eyes lost focus, and she was plunged into endless darkness. Jiang Cheng released his grip with satisfaction, looking at the once proud and independent woman on the ground, a hint of pride and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Qi has become a part of him. The contract is complete. Yang Qi screamed in pain, but the force was as surging as a torrent, making it impossible for her to resist. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face. Before long, Yang Qi felt as if his soul was being pulled by a tremendous force, and he involuntarily established a connection with Jiang Cheng. I am now. That's right. You are now bound by my soul contract and completely under my control. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of me. Name, Yang Qi. Soul of the weapon, Tianyu Yuzhan. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, soul contract. Level, 65, 12%. Qualification, SS level. Soul power, 1051. Current growth, level 27. Rating, Azura. Strength, 1748. Current growth, 37/level. Rating, Azura. Attack effects, 1. Lightning strike, 2. Golden light, 3. Slaughter, 4. Wild dance, 5. Bloodlust, 6. Curse breaker, 7. Not unsealed. Beast soul skill. Heavenly feather slash. Quickly swing the heavenly feather slash to unleash a sharp sword aura, dealing massive damage to enemies in a straight line in front, with a certain probability of triggering a critical hit, doubling the damage. Feather dance and splendor. Wielding the heavenly feather slash, The sword energy transforms into a whirlwind, spinning and charging forward, dealing multiple instances of damage to enemies along the way, reducing their movement and attack speed, and ignoring a portion of their defense. Hidden evolution level, none. Chapter 2, 21 Testing the Knife. Then let me see your strength. Jiang Cheng instructed Yang Qi to quickly transform into a spirit. She directly transformed into a long sword and floated in front of Jiang Cheng. This sword is called Aim no Habakiri. It emits a faint cold light, and its blade is long and elegant, as if it contains endless sharpness and coldness. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, yet exceptionally tough, as if it could easily cut through anything in the world. The hilt is engraved with delicate feather patterns, echoing the name Tianyu, heavenly feather. When held in the hand, one can feel a strange sense of harmony, as if the knife itself is a part of Jiang Cheng's body. When Jiang Cheng casually waved his hand, the heavenly feather slash unleashed a long string of blade energy. This blade energy was incredibly sharp, instantly drawing a long mark on the door and carving it deep into it. Indeed, with this level 65 longsword, my combat power has been greatly enhanced. Normally, Beast Soul Masters need to study at a university in order to master their own power. Now that he has Yang Qi, he can directly possess the combat power of an SS-level beast girl. Good. Jiang Cheng squeezed the hilt of the longsword and felt that it was quite easy to use. Yang Lan was dumbfounded, watching as her sister was actually bound by a soul contract, and she couldn't help but tremble. You can move around in the Qin family from now on, but you are not allowed to leave the Qin family. Jiang Cheng said to Yang Lan on the ground. This woman's rank is not high, so spending time forming a soul contract with her is not worthwhile. Letting her stay in the Qin family can be considered as keeping her as a hostage. In reality, it was house arrest. Jiang Cheng's control over the city has become increasingly stronger, and many positions within the city have quietly been filled by his people. Even if Yang Lan escaped from the Qin family, she had nowhere to go. She might be discovered and captured when she leaves the city gate or the teleportation array. Jiang Cheng didn't spend too much time on her. Next, we'll go to the location of the Luo family's ancestral graves. Tang Yinyan had told Jiang Cheng this secret before, but Jiang Cheng was too busy to deal with it at the time. It's been dragging on until now. With school starting soon, Jiang Cheng planned to go and take advantage of any benefits he could get. This ancestor of the Luo family appears to be a descendant of a disgraced official, and his burial was also carried out in secret. The Luo family has her portrait, none of them are signed. To enter that tomb, one needs the blood of a direct descendant of Loga to open it. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Cheng brought 2 girls with him. Tang Yinyan led Jiang Cheng and the 2 girls from the Luo family toward a valley near Galandia. Their group traversed the bustling city and passed through the throngs of markets, gradually venturing deeper into the mountains near Grandia. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery began to change. The trees grew increasingly lush, their verdant leaves obscuring the sky, leaving only dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and scattering across the ground. The mountain road is winding and twisting, sometimes steep and sometimes gentle. Finally, they arrived at a remote, deep mountain. The place is exceptionally quiet, broken only by the occasional birdsong. The mountain air is fresh and pleasant, carrying a faint scent of grass and trees, which is invigorating. They continued along a narrow mountain path until they came to a secluded valley. This valley is surrounded by mountains, with only one narrow entrance for entry and exit. The valley was completely silent, broken only by the occasional gust of wind. This is it. Just keep going down from the entrance, and you'll reach the tomb gate. You can open it with the blood of the Luo family. There's something inside that can enhance a beast soul master's strength, Tang Yinyan whispered to Jiang Cheng behind her. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded, and after summoning Shen Linlang and Jiang Luoshan, the group walked into the passage. The passage they entered was narrow and long, with a faint dampness in the air. The passage is generally flat, but it extends slowly downwards, like a hidden vein leading them deep into the embrace of the earth. As they moved forward, the light gradually dimmed, with only the faint glow from Tang Yinyan's hand illuminating the path ahead. Jiang Cheng followed closely behind, while Shen Linlang and Jiang Luoshan cautiously looked around, afraid of missing any possible danger. Soon after, they came to a blue stone wall. The wall looks very old, with intricate carvings, like an ancient painting. The patterns seem to contain some kind of mysterious power, making people feel refreshed and happy at first glance. Tang Yinyan stepped forward and carefully studied the patterns on the wall. She reached out and gently touched the uneven texture, as if trying to decipher the secrets hidden within. "This is the switch for the tomb door," she said softly, a hint of excitement in her voice. "It needs to be activated with the blood of the Luo family." Jiangqing nodded, gesturing for the two girls from Luo Jia to come forward. One of them bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto a specific spot on the wall. The moment the blood touched the wall, it seemed to be drawn by some force, quickly seeping into the patterns. Immediately afterwards, a slight tremor came, and the blue stone wall slowly opened, revealing a passage leading to the interior of the tomb. As the blue stone wall slowly opened, an ancient and mysterious aura rushed out, as if crossing the boundaries of time and space, leading them into a long-sealed world. At the end of the passage was a spacious tomb chamber, with the interior of the tomb clearly visible. Around the tomb chamber, several dark blue gemstones were inlaid on the walls, emitting a soft and mysterious light, adding an unusual touch to the dim space. These lights seemed to possess a certain magic, inspiring awe. In the center of the tomb chamber, there is a huge stone coffin, which is carved with intricate totems and symbols, as if recording the glory and honor of the deceased in his lifetime. Scattered around the stone coffin are some ancient artifacts and offerings, which appear mottled and weathered by the erosion of time. Jiang Cheng and his group cautiously stepped into the tomb chamber, their eyes drawn to a strange object beside the stone coffin. It was a piece of jewelry that emitted a faint glow, with a unique design that seemed to contain powerful energy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a touch panel on a device, inlaid with something resembling silver, which made it appear somewhat shiny. Below is a pitch-black pillar that extends deep into the ground. "Is that something that can improve the strength of a beast soul master?" Jiang Cheng asked in a low voice. Chapter 222 Rapid Advancement in Cultivation. The atmosphere inside the tomb gradually became eerie. The stone coffin in the center stood alone, massive and ancient. The totems and symbols carved on it appeared even more profound in the dim light, like ancient incantations. The stone coffin appears to be made of an exceptionally hard material, and it remains intact despite being thousands of years old. The group stood beside the dark pillar, which stretched deep into the ground, as if connecting to another world. The surface of the pillar was covered with a strange pattern that seemed to writhe like a living thing, emanating a chilling aura. "Is this what can improve the strength of a beast soul master?" Jiang Cheng asked in a low voice. Tang Yinyan nodded, her eyes also filled with anticipation. "This is it. This is a device that the Luo family's ancestor placed here back then. We used this thing before, and it can indeed give beast soul masters great power." Jiang Cheng and the others cautiously approached the dark pillar, their heartbeats sounding exceptionally clear in the silent tomb. They could all feel the power emanating from the pillar, an ancient and powerful force that seemed to reach the depths of their souls. Jiang Cheng thought about it and decided to give it a try. He approached the device, the dark pillar appearing even more mysterious and unpredictable under the faint glow of the gemstones. Tang Yinyan stepped forward, her hands moving gently across the touch panel above the pillar, as if performing some ancient ritual. As she manipulated the light, a faint, warm white light suddenly emerged from the pillar, instantly enveloping Jiangqing. At that moment, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of power welling up within him, as if an inexhaustible source was pouring its strength into him. However, this influx of power did not come without a price. Jiang Cheng felt a tearing pain, as if his soul was being forcibly pulled and reshaped by some force. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and tried to endure this indescribable pain. At the same time, images of his several beast girls began to flash through his mind. Shun Linlong's gentleness, Ji Yuechan's aloofness, Jiang Luoshan's liveliness, Qin Wan's resilience, Lin Yao's innocence. Those beautiful faces appeared in his mind, as if an invisible force calmed his panic and unease. He knew that Tang Yinyan would never harm him. This device left behind by the Luo family ancestor, will definitely enhance his strength and make him even more powerful. So he gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, he felt a loud rumble all over his body, as if some shackles had been broken, and an unprecedented power surged within him. A screen of light appeared before his eyes, upon which floated one beautiful figure after another, his beast girls, Shen Linlang, Ji Yuechan, Jiang Luoshan, Qin Wan, Lin Yao, and so on. Their images flickered on the screen of light. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and felt the surging power within him. At this moment, the phantoms began to channel power into Jiang Cheng. Rays of light emanated from their bodies, like tangible energy streams, slowly flowing into Jiang Cheng's body. He could clearly feel these powers perfectly integrated with his soul and body, instantly filling him with unprecedented strength. However, amidst this surge of power, Jiang Cheng suddenly noticed a unique, illusory figure. This phantom was completely different from the images of other beast girls. It was not any of the beast girls that Jiang Cheng was familiar with. Jiang Cheng stared wide-eyed, trying hard to see the true face of the illusory figure. The moment he saw it clearly, he was stunned. This phantom was not his beast girl, but rather an item he obtained in a dungeon. That was a girl he had encountered in the Bailongtan instance, imprisoned in a golden lotus. The phantom figure looked exactly like the girl. In that instance, I also obtained a spherical fragment called Fairy Bio, which contained a miniature version of a girl. Jiang Cheng was filled with doubt, wondering why the girl's phantom was here, supplying him with power along with the images of his beast girls. Before Jiang Cheng could think further, the light screen began to slowly fade away. He felt a surge of power coursing through his body, a power greater than any he had ever possessed before. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power within his body, Jiang Cheng clenched his fists and began to circulate the cultivation technique taught to him by Ji Yuechan. Jiang Cheng could clearly feel his blood and qi surging wildly within him, as if there was endless power waiting for him to unleash. He suddenly threw a punch, and the wind from the punch howled as he released his energy, creating an extremely sharp and powerful burst of energy. The force of the energy slammed into a stone slab in the tomb. With a loud boom, the stone slab shattered instantly, sending fragments flying everywhere. Jiang Cheng stared wide-eyed at his masterpiece, his heart filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that he could possess such power. This power was stronger and more violent than any power he had ever had before. Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to open his panel properties. Beast Soul Master, Jiang Cheng. Qualification, SS level, 18.4%. Magic power, 15,000/15,000. Soul power, 1689. Strength, 1290. Soul skill, soul absorption. Soul skill, void summoning. Soul skill, telepathy. Soul skill, Azure Dragon covering the moon. Soul skill, magic perspective, new. Magic X-ray vision. By focusing power into the eyes, one can temporarily gain the ability to see through objects without being obstructed by anything. The amount of magic power consumed depends on the density and thickness of the object being penetrated, as well as the duration of use. Jiang Cheng scratched his head, not expecting that this time, not only would his rank skyrocket, but he would also gain an extra soul skill. Most importantly, Jiang Cheng's soul power and martial prowess have also made a great breakthrough. His current personal attributes have reached the peak of SS class Beast Girl, and are only slightly inferior to those of SSS class Beast Girl. This thing is really a good thing. Jiang Cheng shifted his gaze from his own attribute panel to the other girls standing not far away. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in my heart. He noticed that they all looked somewhat haggard, with lifeless eyes, as if they had just gone through a major battle and their bodies and minds had been greatly exhausted. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Cheng asked hurriedly. His voice carried a hint of anxiety and concern. He strode over to them and carefully observed the condition of each person. Chapter 2, 23 Stone Coffin. Shin Linlang shook her head and said, "I'm fine. It's just that just now, it seemed like my whole body was uncontrollably channeling power into you, which consumed some of my energy and soul power. I'll be fine after a rest." Tang Yinyan also said softly, "Don't worry, we're really fine. We just didn't expect this machine to work so well for you." "Thank you," Jiang Cheng said softly, holding Shin Linlong's hand tightly. "I just used telepathy to ask the beast girls who weren't here, and they all gave the same reply. A huge burden for the beast girl because you use it so often." The other women also gathered around, their faces showing fatigue, but even more so, relief. They knew that Jiang Cheng's strength had been greatly enhanced, which was undoubtedly great news for them. Jiang Cheng probably understood why he had been able to improve so much. He has many beast girls, and they are all of very high quality. The principle behind this machine is certainly not to prevent beast soul masters from gaining strength for no reason. Gained by beast soul masters likely originates from beast girls. Does that mean that as the level and number of beast girls increase in the future, one's strength will continue to rise? That's terrifying. Jiang Cheng's current strength is already comparable to an SSS level beast girl. Logically speaking, Jiang Cheng will contract other beast girls in the future, and perhaps he can even break through to the SSS level beast girl level. In that case, the function of this machine is truly terrifying. At the very least, it was a huge help to Jiangqing. Jiangqing's Beast Soul Master rank has also been raised, and his magical power has greatly increased. More than 10,000 magic power is quite terrifying. However, Beast Soul Masters generally have a lot of magical power. Well, but this amount is a bit too much. However, Jiangqing pondered for a moment whether it was possible that this machine had even transferred a portion of the Beast Girl's magic power to him. Shen Linlang possesses an extremely exaggerated amount of magic power, which is reflected in his magic bar as well. Jiangqing also noticed that he had gained a new soul skill. It is said to be able to see through things. Jiangqing triggered the activation of soul skills. Suddenly, a faint halo appeared in his eyes, and everything around him became clear. But that wasn't all. With a thought, Jiangqing's vision could penetrate any substance and see what was inside. For example, through the outer sheet metal of the iron pillar in front of him, Jiangqing could see the dense magical furnace and some mechanical structures inside. Further down, there seems to be an even larger space. This pillar appears to be just part of a machine. Jiangqing immediately became interested and turned his gaze to the girls. It's not like I haven't seen Fangjing before. Jiangqing looked at Shen Linlang and saw that, as expected, the fabric could be penetrated to reveal a scene that made people's blood boil. Shen Linlang noticed Jiangqing's gaze. Her heart tightened, and a shy blush unconsciously rose on her face. A subtle, indescribable emotion spread through her heart. She lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling gently down, covering half of her face, revealing only a pair of watery eyes. Jiangqing, the way you're looking at me makes me feel a little strange, I don't know why. Shen Linlang's voice was barely audible, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, and the blush on her cheeks deepened, like a newly blossoming peach blossom, delicate and beautiful. Shen Linlang is a woman who knows how to capture a man's heart. She knows what kind of expression to make at this time to attract Jiangqing's attention. A mature woman's face held a slight shyness. It was an incredibly pleasant feeling. Jiangqing suddenly became restless. Shen Linlang's shyness did not diminish her beauty. On the contrary, it added to her captivating charm. Linlang, I just tried out the new soul skill. This soul skill has the ability to penetrate. Jiangqing smiled apologetically, his eyes full of tenderness. See through? Shen Linlang finally understood where the strange feeling she had just sensed came from. That bad guy. Jiangqing then turned his attention to Tang Yinyan. Her eyes held a mixture of embarrassment and anticipation. Perhaps because she had once been someone else's beast girl, she felt somewhat neglected in the team. She was not as powerful as Shen Linlang and Ji Yuechan, nor as favored as Qin Wan and Lin Yao. This made her very upset. Tang Yinyan stood ramrod straight, trying her best to show off her beautiful figure. Jiangqing examined it, and found that the soul skill was indeed as described, but its function was quite powerful. He looked around, and found there was nowhere for him to look. The surrounding walls were too thick. By the time he managed to penetrate them, he would have used up all his magic. Jiangqing then focused his attention on the coffin in the center. The stone coffin in the center is undoubtedly the most eye-catching feature of this tomb. It is carved entirely from an unknown dark stone and has maintained an astonishing degree of integrity despite enduring thousands of years of wind and rain. The surface of the stone coffin is covered with intricate and delicate carvings, with totems and symbols intertwined to form ancient and mysterious patterns. Some of these patterns resemble mythical beasts soaring through the sky, their wings spread wide, exuding a majestic aura. Others are twisted and entwined vines, each leaf and flower carved with lifelike detail, seemingly telling stories from 1,000 years ago. At the four corners of the stone coffin are carved four guardian beasts in different poses. They are either standing or lying down, with bright eyes, as if they are still faithfully fulfilling their duty of guarding. The carvings of these guardian beasts are so exquisite that even the textures of their fur and scales are clearly visible. Back then, getting one of these things would have been priceless. There might be some burial goods. Jiangqing thought to himself, and then mobilized all his magical power, his eyes blazing as he tried to penetrate the stone coffin before him. However, unlike the ease with which he pierced through the iron pillar, this time his vision seemed to encounter a great obstacle, and his progress was unusually slow, as if he were trudging through mud. Although the stone coffin does not appear to be very thick, its material density is clearly far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Jiangqing was secretly amazed. What kind of strange material was this stone outside? It had such an amazing density and hardness that even he had to use his X-ray vision to see through it. As Jiang Cheng's gaze slowly penetrated, the scene before him gradually became clearer. However, when he finally broke through the last barrier and saw the situation inside the stone coffin, he was deeply shocked by what he saw. Chapter 2:24 Opening the Coffin. Jiang Cheng's gaze finally pierced through the last barrier of the stone coffin, and the scene before him deeply shocked him. Inside the stone coffin, a stunningly beautiful woman with a pale face lay quietly, like a sleeping beauty who had been asleep for 1,000 years. She wore a magnificent brocade robe, embroidered with intricate and delicate patterns, its colors vibrant and shimmering. The brocade robe appears extremely soft yet resilient, clearly made from very precious materials. She wore a wide belt around her waist, inlaid with dazzling gemstones that shimmered with brilliant light. She wore a gold headdress, which was carved with exquisite totems and symbols, complementing her brocade robe and further highlighting her noble status. And from her feet, all the way to the mountain-like area on her chest, there were round jade discs. The jade disc looked extremely ancient, with strange patterns and symbols carved on it, emitting a faint glow. Jiang Cheng secretly guessed that this jade disc was probably no ordinary object, but rather some kind of treasure with mysterious power. The scene before Jiang Cheng left him deeply shocked. There is no doubt that this woman is the owner of the tomb, a powerful ancestor of the Luo family. After all, someone who could leave behind such a miraculous machine must not be an ordinary person. What puzzled Jiang Cheng was that this woman did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the portrait hanging in the Luo family's residence. No, so many years have passed. Even if you're not a pile of bones, your face and figure are still so well preserved. Jiang Cheng's thirst for knowledge immediately flared up. It would be a waste to turn our gaze away now, after all the effort we've put into penetrating this extremely dense outer coffin. To find out what was going on, Jiang Cheng decided to see through the woman's clothes to see what this female corpse was up to. Jiang Cheng easily pierced through the woman's clothes, but what he saw next surprised him even more. Can you believe that this thing's skin is no different from a normal person's? Upon closer inspection, apart from some unusual whiteness, it is virtually indistinguishable from a living person. Could it be another Jiang Luoshan? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. Jiang Cheng began to scan the man up and down, and finally confirmed that the man was dead. He had no breathing, no heartbeat, and no pulse. It seems the anti-corrosion treatment was done well. Jiang Cheng silently withdrew his gaze, feeling a bit dizzy. He didn't know if it was a side effect of using his soul skill, or if the woman was just too beautiful for him to handle. Xiaoqing, what did you see? Shen Linlang asked curiously. She could tell that Jiang Cheng's expression was a little off. There's a person in here, or rather, something I don't know what it is. She still has a human appearance and hasn't decayed. Jiang Cheng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and said slowly, "What? Absolutely impossible." Tang Yinyan exclaimed in shock. This person was from who knows how many years ago. Tang Yinyan was right. This ancestor of the Luo family was indeed a legendary figure. The Luo family only has her portrait and doesn't know her name, which makes people wonder. And now, that person lies quietly inside. Jiang Cheng suddenly had the urge to open the coffin and see what was going on. It's also possible that the lack of air inside the coffin is why the body of this Luo family ancestor is relatively well preserved. But if it's opened, it might oxidize rapidly, who knows? Shen Linlang thought for a moment and offered a possible explanation. Jiang Cheng nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Open it, and take a look. I won't feel at ease if I don't." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the tomb chamber once again. Inside the tomb, it was dark and mysterious, with intricate runes and patterns carved on the surrounding stone walls. The stone coffin in the center stands alone, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. The entire tomb chamber was filled with a faint musty and decaying smell. Luo family girls who were responsible for opening the door were so frightened that their legs were trembling, their faces were as pale as paper, and their eyes were filled with fear and unease. Their hands gripped each other's sleeves tightly, as if that would give them a sliver of security. Tang Yinyan's face was also deathly pale, and her knuckles turned white from the force she exerted, clearly showing that she was trying her best to control her fear. He took a deep breath, and then slowly walked towards the two Luo family girls. He offered them a few words of comfort in a soft voice, then gestured for them to step aside. Then, he walked to the stone coffin and stared at the tightly closed lid. A strong urge and curiosity surged within him, a desire to uncover the secrets of the stone coffin. He took a deep breath, then slowly reached out and pushed open the heavy coffin lid. With a loud bang, Jiangcheng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. There was no progress. With his high level of combat prowess, how come he couldn't make a move? The weight of the stone coffin far exceeded his expectations. Linlang, use White Tiger Judgment to try and cut her once. Jiangcheng turned to look at Shen Linlang, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Shen Linlang nodded without hesitation. She quickly transformed into her beast form, swung her hand, and an invisible slashing force crashed down, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, directly striking the stone coffin. A loud bang echoed in the room, making everyone's ears ache. Because it was in a nearly enclosed space, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to their ears. The group quickly covered their ears, their brows furrowed, and their faces showed signs of pain. However, despite the suffering, there were some positive effects. The seemingly indestructible stone coffin was actually cleaved open by Shen Linlang's attack. A faint ray of light shone through the crack. Seeing this, Jiangcheng revealed a smug look. He laughed and said, "It seems this thing should be destroyed by force. Let's continue, try again." Without hesitation, Shen Linlang swung her hand again, unleashing an even more powerful slash. This time, the cracks in the stone coffin widened, as if it might collapse at any moment. A strong impulse and curiosity surged in Jiangcheng's heart. He took a deep breath, then slowly reached out and pushed open the heavy stone coffin lid once again. This time, the stone coffin lid was finally slowly pried open, revealing the scene inside. Jiangcheng and the others stared wide-eyed at everything inside the stone coffin. A stunningly beautiful woman lay quietly within, adorned with elaborate gold ornaments that accentuated her simple elegance and nobility. Around her were numerous burial objects, which appeared to be quite valuable. "Jiangcheng, she seems unchanged." Shen Linlang pointed at the woman and said slowly. People initially speculated that the woman's body might not have been exposed to outside air, which was why it remained uncorrupted. But how should all of this be explained now? Chapter 225, she didn't even have any clothes left. The dim and mysterious atmosphere inside seemed to freeze at this moment. The musty and rotten smell that filled the air began to dissipate slowly, and a faint floral fragrance began to emerge. Yet, it was this very fragrance that sent chills down one's spine. Jiangcheng stared at the female corpse inside the coffin, his brows furrowed. The burial objects around them shimmered with a faint glow in the dim light, each one appearing exceptionally precious. What's going on?" Tang Yinyan's voice trembled slightly, clearly shocked by the scene before her. Jiangcheng did not answer. His gaze remained fixed on the female corpse inside the coffin, a profound and indescribable shock welling up within him. In a moment of shock, the female corpse inside the coffin suddenly began to convulse violently, as if some kind of power was reviving within her. Her eyes snapped open, but there were no pupils, only a pale white expanse, which looked particularly eerie in the dim tomb. The woman's convulsions became more and more violent, and her limbs flailed wildly inside the coffin, as if she were fighting against an invisible force. That exquisite face now appeared distorted and ferocious. As the woman convulsed, the fabric covering her body seemed unable to withstand the impact of the force and began to hiss and tear. In the blink of an eye, the cloth that had remained intact for thousands of years suddenly shattered, turning into broken pieces scattered inside the coffin. Jiangcheng gasped. This woman was so beautiful that even with her twisted and ferocious expression, one could still see her unparalleled beauty in life. Her skin was flawless, dazzlingly white, as if carved from the purest jade, radiating a soft yet mysterious glow. Upon seeing this, Shen Linlang became wary, and her aura instantly reached its peak. His eyes were fixed on the female corpse inside the coffin, his hands were clenched into fists, and all the muscles in his body were tense, as if he were ready to deal with any possible crisis at any moment. Regardless of what kind of being this female corpse is, she is already prepared for battle. The woman's convulsions suddenly intensified, her limbs flailing wildly and slamming against the coffin wall with loud bangs. Even more shockingly, the hands and feet that struck the edges and walls of the coffin left behind horrifying bloodstains. The group stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. How could there still be blood on this female corpse after it has been dead for so long? This scene was so bizarre that their hearts raced involuntarily, and their expressions of shock were palpable. Jiangcheng frowned deeply. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon before, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. What's going on? She's been dead for so long. How can there still be blood? Just then, strange changes began to occur on the female corpse's hands. Her fingernails were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly extending from the tips of her fingers, becoming sharp and pointed, like pairs of sharp daggers. This bizarre growth process is accompanied by an indescribable hissing sound, making one's heart clench. The female corpse suddenly sprang out of the coffin like a zombie. Her body was stiff and straight, devoid of any life. Only her pale, pupil-less eyes flickered with a terrifying light in the dim tomb. Her fingernails were so long that they were curved, like a pair of large iron hooks. The edges of the female corpse's pale, pupil-less eyes suddenly glowed red, making them appear particularly terrifying at that moment. Her body suddenly lunged at Jiang Chung with incredible speed and power, like a beast awakened from its slumber, full of ferocity and killing intent. As the corpse lunged toward Jiang Chung, its mouth slowly split open, revealing a row of sharp fangs. The fangs gleamed coldly in the dim tomb, making their faces appear even more distorted and ferocious, exuding an aura of malevolence. Although her face was distorted, one could still see some of the unparalleled beauty she possessed in life. At this moment, she was like a bewitching spider lily, exuding a strange yet captivating beauty. Her figure was round and full, as if it were the most perfect masterpiece of nature. As she lunged toward Jiang Chung, her body writhed with a wondrous rhythm, like a nimble snake, radiating an innate charm. This alluring beauty intertwined with her fierce aura, creating an indescribable and eerie atmosphere. Upon seeing this, a resolute glint flashed in Shun Linlong's eyes. She knew that there was no time to hesitate, and that she had to take immediate action to stop the strange female corpse. Suddenly, an invisible slash appeared in the void. Before the female corpse could even pounce on Jiang Chung, she was blasted backward by the slash and crashed heavily into the wall of the tomb chamber. At the same time, Jiang Luoshan reacted quickly and immediately transformed into a beast. From the spot where the female corpse had been blasted down, tentacles seemed to possess a spirit growing out of the ground. They coiled and twisted, carrying an indescribable and eerie power, rapidly wrapping around the female corpse. These tentacles seemed to be alive, tightly wrapped around her body, making her unable to move. The female corpse let out a series of shrill screams, the sound echoing in the tomb, sending chills down one's spine. The female corpse kept struggling, and no matter how many vines she broke, more would grow on the ground. Before long, the female corpse was subdued. Her body was firmly bound by Jiang Luoshan's tentacles, unable to move an inch, wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Nevertheless, she did not give up struggling. Each twist was accompanied by a series of shrill screams that echoed in the tomb, making it extremely distressing to listen to. Jiang Chung approached and noticed a deep bloodstain on the woman's abdomen, caused by Shun Linlang. If she hadn't shown mercy, the female corpse might have been cut in half. At this moment, the female corpse's eyes still had no pupils, only pale whites, but Jiang Chung felt that she was particularly sensitive to his scent. As she approached, the female corpse opened her mouth, which was covered with fangs, and made threatening humph sounds. Her fangs gleamed coldly in the dim tomb. Despite being tightly bound, the female corpse struggled more and more violently. Her body writhed and twisted, trying to break free from the tentacles' grasp. The tentacles seemed to possess a spirit of their own, clinging tightly to her body, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape. Is this the ancestor of the Luo family? Jiang Chung was at a loss for words at this moment. Should we leave this thing here and ignore it, or take it out with us? But carrying around this thing isn't convenient, especially since she doesn't even have any clothes left. Chapter 226 Teacher Bai, please calm down. What do you think this is? Jiang Chung asked slowly, his gaze still fixed on the female corpse that was firmly bound by tentacles. Shin Linlang frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. I have never seen such a bizarre existence. She is like a corpse, yet she also seems to possess some kind of life force. The aura emanating from this female corpse makes me feel extremely uneasy. Tang Yinyan also shook her head, looking completely bewildered. I don't know either. The existence of this female corpse is too strange. She is clearly dead, so why is there still blood? Moreover, her power seems to be very strong. How can a dead person have such strong power? Yes, her power is indeed formidable. Jiang Chung pondered for a moment, then continued. Moreover, did you notice that her eyes have no pupils, only pale whites? This is extremely unusual. Jiang Chung pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Leaving her here is obviously not a good idea. But taking her out is also inconvenient, especially since she doesn't even have any clothes left. Besides, we don't even know what she is, Shen Linling added. If we take her out rashly, it might cause more trouble. Yes, you're right. Jiang Chung nodded, his gaze returning to the female corpse. Jiang Chung was also troubled about what to do with the thing, but after a while, he suddenly thought of a way to solve the problem. Jiang Chung was also troubled about whether to keep or discard this thing, but after a while, he suddenly thought of a way to solve the problem. Let's leave her here, Jiang Chung said after thinking for a moment. Keep her? How can we keep her? She's not an object. Tang Yinyan was puzzled. Jiang Chung took out his spatial device and opened the spatial gate. He snapped his fingers and said, Luo Shun, throw this thing inside the door. Jiang Luoshan was a little confused, but she still used vines to throw the female corpse in. After Jiang Chung found this portal last time, it was filled with clutter, and now there's another person in it. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to throw it in and observe it. If this machine hadn't looked so big, Jiang Chung would have just dug it up and wouldn't have bothered to run away next time he needed it. Then let's go back first, but we need to study some things here first. There are also some murals and such on the walls. Jiang Chung plans to take a good look at them, hoping to find out what the Luo family ancestor has become. By the time Jiang Chung and the others returned, it was already evening. In a secluded courtyard of the Qin family, Bai Ling's mind suddenly cleared up a bit. She felt that something big had happened, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. What exactly happened? The room where Bai Ling was located was decorated quite elegantly, yet it also exuded a mysterious atmosphere. The moonlight outside the window was like water, filtering through the light gauze curtains and dappling the room, creating a hazy play of light and shadow with the curling smoke from the cigarette. A purple incense burner was placed in a corner of the room, burning with unknown spices that emitted a faint, comforting fragrance, yet seemed to carry a subtle allure, slowing down and clouding one's thoughts. The furniture in the room is antique, each piece exuding the weight of time and an extraordinary charm. On the walls hang ink paintings, depicting landscapes with profound and enduring artistic conception. Bai Ling sat on a soft couch, with a soft brocade cushion beneath her, its texture as warm and smooth as jade. However, her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. She tried to recall what made her uneasy, but whenever her thoughts touched that edge, it was as if shrouded in a fog, and she couldn't see or understand it at all. Why do I feel so groggy? It's like I've forgotten something important. Bai Ling muttered to herself, reaching out to rub her temples, trying to dispel the inexplicable dizziness. However, the fragrance from the incense burner seemed to grow even stronger, making her head feel even more foggy, as if she were trapped in an inescapable dream. Everything around me seemed so unreal, so surreal. Bai Ling tried to stand up, but found that her body seemed to be out of her control, limp and without any strength. A strong sense of unease welled up inside her. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and a figure walked in from outside. The moment Jiang Chung pushed open the door, the scene before him stunned him. Moonlight streamed through the window, and Bai Ling, dressed in light gauze, sat gracefully on a soft couch. Her half-drunk, half-awake eyes seemed to hold endless stories, appearing both alluring and enchanting. The room was filled with the curling smoke of incense, and the purple incense burner emitted a faint fragrance, adding a touch of dreaminess and mystery to the scene. He involuntarily stepped toward Bai Ling, his gaze fixed on her delicate yet alluring figure. Feeling that charm emanating from within, my heart raced, my breathing became rapid, and all my thoughts were interrupted. Teacher Bai Ling. Jiang Chung called softly. Bai Ling turned her head and realized that Jiang Chung had already returned. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and she stood up and hugged Jiang Chung. Feeling that delicate body, Jiang Chung suddenly felt a little strange. Jiang Chung knew that Bai Ling was a healing-type beast girl, but today, the panel that popped up was missing something. That means Ma Jianba wasn't Bai Ling's contractor after all. How is that possible? Jiang Chung frowned. He suppressed his anger and asked Bai Ling, Teacher Bai, has Ma Jianba terminated his contract with you? Bai Ling gave Jiang Chung a reproachful look, her eyes sparkling with alluring light. She said softly, Don't mention that spoilsport now. Quick, tonight. I don't know why, but I miss you so much. Her voice became exceptionally soft, as if every word carried endless temptation, something no man could resist. Jiang Cheng felt the unique charm emanating from Bai Ling, and an indescribable impulse welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. He knew he couldn't lose his composure now. "Teacher Bai, please calm down." Jiang Cheng tried to make his voice sound calm and firm. "We need to talk about some things, about the contract between you and Ma Jianba." However, Bai Ling was getting impatient. "Jiang Cheng, don't worry about all that. Tonight, I just want to be with you. Don't you miss me?" As she spoke, Bai Ling approached Jiang Cheng again, her captivating appearance stirring the heart. She could no longer hold back. After chapter 227, why don't you become my beast girl? This matter is far more complex than it seems, Jiang Cheng said seriously. Bai Ling paused for a moment, seemingly finally realizing the seriousness in Jiang Cheng's words. She slowly sat back on the soft couch, the confusion in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of doubt and unease. "Jiang Cheng, you're saying Ma Jianba isn't my contractor anymore? What's going on?" "I had no idea." Bai Ling's voice trembled slightly, clearly shocked by the news. "Take a look and see. Either he broke the contract with you, or he has met with some misfortune," Jiang Cheng slowly analyzed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling unconsciously rubbed her temples hard with both hands, as if trying to dispel the unease in her heart. Her brows furrowed, a flicker of disbelief and panic flashed in her eyes, and her lips trembled slightly, revealing the intense turmoil within her. Afterwards, she carefully sensed it, but found that she could no longer feel Ma Jianba's presence. What's going on?" Bai Ling's voice was filled with obvious panic. She looked up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes full of pleading and unease. How could he suddenly not be my contractor anymore?" At this point, Bai Ling dared not think any further. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and gently took Bai Ling's hands, trying to offer her some comfort. "Teacher Bai, don't panic. We don't know the specifics yet. If Ma Jianba really did meet with some misfortune, I will help you find the murderer." Bai Ling nodded, then stood there stunned for a moment. Before long, the tension and panic on that beautiful face gradually faded, replaced by a rather complex expression. "Actually, he and I don't have any deep feelings for each other." She spoke slowly, her voice tinged with helplessness. "It's just that after spending so much time together, it's become a habit, and I don't want anything to happen to him suddenly." She paused here, her eyes darting away, as if afraid that Jiang Cheng would misunderstand her meaning. I didn't mean anything by it," she added, her voice so low it was almost a soliloquy. She suddenly realized that her relationship with Jiang Cheng was somewhat ambiguous, which made her feel embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her hands unconsciously twisted together, her eyes darted around, and she dared not look Jiang Cheng in the eye. Looking at Bai Ling's appearance, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. "Teacher Bai, I understand what you mean," he said gently. "From now on, you'll be with me." Jiang Cheng grabbed Bai Ling's hand, causing Bai Ling to tremble. She suddenly realized that her intentions when she came to the Qin family were not entirely pure. What had gotten into her these past few days, causing her to lose her composure so much? Could it be that they've really been conquered by Jiangqing? Thinking of this, Bai Ling's heart pounded, as if a little deer was thrashing wildly in her chest. She felt her cheeks burning even hotter, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside her, a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Jiang Cheng said slowly, "Teacher Bai Ling, it's getting late. Let's rest first." To Bai Ling, his voice was gentle yet firm, which made her feel at ease. Bai Ling let out a soft her voice so low that only she could hear it. She lowered her head, not daring to look Jiang Cheng in the eye, and gently offered him her hand. Her fingers trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil in her heart. At this moment, she looked shy and charming, her eyes sparkling with complex emotions. Her cheeks were flushed, and a faint smile played on her lips. She exuded a delicate and alluring aura that made people want to protect her. Jiang Cheng embraced Bai Ling and lay down quietly. Soon, the moonlight swayed, and ripples spread across the clear water in the courtyard. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the courtyard was gently shrouded in a light morning mist, resembling a traditional Chinese ink painting. The birds chirped merrily on the branches, their clear and melodious songs weaving together into a morning symphony, adding a touch of life and vitality to the tranquil morning. Jiang Cheng stretched, feeling the warmth and softness of Bai Ling in his arms, and a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He looked down at Bai Ling and saw that she was still fast asleep. Her beautiful face was even more radiant in the morning light, like a flower bud about to bloom. The soft morning sunlight streamed through the window and gently shone on Bai Ling's forehead. Her skin appeared even smoother and more delicate under the light, as if coated with a thin layer of glaze, making her extremely alluring. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her forehead, feeling its warmth and smoothness, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Bai Ling slowly opened her eyes, and before she could react, she felt herself being kissed. "You bad boy," she thought to herself, but her expression was also sweet and shy. She opened her eyes and met Jiang Cheng's gentle, watery gaze. They smiled at each other, and it felt as if the whole world softened. Jiang Cheng gently pinched Bai Ling's nose and smiled. "Good morning." Bai Ling lightly punched him and said with a laugh, "You're so annoying." But her tone was full of happiness and contentment. The two cuddled together for a while, then slowly got up and began to get dressed and wash up. Finally, Bai Ling took Jiang Cheng's hand, and the two walked out of the courtyard together. The sunlight shone on them, gilding their figures with a golden glow, making the moment exceptionally beautiful. To check on Ma Jianba's situation. As for today, he plans to first take a look around. Now, he is a powerful and wealthy man with a large family business. He can't always be busy working hard. He also needs to enjoy life. Bai Ling took his hand, and the two walked side by side on the courtyard path, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. "Jiang Cheng, it seems rather strange that you've suddenly relaxed?" Bai Ling asked softly, her voice filled with tenderness and anticipation. However, upon suddenly remembering that Ma Jianba's fate was uncertain, Bai Ling's expression darkened again. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. "Bai Ling is thinking about Ma Jianba, isn't she? I've already sent people to investigate and find out what happened. They're a big family, so if something bad happened to them, there should have been some word about it. From now on, why don't you become my beast girl?" To be your beast girl? Bai Ling was a little uneasy. To be honest, this was a bit of a risky thing to do. Wouldn't that be bad? Chapter 228 Jade, Without Flaw. Bai Ling was somewhat taken aback. Becoming a beast girl in Jiangxing filled her with anticipation. During this time, she felt that she could no longer live without Jiangxing, and she wanted to know how painful it would be if she were to separate from Jiangxing in the future. At this critical juncture, it seems that Ma Jianba has run into trouble, etc. Bai Ling's eyes widened as she suddenly thought of a possibility. Given Ma Jianba's status and influence, if he were to encounter any misfortune, the consequences would be unimaginable. So who is the most suspicious right now? Jiang Cheng, you only sent people to investigate the situation and didn't do anything else. Bai Ling's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng stopped and turned to look at Bai Ling, unable to suppress a laugh. "Bai Ling, you don't think I did it, do you?" "I, Jiang Cheng, don't consider myself a good person, but that guy was to my liking. I would never do such a thing." Seeing Jiang Cheng's serious gaze, Bai Ling's doubts dissipated slightly. She thought she might be being a bit too sensitive, but she couldn't help but remind him, "I'm just worried. After all, Ma Jianba's identity is special. If something really happens to him, the consequences would be unimaginable." Jiang Cheng tightened his grip on Bai Ling's hand. "I understand your concerns, but I assure you, I have absolutely not done anything to harm Ma Jianba. I simply sent someone to check on him and see if he was safe. After all, he's your friend too, isn't he?" "Friends? What you said isn't wrong." Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, but then agreed with the view. In fact, over the years, she has only ever regarded Ma Jianba as a friend. The two walked side by side on the path in the courtyard, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at the back mountain. The scenery here is truly beautiful, breathtaking. Shady trees, birdsong, and fragrant flowers create a scene reminiscent of a paradise. They strolled through the orchard, and Jiang Cheng pointed to a fruit tree laden with fruit, and said with a smile, "Look, this is the apple tree that Xiao Hao planted before. It should be very sweet now." Bai Ling stepped forward, gently picked an apple, and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng took the apple, took a bite, and his mouth immediately felt refreshed. It was incredibly sweet. "By the way, who is Xiao Hao?" "Oh, according to seniority, he should be my son." "Bai Ling." Jiang Cheng stepped forward, gently picked a few apples, and handed them to Bai Ling. Bai Ling took the apple, took a bite, and her mouth immediately felt refreshed and incredibly sweet. It's really sweet," she exclaimed. Jiang Cheng said somewhat solemnly, "Promise me one thing. Regardless of Ma Jianba's situation, I hope you can become my beast girl." Jiang Cheng looked at Bai Ling earnestly. "I know this may be a bit sudden, but I hope you can give me a chance." "It wasn't that sudden." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling felt a surge of indescribable emotion. She nodded slightly. Oh well. Janya. The atmosphere inside the city was extremely tense at this moment. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, shops were closed, and there was a tense atmosphere. The entire city of Janya seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. The Ma family, which owns the largest import and export trading company in the entire Jiangnan region, has recently been theft one after another. The patriarch of the Ma family was furious and ordered Ma Jianba, the heir apparent of the Ma family, to take charge of the investigation. But then something even stranger happened. Ma Jianba mysteriously disappeared, as if he had vanished into thin air. Moreover, the Ma family's secret treasure trove was also robbed, apparently because something extraordinary was stolen. There are rumors circulating that Ma Jianba is the thief. As a result, Grandpa Vest died of anger a few days later. With such a major case occurring, martial law naturally had to be imposed on the entire Jinya district. The news of Ma Jianba's disappearance and the theft from the Ma family's forbidden area spread like wildfire, sparking various speculations and rumors. Some believe that Ma Jianba had stolen the goods himself. Otherwise, why would Master Ma have been so angered to death? Some say that external forces took the opportunity to cause trouble, intending to weaken the Ma family's power. Jiangqing's henchmen searched everywhere and finally obtained some clues about Ma Jianba's whereabouts. You said it was a short-haired woman, about 1.7 meters tall. She came out of this alley with Ma Jianba. An agent, holding a recording device in his pocket, confirmed with an elderly man who had provided the clue. Yes, it happened just a few days ago, the old man replied confidently. The specialist nodded, expressed his gratitude, and left. They immediately reported this lead to Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Cheng frowned. He realized that Ma Jianba's disappearance might not be simple, and that a larger conspiracy might be hidden behind it. They speculated that the short-haired woman might be related to Ma Jianba's disappearance, or even to the theft in the Ma family's forbidden area. Jiang Cheng and Bai Ling sat at a stone table in the courtyard, discussing the matter with serious expressions. I didn't expect Ma Jianba's situation to be so serious, Bai Ling said softly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I have sent out more people to gather information, hoping to find Ma Jianba's whereabouts as soon as possible. Right now, I'm afraid you're not safe either. Jiang Cheng frowned. No matter how things turn out, I will protect your safety. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a stylishly dressed woman with short, chic hair was looking at the man on the ground with a smug expression. The man lay on the ground, his face ashen. If Jiang Cheng were there, he would recognize him as Ma Jianba. Ma Jianba was completely lifeless. A shocking hole was clearly visible in his chest, and from this hole emerged a huge, scarlet eyeball. The surface of this eyeball was entangled with countless blood vessels, which, like twisted snakes, were tightly connected to Ma Jianba's chest, forming a chilling sight. Wuxia, now our plan is more than half complete. We're just waiting to close the net. A burly man wearing sunglasses walked into the room, his face full of smugness. Wuxia smiled slightly, her gaze falling on the scarlet eyeball, a cruel pleasure flashing in her eyes. That's right. The big man laughed heartily, patted Wuxia on the shoulder, and praised. You did a great job, Wuxia. Once this plan succeeds, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wuxia smiled smugly, her gaze falling on Ma Jianba again, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chapter 229 Bai Ling became a beast girl in Jiangqing. Jiang Cheng felt overwhelmed. The situation had developed in a way that greatly exceeded his expectations. Janya City seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. People were filled with anxiety. There were few pedestrians on the streets, shops were closed, and even the air was filled with an atmosphere of unease and fear. Rumors and speculation spread like wildfire, making the atmosphere in the city even more oppressive. The constant assassinations of members of the Ma family were like bombshells, sending chills down everyone's spines. Bai Ling has been somewhat depressed these past few days, her brows furrowed, as if 1,000 pounds of worries are weighing on her heart. One night, Jiang Cheng gently held her hand, trying to offer some comfort. Bai Ling, don't worry, I will protect you and find out the truth about everything. Bai Ling managed a weak smile, but the melancholy in her eyes was hard to conceal. Jiang Cheng thought she was having trouble accepting the news of Ma Jianba's death, and he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. He held Bai Ling tightly in his arms, hoping to give her some warmth and comfort. However, Bai Ling's melancholy was not solely due to Ma Jianba's death. but more so because she vaguely guessed the mastermind behind it all. A certain short-haired, dashing woman lingered in Bai Ling's mind. You wuxia, it can't be you, can it? Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt a sense of indescribable fear. Teacher Bai, let's make a contract. Well, alright. Bai Ling thought for a moment and agreed to Jiang Cheng's request. The beast girls in Jiangcheng are very powerful. Once you become one of his beast girls, you can receive his protection. Besides, this kid has taken her body, and Ma Jianbao is dead. Shouldn't he take responsibility? She thought to herself, and a sweet feeling welled up inside her for no reason. Jiang Cheng and Bai Ling stood on an open space in the courtyard, bathed in the moonlight, which added a touch of holiness and solemnity to the moment. Their eyes were filled with determination and trust. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand, his fingers long and strong. Bai Ling also extended her right hand without hesitation, her fingers gently resting on Jiang Cheng's fingers, and the two hands clasped tightly together. As Jiang Cheng's deep and powerful murmur resounded, white runes began to light up on Bai Ling's body. These runes, like flowing starlight, shimmered with a mysterious and holy light. They slowly rose from Bai Ling's body, then flowed into Jiang Cheng's body like water, merging with the power within him and forming an indescribable connection. At the same time, some runes emerged on Jiang Cheng's body, which resonated with his aura as if they were an extension of his power. They flowed into Bai Ling's body like living water, intertwining with the power within her and forming a special bond. During this process, both Jiang Cheng and Bai Ling felt a wonderful sensation they had never experienced before. They seemed to be able to feel each other's heartbeats, breaths, and parts of each other's thoughts. As the last rune flowed into their bodies, Jiang Cheng and Bai Ling opened their eyes at the same time. We success. Bai Ling smiled and replied to Jiang Cheng. From now on, I will be your beast girl. Jiang Cheng is currently signing a high-level contract with Bai Ling. Bai Ling herself can become a beast girl, which is different from Lu Yi's situation. Lu Yi cannot become a beast girl through the normal process, so Jiang Cheng is needed to activate her using a forced soul contract. Ji Yuechan also possessed the ability of beast souls in this way. Under the moonlight, the contract between Jiang Cheng and Bai Ling was successfully established, and an indescribable sense of intimacy quietly grew between them. Jiang Cheng gently held Bai Ling's hand, feeling the warmth from her palm, and an overwhelming tenderness welled up in his heart. He lowered his head and gazed into Bai Ling's clear, watery eyes, as if trying to imprint her entire being deep in his heart. Bai Ling also tilted her head slightly, her eyes also filled with longing for Jiang Cheng. In the past few days, she has come to a profound understanding of what it feels like to be a woman. Being a woman in Jiangcheng, in particular, is truly a blessing. Under the moonlight, their hearts were intertwined, and even the air seemed to become sweet. Jiangcheng couldn't help but gently pull Bai Ling into his arms, feeling her tenderness and warmth. Bai Ling nestled tightly against Jiangcheng's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat and feeling this rare sense of peace. Their breathing gradually became rapid, as if even the surrounding air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Cheng lowered his head and gently kissed Bai Ling's forehead, then slowly slid his hand down her cheek, finally stopping at her lips. Bai Ling also closed her eyes. The next day, Jiang Cheng got up very early. A panel appeared in his eyes. Name, Bai Ling. Beast Soul, Emerald Spirit Herb. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, Advanced Contract. Level, 67, 55%. Qualification, S level. Soul Power, 328. Current Growth, 13/level. Rating, Excellent. Strength, 235. Current Growth, 7/level. Rating, Excellent. Attack Effect, None. Beast Soul Skill, Rejuvenation of Herbs. Scatter Spirit Herb Seeds in the designated area. The seeds rapidly grow and release healing energy, restoring health to all friendly units within the area. Beast Soul Skill, Healing Heart. Targets a single friendly unit, quickly diagnoses and heals all its diseases and status effects, restores its full health, and temporarily increases its resistances. Hidden Evolution Level, None. The numerical value isn't high, but an S-rank beast has 2 skills, which seems quite good. Moreover, they are healing-type beast soul skills, which is exactly the type of beast girl that Jiangcheng lacks. School is about to start. Jiangcheng will unlock new abilities, which might allow even beast girls who can't advance to level up. Jiangcheng opened the task interface. New player task 4. Achieve first place in the preliminary assessment of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Upon completion of this task, the synergy value feature will be unlocked, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 synergy values. The initial reward is 100,000 affinity points, but it's unclear how this is achieved. Overall, Jiangqing is still looking forward to it. Suddenly, a girl's voice appeared in Jiangqing's mind. Jiangqing, where are you? It was Lu Yi's voice. I miss you a little. Jiangqing sighed, feeling a bit embarrassed. He'd been preoccupied with Ma Jianba lately and hadn't been visiting Lu Yi much. Lu Yi only recently became his woman, and last time he took her away, and then just disappeared like that, which is indeed a bit inappropriate. I'm coming over now. Chapter 230, Lu Yi's Revenge. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, bathing the girl beside the bed in a soft golden glow. Lu Yi sat on the edge of the bed, wearing a silk nightgown that clung gently to her body, emitting a faint sheen. Her hair was slightly disheveled, which only added to her effortless charm. Lu Yi had a petite face with delicate features, especially her large eyes, which were now gazing at the scenery outside the window, revealing a faint melancholy and anticipation. The room was quiet, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside the window. Lu Yi gently placed her hands on her knees, her posture appearing very graceful. She used a doll to block the phone, leaving the camera pointed directly at the head of the bed. After passing through several corridors, Jiangqing arrived at Lu Yi's room. The sheer curtains by the window swayed gently in the breeze, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lu Yi was sitting on the edge of the bed. When she saw Jiangqing come in, a sweet smile bloomed on the girl's face, and her rosy lips turned up slightly, revealing a sly smile. She stood up and walked lightly towards Jiangqing, emanating a faint fragrance that was unique to her, warming Jiangqing's heart. You've come. Lu Yi's voice was soft and full of love. She tiptoed and gently hugged Jiangqing's neck, pressing her face against his chest and listening to his strong heartbeat. Jiangqing held her tighter, savoring this rare warmth and sweetness. He knew that no matter how chaotic the outside world was, Lu Yi was here waiting for him. This was his warmest harbor. I'm sorry, I've been a bit busy lately and have neglected you. Jiangqing apologized softly. Lu Yi shook her head, her eyes full of understanding and tolerance. I know you're busy, I'm fine. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Jiangqing, I love you. I'm so happy to be your beast girl. As she spoke, she raised her head, her loving eyes looking directly at Jiangqing, and her rosy lips parted slightly. I'll be there for you whenever you need me. I can do anything for you. A warm feeling welled up in Jiangqing's heart, and he hugged Lu Yi tightly. He gently stroked Lu Yi's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. You look so beautiful today. Lu Yi nestled in Jiangqing's arms, a blissful smile on her face. She whispered in response, Jiangqing, every time you hold me, I feel like the happiest person in the world. Could you do it now? I missed you so much. However, they were unaware that this scene was being watched by Lu Feifei through the phone camera that Lu Yi had deliberately placed there. Lu Feifei stood there blankly, clutching her phone tightly in her hand, the screen showing a call in progress. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she watched her only sister chatting happily with the person she loved. Her heart ached as if it were being stabbed. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of her lips, and she murmured to herself, are you getting revenge on me? Lu Feifei was completely stunned. The phone in her hand seemed to have turned into a heavy stone, making it almost impossible for her to bear its weight. The images on the screen were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into her heart. Wait, what are you doing? As she watched the two people on the screen begin to do things that went beyond friendship, tears welled up in her eyes. Her tears, crystal clear like pearls from a broken string, slowly slid down from the corners of her eyes, dripping onto the floor with a soft, crisp sound. Her face turned pale, and the bitter smile on her lips froze, replaced by a deep pain and helplessness. Her sister, her closest person, was with her beloved at that moment, doing something so intimate. The surrounding environment seemed to have become dim and lifeless, with the sunlight blocked by the sheer curtains, leaving only darkness. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive and heavy, as if the air itself had frozen. Lu Feifei's breathing became rapid and disordered. She felt as if an invisible force was choking her, making it impossible for her to breathe. She wanted to scream, she wanted to cry, but she found that she didn't even have the strength to move. She could only stand there blankly, letting the crystal-clear tears slide down and drip onto the floor, forming wet patches. The Qin family. Lu Yi, who had been thoroughly tormented by Jiang Cheng, lay contentedly in her beloved's arms. Lu Yi exhaled a few breaths softly, her eyes alluring, filled with tenderness and satisfaction. At this moment, her heart felt as if it were filled with honey, so sweet that it was almost overflowing. She gazed at Jiang Cheng's handsome face, every subtle expression captivating her. Jiang Cheng, shall I have your baby? Lu Yi's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, tinged with shyness and anticipation. Her eyes sparkled with longing for the future and deep love for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Yi's slightly immature face with some surprise. However, Jiang Cheng later realized that Lu Yi was just born looking like a child, but in reality, she was already an adult. Could it be that she's serious? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He hugged Lu Yi tightly, as if he wanted to meld her into his very bones. He lowered his head and kissed Lu Yi's forehead deeply, his voice low and firm. As long as you're willing, I have no objection. However, they were unaware that this sweet confession and promise was being silently witnessed by Lu Feifei through the inconspicuous phone camera. Lu Feifei felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow, and her phone almost fell from her hand. Just then, a man walked past her. Feifei, what's wrong? Wan Xin looked at her with some curiosity, holding an exquisite gift box in his hand. Do you like it? I specially ordered it for you. His eyes were full of deliberate flattery and fawning. However, Lu Feifei seemed not to hear him at all, remaining standing there blankly, tears silently streaming down her face. Seeing this, Wan Xion's smile gradually froze. He took a few steps forward and asked softly, Feifei, what happened? Why are you so sad? School is about to start, and according to Jiangnan University's usual practice, there will be an initial assessment. Wan Xian tried to lighten the mood with a light-hearted topic, but Lu Feifei didn't react at all. She gripped her phone tightly, her mind filled with sweet images of her sister and Jiang Cheng, and her heart ached. Chapter 231 Ancestors of the Luo Family 1. It was another early morning, and the gentle sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, draping the room in a warm, golden glow. A faint, sweet fragrance filled the air. Jiang Cheng slowly got out of Lu Yi's bed, moving gently so as not to disturb the girl who was still dreaming. He stood by the bed, gazing at Lu Yi's peaceful sleeping face, a surge of indescribable tenderness welling up in his heart. Her face looked exceptionally gentle in the morning light, and her breathing was even and calm. Jiang Cheng tiptoed to the wash area in the room and began to wash up. After washing up, Jiang Cheng returned to the bedside, gently kissed Lu Yi's forehead, and then quietly left the room. Arriving at a secluded spot, Jiang Cheng took out a machine from his spatial ring. This is the space device that trapped the female zombie last time. Before long, a graceful woman in a cheongsam slowly approached from a distance. The cheongsam clung to her body, outlining her mature and shapely figure. Every step she took was swaying and elegant, exuding a unique charm. Song Baiwang walked up to Jiang Cheng and bowed to him with elegant and graceful movements, which made her still look charming. The Luo family members you requested will be here soon. Her voice was gentle and magnetic, instantly winning one's favor. Jiang Cheng nodded, his gaze lingering on Song Baiwang for a few seconds, and he couldn't help but admire her inwardly. This woman is top-notch in both temperament and figure. The more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became to the eye. In recent days, he had even developed a strange sense of appreciation for it. Very good, you did a good job, Jiang Cheng said approvingly, then turned his gaze to the distance, waiting for the Luo family to arrive. Two members of the Luo family walked slowly towards them from a distance, led by several people. They were two shy-looking girls, dressed in simple clothes, with delicate features and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and unease. Clearly, they were both confused and nervous about this sudden summons, and were not the same two Luo family members who had gone to the cemetery last time. It seems that Song Baiwang also understands a principle. You can't always take advantage of the same two people. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng picked up a sharp dagger from the side and took out a clean white porcelain bowl. His gaze was deep as he plotted his next move. The Luo family was what opened the tomb last time, and the female corpse also looked like a zombie. Perhaps letting her taste the blood of the Luo family could restore some of her sanity. The idea flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind. Although it was just an unintentional guess, he decided to give it a try. The two girls were led to Jiang Cheng. They looked at the dagger and porcelain bowl in Jiang Cheng's hand. Their faces turned slightly pale, but they still mustered their courage and stood up straight. One of the girls reached out her hand, trembling. Jiang Chung gently took her hand and lightly sliced her fingertips with his dagger. Fresh blood instantly spilled out, dripping into the white porcelain bowl like blooming red plum blossoms. The girl's face grew even paler, but she gritted her teeth and didn't utter a sound. A hint of admiration flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Although the girl was shy, she had extraordinary courage. Then, another girl reached out her hand, and Jiang Chung traced her fingertip with his own. 2 drops of bright red blood fell into the porcelain bowl, merging with the previous blood to form a small pool of bright red liquid. Jiang Chung took the porcelain bowl, his gaze fixed intently on the blood within. I silently prayed that this method would work. He turned and walked towards the spatial device, pouring the blood from the porcelain bowl into a specially made container. You too. I can arrange for you to take on a few vacant and well-paying positions as compensation. Jiang Cheng's expression was indifferent, but his words made the 2 women's eyes burn with desire. They thanked her repeatedly, their eyes sparkling with gratitude and surprise. Looking at the 2 pale-faced girls, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Earning 8 or 9,000 a month with a vacant job is already an excellent rate of return. Ordinary people are so easily satisfied. He stopped thinking about it and focused on the present moment. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly activated the spatial device in his hand. With a soft humming sound, a gate slowly appeared in the void. This gate seemed to connect to another world, exuding a mysterious and profound aura. The moment the door opened, the atmosphere around seemed to become somewhat oppressive, as if the air had frozen. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers, and 2 large black vortexes suddenly appeared behind him. 2 people slowly emerged from the vortexes. One was Jiang Luoxin, who was tall and straight with sharp eyes and exuded an ancient and beautiful aura. Her abilities are very effective against zombies in a berserk state. The other was Shun Linlang. She walked lightly and looked calm. Xian Jiangsheng had brought her along just in case. Yang Qi emerged from the vortex. After a period of rest, Yang Qi's complexion had improved significantly. Her face had regained its former roundness, and her skin was fair and radiant, almost glowing. Her eyes were deep and bright, sparkling with wisdom and gentleness. Her posture was upright and elegant, and her demeanor exuded a noble and refined air that captivated people and made it difficult to look away. The 3 women looked at the bottle of red liquid in Jiang Cheng's hand, and a hint of confusion flashed in their eyes. Jiang Cheng smiled and explained, I'm conducting an experiment to see if I can awaken the female zombie's consciousness. As he spoke, he directly opened the dimensional gate. That mysterious gate seemed to connect to another world, exuding a profound and alluring aura. Jiang Cheng turned to Shun Linlang and said, Linlang, you will guard this place. If anything unusual happens, tell me directly. Shun Linlang nodded and stood solemnly beside the dimensional gate. Jiang Cheng then felt relieved and went inside with the other 2 women. As soon as he entered, he said to Yang Qi, transform into a spirit. Yang Qi nodded, and his body emitted a soft light, which then transformed into a long sword that hovered beside Jiang Cheng. This long sword exudes a sharp aura, its blade long and graceful, seemingly containing boundless power. The hilt is engraved with intricate runes, shimmering with a faint light, giving it a mysterious and ancient feel. The blade was incredibly sharp, gleaming with a cold light, as if it could easily tear through any obstacle. The entire longsword exuded a noble and elegant aura, perfectly complementing Yang Qi's own temperament. With the long sword in hand, Jiang Cheng felt a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 232 Ancestors of the Luo Family, 2. Inside the gate was a vast grassland, with some of Jiang Cheng's old belongings scattered about, appearing somewhat disorganized. Amidst the pile of clutter, a naked woman suddenly sensed someone's arrival. She abruptly raised her head and looked towards Jiang Cheng. Compared to last time, this ancestor of the Luo family was clearly dehydrated, with a dull complexion and somewhat vacant eyes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng slapped his forehead, feeling annoyed. Last time I locked this thing in, I forgot to put some water or food in it. So many days have passed, and she has become very thin from hunger. Thankfully, it wasn't a real person, otherwise they might have starved to death. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He quickly took out some water and food from his spatial ring, gently placed them beside the woman, and said softly, I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Please eat something and drink some water first. The woman looked at the food and water Jiang Cheng had placed beside her, a hint of doubt and confusion flashing in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then roared to the sky, her voice filled with a sense of desolation and despair, as if it were a cry from the depths of her soul. Then, she stared intently at Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with fervor and desire, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting the woman to react so strongly. Before he could think any further, the woman pounced on him like a maddened beast. She moved incredibly fast, arriving in front of Jiang Cheng in an instant, waving her hands as if to grab him. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. When he first discovered this woman, she showed great interest in him. Why is she acting like this again this time? It's like she's gone mad. He quickly dodged the woman's attack, secretly relieved that he had reacted quickly, otherwise he might have been caught by her. Looking into the woman's fanatical and crazed eyes, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt much less guilty. This woman is no longer a normal human being, but a mad being driven by some kind of force. Jiang Cheng's mind raced, and he suddenly realized that his blood seemed to have an inexplicable attraction to certain strange beings. Last time, when Lu Feifei was poisoned by insects, it was her own blood that attracted the fire-poisoned insects out, thus curing the poison. Although the woman before him seemed to be no longer alive, the fanatical and longing look in her eyes made Jiang Cheng wonder if she had also reacted to his blood. Now, the primary task is to bring this crazed woman under control. Other questions can be put aside for the time being. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he had already given Jiang Luotian a command through soul connection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luotian trembled and then transformed into a beast. On the ground, as Jiang Luotian moved, huge vines kept emerging, dancing as nimbly as if they were alive. These vines spread rapidly, lifting up the once peaceful grassland, making it look like a surging green ocean. The naked female zombie from the Luo family was tightly bound by the suddenly appearing giant vines. Her eyes, which had been filled with ferocity and fanaticism, were now replaced by the oppressive feeling brought by the vines, and a trace of fear and struggle flashed in her eyes. However, these vines seemed to possess endless power, binding her tightly and preventing her from moving an inch. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that Jiang Luotian had successfully subdued the woman. As Jiang Cheng slowly walked up to the woman, he couldn't help but admire her beauty in his heart. Even in this state, the appearance of the Luo family's female corpse was still stunning. Her figure is impeccable, with a shapely figure, slim where she should be slim and curvy where she should be curvy, exuding an indescribable allure. However, those teeth were far too long, sharp like the fangs of a wild beast, making one feel a chill involuntarily. However, Jiang Cheng had no time to worry about these things at the moment. Long blade of the aim no habakiri from his waist, and carefully pried open the woman's jaw with the blade. Although her teeth were sharp, they seemed so powerless under the sharpness of the aim no habakiri. He took a deep breath and then poured all the blood from the Luo family into the bottle. Bright red blood flowed down her tongue and poured directly into the woman's throat. The blood seemed to contain the power of life, and upon contact with the woman's body, it began to emit a faint glow. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's previously crazed eyes. She seemed to sense this sudden surge of life. Her body began to tremble slightly, and her fervent and longing gaze gradually became hazy. A strange gurgling sound came from the woman's throat. It was the sound of her swallowing blood. As blood was injected, subtle changes began to occur in her body. A flash of red light, and Jiang Cheng keenly sensed that this woman had undergone a tremendous transformation. She was instantly enveloped in a thick aura of blood, her entire being resembling a demon descending to earth. Her pupils turned crimson in an instant, revealing a chilling madness and violence. She began to struggle desperately, her body, bound by vines, twisting and creaking as if the vines were about to give way. However, how could Jiang Luotian's vines be so easily broken free? More slender yet resilient vines sprouted from the soil, quickly coiling around the thick vines like agile snakes to reinforce them and make the binding even stronger. The woman's reaction was so intense that it was clear that the blood of the Luo family had caused some strange change in her body. He stared intently into the woman's eyes, trying to glean more clues about her changing state. The woman continued to make that strange gurgling sound from her throat, and her body trembled incessantly, as if she were experiencing some indescribable pain or transformation. As time went by, the woman's struggles gradually weakened, but her eyes remained clouded. This woman's power is far too great. If she loses control, the consequences will be unimaginable. It seems that we'll need to do some research before we can use it to our advantage. Or should we have Zhang Luoshan throw her out when we need her in the future? That won't work either. Recycling is too much trouble. If only we could just form a contract. A crazy woman, even if she's pretty good at fighting, would have limited value to Jiang Cheng. As time passed, the red light emanating from the woman gradually faded, but there was still no possibility of communication. The woman's eyes remained mostly white, which looked somewhat terrifying at first glance. Jiang Cheng started to feel a bit of a headache. How about we try it with our own blood? Chapter 233 Ancestors of the Luo Family 3. Jiang Cheng looked at the corpse of the Luo family woman in front of him and couldn't help but hesitate. I've heard of artifacts that recognize their owners before, but I don't know if this zombie has that ability. However, judging from its appearance, it seems to have drunk some blood and looks radiant, quite different from when it first opened the portal. He pulled out a small knife from his waist and carefully made a small cut on his wrist. Bright red blood immediately gushed out, and Jiang Cheng brought his wrist close to the woman's mouth. The woman seemed to sense something. A strange light flashed in her previously clouded eyes. She swallowed more rapidly, and her body began to struggle violently. The body, bound by the vines, twisted even more violently, making creaking sounds, as if it might break free at any moment. However, Zhang Luoshan's vines seemed to possess infinite power, and no matter how she struggled, she could not break free even a fraction of the way. Looking at the woman's frantic and longing eyes, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. The blood seemed to contain some kind of magical power. As soon as it came into contact with the woman's body, it began to emit a faint glow. The woman's body began to tremble again, and a look of astonishment and confusion flashed in her eyes. As time went by, her struggles gradually subsided, and her eyes gradually cleared. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that his blood does indeed have some strange effect on this woman. He quickly bandaged the wound on his wrist with a strip of cloth, and then carefully observed the woman's changes. Even in this state, the woman's beauty is still quite stunning. She has a striking appearance and an impeccable figure, with curvaceous curves that exude an indescribable allure. He couldn't help but secretly admire her. This female corpse of the Luo family is truly a beauty. As the woman gradually calmed down, Jiang Cheng began to consider his next plan. He wanted to take the woman under his control, but clearly, he still needed to do some research and experimentation. The female corpse that had drunk the blood slowly developed pupils in her eyes, which were no longer pure white, and seemed to have a trace of life. However, Jiang Cheng's idea was too optimistic. Although the woman's eyes had changed, she still did not seem to have regained her senses. Instead, she seemed to have been stimulated and struggled wildly. Her eyes were wide open, flashing with madness, and her mouth was ripped open, revealing sharp, beast-like fangs as she bared her teeth and roared at Jiang Cheng. The sound was shrill and desperate, as if it were a cry from the depths of the soul, sending chills down one's spine. Her body twisted even more violently under the restraints of the vines, like an enraged serpent trying to break free of all its constraints. Jiang Cheng frowned, a surge of irritation rising within him as he looked at the woman's frantic state. He said in a deep voice, "Can't you be quiet?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the female corpse instantly fell silent. The mad light in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a blank and chaotic look. Her body stopped struggling and remained quietly bound by the vines, like a soulless shell. Jiang Cheng looked at the woman's change and couldn't help but feel a little strange. The woman's reaction was so intense, yet she suddenly fell silent, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, the woman's eyes remained unfocused, as if her soul had fallen into a deep slumber and could not be awakened. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. Could it be that by drinking his blood, she would be able to simply hear and carry out his commands? This discovery filled him with an indescribable excitement. He decided to test this hypothesis further. He asked Zhang Luoshan to loosen the vines little by little. Zhang Luoshan nodded, and the vines that had bound her tightly began to loosen. Surprisingly, the female corpse remained silent and did not struggle or rage again. Jiang Cheng immediately became interested. He scrutinized the man in front of him with a critical eye, who was completely exposed, and then gave his next order, "Raise your right hand." The female corpse did as she was told, and slowly raised her right hand. Jiang Cheng watched this scene and couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He realized that drinking his blood seemed to have some strange effect on the woman, not only calming her down, but also making her obey his commands. Jiang Cheng was now certain that the female corpse could indeed understand his commands. Didn't that mean that she was now usable by him? She was quite a force to be reckoned with. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He decided to further verify this discovery, so he gave her his next order, run a lap. Upon hearing the command, the female corpse actually began to move. Although her body was still a little stiff, she was already able to start running as Jiang Cheng ordered. She ran around Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luoshan once, then stopped and quietly waited for the next command. He then gave another order, dance. Upon hearing the command, the female corpse began to twist her body in rhythm. Although her dance moves were still a bit stiff, some rhythm and beauty could already be seen. As she danced, suddenly, as if her soul had been awakened, her dance became more and more graceful and fluid. Seeing how obedient this woman was to his orders, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but have two new thoughts. After a moment's thought, he decided to give the female corpse a more complex command. You now need to learn the human way of thinking, to be like us, not to harm humans, not to show aggression, but you can launch attacks on specific things under my instruction, Jiang Cheng said, word by word. Upon hearing the command, the female corpse trembled slightly, as if receiving some new information. A thoughtful glint began to appear in her eyes. Although her gaze was still somewhat hazy, it was clear that she was trying her best to understand Jiang Cheng's instructions. As time passed, the woman's eyes gradually cleared. Her body was no longer stiff, but began to exude a gentle aura. She seemed to have fully understood Jiang Cheng's instructions and was adapting and accepting them in her own way. After another 10 minutes or so, the confusion in the woman's eyes lessened, replaced by a strange calm. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng realized that the woman seemed to be gradually adapting to her new situation. In order to help the woman better integrate into human society, Jiang Cheng decided to dress her in appropriate clothes. Chapter 234 Ancestors of the Luo Family 4. Jiang Cheng instructed his men to fetch several sets of clothes, and then personally helped her put them on. Although her movements were still somewhat sluggish and her eyes revealed a hint of confusion, it was clear that she was trying to adapt to this new way of life. After putting on the clothes, the woman still looked somewhat dazed and her teeth were abnormally sharp, but she was no longer as aggressive as before. Even with living people hovering around her, she only showed a slight hint of craving, but did not attack frantically as before. With proper training, she will definitely become a valuable assistant. After getting dressed, Jiang Cheng led her out of the dimensional portal and ordered his men to clean up the clutter inside and put it in the warehouse. He turned to look at the woman beside him, a surge of curiosity welling up within him, and tentatively asked, "What's your name?" However, the female corpse only opened her mouth, but could only utter some meaningless groans. Jiang Cheng immediately understood that although this guy was a zombie, he did not have the ability to speak. We might have to give her some blood to drink every day from now on, since her changes are related to blood. Blood donors are easy to find. She looks so much like the people in the Luo family portraits that many Luo family members would probably be willing to donate blood for free. After all, they are our own ancestors. What's wrong with wanting a little blood to drink? Jiang Cheng brought her to the training ground, intending to test the woman's combat ability. She definitely can't compare to an SSS level person. If this guy had SSS level combat power, she wouldn't have needed to put herself in this state, and the Luo family wouldn't have declined. However, if she has good combat ability, that would be a significant help. Her previous performance had already shown him her potential. Qin Wan and Lin Yao were summoned by Jiang Cheng, who planned to test this woman's combat abilities. When they saw this woman, their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed, "What a beautiful lady!" Qin Wan and Lin Yao exchanged a glance, and then launched an attack on the woman simultaneously. Although the woman was still somewhat dazed, her reaction was unusually quick. Despite being attacked by Qin Wan and Lin Yao, she was able to dodge nimbly and even occasionally launch a counterattack. Although her strength was not great, each of her attacks was exceptionally precise, as if it had been honed through countless trials. Although Qin Wan and Lin Yao are not beast girls specializing in combat, they are currently fighting 2 against 1, and their teamwork is excellent. In close combat, they are definitely stronger than SS-Rank beast girls specializing in combat. The field was instantly filled with lively back-and-forth action. Qin Wan and Lin Yao worked together seamlessly, attacking the woman from both sides with great force. Although they were not beast girls with strong fighting abilities, They were able to fight the woman to a standstill thanks to their clever teamwork and agile skills. At first, the three of them exchanged blows in a fairly standard manner, each testing the other's strength and capabilities. However, as time went on, the woman's ferocity began to emerge. Each attack became more ferocious and swift. Especially its claws, which were exceptionally sharp. Each swing seemed to tear through the air, leaving behind sharp claw shadows. Its teeth are incredibly sharp, and each bite seems capable of crushing any obstacle, accompanied by a metallic clang and a chilling crunch. Under the combined attack of Qin Wan and Lin Yao, the woman became increasingly ferocious. She no longer passively dodged and retaliated, but began to take the initiative, launching a more ferocious attack on the two men with the sharpness of her claws and teeth. The field was immediately thrown into chaos as the three figures intertwined, their exchanges of blows becoming increasingly intense and dangerous. Although Qin Wan and Lin Yao worked together seamlessly, they began to feel somewhat overwhelmed by the woman's fierce onslaught. Jiang Cheng observed all of this silently from the sidelines. The fight lasted for half an hour, and Qin Wan and Lin Yao were both panting, but the female corpse seemed to have only just finished warming up. Her attacks became increasingly fierce, each claw strike and bite filled with power and speed, putting immense pressure on the two men. Jiang Cheng observed silently from the side, secretly marveling at the sight. This woman's close combat skills have indeed reached the SS Plus level, far surpassing those of ordinary SS class beast girls. However, she does have weaknesses, namely, a lack of ranged attacks and the ability to utilize soul power. However, her ability to suck blood is a significant advantage. Despite having given her the order to drink blood, her stamina in battle was still astonishing. If we let her move freely, her strength will definitely become even greater. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng quickly called a halt to the fighting. He knew that if things continued like this, Qin Wan and Lin Yao would lose sooner or later. He stepped forward and said to the female corpse, "All right, stop now. You did a good job, I'm satisfied." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the female corpse immediately stopped attacking, standing there blankly with a hint of confusion in her eyes. But Jiang Cheng could sense that the fierce aura emanating from her had dissipated considerably, replaced by a more peaceful aura. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng summoned Shen Linlang. This SSS-level beast girl immediately overwhelmed the female corpse with her powerful aura upon her appearance. Under Shen Linlang's onslaught, the female corpse was quickly defeated, but even so, Jiang Cheng was already very satisfied. Today he practically gained an SS-level combat power boost for free, which is already a very good result. Jiang Cheng is about to start school, and he has too many beast girls now, so he can't bring them all to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. First, it's too ostentatious. Second, it's unnecessary. Jiang Cheng gathered all his beast girls and began assigning tasks. Shen Linlang, Ji Yuechan, Jiang Luoshan, and Bai Ling, come with me to Nanjing University. The rest of you stay here. If needed, I will summon you. Donghai City also needs a few trustworthy people. Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious, and he began assigning tasks. The women nodded in agreement, indicating that they would follow his instructions. Jiang Cheng originally intended for Zhang Jiayu to stay in Donghai City, and Qin Wan, Lin Yao, and others were also very familiar with things here, so it was only natural for them to stay as well. However, when Jiang Cheng mentioned Lu Yi, he noticed that her expression was somewhat jealous, and she was clearly not very willing to stay in Donghai City. She wanted to go to Wuhan University in Jiangnan with Jiang Cheng. She didn't want to be separated from him. After all, they had only been together for a short time and were still newlyweds. Jiang Cheng saw through Lu Yi's thoughts, and he went over and whispered something in her ear. After listening, Lu Yi's brows relaxed, and she nodded with a smile. Chapter 235 Enrollment. Jiangnan Wuhan University. As the start of the new semester approaches, the campus of Wuhan University in Jiangnan is gradually coming back to life. Compared to the deserted summer vacation, it is now bustling with activity. Students return to school with anticipation for the new semester and fond memories of their holiday. On the way, several older students gathered together, discussing the matter. Their conversations unanimously focused on several major events that occurred during the summer vacation. And the central figure in all these events is Jiang Cheng. Have you heard? During summer vacation, our school conquered the Bailongtan dungeon, a student said mysteriously. Yes, I've heard that too. This Jade Dragon pool isn't easy to conquer. I heard several schools and guilds came, but they still couldn't take it down. In the end, it was Jiang Chung and his beast girl who took them down. Another student chimed in, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. That's not all. I also heard that he showed amazing strength during the last beast tide. It seems that his strength has improved a lot. The third student added, his tone full of awe for Jiang Chung. I'm so envious. Jiang Chung is not only powerful, but he also has so many beautiful beast girls by his side. He's definitely a winner in life, a girl exclaimed, her eyes revealing a hint of envy and longing. These discussions echoed across the campus, attracting more students to join in. At this moment, Jiang Chung led Shen Linlang and Jiang Luo, the divine beast girl, into the gates of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention and discussion of the surrounding students. Jiang Chung was used to such scenes and walked calmly along the campus path. Ji Yuechan was the school's principal and had arrived at the school some time in advance to handle some affairs there. Bai Ling, a medical teacher at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, also returned to the school ahead of schedule. However, Shen Linlang and Jiang Luoshan alone are enough to attract attention. Some boys were so captivated by the two beast girls beside Jiang Chung that they were practically mesmerized, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even in the Jiangnan region where Wuhan University is surrounded by beautiful women, their beauty and temperament still stand out. Look, isn't that Shen Linlang? Rumor has it she's an SSS-level beast girl. Her strength is terrifying. A boy pointed at Shen Linlang and said to his friend, yeah, and she's so beautiful. She's practically a goddess. Another boy chimed in, his eyes never leaving Shen Linlang. The other one is so beautiful too. Her cool and aloof temperament is just irresistible. I heard that our school principal. Ahem, be careful what you say. Jiang Chung walked into the registration hall and began entering his information. The person recording the data was a sweet-looking female teacher wearing glasses and headphones. She glanced at Jiang Chung casually, then looked down. But then, as if realizing something, her eyes suddenly narrowed, and she looked up again, staring straight at Jiang Chung with surprise. You are? Jiang Chung. The female teacher's voice trembled slightly. She had heard rumors about Jiang Chung, that he had the ability to improve the aptitude of beast girls. Although these were just rumors, she couldn't help but feel excited when she met Jiang Chung in person. After all, after becoming beast girls in Jiangqing, they all seemed to become extremely powerful beings. Some have predicted that even the weakest beast girl beside Jiang Chung might be, at least SS rank. This prediction sparked heated debate online. One side argued that it was impossible. How could so many SS rank beast girls simultaneously contract with the same person? The other side believed that anything was possible with Jiang Chung, because his current displayed strength had already surpassed ordinary understanding. The female teacher looked at Jiang Chung, her heart filled with shock and curiosity. She never imagined that she would have the honor of meeting this legendary figure in person. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement, and began to carefully enter data for Jiang Chung. Shally, what did you just say? A male voice came through the earphones, tinged with a hint of doubt. It's Jiang Chung. I've met Jiang Chung. The female teacher covered her mouth and whispered into her earphone, her eyes shining with disbelief. What? It's that Jiang Chung, the absolute star student of this year. The voice in the headphones was also somewhat surprised. It's worth noting that this year, many major provinces have seen a surge in talent, with several individuals emerging who would have been formidable figures in previous years. This year, however, they were overshadowed by a student who was somewhat outrageous, and that person was Jiang Chung. He single-handedly suppressed all the nation's gifted students, making them unable to lift their heads. The last time there was a beast tide in Jianya, Jiangqing's performance in the battle garnered over 100 million views online, which was truly terrifying. Other universities have announced that if Jiang Chung is willing to transfer, he will not only pay a huge penalty for breach of contract, but will also receive top-notch training. It's him. He'll definitely get a private classroom, right? Remember to check which one he's assigned to. I have something to do, but I'll visit him in person later. The male voice in the earpiece also became excited. The female teacher took a deep breath, softly said, and then tried to calm her inner excitement. He continued entering data into Jiangqing's database, but his hands trembled slightly. Her heart was pounding, as if she could hear it. She knew she was experiencing a rare moment, a moment that she would look back on with excitement and pride in the future. Jiang Chung stood calmly to the side, watching the female teacher's excited expression, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This is way too abnormal, isn't it? Soon, Jiang Chung, holding the enrollment guide, began searching for his dormitory. Jiangnan Wuhan University generally provides each couple with a separate room, and the rooms are divided into 4 categories: A, B, C, and D, based on their academic performance. The higher the level, the more luxurious the equipment and the more functions it has. Grade A rooms may even be equipped with a variety of fully automated furniture, as well as a separate martial arts training room and equipment for body monitoring. However, Jiang Cheng is, after all, the most outstanding student in the history of Jiangnan Wuhan University, and the school attaches great importance to him. He was directly allocated a detached building in the dormitory area, next to the principal's private office, which can be described as very high class. Jiang Cheng looked at the enrollment guide in his hand, which clearly marked the location of his dormitory. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting the school to give him such special treatment. He found the detached building by following the instructions in the enrollment guide. The building has a simple yet grand exterior, and the surrounding environment is also very beautiful. Jiang Cheng pushed open the door and went inside. Chapter 236, Ji Yuechan's Determination. Jiang Cheng looked around and couldn't help but admire the school's dedication. The room was luxuriously decorated and fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. He went inside and found that in addition to some living areas, there were many large instruments upstairs, such as physical fitness testing machines for testing the physical abilities of Beast Soul Masters, instruments for testing mental strength, and so on. It has everything you could need. It's important to know that for some schools, these are instruments that they simply cannot afford. Shen Linlang and Zhang Luoshan were also somewhat taken aback. This was far too luxurious. Is this a school trip or a vacation? Looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and the high-end, luxurious interior decorations, they couldn't help but wonder. This treatment is even better than that of some small guild leaders. Shen Linlang exclaimed, her eyes flashing with surprise. Yes, it seems the school really has high hopes for Jiang Cheng, Zhang Luoshan echoed. Jiang Cheng smiled calmly, walked to the window, looked at the campus scenery outside, and the floor next to the principal's office. Honestly, this was probably Ji Yuechan's arrangement. After all, it's so close, so you can come whenever you want. The 2 women took all the luggage out of the ring and put it away, and a cozy, large room was ready. Shen Linlang and Zhang Luoshan tacitly decided not to tidy up the other bedrooms. This bedroom had the best lighting and decoration. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden light that complemented the luxurious interior decorations, creating a warm yet elegant atmosphere. Most importantly, the bed is huge, covered with a soft goose down comforter, making you want to lie down and enjoy it. The ceiling is inlaid with fine gold wires, forming intricate and gorgeous patterns, resembling stars in the sky, adding a touch of mystery and romance to the entire room. This bed is so comfortable. It looks like we're going to have a good night's sleep, Shen Linlang said, lying on the large bed. Yes, I'm going to sleep with Jiang Cheng tonight. Zhang Luoshan chimed in. Jiang Cheng walked in slowly, chuckled softly, and gently closed the door. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the large bed, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. I don't think we need to wait until tonight. His words carried a hint of teasing, clearly influenced by the luxurious environment and relaxed atmosphere. Shen Linlang and Zhang Luoshan were both taken aback when they heard this, then exchanged a smile. Shen Linlang sat up, patted the empty seat next to her, and said with a smile, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started now." Zhang Luoshan nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She walked to the bedside, gently tugged at Jiang Cheng's sleeve, and whispered, "Yes, let's come together." Looking at the 2 expectant faces, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The principal's office is in the building next to Jiangqing. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows allow plenty of natural light to flood the room, with sunlight streaming through and onto the floor, creating a warm yet dignified atmosphere that complements the dark wood flooring. Several ink paintings hung on the wall, adding a touch of culture to this solemn space. A bookshelf occupied one wall of the office, filled with all sorts of books and documents, from ancient Beast Soul to modern tactical analyses. Each shelf of the bookshelf is meticulously organized, reflecting the owner's rigorous character. In one corner, some exquisite decorative items are displayed, adding a touch of life to this academically filled space. Ji Yuechan, dressed in business attire, walked into the office, the soft sunlight highlighting her upright figure. She walked to the chair, sat down gently, and the curves of her hips appeared even more perfect under the cover of her business attire. Ji Yuechan glanced at the low building next to her, that was Jiang Cheng's dormitory. A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and she seemed somewhat lost in thought. However, at that moment, her phone rang. She stared blankly at the name on the screen, took a deep breath. Her expression turned solemn, and her eyes revealed a resolute and determined look. She pressed the answer button. On the screen, a dignified-looking middle-aged man in military uniform stared at Ji Yuechan through the screen. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see into people's hearts. His face naturally exuded an air of authority, yet his brows revealed a calm and serious demeanor born of experience, inspiring awe in those around him. Yuechan, you should have become someone's beast girl by now, right? The middle-aged man's voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly carrying immense weight. Ji Yuechan nodded, a resolute glint in her eyes. Yes, father, I am now a beast girl of Jiangcheng. She paused for a moment, then continued, or rather, only he can make me willingly become a beast girl. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Ji Yuechan's decision. Nonsense. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Do you even respect me as your father? His voice carried a hint of anger, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with Ji Yuechan's unilateral decision. No way. You're my daughter. How can you become a beast girl for a student? Have you thought about the consequences? In the scene, the man exudes unparalleled dominance, his brows furrowed, as if he is extremely dissatisfied and disappointed with Ji Yuechan's decision. Ji Yuechan's face was resolute, her eyes showing no sign of backing down. Dad, I just want to become a beast girl in Jiangcheng. I won't consider anything else. I believe in my choice. Upon hearing this, the man's anger intensified. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. You couldn't become a beast girl before, but now that you can, you must obey my orders. No matter how powerful that kid is, he can't compare to those deeply rooted, hidden families. What you're doing will only embarrass us both. However, Ji Yuechan only glanced at him indifferently and said firmly, Dad, Jiangcheng has extraordinary potential. I believe he will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. As his beast girl, I will also be able to use his power to become an even stronger being. Besides, I have already fallen in love with him. No matter what you say, I will not leave him. Upon hearing this, the man flew into a rage. He pointed at Ji Yuechan's nose and yelled, You're being ridiculous. Do you know what you're doing? You're gambling with your future and the fate of your family. I will never allow you to do this. After a long while, the middle-aged man's chest heaved gradually calmed down. Yuechan, when you become a mother in the future, you will understand your father's good intentions. Everything I've done over the years, wasn't it all for your own good? For my own good. Ji Yuechan's voice suddenly became agitated. I was forced to separate from my mother when I was 3 years old, and this is for my own good. Knowing that I might not be able to become a beast girl, you forced me to practice this technique. Is this for my own good? Don't think I don't know. This technique is most suitable to be his furnace. Have you ever cared about me all these years, even if it was for my own good? I like him, and I will never leave him. So just give up on that idea. Chapter 2, 37 Corridor. Ji Yuechan hung up the phone, a feeling of unprecedented joy welling up inside her. The yin-yang harmony technique she practiced would become an excellent furnace after she was mastered, and her father had originally planned to send her away as a tool for a future marriage alliance. In the past, political marriages were not uncommon. But now that she has two people she likes, she naturally wants to make decisions for herself. She stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant campus scenery, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. No matter how much her father objected, she would not leave Jiangcheng. After a fierce battle with the girls, Jiangcheng entered a state of enlightenment. He couldn't help but think that Ji Yuechan was right next door at that moment, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. After all, I hadn't seen her for several days. Jiangcheng unleashed his soul skill, and in an instant, the surrounding environment unfolded in his mind like a painting. He easily pinpointed Ji Yuechan's location. As if lost in thought, a blush rose on her face, as delicate and beautiful as a peach blossom in the morning light. In his eyes, Ji Yuechan's appearance was absolutely stunning, like a finely crafted porcelain doll, with every feature exuding an incomparable charm. Her pretty face was mature and sexy, and her eyes seemed capable of stealing one's soul with every glance. Those eyes were deep and bright, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. Her waist is sexy and tall, like the most perfect curve in the world, every inch exuding endless allure. Jiangcheng felt an indescribable surge of emotion. So he got dressed, and plan to go to the building next door. It's actually quite far from the student dormitories, so I doubt anyone would notice if I went there myself. Inside the office, Ji Yuechan suddenly trembled slightly, as if a soft corner of her heart had been gently touched, and a knowing smile appeared on her lips. Following Jiang Cheng's instructions, she quietly went downstairs, feeling both expectant and slightly apprehensive. However, the moment she stepped into the stairwell, she was unexpectedly blocked by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a playful smile on his lips, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of amusement and tenderness. Hey, what a coincidence. Jiang Cheng's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible laughter as he slowly straightened up and moved closer to her. Ji Yuechan was slightly taken aback, then two blushes rose on her cheeks, and a hint of shyness and surprise flashed in her eyes. You, what are you doing here? She asked softly, her tone tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Then she thought to herself, Jiang Cheng is very powerful. He probably already has his eye on me. Jiang Cheng chuckled and took a few steps forward until the distance between them was only a few inches. He looked down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Because I wanted to see you, Yuechan. It's been so many days. Do you know how much I've missed you? Ji Yuechan's heart skipped a beat. She could feel the warmth emanating from Jiang Cheng and the sincerity in his words. She raised her head, bravely met his gaze, and her eyes shone with determination. I miss you too, Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng gently took her hand. Ji Yuechan felt the warmth of Jiang Cheng's hand, and an unprecedented sense of peace and happiness welled up in her heart. Principal Yuechan. Before Ji Yuechan could react, Jiang Cheng kissed her. Ji Yuechan's eyes widened. They were at school, in the hallway. Jiang Cheng gently released Ji Yuechan, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. He asked softly, do you like it? Ji Yuechan's cheeks were so red they seemed to bleed. She lowered her head and didn't speak, only gently biting her lower lip. Her heart was pounding like a deer's, both shy and sweet. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. He moved closer to Ji Yuechan again, gently placed a kiss on her lips, and then asked in a low voice, do you like it? Ji Yuechan looked panicked. Her eyes widened as she stared into Jiang Cheng's deep gaze, as if she were about to be sucked in. She finally spoke, her voice barely audible. I like it. Upon hearing this, a hint of smugness flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He asked in a low voice, what do you like? Ji Yuechan's cheeks flushed even more. She felt as if she were being drawn in by Jiang Cheng's words, unable to extricate herself. She whispered in reply, I like you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng smiled with satisfaction, gently embraced Ji Yuechan, and a wicked smile crept across his face. Just then, footsteps were heard in the hallway. Someone was approaching. A sly glint flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He skimmed across the water briefly, then quietly slipped away. A female teacher from Jiangnan Wuda University walked up from below, spotted Ji Yuechan, and greeted her. However, as she approached, she was somewhat stunned. Principal Ji, are you sick? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuechan snapped back to reality. She then realized that the blush on her cheeks still lingered, and her eyes still sparkled with a shy charm. She quickly composed herself and tried to appear normal again. No, I'm not sick, Ji Yuechan replied somewhat awkwardly. She coughed lightly, trying to cover up her lapse in composure. I was just, thinking about something. Upon hearing this, the female teacher's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, but she then nodded politely. Oh, I see. Principal Ji, you seem to be feeling unwell. If needed, I can go and call a doctor for you. No need, really no need. Ji Yuechan quickly waved her hand and said, I was just a little distracted, but I'm fine now. Thank you. Seeing this, the female teacher didn't say anything more, but just smiled and continued. All right, Principal Ji. I'll go to class now. Please take care and get some rest. Okay. Ji Yuechan nodded repeatedly, but a sense of helplessness welled up in her heart. She knew she must have looked very out of line just now, and hoped the female teacher wouldn't misunderstand anything. Ji Yuechan finally breathed a sigh of relief after the female teacher left. She touched her cheeks, which still felt a little hot. She couldn't help but smile wryly, muttering to herself, what a little rascal. However, despite feeling somewhat helpless, Ji Yuechan still felt both sweet and happy. After Jiang Cheng sensed that the other person had left, he emerged from the shadows. Okay, tone it down a bit. After teasing Ji Yuechan for a while, Jiang Cheng was in a great mood. With a satisfied smile on his face, he returned to his building. The building is in a great location with a pleasant surrounding environment, which made him feel very comfortable. Chapter 238 Provocation. Jiang Chung stood by the window, familiarizing himself with the surrounding layout. Next door was Ji Yuechan's principal's office. The familiar window was closed at the moment, but Jiang Chung could still feel Ji Yuechan's presence, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Not far away is the school playground, with lush green grass stretching into the distance, meeting the sky and giving people a sense of openness. On the other side of the playground was a large flower bed, filled with all kinds of colorful and fragrant flowers. In the center of the flower bed stands a small fountain, its water droplets sparkling in the sunlight like pearls scattered across the earth. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Jiang Chung thought to himself, if I could cultivate in such an environment, it would be a very pleasant thing. So he began wandering through the hallways, looking for a suitable room. Finally, he found an empty attic on the top floor. The environment was quiet and the air was fresh, which was exactly the cultivation place he wanted. Jiang Chung nodded in satisfaction, already starting to conceive of how to arrange the space. Suddenly, Jiang Chung noticed that several pairs of students were walking in this direction, not far away. As the premier university in Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan Martial Arts University naturally attracts outstanding students from all over the country. These students caught Jiang Chung's attention. Their beast girls have all transformed into beasts, each with a different form. Some look like agile cheetah beast girls, while others are majestic lions and tigers. However, the expressions of these beast girls were all surprisingly consistent. They all looked malicious, as if they were filled with hostility towards a certain target. Jiang Chung frowned slightly. In school, students don't usually transform into beasts easily. Oh no, is it coming for me? Xiaoya, you should have received the order from that lord just now, right? A male beast soul master chuckled, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Don't hold back later. Although Jiang Chung is a newcomer, his power is formidable, so let's test him with all our might. Humph, he's just a greenhorn. How much ability can he possibly have? I really don't believe he can cause any trouble. The beast girl beside him chimed in. Yeah, he's just a freshman. Even if he's got some strength, so what? In front of us seniors, he still has to obediently bow his head. That's right, this time, let's give him a good beating. Another beast girl said the same thing. They were all beast girls from out of town and had no idea of the intensity of the last beast tide in Janya. After glancing at the video footage from Jiangxing, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. They're both students from Jiangnan Wuda University. The difference couldn't possibly be that big, right? Even if Jiang Chung is really strong, he couldn't possibly suppress 3 senior beast girls, right? Jiang Chung slowly walked over from outside, his step steady, his eyes revealing a hint of unruliness. A dark vortex suddenly appeared behind him, and Yang Qi was summoned by Jiang Chung. He then immediately transformed into a long sword, the blade gleaming with a cold light, as if ready to drink blood at any moment. Shen Linlang and Zhang Luoshan were exhausted by him, and might not recover their strength until tonight. Jiang Cheng's current attribute values are only slightly lower than those of an SSS-level beast girl. Coupled with the SS-level Yang Qi, they are more than capable of dealing with a few arrogant senior college students. The 6 of them were somewhat surprised to see Jiang Chung heading towards them. However, remembering that the information indicated he seemed to possess a soul skill that allowed him to detect his surroundings, they were relieved. Oomph, you actually came out on your own, saving us the trouble of wasting time. One of the boys sneered. But do you think you can handle so many of us? You're too naive. However, Jiang Chung merely sneered, his eyes revealing disdain and contempt. Then come on then, he said calmly. I want to see what you so-called seniors are really capable of. You want us to go? You must be a freshman. You haven't even started cultivating yet. One of the beast soul masters shouted, his face full of disdain. Hurry up and summon your beast girl. Maybe she can make this competition a little more interesting. The remaining people echoed this sentiment, their eyes filled with provocation and mockery. However, Jiang Chung simply shook his head. To deal with you, this long sword in my hand is enough. His words insulted the students, and their faces immediately darkened. They never expected this freshman to be so arrogant, daring to challenge them without even summoning a beast girl. He completely disregarded them. Oof, what arrogance. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on us like this? One of the boys roared, and the beast girl behind him immediately bared her teeth, ready to launch an attack. Then we'll show you that Jiangnan Martial Arts University isn't a place for freshmen like you to run wild. One of the boys roared, and the beast girl behind him immediately launched an attack. The leopard-like beast girl named Xiaoya was the first to arrive in front of Jiang Cheng. Her muscles were taut, like a bowstring ready to be drawn, and every step she took was full of power and speed. Her expression was solemn and meticulous, her eyes revealing the sharpness and calmness of a cheetah. Although she didn't think Jiang Cheng had any real strength, she still used all her strength to teach this arrogant freshman a lesson. Her leopard claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight. She leaped forward, pouncing on Jiang Cheng like a cheetah hunting its prey. Her movements were swift and fierce, creating a gust of wind that seemed to tear Jiang Cheng to pieces. However, Jiang Cheng merely smiled faintly, his eyes revealing disdain and contempt. With a light flick of his longsword, he easily blocked Xiaoya's attack. Jiang Cheng sneered, his longsword flashing a cold light before Xiao Yu's eyes, knocking her back. Xiaoya's expression turned serious. She knew she had encountered a formidable opponent. The other beast girls behind her also launched their attacks, their figures flitting around Jiang Cheng like ghosts, trying to find his weakness. However, Jiang Cheng's longsword flashed through the air, deflecting all the attacks one by one. His figure moved with the grace of a ghost, and his numerical superiority made it impossible for those self-important seniors to catch his whereabouts. The battle didn't last long. Just look at the longsword in Jiang Cheng's hand. It was something these people couldn't compare to. This sword was originally the top combat power of the Sky Dome Guild. These kids who haven't even left school aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Jiang Cheng had actually held back his strength. Otherwise, he would have torn these people to pieces in no time. You are that strong. Chapter 239 So strong? Sunlight poured down from high above, piercing through the sparse clouds and dappling the ground. The lush green meadow was now covered by several long shadows, making it look somewhat desolate. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the air, as if even the wind had stopped. Only a faint smell of blood could be detected, a trace left by the battle. Jiang Cheng planted his long sword in the ground, stood in the center, and coldly surveyed his surroundings. Several figures lay sprawled on the ground, both boys and beast girls, all looking disheveled and bearing injuries of varying degrees. The beast form had been deactivated, and he had returned to his human form, but the scars on his body were clearly visible, indicating the intensity of the battle that had just taken place. Among them, the senior student who had initially been the most vocal now had a shocking long wound on his chest, deep enough to expose the bone, and his clothes were stained red with blood. He was pale, his eyes were closed, and he was curled up on the ground in pain, uttering weak groans. The others were also covered in wounds. Some had cuts on their arms, others had injuries to their legs, and blood was constantly seeping out, staining the grass red. Their faces were filled with fear and resentment. They clearly hadn't expected this new student to be so powerful, defeating them so easily. Jiang Cheng watched this scene coldly, without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Jiang Cheng frowned. Several students in school uniforms rushed over, clearly having heard the commotion. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the injured person on the ground, and they immediately went to check on their injuries. What happened? Who did this? One of the students shouted angrily, his eyes searching around before finally landing on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng ignored their questions, merely glanced at them indifferently, and then turned and left. The students who arrived later felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave after being glanced at, and their whole bodies began to tremble. Who is he? Jiang Cheng, the strongest freshman at Jiangnan Martial Arts University this year. That's the thing about these senior students. Of all people to mess with, they had to provoke him. Wow, Jiang Cheng is indeed as strong as the rumors say. Could he have defeated so many senior students all by himself? The group swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. The sun still shone on the grass, but the place seemed particularly deserted. Several injured students were rushed to the infirmary. Although Jiang Cheng showed leniency, he still allowed them a long period of rest and recovery. Mountain and Sea Base. This is no ordinary place. It is the most forward defensive line of the entire Dian Kingdom, and its strategic position is irreplaceable. This place brings together the most advanced technological power and the strongest military force, serving as the first and most important barrier for the Dian Kingdom to resist foreign enemies and safeguard the peace of its territory. Many high-ranking officials, generals, and top researchers from various countries are stationed here. Deep within the mountain and sea base, a solemn-looking middle-aged man stood by the window, gazing into the distance, his eyes revealing an aura of quiet authority. He was Ji Yuechan's father, and also one of the few powerful generals in the Dian Kingdom. He bears the heavy responsibility of the nation on his shoulders, and every decision he makes concerns the safety of the country. At this moment, he was holding his phone tightly in his hand, and the information on the screen was not updating for a long time, which made him a little anxious. Why haven't we heard anything for so long? He muttered to himself, a hint of worry showing between his brows. It turned out that he had just given an order to several students who would be going to the Shanghai forward base after graduation, instructing them to test the strength of Jiangqing. In this information-saturated era, many messages are unreliable, and he only trusts the results of his own investigations. However, as time passed, he received no reply. This made him start to worry. Had the students run into some kind of trouble? Or was Jiangqing's strength truly that great, so that his probing was easily neutralized? Impossible. These people are ranked very high on the list. It's impossible for them to be defeated in a 3-on-1 situation. Something must have happened that delayed the report. He thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized that perhaps it was his daughter who had intervened. As the principal of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, she could easily order these people to be placed in solitary confinement. He finally received the phone call as the sun set. The screen lit up, and the figure on it gradually became clear. It was one of the students he had sent to test Jiangqing's strength, but the scene was somewhat unexpected. The background wasn't the training ground or base he was familiar with, but a pure white expanse. Upon closer inspection, a thin line could be seen hanging down from above, swaying gently. That was an 4-drip tube. How did you get into this state? The middle-aged man frowned, his face full of displeasure. He had initially thought that even if it was just a test, these students would be more than capable of handling the challenge of a freshman, but now it seemed that things had developed far beyond his expectations. The student on the screen was pale, clearly receiving treatment for an injury. He forced a smile, trying to explain, but his words betrayed an undisguised bitterness. Principal, we've run into some trouble. That Jiangqing, his strength, is just too great. The middle-aged man's gaze grew even more serious. He hadn't expected this freshman to be so outstanding, even surpassing the strength of his carefully selected top students. He paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Tell me in detail what happened. Was there any interference? The students began to recount their previous experiences, from how they found Jiangqing, to how they launched their attack, and finally how they were easily defeated by Jiangqing. Every detail made the middle-aged man's face even more gloomy and surprised. After listening to the student's account, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought. After slowly processing all of this, the middle-aged man raised his head again, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He reorganized his thoughts, his tone clearly showing astonishment. You mean, he didn't rely on the Beast Girl's power to severely injure you, several of the higher-ranked senior students on the list? The student nodded with difficulty, his face even paler, clearly still shaken by the memory of the previous battle. He said in a low voice, Yes, headmaster. His speed, strength, and skill far exceeded our expectations. We were easily defeated without any chance to fight back. The middle-aged man frowned even more deeply and shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 240 Re-encounter with Lu Feifei. This new student's strength was so formidable that even his carefully selected top students were no match for him. It was simply beyond his imagination. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, Focus on recovering. I will handle this matter personally. As for Jiangqing, I will go and see him myself. After saying that, the middle-aged man hung up the phone, a strange light flickering in his eyes. The middle-aged man picked up a document about Jiangqing from his desk. The name on the cover was prominently displayed, and his gaze became unusually focused. He opened the documents and carefully examined each page, not missing a single detail. This document contains detailed records of Jiangqing's academic performance, combat records, physical fitness tests, and various evaluation reports. The middle-aged man nodded as he watched. Jiangqing's outstanding performance had undoubtedly left a deep impression on him. His performance in actual combat, in particular, can only be described as amazing. It seems my understanding of him was too one-sided before. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his opinion of Jiangqing rising even higher. After reviewing the documents, the middle-aged man closed them and gently placed them on his desk. Jiangqing, I look forward to meeting you. The next day. Today is the opening ceremony of Jiangnan Wuda University. The entire venue was bustling with activity, with a huge crowd of students and parents filling every corner, demonstrating the school's massive scale and vibrant energy. Jiangqing stood in the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the noisy scene, and a unique feeling welled up in his heart. On the stage, several school leaders and teachers are taking turns delivering opening speeches. Their voices, amplified by loudspeakers, resonated clearly throughout the venue, but the content itself was rather dull and uninteresting. Jiang Cheng listened for a while, then found it a bit boring. He frowned slightly, his gaze wandering around. For a while, I couldn't find anything that I cared about. Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. So this is how boring the opening ceremony is. Finally, when Ji Yuechan, the president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, appeared at the venue, the entire school instantly erupted in cheers. The crowd buzzed with discussion, filled with admiration and awe for this legendary principal. Look, it's Principal Ji. A student pointed excitedly at the stage, his eyes filled with admiration. Principal Ji is as beautiful as ever, absolutely stunning, and her abilities are still so strong. Another student exclaimed, his tone filled with envy and admiration. Yes, I heard she's practiced martial arts since she was little, and her strength is no less than that of the Beast Girl. I wonder who she'll end up with, a girl said softly, her eyes sparkling with longing and admiration for Ji Yuechan. That's right, but I recently heard that she might be able to become a Beast Girl, a well-informed student revealed, immediately shocking everyone around. The news spread like wildfire throughout the venue, leaving everyone somewhat surprised. Jiang Cheng also heard these discussions, and his gaze couldn't help but turn towards the stage. Ji Yuechan was dressed in a gorgeous gown, with a tall and elegant figure and a graceful demeanor, like a fairy descended from heaven. Where did this news come from? Don't jump to conclusions. How could Principal Ji possibly become someone else's Beast Girl? A student questioned, clearly finding the sudden news hard to believe. Someone analyzed the video footage and found that among the Beast Girls Jiang Cheng brought during the last Jinya Beast Tide, Principal Ji Yuechan seemed to be one of them. Another student explained, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. A discussion rose and fell among the students, who cast curious and surprised glances their way. They were both shocked and incredulous at the news that Ji Yuechan might become a Beast Girl. And he wasn't worried about the news spreading that Ji Yuechan was his Beast Girl. On the contrary, he became even more determined to prove his potential and to prove that he was worthy of such an outstanding woman. He straightened his back and looked firmly at the stage. Soon, the opening ceremony talks came to an end, and the initial exams for Jiangnan Wuda University were about to begin. This test was different from a regular written exam. It was a real-world simulation exercise. Students were divided into two teams and placed on various arenas to compete against each other. The rules are simple: being knocked off the ring, voluntarily surrendering, or being beaten to the point of incapacitation all count as a loss. In each round of the winner's contest, judges will score the contestants out of 10 points, with a minimum of 6 points and a maximum of 10 points. Jiangqing still has a mission to complete, which is to win first place in this battle. After completing the mission, you will gain a new ability that allows the evolved Beast Girl to evolve again. As the broadcast began, all the students sprang into action, heading to the central square to draw lots. Jiang Cheng drew number B20.9823, which means his match will take place in the B20 arena. He looked up at the large screen in the center of the square, where the instructions and introduction for the preliminary test were being displayed. Jiang Cheng summoned Jiang Luoshan through telepathy. This kind of competition is not challenging for him at all, so there is no need for him to bring two Beast Girls. Not far away, Wan Xian was looking at Jiang Cheng with some surprise, because he discovered a problem. Ever since his Beast Girl Lu Feifei saw Jiang Cheng, her attention has been focused on him. What is going on? Is this normal? Jiang Cheng quickly noticed the gaze fixed on him. He turned his head slightly and followed his senses, only to see a woman in a white gauze dress, with striking looks, standing not far away, staring at him in a daze. The woman had a beautiful face, like a newly blooming lily, with a faint air of cool elegance in her eyes and brows, yet she was still gentle and beautiful. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, swaying gently in the wind, adding to her ethereal beauty. Lu Feifei. Jiang Cheng was about to go up and greet her when he noticed that when she saw him, she showed a sad expression on her face, turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the crowd. What's going on? Jiang Cheng felt completely confused. Several days have passed, and suddenly it feels like there's been some kind of estrangement between the two of them. At this moment, the students in the square were all ready, each one eager to show their skills in the upcoming practical exercise. Before long, it was my turn to go on stage. Jiang Cheng didn't think much about Lu Feifei and strode towards the B20 arena. Chapter 241 The competition begins. This is a magnificent building with soaring ceilings made of sturdy steel and transparent reinforced glass, allowing sunlight to stream in and illuminate every corner. The venue is equipped with several arenas, each spacious and bright, large enough to accommodate thousands of people for intense battles. Each arena floor is paved with a special material that provides sufficient cushioning to reduce the impact during combat. In the mentor's seat sat more than 20 senior teachers, each with an extraordinary demeanor and profound eyes. On their desks were neatly arranged lists recording the information and performance of each participating student, while the light screens hanging in front of them displayed the battle situation on the stage in real time, so that they could make accurate judgments. Among these mentors, an elderly man in a dark suit with a dignified face was particularly eye-catching. He had a full head of silver hair and sharp eyes that seemed to see through everything. He is a senior professor at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, with in-depth research on Beast Girl contracts and combat techniques. At this moment, he was staring at Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luotian on the stage, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. As far as I know, wasn't the Beast Girl in Jiangqing Shenlinling? How come it's been changed to this young girl? The old man said slowly, his tone tinged with doubt. Upon hearing this, a young instructor nearby smiled slightly and explained, "You're out of touch. After winning the college entrance exam last time, Jiangqing seems to have contracted with several more beast girls, all of them ridiculously strong. According to the registration records when she enrolled, this girl's name should be Jiang Luotian. What a heroic young man. He's probably going to get first place in today's freshman's first exam." Another teacher joined in the discussion, his tone full of admiration for Jiang Cheng. The moment Jiang Cheng stepped onto the B20 stage, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The moment Jiang Cheng stepped onto the B20 ring, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Whispers and discussions rose and fell in the surrounding audience. Is this Jiang Cheng, the one who won the National Martial Arts Championship? Wow, he is so handsome. Not only handsome, but also very strong. Jiang Luotian was seeing such a huge crowd for the first time and was a little reserved. She followed closely behind Jiang Cheng, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Jiang Cheng sensed her unease, gently squeezed her hand, and nodded to her, signaling her to relax. The opposing team was already in position. The Beast Girl was a shy-looking young woman with delicate scales on her cheeks that shimmered with a faint light. The Beast Spirit Master beside her seemed rather ordinary, and compared to Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luotian, he was not particularly remarkable. The male Beast Spirit Master saw that his opponent was Jiang Cheng. He immediately gave a wry smile. He knew in his heart that there was no need to fight this match. Standing opposite him is the top student of this martial arts competition. Although his score ranks 137th in the province, which is not bad, it is far inferior to Jiang Cheng's. "Excuse me." He cupped his hands in apology, knowing full well that his opponent was strong, but he didn't want to admit defeat easily. He wanted to see just what this national number one was capable of. Jiang Cheng nodded politely. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luotian quickly got into the zone and launched an attack in perfect coordination. The Beast Girls and Beast Soul Masters on the other side were not to be outdone, unleashing powerful skills. However, the gap in strength is still quite obvious. Jiang Luotian's figure flashed, and in the next instant, she was knocked off the stage by a single punch. Her Beast Soul skill at all, Jiang Luotian's SSS level physical strength, is something that ordinary Beast Girls can't possibly challenge. The two men who were knocked off the stage were completely devastated. They slumped to the ground, their eyes revealing an incredulous look of terror. The Beast Girl's face still bore the shock of what had just happened. Her voice trembled as she said, "That's it, defeat?" The Beast Spirit Master beside him was also stunned. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We didn't even have a chance to make a move." On the stage, several mentors stood up excitedly, their eyes filled with a mixture of shock and joy. Although Jiang Cheng's opponent was not highly ranked in the main campus of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the fact that he was defeated so easily still surprised most of the mentors. No wonder he didn't let Shenlinlang go on stage. Is this Beast Girl also that powerful? The old man in the suit muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with deep thought. The young instructor next to him exclaimed in admiration, "Jiang Cheng has managed to contract another incredible Beast Girl." The audience in the entire venue erupted in excitement, discussing the formidable strength of Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luotian. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luotian stood on the arena, receiving everyone's attention and praise. Jiang Cheng was not surprised by this result. SSS, class beast girls represent the pinnacle of the dimensional world. As their level increases, they become capable of causing even more terrifying destruction. Soon, the next match began. A nimble figure leaped onto the ring, followed immediately by a man in a long black trench coat. The entire arena erupted in commotion, with murmurs of discussion rising and falling among the audience. Is this Gu Qingyuan, the top player in Yunnan province? The newcomer who signed a Class A contract this time. He actually ran into Jiang Cheng, which is just as bad luck. Yes, against other teams, getting a score of 9 or higher is definitely not a problem. There's nothing we can do. Jiang Cheng is just too strong. Listening to the discussions among some students below the stage, Gu Qingyuan frowned slightly. But he had to admit that the young man standing in front of him was indeed an opponent as formidable as a mountain. But he was not intimidated by this. On the contrary, his eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. Please enlighten me. Gu Qingyuan bowed respectfully. His beast girl had already transformed into a beast, with sharp claws and feline-like eyes. These types of beast girls generally possess powerful melee combat abilities. This competition instantly attracted the attention of many students who were ranked higher. On one side is Jiang Cheng, the number 1 in the country, and on the other side is Gu Qingyuan, the number 1 in Yunnan province. The duel between the two is undoubtedly a fierce battle. Many students who hadn't yet had their turn to play also quickly gathered around, eager to witness this epic showdown. Jiang Cheng, show me your true abilities. It won't be that easy for you to agree to my request, Gu Qingyuan said slowly, standing proudly. The beast girl beside him also bent down slightly and let out a hiss similar to that of a tiger or leopard. The match begins. With the referee's signal, the battle began. Compared to Gu Qingyuan's tense expression during close combat, Jiang Cheng was much more relaxed. Chapter 242. I understand now. It's all Ruan Xian's fault. Master Yu, what do you think the outcome will be this time? A younger mentor beside the old man in the suit asked with great interest. A smile played on his lips, as if he were filled with endless anticipation for the upcoming duel. He leaned forward slightly, his hands unconsciously clasped together. His gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Cheng and Gu Qingyuan, seemingly trying to predict the course of the battle from their current state. The result is obvious. Jiang Cheng will definitely win. After all, he is our school's only star-level contract. The old man said with admiration. The young instructor glanced at the elderly man beside him a few more times, secretly thinking to himself. When I first heard that the principal was going to give Jiang Cheng star contract, weren't you the first to object? Why have you changed your tune now? The elderly man in the suit seemed to have seen through what the young mentor beside him was thinking, and said in a deep voice, I was indeed against giving Jiang Cheng the star contract, because many outstanding students have emerged this year. Giving it to Jiang Cheng before the college entrance examination results are out is really unwise. A star-level contract only comes once every 3 years. Giving it away like this is putting the future of the school on the shoulders of a student whose grades are unknown. The old man paused, then slowly said, Now it seems that although the principal is a bit young, his vision is much better than this old man's. Perhaps you don't know, but when Jiang Cheng's results came out, I almost couldn't stand up straight. It was such a pleasant surprise, such a pleasant surprise. The top student in the country chose our school. Now it seems that his strength is well-deserved. This beast girl is probably no less powerful than Shun Linlang, who won the championship last time. Several nearby instructors also overheard the conversation and nodded in agreement. On the arena, as soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, Gu Qingyuan's beast girl shot towards Jiang Cheng like an arrow, her speed astonishing, as if she were about to tear the air apart. However, Jiang Luoshan was not to be outdone. With a gentle wave of her hands, a faint fluorescent light emanated from her palms, instantly creating a strange connection with the ground beneath her feet. Immediately afterwards, the arena floor shook violently, and thick, huge vines burst forth from the ground, like angry dragons, carrying a majestic aura and terrifyingly powerful soul force, and suddenly erupted. The force was so strong that the people around were shaken back by the surging air currents, and it took them several steps to regain their footing. On the stage, Jiang Luoshan was like a goddess descending to earth. Her figure was graceful, her face was stunning, and her eyes were flashing with intensely magical blue light. Her formidable strength drew everyone's attention, and even the students on the nearby arena were stunned, as if they were overwhelmed by her aura. Gu Qingyuan and his beast girl, who had charged forward, were struck hard by this powerful force and were unsurprisingly overturned, rolling off the stage like two fallen leaves. This scene once again caused a stir among the surrounding crowd, who were amazed by Jiang Luoxin's strength and by the Jiangxing team. This is impossible. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Jiang Luoxin's strength is terrifying. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, surprised by the outcome of the battle, and even more amazed by the strength of Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luoxin. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's name once again resounded throughout the venue, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. This is outrageous. This is the #1 in Yunnan province. On the mentors platform, the mentors looked at each other in bewilderment before giving a score of 10. I have to give it full marks. This battle only took 5 seconds. Such an amazing speed. If I don't give it full marks, the students will probably post it on the school wall and expose me online. Their faces were filled with shock, surprise, and bewilderment. Even the elderly man in the suit who had initially been optimistic about Jiang Cheng was now feeling completely bewildered. His eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. This beast girl's magical fluctuations are terrifying. What level of beast girl is she? This is unheard of. The old man scratched his head, looking puzzled, and continued. You know, the stronger the beast girl, the greater the burden on the beast soul master. How does Jiangqing manage to have so many beast girls without being drained? It's truly a miracle. As he spoke, he shook his head, as if trying to shake the perplexing question out of his mind. But his face still showed shock and confusion, clearly impressed by Jiang Luoxin's strength and Jiang Cheng's performance. The subsequent battles are all described. The proctors were so exhausted from pressing the 10-point button that Jiang Cheng broke the entire school's record. With that fighting power, let alone freshmen, there probably aren't many upperclassmen who could defeat him. With half the exam time over, it's time for a break. Jiang Cheng unsurprisingly scored the highest score of the match, 200 points, and has been the undisputed #1 in all 20 matches played so far. The young mentor next to the elderly man in the suit slowly got up and walked to a secluded corner of the venue. A light screen slowly rose up, revealing the image of a dignified middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a resolute face, and his brows revealed an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. His eyes were deep and penetrating, as if he could see into people's hearts. His complexion was slightly dark, revealing a resilience that had weathered many storms. The young mentor looked at the middle-aged man on the screen, his expression becoming respectful and serious. The young mentor looked at the middle-aged man on the screen and felt a sense of awe. This middle-aged man is Principal Ji Yuechan's father, a powerful figure in the Dian Kingdom's military. He hesitated for a moment before recounting Jiang Cheng's amazing performance in the exam. As the young mentor delivered his report, the middle-aged man's gaze grew increasingly serious, yet a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Okay, I understand. I will observe it more closely. The young mentor breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous in front of such a high-ranking and powerful figure. This Jiangxing has even attracted such important figures? This teacher is terrifying. He secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he would befriend Jiangxing from now on. This person is destined for great things. During halftime, Jiangcheng unleashed his beast soul skill, and the entire stadium appeared completely in his mind. He closed his eyes, searching for something in the venue, when suddenly his eyes lit up and he spotted a woman with a graceful figure. He just saw Lu Feifei in this venue, and sure enough, he found her. Why is she suddenly being so cold towards me? Could it be that Ruan Xin is behind this? Jiang Cheng thought about it, and it made more and more sense, and his eyes sharpened. I understand, it's all Ruan Xin's fault. Chapter 243 taking first place. The tests continued, and Jiangxing swept through the city like a whirlwind, achieving victory after victory. Every battle was executed flawlessly, without any hesitation or delay. His opponents seemed as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. The onlookers stared in disbelief, marveling repeatedly as if they were witnessing an incredible miracle. How can Jiangxing be so powerful? He can kill anyone with a single move. This is too strong. Jiangcheng is probably invincible among the freshmen. Discussions rose and fell like a surging tide, and every battle in Jiangxing became the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Luoxin's figure moved like a ghost on the arena, each move precise and deadly, leaving her opponents with no chance to defend themselves. The competition lasted from morning until afternoon, and as time went on, everyone's amazement at Jiangxing gradually intensified. That stunningly beautiful beast girl's combat prowess was simply beyond imagination. Her speed, strength, and skill all reached an unbelievable level. In the fierce competition, Jiangqing shone like a bright star, unmatched by anyone. Finally, amidst everyone's tense and expectant gazes, the top 10 students in the first year were selected. First place, Jiang Cheng, score, 500 points. Second place, Yin Che, score, 439 points. Third place, Lei Minghan, score, 436 points. Fourth place, Zhang Tianwu, score, 435 points. Fifth place, Zhou Zhen, score, 433 points. Jiangqing's name once again resounded throughout the venue, becoming a legend in everyone's mouth. The teachers and students watching looked on with awe, knowing that this freshman named Jiang Cheng had already proven everything with his strength. In the days to come, he will surely become a shining star in the academy, leading everyone's attention and expectations toward an even more brilliant future. However, amidst the celebration and amazement of everyone, Jiang Cheng felt a pang of regret. He sighed softly, thinking to himself, what a pity I didn't run into Ruan Xine, otherwise I would have taught him a lesson. The top 10 have been decided, and the initial exams should have been over by now. However, according to the procedures of Jiangnan Wuda in previous years, students can also challenge the top 10 winners, with each person allowed a maximum of 3 challenges. Jiang Cheng and the other 9 stood together, waiting for potential challengers. However, to everyone's surprise, no one dared to provoke them. Jiang Cheng is too strong. Challenging him would mean wasting the opportunity to challenge him. This was a consensus among all the students. As they gazed at Jiang Cheng's resolute and stern face, an indescribable sense of awe welled up within them. Soon, after a day of intense competition, the preliminary test came to a successful conclusion. Jiang Cheng, with his unparalleled strength, won the first place without any suspense. Standing on the high podium, he was like a king reigning over the world, looking down at the many students below. The students looked on with adoration, as if Jiang Cheng were a god in their hearts. However, Jiang Cheng simply nodded slightly, his face showing little expression, as if all of this was within his expectations. He searched carefully through the crowd, but couldn't find Lu Yi. A sense of disappointment welled up in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it with his strong self-control. On the stage, Jiang Cheng and many teachers and students from the school took a group photo. Among them was Ji Yuechan, the president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty and elegance, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. During the group photo, Jiang Cheng took advantage of everyone's inattention and whispered in Ji Yuechan's ear, "Yuechan, I want you again." These words struck Ji Yuechan's heart like an electric current. Her face was flushed, as if it had been tinged with crimson by the sunset clouds. Under the watchful eyes of countless teachers and students, she felt a wave of shyness and embarrassment. She glared at Jiang Cheng and whispered reproachfully, This is ridiculous." However, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. This man was not only incredibly capable, but also possessed an irresistible charm that she couldn't resist. She felt her heart racing, as if drawn by some inexplicable force. Ji Yuechan took a deep breath, then used telepathy to express her dissatisfaction to Jiang Cheng. "There are so many people here. If someone else hears this, it would be so embarrassing." Faced with Ji Yuechan's protest, Jiang Cheng showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he took advantage of her inattention and gently grabbed her wrist. Briefly, then quickly let go, and it's unclear whether anyone saw it. For Ji Yuechan on stage, each day felt like an eternity. The test ended quickly, and the campus was filled with students' chatter. It was lunchtime, and many students were heading to the cafeteria. In a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, a woman with a slender figure and ears was panting as she looked at the man in front of her. Her eyes were alluring and captivating, seemingly holding endless affection and longing, yet also carrying a hint of allure. Her skin, illuminated by the dim light, radiated a soft glow, like the most delicate silk under the moonlight, smooth and supple. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly ambiguous, with a faint fragrance seemingly permeating the air. Her unique body scent, mingled with the freshness of the surrounding flowers and plants, creating an indescribable allure. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her hair to flutter lightly, and also stirring a restlessness in the man's heart. Jiang Cheng carefully examined the beautiful woman and couldn't help but feel a surge of attraction. He wondered if it was because he was on campus, but he suddenly felt a sense of taboo. Yue-chan, you are so beautiful. Jiang Chung reached out and brushed aside the strands of hair that were slightly damp with sweat, revealing her fair and flawless face. You're so sweet-talking. Ji Yue-chan looked at Jiang Chung, who was almost face-to-face with her, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. The sounds of students talking could be heard from the road not far away, adding a touch of excitement to the situation. It felt like I was sneaking a bite. Thinking of this, Ji Yue-chan felt even more unable to suppress her emotions. Oh, then let me show you just how sweet it really is. After a while, Ji Yue-chan recovered from her intoxication and immediately felt a sense of weakness throughout her body. Today, I'm wearing a dress. She gripped Jiang Cheng's clothes tightly, her voice trembling slightly, yet kept very low. Oh, what's wrong with the skirt? Chapter 245, is Ji Yue-chan pregnant? A skirt is, it's just convenient. Which one is more convenient? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask. You. About 40 minutes later, Jiang Cheng and Ji Yue-chan began preparing to go to the cafeteria for lunch. After a long day of hard work in Jiangcheng, I'm quite tired. Along the way, Ji Yue-chan saw many students casting puzzled glances at her, and she almost lowered her head to the ground. Inside, she was the aloof and cold principal, but now she was walking to the cafeteria with a freshman. However, this is understandable. After all, Jiangcheng won first place this time, and it is reasonable for Ji Yue-chan, as the principal, to value it. But if you combine this with the video of the last Beast Tide, it becomes quite interesting. Many students have begun to suspect that the beast girl who appeared during the last Beast Tide was Ji Yue-chan. After dinner, it was already evening. The moonlight gently spilled onto the road, like a thin veil, illuminating the roadside flowers and grasses. Every leaf seemed to be coated with a soft silver glow, making the scene exceptionally warm and peaceful. A gentle breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and grass, weaving a beautiful picture with the night. Along the way, many beast girls and beast soul masters were already strolling leisurely. They were laughing and chatting or whispering sweet nothings, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and nurturing their feelings for each other. Under the moonlight, their shadows were stretched long, adding to their hazy beauty. Jiang Chung subtly hooked his finger around Ji Yue-chan's hand, the movement so light it seemed to happen effortlessly. Ji Yue-chan bit her lip, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. She didn't struggle. She simply lowered her head and let Jiang Chung hold her hand as they strolled under the moonlight. She felt a little embarrassed. After all, she is the head of a school, usually cold and aloof. Now she is walking so intimately with a freshman. If others saw this, it would definitely attract a lot of criticism. However, under the gentle moonlight, she seemed to lose her usual reserve and guard, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. As night deepened, the moonlight, like water, quietly poured over them, draping a mysterious and romantic veil over this couple with an unusual relationship. The surrounding scenery seemed to become their backdrop, highlighting this rare warmth and sweetness. The two walked to Jiangcheng's residence, and the journey under the moonlight seemed longer than usual. A barely perceptible hint of reluctance flashed in Ji Yue-chan's eyes. She watched Jiangcheng push open the door and enter quietly. The slight sound was particularly clear in the night sky, causing her heart to tremble slightly and her eyes to glaze over. Jiangcheng was surrounded by many beast girls, but she only had him left as her man. She has fallen out with her family, and right now her only support is him. Thinking of this, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Ji Yue-chan's lips, and an indescribable sweetness welled up in her heart. In the quiet night, she could almost hear her own heartbeat, mingling with the moonlight and the sound of the wind. As night deepened, Ji Yue-chan slowly turned around and embarked on her journey home. In her heart, however, a seed called attachment had already been planted, quietly taking root and sprouting in this unknown corner, blossoming into her most tender and sweet flower. Suddenly, Ji Yue-chan felt dizzy, as if a layer of black veil was gently covering her vision, and the world became blurry in an instant. Her heart clenched suddenly, and panic surged through her like a tidal wave. She panicked slightly. Because she had practiced martial arts since childhood, she had always been in excellent health, so why? The next moment, an indescribable feeling of nausea surged up in her heart. Ugh! She dry-heaved several times, but it was all in vain, and nothing came out. This sudden discomfort filled her with doubt. Could it be that I'm sick? As she walked toward the school hospital, the moonlight still shone gently, but her heart was far from calm. A sudden thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could it be? I'm pregnant. Once this thought surfaced, it spread like wildfire in her heart, filling her with surprise, fear, and a complex mix of emotions that were hard to describe. Her heart was pounding, as if it were about to burst out of her chest, and every step she took felt incredibly heavy. If that's really the case, then what should we do? The relationship between her and him was already complicated and delicate, and now with this added twist, she dared not imagine what the future held. The most crucial factor is not identity, but the attitude of one's family. That kid Jiangcheng is so wicked, he never uses protection. Ji Yuechan gently stroked her lower abdomen, which seemed to be as flat as ever, but she could feel a strange connection, as if a small life was quietly growing inside her. In the darkness of night, her figure appeared somewhat lonely. When she reached the entrance of the school hospital, she stopped and looked at the closed door, a surge of inexplicable courage welling up inside her. She was determined to give birth to the child no matter what. She imagined the unformed little life and felt an indescribable affection welling up inside her, a tenderness that transcended words and belonged only to motherhood. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil, and then slowly pushed open the door of the school hospital. The light behind the door was exceptionally soft, yet it also revealed a hint of trepidation and unease in her eyes. "Principal Ji, it's so late. What brings you here?" Bai Ling's voice came from the reception room, tinged with surprise and confusion. She stood up, her gaze sweeping over Ji Yuechan, trying to find an answer, but she only saw that Ji Yuechan's face was slightly flushed, her eyes were flickering, and she looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't. Bai Ling muttered to herself. Although she and Ji Yuechan were not close friends, they were acquainted. She had never seen the usually aloof headmaster like this before. For a moment, various speculations swirled in her mind, yet she also vaguely guessed some of the truth. After all, she was also a woman from Jiangcheng, and she had a unique sensitivity to certain things. Could it be? Bai Ling's heart stirred, and his gaze unconsciously fell on Ji Yuechan's flat stomach. Originally, she got together with Jiang Cheng so that she could get pregnant. I immediately guessed what it was. A powerful person like Ji Yuechan would never normally fall ill. Ji Yuechan felt Bai Ling's gaze, and her heart tightened. She knew that her next request might complicate things, but she had no way out. She had to face it, for herself and for the unborn child. "Bai Ling, I might be pregnant." Ji Yuechan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it exploded like thunder in Bai Ling's ears, causing her gaze to freeze instantly. Chapter 246 Tacit Understanding. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. That surprise was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Though fleeting, it left a deep mark. Although she had a vague premonition, when she actually faced Principal Ji Yuechan, when that person, who was usually cold and aloof, stood before her with a hint of shyness and unease, she still felt an indescribable shock. It can't be, really, can it? Bai Ling's voice trembled slightly, as she quickly walked up to Ji Yuechan. She never imagined that she would have such a close interaction with the principal, who had always maintained a distance from her, under such circumstances. Ji Yuechan rolled her eyes at Bai Ling, her eyes filled with both helplessness and shyness. "That's why I came here to see you. I want to know if I'm really pregnant with Jiang Cheng's child." This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded, her expression undergoing a subtle change at that moment. From initial surprise to current relief, it feels like crossing thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. She took Ji Yuechan's hand and led her toward a private medical room. The soft, warm light in the medical room illuminated the two women's faces, adding a touch of gentle beauty to their appearance. Bai Ling gently helped Ji Yuechan sit down, her eyes filled with concern. After a period of careful examination, Bai Ling took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all her tension and anxiety into her chest. She clutched the test report tightly in her hand, her wrist trembling slightly involuntarily, like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Ji Yuechan, the principal of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, is usually so dignified and noble. The profound background behind her is enough to make anyone feel awe. If this test result really shows that she was pregnant out of wedlock, what kind of storm would that cause? Bai Ling dared not imagine how this storm would sweep across the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and even the entire upper realm. Her gaze fell once again on Ji Yuechan's calm, yet worried face, and she seemed to see the struggle and unease in the heart of this strong woman. "Principal, you really are pregnant?" Bai Ling carefully examined the test results and finally gave this diagnosis. Her voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuechan felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She took a deep breath, and her eyes, which were usually filled with majesty and composure, now shone with a complex and indescribable light. A smile touched her lips, a smile that held both trepidation about the unknown future and the joy and anticipation of becoming a new mother. "I'm actually pregnant with Jiang Cheng's child," she whispered, as if confirming the fact. "I'm actually pregnant." Bai Ling looked at Ji Yuechan's complex yet joyful expression and muttered to himself. "With the frequency of your encounters with Jiang Cheng, it would be strange if you didn't get pregnant. Speaking of which, Jiang Cheng's side of things is really..." Thinking of this, Bai Ling couldn't help but show a shy expression, as if she was infected by this sudden happiness. However, this shyness was quickly replaced by an inexplicable emotion. Bai Ling raised her head and looked down at Ji Yuechan's still flat stomach, a surge of indescribable jealousy rising in her heart. "Why haven't I gotten pregnant these past few days, even though Jiang Cheng and I..." A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. After Jiang Cheng and Ji Yuechan parted ways, he couldn't stop thinking about her. "Fei Fei, I think I'll come see you tonight. If that Ruan Xian interferes. Humph, don't blame me for being ruthless." Her smile, her eyes, and even her every subtle movement were etched into his heart like an engraving, leaving a lasting impression. But at that moment, Jiang Cheng's system rang. "Ding! Congratulations on completing Beginner Quest 4. Congratulations, host. You participated in the preliminary exam at Jiangnan Martial Arts University and achieved the top score nationwide. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! You have received the highest reward, 100,000 synergy points. Ding! The host and the Beast Girl can cultivate a bond to increase their compatibility. A high level of synergy allows the Beast Girl to break through to the final evolution stage and become the ultimate evolved form. Each close encounter increases the affinity value by 1. Once a certain amount of affinity value is accumulated, Jiang Cheng can break through the Beast Girl's evolution limit and advance to the next rank. Note: higher rank Beast Girls require more affinity points to evolve to the next rank. Jiang Cheng's heart was immediately filled with intense interest. He had long been eagerly anticipating and longing for the function of this tacit understanding value. Now that this feature has finally arrived, how could he not be excited? He walked briskly towards his residence. Shen Linlang had been waiting inside for a long time. When she saw Jiang Cheng return, she immediately went up to him, hugged him tightly, and said gently, "Jiang Cheng, I missed you so much." Instantly, a faint fragrance wafted into Jiang Cheng's nostrils. It was Shen Linlong's unique scent, like the fragrance of flowers in spring, which was refreshing and delightful. He felt Shen Linlong's warmth and tenderness, and an indescribable feeling of warmth welled up in his heart. He gently stroked Shen Linlong's hair, feeling her softness and warmth, his heart filled with satisfaction and happiness. "Linlang, I miss you too. Let me take a good look at you." Jiang Cheng pinched Shen Linlong's chin and checked the compatibility value interface. Beast Girl name, Shen Linlang. Rank, SSS. Teamwork level, 0. Required for advancement, 2 million points. Next rank, EX. Jiang Cheng was also somewhat stunned when he saw the numbers displayed on it. Does it really take 2 million affinity points to upgrade from SSS level to the next level? Judging from the feature description, this tacit understanding value should be very difficult to obtain. Ding! Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Jiang Cheng, who was hugging Shen Linlang, heard a system notification. "So you've gained something just like that? In other words, all you need is close contact?" Jiang Cheng quickly called Jiang Luotian over as well, and discovered that upgrading a rank also required 2 million tacit understanding points. It seems that upgrading from SSS to EX also requires 2 million tacit understanding points. Moreover, everyone's initial level of understanding is 0. Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to try it out. Ding! Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Ding! Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Ding! Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Chapter 247, Lu Yi's promotion. Close contact really does greatly improve teamwork. However, after such close contact, it only cost a little over 200. If that's the case, wouldn't it take tens of thousands of attempts to improve the rank? Jiang Cheng suddenly felt uneasy. I haven't sent her back yet since I summoned her last time. She can usually do some cleaning and such. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Beast girl name, Yang-chi. Rank, SS. Teamwork level, 0. Advanced requirements, 500,000 points. Next rank, SSS. Upgrading from SS rank to SSS rank requires 500,000 points, which is not that much. I currently have 100,000 points from the system reward, and I'm only 400,000 points short. This is a level that can be reached after a period of intimacy. Jiang Chung held the two of them in his arms, and every now and then a system notification would sound. With these notifications, Jiang Chung gradually fell asleep. Ding. Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Ding. Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Ding. Your compatibility with the Beast Girl has increased by 1. Dawn broke and the sky gradually turned a pale white. Jiangqing slowly awoke from its gentle slumber. Outside the window, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, gently brushing across the city's outline and draping the bustling metropolis in a soft golden glow. The morning dew was cool, and glistening water droplets clung to the tips of tender green leaves, shimmering like starlight. The city's morning was serene and beautiful, as if even time itself had slowed down. Inside the room, a soft ray of light shone through the gap in the curtains, falling on Jiang Cheng's face and bringing a touch of warmth. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were the sleeping faces of Shun Linlang and Jiang Luoshan. The warmth of last night's pleasure still lingered on their faces, like the gentlest stroke in a tranquil painting. A strange sense of satisfaction welled up in Jiang Cheng's heart. He moved his body slightly and found that the two women in his arms seemed to have been awakened by the morning light. Their eyelashes trembled, and they slowly opened their eyes. Shun Linlong's eyes seemed to hold the stars and the sea, while Jiang Luoshan's eyes held a hazy, newly awakened look. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile happily. The tacit understanding value has increased again, Jiang Chung thought to himself, then summoned the system interface. Beast girl name, Shun Linlang. Rank, SSS. Teamwork rating, 512. Required for advancement, 2 million points. Next rank, EX. Beast girl name, Jiang Luoshan. Rank, SSS. Teamwork rating, 508. Required for advancement, 2 million points. Next rank, EX. Jiang Chung was slightly taken aback. Overnight, his tacit understanding value had increased by about 500 points, which was much faster than he had expected. Perhaps because Jiang Chung was holding Shun Linlang and Jiang Luoshan, Yang-chi, although also allowed to sleep in the same bed, showed a relatively slow increase in their tacit understanding. After roughly figuring out the pattern of increasing tacit understanding, a thought suddenly came to Jiang Cheng's mind. He remembered that he still had an S-rank beast girl, his newly acquired Lu Yi. I wonder how much tacit understanding value Lu Yi will need to advance to the next rank. As soon as this thought came to mind, Jiang Chung was filled with anticipation. So he directly activated his ability to summon beast girls. Instantly, the room seemed to be torn apart, creating a dark vortex with an unfathomable aura. The vortex spun and gradually stabilized. Then, a petite and lovely woman walked out gracefully from it. Her face was full of excitement and curiosity, and her big eyes were fixed on Jiang Chung. Compared to other women, Lu Yi is much petite, exuding a cute charm that makes people want to hug her. Her appearance closely resembled that of her older sister, Lu Feifei. It was a fresh, refined, gentle, and charming beauty, like a ray of warm sunshine in spring, warm but not dazzling. Looking at Lu Yi in front of him, Jiang Chung felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Beast girl name, Lu Yi. Rank S. Teamwork level, 0. Required for advancement, 100,000 points. Next rank, SS. Jiang Chung was delighted when he saw Lu Yi's required tacit understanding value. 100,000 points was indeed a goal that could be achieved quickly compared to the huge advancement requirements of Shun Linlang and Jiang Luoshan. Moreover, he still had 100,000 points of tacit understanding rewarded by the system, which meant he could directly help Lu Yi upgrade her grade to SS level. In that case, she could also lend him a hand in the battle? Jiang Chung felt a surge of joy at this thought. He looked at Lu Yi, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. When Lu Yi saw the joy on Jiang Cheng's face, a warm feeling welled up in her heart as well. Her big eyes seemed to sparkle with stars, filled with excitement. Jiang Chung, thank you. I thought it would be a long time before I could see you again. Lu Yi's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Chung smiled slightly and gently patted Lu Yi's head. I'm going to do an experiment with you now. If the experiment is successful, I might be able to upgrade your rank. Lu Yi was immediately shocked. She had heard other women mention Jiang Cheng's ability before, but she never expected him to use it on her. If it can actually raise her rank, wouldn't that directly elevate her to SS rank? Lu Yi felt a surge of excitement. Looking at Lu Yi's excited face, Jiang Cheng also felt a burning anger rising within him. Wanting to improve is no problem, but there's no such thing as a free lunch, Jiang Cheng said deliberately, arms crossed. Then I have nothing to repay you with, Lu Yi said, looking at Jiang Cheng with some confusion. After a while, she seemed to understand something. Ugh, if you want to just say so. After a series of activities, Jiang Cheng directly chose to use the tacit understanding points awarded by the system to advance Lu Yi's level. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from Lu Yi's body, and her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. When the light faded, Lu Yi had successfully advanced to SS rank. Jiang Cheng, it really seems like I've leveled up. Lu Yi couldn't help but get excited. It's actually true. Chapter 248 Wan Xian's Confession. She felt this power, and her heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and joy. Jiang Cheng, I feel like I've become stronger, Lu Yi exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Cheng nodded. Name, Lu Yi. Beast Soul, Shadow Cat. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, Mandatory Soul Contract. Level 1, 0%. Qualification, SS level, Rare and Exotic. Soul Power, 14, Current Growth, 10/level, Rating, Azura. Strength, 22, Current Growth, Level 21, Rating, Martial God. Attack Effects, Shadow Stealth. Beast Soul Skill, Shadow Assault. Lu Yi can use the power of the Shadow Cat to blend into the surrounding shadows, achieving short-range teleportation or invisibility. While invisible, her movement speed increases, allowing her to silently approach enemies and launch surprise attacks. This skill is even more effective at night or in dark environments. Feeling the new power surging within her, Lu Yi's eyes shone with an unprecedented light, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, her smile radiant. Her eyes were like two deep springs, shimmering with a gentle yet firm light. Every time her gaze met Jiang Cheng's, it was as if she was silently telling him her innermost thoughts. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Cheng, her bright eyes filled with deep emotion. It was an endless gratitude and love for Jiang Cheng. Looking at Lu Yi's face, which was so similar to Lu Feifei's, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of complex emotions. He recalled all the things he had shared with Lu Feifei, and the memories flooded back like a tide, making him feel somewhat dazed. His younger sister, Lu Yi, has become his beast girl, while his relationship with Lu Feifei remains ambiguous, filling him with inner conflict. Is this kind of relationship fair to Lu Feifei? But if Wan Xian were killed directly, Lu Feifei's father would be unable to explain it. After all, Wan Xian was killed, and then his two daughters became his beast girls. Anyone with eyes could see what was going on. Moreover, this outcome might not be what Lu Feifei wanted. Jiang Cheng thought about it. He decided to have a serious talk with Lu Feifei. He wanted to clear up his thoughts and give Lu Feifei a clear answer. This delay will only complicate matters further. At the same time, he also wanted to teach Wan Xian a lesson. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, activated his supernatural ability, and began searching for Lu Feifei's whereabouts. Inside the girls' dormitory, Nanjing University's dormitory areas are divided into three categories: male dormitories, female dormitories, and double dormitories. The double dormitory is home to many pairs of beast girls. Lu Feifei still rejected Wan Xian's suggestion and moved into the girls' dormitory. On the path below the girls' dormitory, the first rays of morning light shone down, casting a soft glow on every passerby and adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil morning. Many boys and girls strolled arm in arm, enjoying the beautiful moment. Their laughter and conversations mingled together, creating a vibrant and youthful scene. Lu Feifei stood at the dormitory window, gazing at this scene, a feeling of indescribable envy welling up in her heart. Looking at the couples, she couldn't help but think of Jiang Cheng and her younger sister, Lu Yi. Those scenes were etched into her mind, impossible to erase. She once thought she could easily forget Jiang Cheng and start a new life, but now she finds that she can no longer do it. Whenever she tried to imagine being with other boys, a strange sense of disgust would well up inside her. Including Wan Xian, she felt disgusted even fighting alongside him. Lu Feifei knew that her heart was already firmly occupied by Jiang Cheng, and no matter how hard she tried, She could not put anyone else into her heart. Thinking of this, Lu Feifei was a little lost in thought. She sighed softly and decided to leave the dormitory and take a walk on campus to see the scenery, hoping it would cheer her up. She strolled along the path on campus and came to a flower bed. In the flower bed, flowers of all colors vied for attention, emitting a faint fragrance. The air is refreshing and invigorating. Butterflies flutter among the flowers, and bees busily collect nectar. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the flower beds, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. Beast girls and beast soul masters came and went by the flower bed, some alone, some in pairs, leaning on each other. Seeing this scene, Lu Feifei felt a deep sense of envy. She also longed to be able to stroll hand in hand with Jiang Cheng on campus, enjoying this tranquility and beauty. However, just then, a familiar figure walked over from not far away, shattering her reverie. It was Ruan Xin, holding a bouquet of bright red roses in his hands, with what he thought was a charming smile on his face. A feeling of disgust welled up in Lu Feifei's heart. She disliked this person, and even more so his current actions. Ruan Xin walked over, took out a small box from her storage ring, and carefully placed it on the ground. Then, as if by magic, he conjured up a pile of candles on the ground, which happened to form a heart shape. Passing students gathered around, watching this scene with curiosity. "Feifei, this is a surprise I prepared for you," Ruan Xin said proudly. "Look, this heart-shaped candle and this bouquet of roses all represent my love for you." Lu Feifei looked at him coldly, without the slightest fluctuation in her heart. She hated Ruan Xin's arrogance, and she hated even more his attempt to win her over in this way. She only wanted to be with Jiang Cheng. Everyone else was meaningless to her. The students who were passing by gathered around and formed a small circle. They whispered among themselves, gossiping. "Isn't that Ruan Xin, the freshman this year? He's actually going to woo his beast girl." This kind of scene is not uncommon for older students, but it is still quite interesting. A lot of people gathered around. Ruan Xin knelt on one knee, holding roses in her hands, her eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. A smile he thought was charming played on his lips, but the glint in his eyes betrayed his inner tension and longing. He gazed intently at Lu Feifei, as if trying to absorb her entire being into his eyes. "Feifei, this is a surprise I prepared for you." Ruan Xin's tone was deep and full of emotion. "Look, these all represent my love for you. I'm willing to do anything for you. I just ask that you give me a chance." But her gaze was cold, as if she were looking at a complete stranger. Chapter 249. Jiang Cheng makes a move. In front of the flower beds vying for attention, the various flowers seemed to be competing with each other, trying to attract more eyes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and adding a touch of dreaminess and romance to the scene. However, the atmosphere at that moment was completely at odds with the beautiful scenery. The students formed a small circle, their voices rising and falling, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, as if they were all waiting for a good show to unfold. Butterflies fluttered among the flowers, and bees busily collected nectar, seemingly oblivious to this human emotional entanglement. "Ruan Xin, why do you have to do this?" Lu Feifei said calmly, her voice standing out clearly in the crowd. "I told you long ago, we can't be together." She turned around, not even glancing at the candles and roses on the ground, and resolutely walked away into the distance. Her back view was so resolute, as if telling everyone that her mind was made up and could not be changed. Ruan Xin's face immediately turned awkward, and the rose in his hand seemed to become heavy. He stood there, stunned, watching Lu Feifei's departing figure, at a loss for what to do. What did I do wrong to make her dislike me so much? Could it be the time of the college entrance examination? Encountering Jiang Cheng at the Heavenly Mystery Hunting Grounds. It seems that from that time on, Lu Feifei gradually drifted away from him. How ironic. His eyes were filled with disappointment and frustration, as if all his confidence and pride had been shattered at this moment. The students around him looked at him with pity, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He glanced around and found that everyone was looking at him and talking amongst themselves. This drove him even more insane, as if he had been stripped of all his dignity and face. His face immediately darkened, and a hint of anger and resentment flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stood up, slammed the rose in his hand to the ground, and crushed it to pieces. "Feifei, I just want to live in a double dorm with you. I want to be with you. Is that wrong? Why? Why have you been getting colder and colder towards me lately?" Ruan Xin's voice trembled, and his emotions finally broke down in front of everyone. He thought he could use the power of numbers to get Lu Feifei to admit her feelings, but he never expected to be rejected in public, which he found hard to accept. A hint of resentment flickered in his eyes, as if he couldn't accept this cruel reality. Could it be that you have someone else in your heart? His voice was hoarse, tinged with despair. In the relationship between a beast girl and a beast soul master, if the beast girl falls in love with someone else, it is definitely a loss of face for the beast soul master. To be honest, after spending so much time together, he really couldn't understand why things would turn out this way. Lu Feifei stopped and turned to look at Ruan Xian, her eyes filled with indifference and determination. Ruan Xian, you're not wrong. It's just that I don't like you. Feelings can't be forced, and I hope you understand that. Her voice was calm but firm, and she took a deep breath after speaking. Don't you know why I became your beast girl? Ruan Xian's face grew even darker. He stared intently at Lu Feifei, as if trying to find a hint of wavering in her eyes. However, he was disappointed. Lu Feifei's eyes held only determination. Okay, I understand. Ruan Xian's voice was low and hoarse. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ruan Xian. Jiang Cheng walked into the crowd with some confusion, looking at the scene before him. The jeering and the bystanders who weren't jeering, the candles and flowers scattered all over the ground, and the girl's departing figure. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He glanced around, his gaze finally settling on Ruan Xian. Ruan Xian's face was somber, her eyes filled with disappointment and resentment. Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly. He understood that feeling, for he had experienced it himself. Ruan Xian, feelings can't be forced. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Although you haven't done anything wrong, Feifei's feelings are very clear. You should respect her choice. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xian suddenly looked up at Jiang Cheng, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Feifei, Jiang Cheng called softly from behind Lu Feifei, and the crowd immediately erupted in a chorus of boos. The onlookers immediately began whispering among themselves. Isn't that Jiang Cheng? He's so handsome. Yes, could it be that he has taken a liking to Lu Feifei? Wow, Lu Feifei is so lucky. Every one of them who becomes a beast girl in Jiangcheng is an absolute powerhouse. I want to become a beast girl in Jiangcheng too. The discussions rose and fell, filled with envy for Lu Feifei. When Ruan Xian heard the discussions around her, her face turned a deep shade of liver. That wasn't all. His beast girl, Lu Feifei, suddenly started trembling all over, turning her head away in disbelief. Those eyes that used to look at him as if he were trash now became incredibly clear, a clarity that carried a hint of joy and a subtle, hidden glint. He couldn't believe that his goddess would react this way to Jiang Cheng. Ruan Xian felt as if an invisible knife had pierced his heart, the pain making it hard for him to breathe. He slumped down, overwhelmed by a wave of despair. Lu Feifei glanced at Jiang Cheng, her chest heaving violently, as if she were restraining something, and her eyes instantly reddened. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers and boos. Wow, there's really a story behind this. I can't stand seeing women cry. Jiang Cheng, why don't you go and comfort her? A commotion erupted around them, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Beast girls are not required to choose a beast soul master as their partner. This is not mandatory, and beast girls have the right to choose freely. However, most beast girls will choose their own beast soul master. While it's a convention, it's not absolute. Lu Feifei bit her lower lip, turned around abruptly, and ran towards the distance. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled as to why Lu Feifei would suddenly act this way. Jiang Cheng slowly walked up to Ruan Xian and threw a punch. Ruan Xian was completely stunned. Suddenly, the world spun around her, blood gushed from her nose, and she collapsed to the ground. He didn't understand why Jiang Cheng was taking his anger out on him when he was the one who was injured. He suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and if he could, he really wanted to cry. From now on, stay away from Feifei, or you'll regret it. Jiang Cheng had held back, knowing the kid was just pretending to be dead, so he ignored him. After saying that, he chased after Lu Feifei. Chapter 249 Heinous Crimes. Feifei, Jiang Cheng's voice came from behind. When Lu Feifei heard this familiar voice, she panicked even more, and her face turned pale instantly, losing its usual color. She quickened her pace, her graceful figure displaying an indescribable allure as she ran, her long hair fluttering in the wind, each step seeming so hurried. Jiang Cheng gave chase and finally caught up with Lu Feifei at a corner, grabbing her arm. Lu Feifei's body suddenly stopped, as if she had been pulled back to reality by a sudden force. Fei, what's wrong? Why are you avoiding me? Jiang Cheng's voice was filled with confusion and urgency, his gaze deep, trying to find the answer in her eyes. Lu Fei bit her lower lip tightly, her face pale, and her struggle was evident. She didn't dare look up at Jiang Cheng, keeping her gaze fixed on the ground. Jiang Cheng, you. Her words came out in fits and starts, each one seemingly squeezed out from the depths of her heart. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and large drops slid down her cheeks, falling to the ground and splashing out in silent ripples. Upon seeing this, a complex light flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Cheng also noticed Lu Fei's unusual behavior and thought to himself that Ruan Xin was truly wicked. Did I hit him too lightly? He sighed softly, his tone full of tenderness and confusion. Fei, tell me, what happened? Who made you so sad? Lu Fei's body trembled slightly, but she still did not look up. It's because, she said, sounding somewhat distressed. Jiang Cheng sighed, gently put his arm around Lu Fei's shoulder, and said softly, Is it that Ruan Xin? Lu Fei leaned against the wall, her body trembling slightly, as if all her strength had been drained away at that moment. Jiang Cheng leaned against her with one hand, and sunlight streamed down from the sky, gently falling on him and gilding his handsome features with a soft golden glow. His eyes were deep and resolute, as if they could see into people's hearts, and the fine sweat on his forehead glistened in the sunlight. Jiang Cheng pinched Lu Fei's chin, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Was it that Ruan Xin who did this? I just beat him up, and he definitely won't bother you again. If you think that's not enough, I'll go beat him up again. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, looking menacing. However, Lu Fei suddenly rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. She gently shook her head, her voice tinged with bitterness. No, it's not him. She chuckled inwardly. Ruan Xin was her beast soul master, yet Jiang Cheng said he would make sure Ruan Xin wouldn't bother her anymore. That sounds really weird. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, clearly surprised by Lu Fei's answer. He loosened his clenched fist and looked at Lu Fei with a gentler gaze. He asked softly, Who is that? Tell me, Fei, I don't want to see you so sad. Last time you and my sister, wasn't it? Lu Fei gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse, as if every word was squeezed out from the bottom of her heart. Scenes of Jiang Cheng and Lu Yi together flashed through her mind again, those images like sharp blades cutting into her heart. Her face grew even paler, and her eyes revealed an indescribable pain and struggle, a complex emotion mixed with sadness and loss. Lu Fei's hands were tightly clasped together, as if trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she was trying to hold back the tears that were about to well up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's expression changed instantly. He did not resist anything that had happened with Lu Yi, nor did he feel any remorse. However, facing Lu Fei's questioning, he realized the complexity of the situation. He thought for a moment, deciding to take a delaying tactic. His expression changed, and he slowly said, Actually, your sister and I are nothing. You. Lu Fei raised her head, her tear-filled eyes staring directly at Jiang Cheng. I saw it with my own eyes. Her voice was filled with undisguised pain. Jiang Cheng was shocked. He saw it with his own eyes. How could he have seen it? He was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain. Looking at Lu Fei's pale face, and thinking of the sadness in her heart, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Jiang Cheng probably understood everything now. So Lu Fei wasn't doing it because of anyone else, but because of me? This? Fei, let me explain, Jiang Cheng said urgently. He wanted to clarify everything, but he didn't know where to begin. He looked into Lu Fei's pained eyes and felt a surge of panic. Fei, accept me, okay? Jiang Cheng held Lu Fei's arm tightly, his tone pleading and firm as he whispered in her ear. His eyes burned with intensity, as if they could burn away all obstacles. Lu Fei looked anxious, her eyes flashing with hesitation and struggle. She clenched her teeth, seemingly trying to control the turmoil in her heart. But, her words came out in fits and starts, each one seemingly squeezed out from the depths of her heart. She looked at Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Yi is already my beast girl, and she will be my woman from now on. As for you and me, we already have a real relationship, and I will take good care of you both. Jiang Cheng's words were filled with an unquestionable expression. Looking at Jiang Cheng's handsome face, Lu Fei felt a pang of tenderness in her heart. She felt the warmth of his hand, and the sincerity and determination in his words. Her heart softened, and after a long pause, she murmured, "Then what will my sister think of me?" Jiangcheng looked into Lu Feifei's pained eyes, sighed softly, and said gently, "Don't worry, Feifei. You can come to my place in a few days. I'll make sure you and Yi can get along well. As long as you can accept all of this, because, Feifei, she's already my beast girl." Lu Feifei finally nodded. "Jiangcheng, I like you so much." Only at this moment did Lu Feifei finally relax. She leaned against Jiangcheng's chest, feeling his warmth. Her heart was filled with happiness, as if all the pain and struggle had vanished in that moment. My residence in Jiangcheng. The girls had already finished washing up, eaten breakfast, and were exercising. Because the space provided was quite large, even with Yang Qi and Lu Yi there, it didn't feel cramped. The happiest person among them was Lu Yi. She was directly promoted from an S-class beast girl to an SS class, a qualitative leap in strength. Suddenly, two voices on the road grew closer and closer, and the girls were immediately taken aback. Shen Linlong's expression was somewhat strange. "Isn't that Lu Feifei? But her sister is right here." She only said half of what she meant, but the meaning was self-evident. Chapter 250 Sisters Meet. Inside the school clinic, an eerie silence enveloped the entire space, as if even the air itself had frozen. The private medical room was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, which contrasted with the silence outside, creating a depressing atmosphere. Bai Ling stood in front of the medicine cabinet, her mind filled with complex thoughts. Her gaze wandered among the various medicines, finally settling on several bottles of pregnancy-preserving drugs and supplements. The medical room at Nanjing University is well stocked with medicines and handles quite a few cases of pregnant beast girls on a daily basis. Bai Ling skillfully prepared some necessary medicines for Ji Yuechan. Ji Yuechan sat in the chair, appearing even more mature and charming under the cold light of the infirmary. Her long, smooth hair fell gently over her shoulders, her eyes were deep, and her face had distinct features, exuding a unique charm. Even in simple clothes, her graceful figure was hard to hide. Especially when she sat on the chair in the hospital, the unique curve formed by her hips and the chair created an indescribable, alluring charm. After preparing the medicine, Bai Ling handed a bundle of medicine to Ji Yuechan and whispered a few words of advice. Ji Yuechan smiled and nodded, her voice soft and magnetic. "Thank you, Bai Ling." After speaking, she slowly stood up, carrying the medicine in her hand, and walked gracefully towards the door of the infirmary. As she walked out of the infirmary, she glanced back at Bai Ling, whispered goodbye, and slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. The medical room fell silent again, with only the faint smell of disinfectant still lingering in the air, as if bearing witness to everything that had just happened. Ji Yuechan gazed at the boundless blue sky, exhaled deeply, and let her thoughts drift away like clouds. Just then, her gaze caught an unusual light streaking across the sky, as striking as a shooting star. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and upon closer inspection, she saw that it was a magic, powered airship, passing through the clouds with an arrogant and domineering air. This magical airship is extremely stunning. It features a streamlined body and an overall deep black color, as if it were made from the hardest meteorite. The airship's front end is sharp and menacing, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce, exuding a strong sense of aggression. The hull was engraved with intricate magical runes, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, adding to the airship's mysterious and majestic aura. The airship is equipped with huge thrusters on both sides, which spin at high speed and emit a deep and powerful roar, as if they are the heart of the airship, providing it with a continuous source of power. The airship trails a long plume of flame at its tail, a testament to its high-speed flight and a symbol of its imposing presence. The entire airship exudes a strong sense of oppression. Only nobles were qualified to use this device, and it was generally used for long-distance travel. Because long-distance teleportation technology was not yet mature, the teleportation range of the teleportation array was limited, making it difficult to cross provinces. Sometimes, multiple transfers were required, which was quite troublesome. However, this magically powered airship, with its astonishing speed, became the preferred mode of long-distance travel for nobles. Its appearance undoubtedly represented a symbol of status and prestige. At this moment, the ultra-luxurious airship is slowly landing on the helipad of Jiangnan Wudai University. Its imposing presence and luxury instantly attract the attention of the surrounding students. This magically powered airship undoubtedly caused quite a stir on the campus of Wuhan University in Jiangnan. The students stopped to watch, their eyes filled with curiosity and envy, and whispers rose and fell. Who is this important person who has arrived? I've never seen this type of airship before. That's right. I heard that this type of airship costs over 100 million. Judging from the imposing presence of this airship, the people inside must be extraordinary. They might be some high-ranking noble or high-ranking figure. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the airship's hatch slowly opened, and a figure stepped out. He was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He wore a well-tailored dark suit and walked with a steady gait, each step exuding an unquestionable authority. Her short hair was neatly combed, without the slightest mess, which added to her capable and decisive demeanor. Behind the middle-aged man were several menacing-looking bodyguards. They were dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses, and were tall and muscular. Their eyes were alert and sharp, constantly watching the surrounding movements. With this aura and this pomp, it must be some important figure. It's a rare sight indeed. I wonder what brings this important person to our school. The students were filled with speculation and curiosity, but none of them dared to approach and disturb the important figure. They all secretly wondered about the identity and purpose of this important person. The middle-aged man was named Ji Tianai, Ji Yuechan's father. His face was gloomy, and his eyes held a somewhat obscure expression. Inside Jiang Cheng's residence, Jiang Luotian and Xin Linlang were chatting when Jiang Cheng suddenly walked in with Lu Feifei. The two were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. This is outrageous. The younger sister is inside. Why did you bring the older sister back too? Jiang Luotian muttered to herself, and seeing Lu Feifei's tearful eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Xin Linlang was also taken aback. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng, but she already understood what he wanted to do. She tugged at Jiang Cheng's sleeve and whispered in his ear, Lu Yi is inside, and she seems quite happy. If you do this, won't she? Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and said confidently, Don't worry, Yi will be very happy. As he spoke, he gently patted Xin Linlang's hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then, he led Lu Feifei into the house. Inside the room, Lu Yi was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a Beast Girl training manual in her hand, her face beaming with a happy smile. She sensed someone coming in, looked up, and saw Jiang Cheng leading Lu Feifei in. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she immediately froze on the spot. Sister, how could this be? Lu Yi felt cold all over and was shivering. Based on her understanding of her sister, she should never want to see Jiang Cheng again. But now, her face suddenly turned bitter. Back then, did you deliberately show me that video? Lu Feifei's expression was also somewhat unnatural, and her rosy lips trembled slightly. Jiang Cheng pulled them both into his arms. What's past is past. From now on, you're both my women, and no one can take you away from me. But, Father won't let us all become your beast girls. In the end, someone has to make a sacrifice. Lu Feifei sighed softly. Chapter 251 Manipulation. No, I will never let any of you get hurt in the slightest. Neither Ruan Xian nor your father can stop our determination to be together. Jiang Cheng's words carried an undeniable resolve, and his eyes were firm and profound, revealing an unshakable strength. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Lu Yi, who was pouting and looking unwilling. His tone was slightly teasing, yet it also revealed an undeniable authority. Naughty children will be punished. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, a mournful scream rang out from inside the room. The voice carried a hint of coquettishness, mixed with a touch of pleading, and the atmosphere instantly became delicate. Soft sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor and adding a touch of mystery and ambiguity to the already tense and exciting atmosphere. Lu Yi's screams echoed in the room. They were a sound mixed with complex emotions. Her body writhed under Jiang Cheng's control, trying to escape the impending punishment, but she was powerless to resist. Like a moving melody, it inspires imagination. In this ambiguous and subtle atmosphere, time seemed to slow down. The sunlight gradually spread, enveloping the entire room in a warm and hazy glow. On campus, Ruan Xian lay alone on the ground, gazing at the sky, as if forgotten. His eyes were vacant, his face haggard, as if he had suddenly lost all his vitality and fighting spirit. His clothes were disheveled, his hair was messy, and he was completely devoid of his former vigor. The word loser seemed to be etched onto his face at that moment, becoming an indelible label. Students came and went in a steady stream, some walking and some stopping, but they all looked at Ruan Xin with a strange expression. Those eyes held a mixture of curiosity and sympathy, and some even harbored schadenfreude. All of this made Ruan Xin feel extremely uncomfortable. He could guess that his story had probably spread like wildfire on the campus network and become the talk of the town. Just then, several students with their eyes covered by hoods quietly walked up to Ruan Xion's side. They walked with unusual caution and care, as if every step had been carefully calculated, for fear of disturbing something. Their hoods were pulled down low, revealing only a sliver of their eyes, making it impossible to see their true faces. "Hey classmate, do you want revenge?" one of the hooded students asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a subtle, seductive undertone. Revenge. Ruan Xin looked bewildered. He looked up at the mysterious students, his heart filled with doubt. Revenge? Who should I take revenge on? Jiang Cheng. But Jiang Cheng is so strong. How could I possibly get revenge? In the one-on-one fight just now, I was knocked to the ground without even having a chance to react. Thinking back on it now, I still feel humiliated and resentful. Yes, revenge. The hooded student seemed to read Ruan Xion's mind and continued. We know you're unwilling to accept this, and we also know Jiang Cheng is very strong. However, that doesn't mean you can't take revenge. As long as we join forces, we'll definitely have a chance. A surge of emotion welled up in Ruan Xion's heart. He looked at the hooded students, his heart filled with doubt and unease, but also with a faint sense of hope. We can give you power that rivals his. The speaker was a girl, her voice deep and magnetic, like the most alluring whisper in the dead of night, carrying a deep sense of temptation. The voice seemed to possess a magical power, capable of penetrating the soul and stirring up the deepest, most secret desires within. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Ruan Xion's eyes, a hope bordering on madness. He seemed to have grasped at the last straw, his eyes revealing a resolute and determined look. He stared intently at the hooded students, especially the girl who had extended the invitation, as if trying to find a glimmer of hope for revenge in them. Tell me, what should we do? Ruan Xion's voice trembled slightly, a mixture of excitement and anticipation. His hands were clenched into fists, veins bulging, showing his determination. He knew he might be heading down an unknown and dangerous path, but at that moment, he couldn't care less. If you let Jiang Cheng come into contact with what I gave you, Jiang Cheng will die immediately. The man continued to tempt her, his voice filled with an irresistible magic. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xion suddenly raised his head and saw a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through his own eyes and see into every corner of his heart. What is it? Ruan Xion swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. He asked slowly, his heart filled with both curiosity and fear. Don't worry, this thing is no danger to you. The man smiled and held out a hand with black nail polish. In her hand lay a bloodshot eyeball, a terrifying sight that seemed to contain some kind of evil power. Yet, Ruan Xion was as if bewitched, her eyes fixed intently on the eyeball, unable to look away. The eyeball seemed to have its own life force. It slowly rotated, with blood vessels flowing through it, like living worms. Xion felt a moment of disorientation. It was as if all his attention had been drawn away by that eyeball, and he couldn't look away. The eyeball seemed to have its own will. It leaped gently from the woman's hand and attached itself to Ruan Xion's body. In an instant, Ruan Xion's eyes became unusually bright. He stood up abruptly, his body ramrod straight, like a puppet controlled by invisible threads, and walked away into the distance without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, one can notice that his movements are slightly stiff, as if each step has been precisely calculated. Several hooded students gathered behind him, watching Ruan Xion leave, their eyes gleaming with thoughtful expressions. Can this Ruan Xion really achieve our goal? One of them asked in a deep voice, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Not necessarily. This was just a test. Jiang Cheng, he's too unpredictable. If we don't get rid of him, he might become a future threat to us. Another person replied, their tone filled with worry. TSK. Are you sure you're not just being this proactive to get rid of a love rival? A sinister voice rang out, tinged with sarcasm. Watch your mouth. The person from before warned immediately, a hint of anger in his voice. It's about to begin. Hopefully he won't disrupt our plans. Chapter 252 Elite Practical Course. Within the campus of Wuhan University in Jiangnan, lush trees provide shade. Winding paths lead to the majestic teaching and laboratory buildings, showcasing the solemnity and brilliance of academia. The distant mountains and the lakes on campus complement each other, creating a beautiful picture of harmony between nature and humanity. The supporting facilities are comprehensive, from modern libraries to high-tech research centers, from spacious and bright dormitories to various sports venues, all of which reflect the university's overall strength and emphasis on the all-round development of its students. At this moment, several students, their faces hidden in their hoods, were quietly walking in another direction according to their prearranged plan. One short-haired woman in particular stood out. Although her face was covered by a hood, the elegant temperament she exuded from within was like a gentle breeze in the morning light, impossible to ignore. Her eyes were deep and bright, occasionally flashing with a sharp light, as if she could see into the secrets of people's hearts. Yu Wuxiao raised her eyes slightly and looked into the distance. The face of a person slowly emerged in her mind, Bai Ling. It has been about 4 or 5 days since the last time. Jiang Cheng missed many classes because his test scores were excellent in all subjects. His current focus is on a few special things. First, special cultivation materials and supplies distributed by the school, and second, entering the Star Origin Blessed Land. The Star Origin Blessed Land itself is not located in this world, but in a damaged plane of a planet. It contains a large amount of source energy, which can make the cultivation of Beast Soul Masters twice as effective. Jiang Cheng's martial arts skills can be described as extremely powerful, placing her between SS class and SSS class beast girls. She possesses absolutely formidable attributes and has no need to follow the rules and attend regular school classes. In fact, some gifted students, like Jiang Cheng, have their own cultivation plans and usually don't attend classes. But then, someone suddenly arrived at Jiang Cheng's residence. Jiang Cheng, today is the elite practical training session, didn't you forget? A student wearing a school uniform and a gleaming gold badge shouted from below Jiangqing Tower. This man was indeed imposing, but he had 2 large dark circles under his eyes, his steps were unsteady, and he looked like his body had been hollowed out. The newcomer was named Zhou Tao, the student council president of the school. Jiang Cheng walked out of the house, followed by several attractive women. Zhou Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Each of them was more beautiful than his beast girl. Was this any way to defy the heavens? Jiang Cheng glanced at him with some disgust, immediately understanding the other party's intentions. He frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes, but still replied calmly, Zhou Tao, I haven't forgotten. It's just that the elite combat course isn't very meaningful to me. You might not understand my cultivation method. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's expression turned somewhat awkward, but he still forced a smile and said, Jiang Cheng, that's true. But the elite combat course is a school regulation that every genius student must participate in. No matter how strong you are, you can't ignore the school's rules, can you? Jiang Cheng sneered and said, if you think I have to participate, then have the school send someone to force me. But you'll have to bear the consequences. After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned to leave, but Zhou Tao quickly stopped him and earnestly advised, Jiang Cheng, don't do this. I know you're good, but the school is a collective after all, and we still need to abide by some basic rules. Besides, this practical course is said to be a bit different, with some special challenges and rewards, which you might be interested in. In addition, some important figures are present today, so this is a great opportunity to show off. Jiang Cheng stopped and glanced back at Zhou Tao, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He was indeed somewhat interested in the so-called special challenge and reward. After all, there weren't many things left that could truly challenge him. All right, I'll go take a look. But if I get bored, I'll leave immediately, Jiang Cheng said calmly. Zhou Tao was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly nodded, saying, Okay, as long as you're willing to go. Let's go now, the elite practical course is about to begin. As he spoke, Zhou Tao hurriedly led Jiang Cheng to the location of the practical training session. Along the way, Zhou Tao kept introducing the content of the practical course and the possible rewards to Jiang Cheng, trying to make Jiang Cheng more interested in this practical course. Jiang Cheng, however, still seemed uninterested. Upon arriving at the venue, you see many students who rarely appear before you, Jiang Cheng. These students are all exceptional talents, selected from among the best of the best. Moreover, most of them are juniors or seniors, very few are sophomores, and even fewer are freshmen. Because it was a practical course about Beast Soul Masters, no Beast Girls were brought to the field. Jiang Cheng's Beast Girls were already quite famous, so he didn't bring them. However, quite a few Beast Girls were watching. Perhaps their Beast Soul Master is right in the middle of the training ground. Jiang Cheng then turned his gaze to the podium, where he saw several elderly men with white hair, and several middle-aged men who looked to be in high positions. Among them, the one sitting next to Ji Yuechan was the most imposing and dignified. Who is this person? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. Jiang Cheng pondered to himself, his gaze lingering on the imposing old man for a few more seconds. He could sense that the old man's aura was extraordinary, clearly that of a master with unfathomable strength. Zhou Tao, who is that? Jiang Cheng asked casually. Although he didn't care about these so-called rules and courses, since he was here, he might as well find out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao immediately leaned closer and whispered, "Oh, that guy. It said that his cultivation has reached the legendary realm. He's a true top expert, and I think he's in the military, but I don't know the specifics." It seems this practical lesson is indeed somewhat unusual, Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the crowd once more. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent robe walked onto the stage in the center of the training ground. He looked around at everyone present, then cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Distinguished genius students, welcome to today's elite combat class. I know many of you are tired of the regular school curriculum, but please believe me, today's practical lesson will bring you a completely new challenge and experience." As he spoke, he paused slightly, his gaze lingering on Jiang Cheng for a few seconds, seemingly quite interested in this legendary genius student. Chapter 253: The Battle. Inside the venue, the light was bright yet soft, with high-hanging lighting fixtures illuminating every corner while maintaining a warm atmosphere. The venue is laid out in a staggered manner, with a spacious training ground in the center and a circular audience seating area around it. What was originally deserted has, as time has passed, become quite crowded with students, faculty, and staff who have come to watch, and even some people from outside the school who have come specifically to observe. In the audience, gifted students from all grades gathered together, some sitting and some standing, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. These gifted students are now eager to show off their skills in this rare practical lesson. For them, this was not only an opportunity to test their own abilities, but also an excellent stage to showcase themselves in front of many important figures. The training ground is surrounded by various high-tech monitoring devices and simulated combat systems, clearly to ensure the smooth conduct of the practical training and to record the performance of each student. Today's practical lesson will simulate a real beast soul battle scenario to test your adaptability and actual combat skills. Moreover, to increase the challenge, we have also prepared some special surprises. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and then waved his hand. As he moved, transparent barriers suddenly rose around the training ground, sealing off the entire arena. At the same time, the atmosphere inside the arena underwent subtle changes, as if some special power was quietly spreading. Several beast girls, now transformed into beast men, slowly emerged from within. Every beast spirit master at our Jiangnan Martial Arts University possesses the strength to fight against beast girls. You are all absolute geniuses, so naturally you are no exception. Next, those whose names are called, please come up on stage. On the platform, GT and I glanced at the several beast soul masters below, his gaze deep and thoughtful. But a secret plan was brewing in his mind. He had already tested Jiangqing's strength and assumed it was quite formidable, but he hadn't witnessed its exact strength firsthand. Taking this opportunity, we should naturally observe carefully. Logically speaking, freshmen shouldn't be very strong in terms of beast soul master strength alone. In the audience seats, Ruan Xian's eyes were dark as he stared intently at the stage. His condition appeared extremely strange. He seemed somewhat dazed, with his eyes almost entirely black pupils and very little white showing. In a corner where no one was paying attention, one of his hands was secretly hidden in his sleeve, and an eyeball was embedded in his wrist, adding a touch of horror to the scene. On the high platform, Ji Yuechan's heart was filled with trepidation. She originally planned to tell Jiang Cheng the news of her pregnancy herself, but she did not expect her father to arrive suddenly and confine her to the house. She bit her lower lip tightly, thinking to herself that Jiang Cheng would be very happy if he knew this news. But now her every move is being monitored, and if her father finds out about this, the consequences will be unimaginable. She could only keep this news to herself for the time being, waiting for the right time to tell Jiang Cheng. Ji Yuechan looked down at the audience, her every smile and gesture exuding endless charm. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings. The students in the audience would occasionally steal glances at her, probably attracted by her beauty. On the stage, the referee began calling out names, his voice loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire venue. At his call, Two strong, muscular boys stood up and strode briskly towards the center of the training ground. One of the boys, while walking towards Tai Chung, suddenly took off his shirt in a bold and unrestrained manner. His upper body was well-defined, with tight and powerful muscles, as if every inch of his skin contained explosive power. The man took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming, and his whole body exuded a strong fighting aura. Another boy also had an extraordinary demeanor. He walked slowly to the front of the stage, each step appearing steady and powerful. Those who can come to this venue are the most elite students in the entire school, and their competition will undoubtedly be a visual feast. At the referee's signal, the two immediately began fighting. Their imposing presence clearly indicated a solid foundation. Their punches and kicks carried a subtle, swift energy, each attack brimming with power and speed. Their movements were agile and precise, each dodge and counterattack perfectly timed. The battle was extremely fierce, with the two exchanging blows and neither giving an inch. Their figures moved swiftly across the training ground, like two bolts of lightning intertwining and colliding. The students in the audience were stunned, their breathing becoming rapid. Even the high-strength ceramic tiles on the floor slowly developed spiderweb-like cracks. The middle-aged man sat in the audience, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the battle in the arena. He nodded repeatedly as he looked at it, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. These two boys are indeed exceptionally strong. Their combat skills and adaptability are at a very high level. A moment later, one of the boys was accidentally kicked off the stage by the shirtless boy, falling heavily to the ground and causing a gasp from the audience. The winner is Shuiyu, a senior. Immediately, the audience in the entire venue cheered and applauded. Clearly, Shuiyu was a celebrity, and his strength and performance had won everyone's recognition. Shuiyu stood on the stage, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to the crowd below, and smiled confidently. "You flatter me." Although the person in the audience was somewhat dejected, he still bowed to him to show his admiration. Next pair, Jiang Chung, freshman, and Chen Dong, senior. As the referee announced the verdict, the hall erupted in cheers and murmurs. Jiang Chung, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam, is here too? Unbelievable. Isn't he only a freshman? What do you know? He's a genius among geniuses. What do you think? I admit that the Beast Girls in Jiangcheng are very strong, but even the most talented person can't fight a third-year student without the Beast Girls participating. There was much discussion on stage, clearly indicating that people were not optimistic about Jiangcheng. After all, he was just a freshman, while his opponent was Chun Dong, a senior with rich combat experience. Jiangcheng slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent, Chun Dong, appeared very arrogant, with a hint of conceit on his face, clearly having a high degree of confidence in his own strength. He looked down at Jiangcheng, then suddenly shook his head and raised his hand. "I'm not convinced." Chun Dong stretched out his hand and pointed at Shuiyu below the stage, saying, "I want to challenge a real master. Let's leave the freshmen to the sophomores." Chen Dong looked at Jiangcheng with an arrogant expression. The referee slowly walked down. "No problem. Jiangcheng is a worthy opponent for you. Chen Dong, don't underestimate him." Chapter 254 Battle Part 2. "I don't believe he can be my opponent." Chen Dong frowned, his tone full of disdain, his eyes full of contempt and provocation, as if Jiangcheng was really unworthy to be his opponent. "If he brings the Beast Girl along, I might not be a match for him. But on my own, I don't want to take advantage of him. I'll wait until he's a sophomore before challenging me." Chen Dong held his head high and spoke arrogantly, clearly not taking Jiangcheng's strength seriously. Upon seeing this, the referee couldn't help but smile with amusement. He walked over to Chen Dong and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Dong's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief as he scanned Jiangcheng back and forth, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Jiangcheng, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. He hadn't been particularly interested in coming here. He was just looking for some fun. If the person in front of you doesn't want to compete, then forget it. Why not go back and do some fun things with your Beast Girl? "I understand." Chen Dong nodded solemnly. "I understand." Chen Dong nodded solemnly, his aura instantly solidifying, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, its edge fully revealed. His eyes became sharp and focused. All traces of his previous contempt and provocation vanished, replaced by a thirst for battle and seriousness. Seeing this, the referee nodded in satisfaction and then loudly announced, "The match begins." On the high platform, the dignified middle-aged man watched the two below with great interest. On his desk was a document with a photo of Jiangcheng printed on it. He frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a look of doubt. Just how strong is this young man? How did he manage to win my daughter's heart and turn her into his beast girl? He muttered to himself, clearly filled with curiosity and incomprehension about Jiang Cheng. As soon as the match started, Chen Dong charged towards Jiang Cheng like a tiger descending a mountain. He had clearly abandoned his previous contempt, and every move he made was full of power and speed, as if he wanted to defeat Jiang Cheng in an instant. Although Jiang Cheng was not in high spirits, he remained calm and composed in the face of Chen Dong's fierce offensive. He moved nimbly, dodging Chen Dong's attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Chen Dong's strength should not be underestimated. His attacks were like a storm, leaving Jiang Cheng somewhat overwhelmed. Despite Jiang Cheng's best efforts to dodge, Chen Dong eventually found an opening. Chen Dong seized the opportunity and punched Jiang Cheng in the chest. Although Jiang Cheng managed to defend himself in time, he was still forced to retreat several steps by the punch, his face flushed. At this moment, he had already retreated to the edge of the ring. Upon seeing this, Chen Dong revealed a smug smile. He launched another fierce attack on Jiang Cheng, this time even more aggressively, as if he wanted to completely defeat Jiang Cheng. Just one more step? Chen Dong smiled slightly and lunged at Jiang Cheng. When Chen Dong approached, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "You've been tricked." He clenched his fist and threw a simple punch. The internal energy flowed, and strands of true power gathered, carrying immense force, and smashed towards Chen Dong like a flash flood. The power and force of this punch exceeded everyone's imagination. The air seemed to be torn apart by the punch, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Chen Dong's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Jiang Cheng to be hiding such formidable strength. Because the situation changed so quickly, Chen Dong had no choice but to take the punch head-on. He gritted his teeth, tensed all his muscles, and gathered all his strength to meet the attack. On the platform, the middle-aged man, who had initially seemed somewhat disappointed, suddenly brightened up. He looked at Jiang Cheng in astonishment. "This is the Yin-Yang Harmony technique." He was immediately shocked. This technique wasn't something just anyone could learn. Just how much strength was this kid hiding? An indescribable shock welled up in his heart. Judging from the stance of that punch, was he feigning weakness just now? To catch his opponent off guard and force them to take the punch head-on? Impressive. Chen Dong crossed his arms, covering them with dense true energy to form a sturdy shield, attempting to block Jiang Cheng's powerful punch. However, Jiang Cheng's punch sent him flying. The shield of true energy shattered in midair, turning into specks of light and dissipating. The two fists collided, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire training ground seemed to tremble at that moment, as if even space itself could not withstand the collision of these two forces, and a slight distortion appeared. The audience stared in disbelief at the scene, not expecting the climax of the match to come so suddenly and so intensely. Chen Dong tumbled several times in the air before he could barely dissipate the force and stagger to his feet on the ground. Boom. The parts of his feet that made contact with the ground were covered with countless dense cracks, as if even the ground could not withstand the force of his fall. Chen Dong felt as if he had been struck by a tremendous force, as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter, and he was in unbearable pain. He staggered backward, his face as pale as paper, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. He never imagined that Jiang Cheng possessed such formidable strength. The power of that punch far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Cheng stood firmly in place, his face as calm as still water, as if the punch he had just thrown was merely a casual strike. His eyes revealed a calm expression, as if this battle was just a game to him, a boring game. A faint smile appeared on Zhang's lips. He didn't actually have any tactics or special plans. He just felt that winning by following the established rules was too boring, so he came up with this method to catch the opponent off guard. Chen Dong licked his lips, his expression turning fierce. He realized that his opponent was incredibly powerful, likely possessing fundamental attributes far exceeding his own. However, he also noticed that Jiang Cheng might lack in technique. This presented an opportunity, and he decided to adjust his strategy. Chen Dong took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing and mindset. He launched another attack on Jiang Cheng, but this time he did not choose to confront it head-on. Instead, he adopted a hit-and-run strategy, trying to wear down Jiang Cheng's strength. He moved nimbly around the ring, dodging Jiang Cheng's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. His punches and kicks were extremely fierce, and every move was full of killing intent. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. He didn't care about Chen Dong's change, because to him, this battle was just a game, nothing more. He remained calm and composed, nimbly dodging Chundong's attacks. Chapter 255 Battle 3. As time went on, Jiangqing suddenly changed his strategy. He no longer just dodged and defended, but began to take the initiative to attack. His movements became more agile and unpredictable, and his punches and kicks became increasingly fierce. Upon seeing this, Chundong's expression changed drastically. With a loud bang, Jiangqing's foot, which was in contact with the ground, exerted force suddenly, like a giant beast awakening, instantly denting the ground and leaving a deep footprint. At the same time, he turned around and unleashed a sweeping attack with extremely sharp wind pressure, like a sharp blade, fiercely attacking Chundong. In the audience, many people were so shocked by this sudden turn of events that they stood up. They stared at Jiangqing in disbelief as he kicked out with unparalleled power and speed, sending Chundong flying. Chundong's figure traced an arc in the air, like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, unable to control itself. This time, he was so shocked by Jiangqing's immense power that he was completely disoriented and his mind went blank. He could no longer maintain his balance and could only helplessly let his body tumble in the air. Finally, he fell heavily off the ring, his body hitting the ground with a loud bang, and then he fell into a coma. The venue erupted in a frenzy, first with gasps of surprise, as if everyone had held their breath. Then, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They were amazed by Jiangqing's strength and excited by the exciting match. In the audience, people kept shouting Jiangqing's name, and their voices combined to form an undeniable wave of sound. Jiangqing's kick not only revealed his hidden strength, but also completely overturned everyone's previous views of him. Upon seeing this, the referee quickly stepped forward and carefully examined Chundong's condition. After confirming that he had only fallen unconscious due to the severe impact and was not in mortal danger, the referee loudly announced the result of the match. Jiangqing wins this match. The cheers from the audience grew even louder, surging like a tidal wave. Many people were discussing Jiangqing's amazing performance, and his name spread throughout the venue like a spring breeze in a short period of time. GTNI, the middle-aged man on the high platform, had a complex look in his eyes. He never expected that this seemingly unremarkable young man would possess such astonishing strength. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with shock, the yin-yang harmony technique. This kid actually mastered it. Otherwise, his true essence wouldn't have overflowed so much, displaying such powerful strength. GTNI was filled with a mix of emotions, shock, doubt, and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Soul power is a force originating from the depths of the soul, capable of transforming into a variety of amazing external forms. It is like an endless treasure hidden within each person, waiting to be discovered. Soul power directly determines the strength of the attacks that can be launched. It is an important yardstick for measuring a martial artist's potential. Combat strength, on the other hand, is a direct reflection of physical strength. It represents the various physical qualities a person can demonstrate in combat. The higher one's combat strength, the higher their physical attributes in combat, such as agility and speed. Jiangqing's soul power and martial prowess have surpassed those of most SS-level beast girls, let alone fighting against a senior beast soul master. It's like an adult bullying a child. Chundong's failure was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing quite a stir within the academy. The students were buzzing with discussion about the details of the match, with Jiangqing's astonishing performance becoming a hot topic. His name, like a spring breeze, quickly spread throughout the entire academy. The martial arts class continued. On the stage, the two exchanged blows, their movements fluid and graceful. Jiangqing, as a spectator, felt rather bored. He realized that this so-called martial arts class was nothing more than a show, put on for the higher-ups to see. Jiangqing shook his head slightly, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he sensed a strong, evil thought gathering, giving him a very strange feeling. He activated his soul skill and began to investigate carefully. Before long, he locked onto his target. Ruan Xin was also in the audience. No wonder Jiangqing always felt like he was being spied on. It turned out that this guy had been up to no good. During this period, Lu Feifei basically cut off all contact with him, and she must have resented him quite a bit. It's still not right. Jiangqing frowned. Ruan Xion's current state was very strange. Jiangqing discovered that after a period of time, he didn't even blink, which was quite absurd. What's going on? Jiangqing began to observe Ruan Xion more closely. Before long, he noticed that Ruan Xion's eyes had a serious problem. The pupils were unusually large, as if they had lost focus, like a stagnant pool of water, without any life. Could it be that it's been controlled by some evil spirit? Interesting. Jiang Chung muttered to himself, a playful smile playing on his lips, clearly showing great interest in this situation. Who could it be? Jiang Chung tapped his forehead with his finger, pondering as he continued to probe with his soul skill. His gaze swept over Ruan Xian, not missing a single detail. Suddenly, his gaze froze on Ruan Xian's right hand. He discovered that Ruan Xian had an eyeball rooted in his right hand, the eyeball displaying an eerie dark red color, as if containing endless evil and resentment. It was pressed tightly against Ruan Xian's palm, like an evil brand, making its presence impossible to ignore. A sense of foreboding welled up in Jiang Cheng's heart. He realized that this eyeball was definitely not an ordinary thing. It seems things are getting more and more interesting. Ruan Xian seemed to be after him. The person behind those eyeballs is probably after me too. Having just arrived, I never expected to be embroiled in trouble so quickly. Soon, Jiang Cheng's name was called again. This was the second round. Stepping onto the ring, Jiang Cheng's gaze instantly locked onto his opponent. He was a tall and imposing young man with a handsome face and an extraordinary aura between his brows and eyes. Come on, let me see your strength. Jiang Chung whispered to himself. He moved like lightning, rushing towards his opponent. The young man dared not be careless and handled the situation cautiously. But after only a few minutes, the student announced his withdrawal from the competition. This time, the crowd didn't react as strongly. From the start of the match, Jiang Chung dominated his opponent, which greatly reduced the entertainment value. Anyone with eyes can see that he is no match for Jiang Chung. What a young talent. The middle-aged man on the podium couldn't help but nod in approval. It's a pity he came from a poor background. Chapter 256 Ruan Xian makes a move. The elite martial arts course ended quickly, and Jiang Chung was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence among them. Only the most elite and talented students in the entire school can be found here. Moreover, this was done without the Beast Girl even making a move, so its value is self-evident. The top scorer in this martial arts course is Jiang Chung, a freshman. The venue erupted in cheers. Jiang Chung's first place was well-deserved. Even the contestants on the field, those geniuses who are usually arrogant and haughty, are now in awe of Jiang Chung. Many of the Beast Soul Masters on the stage developed an indescribable admiration for Jiang Chung. At their level, improving their strength becomes increasingly difficult. Every step is like climbing a ladder to heaven, incredibly challenging. Therefore, they are better able to appreciate the effort and hard work behind Jiang Cheng's amazing strength, and they also understand what Jiang Cheng's strength really represents. As the audience dispersed, many cast envious and jealous glances at Jiang Chung. Without a doubt, you got first place. The referee walked up to Jiang Chung, his face beaming with joy. This is what you deserve. He handed over a storage ring containing several items. Jiang Chung swept through some precious cultivation materials, golden crowgrass, emerald butterfly bamboo, sunset stone amber, etc. These materials are extremely rare and very helpful for cultivation, making them highly valuable. The evolution of beast girls in Jiangxing also requires a lot of evolution materials, which are almost non-existent in Donghai City. Besides these rare materials, there are two other items with special uses. Magic Recovery Stone quickly restores soul power in a short time, ensuring the user always has sufficient soul power reserves. It normally charges slowly. Defense Enhancement Soul Skill grants a new soul skill upon use, greatly enhancing the user's defense and reducing damage taken for a short period. Jiang Chung immediately felt that his trip had been worthwhile. These two items are also priceless. One can restore one's magic power, and since a Beast Soul Master's magic power can be directly transferred to a Beast Girl, it is very useful. The other is the Soul Skill Book, which is only produced in some special secret realms and is extremely rare. Usually, once it is obtained, it is immediately learned. I never expected it would be used as a prize this time. This Jiangnan Martial Arts University is really rich and powerful. He carefully accepted the storage ring handed to him by the referee, turned around, and walked towards the door, thinking to himself that he could spend some more time with the Lu Feifei sisters later. Along the way, he keenly sensed the gazes cast upon him from all around, some envious, some jealous, like countless stars watching him. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps broke the surrounding noise, and a figure, like a wild horse unleashed, headed straight for Jiang Chung with an undeniable and fierce aura. Jiang Chung slightly shifted his body to the side, his movements calm and nimble, avoiding the sudden impact. At the same time, the void behind him trembled slightly, and a dark vortex quietly appeared and disappeared in an instant. Then, a long sword suddenly appeared in Jiang Cheng's palm, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The onlookers felt a sudden darkness before their eyes as the long sword was firmly in Jiang Cheng's hand, radiating a faint, cold light. How did this knife appear? GT and I, who was not far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but ponder. Ruan Xian's muscles were taut, like a beast poised to pounce. The power surging within him was like a storm about to burst forth, carrying an eerie and ferocious aura. His eyes were bloodshot, and a twisted smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Cheng held the heavenly feather blade, the fierce aura on the long sword intertwining with the evil and ferocious aura emanating from Ruan Xian, like two invisible storms colliding in the center of the venue. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, clearing a space for this sudden confrontation. With a low roar, Ruan Xian sprang up like a predatory beast, his fists clenched tightly, and charged towards Jiang Cheng with a whooshing sound. Like an enraged beast, Ruan Xian pounced on Jiang Cheng once again. Jiang Cheng focused intently, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, capturing every subtle change in Ruan Xian's movements. Swung down the heavenly feather blade, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. With a soft thud, like a sharp blade cutting into silk, the sound was clear and cold. A spray of scarlet blood, like blooming red flowers, splattered in the air. Cleanly severed by this astonishing strike, the cut being perfectly smooth, demonstrating the precision of Jiang Cheng's swordsmanship. The people around who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded, as if time had frozen at that moment. They couldn't understand why Ruan Xian would suddenly attack Jiang Cheng, and why Jiang Cheng's actions were so ruthless, severing the opponent's arm in an instant. This decisiveness and strength left everyone speechless, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. However, an even more horrifying scene was yet to come. The right hand that Jiang Cheng had severed seemed to possess a life of its own, pulsating on the ground, with wisps of black energy wrapped around it, twisting and dancing in the air like the tentacles of a demon. There's an eyeball on it, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with barely concealed fear. It's a big eyeball, another person added in a trembling voice. Only then did everyone notice that a strange eyeball was embedded in the severed hand, gleaming with an evil light. Only then did Ruan Xian's eyes regain their original color. He cried out and gasped for breath, his voice filled with pain and despair. "Ah, my hand! Ah!" His cries echoed through the hall, but no one dared to take a step forward. Ruan Xian's wailing echoed through the venue for a long time, like the mournful cry of a wounded beast in the dead of night, chilling to the bone. Jiang Cheng held the heavenly feather blade in his hand, his expression solemn and focused, his eyes blazing. He had already noticed Ruan Xian's abnormality, which is why he summoned the heavenly feather blade, which was transformed from Yang Qi, at the first moment, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The large eyeball on the severed hand seemed to have sensed something delicious, and suddenly leaped high into the air, carrying a nauseatingly evil aura, and pounced towards Jiang Cheng. Its speed was as fast as lightning in the night, and it arrived in front of Jiang Cheng in an instant. Jiang Cheng moved with a slight swiftness, like a dragon playing in water, deftly dodging the giant eyeball's attack. He swung his heavenly feather blade, creating gusts of sharp wind as he engaged the giant eyeball in fierce combat. Each clash between the blade and the eyeball seemed like a battle of two forces, erupting with deafening roars. The large eyeball seemed to possess a tenacious vitality. Even after being struck by Jiang Cheng's longsword, it only paused slightly before lunging forward again. Its attacks grew increasingly fierce, as if it wanted to devour Jiang Cheng. Chapter 257 Jiang Cheng takes action. Jiang Cheng dodged another attack from the big-eyed creature with a swift movement, then swung his long sword with an irresistible force, slashing fiercely at the big-eyed creature. With a soft poof, the large eyeball was shattered by Jiang Cheng's blade, turning into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Ruan Xian's severed hand also lost its vitality, hanging limply to the ground, instantly drying up and decaying, emitting a foul stench. Jiang Cheng sheathed his long sword, his brows furrowing. What exactly is going on with Ruan Xian? And where did that big eyeball come from? Soon, the school's maintenance team arrived, cleaned up the scene, and evacuated the crowd. After recording Jiang Cheng's statement, they carried Ruan Xian away. The kid had fainted from excessive blood loss. Jiang Cheng returned to his residence, and Lu Yi rushed over first, jumping onto Jiang Chung and planting a big kiss on his face, something she had been planning for a long time. Jiang Chung, I heard something happened at the martial arts arena. Are you alright? Jiang Chung smiled at Lu Yi and said softly, It's nothing. It's just that Ruan Xin might be a little troublesome. Lu Yi, who was behind her, did not show any emotional fluctuations when she heard this. Ever since she had talked to Jiang Chung and her sister, she had made up her mind to be with Jiang Chung. Lu Yi carefully examined Jiang Chung, and only after confirming that he had no injuries did she breathe a sigh of relief. The worry on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a gentle expression. She nestled close to Jiang Chung, her arms wrapped around his waist, a sweet smile on her face. I'm so glad you're alright. I was really worried about you. Lu Yi's voice trembled slightly. She hooked her arm around Jiang Cheng's neck and kissed him without any hesitation. Jiang Chung felt Lu Yi's deep affection, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He quietly responded. After a long while, he gently patted Lu Yi's back and said softly, Don't worry, I will protect myself and you all. Shall we go back to our room first? Hee. Lu Yi smiled playfully. A faint scent of flowers wafted in the air, and even the air seemed to soften because of this heartwarming scene. Jiang Chung slowly closed the door, shutting out the noise and commotion of the outside world, leaving only a room full of tranquility and warmth. Lu Yi and Lu Feifei stood in the room, feeling a little shy. Their cheeks were slightly flushed, their heads were lowered, and their fingers were unconsciously twisted together, revealing the shyness and reserve unique to young girls. Looking at their shy appearance, Jiang Chung felt an indescribable pity and tenderness welling up in his heart. He walked gently to their side, took each of their hands, and said softly, Don't be shy. There are only the three of us here. No one else will see us. Under his reassurance, Lu Yi and Lu Feifei gradually relaxed, looked up at him, their eyes sparkling with happiness and anticipation. Outside the curtains, sunlight streamed through like fine threads, dappling the room and adding a touch of vibrancy to the tranquil space. The atmosphere inside the school's interrogation room was completely different, filled with tension and oppression. Ruan Xin slowly woke up, her eyelids opening heavily. As her vision gradually focused, she noticed 4 or 5 school workers standing around her. Their shadows stretched long under the dim light, making them appear exceptionally imposing. Ruan Xion's heart tightened suddenly, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, and his breathing became rapid. He looked around frantically, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Her hands unconsciously gripped the sheets beneath her, her fingertips turning white from the force. A low whimper escaped his throat, as if something was blocking it, preventing him from uttering a complete sentence. The school janitor's eyes were fixed on him like torches, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Ruan Xion's heart pounded like a drumbeat, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the sheets, spreading into tiny water droplets. He tried to recall what had happened, but his mind was a mess. He could only remember the terrifying big eyeball and Jiang Cheng's sharp slash. Why am I here? And why are those school janitors looking at me like that? Ruan Xion's panic didn't last long. A school janitor who seemed to be the leader stepped forward. His voice was stern, but also carried a hint of barely perceptible concern. Ruan Xion, you're finally awake. Do you know what you've done? Ruan Xion's lips trembled as she tried to explain, but she found herself unable to speak coherently. He could only shake his head, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. The head school worker sighed and continued. You suddenly lost control in the martial arts arena for some reason. Fortunately, Jiang Chung intervened in time and stopped you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Ruan Xion's eyes. He vaguely remembered feeling as if he were being controlled by an inexplicable force, losing his reason. That force seemed to be related to the large eyeball. Seeing Ruan Xion's blank expression, the head school worker knew that he was unaware of the matter. Ruan Xion, our investigation has revealed that the reason you lost control was because you were corrupted by an evil force called Black Eye. This force can manipulate people's minds, making them violent and bloodthirsty. And that big eyeball is the vessel for the power of Black Eye. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xion was shocked. He finally understood why he had suddenly lost control and hurt innocent people. Seeing that Ruan Xion had understood, the head school worker continued. Ruan Xion, although you were corrupted by the power of the Black Eye, Jiang Chung was fortunate enough to discover and stop you in time. Now, We need your cooperation in our investigation to find the source of this evil power so that we can completely eliminate it and protect the safety of the school. Is that so? Ruan Xian asked, somewhat alarmed. Seeing his fear, the school staff smiled, comforted him for a while, and then closed the door, letting Ruan Xian get some rest. Ruan Xian was left alone in the room, where all was quiet except for the occasional chirping of insects outside the window that broke the somber atmosphere. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In just a few hours, he became disabled. His heart was filled with helplessness and despair. That empty arm constantly reminded him of everything that had happened before, making it impossible for him to let go. Why me of all people? Ruan Xian asked herself, her voice tinged with bitterness. The moon sets behind the western mountains, and night deepens. Ruan Xian forced himself to eat something, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. However, food could not alleviate his anxiety and fear. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Just then, a sudden loud noise shattered the tranquility of the night. Ruan Xian suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the window had been shattered by a tremendous force, with fragments flying everywhere. A pale-faced woman burst through the window like a ghost and lunged straight at him. Chapter 258, Jiang Cheng Takes Action. Ruan Xian was terrified and tried to escape, but it was too late. The woman opened her blood-red mouth and bit his neck. He let out a scream, his voice filled with endless fear and despair. The woman's eyes gleamed with an almost obsessive madness, as if she were immersed in an irresistible feast. As Ruan Xian's life faded away, a certain light seemed to flicker in her eyes, a kind of unbridled joy after satisfaction. With a sharp tug, Ruan Xian's body went limp on the bed, and a gush of hot blood spurted out like a spring, splattering all over the bed and staining her cheeks and clothes red. However, she didn't care at all. In fact, she seemed even more excited. Just then, Shen Linlong's figure slowly appeared, her eyes cold and stern. She looked at the woman and spoke with an unquestionable authority. All right, Jiang Cheng's order is to kill her, but don't go too far. Upon hearing this, the woman's crazed expression softened slightly, but a sinister smile remained on her lips. She slowly rose, her gaze lingering on Ruan Xian's corpse for a moment, as if savoring everything that had just happened. Then, she turned to look at Shen Linlang, baring her teeth. You'd better watch out. If you weren't Jiang Cheng's subordinate, you'd be a corpse by now. Shen Linlang sneered, then activated the sacred beast domain. And through telepathy, I will tell you all about Jiang Cheng. The two figures slowly disappeared. The message from Shen Linlang and nodded in agreement. Although we don't know what Ruan Xian has provoked, killing him now is the best option. A few days ago, he was thinking about how to make him disappear without a trace. Now that the Black Eye incident has occurred, it's a perfect opportunity to shift the blame to the person behind the scenes, killing two birds with one stone. To avoid revealing his attack method, Jiang Cheng sent the woman from the Luo family who resembled a vampire along with Shen Linlang. With Shen Linlong's sacred beast domain around, they weren't afraid of being discovered. Those black eyes seem rather unusual. Jiang Cheng began to ponder. Ma Jianba's body was eventually found at an intersection on the street, and it is said that a dried-up eyeball was also found on his chest. Could the two be related? Jiang Cheng suddenly had a thought. Lu Feifei, nestled in his arms, awoke with a start, as if swept by a cold wind in the dark night, her expression filled with barely concealed panic. Fear flickered in her eyes, as if she had just escaped a nightmare, and her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Cheng, Ruan Xian, it seems that the contract between us has been broken, and I can no longer sense his presence. Jiang Cheng gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with comfort and affection. There was quite a commotion in the city today, and Ruan Xian's arm was broken. Perhaps, in this chaos, something unexpected happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei frowned slightly, seemingly searching her mind for possible answers. A moment later, a look of relief appeared on her face. She was originally very unwilling to enter into a contract with Ruan Xian, and only did so out of respect for her father. Now that this burden has been removed from my body, I feel a sense of relief. She nestled gently in Jiang Cheng's arms, as if she had found a safe harbor where she could find peace. In the living room, Shen Linlang also brought the woman from the Luo family back and sent her back into the spatial gate. Shen Linlang slowly entered the room, her rounded figure swaying gently with each step, like willow branches swaying in a summer breeze, both graceful and undeniably sexy and charming. She approached Jiang Cheng, her red lips parted slightly, and her words carried a hint of tenderness that was hard to detect. It's all taken care of. Her voice was like the soft murmur of a nightingale, both clear and melodious. Jiang Cheng glanced at Shen Linlang, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He waved to her gently, a playful smile playing on his lips. Linlang, you've worked hard. What kind of reward would you like? His words carried a hint of doting affection, as if he were treating a beloved toy. Upon hearing this, Shen Linlong's lips curled into a charming smile. She gently shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness. It is Linlong's honor to serve you. How could I dare to ask for a reward? After saying that, she slowly walked to Jiang Cheng's side, her round body swaying gently again, as if silently teasing him. Her fingers gently traced Jiang Cheng's chest, sending a shiver down his spine. Jiang Cheng grabbed her wrist, his tone teasing. Oh? In that case, you're not leaving tonight. Shen Linlang blushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. She chuckled softly, her voice tinged with a hint of teasing. Then Linlang will humbly accept your offer. The two smiled at each other, and then embraced tightly. Several more days passed, and the situation in Jianya City became increasingly tense and fraught with danger. Incidents of violence caused by people with black eyes occur frequently, causing widespread panic. Wan Xian's death was like a pebble thrown into a lake. Although it stirred up ripples, it eventually returned to calm as time went by. However, the cause of death had an inexplicable and eerie quality. However, apart from blaming the person behind the black pupils, there is really no other reasonable explanation. Jiang Cheng sat in his study, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his eyes deep and serious. This black eyes incident also involves Ma Jianbao, and there must be some unknown secrets and conspiracies hidden within it. He sighed softly, a strange sense of unease and restlessness rising within him. This situation has exceeded his control and expectations, and is sliding in an unknown and dangerous direction. Just then, Shen Linlang gently walked in carrying a cup of hot tea. Would you like a cup of tea? Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze, warming one's heart. Jiang Cheng looked up at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. He took the teacup, took a small sip, and the warm tea seemed to instantly dispel the restlessness and unease in his heart. Don't think too much about it for now. Just deal with whatever comes your way. If any major unrest does occur, we can always go back to Donghai City. Suddenly a commotion came from outside the window. Jiang Cheng walked to the window and looked out. To his surprise, he found that there were quite a few students in the school, their faces twisted, wielding weapons and killing indiscriminately, as if they were insane. Jiang Cheng used his beast soul ability to discover that each of these students had a hideous eyeball embedded in a part of their body. Here we go again, and this time it seems like there are even more. Black eyes have been appearing off campus in recent days. Not a single case has been found on campus. A spot on campus. Yu Wuxia smiled, as if everything was under her control. The real show is about to begin. Chapter 259 Investigation. Janitor team at Jiangnan Wuda University responded quickly, with squads of members dressed in black uniforms carrying various weapons, rapidly and systematically surrounding the students who had become disoriented and out of control due to the eyeballs. A student with bloodshot eyes and drool at the corner of his mouth was wildly waving a dagger in his hand, and several students around him had already been injured. A school worker leaped precisely to avoid the dagger's attack range, while at the same time, the stun gun emitted a buzzing sound, and a strong electric current instantly struck the student's body, causing him to shudder and slow his movements. The other team members seized the opportunity to step forward and use a specially made restraint net to firmly bind the student, preventing him from continuing to harm people. Meanwhile, the medical team quickly followed up, conducting preliminary examinations and treatments on the restrained students, attempting to stabilize their emotions with medication and preventing the further spread of the eye parasites. These well-trained school staff moved swiftly and quickly separated the raging students from the terrified, uninfected individuals, preventing the situation from escalating further. As night fell, the noise on campus gradually subsided, but the battle was far from over. The teachers and students of Jiangnan Wuda University know that this may only be the tip of the iceberg of the black eyes incident, and the real challenges are yet to come. Jiang Cheng frowned. If Ma Jianbo really died because of black eyes, then what exactly is the person behind it trying to do? This matter concerns Bai Ling's safety, so he has to put some thought into it. After pondering it for a while, Jiang Cheng suddenly had a thought pop into his mind. Could Bai Ling be hiding something from him? That is indeed a possibility. After all, The contract Bai Ling signed with him was not a sole contract, but a relatively lenient, advanced contract. Could it be? Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples. He planned to go to the school clinic. In addition, something strange happened during this period. Message came from Ji Yuechan, but when Jiang Cheng tried to contact her, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. She must have encountered something she couldn't tell him openly. What happened on her end? Is that the middle-aged man who sat next to her last time? Who is he? Jiang Cheng could issue a forceful order to Ji Yuechan to come to his side. But what if she had some unspeakable difficulties? The moonlight, like water, gently spilled onto the campus paths of Wuhan University in Jiangnan, adding a touch of tranquility and melancholy to the night. Jiang Cheng walked steadily under the moonlight, but his heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to find peace. He had originally planned to go to the school clinic to see Bai Ling, because she had been very busy these past few days because of the black eyes incident. But then I thought about it again and decided to go ahead and head to the school's computer lab. Jiangnan Martial Arts University is a semi-official institution of higher learning. Since that guy appeared at the martial arts competition, he must be someone from the education system. You might be able to find relevant information inside the computer room. He quickened his pace, walking through a lush, tree-lined path. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground like nature's most exquisite painting. Jiang Cheng's mood did not lighten in the slightest. The computer room door was tightly closed, and the surroundings were quiet, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Jiang Cheng used telepathy to summon Shen Linlang and Jiang Luoshan. With the blessing of Shen Linlang's divine hand domain, Jiang Cheng was able to freely enter and exit the server room without being detected. Soon, Jiang Cheng, Shen Linlang, and Jiang Luoshan quietly sneaked into the server room. Inside the server room, the lights were as bright as day, and rows of machines stood silently, as if waiting for some unknown command. Jiang Cheng's eyes were sharp, and he quickly locked onto a seemingly ordinary but huge machine, which was the main system of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Jiang Luoshan was originally the control core of the huge city of Grandia. Jiang Cheng summoned her to infiltrate the network system of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Jiang Cheng gave her instructions. Jiang Luoshan nodded, emanating an indescribable divine aura. She slowly stepped forward, and with a gentle wave of her hands, a surge of powerful beast soul energy erupted from her body, enveloping her entire form. Her hands gradually transformed into several ribbon-like tentacles, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. These tentacles danced lightly in the air, then suddenly pierced through the server's casing and established a direct connection with the main system. At that moment, the entire server room seemed to tremble, and a strange energy fluctuation filled the air. As the link was established, data began to appear before Jiang Luoshan's eyes, like twinkling stars, dazzling and eye-catching. Her eyes shone with a brilliant light, as surging data leaped and intertwined within them, eventually converging into clear images and messages. A pitch-black box slowly rose from Jiang Luoshan's body, and countless tentacles in the air directly connected to this black box. Within seconds, wisps of pale blue light seemed to come alive, trickling out from the virtual pipes connecting to the server room and flowing into the slowly rising black box. The black box greedily devoured these particles of light. As light particles continued to flow in, the luster on the surface of the black box became increasingly deep and rich. Finally, as the last wisp of pale blue light disappeared into the black box, Jiang Luoshan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded to Jiang Cheng, indicating that the data copy had been successful. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He didn't have time to ask any more questions, and quickly made a decision, leading Shen Linlang, Jiang Luoshan, and the other two back along the same route. Back at his residence, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to connect the storage device to his mobile phone. The mobile phones in this world are very different from those on Earth, or rather, it would be more appropriate to call them terminal devices. Jiang Cheng used the screen mirroring function and started searching. Fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard, and the cursor on the screen moved like a dancer through a sea of information. Jiang Cheng stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing any detail. After being organized by Jiang Luoshan, the copied materials became quite convenient, and there was a photo of that middle-aged man on the school wall. Jiang Cheng directly entered the photo into the filter box. Suddenly, countless photos and messages flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, an unfamiliar name caught Jiang Cheng's eye, causing him to frown. He quickly clicked to enter, and lines of dense text came into view, detailed information about that guy. vice chairman of the military commission of the Dian Kingdom, one of the 10 commanders of the 3 armed forces headquarters. Jiang Cheng read the document and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He might know something about why Ji Yuechan has been out of contact lately. The middle-aged man's name is Ji Tianai. Judging from his surname, he should be a member of Ji Yuechan's family. She probably doesn't know how to tell herself about this right now. Chapter 260 Lord of Shadows. At night, the moonlight, like a fine veil, gently covers every corner of Wuhan University in Jiangnan, draping this ancient institution in a mysterious silver veil. The campus was completely silent except for the occasional sound of patrolling footsteps, as if the whole world was immersed in this tranquility. Ji Yuechan sat on the edge of the bed, the moonlight shining through the gaps in the curtains and illuminating her beautiful and refined face. A hint of sorrow was in her eyes, as if she had unspeakable worries. During this period, the Black Eyes incident that broke out in Jianya City plunged the entire city into panic. Even the people of Wushu and Jiangnan could not escape its influence. Her father, Ji Tianai, has also been extremely busy lately because of this matter. Otherwise, they might have already started contacting Jiangqing. She sighed softly and looked up out the window. Ji Yuechan knew that her family would never agree to let her be with Jiang Cheng, and what's more, Jiang Cheng had more than one beast girl, so they would never let her have her way. Therefore, Ji Yuechan did not tell Jiang Cheng the whole story. Knew Jiang Cheng's personality. He might clash with her family. If something really happens, that would be a real problem. The Dian Kingdom is far beyond what a freshman like him can contend with. Ji Yuechan's fingers gently glided over her flat abdomen, where a brand new life was quietly developing. In that instant, her expression underwent a subtle change, and the sorrow in her eyes was gradually replaced by a gentle and sweet light. Her movements became exceptionally gentle, her fingers lightly touching, feeling that unique sensation that belonged only to a mother. The corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, outlining a happy smile. It was a joy that words could not express, a miracle of life's continuation, and a testament to the love between her and Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Ji Yuechan's heart was filled with power. Inside a secluded underground facility, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the outside world. Here, several humans dressed in black robes gathered together, their faces hidden in the shadows of their robes, only their eyes revealing a cunning glint. The surroundings were pitch black, except for the eerie and oppressive atmosphere created by the faint candlelight on the carved statues of evil gods on the rock walls. These statues vary in form, but without exception, they all feature a large eyeball carved on their bodies, as if silently watching over everything, revealing a chilling power. Several people sat around a large round table, on which were placed some ancient scrolls and mysterious symbols. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices echoing in the empty underground facility, creating an eerie atmosphere. "How is the Black Eye incident progressing?" one of the men in black robes asked, his voice hoarse and deep. "Everything went smoothly. Those infected students have become nourishment for the Lord," another man in black robes replied, his tone revealing a hint of smugness and cruelty. "Very good. Continue to intensify the efforts. We must plunge the entire Jianya city into panic," the leader of the black-robed men said coldly. As they talked, the evil god statue on the rock wall seemed to come alive, its huge eyes slowly turning as if watching their every move and expression. An evil and oppressive atmosphere permeated the entire underground facility, as if something was secretly watching them, waiting for the right moment to devour them. "So, how is the overall plan progressing?" the leader of the black-robed figures asked again, his voice echoing in the cold air, carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Through the Ma family, all the contraband secretly smuggled in from abroad has been assembled." A man in black robes responded in a low voice, his voice revealing an undisguised excitement. "It is currently in the charging phase, and the charging progress is faster than expected. I believe it will be completed soon." "Very good. Yes, that's great. Is a great work finally about to be born?" Another man in black robes could not hide his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Yu Wuxia's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Indeed, the most urgent matter now is the imminent arrival of the Lord of Shadows. He will be exceptionally weak at the beginning of his birth, and must find a powerful body as a contract partner to draw power and nourish him." "You mean you want to?" A man in black robes hesitated, seemingly unsure of what to say next. "Let him form a pact with a powerful woman, and this woman must be compatible with the essential attributes of the Lord of Shadows." Yu Wuxia's voice was calm and firm, as if every word contained boundless power. A beast girl with dark attributes? The leader of the black-robed figures frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as if deep in thought. Women like this aren't easy to find. Wuxia, you must have already found a suitable candidate, right? Another man in black robes asked, his voice revealing a hint of excitement. Not bad. Yu Wuxia nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with confidence. I have found a perfect candidate. She not only possesses powerful dark attribute power, but also a soul that resonates with the Lord of Shadows. She will be a key part of our plan. Who is she? Qin Shuyu, the youngest daughter of the Emperor of Dian Kingdom. As Yu Wuxia finished speaking, the atmosphere within the entire underground facility seemed to grow even more tense. The men in black robes exchanged bewildered glances. I see. She is indeed the best sacrifice. I heard that during her coming-of-age ceremony, she will openly recruit husbands and make a contract with her. That will be the best time for us to make our move, a man in black robes whispered, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, as if he could already foresee the glorious moment to come. The men in black robes exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with fervor and anticipation. The Lord of Shadows will merge with her, evolve together, and achieve the supreme position. Another black-robed figure murmured, his hands clenched tightly together as if trying to suppress his heavy breathing. God is about to descend. The leader of the black-robed men suddenly stood up, his voice echoing throughout the underground facility with an indescribable power. The evil god statues on the rock wall seemed to sense the frenzied atmosphere, and their enormous eyes began to gleam with an eerie light. The atmosphere within the entire underground facility became even more tense and oppressive, as if something was secretly gathering power, waiting for that moment to arrive. Yu Wuxia sat quietly to the side. She knew that this was just the beginning, and the real challenges were yet to come. As long as the Lord of Shadows can successfully descend and form a pact with Qin Shuyu, everything will proceed according to her plan. Chapter 261 Jianqing arrives. The next day, the atmosphere in one of the offices was unusually heavy. GTNI stood by the window, his back straight as a pine tree, his brows furrowed, as if he were carrying a heavy burden. He turned around, his gaze stern as he looked at his daughter, Ji Yuechan, standing beside him. His voice was steady and powerful. Jiang Cheng is a fine young man with considerable potential and ability. But unfortunately, his family background is too ordinary to be worthy of marrying my daughter. Ji Yuechan lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the corner of the blanket. This moment had finally arrived. If the opportunity arises, I will consider appointing him to a position in the military. GTNI continued, his tone revealing an undeniable authority. But before that, your contract with him must be severed as soon as possible. With your status, position, and strength, you are perfectly capable of finding a better partner. Ji Yuechan's eyes reddened slightly, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. Most importantly, you are my daughter. Ji Tianya's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, his tone revealing an unquestionable authority. You need to shoulder the pressure of the family and not give up your future and the honor of the family for a moment of emotion. Ji Yuechan raised her head and looked into her father's deep eyes, a complex emotion that was hard to describe welling up in her heart. However, her resolve and determination remained unshaken. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, "Father, GTNI interrupted Ji Yuechan directly, his voice cold and hard, carrying an undeniable air of authority. If it weren't for the Black Eyes incident these past few days, I might have already started contacting him and persuading him to leave you. But right now, I'm afraid I don't have time to waste on him. I have to go back to the military to report for duty. In Jianya, the military will be stationed here in a while. You should know what that means, right?" His tone was laced with intimidation, as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping Ji Yuechan's throat. In Jianya, the situation in the provincial capital has deteriorated to an extreme degree. It was only natural that the higher authorities would send troops to suppress the rebellion. But once the army is stationed there, the entire Jianya will enter a state of war, and Ji Tianya's power will be even greater. At that time, dealing with a young man will be a piece of cake. I'm doing this for your own good. Ji Tianyi glanced at Ji Yuechan, who was biting her lip, and sneered, as if he had already seen through her thoughts. Do you think you can protect him all by yourself? Ji Yuechan's eyes reddened even more, but she stubbornly raised her head and looked directly into her father's eyes. I will not give up on him. If you want to deal with him, then kill me first. Anyway, I will not break the contract with him. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianya's brows furrowed even more. He stared into his daughter's resolute eyes as if looking at a stranger. After a moment, he sighed softly, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness and resignation. You're just as stubborn as your mother. All right. I have some things to take care of right now, so I won't touch him for the time being. But when I get back, I'll definitely have a good talk with him. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind a cold statement. I will have people watching you. If you dare to do anything that would damage the family's honor, I will not let you off easily. Ji Yuechan's voice was firm and resolute, each word seemingly springing from the depths of her heart, carrying an undeniable determination. I will not, and absolutely will not, leave him. No matter what you say or do, you cannot change my decision. Ji Tianyi gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. What's so good about that kid? Last time I called, my daughter actually dared to throw a tantrum at me. It was outrageous. This time, why won't she listen to anything I say? I'm doing this for your own good. Yuechan, why can't you understand? You'd better watch yourself, he said coldly, then turned and left the office. Ji Yuechan stood blankly by the window, her thoughts racing. She didn't know how much time had passed when a voice popped into her mind. Yuechan, is it because of your father's situation that you haven't responded to me? It was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was contacting her telepathically. Ji Yuechan felt a surge of joy, but then the light in her eyes dimmed again. Now, she doesn't know how to explain the whole thing to him in detail. Yuechan, is it because of your family? You already know? Ji Yuechan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Jiang Cheng had somehow found out about this. I know more than you think. The door opened, and a figure appeared in front of Ji Yuechan. Ji Yuechan was shocked and looked at the man's figure at the door, her heart filled with excitement. During this time, I haven't been in the principal's office, but somewhere else. Jiang Cheng must have used his soul skill to find me. A hint of surprise and excitement flashed in Ji Yuechan's eyes, and that dimness was instantly replaced by a dazzling light. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had 1,000 words to say but didn't know where to begin. Just then, Jiang Cheng stepped forward, as if he had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, and finally arrived in front of her. Without any hesitation, he pulled the woman into a tight embrace. At that moment, Ji Yuechan felt an unprecedented warmth and determination, as if the whole world had stood still. I can basically guess most of it, but I won't give up on you. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful. Every word seemed to come from the depths of his heart, carrying an unquestionable determination. Even if it's the military, I won't back down. His words were like a gentle spring breeze, instantly nourishing Ji Yuechan's nearly withered heart. He held her tightly in his arms, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. Hearing his words, her heart almost melted, and the grievances and pressure of the past few days finally found an outlet. She hugged Jiang Cheng tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, falling onto Jiang Cheng's clothes. Jiang Cheng held her tightly, feeling her tears and trembling. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He comforted her softly, his voice gentle yet firm. At this moment, they seemed to have become each other's most important support in life, and no matter what difficulties and challenges they might encounter in the future, they would face them hand in hand. Your father has already left. Because of black eyes, you are not in any immediate danger, but things will get very difficult from now on. Jiang Cheng responded softly. At that moment, he made a firm decision. He would become stronger until he could crush all his enemies. Chapter 262, Search 1. In the following days, Janya City became increasingly chaotic. More and more people are getting infected in their eyes, and what's despairing is that there's still no clue as to the culprit. The infirmary of Wuhan University in Jiangnan. Inside the medical room, there was a lot of noise, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Doctors and nurses temporarily transferred from surrounding cities moved between the hospital beds, busy but orderly. Jiang Cheng went to the infirmary and found Bai Ling. In a secluded corner, Bai Ling looked somewhat uneasy. Jiang Cheng, you've arrived, Bai Ling said softly, her voice trembling slightly. The situation is getting worse and worse. The number of infected people is increasing every day. Actually, I had something to tell you. Bai Ling took a deep breath. Jiang Cheng nodded. Ma Jianba's death was suspicious in itself. He came here to see Bai Ling in person, hoping to find some clues from her side. After all, Ma Jianba was the first person to die from black eyes. Jiang Cheng came to see Bai Ling specifically for this matter. Judging from her expression, she probably knows something. I know some inside information about the black pupil incident. It was all the work of an organization called God's Descent. I never imagined it would turn out like this. Bai Ling's voice was low and trembling, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips had lost their usual color, and she looked extremely haggard. These past few days, she has received too many patients and witnessed their pain and despair firsthand, which has filled her heart with fear and unease. The Divine Descent Organization? Jiang Chung frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Bai Ling. Why are they doing this? What is their purpose? Bai Ling shook her head, her expression of terror deepening. It was as if an invisible force was choking her, making it difficult for her to even breathe. I don't know. I really don't know, she murmured, her voice filled with endless confusion and fear. They just had me bring something in, saying it was the will of God. It was irresistible. Those people bribed me a long time ago with all sorts of cultivation resources. You know, in this world, all kinds of resources and enhancement materials are controlled by the higher-ups. They were able to help me infiltrate the Ma family. With the help of the Ma family in them, my strength improved very quickly, and I soon got a good job. Jiang Chung looked at Bai Ling, whose face was pale, and felt that she was probably not lying. In a sense, this job is indeed a secure, stable job. Just a few days ago, I helped them transport the last batch of goods into Janya through the Ma family's multinational corporation. I don't know how it has turned out like this. Jiang Chung hurriedly asked, what is it? Sometimes it's powder, sometimes it's some magically powered devices. I don't know exactly what they are or what they're used for. Do you know where they live? I don't know either. Is there a way to break the black pupil curse? Bai Ling shook her head. I'm sorry, am I really useless? Jiang Chung frowned. Although Bai Ling had some clues, there weren't many. Jiang Chung, I'm so scared. She choked out, her voice revealing endless vulnerability and dependence. I'm afraid I'll die. Afraid everyone will die. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was just really scared. Jiang Chung held Bai Ling's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, Bai Ling. You'll be all right. I'll definitely find a solution. As he spoke, he gently wiped away the tears from Bai Ling's eyes. Looking at Jiang Chung, Bai Ling felt a surge of indescribable warmth in her heart. Thank you, Jiang Chung, she whispered, her voice filled with endless gratitude and dependence. Do you know the name of the person who contacted you? Jiang Chung patted Bai Ling on the back and couldn't help but ask. Her name is Yu Wuxia. Bai Ling blushed as she said this name. She and I had some emotional entanglements. Oh. Jiang Chung looked at Bai Ling with a strange expression. I thought to myself, that Ma Jianba who died was too tragic. Don't worry, my heart now belongs completely to you, Bai Ling said quickly. But Jiang Chung was completely stunned. At that moment, he heard a system notification. Ding! A new bad woman detected. Do you wish to bind with her? Binding will accumulate bad woman points. Location of the wicked woman. Outside Janya City, Jiangnan Province, Dine Dynasty. Flawless Jade. Yu Wuxia? Is that her? Jiang Chung was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to have another target to bind him, and even a general location. Outside the city? Could she be hiding outside Janya City right now? That's possible. The city is under strict control right now, so if she's organized, it would be hard for her to hide. Jiang Chung planned to go outside the city and use his abilities to find out where that guy was hiding. His soul skills are also suitable for reconnaissance. Janya City. The area is now somewhat dilapidated, and few people pass by anymore. Permission is required to enter or leave. Outside the city, a desolate scene unfolds, a stark contrast to its former prosperity. The city gate creaked in the wind. The gate slowly opened, and Jiang Chung and Shun Linlang gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. A gust of wind blew by, stirring up dust and fallen leaves on the ground, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Seeing someone about to leave the city guard couldn't help but mutter to himself. With the city and the surrounding area in such chaos, staying home in isolation was the most reliable option. If it weren't for the allowance he received during this period, he wouldn't bother coming to guard the city. However, after recognizing who was leaving the city, they were somewhat stunned. However, their expressions changed drastically when their gazes fell upon Jiang Chung. Jiang Chung? It seems to be that Jiang Chung that's become quite famous lately, a soldier said in surprise, his tone full of admiration. The other soldiers also cast respectful glances at Jiang Cheng's figure, as if they saw hope in him. Upon seeing that it was Jiang Cheng leaving the city, his attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. If it's him, does that mean he already has a lead? After all, Jiang Chung was the one who saved Jianya once, and many people have a deep impression of him. The soldiers' attitude immediately changed from laziness to respect. They straightened their backs and gave Jiangqing a military salute, as if paying tribute to a hero. Outside the city, several ferocious mutated beasts roamed through the ruins. Their eyes gleamed with an eerie light, their bodies were enormous, their muscles bulged, and their sharp claws and teeth gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Chapter 263 Search 2. These mutated beasts drooled and let out low growls, as if declaring their territory. These mutated beasts all have a huge eyeball on their backs, which is quite frightening. It's not just humans who can get infected in their eyes. Even some ferocious beasts can. Jiang Cheng walked out of the city gate, but before he had gone far, a group of mutated beasts rushed up at him. Shun Linlang swung her hand, unleashing a powerful slash that sliced the creature in two, instantly killing it. Then came the second and third. Her movements were light and graceful, like a blooming white lotus, dancing among the mutated beasts. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and each attack was fierce and unparalleled, slaying the mutated beasts that charged at her one by one. Her movements were elegant and swift, each strike perfectly timed, wasting no effort, and giving her enemies no chance to catch their breath. Under the sunlight, Shun Linlong's skin seemed to glow faintly, her eyes gleamed with a determined light, and a faint, cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, an expression of absolute confidence in the battle. Her beauty was elevated by the battle at this moment, becoming even more moving. Jiang Cheng stood aside, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to unleash his soul skill. His soul seemed to be connected to heaven and earth, sensing everything around him. Images flashed through his mind, scenes of various corners outside the city, as he searched for Yu Wuxia's whereabouts. As Jiang Cheng's use of his soul skills deepened, his senses became increasingly acute. He seemed to be able to see every falling leaf and feel every gust of wind. Just then, a huge mutated beast suddenly rushed out of the ruins and headed straight for Jiangqing. It was incredibly fast, its claws and teeth gleaming with a cold light, as if it wanted to tear Jiangqing to pieces. However, Jiangqing seemed to have anticipated all of this. He suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. He dodged the mutated beast's attack with a swift movement, and at the same time, a dark vortex appeared behind him as he drew a long sword. He cleaved it in two with a single stroke. Shin Linlang relieved most of the pressure for him, so she didn't need to deal with the occasional 2 or 3. His strength now far surpasses that of ordinary beast girls. As Jiangqing walked, he began using his abilities to search for suspicious buildings or people in the vicinity. The area outside the city is indeed much more dangerous than before. Among the dense bushes, several even larger ferocious beasts lay silently in wait, their eyes cold and cunning. Like hunters lurking in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the intruders. These ferocious beasts were covered with thick scales, their muscles as hard as rocks, and each breath was accompanied by a deep rumble, as if they were gathering strength to deliver a fatal blow. On their backs or chests, there also grew those unsettlingly large eyeballs, gleaming with an eerie light, as if spying on Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlong's every move. One of the ferocious beasts was almost the size of a small building, and its eyes, like two burning flames, revealed endless greed and murderous intent. It slowly stood up, its massive body casting a shadow over the ruins, enveloping everything around it. Jiang Cheng and Shin Linlang immediately sensed this powerful threat and looked around warily. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, his soul once again connecting with heaven and earth, sensing every subtle fluctuation around him. He could clearly sense the presence of those ferocious beasts and the violent energy surging within them. Mutant Forest Tiger, Black Eyes. Rank, Calamity Level Boss. Level, 59. Be careful, these guys are not simple. Jiang Cheng whispered a warning to Shun Linlang, while gripping his long sword tightly, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. The ferocious beasts seemed to sense Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlang's wariness, and they began to slowly approach, each step accompanied by a tremor in the ground. An extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the air, as if a storm was about to break. Somewhere underground outside the city, a woman dressed in black robes stretched out her hand, and an eye that gleamed with an eerie light appeared in her palm. That eye, and a scene appeared. It was the scene that the mutated boss had seen, and the figures of Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlang slowly appeared on it. Several men in black robes stood in the dimly lit basement, their faces obscured by the shadows of their robes, only their eyes gleaming with cunning. They stared intently at the image projected by the strange eye in their palm, in which Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlang were clearly visible. Haha, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. A man in black robes couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice filled with smugness and relief. I was just worried about how to get rid of Jiang Cheng, but I didn't expect him to come to me on his own. Indeed, Jiang Cheng is eerie in every way. Another man in black robes chimed in, his voice deep and powerful. According to the information we have, Shin Linling was originally just an A-rank beast girl, but her current performance has far exceeded the limits that an A-rank beast girl can achieve. The ability to evolve beast girls is no ordinary power, a man in black robes murmured, his eyes gleaming with greed and desire. Could it be that he possesses the power of evolution? Such power is extremely difficult for humans to master. Perhaps he himself is a god? Another man in black robes suddenly raised a bold conjecture, but his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Only an awakened god could possess such powerful abilities. No, he doesn't possess divinity. A black-robed man who appeared to be the leader shook his head, denying the conjecture. He does not meet the characteristics of a deity. Yu Wuxia also frowned deeply. Jiang Cheng. She parted her red lips slightly and murmured the name. White Tiger Judgment. Above the ground, Shin Linlong's feet left the ground, her figure like a graceful fairy, lightly dancing in the air. Countless slashes were unleashed, and instantly more than a dozen bloody marks appeared on the huge boss's body. With a loud bang, the seemingly strong mutated beast collapsed to the ground. Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlang continued along the edge of the city wall, stopping and starting as they explored the area using their soul skills. Since their target is Jianya City, their stronghold outside the city cannot be very far away. Inside the underground fortifications, through the several strong mutated beasts, Yu Wuxia saw Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlang walking and stopping intermittently, and suddenly her heart skipped a beat. By the way, where can I find the information about Jiang Cheng? I feel like I've overlooked something. Chapter 263, Search 3. Inside a hidden underground base. Inside the cave, the dim light flickered, casting dappled shadows, as if each shadow held an unspeakable secret. The air was filled with a musty and stale smell, mixed with a faint earthy odor, which made people involuntarily frown. The surrounding stone walls were rough and uneven, covered with the marks of time. Occasionally, a few drops of water of unknown origin would quietly slide down, making a drip-drip sound that sounded particularly jarring in the quiet environment. Yu Wuxia sat at a dilapidated wooden table, on which were scattered several intelligence documents about Jiang Cheng. Her face was solemn, her brows furrowed, and her usually calm and composed eyes were now flashing with complex emotions, unease, doubt, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. The paper in her hand rustled softly between her fingers, its soft sound mingling with the heavy thumping of her heart. Several strangely shaped stone statues stood silently in the corner. Their faces were blurred, but their eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, staring straight at Yu Wuxia and the others, exuding an indescribable chill and eeriness. These statues hold swords or pearls in their hands, each with a different posture, but all exude an ancient and mysterious atmosphere that sends chills down one's spine. It seems we need to relocate. Yu Wuxia muttered to herself, her gaze wandering between the lines. The descriptions of Jiang Cheng's abilities were beyond her imagination and even challenged the limits of her understanding of this world. Why? Jiang Cheng's appearance outside the city doesn't necessarily mean he's coming for us, one of them said, frowning. If I'm not mistaken, his beast soul should have abilities related to reconnaissance, because in every battle he's fought, he seems to be able to anticipate the enemy's moves. She felt an unprecedented pressure, as if an invisible net was slowly tightening around her. The black-robed figures around them remained silent, their silhouettes appearing even more enigmatic in the dim light. Each seemed lost in thought, yet no one dared to break the oppressive silence. Only those few stone statues seemed to be the most faithful listeners in this cave, silently witnessing everything. Yu Wuxia slowly closed the file, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the turmoil in her heart. She knew that Jiang Cheng might really have a way to find their hiding place. Let's go. He is about to be born. There's no point in us staying here any longer. Let's escape through the secret door. Several men in black robes nodded in agreement upon hearing Yu Wuxia's words. The crowd wore solemn expressions and walked hurriedly, each step echoing on the cold, hard stone slabs, adding to the urgency and heaviness of the narrow passage. Yu Wuxia walked at the front, her shadow elongated in the dim light, appearing both resolute and lonely. Her gaze was resolute. Despite the unease and fear surging within her, she knew that only swift action could offer everyone a chance of survival. Arriving at what appeared to be an ordinary stone wall, Yu Wuxia stopped. Her fingers gently traced the stone wall, searching for the hidden mechanism. With a low mechanical hum, the stone wall slowly slid open to one side, revealing a hidden passage. The passageway was even darker, with only a few dim lights barely illuminating the way ahead, and the air was filled with an even stronger smell of dampness and decay. The group filed in and descended the narrow stairs, each step seemingly leading into deeper darkness and the unknown. At the end of the stairs was a secret room, and the scene inside was horrifying. The walls were covered with dried human remains, fixed there in an eerie posture, as if they were victims of some kind of ritual, or perhaps the source of some kind of power. The presence of these mutilated remains filled the entire secret chamber with indescribable terror and cruelty. The walls around the room are inlaid with mysterious totems, which are composed of complex lines and symbols and emit a faint blue light, which complements the atmosphere of the secret room and adds a touch of eeriness and ominousness. On the ground, countless magical runes intertwined to form a massive magic circle, with a huge box placed in the center, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. Yu Wuxia quickly walked to the box, picked it up, and although the box was heavy, she seemed not to feel any burden at all. She turned around and hurriedly followed the others, fleeing along the secret passage, each step filled with determination and courage. Behind them, the stone wall slowly closed, sealing that terror and cruelty once again into darkness. Jiangcheng walked into a dense forest, his brows furrowing suddenly. "Jiangcheng, have you noticed anything unusual?" Shen Linlang asked Jiangcheng after killing several mutated monsters. "It should be here." Jiangcheng's lips curled up. A large, dark hole appeared behind me. Jiang Luoshan slowly walked out from there. "Dig down from this spot." Jiang Luoshan nodded and began to transform into a beast. With a soft murmur, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble slightly, as if responding to her call. Vines surged from her body, twining and intertwining as if they were alive, eventually converging into a giant drill shape. This drill, made of vines and covered with a hardwood grain, has a sharp tip that gleams, clearly possessing the powerful ability to penetrate rock and soil. "Drink," Jiang Luoshan shouted, and the vine drill plunged downwards, easily piercing through the surface soil and beginning to penetrate deep underground. As the drill bit continued to rotate and descend, the surrounding land was quickly turned upside down, with soil and gravel flying everywhere, and a strong earthy smell filled the air. Jiangcheng stood to the side, his hands behind his back, watching the scene with a solemn expression. As Jiang Luoshan dug deeper, rumbling sounds began to emanate from underground, as if something had been disturbed. Finally, thanks to Jiang Luoshan's tireless efforts, the vine drill broke through the last obstacle, revealing a dark hole. Inside the cave entrance, faint lights could be seen flickering, and the air was filled with a musty, damp, and stale smell. They knew that was the entrance to the secret underground base they were looking for. Jiangcheng took a deep breath and nodded to Jiang Luoshan and Shen Linlang. The three exchanged glances, understanding each other's feelings without needing to say a word. The three of them jumped down, and Jiangcheng continued to use his abilities to explore the underground base. The cave was filled with an extremely unsettling atmosphere. However, no trace of humans was found in Jiangcheng. Could it be that they escaped? Jiangcheng began its search. Before long, he found the secret room. Chapter 264 Search for. Jiangcheng looked around the secret room. The mangled human corpses, like abandoned rag dolls, silently told of the past suffering, while the scattered torture instruments were all grotesque and terrifying. All of this sent an indescribable chill down Jiangcheng's spine, as if countless ghosts were whispering in his ear. It was clear that a bloody sacrifice had just taken place here, and the culprits had already escaped before they arrived. Jiangcheng frowned and quickly dialed the city hall, giving a brief and clear report on the situation. After hanging up the phone, his eyes gleamed as he began to search the secret room carefully, hoping to find some useful clues. Soon, he discovered a hidden passage. This secret passage is narrow and deep, like a tunnel leading to an unknown world. Without hesitation, Jiangcheng led Shen Linlang and Jiang Luoshan inside. The secret passage was pitch black, with only the light source in their hands illuminating the limited space in front of them. However, this did not stop them. Jiang Cheng walked at the front. His perception was at its peak, and no slightest sound could escape his ears. As they ventured deeper, the secret passage gradually widened, and a faint light began to emanate from ahead. Jiang Cheng knew they were nearing the exit. Sure enough, a short while later, a blinding ray of sunlight suddenly came from ahead, making Jiang Cheng unable to open his eyes. They emerged from the secret passage and arrived at an unnamed valley. However, they were countless towering, ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts, some crouching and some lying down, each exuded a powerful aura, as if they could tear them to shreds at any moment. On the back of one of the elephants, which was as large as a small mountain, stood two figures dressed in black robes. Their faces were hidden beneath the robes and could not be seen clearly, but Jiang Cheng knew that they must be members of Yu Wuxia's group. Before Jiang Cheng could speak, the giant beasts seemed to have received a command and rushed towards them. The secret passage exit behind Jiang Cheng also quietly closed at this moment. Were these people going to trap them here? Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of ferocious beasts, Jiang Cheng and his companions remained completely calm. Shun Linlang moved with a light and graceful gait, like a butterfly fluttering in the air, moving freely among the ferocious beasts. Each swing was accompanied by a fierce slash, and the seemingly invincible beast was as fragile as paper under her attacks, being cut in half at the waist. Blood splattered everywhere, but miraculously it didn't splash onto Shun Linlang, as if an invisible force was silently protecting her, allowing her to maintain her extraordinary elegance in battle. Jiang Cheng wielded the heavenly feather blade, a longsword transformed from Yang Qi, which greatly enhanced his combat abilities. Each swing was accompanied by a deafening roar, tearing the surrounding air apart. He was agile, like a cheetah, leaping and slashing among the ferocious beasts. Each attack landed precisely on the beast's vital points, knocking them down one by one. Zhang Luoshan was not to be outdone. She unleashed the power of her beast soul, and countless vines burst forth from the ground, like agile pythons, beginning to coil around the giant beasts. These vines, incredibly resilient and imbued with powerful vitality, tightly bound the ferocious beasts, rendering them immobile. With a soft shout from Zhang Luoshan, the vines suddenly contracted, choking the ferocious beasts until they could barely breathe and finally collapsed to the ground. Those once ferocious beasts now lay like lambs to the slaughter at their feet. The black-robed figure watching from afar, like a ghost of the night, stood silently atop the giant beast, his face so somber it seemed to drip water. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This Jiang Cheng and his two beast girls are incredibly powerful. He gently patted the massive, mountain-like beast beneath him, as if to soothe it, or perhaps to give it a command. Immediately, the two nimble figures, like two black shadows, leaped lightly off the elephant's back. The ferocious beast received the command, let out a deafening roar, and charged wildly toward Jiang Cheng, as if it wanted to trample all obstacles under its feet. "Let's go, there's nothing more to see," the man in black robes murmured, his voice revealing a hint of resentment and helplessness. This Jiang Cheng is indeed, as Yu Wuxia said, powerful enough to make people wary. However, just as he was about to turn around and flee to find a new hiding place, the scene before him completely shocked him. Unbeknownst to him, a dense, thick vine had silently surrounded him, intertwining and forming an impregnable green wall that completely blocked his path. These vines seemed to possess a life of their own, swaying gently in the air and exuding a breathtaking aura. The man in the black robe turned deathly pale instantly. "It seems we underestimated them." The man in black robes muttered to himself, a fear he had never felt before welling up inside him. He knew he was now in dire straits, and escape was virtually impossible. There's only one war left. Jiang Cheng swung his longsword down suddenly. In that instant, it was as if a crack was torn open in the air. Purple light flashed like thunder. The sharpness of the heavenly feather slash traced a breathtaking trajectory in the void. The enormous sword energy was like a dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable. It directly split the charging giant elephant in two. The huge body collapsed with a crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Since you're here, stay." Jiang Cheng's voice was cold and firm, echoing through the valley with an unquestionable authority. "Humph." The man in black robes snorted coldly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the robes of another black-robed figure beside him suddenly exploded, and amidst the flying fragments, a terrifying figure was revealed, a beast girl in insect form. Her face was both eerie and beautiful, her eyes like dazzling gems, gleaming with a cold light. A pair of transparent, thin wings fluttered gently behind her, each flap seemingly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Her body was covered with a fine carapace that shimmered with a metallic sheen and gleamed in the sunlight. "You won't be keeping us here." The insect-shaped beast girl roared and rushed towards Jiangcheng like lightning. Her speed was so fast that she seemed to be a black lightning bolt slicing through the sky. Jiangcheng snorted coldly, his figure advancing instead of retreating. The heavenly feather blade danced in his hands like a whirlwind, each swing accompanied by a booming sound, as he engaged in a fierce battle with the insect girl. Chapter 265 Search 5. Shen Linlang and Jiang Luotian understood Jiang Cheng's meaning, and they each took on the task of fighting the remaining black-robed men and ferocious beasts. Jiang Cheng had only recently gained power and needed some training. Soon, a thrilling battle was unfolding in the valley, with flashing swords, tangled vines, and deafening roars of beasts. Jiang Cheng and the insect girl was particularly intense. Their figures constantly intersected in the void, and each collision erupted with dazzling light. The heavenly feather blade's blade aura was fierce, and in no time, it cut several gashes into the opponent's body. Before long, Jiang Cheng gradually gained the upper hand thanks to his superior strength and keen perception. However, this beast girl has a lot of practical experience, which is far beyond what an ordinary college student can match. Therefore, Jiangxing was also caught in a protracted war. The insect girl was increasingly shocked during the confrontation. She had thought that Jiang Cheng was just a novice student, whose background and combat experience could not compare with hers. However, Jiang Cheng's fighting prowess far exceeded her expectations, and was incredibly formidable. She glanced to both sides and saw that Shen Linlang and Jiang Luotian, the two beast girls, were dealing with the beast soul masters with ease, as if they were playing a relaxed game, with leisurely expressions on their faces as if they were watching a good show. This made her feel slighted, as if she were being used as a whetstone. Rage and resentment surged within the insect girl, and her attacks instantly became even more ferocious. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, as she vowed to defeat Jiang Cheng to prove her strength. However, Jiang Cheng seemed to see through her thoughts. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and instead of retreating, he advanced, merging with the heavenly feather blade and transforming into a purple whirlwind that swept towards the insect girl. Just as the two were about to clash again, Jiang Cheng swung his longsword suddenly, and a purple sword aura, like a dragon soaring into the sky, forced the insect beast girl back several steps with overwhelming force. The insect girl steadied herself, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, gradually gained the upper hand in the battle thanks to his exceptional strength and keen perception. This battle was not only a test of my strength, but also a tempering of my will and beliefs. Therefore, he poured out his sweat and blood without reservation, engaging in a thrilling battle with the insect girl. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to kill the beast girl with a single blow, the man in black robes suddenly roared. As if he had made up his mind, his body suddenly swelled up and transformed into a black shadow, rushing towards Jiang Cheng. His speed was so great that it seemed to swallow everything in the darkness. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly, and with a sudden swing of his heavenly feather blade, a purple sword aura ripped through the sky like a thunderbolt, colliding with the figure of the black-robed man in midair. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, as if the air in the valley was being torn apart. With a soft thud, the man in black robes didn't last more than a few rounds before Jiang Cheng cleaved him in two with a single stroke. The two halves of his body rolled on the ground like rags, dripping with blood. The panting beast girl, witnessing the black-robed man's tragic end, was struck dumb. Fear, like ice, spread from her feet to the top of her head, freezing her completely. Her pupils contracted sharply, as if she had seen the most terrifying sight in the world, and her body trembled involuntarily. As the beast's soul master perished, her beast form quickly faded, and she returned to her human form. However, due to the damage Jiang Cheng had caused her before, her clothes were torn and tattered, and several key parts were barely visible. If she hadn't instinctively covered herself up tightly with her hands, she probably would have already been exposed. She plopped down on the ground, her legs spread limply, her breathing becoming rapid and disordered, each gasp like the last breath squeezed from her lungs, filled with endless fear and unease. His face was as pale as paper, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and a bitter smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Cheng watched all this coldly, without a trace of pity in his heart. Tell me, who exactly are you people, and what is your ultimate goal? Jiang Cheng asked coldly, looking down at him. I don't know. A look of horror crossed her face. You're not telling the truth, are you? Jiang Cheng raised his long sword and slowly approached her. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to get close, she kicked up a cloud of sand and pebbles, which blinded Jiang Cheng. Then, with agile movements, he sprinted away to a spot not far away. Hurry and chase after them, Jiang Cheng said, feigning exasperation. Upon hearing this, the woman in front turned pale, but she ran even faster. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, relentlessly showering down its intense rays, as if trying to burn away all the earth's passion. Sweat beaded on the woman's forehead, sliding down like a fine rain, soaking her hair and reflecting her extreme tension and fear. Their steps never faltered. Instead, under the scorching sunlight, they unleashed an incredible running ability, like a frightened antelope, frantically galloping on the edge of life and death. Jiang Cheng's eyes were like torches, fixed on the fleeing figure, and his smile grew even wider. Shun Linlang and Zhang Luotian followed closely behind Jiang Cheng, the three of them like a sharp arrow cutting through the scorching air, relentlessly pursuing him. However, after chasing for a while, Jiang Cheng suddenly stopped, and Shun Linlang and Zhang Luotian also stopped. It should be about time. Jiang Cheng looked at the woman in the distance and smiled. If we push her too far, she might just give up and refuse to run away. That would be a real mess. It turns out that all of this was arranged by Jiang Cheng. Such desperate individuals probably don't really care much about life and death. If we really bring her back, it would be awkward if she refused to yield even in the face of death. So Jiang Cheng used telepathy to notify Shun Linlang and Zhang Luotian to stage this scene. The other party has contagious eyeballs, and Jiang Cheng also has sensors to locate the other party. Zhang Luotian can split off a vine and invade the other person's body. Unbeknownst to them, she can not only track their location, but also control their behavior for a short period of time. Let's just wait and see what happens next. The two nodded. However, Jiang Cheng looked around and found that the ferocious beasts near Jianya City seemed to be of a fairly high level. To upgrade my own beast girls later. Because these things are infectious, Jianya adopted the method of cutting off the source of infection to prevent more people from being infected. Chapter 266 Contract with Lu Feifei. Whether it was intentional or not, the number of mutated beasts in the vicinity seems to be increasing. After Jiang Cheng and the girls spent some time hunting mutated ferocious beasts outside, they returned to their residence as the sun set. After a long day, Jiang Cheng decided to relax. However, before that, he planned to form a contract with Lu Feifei. Perhaps because the enemy's stronghold was wiped out today, the school was much quieter. Jiang Cheng called Lu Feifei out separately. As night fell, the moonlight, like water, gently spilled onto a corner of the campus, draping this secluded place in a layer of silver gauze. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the silence, which only added to the tranquility. The branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently in the wind, as if they were telling untold secrets. As Lu Feifei followed Jiang Cheng's footsteps, a sense of unease welled up inside her. During this time of year, the campus is already sparsely populated, and the full-scale lockdown makes the entire school even quieter. She unconsciously slowed her pace, her eyes darting around as if afraid of some sudden change. Their hands were tightly clasped together, and a slight tremor ran through their fingers. Jiang Cheng, do we really want to talk here? Lu Feifei finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that the secluded environment made her feel uneasy and shy. Jiang Cheng stopped and turned around, his gaze falling gently on Lu Feifei. Don't worry, it's safe here. No one will see us. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and strong. He reached out and gently took Lu Feifei's hand, her palm warm. Why I called you out? I know a little bit. Lu Feifei lowered her head shyly. It'll be very exciting in a place like this, right? As long as you're happy. Oh, what's this about being happy? What's this about all this nonsense? Ruan Xin is dead. I hope you can become my beast girl. Jiang Cheng hugged Lu Feifei's slender waist. Then, a rich and refreshing feminine scent quietly entered Jiang Cheng's nostrils. The scent carried a faint floral fragrance and the unique gentleness of a young girl, causing his heartstrings to tremble slightly. At this moment, Lu Feifei stood in front of him, gently embraced by him. Her waist was slender and soft, like the most delicate willow branch in spring, making her irresistible. The moonlight, like water, gently fell upon Lu Feifei's face, casting a soft glow upon her features. Her face was as smooth as jade, and her skin appeared exceptionally delicate and soft under the moonlight, like the most exquisite porcelain in the world, making one want to touch it gently. Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He gazed into Lu Feifei's eyes, which were filled with shyness and expectation, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart, and then slowly said, "Feifei, would you like to become my beast girl?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's mind went completely blank. She had thought about this issue a few days ago, but with Ruan Xian's recent death, the prospect of signing the Jiangqing contract felt rather strange. This time, Jiang Cheng actually brought it up. She bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing the gasps that threatened to escape her lips. I do." Lu Feifei's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it clearly reached Jiang Cheng's ears. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. He hugged Lu Feifei tightly and kissed her cheek. Getting Lu Feifei to sign a soul contract would probably be very difficult, so Jiang Cheng planned to keep things simple. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly released Lu Feifei. Their eyes met tightly at that moment, as if they could see into each other's hearts. He slowly extended his right hand, his fingers long and strong. Lu Feifei also extended her right hand without hesitation. Her fingers were soft and delicate, like tender leaves in early spring, and gently rested on Jiang Cheng's fingers. Their hands were clasped tightly together. At that moment, a soft and sweet feeling flowed through their hearts like an electric current, making their heartbeats tremble. As Jiang Cheng's deep and powerful murmur echoed in the night sky, white runes began to light up on Lu Feifei's body. These runes, like flowing starlight, shimmered with a mysterious and holy light. They slowly rose from Lu Feifei's body and then flowed into Jiang Cheng's body like water, merging with the power within him and forming an indescribable and intimate connection. At the same time, some runes emerged on Jiang Cheng's body, which resonated with his aura as if they were an extension of his power. They flowed into Lu Feifei's body like living water, intertwining with the power within her to form a special bond that tightly connected their lives and destinies. During this process, both Jiang Cheng and Lu Feifei felt a wonderful feeling they had never experienced before. Their hearts seemed to reach an unprecedented harmony at this moment, and their strength was enhanced through mutual fusion. As the last rune flowed into their bodies, they opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes sparkling with surprise and determination. "We success." Jiang Cheng laughed. Lu Feifei smiled happily, a smile as bright and beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. "From now on, I will be your beast girl." Her voice was soft yet firm, as if she were making an eternal vow. Under the moonlight, the contract between Jiang Cheng and Lu Feifei was successfully established, and an indescribable sense of intimacy quietly grew between them. Jiang Cheng gently held Lu Feifei's hand, feeling the warmth coming from her palm, a warmth like the spring sunshine, warm and comfortable. He lowered his head and gazed into Lu Feifei's clear, watery eyes, which seemed to contain endless affection and expectation, making him want to immerse himself in them. Lu Feifei also tilted her head slightly, her eyes also filled with longing for Jiang Cheng. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them gazing at each other silently under the moonlight. Their heartbeats seemed to synchronize at that instant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of tenderness. He hugged Lu Feifei tightly, as if he wanted to absorb her entirely into his embrace. In the past few days, she has come to realize how joyful it is to be a real woman. Being a woman in Jiangcheng, in particular, is truly a blessing. Under the moonlight, their hearts were intertwined, and even the air seemed to become sweet. Jiangcheng couldn't help but gently pull Lu Feifei into his arms, feeling her tenderness and warmth. Lu Feifei nestled tightly against Jiang Cheng's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat and feeling this rare sense of peace. Chapter 267 Ji Yuechan's Anxiety. As the moon hung low in the night, silvery moonlight streamed through the French windows, gently illuminating the curtains, causing them to sway softly in the breeze, as if adding a touch of mystery and romance to the tranquil night. In this tranquil and beautiful setting, Lu Feifei nestled tightly against Jiang Cheng's chest. Her face was filled with indescribable joy and happiness, and her eyes sparkled with a bright light, as if at this moment, the whole world had become so beautiful. Jiang Cheng also hugged Lu Feifei tightly, feeling her gentleness and warmth. Their heartbeats seemed to synchronize at that moment, beating in unison to their own unique melody. Under the moonlight, their hearts were intertwined, and even the air seemed to become sweet. They relied on each other, enjoying this rare peace and happiness. The trembling of the curtains seemed to cheer for their happiness, filling the entire room with a warm and romantic atmosphere. At this moment, Jiang Cheng and Lu Feifei both deeply felt each other's presence, as if the whole world existed only for them. The next day, as the first rays of morning light quietly streamed into the room through the gap in the curtains, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. He found that Lu Feifei was clinging to him tightly like an octopus, their bodies pressed together as if they could never be separated. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. He gently stirred around, trying to wake Lu Feifei. Sure enough, Lu Feifei was awakened by his movements. She pressed herself against Jiang Cheng's chest, a shy blush appearing on her alluring face. Jiang Cheng looked at her, and an overwhelming tenderness welled up in his heart. He played around for a while before getting out of bed with Lu Feifei. However, as Jiang Cheng gathered his thoughts and prepared to start a new day, he discovered that the target he had been tracking the day before was still moving. Jiang Cheng planned to wait until she stopped at a certain spot, then sneak over and catch them off guard. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind. It was Ji Yuechan's voice. Jiang Cheng, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately replied, Yes, what is it? He sensed a hint of unease in Ji Yuechan's voice, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that the black eye incident has worsened again? The black eyes incident has indeed caused widespread panic and made Jiang Cheng feel very uneasy. Jiang Cheng decided to go to Ji Yuechan's place. So, after a quick breakfast, he hurriedly left his lodgings and headed to Ji Yuechan's location. Inside a dark fortress, the environment was so dark and profound that even the light seemed to be swallowed up by the heavy darkness. The flickering candlelight on the surrounding walls cast dappled shadows, adding to the eeriness and unease of the already gloomy space. Inside the bunker, the air seemed to freeze, heavy and oppressive. A dozen or so men in black robes stood silently, their shadows elongated in the dim candlelight, appearing exceptionally deep and mysterious. The faces of these men in black robes were hidden in the shadows of their hoods, making it impossible to see their expressions. Only a chilling aura emanated from them. The bunker's ceiling was high and dark, as if endless darkness was hovering above it. The walls are covered with the marks of time, and the mottled stone walls exude an ancient and weathered atmosphere. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow by, causing the candlelight to flicker gracefully, as if countless ghosts were watching everything from the shadows. That idiot Zhao Yin thought he was a little clever, and yesterday he dared to spout nonsense, saying he would personally test the waters of Jiangxing. And what happened? He was directly killed, not even a trace left. A man in black robes said through gritted teeth, as if one could feel his contempt and hatred for Zhao Yin in his words. Stop criticizing Zhao Yin. At the beginning, who among you didn't underestimate Jiang Cheng? Who didn't think he was just a greenhorn? Nothing to be afraid of? Another man in black robes spoke coldly, his voice exuding an undeniable air of authority. At this moment, a figure whose face was hidden in the shadow of a hood slowly stepped out. That was Yu Wuxia. Her voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. Fortunately, it's not a big deal that the base was discovered. Our shadow energy has been fully stored, and we can activate that great being at any time and make it work for us. At this point, a glint of fervor and anticipation flashed in Yu Wuxia's eyes. She paused, then continued. However, now is not the time. We must wait. Wait for the day Qin Shiyu holds her coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, the entire city will be in a frenzy of celebration, and we will secretly complete our mission. The woman who had escaped also had a gloomy expression. The lack of Beast Soul Masters caused her status within the organization to decline repeatedly. She gritted her teeth silently. Jiang Cheng, you just wait. Jianya, principal's office. Ji Yuechan was sitting quietly in a large office chair. She was dressed in an elegant business suit, the well-tailored clothes seemingly made for her, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Especially her full hips, which form an irresistible curve with the stool when she sits down, as if it were the most exquisite work of nature, making her unforgettable at first glance. Her long hair was as smooth as silk, gently draped over her shoulders, with a few strands falling casually beside her cheeks, adding a touch of tenderness and charm to her. When Jiang Cheng pushed open the door to the principal's office, he involuntarily held his breath. The Ji Yuechan before my eyes was even more sexy and charming than I remembered, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, making me yearn for her. Jiang Cheng. Ji Yuechan stood up abruptly when she saw Jiang Cheng return. At that moment, her movements were tinged with panic and helplessness, like a girl who had been suddenly disturbed. Her innocence and helplessness contrasted sharply with her usual calmness and competence. Her hands trembled slightly, as if she wanted to find a point of support, but didn't know where to put them. A flicker of panic crossed her captivating eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Looking at Ji Yuechan like this, Jiang Cheng felt an indescribable tenderness welling up in his heart. He stepped forward gently, reaching out to give her a comforting hug. However, just before he touched her, he stopped and simply patted her shoulder lightly. Yuechan, I'm back. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Cheng's voice was gentle yet firm, like a warm current slowly flowing into Ji Yuechan's heart. No, there's something I've been thinking about that I should tell you. Chapter 268 Awarding of Medals. Ji Yuechan lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her face as red as if dripping blood, like a flower blooming in spring, both shy and alluring. She had originally intended to tell Jiang Cheng last time, but the words always came out too late. Before Ji Yuechan could speak, Jiang Cheng felt an irresistible urge welling up inside him. He stepped forward and put his arm around Ji Yuechan's shoulder, feeling the smooth, rounded touch, and couldn't help but feel a little swayed. His movements were gentle yet firm. Ji Yuechan seemed a little annoyed. She did not resist and let Jiang Cheng do as he pleased. However, before Ji Yuechan could react, Jiang Cheng tackled her directly onto the large desk. At that moment, Ji Yuechan's pupils widened suddenly, filled with panic and helplessness. Her hands gripped Jiang Cheng's arm tightly, as if seeking a last shred of support. Ah! Ji Yuechan exclaimed in surprise, her voice filled with panic and unease. Her face was filled with sorrow, and her captivating eyes shone with innocence and pleading. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng's actions became even more aggressive. Time passed by minute. The ambiguous atmosphere in the air grew even stronger. Ji Yuechan's breathing gradually became steady, her face carrying a lingering trace of happiness, and her charming eyes sparkling with a soft and profound light. Jiang Cheng gently embraced Ji Yuechan, feeling her softness and warmth, and a sense of indescribable satisfaction welled up in his heart. Just then, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence inside. Principal, I have some information about Black Eyes here, and I'd like you to take a look. A student's voice came from outside the door, clear and strong, but sounded particularly jarring at this moment. Ji Yuechan tensed up instantly, shrinking into Jiang Cheng's arms like a frightened fawn. Her heart pounded like a drum, and the lingering happiness on her face was replaced by panic. You can leave it at the door first. Ji Yuechan's voice trembled as she uttered the words haltingly, as if each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Jiang Cheng sensed Ji Yuechan's panic and helplessness, and he gently patted her back, trying to comfort her. Put the documents down, I'll look at them. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful, revealing an unquestionable authority. Upon hearing this, the students quickly placed the materials at the door. Principal Ji, what's wrong with your voice? Are you sick? The student immediately became suspicious. May I come in for a bit, Principal Ji? No need. Ji Yuechan's face showed a slightly pained expression. All right then. Teacher, please take care of yourself. Although the student was puzzled, he ultimately chose to leave. Ji Yuechan strained her ears until the student's footsteps faded into the distance and disappeared at the end of the corridor before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, she gritted her teeth and punched Jiang Cheng's chest. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was more solemn than ever before. Jiang Cheng, what I actually want to tell you is that I'm pregnant. These words struck Jiang Cheng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. His gaze shifted from blankness to disbelief, as if he had heard the most incredible news in the world. He stared blankly at Ji Yuechan, his lips trembling slightly, and it took him a long time to find his voice. Yuechan, is what you're saying true? Ji Yuechan nodded gently, her eyes shining with a tender yet firm light. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you about something like this? She subconsciously touched her flat stomach, where their child was growing. Then, she snuggled closer to Jiang Cheng, like a kitten looking for a safe haven. Principal Ji Yuechan, who usually presents herself as a strong woman, actually has such a gentle and feminine side. At this moment, Jiang Cheng felt an unprecedented surge of excitement and joy. He held Ji Yuechan tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his own bones and blood. His voice was filled with unbelievable joy. Yuechan, we're having a baby. Is it true? I'm so happy. His words were filled with longing and anticipation for the future. He gently stroked Ji Yuechan's hair, his eyes full of doting and love. Yuechan, don't worry. I will definitely protect you and make sure our children grow up healthy and happy. Jiang Cheng's face radiated undisguised joy and excitement. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, and a barely suppressed smile played on his lips. He held Ji Yuechan tightly in his arms, his embrace both strong and tender, as if he wanted to forever etch this unexpected happiness into his heart. Yuechan, do you know? At this moment, I feel like I own the whole world. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and magnetic, every word filled with deep love and joy. I will make you the happiest people in the world. Then why don't you let me go? Ji Yuechan's eyes were alluring, but Jiang Cheng felt a surge of energy returning to him. After a long while, Ji Yuechan finally sat back down in her seat. I think you men are all talk and no action. How could that be? It's just that you're too charming, Yuechan. Jiang Cheng straightened his clothes. Once I've dealt with Black Pupil, I'll come and keep you company often during this time. Jiang Cheng's face lit up with joy, and his eyes shone with delight as he looked at Ji Yuechan. Okay. Ji Yuechan glanced at him. However, the matter of Hei Tong is indeed a bit strange. Ji Yuechan frowned. If you could handle this matter well, perhaps. Ji Yuechan still harbored a sliver of hope. Leave the rest to me. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Principal, the higher-ups have issued red document number 1. The military has already moved directly into Jianya City, and the high-level meeting pointed out that whoever can save Jianya will be awarded a medal. Okay, I understand. Ji Yuechan nodded. You can go back now. I know what's going on with Black Eyes. The person outside nodded, glanced at the documents on the ground, and it seemed that someone else had been here before. But for some reason, I still couldn't get into the office. What exactly is Principal Ji doing? He shook his head, left without saying thank you, and went on his way. Awarding of medals? The Dayan Kingdom is taking this Black Eye incident very seriously. Yes, Ji Yuechan continued, because not only Jianya, but several other cities have also seen varying degrees of Black Eye infection, which may bring great trouble to the entire Dayan Kingdom. Being awarded a title and receiving a noble rank in the Great Yin Kingdom means that, nominally, one can enter the upper class. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 270 being followed. As dawn breaks, a golden hue quietly spreads across the horizon, as fiery as molten gold. The sun seemed to be filled with unprecedented rage, sparing no effort in pouring down its rays, engulfing Jianya City in a dazzling sea of fire. The streets were sweltering. The air itself seemed to be on fire, and every breath was filled with a scorching heat. As dawn broke, a magnificent scene gradually unfolded. Rows of well-equipped patrol members emerged from all directions like an iron torrent. Dressed in uniform camouflage, wearing helmets, and carrying advanced weapons, their steps were firm and powerful, each step exuding unquestionable authority. The formation of these people resembled a precise machine. Every movement and turn was perfectly synchronized, demonstrating astonishing training skills and discipline. The army's formation was tight and orderly, and whether marching or stationed, it exuded an inviolable sense of power. On the street, pedestrians stopped to watch, their eyes filled with both awe and reassurance, because the appearance of these guardians meant that they were no longer fighting alone in this sudden Black Eye crisis. Ahead of this magnificent procession, a convertible car drove slowly along the main road of Jianya City, like a king inspecting his territory. The middleman in the car was dressed in a crisp military uniform with gleaming epaulets. His face was serious and solemn, and his upright posture and resolute eyes revealed a leadership that could not be underestimated. As the car moved forward, citizens along the way cast admiring glances, a testament to their trust in the power and their hope for the future. The entire scene was magnificent and grand. Though the sunlight was scorching, it seemed to be crowning the arrival of this army. Perhaps because the coming-of-age ceremony of the princess, Qin Shiyu, was approaching, the entire upper class was very concerned about the events in Jianya. Whoever found the source of the black pupils, or the person who was secretly causing trouble, would be awarded a medal based on their merits. The entire Jianya district was in an uproar, with everyone discussing it. Have you heard? This time, The higher-ups are really serious about resolving the black eye incident. They're awarding medals. This is no joke. An old man waved his fan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. But speaking of which, what exactly is this black eye? Why has it suddenly become such a big deal? A woman asked curiously, a hint of worry in her eyes. Who knows? Hopefully, these troops can resolve the problem quickly so that we ordinary people can live in peace. The old man sighed and turned his gaze back to the magnificent army. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the encampment ceremony gradually drew to a close. Squads of patrols and special operations teams, in small groups, began to advance into or outside the city. At the 4 gates of Jenya City, staff members were busy distributing communication devices and registering members on missions. These communicators are small and exquisite, shaped like badges, yet they contain powerful communication functions. Jiang Cheng headed straight for the registration point in the east of the city. The staff warmly welcomed him and explained in detail how to use and how the communicator worked. Jiang Cheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally to show his understanding. All right, here's your communicator. Remember, when carrying out missions, you must keep communication open and report the situation promptly. The staff member handed the communicator to Jiang Cheng, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Jiang Cheng took the communicator and grunted in response. Jiang Luoshan sensed the person's location and pointed to the main road to the east. The group nodded and headed towards the main road. The middle-aged man who had just been sitting on the parade vehicle walked over from a distance, looking at the backs of Jiang Cheng and the others with a bit of curiosity. He seems quite confident. Does he have something to rely on? Humph, no wonder he's the man my daughter has her eye on. GT and I shook his head, seemingly lost in thought. After Jiang Cheng left, another team that had obtained the communication device also headed in Jiang Cheng's direction. These people looked tense, with sweat beading on their foreheads, clearly rushing on their way. Their eyes held both anxiety and anticipation. The man in the lead had a prominent mole on his chin and was not particularly handsome, even somewhat ugly, but at this moment his eyes gleamed with smugness and cunning. Hurry, keep up with them. The leader urged the group in a low voice, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his tone. That kid Jiang Cheng is really making waves lately. The fact that he's heading in one direction so decisively might mean he's got some crucial evidence. Upon hearing this, the people in the group quickened their pace. After all, in this sudden black eye crisis, whoever can find the root of the problem first is likely to gain great merit and honor. And don't forget, it was Jiang Cheng who first discovered that black eye stronghold that we destroyed a few days ago. The leader continued, his tone filled with jealousy towards Jiang Cheng. If we had followed him, we might have gotten some credit too. We could even have cleaned up the mess after they were both exhausted and gained even greater benefits. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up. Zhang Tao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Isn't what we're doing a little despicable? As soon as she finished speaking, the others in the group nodded in agreement. People die for money. Birds die for food. How can you call that robbery? Zhang Tao said, squinting his eyes. Zhang Tao's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already foreseen the impending battle. He waved his hand sharply, signaling the team to continue forward. The gesture conveyed an unwavering determination. We'll just watch from a distance. If we get a chance, we'll go for it. If not, we'll just let it go. We're not even sure if we can get a piece of the pie. Zhang Tao's words carried a hint of contempt, seemingly both to appease the crowd and to console himself. However, his true thoughts were far more complex than that. He was well aware of Jiang Cheng's formidable strength, but the secrets and power hidden within the black eye incident were equally formidable. In his view, this might be an unprecedented opportunity, a high-stakes gamble that could propel him to instant success. Humph, Jiang Cheng, you may be powerful, but this black pupil isn't someone you can easily handle, Zhang Tao muttered to himself, a cunning and ruthless glint in his eyes. Perhaps we can really fight to the death, and then it will be my turn to make my move. He led his team, closely following Jiang Cheng, like a pack of cheetahs lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce on their unknown prey at any moment. Chapter 271 Countertracking. Jiang Cheng and his group traveled along the main road to the east, and soon turned onto a secluded side road. The path winds and twists, flanked by dense forests, where sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and leaves, and it felt much cooler than before due to the intense heat. However, this path is not easy to walk on. The ground was covered with thorns and sharp stones, and you could easily get scratched if you weren't careful. Jiang Cheng and his companions had to proceed cautiously, constantly alert to their surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie. The branches and leaves of the trees began to twist and deform, as if affected by some unknown force. A faint fishy smell filled the air, making people uneasy. Something's not right here. Jiang Luoshan frowned deeply. Her senses told her that some kind of danger was lurking here. Jiang Cheng also sensed something was wrong. He gripped the communicator tightly, remaining constantly vigilant. He knew they were getting closer and closer to the Black Eyes members' hideout. The path grew narrower and narrower until it became almost a narrow, winding trail that could only accommodate one person at a time. Jiang Cheng and his companions had to split up and cautiously explore their way forward. After passing through a dense forest, they came to an open area. It was surrounded by high mountains, with a depression in the middle filled with thorns and weeds. Hidden among the weeds, some simple sheds and tents could be vaguely seen. It seems this is the hideout of the Black Eye members, Jiang Cheng said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with determination. They approached the shacks and tents cautiously, constantly on guard for any movement around them. The atmosphere here was even more eerie, as if an invisible force was hovering overhead. A rustling sound came from the grass. Jiang Cheng and his companions immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to deal with any potential danger. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng frowned. He had noticed a group of people hanging behind him. Their intentions were unclear, but they looked like students from a nearby school. Wearing call devices on their chests, Jiang Cheng smiled and began to instruct Shen Linlang to activate combat mode. Suddenly, Zhang Tao's vision blurred, and he discovered that Jiang Cheng and the others in the distance had vanished. A sense of terror welled up within him. Not good. He quickly told the others to run back, knowing that Jiang Cheng was no pushover. Zhang Tao's heart clenched, and fear instantly froze his blood like ice. He never imagined that his momentary greed would lead to such terrible consequences. Jiangqing actually possesses such astonishing strength and ruthless methods. Cold sweat began to bead on the soles of his feet. Each step felt like walking on a knife's edge, excruciatingly painful. He wanted to run away, but found his legs as heavy as lead, unable to take a single step. Just then, he suddenly felt his upper body become light and airy, as if he had lost all weight. He looked down and saw that his body had been cut in half at the waist, and blood was gushing out. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and confusion. He didn't understand why Jiang Cheng had discovered them, and he couldn't understand why Jiang Cheng would be so ruthless in attacking them. Then, he noticed a flash of white light on his forehead. It was the last light emitted by the communicator. However, this light became the final witness to his life. With a soft plop, Zhang Tao was torn to pieces, his forehead the center line, turning into a pile of minced flesh and bones. In his final moments, Zhang Tao was filled with endless regret and fear. He regretted that he shouldn't have let greed get the better of him and followed Jiang Cheng. He was terrified by Jiang Cheng's strength and methods, which were so terrifying and ruthless. His companions suffered the same fate, all hacked to pieces without exception. Their deaths were gruesome, as if proclaiming to the world the power and inviolability of Jiangqing. The ground was quiet, with only the slight rustling of the wind through the grass and the occasional chirping of birds in the distance. The sacred beast domain, Jiangqing moved with lightning speed, silently killing Zhang Tao and the others one by one. His figure was like a ghost, moving through the jungle, and his moves were precise and deadly. On the ground, Jiang Luoshan's vines began to surge, like living tentacles, nimbly curling up chunks of flesh and broken bones. These vines seemed to possess an insatiable hunger, greedily sucking in the bloody scent in the air and devouring the remains one by one. The entire scene was filled with eeriness and horror, yet Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luoshan seemed to take it all in stride. Jiang Cheng looked around to make sure no enemies were missed before letting Shen Linlang slowly withdraw her domain. Jiang Luoshan also withdrew the vines, a hint of excitement on her face. She had eaten her fill so quickly and replenished a large amount of magic power. The group exchanged glances, and without saying a word, continued to venture deeper into the black pupil's location. The jungle returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Jiang Cheng returned to his original position and began to observe. He surveyed the makeshift shacks and tents on the ground. As he observed, he noticed that the behavior of these Black Eyes members was very strange. They moved stiffly, as if controlled by some force, completely losing the flexibility and freedom of normal people. His gaze grew even more serious as he slowly approached one of the tents. Inside the tent, a man sat on the ground, his eyes vacant and his face blank. Jiang Cheng noticed with his sharp eyes that there was an eyeball embedded in the man's neck, with the blood vessels of the eyeball closely connected to the man's skin, as if it were drawing the man's life force. Jiang Cheng was startled. He realized that these black pupil members were not the real culprits, but ordinary people controlled by that strange eyeball. It seems they are all being manipulated. Jiang Cheng began to think. It is illogical to find so many people with eye infections in the middle of nowhere. Moreover, according to Zhang Luoshan's senses, the member with the black eyes should be nearby. Jiang Cheng activated his soul skill and began to venture deeper underground. He had memorized the physical characteristics of the woman he had deliberately let go last time. There was no trace of the woman on the ground at that moment. These guys have a habit of living in underground tunnels. Sure enough, after Jiang Cheng immersed his consciousness into the ground, he discovered many traces of men in black robes. It was indeed underground. Don't bother with these people on the ground, don't alert them. It's time to pull off a damn big score. Chapter 272 The Perilous Situation of Janya. Jiangqing began using communicators to contact the army inside Janya City. These guys are of unknown origin and strength. Calling for reinforcements in advance is the right thing to do. All he needs to do is keep these people occupied. They can still receive the medal. Janya. GTNI is receiving intelligence from various sources. Under the army's suppression, all those infected by the black eye were imprisoned. Special patrol teams, clad in leather boots and thick protective suits, went directly into the streets and made arrests indiscriminately. Some soldiers even broke down doors and arrested people without asking any questions when strange noises were heard in their homes. Regardless of whether they are actually infected or not, arrest them first. Because the black pupil doesn't necessarily reside on the body surface. It could be under the tongue, at the anus, or elsewhere. This day can be described as the darkest day in the entire Jinya district. Countless innocent people were imprisoned as infected individuals. Healthy people who were wrongly accused were directly infected by infected people in the same cell and became part of the Black Eyes. Jinya City. The atmosphere instantly changed, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere permeated the streets. The special patrol soldiers, like ruthless iron-blooded machines, traversed every corner of the city. Their leather boots clattered heavily and rhythmically on the bluestone slabs, each step seemingly proclaiming the inviolability of their authority. These soldiers, dressed in heavy protective suits, had their faces completely covered by masks, revealing only pairs of cold and ruthless eyes that gleamed with a fierce light. Armed with long guns and gleaming scabbards at their waists, they dealt with any suspected infected individuals using the simplest and most brutal method, arrest, regardless of age or gender, leaving no one untouched. Everywhere in the streets and alleys, one could see figures being roughly dragged along, their cries and pleas for mercy mingling together to create a tragic lament. The brutality and tyranny of these soldiers swept through the city like a storm, instilling unprecedented fear and despair in every resident. Even worse, some morally bankrupt soldiers took advantage of the chaos to prey on innocent young women. Under the guise of a search, they dragged the woman into a secluded alley and shamelessly assaulted her. Afterwards, these women were often labeled as infected and imprisoned alongside the real infected, their innocence and reputation ruthlessly trampled upon. Chaos and panic spread like a plague on the streets. Shops were closed, pedestrians were few and far between, and the few who dared to peek out only glanced briefly before quickly retreating to a safe corner. The entire city seemed shrouded in a thick haze, losing its former vitality and energy. In this storm triggered by the black pupils, Janya City seemed to have become a living hell. The blood, tears, and grievances of the innocent have converged into a sorrowful river, silently telling the story of the cruelty and injustice of this world. Sitting upright in the towering command center, GT and I looked down at the city shrouded in gloom below with a blank expression and nodded. All of this is a political achievement, something to brag about. Whether the wrong person was actually arrested, or whether there were loopholes in the operation, were not his considerations. After all, how could such a heinous incident not result in sacrifices? A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He tapped the table lightly, his fingers rising and falling in rhythm with the melodious music playing in his ears, as if he were providing accompaniment for the storm. Just then, a rapid telephone ring broke the silence of the room. GT and I frowned slightly, then answered the phone. Sir, a message came through communicator 0323. A temporary gathering place suspected to be the source of black eye has been discovered. Requesting backup. The subordinate's urgent yet firm voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianya's eyes flashed with excitement. He stood up abruptly, his body trembling slightly. Excellent. Very good, he exclaimed repeatedly, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement and anticipation. Immediately organize elite forces to provide support. We must destroy this source of the black eye in one fell swoop and restore a clear sky to Jianya City. By the way, who is it? Which special patrol team? I personally want to commend him. Reporting, sir. It's a team composed of students from Jiangnan Martial Arts University and their beast girls. Students. GT and I hesitated for a moment. Is the information from the source reliable? Mobilizing the army is no child's play. What if it's a false alarm? He pondered. Sir, rest assured, it's Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, the legendary student of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. He was the one who helped destroy the last stronghold outside Jianya. Perhaps he has already summarized his experience. I think he is very credible. Jiang Cheng. GT and I was taken aback, and thought to himself that he hadn't expected him to have a clue so quickly. He originally thought that his special patrol team was the first to find the mastermind behind Black Eyes, but he didn't expect it to be that kid Jiang Cheng. So, does that mean this kid is even more capable than my elite troops? Thinking of this, GT and I couldn't help but smile with delight. Excellent, excellent. No wonder he's the man my daughter has chosen, GT and I thought to himself. Immediately mobilize elite forces to support Jiangxing and the others. GT and I decisively issued the order. At the same time, notify all special patrol teams to strengthen their vigilance and ensure the safety of Jianya City. As GT and I issued his order, a series of urgent alarms sounded throughout Jianya City. Elite troops quickly assembled and headed towards the temporary gathering place of the Black Eyes source where Jiang Cheng and his group were located. Jiang Cheng and his companions concealed themselves and silently made their way to a low-lying area. After looking around and confirming that everything was in order, he gave Zhang Luoshan a wink. Zhang Luoshan understood and immediately began her special task, drilling a hole. Her body trembled slightly, as if some kind of power was surging within her. Immediately afterwards, her eyes flashed with a strange green light, and her body began to undergo subtle changes. This is a sign of bestiality. As the transformation into a beast continued, several thick vines stretched out from Jiang Luoshan's body. These vines were covered with hard scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. They intertwine and entwine in the air, eventually combining to form a giant drill shape, resembling a natural excavator. Zhang Luoshan took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and the drill made of vines began to spin rapidly, emitting a series of low rumbling sounds. With a sudden swing, she sent the drill bit plunging deep into the ground, sending dirt and gravel flying everywhere as it powerfully dug. As time went by, a deep cave gradually took shape thanks to Jiang Luoshan's efforts. Chapter 273, Facing Wuxia. Inside the cave, it was dark and deep, like a secret space isolated from the world. As Jiang Luoshan dug deeper, a faint beam of light pierced through the cave's ceiling, barely illuminating this mysterious place. A group of figures dressed in black robes knelt down, surrounding an ancient altar with their hands clasped tightly, their posture extremely devout. The faces of these men in black robes were hidden in the shadows of their hoods, but even so, one could sense the almost fanatical awe and worship on their faces. Their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were performing some kind of mysterious ritual, and every movement revealed their infinite reverence for the object at the center of the altar. In the very center of the altar, a huge, jet-black eye is clearly visible. This eye has almost no white in it, resembling a deep night sky that devours all the light around it. Countless black blood vessels extended from the pupils of the eyes, closely connected to the altar, as if they were transmitting some kind of life force. An indescribable, terrifying pressure permeated the air, a pressure that seemed to come from ancient times, inspiring fear in all who beheld it. Even a master like Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He gripped the communicator tightly, remaining vigilant and prepared to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. Among the black-robed figures, Wuxia's figure was particularly eye-catching. Her smooth face appeared and disappeared from under the hood, like a lily blooming in the dark night, pure and elegant. Those bright eyes were full of charm, like a deep pool, sparkling with wisdom and mystery. At this moment, she was gazing at the enormous eye in the center of the altar, her eyes filled with both awe and curiosity. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. The scene before him truly baffled him. He carried 2 locators. One he placed at the entrance of the cave as a marker, and the other was kept close to his side to ensure he could maintain contact with the outside world at any time. What exactly are these men in black robes doing? He wondered to himself, while also feeling fortunate that he had chosen a concealed angle that allowed him to observe secretly without being discovered. He gently touched Jiang Luotian beside him, gesturing with his eyes. Jiang Luotian immediately understood and nodded. With a gentle wave of her hands in the air, as if conducting an invisible orchestra, the vines began to move silently, like soldiers receiving orders. These vines are thick and powerful, covered with hard scales that shimmer with a metallic sheen. They intertwine and entwine, forming an impenetrable barrier. Under Jiang Luotian's control, these vines began to block all exits except for the central altar, as if weaving a huge cage to completely enclose the group of black-robed people in this underground space. This process is slow and delicate, requiring a high degree of control and patience. Jiang Luotian was completely focused on manipulating the vines, each one seemingly an extension of her arm, precisely finding its own position. As time went by, the once spacious exits were gradually covered by vines, leaving only a few weak gaps. When the last exit was completely blocked by vines, the entire underground space seemed to be isolated from the world, with only the devout prayers of the people in black robes and the eerie light emanating from that huge eye. Before Jiang Cheng could make a move, an old man among the group of black-robed men frowned, as if he had discovered something, and suddenly stood up. "Who is it? Since you're here, come out." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a commotion erupted throughout the underground space, like a boulder being thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. Even Yu Wuxia, kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped together, couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart, and her expression changed slightly. An indescribable sense of panic welled up inside her. The fact that they could find us at this time of year means they must be from Janya. They truly deserve to be called a top-tier patrol team. I didn't even notice their approach beforehand. That was my oversight. Yu Wuxia pondered to herself, her expression shifting several times in the dim light, from initial astonishment to growing serious. She knew all too well that the elite patrol team of Jenya City was exceptionally strong and no ordinary force. If they have indeed found this place, then the battle that follows will be exceptionally difficult. Jiang Cheng, wielding the heavenly feather blade, jumped down from the cave entrance and landed not far from the group, his expression grave. "Hello everyone. The black eye you've created recently has caused quite a bit of trouble for many people. Who are you? Why are you here?" The old man's voice was deep and powerful, revealing an unquestionable authority. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and calmly replied, "We are here to destroy the source of black eyes. As for why we are here, that's a question for you to answer. Don't you know that your whereabouts have been exposed? My reinforcements are already on their way." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed instantly, and a look of astonishment and anger flashed in his eyes. He never expected that their clandestine operation would still be discovered. Moreover, the attackers were a group of seemingly young but actually quite capable opponents. Do you think you can destroy the source of black eye with just a few of you? How naive, the old man sneered. "Jiangchen," Yu Wuxiao exclaimed in surprise. "It's you again?" she practically roared, her voice filled with resentment and bitterness. Yu Wuxia gritted her teeth, her voice filled with barely suppressed anger, her whole being trembling as if shaken by an invisible force. Her bright eyes were now flashing with anger, like 2 burning flames that threatened to consume everything around them. The last time she was forced to relocate her base was because of Jiang Cheng, and this time, when she thought it was the special patrol team from Janya City chasing after her, she didn't expect it to be him again. This made her feel an indescribable sense of humiliation and anger. Jiang Cheng's expression lit up when he saw the woman who was speaking. Although these men in black robes concealed their faces in the shadows of their hoods, his soul skills were no joke. With just a glance, he could see through the hoods and recognize their true faces. "She's quite a beauty," Jiang Cheng thought to himself, his gaze lingering on Yu Wuxia's face for a moment. Her face was as smooth as jade, her skin so delicate it seemed as if it could be broken with a touch, radiating a faint glow. Her eyes were as bright as stars, her nose was straight and high, and her lips were thin and red, exuding an indescribable allure. However, Jiang Cheng simply smiled slightly in the face of Yu Wuxia's anger and resentment, without offering any further explanation. Tongzi is really generous. Not a single one of them is defective. Chapter 270 For the Lord of Shadows Descends, Part 1. Jiang Cheng, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences, Yu Wuxia said through gritted teeth, trembling with anger. She originally wanted to use He Tong to get rid of him last time, but unfortunately, that Ruan Xian was really incompetent. Well, that's great, they've come all this way. Ding. Target, Flawless Jade. Bad woman value increased by 12%. Current bad woman value, 12%. Ding. Target, Flawless Jade. Bad woman value increased by 18. Current bad woman value, 30%. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. A bad woman. 2 conditions must be met. She must be near Jiang Cheng, and she must be doing something bad. In particular, malicious intent towards Jiang Cheng will cause the bad woman value to increase rapidly. Jiang Cheng, today is your end. Yu Wuxia's words were filled with an undeniable determination. Her aura was distorted with anger, as if even the air itself trembled in her fury. Ding. Target Jade without flaws. Bad woman value increased by 20%. Current bad woman value is 50%. The system notification sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. From the ranks of the men in black robes, several figures resolutely stepped forward, their faces resolute and cold beneath their hoods. They were like sharp blades in the darkness, silent yet deadly. As they removed their hoods, a suppressed fighting spirit instantly spread out. The 3 beast girls trembled, and the spiritual energy surrounding them surged like boiling water. Then, their bodies began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Beast transformation. Claws, fangs, and physiques that exuded wildness and power all demonstrated their formidable strength as high-level warriors. Jiang Cheng's expression instantly turned serious. These beast girls were all at level 80, and even he had to be cautious. Shun Linlang and Zhang Luotian emerged slowly from behind Jiang Cheng, like 2 blooming lotus flowers. Their appearance seemed to add 2 undeniable rays of light to the tense atmosphere. No need for further words. Let's fight. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and firm. Facing these desperate criminals, any words would be superfluous. Shen Linlang leaped lightly, seemingly merging into the night sky. Immediately, an unprecedentedly sharp aura erupted from her body, transforming into a dazzling ray of light that pointed directly at the enemy formation. Zhang Luotian, on the other hand, raised her hands slightly, and thick vines continuously condensed on her body, rushing towards the opponent from all directions. Battle is imminent. The remaining men in black robes stepped aside, intending to observe the strength of Jiang Cheng and his beast girl. You think you can stop my attack? Shen Linlang sneered. Her figure was like a ghost, and she appeared in front of the beast girl in an instant. The light in her hand transformed into a sharp sword, carrying an incomparably fierce aura, and pierced straight into the thick tortoise shell. A surge of power erupted from Shun Linlong's hand, transforming into dozens of slashes. One of the 3 beast girls raised her arm, her powerful beast soul power of over level 80 filling her arm and condensing into a thick tortoise shell. The black-robed onlookers remained silent, watching the battle unfold. They're fighting very conservatively. With Mo Xiaoyu's tortoise shield up, they should be able to hold out without any problems. The others in black robes nodded in agreement. Mo Xiaoyu's tortoiseshell defense is famously sturdy. No matter how powerful that kid Jiang Cheng is, he won't be able to break through it easily, a man in black robes said, his tone full of confidence in Mo Xiaoyu. That's right, Mo Xiaoyu's tortoiseshell is too hard. It's very difficult for even beast girls of the same level to break through it, let alone Jiang Qinglu. He's just delusional, another black-robed man chimed in. That's right, Jiang Cheng and his gang don't even know their own limitations. They dare to challenge us, they're really overestimating themselves. Once Mo Xiaoyu has dealt with that woman, we'll all go together and wipe Jiang Cheng and his gang out in one fell swoop. The sword light collided with the tortoise shell, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to make the entire cave tremble. The slashes fell on the thick tortoise shell like a storm. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The sound of the strikes was as dense as drum beats, each one accompanied by a jolt in Mo Xiaoyu's body. Although her tortoise shell was sturdy, it began to teeter on the brink of collapse under Shun Linlong's relentless onslaught. Finally, after more than a dozen consecutive strikes, Mo Xiaoyu could no longer withstand the force. She was thrown away like a piece of duckweed being battered by a giant wave. Her figure arced awkwardly through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as paper. This scene shocked the men in black robes present. They had originally thought that Mo Xiaoyu's tortoiseshell defense was impenetrable, but they never expected that it would be so easily defeated by Shen Linlang. They looked at each other, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. How is this possible? A man in black robes exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. It was actually breached? This is impossible. Another man in black robes said in disbelief, his gaze shifting back and forth between Shen Linlang and Mo Xiaoyu, as if trying to find a flaw. However, the facts were already laid bare before them. Mo Xiaoyu's tortoiseshell had indeed been breached by Shen Linlang's attack. At that moment, the confidence of the men in black robes vanished without a trace, like a flame extinguished by ice water. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, a deep sense of fear welled up in their hearts. What kind of attack capability is this? Jiang Cheng, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded to himself. He knew that Shen Linlang's strength was far greater than what he had seen, and that she had probably not yet shown her true power in today's battle. The next moment, Jiang Luoshan's power, like a raging flood in spring, burst forth from her seemingly frail body, rushing towards the remaining black-robed men with overwhelming force. Her vines seemed to come alive, thick and powerful, waving wildly in the air, each strike carrying the force to shake mountains. The vines were as flexible as giant pythons and as hard as iron whips, drawing strange trajectories in the air, making them impossible to defend against. The remaining two beast girls could only struggle to hold on under Jiang Luoshan's onslaught. Of the beast girls was accidentally struck by a thick vine, and like a kite with a broken string, she was sent flying and crashed heavily into the cave wall, spitting blood. She had clearly lost her fighting ability. Yu Wuxiao was completely stunned, staring incredulously at the situation on the battlefield. How could these beast girls from Jiangxing be so powerful? Their strength has far exceeded her expectations. She glanced at the dark eyeball in the center of the altar, the avatar of the Lord of Shadows. She prayed silently that he would hatch as soon as possible. At that time, with his power, protecting them shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 275 The Lord of Shadows descends too. Thinking of this, Yu Wuxia gritted her teeth and decided to join the battle. She knew that she was now at a critical juncture of life and death, and if she didn't fight desperately now, she might really have no chance left. So she took a deep breath, gathered all her strength, and charged toward Jiang Cheng and his beast girl. Her eyes flashed with a resolute light, as if she wanted to destroy everything in her rage. However, she was unaware that Jiang Cheng and his beast girl had already made preparations to deal with everything. Behind Jiang Cheng, as if a portal to another world was being opened, a huge black vortex slowly emerged. As the vortex spun, a graceful figure gradually appeared. It was Ji Yuechan, who had been summoned by Jiang Cheng to join the chaotic battle. Immediately afterwards, Qin Wan, Lin Yao, Tang Yinyan, and others from Donghai City who were managing industries for Jiangxing also appeared on the battlefield. Their arrival immediately made the already tense situation even more chaotic. The power of the beast souls exploded continuously in the underground space, the sound as deafening as thunder, and the entire space seemed to tremble. Before long, cracks began to appear on the solid rock walls, as if even this ancient cave could not withstand such a fierce battle. Above Ji Yuechan's head, the body of a crimson dragon gradually took shape, its body winding and coiling, radiating a fiery aura. With a deafening roar, the crimson dragon opened its massive maw and unleashed a breath of dragon fire like a volcanic eruption, engulfing one of the men in black robes. The man in black robes struggled painfully in the dragon's breath, but to no avail. His shrill screams echoed throughout the underground space, reverberating in everyone's ears. A nauseating, acrid smell filled the air, the result of the black-robed man's body being burned by dragon breath. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his figure gradually blurred, eventually being completely carbonized and dissipating into a cloud of black smoke in the air. This scene terrified everyone present. They had never seen such a terrifying attack. The dragon's breath, from that crimson dragon, seemed capable of incinerating everything, even distorting the air under its intense heat. Yu Wuxiao's expression turned even uglier. She originally thought that Jiang Cheng's strength had its limits, but things were far more complicated than she had imagined. She gritted her teeth, a determination she had never felt before welling up inside her. She knew that she was now at a critical juncture of life and death, and if she didn't fight desperately now, she might truly have no chance left. So she took a deep breath, gathered all her strength, and charged towards Jiang Cheng and his beast girl again, her eyes flashing with determination. However, Jiang Cheng merely smiled coldly. He had already seen through Yu Wuxia's bluff and knew that she was merely at the end of her rope and nothing to fear. He waved his hand, signaling Ji Yuechan and the others to continue their attack, while he himself joined the battle, engaging in fierce combat with the black-robed men. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly critical, a resolute glint flashed in Yu Wuxia's eyes. She suddenly transformed into a beast, her body shrouded in black mist, as if resonating with the power of the Lord of Shadows. She stretched out her palm, facing upwards, and instantly, countless dark eyeballs emerged from the void, like the eyes of demons, flashing with an ominous light. "Go!" Yu Wuxia shouted, and those eyeballs rained down on Jiang Cheng and his beast girl. Jiang Cheng had long been on guard against Yu Wuxia's move, and he was well aware of the strangeness and power of those black pupils. Therefore, when those eyeballs flew in, he did not panic, but calmly directed everyone to deal with them. Seeing this, Ji Yuechan gently waved her slender hand, and instantly, a large burst of flames erupted from her palm, transforming into a fire dragon that directly met the incoming eyeballs. The firelight collided with the eyeballs, producing a series of crackling sounds, as if it were a battle between evil and justice. Under the scorching heat of the fire, the eyeballs burst open, turning into plumes of black smoke, and finally into charred remains that drifted to the ground. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Yu Wuxia had run out of tricks, and now it was time for them to fight back. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue the attack and not give Yu Wuxia any chance to catch her breath. Upon hearing this, Shen Linlang, Jiang Luoshan, and the others responded enthusiastically. Their figures moved across the battlefield like ghosts, launching a fierce attack on the man in black robes. Under Jiang Cheng's leadership, the group fought with increasing ferocity, and the black-robed men's camp gradually collapsed. Upon seeing this, Yu Wuxia felt an indescribable fear and despair welling up in her heart. She knew all too well that she would likely not escape her fate today. However, just as she was about to give up, the dark eyeball in the center of the altar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, as if some powerful force was awakening. Yu Wuxia was overjoyed, knowing that this was a sign that the Lord of Shadows was about to hatch. She gritted her teeth, gathering all her strength, trying to buy enough time for the Lord of Shadows before he hatched. However, Jiang Cheng and his men would not give her that chance. They intensified their offensive and launched a final siege against Yu Wuxia. Boom! The fierce battle raged like a storm throughout the cave. Under this destructive force, the cave finally succumbed and began to collapse. Boulders tumbled down, dust billowed, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart. At this critical moment of life and death, the beast soul power within Jiang Luoshan was activated to its limit. She roared, and her whole body emitted a dazzling light, as if the end of the world had arrived. On the ground, countless giant vines surged forth wildly, like octopus tentacles, carrying earth-shattering power, directly ripping the entire collapsed cave ceiling off. The boulders and vines intertwined, creating a terrifying landscape, slammed into the ground like explosions, creating a massive, earth-shattering wave. Not far away, a reinforcement army from Janya City was searching in this direction. When they saw the cave collapse, sending boulders and vines flying everywhere, they were all startled. Their eyes widened, their mouths agape, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. What kind of power is this? A soldier exclaimed, his voice filled with fear and shock. Quickly retreat. There must be some evil spirit or ferocious beast. Observe from a distance first. The general in charge reacted quickly. However, just as they were preparing to retreat, an even more terrifying aura emanated from the cave. That was the power of the Shadow Lord, which seemed to have awakened and was searching for a way out. Yu Wuxia sensed this aura, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She knew this was a sign that the Lord of Shadows was about to be born. If he can successfully hatch, then everything will change. Chapter 276 The Lord of Shadows Descends, Part 3. With a loud rumble, a surge of black gas erupted from the collapsed underground. A chilling aura slowly emerged. The enormous eyeball at the center of the altar looked as if its eggshell had shattered, with cracks appearing on it. Not far away, Ji Tianya's expression changed slightly. What kind of aura is this? GT&I frowned, his eyes blazing, his heart filled with unprecedented shock and solemnity. Ahead, it seemed as if an ancient and evil force was slowly unveiling its long-sealed veil, preparing to descend upon the world once more, which filled him with fear. Could it be an ancient god? GT&I murmured, his voice trembling slightly. If it is indeed that ancient being resurrected, it will bring endless disasters and chaos. Within the black mist, the cracks in the enormous eyeball at the center of the altar were becoming increasingly numerous, as if something was eagerly trying to break free from its restraints and emerge from its shell. That chilling aura, as cold as ice, seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Everyone, prepare for battle. GT&I commanded in a deep voice, his tone firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers rallied their spirits, gripped their weapons tightly, and, though somewhat flustered, quickly adjusted their state under GT&I's leadership, prepared for the impending battle. The black aura grew increasingly dense, almost materializing, and began to spread outwards. Inside the pit, Yu Wuxia's expression trembled slightly. This aura undoubtedly indicates that the Lord of Shadows has drawn upon sufficient power and has descended. Even though their initial strength was less than 1% of their original power, a god is still a god, and no ordinary person or beast girl can rival them. Jiang Cheng, your death is near. Ding. Target, flawless jade. Bad woman value increased by 20%, current bad woman value, 70%. At this moment, Yu Wuxia's lips curled into a ferocious smile, and her eyes flashed with almost fanatical worship and expectation. Her figure appeared and disappeared amidst the swirling black mist. Ha ha, Jiang Cheng. Even if you have extraordinary abilities, how can you stop the gods from advancing? She laughed loudly, her voice filled with smugness and arrogance. Within the black mist, the enormous eyeball at the center of the altar was riddled with cracks, as if it might explode at any moment. The ancient and malevolent aura grew stronger, like a materialized darkness enveloping everything around it. Yu Wuxia raised her hands high, as if welcoming some sacred ceremony. Her eyes gleamed with a fanatical light, an extreme thirst for power and an endless worship of the Lord of Shadows. Lord of Shadows, you are finally about to descend. Your servant, Yu Wuxia, is willing to offer you everything, only asking that you grant me endless power so that I may overcome all obstacles in this world, she shouted, her voice filled with piety and determination. As she cried out, there seemed to be some kind of response from the black mist, and the evil aura became even more violent, as if it wanted to break through all constraints and descend upon this world. A ferocious smile appeared on Yu Wuxia's face. She seemed to see herself standing at the top of the world, holding endless power, looking down at those who had mocked and bullied her. Jiang Cheng, just you wait and see. The moment the Lord of Shadows descends will be the day you and your beast girls die. Hurrah! She laughed again, her voice filled with madness and cruelty. Ding. Target, flawless jade. Bad woman value increased by 15%. Current bad woman value, 85%. However, at that moment, a streak of crimson light suddenly pierced the darkness, like lightning in the sky, and struck the enormous eyeball on the central altar that emitted endless black energy and a terrifying aura. But the next moment, a gray barrier lit up around the eyeball, blocking Ji Yuechan's attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Cheng immediately took command. The ground rumbled. Vines wove a large net beneath everyone's feet, which gradually hardened. Jiang Cheng and the group of beast girls walked up, while the remaining black-robed men watched Jiang Cheng and his beast girls with caution. Jiang Cheng is simply too strong. His beast girls are not only Shen Linlang and the girl with wood-type abilities, but also the Jiangnan Martial Arts University principal who appeared out of nowhere later on, who is also outrageously powerful. The Lord of Shadows is about to descend, and the outcome will soon change. All they need to do is hold on until that great being arrives, and that will be victory. Jiang Cheng stood on a wooden platform woven from vines, the huge vines lifting them to the ground like a wooden elevator. Black flames began to burn on that eyeball, like the ghostly fire leaking out when the gates of hell are suddenly pushed open, burning silently and releasing terrifying heat that made one's soul tremble. Sir, I have located the target's hiding place and blocked their escape route. Please come and check. Jiang Cheng arrived on the ground and spoke to GT&I, who had arrived with his men in the distance. Issued above does not require the encirclement and annihilation of these people. Simply finding their location is sufficient to complete the task. The Dayan Kingdom hasn't awarded medals in a long time. Ji Yuechan, standing behind Jiang Cheng, looked at her father with a strange expression, biting her lower lip tightly. Ji Tianai nodded. Everyone in the army, bring out the annihilation cannon. Jiang Cheng and the others reached a safe location, only to see someone from the army push out a cannon that exuded endless magic power. The cannon that was pushed to the front of the battle line was ancient and majestic in appearance. Its barrel was cast from an unknown dark metal, which seemed to devour all the light around it, leaving only deep shadows. The cannon's wide muzzle, like the mouth of a giant beast, was aimed directly at the eyeball burning with black flames, revealing an unspoken destructive power. The cannon is covered with intricate and mysterious runes, which seem to flow slowly across its surface as if they were alive, emitting a faint glow that contrasts sharply with the cannon's dark exterior. At Ji Tianyu's command, the runes on the cannon began to flow faster, and the fluorescence became increasingly dazzling. The runes seemed to be activated, releasing powerful magical fluctuations that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Jiang Cheng also frowned. His ability allowed him to see through things. After examining the mechanical parts of the cannon, he suddenly discovered that the power source inside was actually a star-patterned magic crystal. No wonder the authorities control this stuff so strictly. They even use the amount of star-pattern magic crystals a family offers as a measure of its wealth and power. This thing looks like a strategic resource. Chapter 277 The Lord of Shadows descends 4. Prepare for launch. Ji Tianai commanded in a deep voice, his tone revealing an unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, the gunners roused themselves, gripping their control levers tightly and staring intently at the eyeballs ahead. With a series of maneuvers, the runes on the cannon began to converge into a dazzling beam of light, pointing directly at the burning eyeball. Boom! A deafening roar ripped through the sky as the annihilation cannon finally unleashed its devastating attack. The beams of light condensed into a giant sphere of light, like a meteor from outer space, carrying boundless magic and heat, and struck directly at the eyes. At that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze. Jiang Cheng, however, noticed a fatal flaw in this device. Its trajectory speed was simply too slow. He was even able to see the trajectory of the ball of light with the naked eye. Jiang Cheng came to the conclusion that this annihilation cannon could probably only damage fixed units, such as city walls. If that thing had legs, it would be very difficult to hit. The soldiers held their breath, waiting for the devastating moment to arrive. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly rang out, and the ball of light, which had gathered endless magic power, crashed into the crater like a meteorite. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, and the shockwaves spread wildly in all directions like a raging storm. Because the impact point was precisely within the confluence of the craters, the shockwave surged out of the opening, bringing with it plumes of extremely thick black smoke. The land beside the cave entrance cracked and collapsed, then was mercilessly swept away by the residual shockwave, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, which was chilling. I have to say, this thing is really powerful. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but praise. But the next moment, the aftershocks of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the black smoke slowly dissipated as well. However, the enormous eyeball at the center of the altar seemed unharmed, still burning with black flames, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. A gray light barrier actually blocked the shot. How is this possible? Ji Tianai stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He couldn't believe that the annihilation cannon hadn't caused any damage to his eyeball. Keep firing. Before the enemy fully wakes up. Jiang Cheng also frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He knew that this battle would likely be far more difficult than he had imagined. Boom! A deafening roar ripped through the sky as the annihilation cannon unleashed its devastating attack. The beam of light, like a shooting star from outer space, carried boundless magic and heat, striking directly into the eyes. However, just as the beam of light was about to strike the eyeball, an even more malevolent and powerful aura erupted from the eyeball, as if to block the attack. The two forces met in midair, unleashing a dazzling light and a deafening roar. The entire space trembled, as if it were about to collapse. Keep firing. Keep firing. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous shelling boomed. Because of the rapid firing speed, the muzzle of the cannon had turned slightly red. Continuing to fire under these circumstances is very risky. The overheated barrel could deform and easily cause it to explode. The area around the crater in front had been almost completely leveled by the shockwave from the explosion. But the gray protective shield still exists. Yu Wuxia, kneeling beside the enormous eyeball, revealed a ferocious smile. Jiangcheng, you're finished. The Lord of Shadows is about to descend, and you and your beast girls will become his sacrifices. She laughed loudly, her voice filled with madness and cruelty. Ding. Target, flawless jade. Bad woman value increased by 15%, current bad woman value, 100%. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Because Yu Wuxia's evil intentions came wave after wave, Jiang Cheng was already able to form a contract with her. He glanced at GTNI not far away, knowing that now was not the time to make a contract, so he could only wait and see. He completed the task. Yu Wuxia is already able to form a contract, so there's no need for him to risk his life. Even if Yu Wuxia escapes to the ends of the earth, he can find her and bring her back. In reality, once the bad woman value reaches its maximum, the other party can no longer harm you, and it will not go against his will. Jiang Cheng was relieved. This Shadow Lord looks pretty impressive, and he wanted to broaden his horizons. Let's also take a look at the strength of the Dine military. After all, they've monopolized the technology for so many years. It would be unreasonable for them not to have some real strength, right? Seeing this, a resolute glint flashed in Ji Tianya's eyes. He suddenly drew his command sword, its blade gleaming coldly, and pointed it forward, his voice resounding across the battlefield like thunder. All troops, listen to my command. Attack! In the ranks, the soldiers wearing special patrol uniforms seemed to have received a sacred mission, and they all took a step forward. With their movements, a powerful aura arose spontaneously, as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. At the same time, all the beast girls began to transform into beasts, and powerful beast soul power surged from their bodies. The beast soul master S-body. The silver light, like flowing liquid, gradually condensed into a set of silver armor. The armor has smooth lines and is full of power, as if it can withstand any external attack. With their armor fully donned, the beast soul masters underwent a dramatic transformation in demeanor. They became majestic and powerful, and their silver armor not only looked incredibly sturdy, but also exuded a rich magical aura that inspired awe. Jiang Cheng felt a headache coming on when he saw this. He had never even heard of these things before in Donghai City. Even during the last beast tide in Jianya, none of these things came out to fight against the beast tide. A large group of silver-armored warriors surged toward the pit like a tide, their steps firm, their silver armor gleaming brightly in the sunlight, like a group of divine soldiers descended from the sky. Jiang Cheng then discovered that GTNI had also undergone a tremendous change. He began to emanate a faint golden light, which gradually condensed, and then a set of extravagantly designed golden armor appeared on his body. This suit of armor has smooth lines and is majestic and extraordinary. Each plate seems to contain infinite power. The waist of the armor was painted with a ferocious beast, its claws outstretched and lifelike, as if it were about to leap out of the armor at any moment and devour all enemies. On the chest is a wave pattern, with rolling waves and a majestic momentum, highlighting the water-loving tradition of the Dayan Kingdom. He held his command sword high, its golden blade gleaming and complementing his armor, radiating a chilling aura of power. The advanced team has already reached the cave entrance. A blue light flashed from the long sword in his hand, and it actually pierced directly into the protective shield. Damn, these guys are really experienced. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think when he saw this. Chapter 278 The Lord of Shadows Descends, 5. For the glory of the great Yin Kingdom, GTNI shouted, his voice resounding across the battlefield like thunder. As countless swords and weapons were thrust in, the gray protective shield began to flicker with an unstable light. At the same time, the enormous eyeball successfully split open completely. From that enormous, split eyeball, an unprecedentedly powerful force suddenly erupted. As this power was released, an extremely dense black mist expanded like a tide, instantly engulfing the vision of the leading troops. Boom! The shockwave from the black mist raged like a mad dragon, directly scattering the valiant silver-armored warriors. They were like kites with broken strings, mercilessly tossed into the air, and then crashed heavily to the ground with dull thuds. The silver-armored warriors coughed up blood, their faces were deathly pale, and their armor was covered in cracks, clearly indicating that they had endured unimaginable pressure. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. How is this possible? How can this thing be so powerful? Faced with this destructive force, Even the well-trained and well-equipped elite warriors of the Dian Kingdom appeared so small and vulnerable. However, amidst this despair and chaos, the image of a man faintly appeared within the thick black fog. He was enveloped in a mysterious light, and the outline of his face was drawn in gold, making him appear both sacred and evil. His eyes were closed, as if he were still asleep, but even so, he gave people a great sense of oppression, as if every breath he took could make the surrounding air tremble. What is this? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. GTNI also gripped his command sword tightly. His golden armor appeared even more majestic and solemn against the backdrop of the black mist. What exactly is this thing? GTNI's voice was low and solemn. He knew that this battle had exceeded their expectations. GTNI roared, his body radiating golden light, like a war god descending to earth. He brandished his long sword, the blade crackling with golden lightning, as if it could tear apart any obstacle. He followed closely behind the main force, taking the lead and charging straight at the newly awakened monster. Golden Thunder Slash, GTNI shouted, and his long sword swung down fiercely. A golden lightning blade sliced through the black mist and went straight for the monster's vitals. The lightning blade carried destructive power. Wherever it passed, the black mist dissipated, revealing the monster's ferocious face. The creature roared, as if enraged. It opened its massive maw and spewed out a stream of black flames, which carried a corrosive power and rushed towards GTNI. GTNI snorted coldly, and with a flash, easily dodged the black flames. He swung his sword again, unleashing a move called Golden Shield. A golden shield of light instantly appeared in front of him, completely blocking the black flames. Humph! A mere evil spirit dares to run wild within the territory of my great Yin kingdom. GTNI roared angrily. His figure shot up, transforming into a golden lightning bolt, charging straight at the monster. The long sword in his hand drew golden trajectories in the air, each strike landing accurately on the monster's body, leaving deep wounds. The monster seemed to be intimidated by GTNI's bravery. It roared repeatedly, but it was unable to escape GTNI's attacks. Golden light piercing cloud slash. GTNI shouted, and his long sword swung down fiercely, sending a golden sword beam soaring into the sky and piercing through the clouds. The sword light, carrying boundless pressure and power, instantly enveloped the monster. The monster let out a shrill scream, but its body only faded slightly under the golden sword light. However, under GTNI's golden sword light, its body only faded slightly, as if the endless pressure and power were just a tickle to it. Then, the monster stretched out a huge hand and slammed it down on the crowd, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in. Black mist swirled around that palm, carrying a power that could corrode everything, as if it wanted to devour everyone. Upon seeing this, GTNI roared and tried to dodge, but he was too late. Were thrown away by that huge hand, like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind, without any resistance. His body traced a golden arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Where his golden armor came into contact with the black mist, it was corroded into a large, dark hole, revealing his mangled, bloody body inside. GTNI coughed up blood. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and resentment. He never imagined that he would be defeated so miserably by this monster. GTNI roared, and the golden light around him shone brightly once more, as if to illuminate the dense darkness. He brandished his long sword and charged at the monster once more. Jiang Cheng quickly analyzed the current situation. The Shadow Lord's strength is clearly beyond imagination. He can even withstand the bombardment of cannons. The other warriors, along with GTNI, can probably only barely buy time. He pondered to himself. Then, using his mastery of soul skills, Jiang Cheng quickly located the positions of those men in black robes. They were seen frantically cutting down the interception net that Zhang Luotian had originally set up in the underground cave. Due to the bombardment of cannons and the awakening of the Shadow Lord, the interception net composed of giant vines was blasted open, but the remaining vines remained resilient, still connected like lotus roots. The black-robed people were exerting all their strength to try to completely sever these bonds. Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately devised a plan, shouting in a low voice, "Follow me." The group followed closely behind, heading straight for the pit. At this moment, the altar had been completely reduced to a pile of charcoal, with wisps of black smoke rising and a pungent, burnt smell filling the air. A group of men in black robes were gathered around a breach that had been blasted open, frantically cutting down the remaining vines in an attempt to widen the passage. Seeing this, Jiangqing couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Jiang Luoshan's beast soul skill was indeed extraordinary. Even in such a high-level battle, it could still play a powerful role. The resilience of these vines clearly exceeded the expectations of the men in black robes. The Shadow Lord was still wreaking havoc on the battlefield, but its attention had been drawn to GTNI and the others, leaving it with no time to attend to this side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Cheng and his men planned to capture the important people first before making a swift retreat. Especially that flawless Jade. They were ready for the battle to come. What? You think you can just leave like this? Jiang Cheng said in a deep voice. Chapter 279 The Lord of Shadows Descends, 6. Yu Wuxia turned her head and saw Jiang Cheng, then glanced at the Shadow Lord who had just arrived. She was shocked to find that the Shadow Lord was fighting fiercely with a golden-armored man. Although the Lord of Shadows has just awakened from his slumber, not just anyone can be his enemy. Who exactly did Jiangqing summon? Her pupils trembled violently as a possibility suddenly occurred to her. Could it be him? Jiangcheng did not give Yu Wuxiao and her companions any chance to catch their breath. Jiang Luoshan and Shun Linlang had already rushed up, and with the assistance of other SS Beast girls, large nets descended from the sky. These large nets are not only incredibly strong, but also contain special energy that can greatly restrict the movement of those caught in them. The black-robed men's eyes were filled with shock and terror, their faces turned ashen, as if they saw death approaching them step by step. Not long ago, they thought they had escaped with their lives, and the awakening of the Lord of Shadows allowed them to temporarily escape from the siege of Jiangcheng and the others. However, they never expected that this god of death would make a comeback so quickly. Jiangcheng. A gasp escaped, filled with terror and resentment. After repeated fights, they were covered in wounds and exhausted. Just when they thought they were about to have a chance to catch their breath, Jiang Luoshan's vines spread silently from all directions like ghosts, quickly wrapping around their hands and feet and binding them tightly. In the midst of this chaos, only Yu Wuxiao was injured by Jiangcheng and fled to a distant place. She staggered away into the distance, her face as pale as paper, her eyes flashing with determination and resentment. Not far away, the battle between GTNI and the Lord of Shadows was also gradually coming to an end. The fierce battle between the two sides was like a thunderous storm, awe-inspiring and breathtaking. GTNI's golden armor was slightly worn from the battle, but his eyes remained resolute. He wielded his long sword with lightning speed, each strike accompanied by golden lightning, forcing the Lord of Shadows to retreat step by step. Both sides suffered casualties, and the battle entered a fierce stage. GTNI's golden armor was covered with cracks, and his breathing became rapid. A major battle is about to break out, as fierce as a storm. Before long, GTNI also rallied and rejoined the battle. Under the repeated attacks of the two, the Shadow Lord finally showed signs of defeat, its body suddenly contracting as if it were gathering its last bit of strength. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the Lord of Shadows unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, like a raging storm, sending everyone flying. Jiangcheng and all the beast girls were no exception. They were swept into the air like falling leaves and then crashed heavily to the ground. GTNI struggled to get up from the ground. He knew that this thing was at its end, and this might be its last counterattack. He was about to get up and fight again when he discovered that the black mist had become completely transparent, and its once invincible power had weakened considerably. Suddenly, the Lord of Shadows seemed unwilling to accept defeat. It gathered itself into a giant hand, filled with a dense aura of darkness, and clenched it tightly towards Jiangcheng. The palm was so large that it seemed to hold the entire world in its hand. Jiangcheng was plunged into darkness. He could only feel a tremendous force crushing down on him. He knew something was wrong, and a wave of fear washed over him. The palm carried a dark power capable of devouring everything, like a black hole in the night sky, pressing down fiercely on Jiangcheng, as if to crush him into dust. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone was stunned, their hearts almost stopping as they witnessed this breathtaking scene. At this critical moment of life and death, a dazzling azure light suddenly shone from Jiangcheng's chest, like the brightest star in the night sky. The radiance instantly enveloped Jiangcheng, forming an indestructible shield that firmly blocked the Shadow Lord's world-destroying hand. The Lord of Shadows, having missed his attack, clearly felt threatened. It knew that continuing the fight would be extremely disadvantageous for it. So, it quickly gathered its remaining strength, transformed into a black lightning bolt, and fled into the distance. The speed was simply breathtaking. Protected by the azure light, Jiang Cheng stood firmly in place. He took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within him, his eyes shining with determination and resolve. He knew that although the battle was difficult, they had ultimately won in the long run. After all, they destroyed Black Pupil's base and injured the Lord of Shadows. GT&I, watching from afar, also cast an approving glance. He knew that Jiang Cheng had played a crucial role in the victory. Jiang Cheng stared at the Shadow Lord's escape route, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Although the black mist had long since disappeared, the shock it left him with lingered for a long time. This was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. The dark power capable of devouring everything made him feel threatened like never before. He secretly resolved to find out the origin and mystery of this thing. GT&I slowly walked to Jiang Cheng's side. His golden armor was severely damaged in the battle, but his eyes remained as resolute as ever. He patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Jiang Cheng, you did very well. In this battle, you not only demonstrated amazing strength, but also extraordinary wisdom and courage. We all saw the power of the Shadow Lord, but you did not back down because of it. Instead, you forged ahead and ultimately won. You give me hope for the future." After saying that, he smiled meaningfully and then led the remaining soldiers back to Janya. Jiang Cheng stood still, his face expressionless, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Late at night, the moonlight, like water, gently sprinkled on the quiet campus paths, draping the peaceful night in a layer of silver gauze. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Cheng and Shun Linlang walked through the tree-lined paths of the campus, avoiding the patrolling security guards, and quietly slipped out of the school gate. In the darkness, Shun Linlang followed closely behind Jiang Cheng. The two walked along the rugged path, surrounded by lush trees. The occasional chirping of night birds added to the atmosphere of adventure. Once he finds her, he can uncover many things he didn't know before. Moonlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As Shin Linlang stepped through the dappled sunlight, it felt as if she were walking in a dream. She would occasionally look up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 280, Subduing Wuxia. The two were walking on the road. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something. At that moment, the Lord of Shadows grabbed at him fiercely, and a blue shield appeared on his body. The shield was created, a beautiful figure appeared before Jiang Cheng's eyes. He couldn't help but frown. They took out a spherical object, which was shiny inside, and seemed to be full of liquid. A human figure shrunk to the same scale was suspended inside. Jiang Cheng stared at the round ball in his hand, which shimmered with a warm light, and his expression suddenly became somewhat strange. The fragments of the water god were activated at that moment. The 1/3 fragment I obtained in the Jade Dragon pool last time unexpectedly saved my life. Under the faint moonlight, Jiang Cheng could see the shrunken figure within, radiating a soft glow. 2 dragon horns grew on its delicate forehead, its eyes were closed, and its round body was curled up, which was quite charming. Suddenly, a stream of light slowly emerged from inside the sphere, forming an arrow pointing eastward. Could it be that the fragment of the water god wants to convey something to me? Jiang Cheng was shocked. It was just a fragment, yet it had already caused so much trouble. Last time in Donghai City, in the Luo family's tomb, this fragment of the water god also contributed its own power, allowing its cultivation to increase rapidly. This time, they even stepped in to protect themselves. If they could collect them all, Jiang Cheng suddenly became a little excited. This time, he had witnessed the power of the gods firsthand. This is the Shadow Lord upon his arrival. If he were allowed to develop, I don't know how strong he would become. Things might get chaotic from now on, Jiang Cheng sighed. Jiang Cheng shook his head, deciding to find Wuxia first. The two walked through a dense forest and came to an open area. This is an abandoned construction site, surrounded by piles of discarded building materials, making it look particularly desolate. Jiang Cheng stopped and looked around. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's as he tried to find traces of Wuxia in this wasteland. Shin Linlang stayed close to him, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. "Linlang, can you feel it? Something seems off here," Jiang Cheng said in a low voice, his voice echoing clearly in the night sky. Shin Linlang nodded. She too sensed the eerie aura hidden in this wasteland. Suddenly, a graceful figure leaped down from behind the two, holding a long sword in her hand. But the next moment, She screamed and dropped the long knife. She was covered in sweat, the fine beads of perspiration glistening in the moonlight, and her body was trembling, not from fear. It was a shiver that came from the depths of the soul. Now, I am your master. You cannot disobey your master's will, and naturally you cannot attack me either, otherwise you will be punished, Jiang Cheng said calmly. Yu Wuxia's face was filled with terror. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Why, at the moment of the sneak attack, did her brain feel like it was being stabbed by a water pipe and was being churned wildly? He can't even hold a knife properly. Beneath the black robe, her voluptuous body was taut, outlining breathtaking curves and showcasing a unique charm that combined strength and grace. Even in this dim environment, Yu Wuxia's beautiful face was enough to make everything else pale in comparison. Her exquisite features are like a finely crafted work of art, every detail perfectly proportioned, exuding an extraordinary and refined aura. Her short hair swayed gently in the night breeze, making her look exceptionally dashing and adding a touch of unruliness and competence to her appearance. The moonlight shone on her face, casting a soft and mysterious glow upon her, making her look like both a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world and a female general about to go to war. From this moment on, submit to me, Jiang Cheng laughed. Pooh, she gritted her teeth, trying to break the poison sac hidden in her teeth. You are not allowed to commit suicide. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Yu Wuxia stopped talking. Jiang Cheng smiled. Although the contract is not yet formally signed, Yu Wuxia is now unable to go against her own will. Once the soul contract is completed, she will become his own beast girl completely. No, I will never submit to you. Yu Wuxia's eyes seemed to burn with a raging fire, a flame that was a mixture of resentment, anger, and despair. Her voice pierced the night sky, echoing with determination. I, Yu Wuxia, will never bow down to you, Jiang Cheng. Under the moonlight, her face appeared even more resolute, as if carved from the hardest jade, every inch of it revealing an indomitable will. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a playful smile. Oh, is that so? He slowly stepped forward, each step landing on Yu Wuxia's taut nerves, as if he were enjoying this game of mental conquest. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and directly made a large scoop. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap was particularly jarring in the silent night sky. Stunned by the slap, Yu Wuxia's face seemed to be scorched by flames in that instant, and the burning pain surged through her body like an electric current. An incredulous look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. On her cheek, 5 finger marks gradually appeared, her redness and swelling carrying an undeniable sense of humiliation. Yu Wuxia began to speak with difficulty, her voice trembling. Taiji never imagined that she would be humiliated in this way by someone who was once insignificant in her eyes. Jiang Cheng's eyes were cold, like ice in winter. He slowly withdrew his hand, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Remember, no matter your identity or how strong you are, in my eyes you are nothing but my prisoner and my plaything. Under the moonlight, Yu Wuxia's face appeared even paler, and a hint of despair flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Jiang Cheng, you wait. I, Yu Wuxia, will never submit to you like this. One day, I will make you pay the price. Yu Wuxia vowed silently in her heart, her eyes flashing with a firm light, as if she were declaring her determination to Jiang Cheng. However, Jiang Cheng simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. He knew that no matter how much Yu Wuxia struggled, she could not escape his control. Because, from this moment on, her fate was in his hands. I curse you, Jiang Cheng. Yu Wuxia's voice suddenly turned shrill, like a wail in the night wind. Even if I die and my soul dissipates, my resentment will turn into a vengeful ghost, haunting you for all eternity, making you never have a peaceful day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He reached out and gently touched Yu Wuxia's forehead, where a faint light flashed, as if it were the mark of some kind of contract. Your curse is useless against me, because, from this moment on, your fate is in my hands. Yu Wuxia's body trembled violently. She felt an unprecedented power surge into the depths of her soul. It was a feeling that was both strange and familiar, as if it were an innate shackle that bound her firmly to Jiang Cheng's will. No, it's impossible, she whispered, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape the shackles of fate. Yu Wuxia's pupils contracted sharply as she felt an unprecedented sense of fear and powerlessness. That force, like an invisible chain, tightly bound her soul, making it impossible for her to break free or escape. What? What exactly did you do to me? Yu Wuxia's voice trembled. She tried to struggle, but found that her soul seemed to be tightly held in Jiang Cheng's hand, and she was unable to resist at all. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with smugness and satisfaction. Soul contract. From this moment forward, your life and death, your destiny, will be in my hands. Yu Wuxia's body trembled violently as she felt humiliation and anger from the depths of her soul. She never imagined that she would end up in such a state, controlled by someone who was once insignificant in her eyes. Jiang Cheng, you bastard! Yu Wuxia roared in her heart, but her voice could not penetrate that invisible force and could only echo in the depths of her soul. Looking at Yu Wuxia's pained and humiliated expression, Jiang Cheng felt an indescribable pleasure welling up inside him. He reached out and gently stroked Yu Wuxia's face. The cold touch gave him a sense of satisfaction. Remember, Yu Wuxia, from this moment on, you are my slave, my plaything. Your life and death, your fate, will all be decided by me. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and majestic, like a demonic voice coming from the depths of hell, making Yu Wuxia unable to resist it. Yu Wuxia clenched her teeth, feeling a pain and humiliation from the depths of her soul. She tried to struggle, tried to resist, but the force was as heavy as a mountain, making her unable to move. Why? Why did this happen? Yu Wuxia's voice was weak and trembling. She could not accept this cruel reality. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, then reached out and gently patted Yu Wuxia's face. Because it is fate. From the moment you met me, your fate was already sealed. She struggled desperately, her body twisting and deforming under Jiang Cheng's immense pressure. She tried to push Jiang Cheng away, but the force pressed down on her like a mountain, rendering her immobile. Her eyes were filled with despair and pleading, and tears streamed down her cheeks. However, Jiang Cheng paid no attention to Yu Wuxia's struggles, screams, or even her cries. He pressed his hand firmly against Yu Wuxia's body, ignoring her pain and pleas, and forcibly imprinted that special symbol deep into her soul. Yu Wuxia's screams echoed through the air. As she completed the last movement, Yu Wuxia's body trembled violently, then gradually stiffened. Her eyes lost focus, and she was plunged into endless darkness. Jiang Cheng released his grip with satisfaction, looking at the once proud and ruthless woman on the ground, a hint of pride and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Yu Wuxia had become a part of him. The contract is complete. Ah! Yu Wuxia screamed in pain, but the power surged like a torrent, making it impossible for her to resist. Before long, Yu Wuxia felt as if her soul was being pulled by a tremendous force, and she involuntarily established a connection with Jiang Cheng. I am now. That's right. You are now completely under my control as a product of the soul contract. Jiang Cheng said slowly. Yu Wuxia's body trembled violently as she felt a shock and fear from the depths of her soul. She finally understood that she could no longer escape Jiang Cheng's control, nor could she escape this cruel fate. I admit defeat. Yu Wuxia's voice was weak and trembling. She finally lowered her head and admitted defeat. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, then reached out and gently stroked Yu Wuxia's hair. Very good, Yu Wuxia, you have made a wise choice. From now on, you will become the sharpest sword in my hand, fighting for me in all directions. Yu Wuxia clenched her teeth, feeling a sense of humiliation and anger from the depths of her soul. But at this moment, she was powerless to resist, and could only silently endure this cruel fate. Under the moonlight, the two figures appeared exceptionally eerie. Jiang Cheng looked at the flawless jade in his hand with satisfaction, as if admiring a precious work of art. Yu Wuxia, on the other hand, silently lowered her head, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. A panel appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Name, Yu Wuxia. Beast Soul, Demon King's Eye. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, Soul Contract. Level, 83, 12%. Qualification, SS level. Soul Power, 1621. Current growth, level 30. Rating, Azura. Strength, 2793. Current growth, 47/level. Rating, Supreme. Attack effects, 1 Dark Prison, 2 Phantom, 3 Deadly Slaughter, 4 Devour, 5 Mystery, 6 Heavenly Incineration, 7 Unlocked. Beast Soul Skill. Magic Eye Illusion. The Demon King's Eye emitted a dazzling yet eerie light, creating multiple highly realistic illusions. These illusions not only resembled the contractor in appearance, but also simulated some attack actions, confusing the battlefield situation. Additional effect: the illusion explodes when attacked, dealing area damage to surrounding enemies and inflicting a confusion status effect, reducing their hit rate and casting speed. Simultaneously, the real entity can use this opportunity to conceal its location and prepare for the next fatal blow. Magic Eye Split. It can split into different smaller magic eyes, which can be remotely controlled by other people or animals. When magic power is sufficient, it can split indefinitely. Hidden evolution level: none. Jiangqing suddenly became excited. The culprit behind the black pupil incident was actually Yu Wuxia. Although she's only an SS-rank beast girl, her skills are truly overpowered. Was she the one who caused such a massive disturbance in Janya? Perhaps because she has broken through 3 times, her current growth is truly terrifying. Although not as strong as an SSS-rank beast girl, she is still a rare and powerful beast girl. Although Zhang Luotian also has the power of manipulation, it is subject to many limitations and is not very discreet, because she needs to maintain the connection between the vines and the controlled at all times. Yu Wuxia, on the other hand, clearly does not have this shortcoming. My next target is that girl named Qin Shuyu whom I met last time. She is the Medusa Queen, capable of advancing to SSS rank. However, some time has passed, and no one knows where she is now. The secret behind Chapter 281. Late at night, Jiang Cheng led his group back to their residence. The moonlight, like water, gently spilled onto the journey home, draping the group in a silver veil. Beside Jiang Cheng stood several beast girls, each with a unique figure and breathtaking beauty, their allure enhanced by the hazy moonlight. Jiang Cheng's face was filled with satisfaction, his gaze frequently sweeping over the beast girls, a sense of unprecedented accomplishment surging within him. Back at his residence, Jiang Cheng sat in the main seat, looking intently at Yu Wuxia, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Speak. Tell me everything you know. Yu Wuxia bit her lower lip tightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she chose to give in and slowly recounted everything she knew. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear, and she didn't miss a single detail. It turns out that their organization is called Demon Eye, and their goal is to unite a group of oppressed people in the Great Yin Kingdom to resurrect the legendary Lord of Shadows in order to destroy the Great Yin Kingdom. To achieve this goal, they planned for many years and used Ma Jianbao's family connections to bring a large number of contraband items used for sacrificial purposes into the country from abroad. He orchestrated the chaos in Janya City in order to use the Demon Eye to absorb spiritual power and complete his final transformation. Unfortunately, Jiang Qing caught him directly. Fortunately, the Lord of Shadows still descended upon the world. The Demon Eye organization is not just a few people. In fact, the plan is still in progress. What are your plans for the future? Jiang Qing asked quickly. At Princess Shuyu's coming-of-age ceremony, we made a contract with her, because, according to our investigation, she is the most suitable beast girl to become the Lord of the Night. After the contract is established, the Lord of the Night will be able to replenish her energy, allowing her to complete her evolution, and she will also provide the Lord of Shadows with a continuous source of power to restore his peak strength. After Yu Wuxia finished speaking, she found that the people around her did not seem too surprised. She frowned and said, Qin Shuyu's rank is SS, but the Lord of Shadows can elevate her to SSS. This is a power unique to the gods. Oh, is that so? Jiangqing nodded. No. Yu Wuxia suddenly remembered that some of the beast girls in Jiangqing seemed to have equally unfathomable strength. I immediately felt relieved. If we're talking about being perverted, Jiangqing is definitely more perverted. With so many beast girls, I don't know how his body can handle it. Qin Shuyu. Compared to the Lord of Shadows, Jiangqing was actually more concerned about this person's name. So you're the princess of the Dian Kingdom? No wonder you always make such a big fuss when you go out. Jiangqing muttered to himself. He encountered Qin Shuyu twice, and the second time, he even caught her taking a bath. Fortunately, I have many beast girls, and they do all sorts of things. Hurry up and have Zhang Luotian dig a hole and run away. To this day, the Great Yin Kingdom remains an unshakable behemoth to him. Princess, does she have a coming-of-age ceremony? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for me to get closer to her? Very good, Yu Wuxia. I am very satisfied with your honesty. Jiang Cheng turned around, his gaze falling on Yu Wuxia again. His eyes held both authority and a hint of tenderness. From now on, you will be my right-hand man. I will show you what a true strongman is." Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia trembled slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she lowered her head and acquiesced to Jiangcheng's arrangement. Perhaps Jiangcheng is a good host? At least his strength is many times greater than that of his beast soul master. The night was deep and quiet, but the lights inside were still on. Jiangcheng and the beast girls sat together, discussing their future plans. After quickly coming up with a feasible plan, everyone went back to their rooms. Jiangcheng then called Yu Wuxia. "Tonight, you will serve me in bed." Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia's delicate body trembled slightly, and 2 blushes instantly appeared on her cheeks. Her eyes flickered with a mixture of shyness and panic, and her blood seemed to boil at that moment. A mixture of indescribable shame and anticipation made her face flush like a sunset, the blush spreading quietly from her neck to her ears, making her entire cheeks look delicate and alluring. She bit her lower lip tightly, her hands unconsciously twisting together, but her feet followed Jiangcheng into the bedroom. Moonlight, like fine silk threads, pierced through the clouds and streamed into the room through the delicate window frames, casting a soft and mysterious silver glow over the tranquil night. The moonlight was like the gentlest paintbrush in the world, softly outlining every contour of the room, adding an indescribable romance to the story that was about to unfold. Jiangcheng walked slowly to the window, stretched out his slender fingers, and gently drew the curtains, shutting out the moonlight and leaving only a warm and private space. As the curtains were drawn, the light in the room became soft and dim, creating an irresistible, ambiguous atmosphere. Yu Wuxia stood by the bed, biting her lip. Finally, she mustered her courage and gently sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched tightly, her fingertips turning white from nervousness. Jiangcheng turned around and slowly approached. Each step landed on Yu Wuxia's heartbeat, making her breathing more rapid and her cheeks even hotter. "Did you have anything with teacher Bai Ling before?" Jiangcheng asked slowly. Yu Wuxia was surprised that Jiangcheng would ask this question and couldn't help but look at him. Suddenly, a look of anger appeared on her face. "You and her?" Yu Wuxia trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her voice trembled as she almost questioned him, but then she seemed to lose all her strength in an instant. "That's right, she's my woman too. Aren't you angry?" Jiangcheng's lips curled into a playful smile, his tone carrying an undeniable domineering air. Yu Wuxia felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She stared wide-eyed at Jiangcheng, only to find that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Looking at her like this, Jiangcheng felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. He leaned closer and gently kissed her cheek. "It's really good," he murmured, as if he were savoring some delicious food. Yu Wuxia clenched her teeth, as if trying to suppress the gasps that were about to escape her lips. She stared wide-eyed at Jiangcheng, but found herself unable to look away. Jiangcheng reached out and gently stroked her cheek, a gesture that was both tender and possessed an irresistible magic. He said slowly, "Don't look at me like that. You'll understand later. Stay by my side, and you'll get everything you want." It was a quiet night. Chapter 282 Ji Tianye's Considerations. The next day, Yu Wuxia looked at the messy bed with some pain. She had never imagined that one day she would give herself to a man. In her eyes, all men were unclean and full of evil. Being intimate with a man is tantamount to being defiled. But just last night, Yu Wuxia stared blankly at the ceiling, a nameless pain and helplessness welling up inside her. The blush from last night still lingered on her cheeks, but now that alluring charm had vanished, replaced by a pale and haggard appearance. Her eyes flickered with terror and confusion, as if everything that happened last night was a nightmare from which she could not wake up. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and a person walked in from outside. Yu Wuxia tensed up instantly, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. That person turned out to be Bai Ling, her ex-boyfriend. A hint of shyness, fear, and bewilderment flashed in Yu Wuxia's eyes. Bai Ling looked at Yu Wuxia's appearance, a hint of surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. She walked to the bedside, sat down gently, reached out and stroked Yu Wuxia's forehead, asking with concern, "Wuxia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Wuxia kept her eyes tightly shut, as if trying to escape from it all. Feeling Bai Ling's touch, an indescribable sense of shame and pain welled up in his heart. Looking at Yu Wuxia's appearance, Bai Ling felt a strange sense of worry welling up inside her. She gently shook Yu Wuxia's shoulders, trying to bring her back to her senses. Yu Wuxia finally opened her eyes. She looked at Bai Ling, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. She bit her lower lip tightly, as if she wanted to say something, but then hesitated and stopped. In the end, she lowered her head. Were you with Jiang Cheng yesterday? Yes. Yu Wuxia nodded, trembling all over, as if the raging waves of last night were sweeping back, making her unable to control herself. Bai Ling felt an indescribable shock upon seeing Yu Wuxia's appearance. She sighed. She knew Yu Wuxia's personality very well, strong-willed, proud, and with a cold and aloof air that kept strangers at bay. However, in Jiang Cheng's hands, this once high and mighty woman was also manipulated at will, losing her former sharpness. Her admiration for Jiang Cheng deepened even further. What kind of charm did this man possess that could make even the proud Yu Wuxia submit to him? Bai Ling gently stroked Yu Wuxia's hair, trying to offer her some comfort. Wuxia, don't be sad, Bai Ling said softly. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. We cannot change the past, but we can choose how to face the future. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia raised her head to look at Bai Ling, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. But, Yu Wuxia hesitated, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her heart, but she couldn't say them. You should go along with him more in the future. Actually, you're just not used to it yet. Once you get used to it, it'll be alright, Bai Ling said calmly. How could you still speak up for him? Yu Wuxia felt utterly powerless. What else can we do? Actually, the more you try, the better it gets. Yu Wuxia recalled some things, and the roots of her ears instantly turned red. She turned her head to the side. Inside the principal's office, Jiang Cheng held Ji Yuechan in his arms, a faint smile on his face. However, he didn't expose her. Although Yu Wuxia was an SS-Rank beast girl, she possessed powerful support abilities. As long as she was given a continuous supply of magic power, causing chaos in Jianya wouldn't be difficult. With Jiang Cheng's help, no one would be able to discover that they were behind it. Of course, this was a morally reprehensible move, and Jiang Cheng disdained to do it. Jiang Cheng, my father seems to have relaxed his control over me a lot lately, no longer as strict as before. Perhaps you have already gained his approval. Ji Yuechan's eyes sparkled with undisguised joy, like flowers blooming in spring, radiant and bright. A sweet smile curved her lips, and 2 shy blushes rose on her cheeks, radiating an indescribable sense of happiness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, a subtle, unspoken meaning flashing in his eyes. All he did was not entirely to gain Ji Yuechan's father's approval. His main goal was to obtain the medal and capture Yu Wuxia. That's his real goal. Although Yu Wuxia is an SS-class beast girl, she possesses powerful support abilities. As long as she is given a continuous supply of magic power, it wouldn't be difficult for her to cause a major upheaval in Jianya. With Jiang Cheng's help, no one will be able to find out that they did it. Of course, this move would be against the natural order, and Jiang Cheng would disdain to do it. He didn't want to point these things out. He just smiled faintly and hugged Ji Yuechan even tighter. Ji Yuechan nestled tightly in Jiang Cheng's arms, as if she wanted to remember this happiness forever. Ji Tianai stood on the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the endless green mountains in the distance. His brows were furrowed, and a complex expression flickered in his eyes. After observing the young man named Jiang Cheng in secret for a long time, he realized that he was indeed a rare talent. He not only exposed the mastermind behind the black eyes incident twice, demonstrating extraordinary wisdom and courage, but also stepped forward fearlessly when faced with the crisis of the gods descending. To his surprise, they were able to fight each other on equal terms. However, Ji Tianai couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness and regret. He sighed, his gaze sweeping once more over the distant green mountains, as if telling of endless sorrow. The entire Dian Kingdom has enjoyed a long period of peace. The longer the peace lasts, the more solidified the social classes become. No matter how strong or outstanding an individual's martial prowess is, it cannot surpass the power of birth. If he had 2 daughters, he would have given Ji Yuechan to him without hesitation to be his beast girl, but now, what a pity, you were born at the wrong time, Ji Tianai murmured, his voice filled with endless regret. If you had been born in a chaotic era, with your talent and martial prowess, you might have truly achieved unparalleled feats and become a legend. What a pity, what a lament. However, this awarding of medals might be an opportunity, if you can earn your way into the core ranks through your own abilities. It's not impossible. What harm would it do if my daughter married you then? A resolute glint flashed in Ji Tianai's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Then he turned and left, his steps incredibly firm, his shadow stretching long in the sunlight. Chapter 283 Three Major Events. A few days later, things calmed down considerably in Jianya. However, three pieces of news soon sparked heated discussions again. The first piece of news is about our city. In recognition of Jiang Cheng's outstanding performance in the Black Eyes incident, and with the approval of his superiors, Jiang Cheng is hereby granted the title of Baron. It should be understood that although it is only a nominal title without any actual fiefdom or other material rewards, in the strictly hierarchical Dian, those who possess this title are completely above ordinary people. Even if someone commits the most heinous acts against an ordinary person, the local patrol team has no right to punish a noble baron. The Great Yin Kingdom has not conferred honors for a long time. This is the first time in hundreds of years, and many media outlets are vying to report on it. The second major event concerns Princess Qin Shuyu of the Dian Kingdom. Reliable sources have indicated that Princess Qin Shuyu's coming-of-age ceremony will be held soon in Jinghai. At that time, all schools, factories, and enterprises across the country will suspend operations for 3 days to celebrate, demonstrating the importance that the Dian Kingdom attaches to this coming-of-age ceremony. In addition, a marriage proposal ceremony for Qin Shuyu will also be held during the coming-of-age ceremony. The Dian government will organize a large-scale event to compete for the position of consort. You must know, this little Princess Qin Shuyu is already very favored. Whoever marries her will be incredibly lucky. While Jiang Cheng was getting his food in the cafeteria, he overheard many people talking about it. As Jiang Cheng was getting his food in the cafeteria, he could hear the lively discussions among his classmates. Have you heard? The little princess's coming-of-age ceremony is being held in Jinghai, and the whole country will celebrate for 3 days. A boy excitedly waved his chopsticks, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, the little princess is the apple of our eye in the Great Yin Kingdom. Her coming-of-age ceremony will definitely be a grand affair. Another girl chimed in, her face beaming with envy. And I've also heard that the little princess is incredibly beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven. Yes, I heard that too. The little princess is not only beautiful, but also has great potential. I heard that she already has special abilities before she even became a beast girl. A boy wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and said with a look of admiration. I've heard about that too. It seems she can turn people or things into petrified. So powerful. Then whoever becomes the prince consort in the future will be able to form a contract with Princess Qin Shuyu. Who can disagree? This ability is unique even in the entire Great Yin. Oh my, if someone could become the prince consort, that would be the pinnacle of life, exclaimed a richly dressed young man, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power and status. Yes, the little princess has such a high status. Marrying her is like marrying the future of the entire Dian Kingdom. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became exceptionally lively because of this topic. Voices rose and fell, filled with praise and longing for the little princess. Jiang Cheng listened quietly to their discussion, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Shuyu? I'm determined to have her. Jiang Cheng found a seat and sat down, remembering that there was a third thing that had recently caused quite a stir. That means Black Eyes has reappeared, this time on a wider scale, with people in 7 or 8 provinces across the entire Dian Kingdom gradually becoming infected. This is undoubtedly very bad news. Now that Yu Wuxia is in his hands, who can still use Black Pupil? That leaves only the Shadow Lord who escaped that day. According to the information Jiang Cheng received, the location where Black Eyes appeared this time was not accidental. Looking at the map, these provinces with black pupils completely surround Jinghai City in the center. By the way, have you heard? Black Eyes has reappeared. The hustle and bustle in the cafeteria gradually turned into a low and tense discussion. Do you think there's something fishy going on behind Black Eyes reappearing at this time, and specifically circling around Jinghai? I heard that this Black Eye virus is more infectious, and many people in various places have already been infected. The situation is not optimistic. Another classmate chimed in, his brow furrowed. I bet the person behind this is targeting some big shot in Jinghai. Maybe it's... Someone hesitated, but the speculation in their eyes pointed directly to Princess Qin Shuyu, who was about to have her coming-of-age ceremony. No way. Who would dare to lay a hand on the little princess? That would be a matter that would alarm the entire Dian Kingdom, someone exclaimed, clearly unable to believe such a speculation. But think about it. The little princess's coming-of-age ceremony and marriage proposal ceremony will be watched by the whole country. Jinghai will definitely be heavily guarded at that time. But Black Eyes just happens to appear at this time and surround Jinghai. Isn't this obviously trying to create chaos? The previous voice rang out again, analyzing the situation logically. So, the person behind this might be trying to take advantage of the chaos to harm the little princess, or to ruin the coming-of-age ceremony and cause the Dian Kingdom to lose face. Another classmate suddenly realized what was happening, his face filled with worry. The atmosphere in the canteen immediately became tense. They all speculated about the true purpose of the person behind it all, and the possible consequences that the impending crisis might bring to the Dian Kingdom. Jiang Chung frowned. According to the information he obtained from Yu Wuxia, just as everyone had guessed, the Lord of Shadows was indeed targeting Princess Dian, Qin Shuyu. The Shadow Lord's most pressing task right now is to fuse with a beast girl whose attributes match his. Qin Shuyu has special abilities, so she is naturally one of the best choices. Although Yu Wuxia's grade reached SS level, her original grade was actually only S. The SS rank was actually brought to its current form by the Shadow Lord, who was still in the embryonic stage at the time. As a result, she also gained some of the Shadow Lord's abilities. Jiang Chung had also visited the central computer room of Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the past few days, and the information he obtained was much more comprehensive than what others knew. The situation around Jinghai is far from optimistic. Because the coming-of-age ceremony was about to take place, the Dian Kingdom dispatched a large number of troops to suppress it. It is said that, in order to save trouble, local officials burned all those infected with black eyes. Because there were so many people, many crematoriums were already operating beyond capacity, and many people were burned alive in the open. This move sparked widespread public discontent. In fact, the procedure for removing the black pupil had already been mastered by the researchers at the Royal Medical College of Dian. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, this technology was ultimately not applicable in many scenarios. In reality, 90% of those who were able to use this technology were local nobles or family members of officials. The entire Dian Kingdom was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 284 Yu Wuxia's True Feelings. It was another night. The moonlight was as clear as water, and the silvery glow spread across the earth, draping the bustling city in a soft veil. Jiang Chung returned to his residence under the moonlight, his steps heavy. The night was beautiful, but it couldn't hide the solemnity and worry on his face. The last turmoil occurred in Jianya. GT&I showed some leniency, only arresting people and not killing them all. Ultimately, many survived until the invention of the black pupil removal technique. Of course, there are bound to be some accidental injuries during the process, such as arresting the wrong person, or the special patrol officers doing some inhuman things for their own selfish desires. But GT&I tacitly approved of all these things. After all, if you don't give your subordinates some benefits, why should you expect them to risk their lives for you? However, to Jiang Cheng's utter surprise, the other provinces handled the situation in ways that were dozens of times more extreme than GT&I's. According to information he obtained from an internal interface of Jiangnan Wuda University, in just 3 days, hundreds of thousands of ordinary people have been burned alive, becoming victims of this crisis. Instead of stopping this cruel act, the provincial officials issued several orders urging them to handle the matter as soon as possible. Because Princess Qin Shuyu's coming-of-age ceremony is about to take place. Jiang Chung stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon outside, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He was furious at the ruthlessness of those provincial officials, and even more helpless at the cruelty and injustice of this era. I told you so. What's there to look forward to in a country like this? The reason he was able to maintain his position for so long is entirely because he had a strict method for controlling the path to advancement, as well as a monopoly on knowledge. Once it encounters external factors, this country will explode like fireworks. Yu Wuxia said with a mocking look in her eyes. What do you mean by this? Jiang Chung said in a deep voice, his sharp gaze fixed on Yu Wuxia, trying to glean more information from her words. Yu Wuxia chuckled softly, a resolute glint in her eyes. What I mean is, even if I fail, my organization still has others. The Lord of Shadows has already successfully descended. He will be a blazing fire that will eventually set the entire great Aeon ablaze. What we pursue is not merely personal gain, but the transformation of the entire world. You are all lunatics. Only lunatics would come up with such a crazy plan. Jiang Chung shook his head, his tone filled with both helplessness and anger. He couldn't understand why anyone would be willing to sacrifice so many innocent lives to pursue a dream that seemed so far out of reach. There's no other way. The Dian Kingdom has existed for too long. It's already rotten. Yu Wuxia's voice became low and firm. If it weren't for external forces, it might have continued for another 1,000 years or so. But such continuation would be built on countless bones and the unspeakable wealth of its people. This temporary sacrifice is for future stability. If we don't do it, someone else will. Her words were filled with dissatisfaction with the status quo and longing for the future, her eyes shining as if she could already see the new world they had created with their own hands. Jiang Cheng rubbed his temples. Things were indeed much more serious than he had imagined. I will stop you. No, it should be you all. Yu Wuxiao laughed, a loud laugh that pierced the silent night sky and echoed in Jiang Cheng's ears, like the cry of an owl. The laughter contained a multitude of emotions, madness, resolve, and boundless anticipation for the future. Her laughter grew louder and more manic, as if she were pouring out all the repression and discontent in her heart. Silver, you can't stop us, everything is going smoothly. Even though you are a variable, you still can't change anything, understand? Because you will be facing the ordinary people of the entire Dian Kingdom. After the Shadow Lord made a contract with Qin Shiyu, he will be able to exert his power more effectively. He will protect Qin Shiyu as she ascends the throne, give strength to all the weak, and help those who are infected, dispel the black eye. Yu Wuxia's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Jiang Cheng's ears. He finally realized how far-reaching and vast these people's plans were. It releases the terrifying black eye, and then descends like a savior to drive away evil for everyone. In addition, there is Princess Qin Shiyu, who, although she is only a woman, represents the orthodoxy of Dian to some extent. On one side is the official Dian regime, which indiscriminately kills innocent people. On one side is a seemingly benevolent savior. If it were you, what would you choose? There's absolutely no need to choose. Jiang Cheng remained silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. He knew he could no longer stop the storm from coming. This is a dead end. It's not that the person who devised this plan was particularly brilliant, but rather that the Dian Kingdom was indeed, as Yu Wuxia said, rotten to the core. Yu Wuxia's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a soft and alluring voice. She suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Jiang Cheng's waist, her breath sweet as orchids, her eyes seductive as silk. At this moment, she was no longer the resolute revolutionary, but a tender and gentle woman. However, now that I'm yours, those people's goals are no longer of much concern to me. Her voice was deep and magnetic, each word like a carefully crafted musical note, striking Jiang Cheng's heartstrings. As long as you can protect me, that's enough. Her body pressed tightly against Jiang Cheng, as if she wanted to pass on all her warmth and tenderness to him. Jiang Cheng felt Yu Wuxia's body temperature and breathing, and his appetite was whetted. He simply picked her up horizontally and threw her onto the bed. Don't worry, I will protect you. Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Wuxia, whose face, which was usually so resolute and indifferent, was now flushed with a shy blush, like a rose quietly blooming in the night. Her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation as she bit her lower lip. The heartbeat of Jiang Cheng, like the rhythm of a drum, was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. He slowly leaned down and gently kissed her. Yu Wuxia gladly accepted. Since Bai Ling gave her some advice last time, she has become much more at ease. Jiang Cheng is also shrouded in secrets. Perhaps his potential is not much less than that of the Shadow Lord. She knew that what she had just said would not be in vain. It would be like a seed that took root and sprouted in Jiang Cheng's heart, eventually bearing fruit. Jiang Cheng's lips curled up. He naturally understood the woman's ulterior motives. He had deliberately feigned a look of shock to mislead Yu Wuxia. The Lord of Shadows? That's really interesting. Chapter 285 Conferment of Metals. Opening of the Star Origin Blessed Land. Sunlight streamed across the sky, which was cloudless and a vast expanse of azure blue, like a finely polished gemstone, reflecting the lively scene on the playground of Wuhan University in Jiangnan. This day was the ceremony for awarding medals to Jiang Cheng, and the entire campus was filled with an unprecedented sense of joy and honor. On the playground, colorful flags fluttered and flowers bloomed. Students, dressed in neat school uniforms, beamed with excitement and anticipation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on their youthful faces, adding a touch of liveliness and energy to this solemn moment. Principal Ji stood on the high platform, dressed in a sharp suit, his expression solemn and proud. She cleared her throat, and her voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, resonated throughout the playground. each word firm and resonant. Students, today we gather here to witness the glorious moment of an outstanding young man. Jiang Cheng, with his courage, wisdom, and tireless efforts, has won unparalleled glory for our school and even the entire Dine Kingdom. His deeds are a precious asset that inspires each and every one of us to keep moving forward. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, as if they were about to shatter the clear sky. Oh my God, is this true? Jiangcheng has actually been awarded such a high honor. A girl covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with excited tears. Her classmates next to her were also shocked and nodded in agreement. That's incredible. He's still in college. That's incredible. The entire playground seemed to be shaken by an invisible force. The students discussed excitedly, cheered, and felt sincerely gratified and proud of Jiangcheng's achievements. Jiangcheng slowly walked onto the stage in front of everyone. The Beast Girl students below the stage instantly erupted in cheers. Jiangcheng could be said to have been a legendary figure ever since the college entrance examination. Ji Yuechan looked at Jiangcheng with admiration and nodded repeatedly. Then, a formation of soldiers in uniform marched slowly from below the parade ground, each step embodying their perseverance and honor. In the center of the formation, an elderly man slowly stepped forward. He was tall and straight, and although he was old, the majesty and demeanor between his brows inspired respect in everyone. He was surrounded by an indescribable aura of extraordinary talent. The old man was dressed in a dark green military uniform with gleaming epaulets, and his chest was covered with various medals, numbering about 20 or 30 in total. Under the sunlight, those medals gleamed, as if they were a microcosm of his illustrious life. He is the bigwig who conferred the medal upon Jiangcheng today, the chief commander of the Southeast Military Region dispatched by Jinghai, and a legendary figure with a high reputation in the military. After the old man stood still, his gaze sharpened as he scanned the entire room. His voice, deep and powerful, resonated through the loudspeaker, reaching every corner. Students, I am the chief commander of the Southeast Military Region. Today, I stand here to show you all what a true hero is, and what spirit is worthy of our pursuit and admiration. Jiang Cheng, with his own efforts, has made outstanding contributions to the country and the people. His courage, wisdom, and perseverance are role models that we should all learn from. Today, I am awarding him this Medal of Honor, which is an affirmation of his past efforts and an encouragement for his future. The old man's words were full of praise and expectations for Jiangcheng. The students responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers, feeling proud of Jiangcheng and fortunate to have witnessed this glorious moment. It was a pure gold badge, lying heavily in the old man's palm. The national emblem of the Dine Kingdom, meticulously drawn on it, shone brightly, each ray of light seemingly proclaiming the nation's supreme will and glory. Jiangcheng solemnly accepted the badge that carried countless honors and expectations. He slowly raised his right hand and gave the old man a standard military salute. As the old man nodded gently, the entire awarding ceremony slowly came to a close in a solemn and enthusiastic atmosphere. The students were discussing Jiangcheng's deeds, and his name was being circulated among everyone. Whether in classrooms, canteens, or dormitories, you can hear praise and admiration for Jiangcheng everywhere. He has become the pride of the entire school. Yuechan, there may be even greater turmoil in the future. I wish to enter the Star Origin blessed land for cultivation. Could you please allow me to enter it as soon as possible? Jiangcheng, with a deep gaze and an unwavering tone, made his request to Ji Yuechan. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuechan raised her eyebrows slightly, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her lips, a stark contrast to her usual serious and dignified demeanor. So urgent? Normally, the entrance to Xingyuan Blessed Land doesn't open until midterm. However, since it was Jiangcheng who made the request, I can naturally make an exception for you this time. As she spoke, she winked at Jiangcheng, her eyes sparkling with cunning and playfulness. Jiangcheng was also somewhat stunned. At that moment, Ji Yuechan's beauty seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and her smile was like a flower blooming in spring, bright yet gentle, making people feel an irresistible fondness for her. Looking at Ji Yuechan like this, Jiangcheng felt a warm current well up in his heart. Are you thinking about what Yu Wuxia said? The Great Yin Kingdom has been stable for so many years, and it has always been like this. There have been times when evil gods have revived before, so this time it may not be as serious as she said. Ji Yuechan spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. She knew Jiang Cheng's thoughts well. His anxiety about the future was deeply etched between his brows. Jiang Cheng shook his head, his eyes resolute. Better safe than sorry. Strength is the best guarantee to deal with all unknown challenges. I need to improve my strength as much as possible now. Only in this way can I better protect you. He paused for a moment, looked at Ji Yuechan with gentle eyes, and continued. After we leave Xingyuan Blessed Land, I plan to help you level up and improve our overall strength. During this time, Luo Shun and the others will also be close to reaching level 40. At that time, our team's combat power will be even higher. Alright, since you've made your decision, I'll help you arrange your entry into Xingyuan Blessed Land, Ji Yuechan said softly, her voice filled with trust and support for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nodded and gave Ji Yuechan a grateful look. Afterwards, the two discussed some specific details, and Ji Yuechan even personally prepared some supplies and equipment needed for Jiang Cheng to enter the Star Origin Blessed Land. Finally, Ji Yuechan hugged Jiang Cheng affectionately for a while before reluctantly heading towards her office. Chapter 286, Star Origin Blessed Land 1. After Ji Yuechan left, Jiang Cheng quietly moved towards Yu Wuxia's room. As a capable assistant under his new income, shouldn't we at least cultivate a relationship? Inside the room, a stunningly beautiful woman with short hair was waiting quietly. Her temperament was as aloof as the moon, yet it contained endless gentleness. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng push open the door and enter, Yu Wuxia immediately put down the book in her hand and stood up. Today she was wearing a dress that looked like a white veil, so light and transparent that it seemed as if it might be blown away by the wind at any moment. Her figure is graceful, and every part of her body perfectly showcases the softness and allure of a woman. Beneath the white veil, the skin, faintly visible, was as smooth as cream, making one yearn to kiss it. Looking at Yu Wuxia, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of indescribable emotion welling up inside him. I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself down, and then slowly walked towards her. The two began to talk, discussing everything from spiritual cultivation to future plans. As time went by, they grew closer and closer, and their feelings for each other quietly deepened. The night passed quietly as the two talked, and soon it was the next day. The news that Jiang Cheng was going to enter Xingyuan Fudi caused a huge uproar at the school. After all, among the many universities in the Dian Kingdom, only a few can possess the Star Origin Blessed Land. As one of the best students at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Jiang Cheng's opportunity to enter and cultivate there is undoubtedly an affirmation of his strength. Around noon, Ji Yuechan brought good news. The entrance to the Star Origin Blessed Land would be open tonight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was overjoyed and immediately began packing his things. In the evening, Jiang Cheng, along with Ji Yuechan and several key teachers from the school, went to Xingyuan Square. Xingyuan Square is located deep within the campus. It is a mysterious and solemn place. In the center of the square stands a tall stone monument, engraved with intricate runes and patterns, as if containing endless mysteries. The stone tablet was surrounded by arrays of runes, which emitted a faint light, making the entire square look like a dream. The square is surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if they were whispering ancient legends. A fresh yet mysterious atmosphere permeated the air, making one want to explore it further. Jiang Cheng and the others arrived in front of the stone tablet, and Ji Yuechan began to activate the rune array. With a flick of her finger, beams of light shot out from the stone tablet, enveloping the entire square in a mysterious glow. As the light flashed, a huge portal slowly appeared before everyone. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew that this opportunity to enter the Star Origin Blessed Land was of extraordinary significance to him. He must go all out to try and gain the most from it. Jiang Cheng turned around, his gaze gently sweeping over the faces of Ji Yuechan and the beast girls beside her. Shen Linlong's eyes were filled with tears of reluctance, while Jiang Luoshan bit her lower lip tightly, as if she wanted to swallow her sorrow. Her eyes were as red as cherries in the morning dew, making her look pitiful. Everyone, wait for my return, and I will not let you down. Jiang Cheng made a soft promise, each word carrying a heavy weight of emotion. He slowly stepped forward and gently embraced each of the beast girls. His warmth and determination seemed to penetrate all barriers. Finally, the moment of farewell arrived. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and stepped firmly toward the slowly rotating portal. The moment he stepped in, the whole world seemed to be distorted by an invisible force. In the midst of the dizziness, he felt as if he had been sucked into an endless tunnel. Inside the tunnel, the scenery was fantastical and unpredictable, like traversing an abyss through the Milky Way. Countless stars floated slowly all around, red like fire, orange like the sunset, yellow like brilliance, and green like vitality, weaving together to create a series of extremely magnificent paintings. These lights were not just colors, but more like the purest power in the universe, flowing around Jiang Cheng and making him feel an unprecedented sense of awe and insignificance. At the end of the tunnel, the light gradually dimmed, and Jiang Cheng felt his body pause, the ground beneath his feet becoming solid. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing on an ancient altar, surrounded by a vast, boundless darkness dotted with stars. At this moment, a strange look appeared on Jiang Cheng's face. This blessed land of stars was strikingly similar to the outer space he had seen on television on Blue Star in his previous life. Its vastness, depth, and indescribable sense of loneliness left him speechless for a moment. Could this be the blessed land of star origin? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, a desire to explore the unknown welling up within him. He looked up at the endless starry sky and silently vowed, no matter where this place is, I, Jiang Cheng, will leave my mark here. Jiang Cheng descended upon the ancient altar beneath this vast starry sky. Before long, the dark sky seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible hand, and several dazzling starlight beams, like waterfalls flowing from the heavens, condensed into tangible chains, slowly descending from the void and connecting precisely with Jiang Cheng. Each of these chains of light contains a magnificent and ancient aura. Jiang Cheng tried to move his limbs and was surprised to find that, despite being entangled by chains of light, his movements were not restricted in the slightest. Instead, a strange sense of ease spread throughout his body. A thought struck him, and he focused his mind on his storage space, where there was ample water and food, enough to sustain him for a long time as he explored this unknown land. Just as Jiang Cheng was preparing to further experience the wonders of this star origin blessed land, he suddenly realized that from the moment the light chain connected, a faint yet exceptionally pure energy was silently permeating his body, making him feel unprecedentedly comfortable and fulfilled. Could this be the unique feature of the star origin blessed land? One can improve their cultivation even while standing still. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. He quickly checked his status panel and saw that his martial power and soul power were quietly increasing at a slow but steady pace. The rise isn't fast, and I'm just standing still. Jiang Cheng quickly sat down and began cultivating his technique. Sure enough, the speed at which the Starlink transmitted energy increased, and his body became increasingly hot. As he began to circulate his energy, the chains formed from starlight seemed to respond to his call, and the speed of energy transmission suddenly increased. Warm and pure power flowed slowly along his meridians like a gentle stream, eventually converging into his dantian. This flow of energy, both gentle and powerful, permeates every part of Jiang Cheng, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and pleasure. Jiang Cheng felt every cell in his body was cheering and jumping for joy, as if he were being nourished by this mysterious power and radiating vitality. Chapter 287 Star Origin Blessed Land 2. As Jiang Cheng's cultivation deepened, the heat within his body gradually rose, a warmth emanating from within. Like the winter sun, warm but not scorching, it warmed his body and soul just right. This heat seemed to be subtly changing his physique, making his body more resilient and his soul more solid. Normally, one must have achieved some level of skill and cultivation to enter the Star Origin Blessed Land. Schools typically open up their blessed lands for students to cultivate during midterm or final exam periods. Jiangnan Martial Arts University only recently acquired the Star Origin Blessed Land, and it is a relatively small one, allowing only one person to enter at a time. Jiang Cheng also tried using the summoning function, but the soul skill did not work. For some reason, this world gives Jiang Cheng a very cold and gloomy feeling. The air gradually grew cold and damp, giving one a chill that seeped into their very bones. It was as if an invisible hand of ice was silently seeping into every inch of space, bringing a chill that went straight to the bone. This cold is not like the biting wind of winter, but rather originates from some kind of deep, unknown chill. Jiang Cheng seemed to be enveloped in an invisible layer of thin ice, and one could feel the ice crystals condensing in the air with every breath. However, Jiang Cheng sat as still as a rock, his mind completely absorbed in the profound mysteries of the technique, oblivious to the changes in the outside world. As his cultivation deepened, wisps of steam rose from the top of his head, like mist and smoke. The steam contained a faint golden light, a symbol of Jiang Cheng's improved cultivation and strengthened physical body. A giant yin-yang symbol gradually appeared, alternating between black and white, and spinning endlessly. Jiangcheng, situated at the center of this yin-yang symbol, seems to have become a bridge connecting heaven and earth, and communicating yin and yang. His every breath echoed the rotation of the pattern, and every heartbeat seemed to resonate with the pulse of the universe. Jiang Cheng's energy surged even more, and the chains formed from starlight seemed to become a bridge connecting heaven and earth and channeling power, continuously injecting endless starlight into his body. Subtle ripples suddenly appeared on the ground, as if some ancient power had been awakened and was slowly spreading out. This sudden sound carried an indescribable pressure that stirred the heart, and even the stars thousands of miles away seemed to tremble slightly under its shock. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. The magical steam emanating from his body was circulating throughout his entire being, and every meridian seemed to be illuminated by a warm light, a symbol of his improved cultivation and the condensation of his power. At this critical juncture, any external interference could have an immeasurable impact on him, and might even cause him to suffer from qi deviation and a significant loss of cultivation. But the earthquake grew stronger and stronger, and the entire altar began to shake as if it would collapse at any moment. The cold sensation originating from the earth grew stronger. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, silently reciting the incantation of the cultivation technique, trying his best to calm his mind. He knew that only by remaining calm could he weather this crisis. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the steam around Jiang Cheng grew increasingly dense, shimmering with golden light, as if he were draped in an invisible armor. However, at this critical moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground, and a surge of cold air rushed out from the crack, heading straight for Jiang Cheng. The chill was so intense that it seemed capable of freezing all living things, giving Jiang Cheng an unprecedented sense of threat. Jiang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, a resolute glint in them. He knew that he was now at a critical juncture of life and death, and only by fighting with all his might could he save his life. He took a deep breath, and the magic power within him surged, transforming into a powerful force that suddenly met the chill. The two forces collided in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Jiang Cheng felt a jolt, as if he had been struck by an invisible force, but he gritted his teeth and withstood the impact. The demonic energy within him flowed, rapidly repairing his damaged meridians. At the same time, he seized this opportunity to continue his cultivation, attempting to transform this external power into his own cultivation level. The gray-white rocky ground suddenly cracked open with a terrifying gash, and endless cold air surged out like a tidal wave, instantly turning the entire crack white with frost, as if even the air itself had been frozen. Just as the cold air was raging, a woman in white slowly rose from the crack, like a touch of elegance in winter or a snow lotus in the ice. Her eyes were closed, her nose was high and straight, and her face radiated a faint golden glow, adding to her sacred and inviolable aura. Her beauty was ethereal and stunningly beautiful, so captivating that once you looked at her, you couldn't look away. She floated in the air, her body seemingly enveloped in an invisible layer of cold air, yet she still retained her elegance and agility. She slowly approached Jiang Cheng, each step seemingly treading on empty air, radiating boundless majesty like a towering mountain, inspiring awe in all who beheld her. "Who are you?" A clear and authoritative voice echoed through the air, seemingly able to penetrate all obstacles and reach the heart. Although Jiang Cheng didn't see the woman move her mouth, he could roughly guess that the sound must have come from her. He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied respectfully, "I am from Jiang province of the Dian Kingdom, and my name is Jiang Cheng. May I ask who you are, senior?" "Dian Kingdom?" The voice paused, a hint of doubt and annoyance in its tone. "What Dian Kingdom? I don't know anything about it." The woman's voice was cold and authoritative, making Jiang Cheng feel uneasy. He secretly speculated that this senior was probably from some ancient, reclusive sect, or perhaps some prehistoric relic. Thinking of this, he said even more respectfully, "Senior, please don't be offended. I just wandered into this place by accident. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Similar situations occasionally occur at Xingyuan Blessed Land. That means that after being teleported up, this blessed land actually has an owner. Then there are two options. One is to negotiate, and the other is to kill and plunder the cave. This woman seems to be very strong. Jiang Cheng is still practicing. He also said he was the first one to enter this blessed land of star origin. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit unlucky. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her pupils sparkling like two sparks in ice, radiating a captivating light. The woman stretched out her hand, and a surge of power emanated from her body. Oh no, this woman is about to make a move. Just then, a clear system notification sounded. Ding! A new bad woman detected. Do you wish to bind with her? Binding will accumulate bad woman points. Location of the wicked woman. 7 Mansion Starfield, Sea of the Heart. Mysterious maiden, Emolioli. Ding! Target, Emolioli. Bad woman value increased by 15%. Current bad woman value, 15%. Ding! Target, Emolioli. Bad woman value increased by 16%. Current bad woman value 31%. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. It's something that can be contracted. Fortunately, it wasn't a hopeless situation. He focused his mind and carefully considered how to break the deadlock. It may seem like a hopeless situation, but there might still be a glimmer of hope. Since we can already accumulate bad woman points, if we just delay for a while, we might be able to wait until the bad woman points are full. The pitch-black sky, like an endless sea of ink, hung heavily, shrouding the entire world in a depressing gloom. The ground was covered with gray-white rocks, cold, hard, and desolate, as if this land had also lost its vitality, leaving only endless desolation and loneliness. Seeing that the woman in white was about to make a move, Jiang Cheng steeled his heart and decided to fight to the death as well. He suddenly remembered that he had a secret weapon hidden in his spatial ring, the one belonging to the Luo family ancestor. In a critical moment, it might be useful for a while. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, took out the spatial device from the ring, and gently pressed the button on the spatial ring with his finger. Jiang Cheng pressed the button. It was a small movement he could easily make. The portal swung open with a roar, and then a woman's figure flashed out like a meteor, rushing towards the woman in white with an unstoppable momentum. Humph! The woman, whose body was as cold as ice, snorted coldly, a hint of contempt flashing in her eyes. You're courting death. The Luo family ancestor drew a graceful arc in the air. As soon as she appeared, she used all her strength, as if she wanted to concentrate all her power into this one strike. Her eyes were firm and resolute, and her canine teeth gleamed in the moonlight. Two powerful forces collided in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Jiang Cheng felt a buzzing in his ears, as if the whole world was trembling at that moment. He stared intently at the battle in the air, silently praying. Hopefully, she can fight for a chance to survive. Ding! Target, Emolioli. Bad woman value increased by 18%. Current bad woman value, 49%. The battle intensified, but it was almost a one-sided rout. With a casual wave of his hand, Emolioli unleashed several crystal-clear ice crystals that pierced the sky like the kiss of death, striking the Luo family ancestor with unerring accuracy. Those ice crystals were incredibly sharp, and each strike caused the Luo family ancestor's body to tremble violently. His protective aura was as fragile as paper and was instantly pierced, leaving behind shocking bloody holes. The Luo family ancestor's best efforts, his body twisting and turning in the air in an attempt to dodge the deadly cold light, he still could not withstand Emolioli's overwhelming attacks. Her movements gradually slowed, each breath accompanied by pain, and her eyes shone with a light that was a mixture of defiance and despair. Ding! Target, Emolioli. Bad woman value increased by 21%. Current bad woman value, 70%. Just at this critical moment of life and death, a huge ice spike suddenly shot out from the ground, like a spear of divine punishment, piercing through the defenses of the Luo family ancestor with unerring accuracy, pinning her firmly to the cold ground. The Luo family trembled violently, her blood staining the surrounding rocks. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from the binding of the ice spikes, and her life force was rapidly flowing away like fine sand in an hourglass. Jiang Cheng witnessed all of this, a chill running through him. Only 30% left. At this critical moment, he absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for his doom. Emolioli appeared before him in a flash, like a ghost. Her icy eyes flickered with complex emotions, as if struck by lightning, her face filled with disbelief. It's you? Jiang Cheng looked at the charming woman in front of him, wondering why his bad woman value hadn't increased. So he simply took a bite. Ah! Mo Lioli exclaimed, her voice filled with both shock and pain. This sudden action seemed to break some taboo, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Jiangcheng bit her wrist while looking at her specific attributes. What exactly is she? That strong? Name, Mo Lioli. Beast Soul, Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Contractor, none. Level, none. Special status. Qualification, SSS level, Sacred Beast Body. Soul Power, unknown. Current growth, 30/level. Rating, Supreme. Martial Prowess, unknown. Current growth, 45/level. Rating, Supreme. Attack Effect, unknown. Beast Soul Skill. Sacred Beast Domain, Xuanwu. Sacred Beast Skill, Xinming Slash. Sacred Beast Skill, Frost Shield Strike. Sacred Beast Skill, Absolute Defense. Limited Skill, Sacred Beast Impact. Forbidden Spell. Jiangcheng's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting Mo Lioli's astonishing attribute panel, his face filled with disbelief and shock. His lips trembled slightly, as if even breathing had become difficult, and an indescribable storm surged within him. Xian, the Black Tortoise? Why would the opponent have the sacred beast Xuanwu appear? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The sacred beast Xuanwu is a legendary being, whose power is enough to shake the heavens and the earth, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, unlike the others, she appeared at SSS level, and there seemed to be no beast soul masters nearby. However, what puzzled Jiangcheng even more was that the bad woman value, that should have been steadily increasing, had stagnated. Why does the bad woman value stop increasing? He stared anxiously at Mo Lioli, trying to find the answer in her expression. But Mo Lioli just stood there quietly, letting him bite her wrist. Her icy eyes were unusually calm at this moment, as if she could see right through his heart. Why? Jiangcheng murmured softly, his heart filled with doubt and resentment. It's definitely not a pleasant feeling to be controlled like this. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. But then, Jiangcheng felt a lightness all over his body. The magic within him seemed to have calmed down, which meant he could do more. Jiangcheng pursed his lips and immediately hugged Mo Lioli in his arms. A hint of panic flashed in the woman's eyes. She raised her hand, and ice crystals slowly condensed in her palm. Jiangcheng was overjoyed. Yes, that's it. Hurry up and hit me. His strength has increased dramatically again. He might survive a single hit, and if given just a little more time, he might be able to fully unlock it. Chapter 288 Star Origin Blessed Land 3. Jiangcheng pulled Mo Lioli into a tight embrace, and at that moment, time seemed to stand still. What does skin as smooth as ice and bones as white as jade mean? That's it. Her skin was as smooth as silk, with an exquisite feel. It glided gently across his palm, sending shivers down his spine, like the softest snow in winter, a touch enough to make one intoxicated. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her, like a secret hidden in a secluded garden deep in the north, making one's mind wander. His heart fluttered, and he felt a pang of reluctance to let go. Mo Lioli's face appeared even more exquisite up close, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her eyes were fresh and elegant, making people feel good about her. Let me go. Her voice rang out again, still cold, but with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Jiangcheng heard this and felt a strange sense of peace. He chuckled softly, his voice low and gentle. Let go? I can't bear to. You. Mo Lioli gritted her teeth. His body surged with energy, but it only managed to shake Jiangcheng away. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding, target Mo Lioli. Bad woman value increased by 15%, current bad woman value 85%. Upon hearing this notification, Jiangcheng was overjoyed. He knew that as long as he seized this opportunity, he could successfully transform Mo Lioli into his beast girl. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mo Lioli seized the opportunity to break free from his embrace, took a few steps back, and created distance again. Her icy eyes regained their coldness. I'm warning you, don't let this happen again. Jiangcheng shrugged, a playful smile playing on his lips. Next time? That depends on whether I give you that chance. Jiangcheng circulated his internal energy, and the power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks, filling every inch of his skin. It was as if dragons roared and tigers howled between his bones, and an indescribable powerful force was boiling within him. He sprang up like a wild beast freed from its cage, swinging his fists with the force of a tsunami, and blasted towards Mo Lioli. You're courting death. Mo Lioli snorted coldly, her voice filled with undeniable coldness and authority. Then, she made a hand seal, and a chilling aura surrounded her, as if she was about to unleash some powerful spell to completely suppress Jiang Cheng. However, at that critical moment, Mo Lioli's movements suddenly froze, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The once icy expression on her face now cracked slightly, as if 1,000-year-old ice was beginning to melt under the warm spring sun, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability. What's going on? Why can't I use my skills? Her brows furrowed slightly, forming a graceful arc. Her usually cold eyes now seemed to be drawn by some force, staring intently at Jiang Cheng's fist, her eyes flashing with astonishment and confusion. Jiang Cheng's fist stopped just inches away from Mo Lioli, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Because the final notification sound had already rang in my mind. Ding. Target, Mo Lioli. Bad woman value increased by 15%. Current bad woman value, 100%. Mo Lioli's astonishment vanished in an instant. She quickly regained her composure, but the shock in her eyes remained undisguised. She took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the turmoil within her, and then slowly asked, What? What exactly did you do? What did I do? I just did what I was supposed to do. But you, why did you suddenly stop? Mo Lioli did not answer. She simply stared intently at Jiang Cheng, as if trying to discern some clue from him. I don't know. Then let me tell you. Jiang Cheng slowly walked up to Mo Lioli and gently stroked her face. She tried to dodge, but was horrified to find that her body was no longer under her control. Don't you feel like you've changed a lot? Jiang Cheng chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement and smugness. His fingers gently traced Mo Lioli's cheek, sending a shiver down his spine, as if he were admiring a precious work of art. You're the one who orchestrated all of this, aren't you? Mo Lioli's voice was filled with undisguised fear and anger. She tried to break free from Jiang Cheng's grasp, but found that her body was involuntarily responding to his touch. Of course, from now on you will be my beast girl. Jiang Cheng's words were filled with unwavering determination. What are you talking about? Mo Lioli's fear intensified. She stared wide-eyed at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. He sensed the subtle changes in Mo Lioli's body, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction and pride welled up in his heart. He leaned down gently, close to Mo Lioli's ear, and whispered, I want to ask you a question. Do you know me? Otherwise, why did you seem hesitant when you saw me? Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and magnetic, and his question made Mo Lioli's pupils shrink sharply. A nameless panic and fear welled up in Mo Lioli's heart. Indeed, when she first saw Jiang Cheng, she felt a strange sense of familiarity and warmth. I don't know you. Mo Lioli denied through gritted teeth, her eyes flickering as she tried to avoid Jiang Cheng's piercing gaze. However, Jiang Cheng seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He chuckled and said slowly, Really? But your body seems to have betrayed you. Upon hearing this, Mo Lioli felt an indescribable sense of shame welling up inside her. What did you do to me? Mo Lioli's voice was choked with sobs, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Don't be afraid. I will treat you well, Jiang Cheng said softly. Being my beast girl is nothing special. You'll be very happy. I don't know either. This was originally my cave dwelling. I shouldn't have ever seen you before. However, when I first saw you, I did have a feeling of déjà vu. Have you admitted it? But I don't know why either. Mo Lioli's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. It doesn't matter anymore. Now I'm going to begin the contract with you. These words struck Mo Lioli like a thunderbolt. She grew increasingly terrified. There were too many strange things about this man, and she couldn't predict her ultimate fate. Who are you? The question seemed to be squeezed out from between her back teeth, filled with endless anger and resentment. However, Jiang Cheng ignored her. Suddenly, a ball of blazing white light appeared in his palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance like a small sun. Then, the ball of light emitted a power fluctuation that was familiar to Mo Lioli. The fluctuation surged like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming her senses. Chapter 289 Star Origin Blessed Land 4. What is this? Mo Lioli was completely stunned. She looked at the symbol that had appeared in Jiang Cheng's palm. The symbol was like an ancient totem, exuding a mysterious aura. She could sense the immense power contained within it, and most importantly, it even contained her own soul power. What are you? Mo Lioli's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. She couldn't imagine that this seemingly ordinary man possessed such terrifying abilities. Jiang Chung smiled slightly, without answering her question. The ball of light in his hand began to slowly rotate, and the symbol, as if alive, began to writhe. Jiang Chung took a deep breath and pressed the ball of light onto Mo Liuli's forehead. At that moment, Mo Liuli felt a powerful force surge into her body, and her soul seemed to be drawn by some mysterious power, beginning to form a strange connection with Jiang Chung. She was horrified to find that her body had begun to tremble uncontrollably, and an unprecedented sense of fear washed over her. However, just when she thought she was about to lose everything, that force suddenly softened. Like warm sunshine, it began to slowly nourish her soul. Mo Liuli felt as if her body was being baptized by some mysterious power, and an unprecedented sense of comfort washed over her. When Jiang Chung let go, Mo Liuli felt as if her soul was closely connected with Jiang Cheng's soul, and an indescribable sense of intimacy welled up in her heart. She stared at Jiang Chung in astonishment, as if he were a monster. You. Mo Liuli's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Chung smiled slightly. I've only signed a contract with you. From now on, you are my beast girl. At this critical moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot up from Mo Liuli's body, like the dawn breaking through the sky. The starry sky seemed to be scattered, stirred together, and gradually formed a vortex that connected heaven and earth. As the pillar of light rose, a powerful pressure gradually spread out, like a primordial beast from ancient times, carrying the power to destroy everything. Even Jiang Chung felt a little breathless. What a powerful being. He had only ever witnessed such a breathtaking scene when Ji Yuechan and Shun Linlang evolved to SSS level. The starry sky emitted a thunderous roar, and its color changed. In an instant, a vast expanse of white frost filled the entire world, seemingly freezing it completely. In the vast and endless star field, countless secret realms floated in the boundless darkness, and those secret realms that were close by all felt this terrifying pressure. For 1,000 years ago, very few people have actively exposed themselves in the star field. In the darkness, countless eyes opened simultaneously, casting terrifying pressure towards the location where the aura erupted. With a deafening roar, Jiang Chung felt as if he were carrying a mountain of 10,000 on his back. He trembled and could no longer stand. His chest heaved violently, and he was breathing rapidly, as if he were about to suffocate. A woo! A beastly roar echoed among the many blessed lands. Immediately afterwards, a huge tortoise shell gradually emerged from the pillar of light, floating above Jiang Cheng's head. With the appearance of the tortoise shell, those eyes that had been gazing and exerting pressure from a distance were blocked by the tortoise shell, and they all shed tears of blood. In an instant, the dozens of oppressive forces dissipated, and Jiang Chung felt a sense of relief, as if he had been pulled back from the brink of death. He looked up at the tortoise shell and pillar of light in the sky, and a feeling of indescribable shock welled up in his heart. It seems that these star origin blessed lands are actually interconnected. If it weren't for Mo Liuli's subconscious protection, I would probably be in danger. Thinking of this, Jiang Chung felt a wave of fear. Then, all the flames seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, suddenly drawn towards the giant tortoise shell, gradually converging and shrinking, eventually transforming into a human shape. A noble and aloof woman floated silently in the air, surrounded by a faint halo, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. In the darkness, someone murmured to themselves, their tone revealing disbelief and astonishment. Has a new beast girl been born? What level of beast girl is this? I thought it was a god awakening, but it turned out to be a beast girl. Even so, her aura is almost on par with that of a god. This is going to be interesting. It is said that some deities have awakened in the Great Yin region. Could this be a backup plan for the Great Yin? That's possible. That location should be within the star field sphere of influence of the Dian Kingdom. The Dian Kingdom really has some clever tactics. A nation's lifespan can last for 1,000 years. How could it possibly stand firm without some means? I don't think so. The Shadow Lord is a formidable being among the gods. The Great Yin Kingdom might not be able to handle him. This beast girl is probably at least SSS rank, one of the voices said gravely. A pantheon has suffered a period of decline, yet an SSS rank beast girl has still appeared. It's alright, one or two won't cause any harm. I fear this is a harbinger of disaster. Jiang Cheng's gaze remained fixed on Mo Liuli high in the sky. She slowly opened her eyes, and in that instant, the whole world seemed to tremble. Her gaze was cold and clear, filled with murderous intent, yet also subtly revealing a trace of composure. Jiang Cheng stood with his hands behind his back, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. It's done, Jiang Cheng thought with delight. At this moment, Mo Lioli's presence caused the surrounding space to tremble. He has already obtained 2 of the 4 divine beasts. Jiang Cheng felt her immense power, and a surge of indescribable pride welled up in his heart. Mo Lioli descended slowly, as light as a falling leaf touching the ground. The faint halo surrounding her gradually dissipated, but her noble and aloof temperament became even more pronounced. She gazed at Jiang Cheng, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, and said softly, "You actually made me a beast girl. Whatever your purpose, I think I should thank you because I'm finally free. This place has imprisoned me for far too long." Her words carried a sense of relief and liberation, as if she had been freed from heavy shackles. However, before the words were finished, large swathes of spiritual chains suddenly descended from the star field that had just returned to normal, locking Jiang City in place like a net. The spirit chains shimmered with dazzling light, like a river of stars cascading down, each one containing immense power. Countless star chains hung down from the sky, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, a truly magnificent sight. A surge of joy welled up in Jiang Cheng's heart as he felt the power contained within those spiritual chains flowing continuously into his body. At the beginning, just a few spirit chains descended, and his strength had already made a qualitative leap. And now, so many Starlink stars have been attracted. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes, feeling the immense power surging within his body. Chapter 290 Star Origin Blessed Land 5. After all the star chains merged into his body, Jiang Cheng began to cultivate as instructed by Ji Yuechan. Time flies by unnoticed, and years pass like an arrow. A moment feels eternal, yet fleeting. Surrounded his body, like the mist under the rising sun, mysterious and full of indescribable power. And in those eyes, a pale golden light shone brightly, as if it could see the essence of all things in the world, and also seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. With a thought, he could change the weather and turn the world upside down with a mere gesture. He stood up, his bones cracking as he felt the immense power surging within him, and an overwhelming surge of pride welled up inside him. Is this the true path to becoming a strong person? He murmured to himself. At this moment, Mo Lioli stood quietly to the side, gazing at Jiang Cheng's tall and straight figure, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Quite remarkable to be able to guide down even a few star chains, but he actually managed to bring down so many. It's absolutely appalling. Jiang Cheng opened his personal panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that his aptitude had directly broken through the SS stage and reached SSS level. Beast Soul Master, Jiang Cheng. Qualification, SSS level, 20.4%. Magic Power, 500,000/500,000. Soul Power, 3292. Strength, 2,855. Soul Skill, Soul Absorption. Soul Skill, Void Summoning. Soul Skill, Telepathy. Soul Skill, Azure Dragon Covering the Moon. Soul Skill, Magic Perspective. Soul Skill, Spirit Realm, New. Within a certain range, you can condense your mental energy into various forms, which can be used for attack or defense. When used for offense, it will ignore physical defense and directly attack the opponent's consciousness. When used for defense, it can resist a certain amount of physical attacks and provide 100% defense against soul power damage until your magic power is exhausted. Soul Skill, Spirit Seed, New. After planting a spiritual seed, it will subtly make the other person develop feelings for you. If the other person is unaware, the spiritual seed will take root and sprout over time, gradually increasing their feelings for you until they are completely controlled. Not only were its attributes greatly enhanced and its rank upgraded to SSS, but it also gained 2 powerful soul skills. The effectiveness of a device that can concentrate mental energy for both offense and defense is unknown. The other spiritual seed is interesting. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to use this thing to subtly transform the people around us? For example, the entire Jiangnan region of Wuhan University, or the entire city of Jianya. However, Jiang Cheng rejected the idea the next moment, firstly because he didn't know when it would take effect. Moreover, since it's a soul skill, it's highly likely that people will notice something. Jiang Cheng plans to find an opportunity to test it out first. Jiang Cheng composed himself and gestured for Mo Lioli to step aside. He was preparing to test his newly acquired spirit domain, soul skill, feeling both excited and slightly nervous, since it was a powerful soul skill that only those with SSS-level aptitude could possess. The sky was as black as ink, dotted with countless stars, like pearls scattered in the boundless universe, dazzling and mysterious. The ground was a grayish-white color, like the surface of the moon, quiet and desolate, adding an unusual atmosphere to the experiment. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and concentrated, his spiritual power surging out like a tide, instantly condensing into an invisible domain around him. With a thought, he transformed his spiritual power into a sharp blade and slashed fiercely at the ground. An invisible wave swept across the ground, and a deep crack appeared, as if it had been torn apart by some powerful force. The crack was several meters long, half a meter wide, and bottomless. The surrounding dust was shaken up and formed a hazy mist. This is the attack power of the spirit realm. Jiang Cheng stared wide-eyed at his masterpiece in astonishment. He never expected that this purely mental attack could have such destructive power. It was simply unbelievable. According to the skill description, this thing can completely ignore physical defenses, such as shields. This strike aimed at the very essence of the opponent's spirit. Wouldn't it kill them instantly? However, Jiang Cheng only thought about it. He didn't have a suitable person to conduct the experiment. Mo Lioli is one of us now. What if we damage her? Next, he began testing the defensive capabilities of the spirit realm. He concentrated his spiritual power, transforming it into a transparent shield, which he held in front of himself. Then, he signaled to Mo Lioli that she could begin her attack. She gathered all her strength, transforming it into a dazzling beam of light, and shot it fiercely towards Jiang Cheng. The beam of light streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, heading straight for Jiang Cheng. However, when the beam of light struck the transparent shield in front of Jiang Cheng, it seemed to be blocked by some invisible force and vanished without a trace in an instant. How is this possible? Mo Lioli stared wide-eyed at the transparent shield in astonishment. She never expected that this seemingly flimsy shield could withstand her full force attack. It was truly unbelievable. Jiang Cheng smiled as he put away the spirit realm, his heart filled with joy and pride. He knew that the potential of this spirit realm soul skill was far greater than this. As long as he continued to cultivate and improve his spiritual power, the power of this soul skill would become stronger and stronger. It seems that this spirit domain soul skill is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Cheng sighed, his eyes sparkling with endless anticipation. Mo Lioli, standing beside him, couldn't help but show surprise. This kid's soul skill was truly too strange, capable of producing such an amazing effect. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly frowned, as if she had sensed something unpleasant. A look of disgust, hard to conceal, appeared on her face, as if that aura had touched some taboo deep within her heart. Jiang Cheng noticed Mo Lioli's unusual behavior and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look like that? Mo Lioli frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, You seem to be tainted with the aura of a god, which makes me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's heart stirred. He quickly took out the mysterious bead from his pocket. It slowly rotated, revealing a delicate female figure curled up inside, like a sleeping fairy. The bead slowly rose into the air in Jiang Cheng's palm, mysterious and wondrous. Instantly, chains of stars descended from the void and merged with the bead. Although the number of stars in this chain is far less than that guided by Jiang Cheng, its unique features still make it a spectacular sight. Chapter 291 Star Origin Blessed Land 6. It truly is something from the gods. Mo Lioli was shocked. Although the thing was incomplete, she could still tell that it was a fragment of a divine soul, containing powerful energy. This thing must be broken. If we can gather the pieces, it might be possible to resurrect this god. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted. He thought to himself, perhaps the Lord of Shadows was also resurrected in this way. Mo Lioli gazed at Jiang Cheng's deep, thoughtful face, and a sense of relief welled up in her heart. Fortunately, this man was very capable, so I wasn't completely overlooked. Starlight, like water, gently fell, draping her face in a soft and mysterious silver veil. Mo Lioli's brows revealed an ethereal quality. Her eyes seemed to see through everything, yet held endless tenderness and deep affection. Her face was sharply defined, like a meticulously sculpted work of art, every feature perfectly proportioned. Under the starlight, her skin seemed to radiate a faint glow, like the finest porcelain, delicate and smooth. Jiang Chung felt Emo Lioli's gaze, looked up at her, and his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Bathed in starlight, she seemed to become the focus of the entire world, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Jiang Chung opened Emo Lioli's panel and began to examine it. Name, Emo Lioli. Beast Soul, Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Contractor, Jiang Chung, Mandatory Soul Contract. Level 0.00%. Qualification, SSS level, Sacred Beast Body. Soul Power, 20, Current Growth, 35/level, Rating, Supreme. Strength, 30, Current Growth, 40/level, Rating, Supreme. Attack Effects, 1, Frostbite, 2, Steadfastness, 3, Slaughter, 4, Wild Dance, 5, Bloodlust, 6, Curse Breaker, 7, Not Unsealed. Equipment, none. Beast Soul Skill. Sacred Beast Skill, Xianming Slash. Description, gathering the spirit of Xuanwu, unleashing a slash imbued with extreme cold. The slash contains chilling energy powerful enough to freeze blood, dealing massive physical damage to enemies and inflicting a strong slowing effect, drastically reducing their speed or even temporarily freezing them, creating opportunities for subsequent attacks. Sacred Beast Skill, Frost Shield Strike. Description, summons the Xuanwu Shield, condensing Xianbing power for a shield bash. During the bash, Xianbing power erupts, effectively blocking enemy attacks and inflicting freezing damage on enemies it touches, potentially even freezing them completely and rendering them immobile for a short time. Simultaneously, the shockwave generated by the shield bash also deals area damage to surrounding enemies. Sacred Beast Skill, Absolute Defense. Description, enters an invincible state for a short period of time, immune to all physical and magical attacks, providing a solid protective barrier for teammates. Limited Skill, Sacred Beast Impact, Forbidden Spell. Description, this skill gathers the full power of the Xuanwu Sacred Beast. When activated, the heavens and earth change color, and the massive energy fluctuations are awe-inspiring. Wherever the shockwave passes, everything is frozen, and enemies suffer unprecedented massive damage and are trapped in a prolonged frozen state. However, due to the immense power consumption of this skill, Emo Lioli needs a long period of rest and recovery after use to summon such power again. Cooldown, 10 hours. Hidden Evolution Level, reached Final Evolutionary Form. As expected of the Sacred Beast Xuanwu, its attributes are truly formidable. It's a direct upgrade to SSS level, increasing the number of times you can use your phone credit in Jiangxing, the province, by 1 tier. Jiang Chung checked the time and figured it was about time to go back. Suddenly the starlight in the sky dimmed a little. Jiang Chung noticed something unusual in the air and looked up. He saw a phantom-like shadow floating above him like a ghost. It was an old man with white hair and beard, an aged face, and an unreal appearance, as if he were formed from translucent mist, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. The old man's eyes were cold and his expression arrogant, as if he didn't care about the whole world. At this moment, he stared intently at the fragment of divine soul that floated silently in the air, bathed in starlight, a greedy look on his face. The fragment of the soul seemed to sense the old man's greed and actually flew towards Jiangcheng on its own, as if seeking his protection. Upon seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in the old man's eyes. Then, young man, give me that bead. The old man's voice was ethereal and otherworldly, as if it did not come from his mouth, but rather appeared directly in his mind. This opportunity is not something a mortal like you can enjoy. At the same time, he exuded an imposing aura, sneered, and thought, I bet you little brat will have to obediently hand it over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chung frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. He disliked the feeling of being looked down upon, staring coldly at the old man, preparing to deal with the upcoming changes. The old man's expression grew even more arrogant, as if he had already decided that Jiang Chung would obediently hand over the soul fragments to him. What if I don't give it to you? Jiang Cheng's voice was icy, startling the old man. He squinted at Jiang Chung a few times, then let out a cold snort. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Such a treasure should naturally belong to the virtuous. If you don't have enough good fortune and insist on taking it, you'll probably suffer. The old man was all bark and no bite, and a powerful force surged from the ground. Jiang Chung took a step forward, and his aura suddenly became sharp. A special domain was quietly forming around him, enveloping him and the old man. You want to make a move? Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. The old man sensed the changes around him and was somewhat shocked. His physical cultivation was insufficient to traverse the endless star field, so he could only choose to separate a portion of his spiritual power to condense into a consciousness body and come to see what was going on. He thought that as a superior being, the consciousness he formed by condensing a portion of his spiritual power would be enough to intimidate these mortals. But unexpectedly, they ran into a tough guy who was ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. This caught him somewhat off guard. The old man's eyes flickered uncertainly, and he shouted, his voice trembling with fear. Ew. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? I am. However, before he could finish speaking, Jiangqing interrupted him with a cold voice. Who you are is not important. What is important is that this is not a place for you to run wild. Spirit realm. Open. Jiang Cheng was worried about not having a place to test his new soul skill. Who would have thought that someone would actually deliver themselves to our doorstep? He activated his spiritual domain, transforming his spiritual power into a sword, and guided by his will, he roared towards the old man. The sword energy was extremely sharp, containing all of Jiang Cheng's spiritual power and willpower, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. Upon seeing this, a hint of fear flashed in the old man's eyes. He had not expected Jiang Cheng to possess such formidable strength. You dare to? Before the old man could finish speaking, the sword energy had already pierced through his body. Chapter 292, Star Origin Blessed Land 7. Jiang Cheng stood tall under the night sky, his body tightly enveloped by an invisible spiritual domain. His eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a deep and cold light. Driven by his will, the unseen spiritual realm transformed into countless crystal-clear, sharp long swords. They streaked through the air in dazzling arcs, shooting off like a meteor shower, heading straight for the old man's avatar. These long swords, born from the spiritual realm, embodies Jiang Cheng's profound understanding and mastery of spiritual power. These attacks were not merely physical, but also directly targeted the opponent's mental state, effectively suppressing the old man's mental entity, which was formed from pure spiritual energy. With the whistling of the long sword, the soul power surrounding the old man's mental body seemed to be activated, transforming into dazzling streams of light, attempting to resist the invasion of the sword energy. However, those streaks of light appeared so fragile in the face of Jiang Cheng's sword energy, easily pierced through as if they were made of paper. Jiang Cheng's attacks poured down like a storm, each sword precisely piercing the old man's mental body, causing his physical form to gradually dim, as if it would dissipate into the night sky at any moment. The sword energy, however, was like an indestructible blade, easily piercing through the power of those souls, and with overwhelming force, one sword strike after another continuously penetrated the old man's body. Each time he passed through, his condensed form dimmed a little, as if it might dissipate into the night sky at any moment. The old man was terrified. He never imagined he would be so easily defeated by this junior. He hurriedly mobilized all his mental energy to try to resist the sword energy's attack, but found that his strength was so insignificant in the face of that sword energy. No, it's impossible. The old man's voice trembled. He couldn't accept this fact. He thought that as a superior being, the consciousness he had formed by condensing a portion of his spiritual power was powerful enough to intimidate these mortals. However, reality gave him a cruel lesson. The sword energy poured down like a storm, tearing the old man's condensed form to shreds. The old man's heart was filled with a monstrous wave of horror, which surged endlessly, yet he could only watch helplessly as his soul power crumbled and disintegrated little by little under the unparalleled sword energy, until it finally collapsed completely. You just wait, kid. Jiang Cheng's eyes were cold and stern, showing no pity whatsoever. This old man of unknown origin had tried to seize the fragment of divine soul from him, and now he had met such an end, truly deserving of death. He turned back to the altar, quietly waiting for time to pass so that he could be teleported back to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell on a figure not far away. That was the patriarch of the Luo family. He had been pierced by the ice pillar earlier, but now he was sitting cross-legged, as if absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Under the nourishment of vital energy, her wounds were slowly healing, and her aura was gradually becoming stronger. Jiang Cheng shook his head, sighing inwardly. Unexpectedly, the Luo family patriarch turned misfortune into blessing, and his strength was even enhanced as a result. He slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in thought. At this moment, Jiangcheng appeared solemn and dignified, surrounded by a faint starlight, exuding an indescribable holiness, as if it had transcended the disturbances of the world and reached a new realm. When the light on the altar shone again, enveloping the entire city of Jiang, he knew that he was about to return to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. At this moment, the night is deep on the campus of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but the spacious training ground is still brightly lit. The group stared intently at the teleportation point of the Central Star Origin Blessed Land, their faces filled with a complex mix of anticipation and anxiety. Ji Yuechan's figure was graceful, like a blooming night lotus. Beside her, several beast girls gathered together, each exuding a different aura, but all waiting for the arrival of their common master, Jiangcheng. Just now, I received news that the star field where Jiangcheng is located has experienced a violent energy fluctuation. Ji Yuechan frowned, her voice tinged with unease. I'm afraid Jiangcheng encountered some accident inside. Everyone was taken aback by these words. A look of worry instantly appeared on Shun Linlong's face. She clenched her hands together as if she were praying for Jiangcheng. How could this be? She muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the teleportation point, afraid of missing any movement. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Jiangcheng must have had some kind of adventure inside. I believe that even if something unexpected happens, he will be able to turn the danger into safety, Zhang Luoshan said loudly. These words acted as a reassurance, calming everyone down a bit. They all nodded, though they were still a little uneasy, but that was the only way they could comfort themselves at the moment. Time passed second by second, but the teleportation location remained unchanged. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Inside Xingyuan Blessed Land, Jiangcheng's lips curled slightly. His strength had increased once again. However, the rate of improvement is much slower than when I first entered the market. Cultivating in the star field is dangerous. If you stay there for too long, you are easily possessed by demons from outside the field. Therefore, there are strict time limits. It's time to go back. Mo Liuli stood beside Jiangcheng, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Jiangcheng's qualifications are astonishing, and his background is even more mysterious. With the added boost from dozens of star chains, his cultivation speed was astonishing. Mo Liuli's lips curled up slightly. She had to admit that she had gained a completely new understanding of Jiangcheng. The Luo family patriarch returned to the spatial portal, and Jiangcheng put the spatial portal away. A streak of light flashed by. It was the light transmitted from the altar, which enveloped Jiangcheng tightly before disappearing without a trace in an instant. When Jiangcheng reappeared, he had already returned to the training grounds of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. He was surrounded by a faint glow, his eyes deep and cold, as if he had experienced countless storms and become more mature and composed. His appearance instantly put everyone's minds at ease. Jiangcheng. The girls excitedly ran over, hugging Jiangcheng tightly, touching him here and there from time to time. Ji Yuechan, Shun Linlang, and the others quickly stepped forward, their faces beaming with undisguised excitement. It's so good to see you back, Ji Yuechan said softly, her eyes glistening with tears. She is the sacred beast Xuanwu, Jiangcheng said slowly, shocking the other women. The sacred beast Xuanwu? No wonder she looks so intimidating. She's an SSS-Rank beast girl, huh? Shun Linlang looked at Mo Liuli, her thoughts racing. Chapter 293 Secrets. On a moonlit night, Jiangcheng returned to his residence with several women. After spending some time being intimate with the girls, he returned to his room and had some questions he wanted to ask Mo Liuli. After all, cultivation in the Star Origin Blessed Land is time-limited, so there's no need to waste so much time on questioning. Do you know me? Where does this sense of familiarity come from? Can you feel it? Also, who are you? Jiangcheng asked. I'm certain I've never seen you since I was born, yet I can feel a deep familiarity with you, a feeling that seems to originate from my bloodline. Mo Liuli frowned, pondered for a moment, and then continued. My name is Mo Liuli. I am the current patriarch of the Xuanwu clan, but also its only member. She sighed. What's going on here? Are you a creature from the starfield? You seem completely unsurprised to be here. Jiangcheng recalled the woman's appearance when she arrived, and saw no sign of shock. In the distant past, Xuanwu always referred to a tribe. Although the Xuanwu tribe had a low birth rate, they had a long lifespan and amazing combat power, which allowed them to maintain a place in the star field. Unfortunately, the ancient war broke out later, which caused the world to fall apart, and the Xuanwu tribe was completely wiped out. I was just an egg at the time, which is why I survived. Then why were you sealed away? Jiang Cheng continued to press, realizing that Mo Yuli indeed had a remarkable background. The Xuanwu clan originally have many members? The birth of the Xuanwu clan requires an extremely harsh external environment. Later, someone hatched me and sealed me. The person who successfully hatched me told me that a long time later, someone would break the seal and help me escape. At this point, she glanced at Jiang Cheng again. Her face flushed slightly. He also said, Mo Yuli stammered. Jiang Cheng found it strange. This woman didn't usually talk like this. Why was she stammering now? Could she be hiding something? What else did that mysterious person tell you? Did it contain any secrets about the ancient times? No, he said. Mo Yuli's expression changed, and her voice softened. Why won't you tell me? I'm so impatient. Jiang Cheng was also hearing these things for the first time, and was finding them interesting when this guy started keeping him in suspense, which naturally annoyed him. He also said that I am the last hope of the Xuanwu clan, and that my bloodline contains the key to restoring the glory of the Xuanwu clan. Moreover, he prophesied that when I needed help the most, a powerful figure from afar would appear to help me break free from the seal and restore the prestige of the Xuanwu clan. Mo Yuli's voice grew softer and softer, until it was almost a murmur, but her bright eyes remained fixed on Jiang Cheng. At the same time, he will also restore the glory of the Xuanwu clan, as well as the number of the clan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a strange stirring within him. Wait, how many tribes are there? That's right. I didn't believe it at first either, because humans cannot have offspring, but I think you might be different. Mo Yuli blushed. Explain clearly. How exactly do you intend to restore it? That is. Mo Yuli took the initiative to embrace Jiang Cheng, hugging him tightly. It's with you. She turned her head to the side, her face full of shyness. Jiang Cheng finally understood why she had been stammering. So that's how it is. I can sense a powerful evolutionary force within you. Perhaps it really is possible, Mo Yuli said softly, her expression ambiguous. Looking into Mo Yuli's expectant eyes, Jiang Cheng felt a strange sense of responsibility welling up inside him. Well, alright then. He reluctantly accepted this explanation. Who is that mysterious person? How does he know so much? Jiang Cheng pressed, wanting to know more about this mysterious person. Mo Yuli shook her head, a look of confusion on her face. I don't know who he is. Apart from helping me hatch at the beginning, he has only appeared in my dreams a few times, each time leaving only some vague prophecies and guidance. But I can feel that he has no ill intentions towards me, and his power is very strong. Jiang Cheng remained silent for a moment, pondering to himself. This mysterious figure is clearly no ordinary person. He can foresee the future and even influence the fate of an ancient race. As the last hope of the Xuanwu clan, Mo Yuli's appearance may truly signify an impending revolution. The current situation is becoming increasingly unpredictable. The resurrected Shadow Lord. The fragments of the water god in his own hands. Now another sacred beast, Xuanwu, has appeared, clearly having been preordained. One last question. As far as I know, Xuanwu is one of the 4 sacred beasts. Since your clan was originally very powerful, you shouldn't have almost been wiped out. Our Xuanwu clan already possesses consciousness and begins to receive knowledge transmission even in the egg stage. I don't remember much about what happened back then. I only know a little bit. Although all members of our clan are called Xuanwu, there can only be one sacred beast. Unless the previous generation perishes, there will be no next sacred beast. I see. Jiang Cheng touched his chin and asked several more questions. This Xuanwu comes from a very long time ago, and unlike Zhang Luotian who knows nothing, she knows some ancient secrets. Do you know where the other 2, Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, are right now? I don't know about that, but it's highly likely that it's gone. That's it. Over the long period of time, I have also encountered many powerful humans who have strayed into this blessed land. If I find one pleasing to the eye, I will ask them to try to help me escape from my predicament. So I am generally aware of what has happened to you humans. The 4 sacred beasts and their respective tribes were completely wiped out during the long period of chaos and no longer exist. Jiang Cheng nodded. The moonlight, like fine silk threads, quietly filtered through the cracks in the window lattice, spilling into the room and draping the tranquil space in a soft silver veil. The light danced through Mo Yuli's hair, adding a touch of mystery and allure to her face. As she spoke, her voice gradually softened, and she gently leaned into Jiang Cheng's arms, like a knight, blooming cereus quietly releasing its fragrance. You've asked me so many questions, can I ask you one too? Mo Lioli looked up at Jiang Cheng, a faint blush on her face. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, reached out and gently put his arm around her waist, and said in a gentle tone, "Ask away. As long as it's something I can answer, I will definitely tell you." Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Mo Lioli's eyes. She narrowed her eyes, like a cunning little fox, and asked softly, "Your beast girls seem to be quite extraordinary. What are their origins?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ponder it to himself. Each of his beast girls has an extraordinary background, which is one of the assets that allows him to establish himself in this world. So he slowly began to speak, telling Mo Lioli about the origins of Ji Yuechan, Shun Linlang, and the others. Chapter 294. The situation is deteriorating. 1. Near Jinghai, in Yunzhou province. A group of soldiers in special patrol uniforms were steadily moving toward a grove of trees. Many of the special patrol soldiers showed an undisguised fear on their faces, and their eyes flashed with tension and vigilance. This sense of unease quietly spread through the ranks, causing their originally orderly steps to become somewhat disordered. Ahead lay a dense forest, with towering trees that seemed to pierce the sky like giant pillars, their branches and leaves so thick they blocked out the sun. Deep in the woods, a cool, gloomy aura wafted out, carrying an indescribable chill that made one's heart pound. As the group ventured deeper into the area, the surrounding environment became increasingly dark and eerie. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, making a sound that was like a whisper or a wail. Occasionally, the roar of a wild beast would drift from afar, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, scanning their surroundings warily. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from behind me. The sound was sharp and piercing, like the wailing of a lonely soul in the middle of the night, or a call from the abyss, making one's scalp tingle and one's heart feel as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. The soldiers, startled, turned around and saw a ferocious beast roaring as it charged out of the shadows of the forest. The behemoth was enormous, with blood-red eyes and bared fangs. Its appearance instantly shattered the tense and frozen atmosphere. The entire team seemed to be suddenly propelled by an invisible force, instantly plunging into chaos. The soldiers panicked, but their well-trained instincts allowed them to react quickly. At the same time, a layer of silver light began to slowly adhere to their bodies, and the silver light, like flowing liquid, gradually condensed into a set of silver armor. The armor had sleek lines and exuded power. The soldiers raised their weapons and pulled the triggers at the behemoth. Instantly, gunfire erupted, sparks flew, and smoke filled the air. Bullets rained down on the behemoth, but seemed to only fuel its rage. Soldiers fell one after another in the struggle against the giant beast. Each of these ferocious beasts has a jet-black eye on its back. After fighting for a while, just when they were about to kill the giant beast, they were shocked to find that several more enhanced, huge tigers and leopards, their bodies filled with black energy, had run up from not far away. They were agile and surrounded by black energy, like overlords who had walked out of the underworld, carrying overwhelming murderous aura and pressure. A major battle is about to break out. Several colossal beasts clashed instantly with soldiers clad in silver armor. The silver armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, creating a stark contrast with the darkness of the beasts. Despite their large numbers, the soldiers were still struggling against the behemoth's terrifying strength and speed. On the backs of these colossal beasts, without exception, grew a pitch-black eyeball, which seemed to contain endless evil and destructive power. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the soldiers were terrified, but they did not back down. They gripped their weapons tightly and engaged in a desperate battle with the giant beasts. Gunshots, cannon fire, and roars mingled together, creating a breathtaking scene of battle. The battle lasted for more than an hour, during which soldiers fell one after another, but many more gritted their teeth and held their posts. Finally, after suffering heavy losses, with nearly half of its combat personnel lost, the Special Patrol Team successfully wiped out the black-eyed beasts from the area. Looking at the carcasses of giant beasts scattered on the ground and their wounded comrades, the soldiers were filled with grief and sorrow. On the way back, everyone remained silent, with only the heavy sound of their footsteps echoing. Looking at the area behind them, already cordoned off, they felt a mix of emotions. The presence of these black-eyed, ferocious beasts. Many members of the Special Patrol Team sighed deeply. Such situations occur frequently in several provinces surrounding Jinghai. The infected population includes both humans and animals, making the eradication extremely difficult. Another wave of beast attacks has occurred recently, making the situation increasingly tense. However, many villages surrounding Jinghai City suffered as a result. Due to the lack of sturdy city walls and the protection of strong individuals, there are almost no survivors left except in large cities. On the main road, one can see homeless and pitiful people everywhere, begging with their hands and feet cut off. GT&I rubbed his face. Because of his outstanding performance in Jianya, he was transferred to the area around Jinghai to guard the capital. But the current record isn't that impressive. He frowned, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Send someone to transfer Jiangcheng from Jianya. This is a critical moment. These giant beasts are too strong. If we can't find the root cause and solve the problem once and for all, we may be caught in an endless vortex of war. Below looked shocked, thinking to himself, how could Commander G value Jiangcheng so much? Truly deserves to be the top scholar of our great Yin kingdom this year. Yes, mission accomplished. Yinzhou Province. In a remote village, the last rays of the setting sun weakly fall on the dilapidated earthen walls, casting a faint golden glow over the tranquil yet somewhat uneasy village. In the center of the village, a group of dark-skinned, thin villagers tightly gripped various crude weapons, including hoes, sickles, and even wooden sticks. They were gathered together, so close that they could almost feel each other's rapid breathing. The faces of these villagers were etched with vigilance and tension. Their brows were furrowed, their lips were downturned, and every muscle was taut to the extreme. Their eyes darted around frequently, as if afraid that some sudden danger might break the brief peace. The children were tightly protected behind the adults, their little faces filled with worry and fear that were beyond their years. The old man in the village, with a white beard but eyes that revealed a kind of determination and indomitable spirit, stood at the front of the crowd, holding a sharpened sickle in his hand. It was the tool he used to farm when he was young, but now it had become a weapon to protect his home. Everyone be careful. These black-eyed, ferocious beasts are becoming increasingly rampant. We must remain vigilant at all times. The old man's voice was deep and powerful, as if carrying a strange power to calm people's hearts. Upon hearing this, the villagers all nodded in agreement. During this period, a terrible disaster broke out. Not only did the strength of the originally fixed ferocious beasts increase several times, but they also broke away from their original fixed territories and attacked various villages. Their village was the only place within a radius of hundreds of miles that had not been slaughtered by ferocious beasts. Everyone kept their eyes glued to the cloud of smoke not far away, not daring to relax their vigilance for even a moment. A group of people emerged from the billowing dust, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The group of people were wearing uniforms and looked like they were from a special patrol team. I heard that the one from Yinzhou was General GT&I, but I don't know who their general from Yinzhou is. I hope he's a kind and benevolent general. As the people drew closer, they gradually became clearer to everyone. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The young man at the head of the group, clad in silver armor, looked like a war god descending to earth. He sat astride a tall horse, his eyes cold as ice, carrying a hint of majesty. Several elderly men approached, carrying water jugs. Fellow villager, have a drink of water. He suddenly lashed out with his whip, the tip striking the old man who had come forward to offer him water with perfect accuracy. The old man fell to the ground with a thud, a shocking bloodstain instantly appearing on his forehead, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Come on, quickly surround them. Don't let a single one escape. With the young officer's order, the uniformed soldiers behind him moved swiftly, raising their dark gun barrels and surrounding the unarmed, terrified villagers. Among the villagers, several strong young men reacted quickly and began to try to resist, while several beast girls went straight into beast form, attempting to protect their homes and loved ones in this way. However, their resistance seemed so futile in the face of fully armed and well-trained soldiers. Attention, all personnel. Begin the encirclement. These people are all infected with black eyes. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The young officer's voice was cold and firm, as if he were reading a preordained verdict. No, we didn't. The old man, who had been whipped, struggled to his feet. He hurriedly took off his shirt, revealing his thin body, and explained urgently. Our village has never been infected by black eyes. We have always had the habit of digging cellars. Whenever the strange beasts attack, we hide in the cellars for refuge. If I say it exists, then it exists. The officer sneered, his eyes revealing an unwavering resolve. The old man's finger trembled as he pointed at the officer, his voice filled with anger and despair. You, how could you do this? If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being in an infected area. Black pupils are everywhere now. Even if you don't get infected now, you might get infected later. Just accept your fate. The commander of the special patrol had half a sentence left unsaid. As long as we seal off the infected area, the alien beasts won't be able to get in, and we kill everyone in the infected area, then no matter how much damage Black Eyes causes, we can just report it. At her command, the soldiers began to move. Gunfire, artillery fire, and the villagers' cries of agony mingled together, creating a horrific scene. There was not a trace of pity or hesitation in his eyes. No one knows who set the fire, but the entire village was engulfed in flames, and cries and wails rose and fell. Suddenly, in the far distance, a terrifying, pitch-black wave suddenly appeared. Countless colossal beasts, like a raging torrent, rushed in from afar, causing the earth to tremble beneath their feet, as if unable to withstand this terrifying power. Leading the pack was a terrifying dragon, horned beast unlike any seen before. Its body was so enormous that it was astonishing, like a moving mountain. Every step it took was accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook people to their core. A black eyeball was embedded in its forehead, and that eyeball seemed to contain endless evil and destructive power, making people afraid to look directly at it. On his back sat a majestic figure, his entire body covered in jet black armor, which was covered with black barbs. The armor was ferocious, yet exuded a sense of majesty, like a demon god who had stepped out of the underworld. The air around this person seemed to freeze, shrouded in black mist, which was extremely shocking. The long sword in his hand was like the scythe of death. Each swing was accompanied by a piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. As they stormed in, the special patrol's position instantly descended into chaos, and a fierce battle ensued. However, to everyone's surprise, these silver-armored men lost their earlier imposing manner when facing these ferocious beasts. Their weapons grazed the behemoth scales, leaving only shallow marks that did not cause any real damage. The black-armored man on the back of the dragon-horned beast was like the Grim Reaper, his long sword never missing its mark, each swing precisely severing the body of a special patrol member. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Blood quickly stained the ground, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burning. Despite their valiant resistance, the members of the special patrol appeared so small and powerless in the face of the immense power of these behemoths and black-armored men. In this battle, members of the special patrol fell one after another, their bodies trampled by the giant beasts and severed by long swords, their blood and limbs scattered all over the ground. The giant beasts and black-armored men, however, seemed tireless, continuing their slaughter. The villagers were already in despair, but suddenly someone noticed something. The ferocious beasts didn't seem to do anything to them, and some of them even deliberately avoided the villagers. Their sharp teeth and jaws seemed to be only aimed at those pesky special patrols. Many people were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. The patrol members who were supposed to protect them turned on them with knives. Ironically, the Black Eyes, who caused so much panic, ended up saving them. What exactly happened? The villagers stood there, stunned, the scene before them as unbelievable as a dream. The old man, who had been knocked to the ground by the officer, had bloodstains on his forehead that were gradually drying, but his eyes were becoming increasingly confused. His hands trembled as he looked at the retreating giant beasts and the black-armored men on their backs, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. He and all his fellow villagers were almost killed when, fortunately, these ferocious beasts appeared just in time, as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens to save them from their dire situation. The young people beside the old man also looked incredulous. As the valiant black-armored men slaughtered all the patrol members, the giant beasts began to slowly retreat. Their massive bodies cast long shadows in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if bidding farewell to the villagers. The villagers watched them leave, their hearts filled with gratitude. When the last giant beast disappeared from sight, the entire village fell into a brief silence. Then, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted. The villagers embraced each other and wept, celebrating this hard-won chance to survive. Jianya City. Jiang Cheng stared at the transfer order in front of him and fell into deep thought. The situation in Jinghai seems to be more troublesome than I imagined. Otherwise, why would my father-in-law have thought of sending me to Yunzhou province? But according to the battle reports, The Yinzhou defense zone next to Yunzhou is reporting one victory after another. Why doesn't he ask for help, but instead sends me there instead? That's strange. Jiang Cheng was also somewhat unsure. He had planned to practice his level a bit more and then arrive in Jinghai before Qin Shuyu's coming-of-age ceremony. Quite complicated right now. Chapter 295. The situation is deteriorating, too. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate. Even if it was for Qin Shuyu's sake, he was determined to make the trip to Jinghai. Now that I have a reasonable explanation, I don't even need to make up an excuse anymore. Every university student is equivalent to a patrol reserve, and GTNI has the right to conscript himself to go there, not to mention that he has just been granted a title. It can be said that this trip was perfectly legitimate. As for leveling up, there are plenty of exotic beasts there, so leveling up there is the same thing. Having made up his mind, Jiang Cheng decided to set off immediately. Because of the long distance, there is no direct teleportation array. Jinghai dispatched a magic-powered long-range aircraft directly from there. Jiang Cheng walked to the designated area and saw a uniquely shaped aircraft slowly descending. Its shape resembled an exquisite saucer, and its streamlined fuselage shimmered with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight, hovering quietly in midair. The aircraft exuded a faint magical aura, making it appear quite mysterious. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes, and he secretly admired her. Such technology is undoubtedly synonymous with cutting-edge technology. From any aircraft he had ever seen on Earth in his previous life, it had no propellers in the traditional sense, nor wide wings. The entire body was a single piece, as if it had been carved from a single piece of unknown material. The aircraft's hatch slowly opened, and a soft light spilled out, illuminating Jiang Cheng's face and adding to his heroic air. As Jiang Cheng stepped into the aircraft, the cabin door closed automatically. The entire interior space was spacious and comfortable, filled with various instruments and control panels that he had never seen before, flashing with different colors of light. He found a seat and sat down, feeling the aircraft slowly rise, pass through the clouds, and speed towards the distant Jinghai. This speed, Jiang Cheng was also experiencing this thing for the first time. The entire Dian Kingdom felt very out of place to Jiang Cheng. For example, this flying machine, let alone Donghai City, even after he's been in Jianya for so long, this is the first time he's ever seen one. The public has blocked all knowledge related to magically powered machinery. If caught, the minimum sentence is 3 years. What are the higher-ups afraid of? Jiang Cheng frowned, unable to help but connect these events with the massive city of Grandia in Donghai City. Could it be that in the distant past, a massive disaster occurred because of magic power technology? Yinzhou Province, outside Yinqing. On the vast plains, rows of square buildings constructed of silver sheet metal, like giant metal blocks, are arranged closely and orderly, surrounding the majestic city of Cloud City, creating a breathtaking and spectacular scene. These military camps, like steel forests on the earth, each exuded a cold and resolute aura. They shone with a silvery luster under the sunlight, complementing each other and creating a unique aesthetic. From high above, one sees a vast, boundless, silvery ocean. The spacing between them is precise to the millimeter, resembling a meticulously calculated chessboard, showcasing a rigorous and efficient military layout. As the aircraft slowly descended, Jiang Cheng stepped onto this land filled with iron, blood, and glory. It was only then that Jiang Cheng realized the situation was actually much more complicated than he had imagined. The entire military camp was filled with a grim atmosphere and a thick stench of blood. A young man in a patrol uniform walked towards us. His uniform was embroidered with exquisite badges, suggesting that he held a high position in the military. His face was clean and his clothes were spotless, exuding gentlemanly demeanor. He smiled, his expression gentle, and extended his hand to Jiang Cheng. "I am Li Yunxin, and I am in charge of reception. Welcome to the team. Commander Ji has led a team to Jishan. It is said that there are traces of Black Eye there." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, politely responding to Li Yunxin's greetings a few times. "Thank you for your welcome, brotherly. I'm new here, so please take good care of me," Jiang Cheng said politely, while secretly observing Li Yunxin's reaction. Jiang Cheng felt that something was off about this man, but he had no idea why this person gave him this feeling. It can only be attributed to a sixth sense. Li Yunxin smiled and nodded, leading Jiang Cheng deeper into the military camp. Along the way, he gave a detailed account of the military camp and the current situation, his words revealing a sense of composure and confidence. As they ventured deeper into the camp, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive, filled with an indescribable sense of unease. These days, our people have suffered so much. After getting to know each other a bit better, Li Yunxin's brows furrowed slightly, and her tone unconsciously carried a hint of worry. This will be a special time, and everyone is carrying a heavy burden on their shoulders. Jiangqing nodded. Actually, there's a better way. Li Yunxin finally couldn't help but whisper her thoughts. What method? Jiangqing's heart stirred, and he asked curiously. He keenly sensed that this topic seemed to touch upon some unknown secrets deep within the military camp. Of course it is an excellent method, enough to overturn the current stalemate and solve everything. Li Yunxin's eyes suddenly became deep. You may not know this, but of the 3 major defense zones near Jinghai, only our Yunzhou defense zone has not made any substantial progress so far. He paused slightly, as if considering his next words. It's just a pity that Commander G doesn't want to use that method, alas. He sighed, his voice filled with complex emotions that were hard to describe, as if he were helpless in the face of his current predicament. Perhaps Yunzhou was more severely affected by the disaster? Jiangqing comforted him. Not really. Li Yunxin shook his head slightly, a deep look flashing in his eyes. There are naturally intricacies to this, which are not for outsiders to know. But since you are valued so highly by Commander G, I think you might be able to understand something on a deeper level. How do you think this black eye should be eliminated? Li Yunxin stopped in her tracks. With no one around, her tone suddenly became serious. Jiangqing hesitated for a moment, his thoughts racing, and slowly said, after being infected by the black eyes, ordinary creatures will have their combat power greatly enhanced, turning into ferocious beasts, and humans are no exception. At the same time, they will also be controlled by a mysterious force. In the Janya incident, I clearly felt that there seemed to be a common consciousness among these infected people. In other words, these people and beasts can actually be controlled by some unknown entity. He paused here, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing. Therefore, I believe that the key to eradicating the black eye infected lies in finding and eliminating the manipulator. Chapter 296. The situation is deteriorating. 3. Only by striking decisively and eradicating the root cause can the threat of black eye be completely eliminated, and peace be restored to this land. Of course, despite his words, he didn't have much hope for this method. Because the root cause of this problem is difficult for anyone to eradicate at this stage. That's a deity. Even newly awakened deities could fight GT&I to a standstill. If Jiangqing hadn't been protected by the fragments of the water god last time, he probably would have died. How is he supposed to fight this thing? Jiangqing's trip this time was purely to enhance his resume. As for anything like directly attacking the enemy's capital, he wouldn't take the risk. At most, he would just talk his way out of it. Upon hearing Jiangqing's reply, Li Yunxin glanced at him a few times and suddenly realized, Brother Jiang is indeed insightful. Your views are exactly the same as Commander G's. It's a pity. Actually, this is not the optimal solution. Li Yunxin continued, her voice deep and magnetic. The higher-ups have already expressed their dissatisfaction with Commander G. If this hot potato of Yunzhou's defense cannot be resolved, I'm afraid that if they blame him, Commander G's position will be in jeopardy. And if this cannot be resolved, it will probably also affect your career, right? He stared intently at Jiangqing, a glint of barely perceptible shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Jiangqing's heart stirred, but he remained calm on the surface and said with a faint smile, Brotherly, you flatter me. I am just a student. How could I have any talk of an official career? I came here today simply to do my part and contribute to the defense of Yunzhou. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxin smiled meaningfully. Brother Jiang is too modest. With your strength and wisdom, why worry about not achieving something in the future? However, to get back to the point, regarding the matter of black eyes, I do have a bolder idea that might be able to break the current deadlock. He paused deliberately at this point, seemingly observing Jiangqing's reaction. Seeing the curiosity on Jiangqing's face, he slowly continued. This method is very simple. All we need to do is surround the infected area and kill all the infected people inside. As long as no one leaks information, black eye will be suppressed. Jiangqing was shocked. Doesn't this mean abandoning everyone in the infected area? And judging from Li Yunxin's expression, he actually agreed. Jiangqing considered himself a cold-blooded person, but this might be able to hold out for a while. However, it was undeniable that a large number of people in the infected areas would die. If he remembered correctly, there were tens of millions of people in the surrounding infected area. Those aren't livestock, they're people. But not everyone in the infected area is necessarily infected, right? Why are you making such a sweeping generalization? Jiangqing hesitated. Li Yunxin's words were like sharp blades in the cold wind, each word revealing determination and ruthlessness, and his eyes became unusually cold at this moment. What's there to be afraid of? We'll wipe out all the ones that are close to our defense zone, then guard the major intersections and kill them one by one. His words were casual, yet they struck Jiang Cheng like a thunderclap, sending a chill down his spine. Jiang Cheng stared wide-eyed at Li Yunxin in disbelief, a wave of shock washing over him. He never imagined that anyone could speak of the passing of life so casually, as if those about to die were not living people, but insignificant pigs and dogs. Brotherly, how could you do this? He paused, his gaze lingering on the distance, as if he could pierce through the fog and see a future scene. Think it over carefully, and it would be best if Commander Ji also thought about it carefully. We can't delay any longer. The situation in the Yunzhou defense zone is extremely urgent. If we don't take action soon, the entire Dian Kingdom may be plunged into crisis. After saying that, Li Yunxin turned and left, leaving Jiang Cheng standing there alone, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He watched Li Yunxin's departing figure, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This person may seem to be talking to me, but in reality, they might be trying to convey a message through me. After only a few words, the conversation veered towards GT and I. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Did indeed come here because of GT and I, and naturally, I bear the mark of this place. Could it be that Li Yunxin has something he can't say to GT and I, his superior, and that he feels he is GT's confidant since he came to Yunzhou at this time? Message through yourself? Upon realizing this implication, Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. After a while, he realized that his idea, upon closer examination, actually had no flaws. Since Ji Yuechan was able to become the principal of Jianya, her family's influence in Jianya must be deeply rooted and unshakable. Born in Jiangnan province, and then recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he made headlines in major media outlets, and this time, he was transferred here by GT and I. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit amused and exasperated. To outsiders, he was undoubtedly a GT and I supporter, the kind of supporter who couldn't be denied. Why was such an important reward given out when the black eye occurred in Jianya last time? It was a medal award, and the entire Dian Kingdom hadn't awarded medals in a long time. On the surface, he seemed very surprised to see the reward being delivered from above, but Jiang Cheng later heard that the reward was secretly arranged by GT and I, and it took a lot of effort. After all, within Jianya City, whoever receives this reward will be automatically branded as part of their faction. This indirectly increases the strength of their party. Jiang Cheng gave a wry smile. He could indeed find the source of this black pupil, but whether he could solve it was another matter. That thing is really evil. So many days have passed, so many people have been infected, and now we don't even know how far it has grown. What can he use to fight? Jiang Cheng, adopting a not-my-problem attitude, also decided to give up and just casually accumulate some experience. Killing mutated beasts is no problem, and you can level up along the way. It's not like he's tired of living and wants to take on a high-difficulty challenge. Now that he has more and more high-quality beast girls, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the strongest in the world, so there's no need to rush. This great chaos, for them, is not much of a bad thing. The most urgent task at present is to increase our strength, level up the beast girls quickly, and then form a contract with Qin Shiyu. Jiang Cheng had met this princess twice before, but both times the contract failed for various reasons. Without the Shadow King, he would have been in a real predicament. After all, she's a princess. Not just anyone has the right to get involved. If things don't get chaotic, he really doesn't have much confidence in securing a contract with her. Here comes my chance to fish in troubled waters. Once I complete the contract, I'll just toss him into the spatial portal, and no one will know a thing. Perfect. Chapter 297. The situation is deteriorating. In a forest somewhere in Yunzhou, Jiang Cheng was leading a special patrol team to a gathering point for Black Eyes. The most urgent task at present is to upgrade. It is foreseeable that the entire Dian Kingdom will soon undergo tremendous changes, and improving one's own strength is the only way to succeed. These infected beasts often appear in groups, and they are very strong, so they naturally have more experience points. It's a great place to upgrade. Deep in the dark forest, sunlight is blocked by the dense canopy, leaving only dappled light and shadow that dance on the ground, like messengers of the night, outlining patches of darkness in the midst of daylight. All around, tall trees stand silently like guardians, their branches and leaves intertwined to form a natural barrier, isolating the outside world from light and noise. A heavy atmosphere permeated the air. Every inch of the forest seemed to be shrouded in gloom, and even the air itself carried an indescribable sense of heaviness. It was as if time itself had slowed down and solidified here. Jiang Cheng and several combat personnel trudged through the withered branches and fallen leaves, each step making a soft, rustling sound that seemed particularly jarring in the silent forest. Suddenly, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps came from afar, accompanied by the sound of branches being roughly pushed aside. A group of dark figures, like ghosts in the night, quickly approached them. Jiang Cheng's face lit up with joy. The special patrol members behind him were illuminated by a dazzling white light. The white light, like the first rays of dawn, instantly enveloped their bodies. Silver armor gradually materialized in the light, making them look like ancient silver knights, majestic and inviolable. These monsters seemed to be enhanced versions. Everyone be careful. A patrolman's voice rang out in the group, tinged with tension and vigilance. Yes, the terrifying thing about black eyes is that they can break through the limits of living beings, allowing them to continuously evolve and become more and more powerful. Another team member chimed in. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he stared intently at the rapidly approaching group of dark figures. His pupils contracted sharply when the lead Black Panther came into view. On the chest of that Black Panther grew two eyeballs that shone with an eerie light, like the eyes of a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Dark Hunt Black Panther. Level, 60. Rank, Calamity level boss. As expected, it's a ferocious beast that has undergone a second transformation. My god, it's a Calamity level boss. It's a mutated beast that has broken through the genetic limitations twice. The crowd behind them exclaimed in surprise. Yesterday, one of my buddies encountered a ferocious beast that had undergone a second wave of corruption, and he was killed after only a few moves. A team member's voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with fear of the upcoming battle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng frowned, knowing full well the importance of morale. So he took a deep breath and said in a firm and powerful voice, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Just follow behind me and fight the enemy." The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes revealing undisguised doubt. They knew Jiang Cheng was powerful, but even Jiang Cheng would probably have little advantage against this ferocious beast that had clearly undergone a second corruption and whose strength had increased dramatically. Thinking of this, the group couldn't help but sigh, secretly wondering if this operation was likely to end badly. However, Jiang Cheng was not affected by this negative sentiment. He knew that in this perilous forest, morale was just as important as strength. To boost the morale of his team, he took a step forward, his posture upright like a pine tree, exuding an indescribable confidence and authority. The instant he took that step, a dark vortex suddenly flashed behind him, seemingly connecting to another dimension, mysterious and unpredictable. Immediately afterwards, a long sword slowly flew out from it, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as if it contained boundless power. Jiang Cheng gripped the long sword directly, and a fierce aura emanated from him, making him appear even more dignified and unapproachable. He deliberately showed off, gathering all his strength. The long sword in his hand, which was Yang Qi's, seemed to sense his will and began to emit a faint glow. Immediately afterwards, the long sword flashed and burst forth with a dazzling light, which, like lightning, ripped through the night sky and instantly illuminated the entire forest. As the blade was swung out, the entire forest seemed to be shaken by its power. The powerful blade energy split the surrounding trees in two, and a gap appeared in the obscured sky. Sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating the gloomy forest as if by divine intervention. This scene caused the soldiers, who had been harboring doubts, to widen their eyes in surprise. They looked at Jiang Cheng with an indescribable sense of awe. The soldiers looked at each other with astonishment and disbelief, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. How is this possible? One strike, and he instantly killed a level 60 Calamity boss. One of the soldiers shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and awe. This strength is too strong. I can hardly believe my eyes, another soldier exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly, clearly shocked by Jiang Cheng's strength. I thought I was going to die this time. He truly deserves to be the top scholar of our Dian. He is unbelievably powerful, a soldier shouted excitedly. God bless our great Yin. No wonder Commander Ji went to such lengths to transfer him here. Now I know why, one soldier exclaimed. The crowd buzzed with discussion, everyone displaying a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Jiang Cheng ignored the murmurs behind him. He simply stood there quietly, gazing into the distance. As the sunlight gradually filled the entire forest, the originally gloomy and heavy atmosphere was gradually dispelled. After his trip to Xingyuan Blessed Land, Jiang Cheng's strength increased significantly, and with Yang Qi's assistance, his combat power rose by more than one level. This second-time corrupted calamity-level boss was no match for his full-force attack. The numerical superiority is too obvious. "Everyone, stay close and charge with me," Jiang Cheng shouted, his voice echoing through the forest like thunder, filled with unquestionable authority and power. Upon hearing this, everyone felt an indescribable surge of excitement and exhilaration. As they watched Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and the fear and doubts in their hearts were instantly swept away. Charge! 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 Chapter 298. The situation is deteriorating. 5. Charge! A soldier shouted, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination, as if he couldn't wait to fight those ferocious beasts. Kill! Another soldier followed closely behind, his voice filled with murderous intent and determination, as if he were ready to fight those ferocious beasts to the death. Led by Jiang Cheng, the group seemed to be infused with boundless power, and they shouted as they charged towards the ferocious beasts ahead. Their figures darted through the forest, as swift and sharp as bolts of lightning. Instantly, a dark vortex appeared again not far from Jiang Cheng, and Shun Linlang and the others filed out. Except for Ji Yuechan, who was still pregnant, all the other beast girls had arrived. Those originally ferocious beasts seemed somewhat helpless under the onslaught of the crowd. They originally thought they could easily devour these humans, but they never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent. Jiang Cheng, wielding a long sword, took the lead. His swordsmanship was as fluid and swift as flowing water, each strike accurately hitting the vital points of the ferocious beasts. Under his leadership, everyone demonstrated their strength, and they cooperated seamlessly to fight against the ferocious beasts. The most formidable of all are the beast girls of Jiangqing. Shun Linlang waved her hand, unleashing the white tiger judgment. Several invisible slashes swarmed down, instantly turning the ferocious beast into a pile of minced meat. Then, countless vines stretched out from the ground and began to bind the feet of the many ferocious beasts. Countless ferocious beasts fell to the ground, letting out mournful cries. Then she was entangled by Jiang Luotian, and then her body was pierced by countless vines, and her essence was extracted. In an instant, the battle situation became one-sided. Those ferocious beasts, facing Jiang Cheng and his team, were like lambs to the slaughter. They roared, trying to struggle with their last bit of strength, but all resistance seemed so pale and powerless in the face of this unparalleled power. Blood, like a brilliant red ribbon, drew shocking trails in the air before spilling onto the ground, staining the forest soil a dark red. Every drop of blood was accompanied by the mournful howl of a ferocious beast, their last lingering attachment to life, yet also the most ruthless footnote to this battlefield. The flashing blades in Jiangcheng were like the scythe of death, each swing taking away a life. His beast girls each displayed their unique abilities. Shun Linlong's white tiger judgment was like divine punishment, tearing the ferocious beasts' bodies to pieces. Jiang Luotian's vines were like chains from hell, tightly binding the ferocious beasts and draining their life force until they turned into withered bones. The roars of ferocious beasts, the shouts of humans, the clanging of metal, and the splattering of blood intertwined to form a symphony of death. On the ground, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers, turning the entire forest into a sea of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, making it almost impossible to breathe. In addition, after leveling up, Yu Wuxia also joined the battle, her proud figure rising and falling. Lu Yi and Lu Feifei also joined the battle and began to provide support for several beast girls. Qin Wan, Lin Yao, Song Bai Wang, Tang Yinyan, and the other two formed a battle formation and cooperated very well. Mo Liuli's level is not high yet, but she still showed extremely strong combat power. Although the chilling ice blades cannot penetrate defenses due to their level, they can still slow down the opponent to some extent. At certain times, it can also activate a protective beast soul skill to help block damage. As expected of the sacred beast Xuanwu, its defensive capabilities are simply unmatched. On the ground, corpses lay strewn about, piled up like mountains. These ferocious beasts that once roamed this forest have now become stepping stones for Jiang Cheng and his companions. In their eyes, there was still a lingering desire to survive, but that desire had been replaced by endless fear and despair. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the marks of battle, and the medals of the victors. Jiang Cheng and his team were like war gods who had emerged from hell. Their bodies were stained with blood, but that blood made them even more majestic and inviolable. The battle raged fiercely, but the morale of the troops grew ever higher. As time went by, the ferocious beasts fell to the ground under the onslaught of the crowd. Their bodies were torn apart, and their blood stained the entire forest red. When the last ferocious beast fell, and when blood and corpses covered the entire forest, Jiang Cheng and his team finally ushered in their victory. This battle caused all the women's levels to jump up dramatically. Who started from scratch, have now reached level 20, and are ready to undertake a breakthrough quest. Qin Wan, Lin Yao, and Zhang Luoshan can now undertake the level 40 breakthrough quest. The battle raged from noon until morning, and Jiang Cheng planned to gain some experience points today as well. I'll find some time tomorrow to go to the Beast God Temple in a nearby city to accept the quest. Jiang Cheng began to activate his soul skill and started searching for the ferocious beast's tracks. The patrol members behind him were either sitting or leaning, panting heavily, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and relief at surviving the ordeal. All eyes turned to Jiang Cheng, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, and a deep sense of admiration involuntarily appeared in their eyes. This trip has truly been an eye-opener. Jiang Cheng has managed to contract so many beast girls, and each one is incredibly powerful. One person exclaimed, his tone filled with awe. That's right, this level of combat power is probably comparable to an entire elite squadron, isn't it? Another person echoed, their eyes flashing with undisguised shock. That's right, we followed them out, but it felt like we just went through the motions. We didn't even really do anything. A soldier shook his head with a wry smile. That's right. In such a fierce battle, not a single person on our side was injured, let alone killed. It's simply a miracle. Everyone nodded in agreement, only then realizing that there were indeed no casualties on their side. In this perilous forest, it is truly remarkable to escape unscathed from such a ferocious pack of beasts. Jiang Cheng, meanwhile, was closing his eyes and concentrating, using his soul skill to sense the traces of the ferocious beasts around him. As time passed, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. Has everyone rested well? Let's continue our exploration. Upon hearing this, everyone rallied their spirits. Although they were physically exhausted, their morale was at its peak. They knew that with Jiang Cheng there were no difficulties they couldn't overcome, and no enemies they couldn't defeat. Chapter 299. The situation is deteriorating. 6. Inside the military camp, Li Yunxin took off his armor, his face showing exhaustion. After a day of fighting, his resolve was strengthened. Trying to annihilate the ferocious beasts within the defense zone is a thankless and arduous task. He hoped that Jiang Cheng would understand his unspoken meaning and convey what he wanted to say to GTNI. To be honest, the stability of Yunzhou had nothing to do with him. What he cared about was whether this incident would become a stain on his record and affect his future promotion. In fact, he has many trump cards and hidden treasures. He couldn't bear to use those things against the enemy. He needs it to save lives in critical moments. The situation is very unclear now, and he needs to prepare early. Given the current situation, it's definitely impossible to resolve the Black Pupil Rebellion quickly, but they could certainly learn from the example of the neighboring Yenzhou province. Chop off all those who can speak, and wipe out the entire village. The absence of living people means that no one knows the truth. Then we can cut off these people's heads and use them as military merits. Why not? I just hate that GTNI. I wonder if he's lost his mind. Li Yunxin's face seemed shrouded in gloom, her brows furrowed, and her eyes flashing with resentment and anger. He came here to earn military merits. Who knew this incident would be so deadly? Just as he was burning with anger, a soft knock came at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Come in. Li Yunxin roared in a low voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. The door opened slightly, and a messenger cautiously entered, looking nervous, as if afraid of offending his superior, who was in a bad mood. Tell me, was the casualty rate of Jiang Cheng's team extremely high? Li Yunxin sneered, a cold smile playing on her lips. She was already certain that Jiang Cheng, having suffered a setback, would obediently listen and become her mouthpiece to convey her opinions to GTNI. After all, the soldiers he specifically assigned to Jiang Cheng this time were all at the bottom of the military test rankings, so he probably couldn't come up with any tricks. However, the messenger's answer surprised him greatly. No, sir. The sentry's voice trembled slightly, clearly fearing Li Yunxin's anger. Say what you mean. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Li Yunxin waved his hand impatiently, signaling the sentry to continue. Yes, sir. The sentry swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and continued. Jiangcheng, a great victory. What? A great victory? You're not kidding, are you? Li Yunxin was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the sentry's collar, her eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. A strong sense of annoyance instantly overwhelmed me. He never expected that his carefully laid plan would be so easily broken by Jiang Cheng, who even achieved a great victory. Yes, all the soldiers he led out survived and annihilated hundreds of ferocious beasts. Hundreds? How is this possible? Those useless soldiers seem to have been reborn in Jiang Cheng's hands, turning into invincible warriors? Li Yunxin was completely stunned. How could this be? Jiang Cheng is indeed quite capable. This is going to be tricky. Could it be that GTNI used this to warn him? He loosened the sentry's collar, slumped into a chair, staring blankly ahead, his mind racing with thoughts of his next move. This chaos caused by the black eyes seems to be far more complicated than he had anticipated, and Jiang City is by no means a simple matter. More likely, he was a spy planted by GTNI. It seems he needs to reassess this opponent and the entire situation. At this moment, Jiang Cheng is leading several of his beast girls who need to undergo breakthroughs towards the Beast God Temple. The nearest city is Wudong City, located 10 kilometers away from the military camp. Jiang Cheng led the girls into the city and found that the entire city was desolate due to the rampage of the Black Eye not far away. Many beggars, whose origins are unknown, lay begging in the mud. Wudong City is considered a major city in Yunzhou, and it should never be in this state. It should be noted that although Donghai City is only a small city, it has never been so desolate and dilapidated in Jiangcheng's memory. Not to mention the large groups of beggars on the road. Jiangcheng sighed and slowly walked into the city. The Lord of Shadows has already made his move to seize the Great Evolution, and a bloodbath is likely to ensue in the future. If the two sides were to go to war, it would likely be more than just a matter of widespread bloodshed. It's unclear whether the official authorities of the Dian Kingdom are aware of the resurgence of an evil god, or whether they simply treat the black pupil as a normal anomaly. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. It's likely that the entire Dian Kingdom was kept in the dark. Only Jiang Cheng and Ji Tianya's group knew that the Lord of Shadows had been resurrected. I'm afraid Ji Tianyi won't even report this matter. After all, the black pupils had indeed been completely removed, so there was no need for him to cause himself any more trouble. He probably didn't know that the Shadow Lord would later adopt a strategy of besieging Jinghai, and that he would ultimately have to take action himself. Reporting it now is even more impossible. Why didn't you do this sooner? He would never do something so foolish as to warrant punishment. However, Jiang Cheng was not too worried, because the Dian Kingdom had a deep foundation. Although it was troublesome, it was unlikely to be destroyed. As Jiang Cheng and his group strolled through the desolate streets of Wudong City, they were like a striking sight, instantly attracting the attention of the sparse crowd around them. Whose daughter is this? She's so beautiful. A passerby stopped, his eyes filled with amazement, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His companions nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing undisguised envy. Yeah, I'd be laughing in my sleep if I got any one of those spots. Another person chimed in, their tone filled with longing. Their gazes swept over the several beast girls beside Jiang Cheng, as if they were watching a rare feast. Sho, didn't you see that man's chest? He's a nobleman. He's got military merit, a sharp-eyed passerby whispered, his gaze falling on the medal on Jiang Cheng's chest that represented military merit and honor, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. No wonder, it must be one of the officers from the military camp not far away. Some people suddenly realized, their tone filled with both envy and admiration. In this world where force reigns supreme, military merit is an important standard for measuring a person's strength and status. But I'm still envious. He's got so many beautiful women with him. Jiang Cheng paid no attention to the gossip of passersby. He led the beast girls forward, heading straight for the beast god temple located in the city center. As they ventured deeper into the city, the desolation and ruin of Wudong were gradually left behind. In its place was the solemn and sacred aura of the beast god temple. Chapter 300. The situation is deteriorating. 7. Soon, Jiang Cheng and the others arrived at the beast god temple. The person who greeted Jiang Cheng was a somewhat listless young woman in black stockings, but her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Cheng. There's no other reason than that this young man is just too handsome. Hello, how can I help you? The girl in black stockings asked slowly, her voice clear and melodious. Her gaze swept over Jiang Chung and the beast girls beside him, her eyes unconsciously revealing a hint of curiosity. What is this man doing bringing so many women with him? I need to accept the level 20 breakthrough quest and the level 40 breakthrough quest, Jiang Chung said calmly. Upon hearing this, the girl let out a soft hum, then pulled out a form from beside her, preparing to register Jiang Chung. However, when she suddenly realized what was happening, her hand stopped abruptly, and she looked up in shock. No, what did you say, sir? You have many beast girls who need to complete breakthrough quests. The girl's voice was tinged with disbelief, and her gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Chung and the beast girls, as if trying to confirm whether she had misheard. Jiang Chung nodded slightly, a calm smile appearing on his face. The women beside him nodded in agreement, indicating that they did indeed need to undertake a breakthrough mission. The girl in black stockings took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner shock. She quickly pulled out a few more forms from beside her and handed them to Jiang Chung with slightly trembling hands. In this world, having multiple beast girls who need to complete breakthrough missions at the same time is undoubtedly a shocking thing. After receiving the mission badge, Jiang Chung left the Beast God Temple. Because he accepted the mission in Wudong City, the mission destinations were all in the surrounding area, and he could also sweep through the nearby black pupils along the way. Jiang Chung was about to walk out of the city gate when he suddenly felt a little dizzy and a thin figure bumped into him. It gave him a strange feeling. Suddenly, he realized why it was strange. The storage ring on his hand was gone. The place where the ring should have been was completely empty. No way, they can steal right under my nose. A look of astonishment appeared on Jiang Cheng's face. Jiang Chung activated his soul skill, and an invisible wave instantly rippled outwards from him. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately locked onto a thin figure dressed in tattered robes, who was frantically fleeing out of the city. Good heavens, we actually ran into a thief, Jiang Chung said through gritted teeth. He suddenly waved his hand, signaling the women behind him to follow, and then, like an enraged beast, he pounced on the small, thin figure. Seeing this, the girls nodded quickly and followed suit. The thief seemed to have noticed something, but Jiang Chung and the others were too fast, so he could only do his best to run wildly out of the city. However, he ultimately underestimated Jiang Chung's strength. Jiang Chung raced forward, keeping a close eye on that small, thin figure. Don't run. Stop right there. Jiang Chung was about to catch the guy when he suddenly disappeared. They were just here a moment ago. At this moment, Jiang Chung arrived at the edge of a farmland. Looking around, he saw lush green rice paddies swaying gently in the breeze. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing the land in warmth and adding to the tranquil pastoral scene. He squinted, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, carefully searching the surrounding scenery. Every tree, every blade of grass, every stone, nothing escapes his eyes. This petty thief seems to be a repeat offender. It's unbelievable that he managed to escape right under his nose so skillfully. People don't just disappear for no reason. They must have hidden themselves or escaped through some secret passage or something. Jiang Chung pondered to himself, his eyes quickly scanning his surroundings, not letting go of any possible clues. Finally, his gaze settled on the area beneath a bridge. Near the shore, there was a place overgrown with weeds. A large hole can be vaguely seen hidden under countless weeds. There was some soil and gravel scattered around the cave entrance, obviously knocked down accidentally when entering. Humph! Jiang Chung sneered, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the cave entrance like a ghost. He looked down and saw that the cave was dark and gloomy, but he could vaguely hear sounds coming from inside. This is it. Xiaoyan is back, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoyan, you're finally back. Another voice followed, carrying a hint of concern and anticipation. This haul was pretty good. That guy looks really rich, and he's even been awarded a medal, a young but somewhat smug voice said. Wow, that's awesome, other voices chimed in. But that guy is really tough. He chased me all the way to the cave entrance. I don't know if he's found us yet. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible. The thief's voice was tinged with tension. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry to trouble you. If there's something valuable in this person's ring, we'll be saved and won't starve to death. Yeah, things are so chaotic outside right now. It's not even harvest time yet, and then this happens. Food prices have increased more than 20 times. Hopefully, this time, the loot will contain more valuable stuff, another voice sighed. Suddenly, a faint yet clear sound of footsteps echoed from the edge of the rice paddy not far away, approaching silently like a ghost, causing the people in the cave to turn pale instantly, as if frozen in ice. "Oh no, he's catching up," a thief cried out in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Run, there are many forks in the road ahead. We'll be safe once we get to Grandpa Lou's place," another voice said urgently, clearly searching for an escape route. "Okay, let's split up. That way, it won't be easy for him to catch us. We must escape. We must live," a young but determined voice rang out. It was Xiaoyan, a girl whose eyes shone with an indomitable light. "Yes, we definitely will. We won't die here." As these words fell, the figures inside the cave quickly dispersed, scattering in different directions like startled rabbits. Jiang Cheng stood in front of the cave entrance, his gaze sharp and cold as he observed everything. Trying to escape? Not so easy," Jiang Cheng sneered, his figure flashing as he chased after them like a ghost. Behind him, several beast girls followed Jiang Cheng's footsteps, clinging tightly to one of the figures. "What's going on? Could that person possibly see through the surroundings?" A look of fear appeared on the face of the child being followed. "This place was discovered during a time of peace. There's nothing dangerous inside, it's just a bit dark. If you are not familiar with the terrain, you will quickly get lost in the darkness. What's wrong with this person? Could it be that Xiaoyan has brought someone she shouldn't mess with?" Chapter 3:01 The situation is deteriorating. 8. At the border between Yinzhou and Yunzhou, at the crossroads of the two states, lies a small town called Sunset Town. The mottled walls, weathered by time, appear even more weathered, each brick and tile telling a story of past glory and present desolation. A dilapidated wooden bridge spans a narrow stream, its cracks bearing the marks of time, recording countless floods and the ravages of war. The town's residents hurried about, their faces filled with anxiety, their eyes reflecting both fear of the unknown and a desire to survive. On the streets, stalls hurriedly packed up, children were held tightly in their parents' hands, and the entire town seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. An extremely oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Just then, an officer in silver armor slowly walked into the town. His steps were steady and powerful, each step resonating in the hearts of the people. The officer's face was stern, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and the long sword hanging at his waist gleamed coldly in the sunlight. It was a blade that had seen countless battles. His chest was adorned with numerous gleaming medals. Behind him, rows of dark cannon barrels silently aimed at the small town. These cannons, powered by star-patterned magic crystals, are like the gaze of death, silently announcing the approach of war. The townspeople stopped in their tracks, staring in horror at the scene. The children began to cry, while the adults hugged each other tightly. "Why? Why do this? We promised to keep it a secret," an old man asked in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with incomprehension and anger. But no one answered. Only the cold voice of the silver-armored officer echoed through the town. "No reason needed. Prepare for artillery fire." As the silver-armored officer issued his cold and ruthless order, the dark muzzle of the cannon, like the open mouth of a giant beast, began to gleam with a blinding light. Terrifying waves of magical energy, like a sleeping dragon being awakened, rose from the cannon barrels, casting an ominous shadow over the entire town of Luoxia. The town's residents were instantly gripped by extreme panic, their faces filled with despair and helplessness. Some people panicked and scrambled into the cellar, trying to find a glimmer of hope for survival in that cramped space. Some people, lacking a cellar, could only helplessly crouch in a corner, heads in their hands, eyes closed, hoping to rely on this meager barrier to escape the impending disaster. Boom! A deafening roar ripped through the sky, and countless shells, like meteors falling from the heavens, streaked across the sky with destructive force, instantly turning the sky above Luoxia town fiery red. The shells traced dazzling trajectories in the air, like a meteor shower, yet they carried a deadly intent. As the shells landed, the entire town seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Houses collapsed instantly, tiles flew everywhere, and dust billowed. Streets were cratered and riddled with flames, and smoke filled the air. The buildings that the townspeople once knew were shattered and reduced to ruins by the bombardment. Faced with this astonishing destructive power, human life appears so small and fragile. Cries, screams, and explosions mingled together, creating a scene of utter carnage. In the darkness, Jiang Cheng accurately determined his location and discovered numerous forks in the road ahead. Using his special soul skill, he still managed to find the little girl who stole his ring and ran straight in that direction. The little girl named Xiaoyan was so nervous that she could hardly breathe. She could clearly feel the heavy, powerful footsteps behind her, like the drumbeats of death, approaching step by step, striking her heart. Her little hands gripped the ring tightly in her bosom, her eyes filled with panic. She struggled to navigate the narrow side passages, trying to shake off her relentless pursuer. But she was still too slow, and the heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. Just then, a dark figure appeared before her like a ghost, blocking her path. Xiaoyan looked up sharply and saw a pair of cold, sharp eyes staring intently at her. Jiang Cheng's face appeared particularly cold under the dim lights. He slowly reached out and easily grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist, his tone icy yet carrying an undeniable force. "Stop running. Hand over the things." Xiaoyan's body stiffened instantly. She felt Jiang Cheng's hand grip her wrist like an iron clamp, making her unable to move. I. The little girl was very thin, and her voice was broken, whether from fear or something else. It was hard to tell. "Who are you?" Jiang Cheng's voice sounded particularly deep in the darkness, and his fierce appearance made the girl's heart skip a beat. Although it was pitch black all around, Jiang Cheng could still make out the little girl's appearance with the faint light. A delicate face with exquisite features, though her face was covered in dust, making her look a little disheveled, which only added to her endearing charm. Xiaoyan was so frightened that she almost cried. Her voice trembled as she begged for mercy. You, don't kill me, don't kill me. I was just too hungry, so I took your things." Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. He took a deep breath and tried to soften his voice. "I can spare your life, but you must return what you stole. It's not with me right now." Xiaoyan's voice was barely audible, almost drowned out by the surrounding noise. Jiang Cheng frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "You're still pretending." He clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the wall beside him. His immense power caused his entire fist to embed itself in the wall, sending rubble flying and dust swirling, demonstrating his terrifying strength. Xiaoyan trembled with fear and almost cried out, "I really mean it. The thing isn't with me." She looked up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "I was afraid you would catch up with me, so I had someone else take it for me." "Others? You have a gang." Jiang Cheng's voice was as cold as a knife, making Xiaoyan's heart clench. "No, it's not a gang. I have other friends, all from Luoxia town," Xiaoyan quickly explained, afraid that Jiang Cheng would misunderstand. "Luoxia town? It must be quite far from here, right?" Jiang Cheng asked, frowning. He wasn't familiar with this small town. Xiaoyan was afraid Jiang Cheng wouldn't believe her, so she quickly nodded and said, "The straight line distance isn't actually that far, about 10 kilometers. This passage leads directly to Luoxia town, and I can take you there. Wah, please don't kill me. We were almost starving, so we had to steal." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, dripping onto her dirty little face, making her look even more pitiful. Chapter 302. The situation is deteriorating. 9. "Don't cry, I won't kill you. But you have to take me to your friends and get the things back." Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll take you there right away." The other things in the ring were one thing, but that spatial portal was extremely important to him. Not to mention, there was an old man from the Luo family inside. Losing it would be a huge loss. Jiang Cheng nodded. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "This man is so easy to fool. Once I get him to Luoxia town, I can do whatever I want with him." Thinking about it, she glanced again at the several slender women behind Jiang Cheng and felt a little nervous. Why did this person bring so many people? Are they all beast girls? Definitely not. He must be the son of some wealthy family. But he's really strong. He made a hole in the rock wall in just one round. So, in the dark side road, Jiang Cheng followed Xiaoyan's figure, walking step by step towards Luoxia town. Soon, Jiang Cheng followed the little girl for about 10 kilometers and arrived at a spacious underground platform. The platform was surrounded by rock walls, and upon closer inspection, some runes could be seen. Most people would likely be unable to discern these details, but Jiang Cheng's soul skill was constantly active, allowing him to identify what appeared to be drawn on the rock walls. "Wait a minute. What's wrong, brother? There's a teleportation array here. Just hop on it, and we'll be in Sunset Town." "Wait a few minutes." Jiang Cheng first looked at a wall and found it covered with strange symbols, mostly blue with thick strokes and silver accents around the edges, making them incredibly exquisite. He then turned his gaze to another wall and discovered that it also had the same mysterious symbols. Jiang Cheng felt that this thing looked somewhat familiar. How strange. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Jiang Chung muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, as if he was trying hard to recall something. His gaze lingered on the surrounding rock walls, trying to find clues in the strange symbols. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he abruptly looked up. Above this platform is also a single rock wall, but unlike other walls, there are no dense texts here, but a vivid picture. What is this? Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this painting looked somewhat familiar. The woman in the painting is dressed in clothing woven from lotus leaves, her figure graceful, and she is engaged in a fierce battle with some kind of dark monster. Some strange characters carved on the side. Jiang Cheng stared at them for a moment, but found that he couldn't understand them. These words seemed to contain some ancient power, inspiring awe. Moreover, it does not belong to any language he knows. Beneath the woman's feet was a blooming flower, its petals light and graceful, like a fairy descending to earth. Judging from the shape of the petals, Jiang Cheng vaguely felt that it looked like a lotus flower, but it was different, as if it contained some special meaning. Let's use this teleportation array to get to Sunset Town now. Xiaoyan nodded, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. The teleportation array was much more complex than any Jiang Cheng had ever seen before. Such complex teleportation arrays with complex magic circuits are now rarely seen. Jiang Cheng and the girl stepped onto the teleportation array. Because the array was small, only 2 people could stand on it at a time, so Jiang Cheng had to lead the girl to teleport first. Moreover, for some reason, the teleportation array was very slow. It took a full 30 seconds to activate after being started, and he almost thought he had been tricked again. Finally, after a long wait, a flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Cheng and the girl were teleported to a small square in Luoxia Town. However, when they stepped onto solid ground, they found that the teleportation array beneath their feet had instantly gone out, and the magic had vanished without a trace. You cheated? Jiang Cheng frowned, staring intently at the girl. He could clearly sense that the teleportation array was no longer usable, meaning that Zhang Luotian and the others could not follow him through it. A flicker of panic crossed the girl's face, but it was quickly replaced by cunning. She chuckled, trying to hide her guilty conscience. Humph, who knew you were so easy to fool? Daniel, Ernyo, come out here. The big fish has taken the bait. With so many of us, are we afraid we can't handle him? Call Uncle Zhang too. However, she was met with silence. The girl called out several times, but received no response. Her face turned pale, and panic was evident. She looked around, trying to find her companions, but there was no one else around except for her and Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at her coldly, grabbed the girl's wrist, and said in an icy tone, "Stop pretending. Take me to your companions. If you dare to play any tricks, you'll face the consequences." The girl Xiaoyan's body stiffened instantly. She could feel the warmth of Jiang Cheng's palm, but it felt as if she were in ice. I don't know, they may have had an accident. Her voice trembled, barely able to form coherent sentences. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's expression froze. A jet-black object streaked across the night sky in a strange arc, silently descending towards the 2 of them. In the heat of the moment, Jiang Cheng didn't have time to think and pushed the somewhat panicked girl away. Just as the girl was pushed away, a pitch-black sphere slammed into Jiang Cheng's chest, sending him crashing into a house. Rumble. At that moment, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave, like a raging beast, ravaged everything around it, sending Xiaoyan, who was just about to get up, flying and crashing heavily to the ground. What's going on? Xiaoyan lay on the ground, looking around in terror. She only then realized that the entire town of Luoxiao seemed to have been bombed by something, with ruins and devastation everywhere. Flames shot into the sky, smoke filled the air, and a pungent, burnt smell permeated the atmosphere. What's going on? The girl trembled all over. A figure jumped out from the ruins, his body emitting blue smoke. Removed the severely deformed bullet from his chest, and threw it to the ground. Damn it, if my strength hadn't improved, I would have been done for with this attack. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but complain. Last time in Xingyuan Blessed Land, his strength increased greatly, almost reaching the level of an SSS level beast girl. One shell wasn't enough to take him down. Are you a human or a ghost? The girl was startled. Who has ever seen someone survive being hit by a shell? Chapter 303 The situation is deteriorating. 10. Luoxia Town, once a peaceful and tranquil town, is now like a living hell. All around, houses collapsed, and the ruins, like the jagged fangs of a giant beast, pierced the sky. Rubble and fragments were scattered all over the ground, mixed with dust, covering the original bluestone path, and each step made a dull sound. Flames danced among the ruins like ghosts, making the night even more eerie. The air was thick with smoke and a pungent, burnt smell, making people wrinkle their noses and hold their breath. Further into the ruins, the bodies of some humans can be vaguely seen, some curled up, some stretched out, half covered by wreckage, with fragments of clothing and limbs exposed. When the girl named Xiaoyan saw this shocking scene, her eyes were filled with terror. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but she could only utter choked sobs. Finally, unable to withstand the enormous impact, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching her head tightly with both hands. How could it have turned out like this? Are you all gone? Xiaoyan's voice was choked with sobs. She looked around helplessly, her murmurs as desolate as fallen leaves drifting in the night wind. Jiang Cheng's gaze pierced through the layers of smoke, and he saw several figures in the distance. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. Several children who looked only 7 or 8 years old were being held at the head by a group of people dressed in patrol uniforms with spears pointed at them. Their expressions were cold, as if they were facing enemies, not children. Special Patrol Team? Which district's Special Patrol Team is this? Jiang Cheng frowned, pondering to himself. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might be dead. Jiang Cheng snapped out of his daze, glanced at her, and said through gritted teeth, You're welcome. I need to find my ring, so you have to live. Not far away, the group seemed to have spotted Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yan, and another group suddenly appeared from behind them, quickly surrounding them. What do you want to do? Jiang Cheng frowned as he looked at the group of people. Never mind who we are, you've seen something you shouldn't have seen. So? I'm sorry. The silver-armored men raised their spears and thrust them fiercely towards Jiang Cheng. The silver spearhead gleamed coldly in the sunlight, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, carrying an unstoppable killing intent, aiming straight for Jiang Cheng's heart. However, faced with this sudden attack, Jiang Cheng merely sneered, exuding an aura of dominance that could not be underestimated. He swung out the heavenly feather blade with a thunderous roar, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, meeting the spears in midair. With a loud bang, the ground seemed unable to withstand the impact of the force, erupting in a deafening explosion, sending dust flying and scattering debris everywhere. Thrown into the air by the violent explosion, crashing heavily to the ground like kites with broken strings. They groaned in pain, several of their ribs broken, blood gushing from their mouths, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Jiang Cheng slowly sheathed his heavenly feather blade, his gaze sharp as he coldly surveyed the group, and asked in a deep voice, Which district's Special Patrol Team are you from? One of the silver-armored men struggled to get up, but only managed to move his body in vain. He could only lie helplessly on the ground, panting as he replied, Yenzhou District Temporary Deployment Team 0213. So we were teleported to Yenzhou? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins once more, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. You weren't the ones who did all this, were you? He pointed to the devastated ruins, his tone filled with questioning and anger. The silver-armored man nodded, trembling. Really? Jiang Cheng also heard that the neighboring Yenzhou defense zone had adopted the method of killing all the humans in its occupied territory in order to prevent the news from leaking out. In reality, they were passively avoiding war. He turned to Xiaoyan and said coldly, Check if any of your companions are among the group in front of you. If so, tell me. Xiaoyan trembled, nodded, and looked into the distance. Amidst the shadowy figures, her expression suddenly brightened. It's them, brother. Please save them quickly. I'm so sorry. Luoxia town has been cut off from the outside world for a long time. This is the only way we can get some food. Xiaoyan explained anxiously, her eyes full of pleading. No need for further words. I'll rescue everyone first. If you lose my ring, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Jiang Cheng's voice was icy. The little girl shrank back, then emphasized. Jiang Cheng walked in that direction with steady and firm steps, followed closely by the little girl Xiao Yan, her eyes fixed on the captured children, her heart filled with worry. The special patrol team members who had been hacked to the ground by Jiang Cheng were now filled with terror and resentment. They exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching some kind of understanding, and then stealthily reached into their pockets, intending to pull out hidden weapons or communication devices. However, Jiang Cheng had already discovered their intentions through his soul skills. He snorted coldly, and his long sword, heavenly feather blade, was swung out instantly, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, its aura overwhelming and unstoppable. This strike brought together all of Jiang Cheng's strength. A terrifying slash descended from the sky, carrying destructive power, instantly engulfing the special patrol team members. A deafening roar, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open, shook everyone to their core. With just one strike, he cleaved everyone behind him in two. Their bodies were split in two instantly, like firewood cleaved by a giant axe, blood splattering everywhere, a gruesome sight. Jiang Cheng's stats were already equivalent to an SSS-level beast girl, and the longsword in her hand was also transformed from an SS-level beast girl. When she used her full power, its strength could only be described as terrifying. Xiao Yin watched this scene, a profound and indescribable shock washing over her. She had never witnessed such terrifying power, nor such a ruthless and merciless battle. Jiang Cheng flashed forward, rushing towards the group of captured children like a ghost. The silver-armored men were shocked and about to retaliate when Jiang Cheng flashed behind them again. He gripped the sword with both hands, and with a sudden swing, a surge of immense power erupted, sending the silver-armored men flying. The children were rescued, but they were still somewhat shaken. We were just following orders, one of the silver-armored men explained, trembling. Yinzhou District took extreme measures to prevent the information from leaking. We didn't want this to happen either. Your actions have crossed my bottom line. Die. Chapter 3:0 For the situation is deteriorating. 11. Jiang Cheng brandished his longsword. The special patrol team of Dian, and seeing what these people were doing made him feel a knot in his stomach that he had to untie. So they decided to go all the way. You guys like to silence people, right? Well then I'll kill you all. Soon, this small special patrol team was completely wiped out. Blood gushed out from the fallen silver-armored men like an out-of-control torrent, staining the ruined land red. The blood flowed into a thin stream, meandering among the rubble and dust, exuding a chilling aura. A little boy walked shakily to Jiang Cheng, his hands tightly clutching the ring, his face pale, his eyes filled with fear and unease. This is your ring, big brother. I'm so sorry. The little boy's voice was trembling with tears as he carefully handed the ring back to Jiang Cheng, as if afraid of accidentally provoking Jiang Cheng's anger. He nodded slightly, then carefully examined the ring to make sure that the contents inside were intact. Nothing is missing, Jiang Cheng said in a low voice, putting the ring back on his finger. After Jiang Cheng put on the ring, a question suddenly occurred to him. That's how the little girl took off her ring. His perception was extraordinary, something that would be almost impossible for an ordinary thief to do. Not to mention, she doesn't look like she's even an adult, so she can't use the abilities after she transforms into a beast. Your name is Xiaoyan, right? How did you steal this ring? Demonstrate it again. Jiang Cheng pointed to the ring on his hand. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with hesitation. She nervously rubbed the hem of her clothes, seemingly feeling uneasy about what she was about to do. It's okay, just steal it if you're told to. The next moment, Jiang Cheng felt a flash of white light before his eyes. It was an indescribable and wonderful feeling, as if time had frozen and space had been distorted in an instant. The ring on his hand disappeared inexplicably, as if it had been gently taken away by an invisible force, or perhaps it had merged into the surrounding air. Jiang Cheng was startled, but then felt relieved. He understood that this was not just ordinary thieving skill, but some kind of extraordinary ability. He looked at Xiaoyan and saw the little girl blinking her big eyes, looking at him innocently, but she had somehow produced the ring in her hand. How did you do that? Jiang Cheng asked curiously, his tone no longer cold, but rather gentle and curious. Xiaoyan pursed her lips, seemingly a little embarrassed. Actually, I don't know what's going on. I've been able to sense some strange things since I was little, like I can sense the aura emanating from this ring. And then, as long as I think about getting it into my hands, it will fly over on its own. As she spoke, Xiaoyan opened her palm, and the ring lay quietly in her hand, shimmering with a faint light. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng pondered to himself. That's impossible. This little girl must have a remarkable background. He was completely focused, but the ring disappeared right before his eyes. And he didn't feel anything at all. It's impossible to achieve this effect using any techniques. It seems you're not an ordinary little girl. Come out. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers, and a huge vortex appeared behind him. The beast girls who came to do the breakthrough mission filed out of it. There's a lot of fun here. Jiang Cheng took the ring from the little girl's hand and put it on Jiang Luoshan's finger. After all, With her SSS-Rank Beast Girl stats, she might be able to sense something. Everyone, pay close attention. Did you notice anything just now? All the Beast Girls tensed up and fixed their gazes on Xiao Yan. They knew that Jiang Cheng would not speak without reason. Since he said so, there must be something extraordinary about this little girl. Jiang Luoshan put on the ring. We can begin. Jiang Cheng said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was also amazed by the sudden appearance of so many beautiful older women in front of her. Naturally, she wouldn't refuse Jiang Cheng's request, so she used her theft skills too. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and everyone held their breath, afraid of missing any detail. Suddenly, Jiang Luoshan's eyes opened and closed, a hint of surprise flashing in them. The ring on my hand is gone again. She looked at Xiao Yan, her voice filled with disbelief. What kind of power is this? I didn't feel anything at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, secretly surprised. Do you have any clues? I can't figure out what's going on either, but it seems like there's a strange energy flowing through it, different from the magic we have, Jiang Luoshan said with a sigh. Xiao Yan looked completely bewildered upon hearing this. Indeed, I didn't even blink, and she took the ring. Could it be the power of space? No, that can't be. There's no aura of spatial power, so it shouldn't be it. Shen Linlang shook her head, directly denying it. The little girl carefully returned the ring to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng then put it back on. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's ring emitted a series of shimmering lights, like ripples on water. A luminous bead suddenly flew out of Jiang Cheng's ring, like the brightest star in the night sky, its brilliance more dazzling than ever before, emitting bursts of dazzling white light. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to involuntarily squint their eyes. This is a fragment of the water god? Why is it reacting so strongly? Jiang Cheng stared at the fragment of the water god in his hand, then looked at Xiao Yan with a puzzled expression. Could it be that she is related to the water god? When the girl named Xiao Yan saw the bead, she trembled slightly, like a cat encountering a mouse. This is, she murmured softly, taking steps back. He wanted to continue questioning Xiao Yan, but just then, a powerful and chilling surge of magical energy suddenly rose from afar. In Jiang Cheng's soul skill vision, the dark openings of cannons were pointed directly at this place. Jiang Cheng was furious. The area has been turned into this state, which must mean that a whole artillery unit has been deployed. Those he had just killed were probably just a small group of special patrol personnel who had come out to search for survivors. By now, you must have realized that by killing all of you, you're planning to plow the land with magic-powered cannons, right? Jiang Cheng sneered. Jiang Luoshan, use your vines to protect Xiaoyan. Emolioli, you stay here too. Everyone else, follow me. Jiang Cheng carefully put away the fragment of the water god, intending to deal with the immediate threat first before investigating the girl named Xiao Yan. He gripped his long sword tightly, slowly exhaled, and then charged forward like a horse charging ahead. Hurry up. Fire the cannons. A man dressed as an officer kept waving his sword. Just now, this person wiped out a squad of over 30 people. Chapter 305 The situation is deteriorating. 12. In the sky, streaks of blazing flames streaked across the heavens like shooting stars, while black shells rained down on the ground. Jiang Cheng activated all his soul skills, and the entire world appeared completely in his mind. His figure leaped and flashed across the ground, easily dodging the whistling bullets. Behind him, Jiang Luoshan waved her jade hand lightly, and instantly, countless vines broke through the soil and grew and spread at an astonishing speed. These lush, vibrant vines intertwined and coiled in the air, eventually coalescing into a giant circular barrier that firmly protected everyone within. As countless shells rained down, the icy blue ring exploded instantly, releasing a bone-chilling cold. Mo Lioli's beast soul skill was also activated. It was like an indestructible shield, withstanding the fierce impact of the shells. The surging magic rippled across the surface of the ring, unable to penetrate even a fraction of it. How is this possible? Who are these people? The leader, witnessing this scene, paled instantly, his panic evident in his expression. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, clearly shocked by this sudden turn of events. Jiang Cheng sneered and accelerated again, rushing towards the artillery position like a bolt of lightning. The person opposite, upon seeing his own group, not only showed no fear, but also actively chased after them. Could it be that he is determined to win? The leading officer immediately broke out in a cold sweat and felt a sense of fear. Jiang Cheng held the heavenly feather blade in his hand. With a swing, a surge of white light instantly shone, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, both dazzling and full of power. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and then their sturdy silver armor shattered into pieces as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, making a crisp and loud cracking sound. Boom! With a deafening roar, the formation of more than a dozen people was shattered by Jiang Cheng's attack, like a giant wave crashing against a reef, instantly falling into pieces. Those soldiers who were further away were like leaves swept up by a gale, flying backward and crashing to the ground. In an instant, cries of pain and screams rose and fell. On the ground, there are fewer long plow marks. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" Upon seeing this, the officer's eyes burned with rage. He roared, his voice filled with resentment and anger. Behind him, a beast girl quickly transformed into a beast, her body instantly becoming enormous and ferocious, her sharp claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight. She roared and charged towards Jiang Cheng with overwhelming force. Her speed was so fast that it seemed as if she was tearing the air apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly. Facing the surging attack, he did not back down, but instead met the challenge head-on. He swung the heavenly feather blade in his hand again, and this time, the white light was even more dazzling, as if it were illuminating the entire world. Bang! With a loud bang, the beast woman and Jiang Cheng's Tianyu Yuzhan collided violently. Instantly, a powerful energy wave emanated from the two of them and spread wildly in all directions, sending the surrounding soldiers and objects flying. Following closely behind Jiang Cheng, Shen Linlang also began the massacre of the silver-armored soldiers. Jiang Cheng appeared to be fighting 2 against 1, but in reality, he also had an SS-grade longsword. His opponents were only able to hold on because of their higher level. Jiang Cheng hasn't had his powers for very long, so it wouldn't hurt to let him experience more real combat. Not far away, Xiaoyan hid behind the green barrier carefully woven by Jiang Luoshan, watching the thrilling battle nervously through the dense and tough gaps in the plants. Cleaved into pieces under their clash, with dust flying and stones flying everywhere. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with undisguised shock. Her expression was tense, her hands clenched into fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. Clearly, even from this relatively safe distance, she could feel the oppressive and tense atmosphere of the battlefield. After all, the other side has a much larger number of people than Jiangcheng. However, when her gaze returned to Jiang Cheng, a look of relief gradually appeared on his youthful face. Jiang Cheng moved with agility, like a dragon soaring through the heavens. With each swing of his heavenly feather blade, a dazzling white light accompanied his movements, as if he could cleave through space. She breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered the bead. That bead. Xiaoyan's thoughts suddenly drifted back, her gaze unconsciously falling on the dazzling bead that Jiang Cheng had shown her earlier. A strange sense of familiarity welled up inside her. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. She frowned, deep in thought, her eyes gleaming with memories, as if searching for the bead in a sea of recollections. "Where is it?" she murmured softly, her voice tinged with urgency and confusion. That bead seemed to have some inexplicable connection with her. Suddenly, like lightning flashing across the night sky, images flashed through Xiaoyan's mind. She was a woman with stunning beauty, standing quietly on the turbulent sea, her body seemingly enveloped in a mysterious halo, making her appear extremely otherworldly. The sky was overcast and dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the whole world was immersed in a sense of oppression and gloom. Just then, a dazzling, enormous trident suddenly descended from the sky. The trident was entirely golden and emitted a brilliant light. Like a god descending from the heavens, he brought with him unparalleled pressure and power. Its appearance instantly illuminated the entire sky. Upon seeing this, the stunningly beautiful woman frowned slightly, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. With a wave of her hands, towering waves surged across the sea, roaring and surging like 1,000 horses, soaring into the sky as if to swallow the entire world. Its magnificent momentum and overwhelming pressure inspire awe, as if one can feel the astonishing power of nature. However, even such a raging torrent of water could not stop the enormous trident that fell from the sky. It ripped through the sky like lightning, plunging fiercely into the towering wave, instantly tearing it apart, and then plunged deep into the earth, creating a giant wave thousands of miles long. The waves were so high they seemed to touch the sky, and so powerful they seemed to shake the entire world. Chapter 306 The situation is deteriorating. 13. The stunningly beautiful woman was also plunged into the seabed by that earth-shattering blow. With a cry of pain, she spat out mouthfuls of blood, which shimmered with an eerie and dazzling light, like liquid gold. Ouch, it hurts. My head hurts so much. Xiaoyan suddenly squatted down, covered her head with her hands, her face full of pain, and large beads of sweat slid down her forehead and dripped into the soil. Seeing this, the children nearby immediately gathered around anxiously, asking all at once, Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Yeah, Xiaoyan, you're not having another episode, are you? Jiang Luoshan also noticed the strangeness here. She glanced at the little girl, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She was extremely sensitive to magic and subconsciously reached out to check on Xiaoyan's condition. However, just as her hand was about to touch Xiaoyan, she was struck by an invisible force as if electrocuted. What's going on? Jiang Luoshan was startled. She quickly withdrew her hand and looked at Xiaoyan with a serious expression. This girl is suspicious. Mo Liuli frowned as well. She walked over to Xiaoyan, examined her carefully, and then said in a deep voice, Do you think she was like this before? Yes, she sometimes gets headaches, and when she has a headache, she loses consciousness, the child next to her quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Mo Liuli frowned even more deeply. She closed her eyes, carefully sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from Xiaoyan. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, a hint of regret flashing in them. There is indeed a strange magical energy fluctuation emanating from this girl, but unfortunately, it is too faint to be detected closely. Just then, Xiaoyan suddenly screamed, and her body began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was raging within her. Jiang Luoshan's expression changed, and she quickly reached out her hand, trying to stabilize the magic power within Xiaoyan's body. However, just as her hand was about to touch Xiaoyan, it was bounced back by a powerful force. What's going on? Jiang Luoshan exclaimed in surprise, looking at Xiaoyan with her eyes full of confusion. At the same time, the events in Jiangxing are nearing their end. He would naturally show no mercy to such scoundrels. He claimed he wasn't a great philanthropist, but he couldn't bring himself to massacre innocent civilians. Before long, Shen Linling had killed all the special patrol members. Her clothes were stained with blood as she quietly observed the battle in Jiangxing. At this moment, the entire large regiment had been almost completely slaughtered. Countless corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, blood flowed like rivers, and the air was filled with a pungent and suffocating stench of blood. Sunlight slanted across this battlefield, adding a touch of poignant beauty and desolation to the cruel scene. All around, dust and smoke mingled, forming a hazy mist. Occasionally, faint groans and gasps could be heard, making the silence all the more terrifying. The wind seemed to have stopped in the bloody atmosphere, only occasionally stirring up a few fallen leaves, which swayed helplessly in the deathly silence. The distant mountain outlines blurred in the setting sun, as if they too were mourning this merciless massacre. Please spare me. The officer looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, and true fear finally showed in his eyes. His voice trembled. Really, I was just following orders. I had no other choice. Acting under orders? Whose orders are you acting on? Jiangcheng's offensive grew increasingly fierce, each swing of his sword carrying the force of thunder. Although the officer and his beast girl fought desperately, their bodies were covered in wounds, their silver armor like broken scales, mottled and unrecognizable, no longer able to conceal their fate of defeat. General Cheninha, I am a second-level officer under him. It was his order to avoid direct combat with the black-eyed infected. We only need to kill all the ordinary people in the affected areas and block the news. The officer's voice was weak and desperate, as if he was making a final plea. What a fine general of the great Yin. Jiang Cheng sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. An even more powerful aura erupted from him, accompanied by a deafening roar. His heavenly feather slash, like a hammer of judgment, struck both of them simultaneously. The two men had lost all ability to resist. A fist-sized piercing wound ripped open in their chests, and blood gushed out. They then collapsed helplessly to the ground. Please let us go. We were just following orders. The officer's voice was hoarse and weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, yet he was still making his final plea. I can let you go, but you have to do one thing I say. Jiang Cheng's voice echoed in the air, carrying an unquestionable authority. The man's face instantly flushed, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, as if he had grasped at the last straw. What is it? If it's within my power, I'll definitely do it. Show me your ID, and file a formal complaint against your boss. Do you dare? Jiang Chung said coldly, his gaze sharp as he stared directly into the man's eyes. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning, standing rooted to the spot. He looked up at Jiang Chung, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who are you? How dare you make me do such a thing? Jiang Chung, the newly appointed Baron of the Dian Kingdom, from Donghai City, Jiang Chung said calmly. Are you this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? The one who decisively defeated the black-eyed infected in Jiangya district, Jiangqing. The man's shock deepened. He rubbed his eyes, looked Jiang Chung over carefully again, and after confirming it was him, he smiled wryly and said, It really is you. Is this really a freshman? How can he be so terrifying? His tone was full of amazement and awe. Clearly he never expected to meet this legendary genius boy here. I can't even beat a freshman. How ironic. Jiang Chung ignored his astonishment and coldly said, Now, make your choice. Will you continue to carry out your so-called orders, or choose to live and reveal the truth? Upon hearing this, the man's face turned pale again. He glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, then at Jiang Cheng's cold and resolute gaze, and finally gritted his teeth, pulling out his identification from his pocket. Okay, I promise you. I will file a formal complaint against General Chen Yinhe and expose his crimes. Jiang Chung took out his phone and began recording the scene. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chung had finished speaking and pressed the save button. Now, can you let us go now? I can give you my beast girl. You can do whatever you want with me, please. Okay, I'll let you go, but forget about your beast girl. I find her disgusting. Jiang Chung smiled and turned around. The officer breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chung then made a beheading gesture towards Shen Linlang, who was not far away. Shen Linlang nodded. Uffed. 2 bloody heads were severed and spun around on the ground. Chapter 307 Fairy Bio. After killing someone, Jiang Chung felt much better. He flicked the blood off the blade and slowly walked toward the girl named Xiaoyan. Jiang Luoshan's expression was somewhat strange. Beside her, Xiaoyan was squatting on the ground, looking extremely pained. Under the gloomy sky, corpses littered the ground, and several children stared at the scene with pale faces. Several graceful women stood, gazing at Jiangcheng in the distance, a smile on their faces. The only odd thing was the girl squatting on the ground. She was convulsing and trembling, emanating a strange aura. Although it was strange, Jiangcheng felt a sense of familiarity with it. Jiangcheng walked up to her. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, the girl stopped trembling, her expression turned icy, and she exuded an aura that was not to be trifled with. She slowly rose, her movements light, yet carrying an inexplicable sense of power, as if she were surrounded by invisible frost, inspiring awe in all who beheld her. Although her face was still dirty, covered with dust and tear stains, it could not conceal her pure, elegant, and aloof temperament. At that moment, her eyes underwent a strange change. Golden ripples appeared in her originally clear eyes, rising and falling slowly, like the first ray of sunlight in the morning, piercing through the thick clouds and illuminating the whole world. Jiang Chung was stunned. He had never seen such a strange sight before. The children around them involuntarily took a few steps back. The entire scene seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the undulating golden light emanating from the little girl standing out brilliantly against the gray sky. The little girl slowly raised her head, her gaze passing through the crowd and meeting Jiang Cheng's eyes in the air. Who are you? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask. Perhaps you already have the answer to this question. I don't understand. Jiang Cheng frowned. He was indeed confused. The girl's change had caught him off guard, and he didn't understand the meaning behind her words. The little girl gently shook her head, a complex emotion flashing in her golden eyes. I've remembered something. Come with me, and you'll know everything. Only you are allowed to come. After saying that, the little girl slowly walked towards a teleportation array. As Jiang Chung watched her retreating figure, a strange impulse welled up within him. After thinking about it, he decided to follow them. Seeing this, the girls behind him wanted to follow, but Jiang Chung waved his hand, signaling them to stay. He could sense that the little girl meant no harm, and that this matter seemed to be inextricably linked to him. He had to uncover the mystery himself. The two stepped onto the teleportation array, and with a flash of white light, they disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were back on that strange platform. Jiang Chung was no stranger to this platform. He had mistakenly entered it during the last time he was chasing a female thief. Were carved on the walls and surroundings, as if they contained some ancient power. A woman was also painted on the rock face at the top, and her image came into view again, making Jiang Chung feel somewhat familiar with her. He examined the painting closely, and suddenly, a startling thought came to mind. This woman seems to bear some resemblance to the fragment of the water god and the woman I saw at the Jade Dragon pool last time. You are Fairy Bio? He couldn't help but blurt out. The little girl didn't turn around, but simply nodded gently. People call me the water god, but unfortunately, I actually died many years ago. The little girl's voice was soft, yet it carried an indescribable sadness and vicissitude, as if she had truly lived through those long years and witnessed countless cycles of life and death. Then who are you now? Jiang Chung was still somewhat puzzled. Since she was already dead, who was standing in front of him now? He suddenly felt a little confused. The little girl slowly turned around, her golden eyes deep and mysterious, as if they could see into people's hearts. The me now is no longer the me of the past. You can think of it as a rebirth from a previous life or a future life. My existence is to find those lost fragments of the soul and rebuild it, but even if I succeed in rebuilding it, I will not be the same person I was before. The next life? Jiang Chung murmured to himself. That's right. Before I died, I divided my divine soul power into 3 parts and placed them in 3 different places. Only by gathering these 3 fragments can the divine soul be reshaped. Then, the divine soul and the physical body will merge into one, and the true water god will be fully awakened. But this process is fraught with danger, and even if the transformation is successful, I may no longer be the same person I was before. I see. Jiang Chung nodded, seemingly understanding. Since you possess a fragment, it proves that you and I are destined to meet. The little girl suddenly looked at Jiang Chung, her golden eyes flashing with a strange light. Are you willing to sign a contract with me, inherit my power, and become my protector? Wait, what is all this about? What protector? I want to know, what is your purpose in letting me know all this? The protector is the one who will safeguard my soul's reshaping process. I'm letting you know this because I believe you can help me complete this task. Of course, this will also bring you endless benefits. Are you willing to accept? I want to know why you want a revival. Jiangqing now has a general idea of the situation. This is similar to how Yu Wuxia and the others released the Lord of Shadows. Even after all the hard work of rescuing her, she still wants to be her master. Am I not working for free? For the sake of maintaining the pantheon and ensuring the continuation of our lineage, our heritage is ancient and must not be interrupted in my generation. The little girl's voice was firm and resolute. As far as I know, the true lineage of the pantheon has almost disappeared in this world today. Although there are still a few gods, such as the beast god, who are revered, they are nothing more than puppet gods being manipulated by others. Puppet. Jiang Chung frowned, the word making him uneasy. He never imagined that those seemingly high and mighty gods might just be pawns in someone else's game. That's right. Their divinity has been completely obliterated, and they've become tools in the hands of others. The little girl sighed softly, a trace of sorrow flashing in her golden eyes. Like the inheritance of the martial god, it's now nothing more than a means for the upper rulers to control the lower realm. The cultivation techniques practiced by beast soul masters are one of them. Grow stronger quickly, Jiang Chung. The little girl's voice suddenly became urgent and powerful. What is coming is an era of absolute chaos. The backlash of the gods is about to descend, and those who have killed gods will eventually reap what they sow. The awakening of the gods will plunge the lower realms into endless terror. The Lord of Shadows is not an isolated case. I can sense other scents, distributed in other countries. Jiang Chung nodded, his face grave. If even the Lord of Shadows is struggling, then according to her, could there be other gods also preparing to revive? I, as an individual, contain a trace of divine consciousness from the past. I have always considered myself a completely new being, deeply sealing away those painful memories of the past. I never imagined that so much time has passed. She slowly turned her head, and a serious expression beyond her years appeared on her youthful face. Her gaze transcended the boundaries of time and space, as if looking back at that distant and hazy history. At that moment, Jiang Chung could clearly feel the turmoil and struggle in her heart. Gather the remaining fragment of the water god and go to the far east sea. Her voice was firm and resolute. My remains are sealed at the bottom of the far east sea, awaiting the moment of rebirth. As she finished speaking, the rock wall above her head slowly cracked open, and a soft light shone through. Immediately afterwards, a small ball emitting a faint glow slowly flew down, inside which was also the figure of a girl curled up, exactly the same as the water god fragment held in Jiangcheng's hand. This fragment of the water god once provided Jiangcheng with immense help. Now, facing the water god who was about to awaken, Jiangcheng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If the water god is successfully revived, is it possible to directly form a soul contract with him? The thought flashed through Jiangcheng's mind, but it brought him little joy. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the second fragment of the water god firmly in his hand. Feeling the warmth and power emanating from that fragment, Jiangcheng's eyes shone with unwavering determination. Chapter 308 Leveling Up in Progress 1. Because you already have 2 pieces, when you get close to the last fragment, those 2 pieces will react. I've said what I needed to say to you. Now, I look forward to seeing how you perform. I hope that when I'm resurrected, the first person to see me will be you. As the little girl finished speaking, her voice shattered like a mirror, eventually transforming into a streak of light that flew towards the 2 fragments in Jiangcheng's hand. I never imagined that she was just a remnant of the water god's soul. Now, after collecting all 3 pieces, shall we head to the Far East Sea? The remains of the water god are there. Jiangcheng gathered his thoughts and put the 2 fragments back into his ring. Therefore, it makes sense that this little girl possesses such extraordinary thieving skills. The last awakened deity had already nearly made a mess of the entire Gradian. Now another water god has appeared. Let's level up first, Jiangcheng muttered to himself. Afterwards, Jiangcheng led the women to the location of the breakthrough mission. Now, Jiangcheng can confirm one thing. That means the world is about to descend into chaos. The Lord of Shadows has awakened. The fragments of the water god appeared in your hands a long time ago. According to the water god, other deities may have awakened in other places as well. The group arrived at a plane where the temperature seemed lower than elsewhere. Because it wasn't within the range of black eyes, we could still see groups of people leveling up along the way. First it was Lioli. The plane they trod upon resembled a frozen scroll painting, unfolding between heaven and earth. The biting wind, like a sharp blade, cuts through every inch of exposed skin, bringing a chilling cold. The sky was a pale grayish blue, and the few sparse clouds seemed frozen solid, motionless. Travel to the frozen plains, defeat 300 frost spiders, and then defeat the final boss of the frozen plains, the ice giant scorpion. Limited to 24 hours. Just then, a colossal creature slowly came into view on the snow-covered ground ahead, breaking the silence of the plain. It was a huge black and white spider, with 8 long legs supporting its massive body. Every step it took left deep cracks on the ice. Lioli stepped forward, a white streak of light flashed past, and she was pierced through the body by a huge ice spike, then fell to the ground. Are simply an instant kill for Lioli, who is of SSS rank. Holy crap, who was that over there? He killed him in one move. Several passers-by were so shocked by what they saw that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After all, the environment here is relatively harsh, and there are not many resources, so it is not worth it for high-level people to kill monsters. Wow, this place is packed with beast girls today. My god, I saw them too, and they're all top-tier beauties, exclaimed a passerby, their eyes darting over the women with envy and amazement. This beast girl is not only incredibly strong, but also exceptionally beautiful, making it hard not to take a second look. Yeah, it's almost unbelievable. There seems to be only one guy among these people, another passerby exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. In this world where strength reigns supreme, having so many top-tier beast girls by your side is undoubtedly something to be envied. It really is. Who is this? I'm so envious. My wife can't compare at all, a man said enviously, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and regret. Your man isn't even fit to carry someone else's shoes, a young man joked. Although his words were somewhat harsh, they reflected what everyone was thinking. Without hesitation, Jiangcheng and the women flashed into the swarm of frost spiders. Jiangcheng and the girls went straight forward and began killing the frost spiders. At the same time, Jiangcheng used his soul skill to detect the number of spiders nearby, planning to have Shen Linlang use a powerful move to wipe them out. There were quite a few breakthrough missions to do today, so time was of the essence. To everyone's astonishment, Jiangcheng and the beast girls moved like tigers among sheep. Their movements were swift and precise, and every attack was perfectly timed. The frost spiders were like lambs to the slaughter in front of them, powerless to resist. In an instant, the corpses of frost spiders lay scattered across the ice, their blood staining the pristine snow, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Wow, that's amazing. They're that strong. That's really amazing. The speed and efficiency are incredible, another young man exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy and longing. A beautiful and strong beast girl. She's practically my ideal type. My God, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my lifespan to have a beast girl like that. Another person exclaimed, his voice filled with endless envy and emotion. After checking around, Jiang Cheng found that the monsters were quite dense, which was perfect for Shin Linlang to use the sacred beast Heavenly Meteor to farm monsters. There is another team of 10 people in front of Jiangqing. If we release them, it is very likely that they will be affected. Jiang Cheng led the group toward that location, intending to let them find a different place to level up. I can offer myself some compensation. The figures of the 10-person group gradually became clearer. The leader was a chubby boy with a round figure and a somewhat spoiled look on his face. He wore a thick gold necklace around his neck, which glittered brightly in the sunlight, making it particularly eye-catching. The group following behind the chubby boy were also well-dressed, arrogant young men carrying various weapons, clearly players who had come here to level up. Who are you? For those leveling up, I'll book this entire leveling area later. I can give you some compensation, you can name your price. Jiang Qing's tone was icy. Time was of the essence, and he didn't want to waste too much time on this group of people. However, the chubby boy snorted disdainfully upon hearing this, and the gold necklace around his neck swayed gently with his movements. Oomph, you little brat, you want me to leave? Don't you even know who I am? The chubby boy shouted, his voice filled with arrogance and domineering. The others behind them echoed their sentiments, some sneering, others mocking, clearly not taking Jiang Cheng and his group seriously. Exactly. Why should we give way to you? Brother Nyo's family has plenty of money. Are you even qualified? Oh, you mean, you're not allowing it. Jiang. Of course not. Who do you think you are? You think you can make us leave? The chubby boy laughed arrogantly, his voice full of provocation. Chapter 309, Leveling Up in Progress 2. Faced with the group's provocation and mockery, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. To him, these people were nothing but clowns, not worth mentioning at all. With just a little effort, all these people would be slaughtered. Originally, I didn't want to hurt innocent people, but since these people wouldn't listen to my advice, I can't blame Jiang Cheng for being ruthless. He slowly turned around, intending to let Shin Linlang unleash her skill directly. If she really died, he couldn't blame anyone else. As Jiang Cheng turned around, the beast woman next to the fat man, dressed in magnificent leather armor, suddenly froze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Brother Nyo, this person, why does he look so familiar? Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet she couldn't hide her sudden surprise. Familiar. Upon hearing this, the playboy who called himself Brother Nyo involuntarily narrowed his eyes, looking around as if trying to find a matching figure in his memory. A moment later, a similar look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Now that you mention it, it does look somewhat familiar. His gaze turned to the distance again, this time scrutinizing Jiang Cheng's back and the beast girls with different temperaments beside him more carefully. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his lips trembled slightly with excitement. That boy, he is Jiang Cheng. Ah, it's him. Wait a minute, looking closely, they really do look alike. Now that you mention it, it's true. Holy crap, that's my idol. That beast girl over there is definitely Shin Linlang. I heard her strength is ridiculously high, and she can kill almost anything in an instant. In the college entrance examination qualifying competition, she single-handedly swept away a group of students. That one, isn't that Jiang Luoshan? My goodness, she was on the news during the Battle of Jianya. We actually met the real person? A murmur rippled through the group of 10 as they exchanged shocked glances. Among them, the fat man's expression was particularly complicated, a mixture of surprise and regret, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Oh dear, if I had known it was Jiangqing's genius, why would I have bothered to show off? He muttered to himself, his regret evident in his words, which drew laughter from the other team members. Fatty Nyo Jinshin hurriedly ran forward, his steps unsteady, and fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead in the sunlight. Passers-by cast curious glances at the sight, then quickly withdrew their heads and whispered among themselves. Hey, isn't this Nyo Jinshin? Those outsiders are in for a world of trouble now. Yes, these outsiders are likely to suffer a setback. After all, Nyo Jinshin is backed by a powerful local clan with considerable influence. Nyo Jinshin ran up to Jiang Cheng, so nervous he could hardly breathe. Jiang Cheng turned his head slightly, his gaze sharp, which startled Nyo Jinshin so much that he slipped and fell hard, hitting his forehead on the ice, causing blood to flow freely. However, Neo Jinshin seemed oblivious to the pain. He struggled to his feet, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his face, and walked up to Jiang Cheng, asking in a trembling voice. You must be Jiang Cheng from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, looking at the fat man in front of him, secretly surprised. He nodded and said calmly, "Not bad. What's wrong?" "It really is you." Neo Jinshin's eyes widened as if he had seen a living god. He quickly explained, "I was blind and didn't recognize you. I'm so sorry. I can hardly believe I've met you here." Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it amusing to look at the fat man's exaggerated expression and incoherent words. He waved his hand and said, All right, don't get so worked up. I'm just here to level up. I didn't mean to cause any trouble." "Leveling up? Then go ahead and level up. I promise I won't bother you." Neo Jinshin quickly expressed his agreement, looking as if he was afraid of offending Jiang Cheng. He turned to his team and yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Make room for the great Jiang Cheng." Upon hearing this, his team members dared not disobey, packed their belongings, and slunk away from the leveling area. Jiang Cheng shook his head inwardly as he watched the fat man's performance. Although this fat man was arrogant and domineering, at least he knew his place in front of me. He didn't waste any more time and led the women to continue their intense leveling up. Neo Jinshin stood to the side with a fanatical expression, his eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng's figure. "You can go level up somewhere else, but don't follow me." Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. He had no interest in having such a chubby little follower around. Upon hearing this, Neo Jinshin's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. He chuckled and rubbed his hands together, saying, All right, I'll be going now. If you have time, you can come to Yinching to find me. I'll definitely treat you to the best food and drinks. When you get there, just give me my name, and I'll pay for everything." As he spoke, he patted his round chest, looking quite confident. This contrasts sharply with his previous arrogant attitude, making people chuckle. Jiang Cheng looked at Neo Jinshin's comical appearance. He nodded and said, "All right, you can go now. Remember not to bother us while we're leveling up again." Neo Jinshin felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly nodded and bowed in agreement. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at Jiang Cheng, his eyes gleaming with admiration and awe. Passers-by stopped to watch, and discussions arose. "No way, what's wrong with young Master Neo? He's usually so arrogant. Why is he acting like a completely different person today?" One of them asked in bewilderment, his brow furrowed, clearly finding the scene before him unbelievable. "Who knows? This is outrageous. Young Master Neo is so respectful to that young man. Just who is this young man? This is outrageous. Who are these people? Why does young Master Neo seem so scared? He doesn't even dare to breathe." Those around him shook their heads, expressing their bewilderment. They were used to Neo Jinshin's arrogance and domineering attitude. When had they ever seen him so humble and respectful? "Hey, have you heard? That boy seems to be Jiang Cheng from Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the genius who shone brightly in the college entrance examination qualifying competition and swept aside all the other contenders single-handedly." Suddenly, a well-informed passerby spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. No wonder young Master Neo was so scared. It turns out he's run into the Jiangcheng god. This time, young Master Neo has really kicked a hornet's nest. Those around him nodded in agreement. As they watched Neo Jinshin's obese figure gradually disappear into the distance, they couldn't help but feel secretly relieved that they hadn't offended the boy. "It's okay now." Jiang Cheng found a good spot and signaled to Shen Linlang that they could begin. Shen Linlang nodded. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from her body, causing the air to tremble. Chapter 310, Leveling Up in Progress 3. Boom, boom, boom. A crack appeared in the sky. It was as if a huge line had split open, and what spewed forth from it wasn't wind, rain, thunder, or lightning, but countless orbs of pure white light. They fell to the ground like falling stars, exploding instantly and turning into dazzling bursts of light and flame. Neo Jinshin hadn't actually gone far. He hid behind a tree in the distance, secretly watching. Where the orbs of light landed, the originally hard ice surface seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, instantly denting and bulging, forming strange patterns. The flames, like the dance of elves, leaped and spun in the air before slowly dissipating. Is this the ultimate move I saw in the video? This is definitely more impressive to experience in person. Neo Jinshin was startled at first, his eyes widening in surprise. Then, an indescribable excitement and awe appeared on his face, as if some important idea was quietly sprouting in his heart. Brother Nyo, what's wrong with you? The beast girl next to him noticed Nyo Jinshin's unusual behavior and asked curiously. Ushimi took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, then turned to look at the beast girl, his eyes shining with determination. It's all right, this is a good thing. I'm going home to tell my father what I saw and heard today. The appearance of the Jiangqing god might be an opportunity for our Nyo family. After saying that, Nyo Jinshin didn't linger and turned to leave. Frost spiders have been killed 288 of 300. Frost spiders have been killed 289/300. Frost spiders have been killed 300 of 300. The target of 300 ordinary monsters was quickly achieved. Mo Lioli's eyes widened like copper bells as she stared at Shun Linlang in astonishment, her heart surging with disbelief. This woman actually possesses such terrifying techniques? She was one of the 4 divine beasts and always felt that she was an extremely special being. However, after spending a long time by Jiangqing's side, she gradually discovered that several of the beast girls here possessed astonishingly powerful abilities. And this scene now is even more outrageous. Shun Linlong's figure slowly descended from the air like a light feather. However, her face suddenly turned pale, and her brows were furrowed, as if she was suffering from some kind of discomfort. She suddenly felt a little dizzy and her steps became slightly unsteady. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng felt a pang of anxiety and quickly stepped forward to support her. Linlang, what's wrong? Her voice was filled with anxiety and concern. Shin Linlang forced a smile, shook her head and said, I'm fine, I'm just a little dizzy. It's nothing, really nothing. Despite saying this, her face grew paler and paler, as if even the strength to stand was gradually fading away. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt and worry. You must know that Shun Linlang is a sacred beast, the white tiger, possessing immense power. How could she inexplicably feel dizzy? He stared intently at Shun Linlang, trying to glean more information from her eyes, but he could see nothing but exhaustion and weakness. Are you really all right? Jiang Cheng asked again, his voice even gentler, yet filled with unwavering determination. Shun Linlang gently shook her head and said nothing more. She simply nestled tightly in Jiang Cheng's arms. He thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. A vortex appeared behind her, and Bai Ling slowly emerged from it. Mo Lioli was startled again. Another beast girl? This kid has a lot of beast girls. Teacher Bai Ling, Linlang says she feels a little dizzy. Can you take a look and see what's wrong with her? Jiang Cheng called out anxiously. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling paused, then slowly walked forward. She examined Shin Linlang carefully, even taking her pulse, and her expression gradually became serious. After Bai Ling finished checking, she looked up at Jiang Cheng, then at Shin Linlang, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. She looked around and asked softly, Did you just use a beast soul skill that consumes a lot of energy? Yes, we used the sacred beast heavenly meteor. Jiang Cheng quickly replied, his heart filled with worry. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling nodded, her smile widening even further. Linlang is fine. She is pregnant. You've got it. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He stared intently at Shun Linlang, as if trying to confirm the truth of the good news. The second one. This is the second pregnant beast girl after Ji Yuechan. Bai Ling added with a smile, her eyes sparkling with blessings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was overjoyed beyond words. She just used such a powerful beast soul skill, so it must have been very taxing for her. It's normal for her to be a little tired. With so many beast girls, sending her back to rest and prepare for childbirth is a good option for now. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He gently supported Shin Linlang and said tenderly, Linlang, you're going to be a mother. I'll arrange for you to return to Jinya later so you can rest and recuperate with Yuechan. I want to help you. I'm just a little dizzy, but I'm fine. Shin Linlang said quickly, a happy smile spreading across her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled, lowered his head, and gently kissed Shun Linlong's cheek, a gesture that was tender and full of love. He said softly, It's all right. There are other sisters here. Don't worry. Your health is the most important thing. Perhaps we'll need your abilities when Qin Shuyu's coming-of-age ceremony begins. However, that will only be the heavenly meteor, a sacred beast that doesn't consume too much energy. You need to take good care of yourself during this time, understand? Shin Linlang nodded. I will. I will take good care of myself during pregnancy, and after the baby is born, I will fight alongside you again. So good. Then, Then could we do it again tonight? At this point, Shen Linlang lowered her head shyly, her face flushed crimson. Her mature and delicate face was like a lotus flower just emerging from the water, as if you could squeeze water out of it with the slightest touch. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Jiang Cheng was also somewhat tempted when he saw Shen Linlang's alluring appearance. I know my own body best. Remember to come tonight. The soft sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating her serene yet dreamy eyes. A blush rose quietly from beside her ears, like the first warmth of the morning sun, both shy and captivating. Well, okay then. Jiang Cheng reached out and gently stroked the woman's soft face. During this time, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a touch of spring softness. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and shyness, as if the whole world had stood still at that moment. Looking at Shen Linlang in front of him, Jiang Cheng felt an indescribable pity and tenderness welling up in his heart. Chapter 311 Leveling Up in Progress 4. Jiang Cheng told Shen Linlang to rest first, and that he should finish Mo Liuli's breakthrough mission first. Soon, the boss-level creature was found and killed, and Mo Liuli's breakthrough mission was completed in one fell swoop. The next moment, the mission badge on Mo Liuli's chest lit up with a flash, then turned into a stream of light and directly merged into her body. Ding! Breakthrough complete. Your beast girl, Mo Liuli, will see a significant boost in attribute growth. Ding! You have successfully completed the 5-star breakthrough trial. Gained a 5-star breakthrough skill. Rewards are being drawn. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast girl, Mo Liuli, has obtained her breakthrough skill, 5-star, Frost Guardian. Breakthrough skill, Ice Guardian. Rating, 5 stars. When this skill is activated, Mo Liuli clasps her hands together, conjuring a massive pillar of ice. All nearby allies are granted an ice shield that reduces damage taken by 40% for 10 minutes and slows the attacker's movement speed. Cooldown, 30 minutes. After completing the breakthrough, several dazzling lights instantly shone from Mo Liuli's body. Congratulations. Your beast girl, Mo Liuli, has reached level 21, 39%. Congratulations. Your beast girl, Mo Liuli, has reached level 22, 52%. Congratulations. Your beast girl, Mo Liuli, has reached level 23, 0.1%. It flashed 3 times in a row, instantly reaching level 23. Jiang Cheng glanced at the panel with satisfaction. Name, Mo Liuli. Beast Soul, Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, Mandatory Soul Contract. Level, 23, 3%. Qualification, SSS level, Sacred Beast Body. Soul Power, 860. Current Growth, 40/level. Rating, Supreme. Strength, 1245. Current Growth, 65/level. Rating, Supreme. Attack Effects, 1. Lightning Strike, 2. Golden Light, 3. Slaughter, 4. Wild Dance, 5. Bloodlust, 6. Curse Breaker, 7. Not Unsealed. Breakthrough Skill, Ice Guardian, 5-star. Attack Effects, 1. Frostbite, 2. Steadfastness, 3. Slaughter, 4. Wild Dance, 5. Bloodlust, 6. Curse Breaker, 7. Unsealed. Beast Soul Skill. Sacred Beast Skill, Shimming Slash. Sacred Beast Skill, Frost Shield Strike. Sacred Beast Skill, Absolute Defense. Limited Skill, Sacred Beast Impact, Forbidden Spell. Hidden Evolution Level, reached Final Evolutionary Form. That's really powerful. After finishing with Mo Liuli, Jiang Cheng planned to head directly to the location of Jiang Luoshan's level 40 breakthrough trial. However, apart from Mo Liuli's, the breakthrough missions of the others were all in the Black Pupil's territory. There's nothing we can do. They're out of town right now. Consider it a chance to rid the people of a scourge. Within the base, GT and I returned to the base to rest with a worried look on his face. I felt completely drained of energy, utterly exhausted, and every step felt incredibly heavy. His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks were thin, and stubble had appeared on his face. Clearly, the continuous fighting and planning over the past few days had left him exhausted and almost at his limit. He slumped helplessly onto the sofa in the command room, rubbing his furrowed brows with both hands, trying to alleviate the deep-seated weariness. Scattered on the coffee table in front of me are various reports, each recording the fierce battle against Kuroheim with little hope of victory. Well, a long sigh slowly escaped from Ji Tianya's chest, filled with helplessness and worry. The power of the black eyes is beyond imagination. Their cunning and ferocity have repeatedly thwarted even well-trained armies. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying scenes from the battlefield, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Report. An officer hurried in, clutching a folder tightly, his expression grave. Latest battle report. All lines of defense have suffered varying degrees of attack and heavy losses. There are currently no effective means of counterattack. GT&I opened his eyes, took the report, and quickly scanned the lines of cold numbers and descriptions, his brows furrowing even more. Compared to the glorious achievements of victories, great victories, and even thousands of decapitations reported from the neighboring state's defense zone, the situation here seemed particularly bleak. But he knew in his heart what secrets were hidden behind those so-called victories, purging civilians, fabricating war achievements, and sacrificing innocent lives to gain a superficial glory. Thousands were beheaded, but whose heads were they? Are they infected with the black eye? GT&I sneered. We can't go that way. GT&I's deep voice echoed in the empty command room, carrying an undeniable determination. Black pupil may be strong, but we cannot lose our humanity. We cannot allow our soldiers to become cold-blooded executioners. He stood up, looking out the window at the distant sky shrouded in gloom. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. The difficulties along the way far exceeded his expectations. Even so, he would never choose to sacrifice the innocent for a false victory. Pass down the order to strengthen defenses and find Black Eye's weaknesses. We must find a more effective tactic. GT&I's voice was firm and powerful, as if injecting a strong dose of adrenaline into everyone. By the way, how's the battle going in Jiangxing? There was a minor victory over there. An officer said quickly, a hint of relief in his voice. Jiang Cheng led the team, and there were no casualties. They annihilated countless mutated beasts. Good. No wonder my daughter has taken a liking to him. Upon hearing this, GT&I's lips curled into a rare smile, and the burden in his heart seemed to lighten instantly. He nodded, his eyes shining with approval, as if he saw hope for the future. Where is he now? GT&I asked with concern, changing the subject. Now, it seems he's taken a group of people to the area where Black Eyes appear alone. The officer's answer surprised GT&I slightly. What? He didn't bring anyone with him? GT&I frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by Jiang Cheng's actions. But then he thought again and felt relieved. Yes, with his abilities, he shouldn't have much of a problem going without anyone. No. Maybe bringing someone along would actually hinder his performance. GT&I was well aware of Jiang Cheng's strength and wisdom. Although he had some concerns about Jiang Cheng's decision to act alone, he had more trust and expectations for him. I hope you can find a way to temporarily suppress Black Eyes, GT&I said in a deep voice, his gaze once again turning to the gloomy scene outside the window. This coming-of-age ceremony for the princess cannot be allowed to fail. Alas. He sighed heavily, his voice filled with helplessness and pressure, as if he were referring to something. Yinzhou. Cherry Lake. Everyone get ready. We need to kill 300 this time. Let's finish as soon as possible and move on to the next location. Jiang Cheng addressed the women. Everyone nodded in unison and began their attack in an orderly manner. Chapter 312 Leveling Up in Progress 5. Jinghai. In the central square, the heart of the city, a magnificent platform is rising from the ground. The platform is exquisitely constructed, with pure white marble as its base, inlaid with gold and silver threads and various gemstones, shimmering in the sunlight as if gathering all the brilliance of the sky into this place. All around, exquisite reliefs tell ancient legends, and every stroke reveals the craftsman's superb skills and ultimate pursuit of beauty. On the high platform, a throne made of crystal and gold stood silently, exuding an inviolable majesty. It was the throne of glory prepared for the princess who was about to be crowned. The surrounding crowd was bustling with activity, their voices rising and falling, and exclamations of amazement were constant. It's simply a masterpiece. I've never seen such a magnificent building. An old man stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with admiration. Yes, I heard that this was specially built for Princess Qin Shiyu's coming-of-age ceremony. It's truly enviable, a young woman beside her said enviously, her eyes sparkling with longing for the future. Her Highness is the jewel of our Jinghai. Her coming-of-age ceremony is naturally a major event that will cause a sensation throughout the city, and even the whole country. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a young girl in a light blue dress stood quietly in a corner of the crowd. Her face was beautiful and refined, yet there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She is Princess Qin Shuyu, who is about to celebrate her 18th birthday and hold her coming-of-age ceremony. Qin Shuyu's gaze kept sweeping over the magnificent platform, her heart filled with mixed emotions. According to the customs of her country, on this day, she will choose one of the many outstanding young talents to be her beast soul master and her future partner. This should have been a moment of joy and anticipation, but a strange ripple stirred in her heart. For some reason, the image of a boy keeps appearing in my mind. As I pondered these thoughts, I found myself somewhat lost in thought. That unexpected encounter, though somewhat awkward, left an indelible mark on her heart. She had conducted a private investigation and learned that the voyeur who made her both ashamed and angry was none other than Jiang Cheng, who had recently gained notoriety. "Jiangcheng, will you come?" Qin Shuyu murmured to herself, a blush creeping onto her face. As the high platform was gradually completed, a festive atmosphere permeated every corner of Jinghai. For Qin Shuyu, this coming-of-age ceremony was more than just the beginning of a ritual. Yunzhou Chiri Lake. Boom, boom, boom. The ground seemed unable to withstand the impact of this force, trembling incessantly, as if it would collapse at any moment. The lake water was boiling, the waves were surging, and an ominous aura emanated from it, foreshadowing the impending crisis. Just then, a strange creature began to emerge from the lake, an octopus monster. They are enormous, covered with countless tentacles, each one like a steel whip, gleaming with a cold light that sends chills down your spine. The eyes of these octopus monsters gleamed with a ferocious light, as if they wanted to devour all living beings. Suddenly, thick vines emerged from the ground, moving nimbly across the battlefield like serpents. Each of these vines can accurately strike a ferocious beast, and their strangulation speed is astonishing. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Water splashed across the lake, the aftershocks of the battle continuing to ripple outwards. The corpses of the dead beasts were scattered all over the ground, and blood mixed with the lake water, creating a gruesome scene. The air was thick with the stench of blood, almost suffocating. Finally, thanks to the tireless efforts of Jiang Cheng and his group, they managed to kill 300 octopus monsters. On the lake, splashes of water rose again, as if to mark the end of this fierce battle. However, at that moment, a giant water snake suddenly raised its head from the lake, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world whole. This is the final boss creature. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but rub his hands together. Jiang Luoshan is about to gain a breakthrough skill, and I'm actually quite excited. This boss creature couldn't withstand the onslaught from the group of beast girls and was killed shortly afterward. The next moment, the mission badge on Jiang Luoshan's chest lit up with a flash, then turned into a stream of light and merged directly into her body. Ding! Breakthrough complete. Your beast girl, Jiang Luoshan, will see a significant increase in attribute growth. Ding! You have successfully completed the 5-star breakthrough trial. Gained a 5-star breakthrough skill. Rewards are being drawn. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast girl, Jiang Luoshan, has obtained her breakthrough skill, 5-star. True form of the tree god. Breakthrough skill, true form of the tree god. Rating, 5 stars. When this skill is activated, Jiang Luoshan will transform into the true form of a 1,000-foot tree god, attacking enemies within range. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. After completing the breakthrough, several dazzling lights instantly shone from Jiang Luoshan's body. Congratulations! Your beast girl Jiang Luoshan has leveled up to 31%. Congratulations! Your beast girl Jiang Luoshan has leveled up to 59%. Congratulations! Your beast girl Jiang Luoshan has leveled up to level 0.7%. It flashed 3 times in a row, instantly reaching level 23. Jiang Cheng glanced at the panel with satisfaction. Name, Jiang Luoshan. Beast Soul, World Tree, extremely rare. Contractor, Jiang Cheng, mandatory soul contract. Level, 43, 0.7%. Qualification, SSS level. Soul power, 3,384. Current growth, 108/level. Rating, immortal. Strength, 636. Current growth, 29/level. Rating, Azura. Attack effects, 1. Charge, 2. Fire repellent, 3. Regeneration, 4. Entangling, 5. Crimson Flame, 6. Drain, 7. Unlocked. Breakthrough skills, myriad manifestations of the universe, Phoenix Rebirth, true form of the tree god. Rating, 5 stars. Beast soul skill. Root system manipulation. The tree realm descends. Life's cage. Description, requires the tree descent state to cast. After casting, it absorbs the life force and mana of all hostile creatures within range and transfers them to the caster. Limited skill, Tree of the End, forbidden spell. Description, the world tree unleashes all its magic to activate this skill. Upon activation, its hard roots burst from the earth, twisting and intertwining like living things to form a massive, fiery wood-based magic circle. At the center of the circle, a withered giant tree formed from the power of the world tree slowly rises, which will destroy a specific single target, inflicting a guaranteed death effect. Note, each use of this skill will place a tremendous burden on Jiang Luoxin's mind and body. Furthermore, if used frequently, or if the opponent's strength differs significantly from her own, she may face the risk of premature depletion of her life force or being harmed by a backlash. Limited to 1 use per day, it has evolved to its final form. Chapter 313, Leveling Up in Progress 6. The breakthrough mission needs to be completed within 24 hours. So after completing Jiang Luoxin's breakthrough mission, Jiang Cheng immediately set off for the remaining locations. Qin Wan and Lin Yao's mission locations are very close, so they plan to do it together. This time, we're taking a 3-pronged approach. Along the way, you can level up, eliminate some black-eyed creatures, and complete trial missions, making it a win-win situation. As night fell and the stars twinkled, Jiang Cheng and his group were about to step into that forgotten ruin, a once bustling but now desolate abandoned city. As they ventured deeper into the area, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, carrying with it a lingering sense of desolation and oppression. The moonlight, like water, could not illuminate every corner of the city, only barely outlining the contours of broken walls and ruins. Those once towering buildings are now just broken skeletons, like the remains of giants, silently telling the story of past glory and present decay. The streets are overgrown with weeds, intertwined with the broken cobblestones, as if nature has silently conquered the city. The wind, blowing through the broken windows and empty door frames, made a whistling sound, as if whispering or lamenting. The wind carried an indescribable chill, making one instinctively tighten their coat. By the faint moonlight, Jiang Cheng noticed that there were green shadows flickering around him from time to time. Those shadows seemed to be stirring in the darkness, and pairs of eerie green eyes stood out conspicuously in the night. It was as if countless eyes were silently watching them, waiting for some unknown opportunity. Jiang Cheng scanned his surroundings warily, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. Are those green shadows black-eye creatures? Lin Yao asked softly, her voice clear in the quiet night. It should be. Jiang Cheng nodded. Moreover, the number of creatures you will be using for this trial is also 300. A long, mournful howl pierced the silence of the night, like a cold blade, straight to the heart, sending a chill down one's spine. The wolf's howl contained a wild call and a warning to the intruders, foreshadowing the coming storm. Immediately afterwards, an uneasy restlessness surged in the darkness, and countless pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the night, like ghostly fires from hell, making the ruins appear eerily ghostly. Those lush green shadows were no longer lurking spying creatures, but transformed into a pack of ferocious wolves, pouncing on Jiang Cheng and his group with lightning speed. Within the wolf pack, each wolf was agile, with sharp claws, bared fangs, and a large eyeball on its body. They cooperated seamlessly with each other, like an unstoppable torrent rushing towards the crowd. Faced with this sudden attack, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Beside him, Qin Wan and Lin Yao were also on high alert. The three of them quickly spread out, forming a perfect battle formation, ready to face this tough battle. Lin Yao closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her body began to emit a faint glow, a sign that her beast soul skill was about to be released. Lin Yao closed her eyes immediately, intending to use her beast soul skill to lure Lin Wan's breakthrough trial monster next door as well, since killing them together would be much faster. A brilliant light emanated from her, and an invisible force spread outwards from her, actually attracting several monsters from Lin Wan's nearby trial area. The scale of the battlefield expanded instantly. With a slight thought, Jiang Luoxin seemed to have some kind of mysterious pact with the earth. The ground beneath her feet seemed to come alive, and countless vines, as if possessing a spirit, quickly intertwined and tangled, like green chains that drew dazzling trajectories in the night sky, eventually converging into a huge green circle that firmly trapped the entire wolf pack within. This sudden turn of events threw the wolves, who had been attacking frantically, into chaos. Their howls and struggles seemed utterly powerless within the green cage. What's even more astonishing is that the trees, which were originally silent, under the guidance of Jiang Luoshan's will, exhibited incredible changes. Flames appeared out of thin air on the tree trunk. These were not ordinary flames, but flames containing some ancient and powerful elemental force. The phantom of a phoenix could be faintly seen in the flames. Accompanied by a series of clear and melodious phoenix cries, the flames transformed into fire phoenixes, which spread their wings and flew high, rushing straight at the trapped wolf pack. Under the night sky, this scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet filled with awe-inspiring power. The intertwining of green vines and the phoenix creates a scene that is both mysterious and magnificent. The howls of the wolves and the cries of the fire phoenixes intertwined, creating a stirring battle symphony. Giant wolves are being killed every moment. Before long, many more giant crustaceans swarmed in from next door. The enormous crustaceans that swarmed in from the next area were a truly horrifying sight. They were enormous, resembling small tanks, with a deep, inky black exterior that gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, appearing even more ferocious under the moonlight. The insect's body is divided into many segments, each covered with a thick carapace, making one wonder if even a sharp blade could easily penetrate this sturdy protection. Their heads have a pair of huge pincers, the jaws sharp as knives, gleaming with a cold light, as if they could easily tear apart any obstacle in their path. Above the ground, the vines continued to spread, like flexible tentacles, precisely capturing every insect that tried to escape and binding them firmly in place. Qin Wan, on the other hand, was like a graceful dancer, moving nimbly across the battlefield. She moved with agility, each leap perfectly avoiding the insect's attacks, while simultaneously launching powerfully sticky spider webs that bound the ferocious beasts to the ground, rendering them immobile. Jiang Cheng also joined the fierce battle, wielding a long sword with a faint cold light on its blade. His movements were swift and powerful, each swing accompanied by a sharp flash of light, easily splitting the beetle's hard body in two. Chapter 314, The Niu Family. Yunzhou, Qingcheng. Niu Jinshin ran towards his home. Yunzhou and Qingcheng are full of spring, with a gentle breeze blowing. Niu Jinshin moved with lightning speed, as if riding the wind, his eagerness tinged with barely suppressed excitement. He walked through the alley paved with bluestone slabs, crossed the small bridge over the babbling stream, and headed straight home. Father, I've seen Jiangcheng. Niu Jinshin's voice echoed through the courtyard, filled with indescribable joy and awe. He was visibly excited, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light, as if he had just experienced a fantastic adventure. In a meticulously maintained garden, flowers bloom in abundance, filling the air with their fragrance. A dignified middle-aged man in elegant attire stood there, carefully admiring the beautiful scenery of the garden. He was Niu Jinshin's father, Niu Ziyuan, the current head of the Niu family. Upon hearing Niu Jinshin's call, Niu Ziyuan was slightly taken aback, then turned around, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. You saw Jiangcheng? Where is he? His words carried a hint of disbelief. After all, the name Jiangcheng was a legendary figure in Qingcheng, the entire Yunzhou, and even the Dian Kingdom. Niu Jinshin took a breath to calm his excited emotions, but the joy on his face did not diminish at all. Yes, he is indeed as strong as the legends say. He might even be the person we are looking for. Upon hearing this, Niu Ziyuan became excited, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Come on, I'll take you to see the ancestral spirits. He grabbed Niu Jinshin's hand, his voice filled with urgency and determination. Now our great Yin is saved. Somewhere underground, there lies a secret cave, its depths unknown. Niu Jinshin and his son Niu Ziyuan, holding torches, carefully made their way deeper underground along the winding secret passage. Every so often, he could feel a heat rising from the depths of the earth, spreading like flames, scorching Niu Jinshin until he was covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked. Jin Shun, when you see the ancestral spirits later, you must be respectful. Niu Ziyuan's voice echoed in the enclosed space, carrying an undeniable air of authority. I understand, father. Niu Jinshin's face was full of anticipation, his eyes sparkling with longing and awe for the unknown. The Nyo family is an ancient family with a long history, whose roots are so deep that they even predate the establishment of the Dain Kingdom. For over 1,000 years, the family has weathered many storms and faced life or death crises several times, but each time it has been able to turn danger into safety and stand firm thanks to the protection of its ancestral spirits. This is why the Nyo family has survived for over 1,000 years. He even became the undisputed local tyrant of this region. In Xinjiang, the Nyo family is the most respected. There is a legend about the Nyo family, the truth of which is unknown. The Nyo family has been a supreme force in Xinjiang ever since, and no one dares to challenge them easily. The ancestral spirits of the Nyo family are their guardian deities and the faith that the family has passed down for thousands of years. Recently, ancestral spirits have become less likely to awaken on their own, leaving behind only a few words. It is said that the chosen one who can quell the day of destruction has already begun to show his talent, and the whole world knows him. They need to go and find him. The entire family racked their brains and came up with a list of several young people who were currently enjoying great popularity. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything that can compare to Jiangxing. When Niu Jinshin said he had seen Jiangxing with his own eyes, Niu Ziyuan immediately got excited and took his son straight to the ancestral spirit site. At the end of the passage, a ray of light shone in, indicating that they had arrived at the core of this secret place. Suddenly, a vast platform opened up before the father and son. In the center of the platform, a pool of lava, like boiling blood, was fiery and dazzling. Meanwhile, a graceful woman floated quietly above the lava, surrounded by a faint glow, as if she were one with the lava pool, yet detached from the world. She has thick, black, naturally curly hair that shimmers like the ocean at night, gently draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of wildness and femininity. Her deep blue eyes seemed to see into people's hearts, and her gaze was a mixture of indifference and mystery that drew people in. Her skin was fair, like delicate porcelain covered in the first snow, with a faint luster that further accentuated her extraordinary and refined temperament. Her figure was graceful, perfectly outlined by a tight-fitting black outfit, the fabric shimmering slightly, making her seem like a fairy in the night, light and mysterious. The white mesh trousers, partially hidden, contrast sharply with the black boots. What is most striking are the pair of bright red, curved horns on her head, with unique, fine textures that appear even more vivid under the light, inspiring endless imagination. At this moment, although her facial expression was slightly indifferent, the slight upward curve of her lips seemed to hide an unknown secret and story. Ancestral spirits. Niu Ziyuan was shocked and stopped involuntarily, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes filled with awe and piety. Niu Jinshin followed closely behind, his eyes also filled with shock and curiosity. This was the first time he had ever seen the legendary guardian spirit of his family. The woman slowly turned her head, her eyes seemingly containing the vicissitudes of time, yet also seeming to be able to see through everything in the world. Her voice was soft and melodious, like heavenly music, echoing in the cave. You have come. Lord Ancestral Spirit, we may have found the person you are looking for, Niu Ziyuan said. My son, Niu Jinshin, has met him. His skills are absolutely top-notch among the younger generation. You can check it out. All right, the woman replied indifferently. Immediately, an invisible force lifted Niu Jinshin's plump body, causing him to slowly rise into the air. Seeing this, Niu Ziyuan was anxious, but all he could do was prostrate himself on the ground, clasp his hands together, and pray incessantly. He firmly believed that the ancestral spirits would not harm his family members. The mysterious woman slowly stretched out her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the ground, as if she had touched some kind of law of heaven and earth. With a loud bang, Niu Jinshin felt as if his brain had exploded. Countless fragments of memories surged in his mind, especially the scenes of his encounter with Jiang Cheng and the powerful attack Jiang Cheng delivered when he commanded the Beast Girl. These scenes played back in his mind like a movie. At the same time, the woman's eyes suddenly emitted a bewitching blue light, like a dazzling star in the night, or a black hole that could devour all the light around it, alluring yet mysterious. Under the influence of this force, Niu Jinshin felt as if his body had become lighter, and all the pain and fatigue had vanished. He closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his attention on feeling the power from the ancestral spirit, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. A moment later, the woman withdrew her hand, and Niu Jinshin's body slowly descended back to the ground. Chapter 315 Mysterious Man. She shook her hand, and Zhu Jianxin returned to his father's side. I know everything. Jiang Cheng is indeed the chosen one we are looking for. The ancestral spirit's words carried an undeniable certainty. Her gaze fell upon Niu Jianxin, seemingly able to pierce through his appearance and see directly into his soul. Your meeting with him is fate, an arrangement of destiny. Upon hearing this, Niu Jianxin felt an indescribable surge of excitement and pride. He never imagined that his chance encounter would be so closely linked to his family's millennium-long mission. Lord Ancestral Spirit, what should we do? Niu Ziyuan asked anxiously. He knew that finding the chosen one was only the first step, and the real challenge was yet to come. Find him and bring him to Qingqing. There are some things that I need to hand over to him personally. Understood. Niu Ziyuan and Niu Jianxin nodded hurriedly, lowering their eyes and not daring to look directly into the woman's eyes. The woman waved her hand gently, and the father and son bowed and stepped back, leaving the mysterious place with hurried yet respectful steps along the secret passage they had come from. Well, after the two left, the woman sighed softly, her voice seemingly filled with endless emotions. She slowly raised her hand, and in her palm, a stone that crackled with electricity and emitted a faint blue light appeared. It's time to return this elemental stone to you. She spoke softly, as if talking to the air, her gaze piercing through the cave walls, as if she could cross mountains and rivers to look directly at that distant figure. As she finished speaking, the elemental stone suddenly burst into a dazzling light, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the entire cave. Then, the light gradually faded, and the elemental stone seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, slowly drifting towards the cave exit and disappearing in the direction the father and son had just left. She slowly closed her eyes. The surrounding fluorescence gradually dissipated, and her figure became blurred again, eventually turning into specks of light that merged with the lava pool, as if she had never existed. Only the scorching lava remained, continuing to boil within the cave. A certain area occupied by black pupils. Jiang Cheng and the women continued to reap the lives of the ferocious beasts. As the battle intensified, Jiang Cheng's blood seemed to be ignited, and his physique became increasingly agile. The long sword in his hand seemed to transform into a scythe of death, each swing accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, easily cleaving the beetle's hard body in two. Qin Wan and Lin Yao were equally determined, each unleashing their beast soul skills to form a perfect team with Jiang Cheng. Finally, with a deafening roar, the last beetle fell to Jiang Cheng's blade. Its body was split in two, and black blood splattered all over Jiang Cheng's face, but he didn't care at all. He just took a deep breath and felt the power surging within him. It's done, Jiang Cheng roared, his voice echoing through the ruins, filled with joy and pride. Jiang Cheng slowly stood still, took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his chest. He closed his eyes and began to carefully examine his newly acquired breakthrough skill. 5-star breakthrough skill, 1,000 threads strangulation, Qin Wan. Description: with long, sweeping legs, it shoots countless fine threads like arrows at the enemy. These threads weave together in the air to form a web, ultimately binding and strangling the enemy. 5-star breakthrough skill, Fox Shadow Mystery, Lin Yao. Description: transforming into countless phantoms, traversing the battlefield, confusing the enemy's vision, while seeking out weaknesses to deliver fatal blows, making the enemy unpredictable. After glancing at it, Jiang Cheng continued towards the next location. Next up is Yu Wuxia, and then Lu Yi's breakthrough trial. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, followed by a muffled rumble that rolled in from afar. Accompanying this ominous sign, countless ferocious beasts surged in from all directions once again. These ferocious beasts have strange and ferocious appearances. They are like blocks made of clay, with a thick, uneven shell covering their bodies, as if they were ancient creatures crawling out from the depths of the earth. Under the cover of darkness, without Jiang Cheng's reconnaissance, it would have been difficult to detect their existence. Everyone, the enemy is coming. Follow my orders. Jiang Cheng's voice was calm and firm. He quickly scanned his surroundings, assessing the enemy situation. Understood. Jiang Luoshan, Qin Wan, Lin Yao and the others immediately became alert, and they each took their positions, ready to face the upcoming battle. Mo Liuli stood not far away, her gaze fixed on Jiang Luoshan, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. She felt a familiar feeling about this woman, like some long-lost memory lingering in her heart. However, when she tried to recall carefully, she couldn't remember exactly what felt familiar, leaving her feeling both confused and bewildered. The battle was about to begin. The ferocious beasts made of clay let out a low roar, brandishing their sharp claws and fangs as they pounced on Jiang Cheng and his group. Jiang Cheng wielded a long sword, his movements as agile as a dragon. He swung his sword, each attack precisely targeting the weak points of the ferocious beasts, defeating them one by one. With a slight thought, Jiang Luoshan felt the ground beneath her feet come alive. Countless vines rapidly intertwined and bound the ferocious beasts firmly to their spots. Her gaze was cold and resolute, as if she could see through all illusions. Although Mo Lioli was confused, she was absolutely fearless in battle. She moved with the lightness of a swallow, and with each wave of her hand, she could unleash icy shards that easily cleaved through the carapace of ferocious beasts. The battle was extremely intense, with both sides exchanging blows and refusing to give an inch. In Jianya City, the lights are dim, and the night gently envelopes this bustling metropolis. In a quiet villa, Ji Yuechan gently stroked her abdomen, her face beaming with undisguised satisfaction and happiness. The curve of her lips, like a gentle breeze in early summer, is soft yet full of vitality, moving one to tears. In the distance, the night sky was deep and vast. A shooting star streaked across the sky, leaving a dazzling trail behind it. In the quiet night, a man with wings on his back floated silently in midair, his figure blending into the night, except for his sharp eyes, which, like the brightest star in the night sky, were fixed on Ji Yuechan below. If the rumors are true, she should be with Jiang Cheng. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, yet carried a hint of complex emotion that was difficult to detect. A strange energy radiated outwards, eventually reflecting back onto him, and his tone immediately turned cold. Wait, something's not right. There's something in her stomach. Humph, what a disgrace to the family. The man suddenly snorted coldly, his tone revealing dissatisfaction and disdain. Chapter 316 Great Change 1. Deep in the forest, shadows, like a heavy curtain, kept the light out, leaving only dappled light and shadow flickering on the ground. This has shrouded this ancient woodland in a veil of mystery and terror. The trees towered into the clouds, their branches and leaves lush, yet they could not conceal the chill emanating from the depths of the earth, as if each leaf was whispering untold secrets. A steady stream of ferocious beasts advanced into the forest, their power swelling to an unbelievable level due to the corruption of the black pupils. In the forest, corpses piled up like mountains, and the stench of blood permeated the air, yet this did nothing to slow the monsters' pace. On the contrary, it seemed to ignite their deeper bloodlust. Jiang Cheng stood before the battle formation, like an insurmountable barrier, the long sword in his hand seemingly stained red with blood. Each swing was accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, precisely slicing through the beast's tough flesh, demonstrating astonishing combat skills and decisiveness. Many beast girls are also fighting bravely against the enemy. Because of the lack of Shen Linlang's area of effect skills, apart from Jiang Luoshan, everyone else had no choice but to engage in close combat. In the darkness of night, the pitch-black sky suddenly cracked open, and a dazzling light pierced the sky from the distant east, like the eye of a god, gazing upon the entire land. Jiang Cheng looked up, his brows furrowed, a strange premonition rising in his heart. Could it be that another new deity has awakened? He murmured, a hint of barely perceptible worry in his voice. It seems that thing did not awaken in the Great Evolution. Mo Lioli also joined the discussion, her brows furrowed and her eyes gleaming with contemplation. What a terrifying thing. Qin Wan's eyes widened. That's right, the gods are awakening all over the world, and a new era is about to begin. Come on, turn these monsters into experience points for my leveling up. Jiang Cheng shouted solemnly. He clenched his fists. He wanted to become even stronger. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, powerful earthquakes were erupting in multiple regions around the world. Then, towering, cloud-piercing structures, like bridges connecting heaven and earth, suddenly rose from beneath the earth's crust, soaring straight into the sky. They emit a faint glow, containing immense energy that illuminates the night sky and touches the hearts of people around the world. This scene is both a challenge to the old order and a harbinger of a new era, filled with epic grandeur. Dian Kingdom, Yenzhou Province. As the tower rose, a tall man, resembling a barbarian warrior, slowly stood up, His bulging muscles were like cast bronze, and every inch of his skin exuded a powerful sense of strength. His entire body was covered with numerous itotems, which seemed to have a life of their own, trembling slightly with his breath and exuding a mysterious aura. Around him, countless believers knelt in worship, some bowing their heads in prayer, others raising their hands and chanting his name fervently, as if he were their only faith. The Lord of Shadows stood in the center, gazing towards the nearest tower within the great Yin kingdom, and murmured to himself. As expected, I awoke at the perfect time. The 72 demon god towers rose as promised, and a new world has arrived. His voice was deep and powerful, causing the surrounding giant beasts and believers to tremble. Then he turned his gaze further east. Just now, a dazzling streak of light lit up the sky over there. The Lord of Shadows' eyes seemed to pierce through the night sky, locking onto the dazzling streak of light that swept across the east, a playful smile curving his lips. Even you've awakened, Amaterasu? His voice carried a hint of mockery, as if he wasn't surprised that this fellow deity had awakened. Instead, there was a sense of excitement, like meeting a worthy opponent. It seems your followers are quite devout. They only woke up a little later than me. Further east, there is Fusong. A woman with silver-white hair slowly ascended into the air, a smile on her face. She wore a colorful kimono, with warm yellow and deep blue as the main colors, which intertwined to create a noble and elegant charm. The kimono is embroidered with exquisite patterns, and every detail reveals the craftsman's superb skills. The sleeves are particularly eye-catching, with gold and red embellishments complementing each other like the morning glow, both gorgeous and gentle. The most eye-catching feature was the golden headdress on her head. This headdress is intricately and exquisitely designed, with a dazzling blue gemstone set in the center and surrounded by a golden ring of ornaments, making it as radiant as the sun. She holds a huge golden scepter, which is also inlaid with blue gemstones and other decorations. The design at the top resembles a symbol of the sun, echoing her headdress. She slowly opened her eyes, and a faint divine light seemed to emerge from them. She looked at the night sky around her, and the corners of her mouth slightly turned up. It seems I woke up at just the right time, not too late, not too early. She stretched, her posture languid and elegant, as if she had just awakened from a long slumber. With a casual wave of her hand, she easily punched a huge hole in one of the majestic mountain peaks, making it seem as if it were made of paper. Rocks flew everywhere, dust billowed, and it looked as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open. She flew slowly toward the newly created cave, her figure light and graceful, like a fairy descending to earth. However, as she moved, an ominous atmosphere filled the air. Where she passed, clusters of black shadows appeared, and from these shadows, countless horned demons crawled out. They were grotesque in appearance, emitting mournful roars that spread outwards as if to devour the entire world into endless darkness. This scene was absolutely terrifying. On the ground, the ordinary people who were originally crawling on the ground were now, like lambs to the slaughter, cruelly killed by these evil spirits. Their cries and pleas for help mingled together, but they could not stop the rampage of these demons. Blood stained the earth, and corpses littered the ground. The entire scene was like a living hell, too painful to look at. Amaterasu seemed oblivious to all of this, continuing to fly towards the cave, her eyes gleaming with a cold and mysterious light. If there were no darkness and filth, what use would I, the sun goddess, be? I really look forward to the arrival of other gods. Diane, it seems 2 of them have already awakened. I need to work harder too. She parted her lips slightly, chanting some obscure incantation. Her voice was melodious and ethereal, like heavenly music, echoing in the dark mountains and seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space, resonating with heaven and earth. I, Amaterasu, as the sun goddess, wish to use my light to dispel all gloom in the world and illuminate the path forward for all the gods. Chapter 317 Great Change 2. As Amaterasu chanted, the air around her seemed to heat up, and golden light surged from her body, enveloping her completely, like a dazzling sun illuminating everything around her. Bathed in light, her face appeared even more sacred and solemn, as if she were an inviolable, holy being. The ground was trembling, as if foreshadowing something. Over there, Amaterasu smiled slightly, her figure gradually blurring in the light, eventually transforming into a golden streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. After a period of fighting, the breakthrough trials for all the beast girls were finally completed. Jiang Cheng dragged his tired body toward the camp. After resting for a while, Jiang Cheng plans to go hunting again. After the black pupils were infected, the ferocious beasts that used to live alone began to move in groups. For ordinary people, it would be a disaster, but for Jiang Cheng, it was just too good to pass up. He needs experience points to enhance the Beast Girl's strength. Donghai City. The massive city of Grandia, the energy hub. The lower part, the anti-gravity propulsion zone, stands in the heart of the city, a miraculous place woven from countless intricate mechanical components and complex magical circuits. Hidden within this vast complex is a secret cavity, like a hidden ventricle in the heart of the giant city. Inside the cavity, under the dim yellow light, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and tattered clothes was reflected. His hair was disheveled, like withered grass in autumn, and his beard was covered with stubble, but his eyes shone with an indomitable light. His hands were covered in oil and sweat, making him look particularly unkempt. At this moment, he was frowning and staring at the experimental target in front of him, a red crystal floating in the air. The crystal seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, hovering quietly in mid-air without any sign of falling. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and gently touched the switch beside him. The red crystal then wobbled and floated forward, like a small boat struggling in a turbulent sea. However, the good fortune didn't last long. Just a few seconds later, the red crystal lost control and fell to the ground with a thud, exploding into a weak explosion. Although the impact wasn't very strong, the sudden force still blackened the middle-aged man's face, making him look as if he had just crawled out of a coal mine. The 12,098th experiment failed due to an uncontrollable repulsive infection that occurred during the advance. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his voice revealing a hint of helplessness and exhaustion. This vast space, with its towering dome covering everything like the heavens, envelopes everything within it. Beneath the dome are intricate and layered mechanical structures, tightly interwoven, resembling a perfect fusion of nature and human ingenuity, creating a breathtaking industrial panorama. Those mechanical parts, whether large or small, round or square, each fit precisely into its predetermined position, displaying a breathtaking precision and harmony. Each red dome, like a giant ruby, is embedded in the mechanical honeycomb, emitting a faint red glow that adds a touch of warmth and mystery to this cold, metallic world. These covers not only protect the mechanical structures from external interference, but also seem to breathe life and vitality into this industrial site. Beneath these covers lies the core force propelling the entire Grandia forward, the anti-gravity engine. They lie dormant here like sleeping dragons, waiting for the moment they will be awakened. The massive pipelines, like the city's arteries, crisscross among the machinery, transporting energy and waste, and maintaining the life and vitality of this enormous system. The robotic arms moved flexibly at each node, extending, rotating, or grasping, performing the final maintenance and debugging work. Standing here, Zhang Jingguo felt as if he could feel the heartbeat of Galandia. This place is undoubtedly the heart of the entire city, the inexhaustible driving force propelling it forward. He took a deep breath. Research on the anti-gravity system of Grandia has reached its final stage. A young girl walked gracefully to the middle-aged man's side. Her voice was gentle but tinged with helplessness. "Uncle, it's time to eat. It's almost midnight." A hint of worry flickered across Zhang Jiayu's brow. "My experiment has reached a critical moment. Whether this thing can actually move depends on the next experiment." Zhang Jiayu's uncle, Zhang Jingguo, said in a deep voice. Ever since Jiang Cheng took him to the core area of Grandia, he has become completely fascinated by the core power system of this enormous city. For him, this is not just a research project, but an inseparable passion and a delicious delicacy that he can never get tired of. Suddenly, the entire city seemed to be shaken by an invisible force. The earth shook violently, as if it were a harbinger of the collapse of the heavens and the earth. "What happened?" Zhang Jiayu frowned, a hint of surprise and unease flashing in her eyes. Could it be an enemy attack? Zhang Jingguo quickly dismissed the idea. That's impossible. Although the propulsion system of this city malfunctioned, the other modules are intact. It's impossible for it to be breached from the outside. Just then, a group of people jogged over from a distance, their figures appearing somewhat flustered in the dim light. My lord. Their voices were urgent and tense, as if they had brought some terrible news. "What's wrong? Don't rush, tell me slowly." Zhang Jiayu quickly composed herself and asked. A tall tower grew out from within. The soldier's exclamation was like a thunderclap piercing the night sky, causing Zhang Jingguo and Zhang Jiayu's hearts to tremble, and they exchanged an incredulous look. Grandia, a colossal city built from rare nebula minerals, has never seen any life form take root and flourish, let alone towering skyscrapers. Both men were filled with doubt, but they also knew that the situation was urgent and could not be delayed. They quickly followed the soldier's footsteps, navigating the intricate mechanical corridors, each step seemingly in time, urgent and powerful. Finally, they arrived at the source of the strange phenomenon. The tower before us is a marvel of nature and human ingenuity. It is not simply standing on the ground, but rather seems to grow from the very lifeblood of the city, closely connected to the nebula-like mineral ground, yet radiating a blue light that does not belong to this world. Strange runes flowed slowly across the tower, like the whispers of an ancient civilization, telling untold secrets. How is this possible? Zhang Jingguo muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 3:18 Tremendous Change 3. He looked around and saw that the space around the tower seemed to be distorted because of its presence, and mysterious forces surged in the air, inspiring awe. Zhang Jiayu frowned, trying to search her memory for any clues related to the tower. But it was all in vain. She knew that the appearance of this tower was no accident, and that there must be some profound truth hidden behind it. Report this to Jiangqing, Zhang Jingguo said in a deep voice. As night falls, the lights of Jianya City reflect the stars, creating a cityscape that is both modern and warm. The moonlight, as clear as if it had been washed, gently spilled onto the glazed tiles of the villa, reflecting a faint silver glow and adding a touch of dreaminess and mystery to the tranquil night. Jiangcheng stood firm amidst the battlefield, watching the surrounding scene gradually calm down, and an indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Jiangcheng took out a spatial device and opened a spatial portal. Everyone has worked hard. Let's go into the portal and rest. Jiangcheng led Jiang Luoshan back. After a long day of fighting, Jiangcheng was also a little tired. However, the gains this time were also enormous, as all the girls completed their breakthrough missions, the significance of which is self-evident. Just then, Jiangcheng's phone rang. Just then, a rapid cell phone ring broke the silence of the night, and Jiangcheng stopped in his tracks. He took his phone out of his pocket, and the caller ID on the screen made him frown slightly before answering. Jiangcheng, there's an emergency. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, completely shattering the tranquility of the night. Zhang Jingguo. What is it? Jiangcheng's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss. A tall tower has grown inside Grandia. Zhang Jingguo's tone on the other end of the phone was urgent, as if every word carried a heavy burden of pressure. What's going on? Jiangcheng asked, his eyes widening in surprise. How could a tower possibly grow out of Grandia, the flying city built from rare nebula minerals? I don't know either, it just grew out of nowhere. Zhang Jingguo's tone revealed helplessness and confusion. Okay, I understand. I'll look into it when I have some time. After pondering for a moment, Jiangcheng decided to personally go to Galandia to find out what was going on. Well, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Zhang Jingguo seemed to have something else to say. Go on. Jiangcheng gestured for him to continue. The anti-gravity device in Grandia is being repaired well, and most of the problems have been overcome. However, some new challenges have arisen. If these challenges can be resolved, the city will be fully operational and soaring through the skies. Zhang Jingguo's tone revealed a hint of joy and anticipation. What? Upon hearing this, Jiangcheng felt an indescribable surge of excitement. Grandia is a vast flying city and an impregnable fortress. The current situation is turbulent, and the future is bound to be a chaotic era. Slaughter and war may well be the main theme. Having such a shelter as a base would have obvious advantages. If you need anything, just let me know. The current problem is mainly concentrated in the transition process. There is a lack of some experimental materials. Many of these materials are simply not available on the market. Zhang Jingguo said in a serious tone, Dian controls this kind of thing very strictly, and I can't do anything about it. Let's see if we can think of a way. Okay, I got it. You can make a list later. It's just some contraband, right? I'll see if I can get you everything. That's good. That's good. Work hard, and once this thing takes off, you'll be one of the city's first generation of technical backbones. Jiangcheng's words carried a hint of encouragement and expectation. Understood. I will certainly live up to the mission, Zhang Jingguo said earnestly, his tone revealing firmness and determination. Jiangcheng nodded, and hung up the phone. He rubbed his temples, his brows furrowed, his mind filled with doubt. A tower? How did this thing come to be? Zhang Jiayu just conveyed similar words to him, so it seems Zhang Jingguo wasn't exaggerating. Inside Grandia, a towering structure inexplicably appeared, constantly radiating mysterious energy that inspired fear. I'll go back to the East China, see once things calm down here, Jiang Qing thought to himself. After all, that's my old base. According to Zhang Jiayu, the mining of the Nebula mine is on track, and the power system is almost back up. I hope nothing goes wrong. As for some prohibited materials, Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. He planned to ask Yu Wuxiao to see if they could smuggle some in from abroad. The control over this aspect by De Yuan is far too strict, while that abroad is much more lenient. This country's truly advanced technology is mostly used for military purposes, with very little used for civilian purposes. Perhaps the higher-ups fear that those below them might gain more power and thus threaten their rule. Thinking of this, Jiang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Luoshan returned to the base very late. He released the women from the spatial portal, and after they washed up, Jiang Cheng embraced several slender bodies and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, birds chirped outside the window, seemingly announcing the start of a new day. However, outside, dark clouds covered the sky, the thick clouds obscuring the sun, as if foreshadowing an impending storm, creating an indescribable atmosphere of oppression. Jiang Cheng was fully dressed, his crisp combat uniform highlighting his tall and upright figure. He followed a soldier, walking steadily toward the center of the camp. That place was GTNI's temporary command center, and also the nerve center of the entire battle. GTNI, a general renowned on the battlefield, was sitting at a large desk. His face was stern, and his eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. Upon learning of Jiang Cheng's return, he immediately ordered someone to bring Jiang Cheng to him, clearly valuing Jiang Cheng's opinion highly. You've arrived, GTNI said in a deep voice as he saw Jiang Cheng walk in. He pointed to the chair next to him, gesturing for Jiang Cheng to sit down, and said, "Tell me your thoughts on the current battle situation." Jiang Cheng didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the chair and sat down. He glanced around the room, quickly assessing the current situation. Opinion. Jiang Cheng's lips curled slightly, feigning ignorance. I don't have any particular insights on this. I wonder if the general is referring to a macro-level strategic perspective or a detailed tactical approach. Ji Tianya's eyes were sharp, clearly unwilling to beat around the bush. Naturally, it is the key strategy to defeat the enemy. Chapter 319 Tremendous Change 4. Before he finished speaking, his finger lightly touched a button on the desktop, and the entire office wall seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly lowering and isolating the outside world. A faint stream of light flowed across the surface of the room, constructing an unbreakable barrier. Jiang Cheng tentatively activated his soul skill, but was surprised to find that his power could not penetrate the protective barrier. I believe that the general's current deployment is well thought out and flawless, so there is no need for me, a junior, to say anything more. Jiang Cheng tried to respond with humble words, but he already understood GTNI's true intentions. Don't try to beat around the bush with me. You did a great job finding the Lord of Shadows last time, GTNI said bluntly, his tone carrying a hint of praise and expectation. So this time, you want to eliminate the Lord of Shadows? Jiang Cheng simply stopped trying to hide it. He already had a plan in mind. Ji Tianya's move was undoubtedly an attempt to get him to step forward again and take on important responsibilities. Exactly. Only by completely eliminating the Lord of Shadows can this disaster, which has affected several provinces, truly end. Ji Tianya's words revealed an undeniable firmness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, pondering to himself. The last encounter with the Lord of Shadows is still vivid in my mind. That terrifying being almost killed me even with the help of the water god. Now that so much time has passed, it's hard to predict how much of the Shadow Lord's strength he has recovered. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. He doesn't need to take that risk. The Lord of Shadows is a god. I find it hard to believe that we currently possess the power to kill him. Jiang Cheng carefully considered his words, unwilling to refuse directly, but also unwilling to make a promise lightly. After all, this is not a trivial matter that can be resolved with a few words. A slight misstep could lead to death. He muttered to himself, I'm not the Emperor of Dian. Why should I bother with this? That Shadow Lord is really difficult to deal with. But if you can find a way to lure it to the place we agreed on, I have a way to deal with it. GT and I spoke earnestly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Jiang Cheng glanced at GT and I and noticed that he seemed to have aged quite a bit recently, and smiled inwardly. This future father-in-law, though not a perfect person, had soldiers whose discipline was also poor, as I had witnessed back in Jinya. However, compared to those who indiscriminately slaughter civilians and steal credit, he was still considered better. Then I can give it a try, but can you tell me what your secret weapon is, and how dangerous this is? Jiang Cheng asked, pretending to be very cautious. GT and I smiled, his eyes full of confidence. Do you think I'm a general who protects the country for nothing? You just need to lure it to the designated location, and experts will take care of it. You don't need to fight. Of course, you won't have wasted your time. As he spoke, he tossed over a ring. There are several incredibly powerful defensive items here. Even the Lord of Shadows won't be able to harm you for a short time, GT and I explained. Jiang Cheng looked down at the contents of the ring and was startled. An exceptionally large shield, a necklace, and a ring, none of them looked ordinary. That exceptionally large shield, engraved with a dragon, along with a necklace and a ring, didn't look like anything ordinary. The first thing that catches the eye is the enormous shield, almost large enough to cover a person's entire body. The shield was forged from an unknown metal, its surface gleaming with a faint blue light, like the brightest star in the night sky. In the very center of the shield, a lifelike dragon soars into the sky, its scales exquisite and its eyes piercing, as if it could burst through the shield at any moment and soar into the heavens. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Cheng's gaze was drawn to the necklace. The necklace's chain is woven from fine gold threads, each thread shimmering with a subtle light, like the most delicate galaxy in the night sky. The pendant of the necklace is a crystal-clear gemstone, with what appears to be swirling clouds and flowing stars inside, captivating anyone who looks at it and becoming completely enchanted. Finally, there's that ring. This ring is unlike any other. Its face is wide and engraved with intricate runes, each of which seems to contain some kind of mysterious power. The ring was made of hard and cold material, but it was surprisingly comfortable to wear, as if it resonated with the life force of Jiang Cheng in some subtle way. Each of these three items exudes an extraordinary aura. Jiang Cheng knew that such a treasure was not easy to obtain, and Jitinya's willingness to give it to him showed how much he valued this mission and how much he trusted Jiang Cheng. Once things are done, all three items will be yours. GT and I pressed his advantage. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. Although he knew this was quite dangerous, if he could obtain these treasures, his strength would increase significantly. Furthermore, with a master like GT and I supporting them, they might actually be able to defeat the Lord of Shadows. Okay, I agree. However, we need to carefully consider how to ensure everything goes perfectly. Jiang Cheng nodded in final agreement. The two discussed the details, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. Outside the door, sunlight dappled the corridor, and a young general paced back and forth in the interplay of light and shadow, appearing anxious and uneasy. Li Yunxin, however, found it difficult to maintain her usual composure at this moment. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed undisguised worry. He kept glancing up at the closed office door, muttering to himself. What exactly are Jiang Cheng and GT and I talking about? They've been talking for hours. It's driving me crazy. He has consistently advocated a passive, aggressive strategy to avoid direct conflict. After all, the enemy this time is powerful, and a slight mistake could lead to utter ruin. He's here to gain experience, not to risk his life. In fact, that's what other states do. What is Jiang Cheng thinking? Could it be that he and General Ji have both gone mad and really want to go head-to-head with He Tong? Time passed slowly, and finally the office door opened. Jiang Cheng and GT and I walked out one after the other, their faces solemn, but their eyes revealed determination and resolve. Generally, it's good that you're here too. You need to prepare well during this time, as we are about to launch a general offensive, GT and I said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxin was shocked. What? You really want to confront those things head-on? He was somewhat displeased, but he quickly composed himself and respectfully replied. Yes, General. I will make the arrangements immediately to ensure everything is ready. Chapter 320 Great Change, 5. As Jiang Cheng walked back to his residence, he pondered to himself. The Shadow Lord's strength is unfathomable, but if it's just as GT and I said, simply leading that thing to a designated location, it might not be difficult. GT and I said he needs to prepare for a while, so it's a good time to practice the next level. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, then called the Beast Girl and planned to go to the territory occupied by Black Eyes. No sooner had Jiang Chung left than an old man and a young man arrived at the military encampment. These two people were none other than Niu Ziyuan and Niu Jianshan, the father and son from the Niu family who had just left the ancestral spirits and were in a hurry to set off. At this moment, both of them were panting heavily, their faces flushed red, as if they had just run under the scorching sun. They strode to the gate of the military camp, sweat dripping down their foreheads, but they didn't bother to wipe it away. Niu Ziyuan took out 2 gleaming ID cards from his pocket and handed them to the guard, his voice tinged with urgency. Please be sure to pass on this message for us. I need to find Jiang Chung. The guard took the ID card, examined it carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly verified the information via his internal communicator and then turned to the Niu family father and son, saying, You two have come at a very inopportune time. Lord Jiang Chung has just left, reportedly heading to the Black Pupil-occupied territory. He is not here at the moment. Upon hearing this, Niu Jianshan frowned, his anxiety evident. Father, what should we do? We finally got the news and rushed here, only to find nothing. Niu Ziyuan, however, appeared quite calm. He patted his son on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, It's all right, Jianshan. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. This young man said that Lord Jiangcheng just left, so he probably hasn't gone far. Let's set off immediately. Perhaps we can still catch up with him. Excuse me, which direction did he say he was going? Niu Ziyuan asked, handing over a black card. It was a Nebula Stone Mine Savings card. The messenger took it skillfully and pointed west. That direction. Thank you. The two figures quickly disappeared outside the military camp, leaving only a series of firm footsteps echoing in the empty camp. Meanwhile, Jiang Chung and the Beast Girl had penetrated deep into the territory occupied by the Black Pupil. Danger lurked everywhere, and ferocious beasts passed by from time to time, but they moved about as if they were in an empty place, with ease and confidence. Suddenly, a deafening roar ripped through the sky, like a primal call from an ancient forest, shaking every inch of the air. A gigantic ape, several meters tall and covered in white fur, charged in like a mountain, its speed astonishing. The ape's eyes were bloodshot, flashing with a bloodthirsty madness, as if it could see into people's hearts and amplify them infinitely. On its chest, a jet-black mark stood out, the symbol of the Black Pupil organization, like an eye of the abyss, devouring all the surrounding light and exuding an ominous aura. This symbol seemed to grant the ape boundless power, allowing it to roam freely across this occupied land. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and without moving, a long knife appeared in his hand. Faced with this sudden beast, Jiang Chung did not back down. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and his figure flashed like a ghost as he instantly rushed forward. The Beast Girl behind him didn't move either. There just happened to be a lone boss-level ferocious beast, perfect for practicing my skills. The ape roared and its huge fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed down on Jiang Chung. However, Jiang Chung seemed to have anticipated its movements, and with a nimble movement, easily dodged the fatal blow. His long sword flashed like lightning, striking the ape's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on the ape's tough fur. The ape, in pain, roared even louder, wildly waving its arms as it tried to grab the human who dared to challenge it. But Jiang Chung darted through its attacks like a fish, each strike landing precisely on the ape's vital points. As time went on, the ape's movements gradually became sluggish, and blood gushed from its wounds, staining the surrounding land red. Finally, with a powerful and heavy chop, the ape's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chung sheathed his sword, his cold gaze sweeping over the surroundings. After ensuring there were no other threats, he turned to the Beast Girl and said, Let's continue. Jiangqing's strength has increased again. Jiang Luoshan nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with approval and pride. A look of genuine admiration appeared on Qin Wan's face, her bright eyes seemingly filled with stars, sparkling with boundless respect for Jiang Chung. My master is now stronger than me. It's unbelievable. Yu Wuxian nodded slightly, a rare hint of approval appearing on her usually cold face. Indeed, very strong. Her voice was soft, but every word was firm and resounding. Mo Lioli remained silent, simply gazing at Jiang Chung, her deep eyes seemingly holding countless unspoken words. She then turned her gaze to Jiang Luoshan, who was walking at the very front, and muttered to herself, What is that aura emanating from her? It feels so familiar. That sense of familiarity stirred up ripples in her heart. Jiang Luoshan keenly noticed Mo Liuli's gaze. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes asking, "You? Is there something you need?" Mo Liuli shook her head and said softly, "No. No." She didn't explain much, but quickened her pace and silently caught up with Jiang Cheng's group. The group continued deeper into the black pupil, occupied territory. Jiang Cheng's figure, like a sharp sword, cut through numerous obstacles, leading them forward. Along the way, Jiang Cheng continuously severed the bodies of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng looked up alertly and stared in one direction. Then, the Niu father and son appeared in sight, panting heavily, their faces flushed, clearly having rushed here. "Lord Jiangsheng, we've finally found you," Niu Jianshin said breathlessly, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. "You? What are you doing here?" Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt, seemingly surprised by the sudden appearance of the Niu family father and son. "Lord Jiangsheng." Niu Ziyuan bowed respectfully, his voice trembling slightly. "My name is Niu Ziyuan, and I am Jianshin's father. The ancestral spirits of our Niu family wish to see you. Could you spare some time?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was stunned. He secretly wondered, the ancestral spirits of the Niu family? He knew that in northern cities, many powerful clans would worship powerful spirits as ancestral spirits in order to seek protection and guidance. But why would the ancestral spirit of the Niu family suddenly want to meet me? He had no recollection of having any interaction with the ancestral spirits of the Niu family. Chapter 321 Tremendous Change, 6. Just as Jiang Cheng was filled with doubt, he suddenly frowned and sharply scanned the Niu family father and son. He discovered that these two people did indeed give him a strange feeling, as if some familiar yet mysterious aura was quietly lingering around them. "Your clothes do indeed have a familiar scent on them." Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, seemingly gaining some insight. He looked up at the Niu family father and son, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Once I've cleaned up this area, I'll go with you." Upon hearing this, the Niu father and son were overjoyed. Their faces beamed with undisguised delight, as if they had received some precious gift. Niu Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Lord Jiangsheng. Our Niu family will always remember this kindness." Meanwhile, Janya City. It is located about 20 kilometers from Janya City. A terrifying behemoth was spewing out pillars of ice. The world seemed to be shrouded in an invisible chill, and the air itself froze into ice crystals. A terrifyingly large beast stood on the earth, and with each breath it took, frost would freeze, instantly turning the surrounding flowers, grass and trees into ice sculptures. This behemoth was enormous, like a moving mountain. With each step it took, the ground could not bear its weight and cracked open with shocking gashes. It has long, sharp horns on its forehead that gleam with a cold light, and its body is covered with sharp bone spurs, as if every inch of its skin contains endless destructive power. Most strikingly, it has a pair of enormous bone wings that spread out behind it, casting a shadow over the entire land and creating an indescribable sense of oppression. In the sky, a bewitching woman engulfed in raging flames stood silently, her eyes like two burning flames, fixed on the colossal beast below. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling with astonishment. Why are so many legendary bosses coming from Fujian province in the north? This is an unprecedented spectacle. Behind her, a middle-aged man also wore a shocked expression. "It's been almost half a month. We've been guarding this place for half a month, and these giant beasts haven't stopped their attacks. It's really strange. But fortunately, as long as we kill this one, it should be quiet for a while." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded, a resolute glint in her eyes. She took a deep breath, and the flames all over her body seemed to respond to her will, instantly condensing into a huge flaming longsword, its blade as red as blood, radiating a scorching aura. With a clear cry, the woman's figure flashed, streaking across the sky like a shooting star, heading straight for the giant beast below. The giant beast seemed to sense the threat as well, roared, opened its blood-red maw, and spewed out pillars of ice in an attempt to block the woman's attack. However, the woman was incredibly fast. She moved nimbly among the icicles, like a red lightning bolt. As she approached the behemoth, she suddenly swung her flaming longsword, unleashing a devastating force that pierced directly through the behemoth's chest. The behemoth let out a mournful howl, its massive body began to tremble, and finally collapsed helplessly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and frost. Its eyes revealed resentment and despair, but in the end it could not withstand the power of the flaming longsword. Chang'er did a great job. The middle-aged man, Lu Yuan, nodded approvingly, his eyes full of pride. Su Chang's body gradually died down, and his beastly form began to fade. With a gentle wave, the beautiful fiery red feathers all over her body returned to her body like petals blown by the wind, restoring her human form. It's time to go back to the guild. So much has happened in the past few months. Su Chang sighed, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Wan Xine, I heard, died in the Black Pupil riot. It's such a pity for such a good child. Yes, life is unpredictable. Lu Yuan also sighed, a hint of regret on his face. When Haitong broke out, we were under the most pressure. I don't know how our daughter is doing. It must have been a huge blow to her. When her daughter was mentioned, a hint of tenderness and worry flashed in Su Chang's eyes. Yes, I hope Feifei can face this bravely. Let's go home and see them. Expression suddenly hardened. He took out a round bead that emitted a chilling aura. What's going on? This thing is acting strangely again. Seeing this, Su Chang quickly moved closer to take a look. This fragment of God? Why has it been so restless these past few days? It's really strange. Lu Yuan frowned, examined the bead again, and sighed. The second fragment, after extensive investigation, should have appeared in the Bailongtan instance. Unfortunately, that kid Jiang Qing got it on his first clear. It's our people's fault for being unreliable. Su Chang shook his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. I sent people in later, but they didn't find any trace of the fragments. We're just not good enough. Lu Yuan's face was full of disappointment and helplessness. He gently stroked the bead, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said firmly, well, it's come to this. We can only keep trying. Let's go home and see our daughters. Then we'll figure out how to find that fragment. Su Chang nodded, and the two of them flashed and streaked across the sky like two streaks of light, rushing towards home. Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically. A terrifying black light, like a meteorite falling from the sky, hurtled towards Lu Yuan and Su Chang with earth-shattering force. The black light seemed to contain endless evil and destruction, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Su Chang's expression changed drastically in an instant. She reacted quickly, and her body transformed into a beast in the blink of an eye. A sharp and clear bird song resounded through the sky, as if it could penetrate the clouds and reach the heavens. Her wings spread out, and her fiery red feathers shone like burning flames. Facing the terrifying black light, Su Chang did not flinch in the slightest. She stretched out her palm, and from within it, a flame that seemed capable of burning everything in the world suddenly rose up. The flames were scorching and fierce, like hellfire, instantly transforming into a crimson pillar of fire, carrying earth-shattering power as it fiercely struck the black light. The pillar of fire and the black light met in midair, instantly unleashing a deafening roar. Flames and darkness intertwined and collided in the air, as if it were a contest between two forces, or a struggle between life and death. The magnificent scene caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if the entire world was about to be swallowed up by this power. Seeing this, Lu Yuan also reacted quickly. He flashed and appeared beside Su Chang like a ghost. His hands quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful force surged from his body, transforming into a dazzling radiance that resonated with Su Chang's pillar of fire, together resisting the terrifying black light. Chapter 322 Tremendous Change 7. Not far away, a giant black tower trembled continuously. A terrifying energy surge slowly condensed from the black tower, like a sleeping dragon gradually awakening, releasing a chilling aura. Immediately afterwards, this energy transformed into a streak of light, piercing the sky with a destructive force, heading straight for Lu Yuan and Su Chang. Here we go again. Lu Yuan frowned, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Su Chang moved with a light and graceful gait, like a butterfly dancing in the air, drawing a beautiful arc. He flew over and fought alongside Lu Yuan to resist this sudden crisis. Streaks of black light shot out from the giant black tower, like a dense rain of arrows, bombarding the two of them. These black lights contained terrifying power, and they kept bombarding the two of them. It seems that all of these things came from the tower that rose from the ground last night. Lu Yuan was shocked. He had never imagined that this thing was so powerful. A patrol team from nearby rushed over. Quick, something's wrong. That tower from yesterday is attacking humans. A sharp shout broke the tense atmosphere, prompting a patrol team from nearby to rush over. They were dressed in uniform, carrying various weapons, and their faces were filled with tension and vigilance. Their arrival made the atmosphere even more somber. What's going on? A patrolman stared wide-eyed at the scene before him in disbelief. The black light emitted by the giant black tower was like the scythe of death, constantly bombarding Lu Yuan and Su Chong, making him feel a sense of unease. It's so strange, this thing makes me instinctively feel fear. Another team member gripped his weapon tightly, his voice trembling as he spoke. His eyes were filled with terror and unease, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. Yes, we were ordered to come and investigate last night, but we never expected it to be such a terrifying thing. Another team member said in a low voice. Although they were patrol members, they couldn't help but feel fear in the face of such a terrifying presence. Isn't that Guild Master Lu Yuan in the air, the one who joined forces with many experts from Janya City to defeat the mythical level boss last time? Could it be that even they couldn't withstand this power? A patrolman exclaimed in surprise, his voice filled with shock and bewilderment. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yuan and Su Chong. Although the two were fighting hard, the power from the Black Tower was too terrifying, making them seem to be struggling. What is this thing? It's comparable to a mythical level boss. It's terrifying. Although they were patrol members and had experienced many battles, this was the first time they had ever seen such a terrifying being. The black light emitted by the giant Black Tower seemed capable of devouring everything, giving them an unprecedented sense of oppression. The patrolmen around them began to whisper among themselves, their voices filled with fear. If even experts like Lu Yuan and Su Chong cannot withstand this power, then ordinary people like them will likely be even more vulnerable. Just then, a gigantic handprint descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground with overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the whole world seemed to tremble, and space distorted in an instant. The figures of Lu Yuan and Su Chong vanished without a trace in an instant under the impact of this giant handprint. This scene was extremely bizarre, as if it were a punishment from the gods, or as if a demon was wantonly toying with living beings. The Black Tower still stands there, exuding a chilling aura, as if proclaiming its invincibility and power. The pupils of all the team members trembled violently, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable scene in the world. The massive amount of black energy that had just erupted from the Black Tower transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, swallowing Lu Yuan and Su Chong, who was standing beside him, with lightning speed. How did they disappear? A team member muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. Oh my God, could it be that we've been completely annihilated? Another team member exclaimed in terror, his face as pale as paper, as if he could see the shadow of death looming over him. It doesn't look like it. The third team member frowned, trying hard to recall what had just happened. Quickly, report today's events to the higher-ups. The captain reacted quickly and ordered in a deep voice, this Black Tower is too terrifying. We must let the higher-ups know about the situation here as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the team members nodded in agreement, knowing the seriousness of the matter. With its black hand, the Black Tower seemed uninterested in the patrol team members, and the black energy gradually receded into the tower. But that chilling aura still lingered in the air, sending shivers down their spines. The captain quickly took out his communicator and began reporting the situation to his superiors. His voice was steady and powerful as he recounted the events in detail. On the other end of the communicator, after listening to the report, the superior remained silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "You should evacuate the scene first and maintain vigilance. We will send an expert team over to investigate immediately." Upon hearing this, the captain felt somewhat relieved. He nodded and then led his team members to quickly evacuate the scene. They knew that the situation here was beyond their control and that they had to rely on higher-level forces to resolve it. During their evacuation, they frequently looked back at the massive Black Tower, their hearts filled with awe and fear. They knew that this seemingly peaceful night would become anything but ordinary because of the appearance of this Black Tower. The disappearance of Lu Yuan and Su Chong cast a shadow over their hearts, leaving them wondering what terrifying things might happen in the future. Under the dim sky, a figure lying on the ground suddenly moved. Where is this? A woman with a face as exquisite as a sculpted work of art, and skin so fair and delicate that it seemed to radiate light, slowly raised her head. She has a curvaceous and sexy figure, with graceful curves, like a ripe fruit, exuding an alluring charm. The woman was Su Chong. She murmured to herself, her eyes flashing with doubt and surprise. The scene before her eyes startled her. All around were endless yellow sands, stretching as far as the eye could see, as if one were in a golden ocean. The blazing sun baked the sand until it was scorching hot, and the sweltering heat was suffocating. "Chang'er, over here." Lu Yuan's voice rang in Su Chang's ears, tinged with uncertainty and surprise. He was equally shocked by the scene before him, never expecting that the two of them would be sent to such a desolate place by that mysterious giant hand. Chapter 323, Great Change, 8. Su Chang came to her senses and lingered on Lu Yuan for a moment. Seeing that although his clothes were a bit disheveled, his expression was still relatively calm, she felt a little relieved. She frowned and said, "Where is this place? It doesn't seem like the Great Yin Kingdom." Strange. Lu Yuan also stood up slowly, gazing at the vast land before him, his heart filled with doubt. He remembered that he and Su Chang were clearly near Jinya City, so how did they end up here in the blink of an eye? The two looked at each other and saw the confusion and unease in each other's eyes. After a period of arduous battles, the women's strength continuously improved through the baptism of blood and fire, and their levels rose steadily, like climbing a mountain. On this perilous battlefield, they not only honed their will, but also unleashed their potential like never before. A figure flashed before Jiang Cheng's eyes. That was Mo Lioli, whose level was constantly skyrocketing. She had a graceful figure and an exceptionally beautiful and cold appearance. As the level increases, both speed and strength are greatly enhanced. Each flash can traverse a distance of tens of meters in an instant, leaving behind a series of dazzling afterimages. Even when facing ferocious beasts that are more than 20 levels higher than her and have enormous sizes, she can defeat them with ease. In battle, Mo Lioli is like an ice goddess descending to earth. A chilling aura emanated from him, and his icy presence seemed capable of freezing everything. Whenever she wielded that long sword that gleamed with a cold light, the surrounding air would instantly freeze, forming ice crystals that shimmered under the sword's light. Each of her attacks was accompanied by a deafening roar, so powerful it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Those ferocious beasts were like lambs to the slaughter in front of her, utterly powerless to resist. Those ferocious beasts touched by her sword energy would be instantly frozen, turning into ice sculptures, forever frozen in place. As expected of the SSS-Rank Beast Girl Xuanwu, Jiangqing nodded. Mo Lioli's abilities are actually more defensive, and most of her beast soul skills are also defensive. However, in actual combat, its damage output is still quite impressive, but it lacks some area of effect skills. Now that they have Mo Lioli, Jiangqing's team has almost no weaknesses. It has attack, support, and defense types. If placed in the military, they could already form an assault team. The Niu family father and son waited quietly to the side, their eyes fixed on the battle between Jiang Cheng and the others, their gazes filled with awe. Niu Zuan stared in disbelief at the numerous beast girls dancing gracefully on the battlefield, so shocked that he could hardly speak. He turned to his son beside him and whispered, "Is he even human? Son, does he really possess so many powerful beast girls, just like the rumors say?" Niu Jinshin was also astonished. He nodded, his voice filled with undisguised amazement. "That's right, and their combat power is astonishing, one more amazing than the other. It's terrifying." Niu Zuan interjected, a complex light flashing in his eyes. The stronger the beast girl, the more mental energy it takes to control her. With so many beast girls fighting at the same time, it must consume a massive amount of mental energy every minute, right? How exactly did Lord Jiangqing manage to do that? The two swallowed hard, their awe of Jiangqing deepening even further. Before long, Jiangqing finally killed all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity, and the smoke from the battlefield gradually dissipated. Mo Lioli shone brightly in this battle, leveling up 10 levels to reach an astonishing level 33. After the battle, Jiangqing turned around, looked calmly at the Niu family father and son, and said indifferently, "Let's go and see what your Niu family's ancestral spirits have to say to me." Upon hearing this, the Niu father and son were overjoyed and quickly nodded respectfully in agreement. They knew that meeting Lord Jiangqing and receiving his help was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Niu family. So the group set off on their journey to the ancestral spirit site of the Niu family. On the way, Niu Zuan kept glancing at Jiangqing, secretly alarmed. This person is definitely the one the ancestral spirit is looking for. After a while, Jiangqing followed the Niu family father and son into the underground tunnel. At the same time, he was on high alert, in case the two of them had any schemes or tricks. Jiang Cheng came with him entirely because the two of them had a strangely familiar aura about them. The temperature gradually rose, as if one were in an oven. The air became scorching and stuffy, making Jiang Cheng's head feel a little dizzy. However, this feeling did not last long. As they went deeper, they soon arrived at a platform. The platform is surrounded by rock walls, which are dark red in color, as if they have been baked by high temperatures, and the air is filled with a scorching smell. A bright light appeared ahead. Jiang Cheng looked ahead and saw scorching magma bubbling continuously, like boiling water, emitting waves of heat that made it impossible to get close. The scorching heat of the lava hit you as if it were about to burn you. Jiang Cheng's gaze pierced through the heat wave, fixed intently on the woman before him. It was a woman with a graceful figure, who floated quietly above the lava, surrounded by a faint glow. The strange woman had thick, naturally curly black hair, shimmering like the ocean at night, gently draped over her shoulders, adding to her untamed yet graceful appearance. Her skin was fair, like delicate porcelain covered in the first snow, with a faint luster that further accentuated her extraordinary and refined temperament. What is most striking are the pair of bright red, curved horns on her head, with unique, fine textures that appear even more vivid under the light, as if they contain some kind of mysterious power. "You've finally arrived." The woman swayed slightly, her charm tinged with urgency. The moment she saw Jiang Cheng, she seemed to light up, her excitement overflowing. She slowly rose into the air and gracefully descended towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng instinctively wanted to avoid it. This sudden closeness caught him off guard. However, the moment the woman approached, he subconsciously felt a strange sense of intimacy, as if there was some inexplicable connection between them. This feeling made him hesitate for a moment, and then he was suddenly bumped into by the charming woman. A faint fragrance wafted over, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. "Master, I finally waited for you." The woman spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Jiang Cheng stared wide-eyed at the woman in front of him, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. "Wait a minute, master. Do you know me?" he asked hurriedly, trying to figure out what was going on. Chapter 324 Tremendous Change 9. The woman smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to melt away all ice and snow, and ease the scorching heat around her. "Of course I know you, master. I have been waiting for you here. Only you can unlock my shackles and set me free." Jiang Cheng was shocked upon hearing this. What does this mean? Suddenly, the entire space distorted. The scene before Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly distorted, as if being kneaded by invisible fingers. A hazy mist filled his vision, accompanied by flashes of bizarre and fantastical images, as if he had traversed a rift in time and space. The next moment, his feet stepped into a gray-black space, vast and empty, filled with a suffocating silence. Only that strange woman stood quietly in the center, becoming the only color in this desolate space. "Where is this place? What exactly do you want?" Jiang Cheng's voice was wary, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and his whole body tensed up, ready to deal with any sudden change. The alluring woman chuckled softly, her voice as delicate as silk, captivating Jiang Cheng's heart and soul. "Master, this is a haven prepared especially for you, a place where you can relax both your mind and body." As she finished speaking, her body, like a boneless water snake, slowly approached Jiang Cheng. The soft, weightless touch made Jiang Cheng involuntarily hold his breath and his heart race. A faint fragrance filled the air, mixed with the warmth of the woman's body, making Jiang Cheng feel a sense of unprecedented dizziness and disorientation. The woman's figure gradually magnified in his pupils, her eyes seemingly filled with endless affection and longing, drawing him in tightly. "Master, I have waited for you for far too long." The woman's voice was choked with sobs as she slowly began to remove her clothes, each movement exuding an irresistible allure. Which? Jiang Cheng felt a strong sense of unease. Reason told him that the current situation was no accident, but an indescribable feeling of weakness quietly spread from the bottom of his heart, eroding his will. His body felt as if it were bound by invisible ropes, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the woman approached step by step, a surge of uncontrollable panic and confusion welling up inside him. This feeling was like being caught between a dream and reality, both clear and blurry, making it impossible for Jiang Cheng to distinguish between reality and illusion. Ugh! Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that his lips had been sealed, and he immediately became more awake. Could this thing be a succubus? Wipe. I've been infected. He tried his best to activate his soul skill, but found that no black vortex appeared around him. Telepathy has also been cut off. Jiangqing suddenly became anxious. If the person in front of me is truly a succubus in disguise, wouldn't I be in danger? Jiangqing was horrified. He had heard that succubi live by absorbing human life essence until they are completely drained of their life force, leaving behind a withered shell, before dying a miserable death. At this thought, the hairs on his body stood on end. His will to survive unleashed unprecedented power, and he pushed the woman away with all his might. Owner. After being pushed away, the woman was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled even more brightly, with a hint of cunning and provocation in her smile. Her gaze, like that of a greedy cheetah, slowly slid down Jiangqing's slightly parted lips as he breathed heavily, across his sweat-dampened neck, where his prominent collarbone was faintly visible beneath his thin shirt, drawing her gaze even deeper, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Let me serve you properly instead. Her voice was deep and seductive, each word seeming to strike Jiangqing's heartstrings directly, making him involuntarily tremble. No. Jiangqing gasped for breath, trying to break free from the invisible restraints once more, but his body felt as if it were tightly bound by invisible spider silk, leaving him powerless to resist. Before he could finish speaking, the woman moved closer again like a ghost, wrapping her arms around his waist and holding him tightly in her embrace. Jiangqing felt an irresistible, scorching heat rush towards him, mixed with the woman's unique fragrance, which made his mind begin to blur and his body gradually lose control. At this moment, Jiangqing felt as if he had been dragged into an endless abyss. Everything around him became unreal and distant, but the woman's figure became clearer and clearer in his eyes, like a nightmare that he could neither escape nor resist. An unprecedented fear and despair welled up within him, yet he could only watch helplessly as he walked step by step toward the brink of destruction. Chapter 325 Tremendous Change 10. Jiangqing. Inside the scorching cave, Jiangqing stood there, his face blank. But the suspicious woman disappeared. What's going on? Jiang Luotian sensed something was wrong. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her tone was filled with undeniable anxiety. Her gaze searched the empty cave, but the strange woman had vanished without a trace, leaving Jiangqing standing there dumbfounded, as if his soul had been ripped from his body. Suddenly the ground shook, and a surge of natural force erupted. Countless thick vines, as if imbued with life, burst forth from the earth, instantly binding the Niu father and son tightly and lifting them high into the air. Niu Ziyuan and Niu Jinshin were pale, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. This sudden turn of events caught them off guard. What happened? Tell me quickly. I really don't know. Niu Ziyuan's voice trembled as Jiang Luotian questioned him, and he was almost in tears. He had never seen such a bizarre scene before, and he couldn't understand why this woman who had suddenly appeared possessed such terrifying power. That's right. How could we possibly know? Niu Jinshin quickly chimed in, his eyes wide with fear. They knew in their hearts that if this woman wanted to take their lives, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Did you trick us into coming here on purpose? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Jiang Luotian's voice trembled slightly. She tried to remain calm, but the panic in her heart was hard to hide. She kept trying to contact Jiangqing through her soul skills, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea, with no response whatsoever, which made her unease grow stronger. I really don't know. We just came here as agreed. How could it have turned out like this? We really have no idea. Niu Ziyuan hurriedly explained, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Then why is he not moving? Tell me, wasn't it you who were behind this? Jiang Luotian's eyes were sharp as she stared intently at the Niu family father and son, trying to find a clue in their expressions. Absolutely impossible. We admire Jiangqing so much, why would we harm him? Niu Ziyuan quickly shook his head, his sincere expression seemingly genuine. Yeah, if we were that powerful, why wouldn't we make you all look like that too? Niu Jinshin added, his tone tinged with helplessness and bitterness. That's strange. Why is this happening? Seeing this, the women all looked anxious and gathered around him, but dared not touch Jiangqing easily, for fear of disturbing him or triggering some unknown mechanism. Yu Wuxiao moved gracefully to Jiangqing's side, her face filled with worry, and her clear eyes gleaming with unease. She reached out her hand, but hesitated and withdrew it. In the end, she just sighed softly and stayed by Jiangqing's side. Qin Wan, who had known Jiangqing for some time, slowly walked out of the crowd. Her figure swayed gracefully, like a willow branch gently swaying in the spring breeze, every step revealing an indescribable charm. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her voice firm. Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. If there really is any danger, with Jiang Cheng's abilities, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around. We just need to stay here and protect Jiang Cheng. He will be fine. Qin Wan's words were like a warm current, warming everyone's hearts. Lin Yao nodded solemnly, her eyes filled with trust and expectation for Jiang Cheng. Yes, Jiang Cheng will be fine. He's so strong. How could he be so easily defeated? Upon hearing this, the women breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although they were still uneasy, they at least felt more confident. The atmosphere inside the cave remained tense and solemn. The two members of the Niu family had no way to express their suffering. We only hope that the ancestral spirit can come out as soon as possible and explain things clearly. About an hour later, the women were getting a little impatient. Mo Yuli took a few more steps closer, staring at Jiang Cheng. She found that he was still in the same posture as before, as if time had stood still for him, which made her unease gradually increase. Do you think Jiang Cheng might have fallen into some kind of illusion? Her words carried a hint of uncertainty, yet they were enough to freeze the people around her in shock, making them all feel that this was highly likely. Judging from this, it really is possible, Lin Yao said with a frown, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Cheng, trying to find even the slightest change. Yes, Jiang Cheng hasn't been active for a long time, Yu Wuxia chimed in. Everyone immediately became anxious again, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Unfortunately, we don't have any beast girls who are proficient in mental magic, otherwise we might be able to try to awaken him. Mo Yuli sighed. Her smooth face shone with an alluring glow, but it was somewhat dimmed by worry. I'll give it a try. Zhang Luoshan hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to step forward. Of all those present, she was the most familiar with and powerful in terms of soul power, and she felt that she might be able to try to awaken Jiang Cheng. So she slowly reached out her hand, and a tentacle that seemed to be woven from light gradually took shape and gently touched the top of Jiang Cheng's head. The tentacles emitted a soft glow, contrasting sharply with the darkness inside the cave, as if bringing a glimmer of hope to Jiang Cheng. You all help me protect the Dharma, especially these two people. Zhang Luoshan's gaze swept coldly over the Niu family father and son, her tone carrying an unquestionable authority. If there is any unusual movement, kill them without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the Niu father and son swallowed hard and nodded hurriedly, saying, Miss, please rest assured, we will stay obediently hanging in the tree and will not dare to make the slightest move. Zhang Luoshan activated her power, and her soul seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, wandering through a time tunnel, where the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. She found herself in a closed and mysterious space, surrounded by an indescribable atmosphere. The scene before her was almost unbearable for her. The woman with horns on her head and a graceful figure was now tightly entwined with Jiang Cheng like a beautiful serpent, and the posture between the two was extremely erotic. Jiang Cheng. Zhang Luoshan gasped in surprise, but then suddenly realized that this must be Jiang Cheng's inner world. She never expected that Jiang Cheng was actually with this woman. Her cheeks instantly became burning hot, as if they could boil an egg. A feeling of dryness welled up inside her, and Zhang Luoshan bit her lower lip tightly, as if trying to suppress the gasps that were about to escape her lips. Deep within her heart, a strange, indescribable longing arose, a complex emotion that made her feel both ashamed and unable to extricate herself. The woman seemed to have noticed Zhang Luoshan's arrival, but merely smiled slightly, her eyes flashing with provocation and amusement. What? You're also one of the master's women. Could it be? You want to get involved too? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luoshan felt a surge of anger. She snorted coldly and glared at the woman. Vixen, I knew it. Jiang Cheng hadn't responded to me. Turns out he'd been bothered by you. You little devil. Her tone was full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. The thought that Ji Yuechan and Xin Linlang were already pregnant with Jiang Cheng's child, while she herself was still not pregnant, was hard for her to accept. She even began to doubt whether she could have children, and this anxiety and unease continued to spread in her heart. This time, Jiang Cheng was directly pulled into a dream and became entangled with this demoness. It was simply outrageous. Zhang Luoshan was filled with indignation. She decided that she would take Jiang Cheng back from this witch no matter what, and she would never let this witch continue to entangle him. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, then stared at the enchantress and said coldly, "You'd better release Jiang Chung right now, or don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, the demoness merely smiled contemptuously, as if she didn't take Jiang Luoshan's words to heart. She continued to pester Jiang Chung, as if she wanted to completely devour him into her world. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan was filled with rage. She decided not to hesitate any longer and immediately activated her soul power. Tendrils surged forth from Jiang Luoshan's body, waving wildly in the air like ferocious dragons, sweeping towards the woman with boundless power. Upon seeing this, the woman's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. She gently raised her hand, and a pink barrier appeared out of thin air, like a sturdy shield, directly blocking the vines formed from soul power. "If we were outside, I definitely wouldn't be a match for you." The woman chuckled softly, her tone brimming with confidence. "But here, I am invincible." As she spoke, she kissed Jiang Cheng's cheek, a gesture that was both intimate and provocative, as if she were declaring her dominance over Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan's heart tightened. She keenly observed that Jiang Cheng's face here actually had an expression. His slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly pursed lips proved that he was still conscious. "Jiang Cheng, wake up!" Jiang Luoshan called out anxiously, her voice trembling slightly, clearly on the verge of emotional collapse. She couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if Jiang Cheng continued to be entangled with that vixen. "If this continues, you'll be completely drained." Chapter 326 Great Change 11. Jiang Luoshan's heart was filled with fear. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she was completely unaware of it. Her anxiety and worry had completely consumed her mind. Seeing this, the demoness merely smiled contemptuously, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being in control of everything. She continued to pester Jiang Cheng, as if she wanted to completely devour him into her world. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Cheng's body suddenly trembled slightly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Although Jiang Cheng's voice was weak, it was inexplicably reassuring. A strange flame suddenly rose from between Jiang Cheng and the demoness. This flame was unlike any other, carrying a faint grayish-blue hue, seemingly containing an ancient and mysterious power. It sways gently, neither scorching nor icy, yet it exudes a breathtaking aura. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Luoshan's beautiful face instantly became solemn. Her brows were furrowed, like distant mountains shrouded in mist. The extraordinary aura emanating from the flames made Jiang Luoshan feel vaguely uneasy. She could clearly sense that this flame was no ordinary thing, and the power it contained was probably beyond her comprehension. However, what puzzled her even more was that Jiang Cheng, enveloped in the flames, seemed to be enjoying himself. What kind of flame is this?" Jiang Luoshan couldn't help but murmur to herself, her gaze shifting back and forth between Jiang Cheng and the demoness, trying to find a clue in this eerie scene. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. She wanted to rush forward immediately to take Jiang Cheng back from that witch, but she was also afraid that her recklessness would disturb the flames and bring unknown dangers to Jiang Cheng. For a moment, she was at a loss, and could only watch helplessly as the flames gradually devoured Jiang Cheng's figure, her heart burning with anxiety. Jiang Cheng slowly closed his eyes, as if an invisible force was pulling him into a bizarre and wonderful world. A series of breathtaking images flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge bird soaring down from the sky, its wings spread out like a canopy that blots out the sun. Every feather shines with dazzling light, as if it has gathered all the colors in the world, so magnificent that it is breathtaking. The intense flames emanating from its body were as hot as lava. With a single breath, the entire ground instantly turned into a boiling lava field, and the scorching heat almost ignited the space itself. Then, the scene shifts, and a massive tortoise slowly emerges. Its shell is covered with ancient runes, exuding an aura of vicissitudes. Every step it takes seems to carry the weight of 1,000 years. Beside it stood a majestic white tiger, its fur as white as snow, its eyes flashing with a chilling light. Each breath seemed to disperse the surrounding clouds, exuding boundless majesty. These are the 4 divine beasts. Jiang Cheng was secretly amazed that these 4 mysterious and powerful creatures had actually transmitted their images and powers to him through the gray-blue flames. As the scene unfolded, Jiang Cheng felt waves of unfamiliar memories flooding into his mind, memories that seemed as clear and profound as if he had personally experienced them. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky, and a majestic and enormous azure dragon coiled up. Its body was enormous, and its scales shimmered with a metallic luster. With each swing, it seemed to stir up the primordial energy between heaven and earth. The four divine beasts unleashed their power simultaneously, a violent energy sweeping across the surroundings, black lines appearing in the air, as if even space itself was collapsing, releasing a world-destroying force. Their enemies are equally formidable. They were several humanoid objects enveloped in layers of light. Although they were far away and appeared extremely small, Jiang Cheng could still sense the powerful aura emanating from them. That was a power powerful enough to rival the four divine beasts. The intensity of this battle was beyond imagination. In the scene, the tiny figure sometimes transforms into the master of towering waves, causing hundreds of feet of waves to rise into the air, as if to devour the heavens and the earth. At other times, it becomes the master of the wind and rain, turning clouds and rain upside down, with thousands of thunderbolts roaring down, as if divine punishment is descending, and the booming sounds shake people's hearts and minds. The ground cracked open with shockingly large gashes under the impact of this force, as if it were the earth's lament. The sky was no longer tranquil. The thick clouds were mercilessly torn away, revealing a dark and deep starry sky. Under this violent energy fluctuation, even the stars seemed to dim and lose their light. Jiang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. This scene was like a replica of the apocalypse, filling him with despair. The gray-blue flames seemed to become a bridge connecting two worlds, drawing Jiang Cheng's consciousness into this earth-shattering battle. He could sense that although the four sacred beasts were incredibly powerful, they were evenly matched with the humanoid creatures surrounded by halos of light, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. Each collision felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Space was torn apart by this force, and dark cracks appeared. It was as if even time lost its meaning at this moment. Jiang Cheng's heart pounded faster with the rhythm of the battle. He could almost feel the earth-shattering power emanating from it. The gray-blue flames he had swallowed were slowly seeping into his body. After the great battle, the surroundings were deathly silent, devastated, and the earth seemed to have been stripped of its vitality, turning into ruins. The four sacred beasts still stood, but their bodies were covered in wounds, clearly indicating that they were seriously injured. Their auras were weak, but they still revealed an indomitable will. The once incredibly powerful figures were now bound by an invisible energy and slowly gathered together. As several runes lit up, the figures began to shrink gradually, as if being compressed by some mysterious force. Their shapes kept changing, and eventually they were compressed into round objects that looked like marbles. Jiang Cheng squinted, his heart filled with shock and curiosity. He wanted to take a closer look at these compressed objects to see what they were. However, when he actually saw it clearly, he was quite surprised. Those things were exactly the same as the fragments of the water god in his hand. They were all smooth, round spheres that emitted a faint glow. A surge of indescribable shock welled up in Jiang Cheng's heart. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could these defeated figures actually be gods? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. He never imagined that these four sacred beasts, when gathered together, could unleash such powerful energy, and could actually suppress so many gods alive. Then, a blinding white light erupted from the entire screen, and a sudden change occurred. The spherical fragments seemed to have been given new life. They began to emit a dazzling light, like the brightest stars in the night sky, yet even more radiant and dazzling than the stars. As the light flashed, they seemed to break free of their restraints, transforming into streaks of light that flew rapidly in all directions around the world. At the same time, the earth began to tremble, as if some enormous creature was awakening underground. Towering black towers slowly rose from the ground, exuding a mysterious aura that echoed the fleeting spherical fragments. The appearance of these black towers added a touch of mystery and solemnity to the already ravaged land. Those spherical fragments seemed to possess their own consciousness. Some flew into the mountaintops and disappeared into the clouds. Some passed through the dense jungle and vanished into the lush greenery, and others flew directly into the newly risen black towers. A tall tower? Zhang Jingguo said that a tall tower also grew in ancient Landia. Could it be? Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a cold and resolute light. He seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, appearing radiant and completely different from before. Master, the woman's voice was faint, revealing weakness and exhaustion. She was Lilith, the mysterious woman with horns on her head. Jiang Cheng nodded gently, a hint of tenderness and pity in his eyes. Lilith, I understand. You've worked so hard, waiting for me all this time. It must have been so kind of you. Lilith is indeed a succubus, a race that needs to absorb human life essence to sustain its life. However, she has been able to exist for so long entirely thanks to that gray-blue flame, the netherworld fire. This flame can draw energy from the Earth's core for her use. But now, Jiang Cheng has swallowed all of the 9 netherworld flames, and her life force has begun to gradually weaken. Now I know part of the truth about the past. Jiang Cheng's voice was firm and powerful. You can let me out of your dream. Return to the real world, and I will give you a portion of my essence to restore some of your vitality. Lilith nodded with difficulty, her eyes revealing her trust and reliance on Jiang Cheng. As Jiang Cheng finished speaking, his figure began to blur, as if enveloped by an invisible force. The next moment, the two figures disappeared simultaneously from the dream constructed by Lilith and returned to the real world. When Jiang Cheng opened his eyes again, he found himself back in that familiar environment. Lilith lay beside him, her breath faint. Jiang Cheng, are you alright? Yes, you didn't react at all just now. We thought something had happened to you. The surrounding beast girls chattered away, and a warm feeling washed over Jiang Cheng. Don't worry, everyone, I'm fine. Jiang Luoshan's consciousness also returned to her original body. This is our new partner, Lilith, but she may need to spend some time alone with Jiang Cheng right now. Let's go out first, Jiang Luoshan explained. Alright, everyone, please go out first. I'll explain everything to you in detail after I've taken care of some things. The women obediently nodded. The Niu family father and son were also released and walked out cautiously. Of succubi absorbing vital energy is quite erotic. Lilith, as the progenitor of succubi, possessed immense power. If we can replenish her vital energy and restore her to her peak condition, we will directly gain a top-tier combatant in this world. The two started driving directly. Because I simulated it once in my dream. This went very smoothly. Her fair skin, tinged with a faint pink, shone like the finest mutton fat jade under the reddish light of the lava, as if a gentle touch would leave a mark. Those deep blue eyes, though half closed due to weakness, still shone with a captivating light. They were incredibly alluring. Her red lips were luscious and tempting, like newly blooming roses, exuding an alluring fragrance. As the vital energy continued to flow in, the color of her lips seemed to become even more vibrant, as if they were about to bleed. Her hair, like black silk, flowed smoothly over her shoulders, radiating a faint sheen that contrasted sharply with her skin tone, adding to her beauty and charm. Even when lying down, her graceful figure reveals its exquisite curves and alluring shape. Her black clothes clung to her skin, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. As time passed, Lilith's complexion gradually became rosy, as if nourished by an invisible force. Her breathing became more steady, and her previously weak body began to gradually regain its strength. Those blue eyes gradually opened, sparkling with bright light, and regained their vitality. Thank you, Master. Lilith's voice was still weak, but it was clear enough to reach Jiang Cheng's ears. Her voice was like heavenly music, carrying a hint of charm and gratitude, making listeners feel refreshed and relaxed. You're welcome. It's what I should do as your master, Jiang Cheng said softly, gently stroking her hair. Master, I've been waiting for you for so long. I've missed you so much. Lilith licked her red lips and looked at Jiang Cheng with a face full of infatuation and excitement. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness and longing, as if she wanted to absorb Jiang Cheng into her gaze. His gaze held both a deep fascination with Jiang Cheng and the joy and excitement of their reunion. Her eyes seemed to speak volumes, conveying all her emotions to Jiang Cheng without reservation. I'm so happy. As she spoke, Lilith couldn't stop crying. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls, adding to her delicate and charming appearance. Jiang Cheng sighed, gently kissed Lilith's cheek, and wiped away her tears. I will help us get justice for those long-lost years. Lilith nodded, her face flushed, visibly excited. They are all dead. We must avenge them. Master, I've waited so long for this day. Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh and nodded solemnly. The Black Tower has appeared. They certainly don't know what my backup plan was back then. The outside world will probably descend into complete chaos soon, and that will be our opportunity. He hugged the woman in his arms even tighter. I don't think I've fully recovered yet. I need Master to intensify my treatment. Chapter 327 Memoirs of the Age of Gods 1. Several hours have passed. Jiang Cheng led Lilith, who had regained some of her energy, out of the cave and reunited with the other women. At the entrance to the cave, Lilith called out to Jiang Cheng. Master, I have an elemental stone here. It was activated a few days ago and is just waiting for you to collect it. Jiang Cheng nodded after hearing this. Many new memories flooded his mind. Era ruled by the gods. In that distant era, countless gods, capable of turning the world upside down, could shatter mountains and rivers and cause the earth to tremble with the slightest gesture. Their power can easily cleave space and destroy vast swathes of land. Countless gods reside on the earth, in the sky, in the ocean, underground, and even in the deep space above the glittering stars. They are bathed in divine light, tread upon nebulae, and possess immense power that mortals can only look up to. These gods, with their immense power, enslaved various divine beasts and drove the weak humans to mine precious resources for them on various planets. Humans and beastmen are nothing more than insignificant ants, pawns to be manipulated at will. The gods reveled in the pleasure that came with this supreme power. They laughed loudly and looked down upon the world. At that time, the gods wielded unprecedented power, and their will became the law of this world. No one dared to disobey their orders, and no one dared to challenge their authority. They are like the masters of this world, controlling the fate of all living beings. Because the gods resembled humans, they moved to the high heavens to be distinguished from the lowly races and enjoyed their sustenance. But the birth of a child was like a lightning bolt in the dark night, tearing through the seemingly eternal sky. He was Jiang Cheng from Earth. He discovered that humans and beastmen were enslaved by the high and mighty gods. They could only work day and night to mine various rare minerals rich in energy for the people in the heavens. Besides nebula, ore, and star pattern magic crystal, the gods are very keen on blazing poison fire stones that have absorbed the power of earth fire, and extreme cold magic crystals that can only be found in extremely cold places. These crystals, imbued with a high concentration of magical energy, serve as food, or rather, energy, for those higher dimensional beings. Both humans and beast tribes paid a heavy price to obtain these ores. They risked their lives, ventured into dangerous areas, and fought against the harsh environment. In order to mine certain special magic crystals, people have to go deep underground, and every year tens of thousands of people are either swept into the subterranean fire or frozen into ice sculptures. When they painstakingly mined these ores, most of them were ruthlessly plundered by the gods in the sky. As time went by, the various magic crystals that needed to be handed over increased like a bottomless pit, becoming less and less able to satisfy the appetite of the gods. At least in this world, greed begins with those seemingly high and mighty gods. Of those gods were like an abyss that could never be filled, constantly collecting crystals stained with blood and sweat. However, under this immense external pressure, the human race has demonstrated astonishing resilience and creativity. They miraculously created countless incredible gadgets, and complex magically powered machines sprang up like mushrooms after rain. These machines not only improved mining efficiency, but also gradually formed a complete magic power technology system through countless failures and attempts. Through generations of continuous technological innovation, the human race, despite their seemingly frail physique, has been able to exceed the tasks assigned by the gods every year. Meanwhile, with the continuous development of magic power technology, the human race has also formed several prosperous cities supported by extremely advanced magic power technology. These cities, like dazzling pearls, are inlaid on this land and have become symbols of human civilization. Among them, the enormous city of Grandia had already appeared on human blueprints during that era. It is not just the name of a city, but also a symbol of humanity's pursuit of freedom and dreams. Although humanity submits to the higher dimensional gods, their hearts, with the yearning for advancements in magical technology, yearn to one day break free from the gods' enslavement and truly gain freedom. On the other hand, the beastmen possess enormous bodies and astonishing strength, but they are somewhat inferior to humans in terms of intelligence. Although there are some highly intelligent groups among the orcs, their overall numbers are not large. In fact, at the very beginning, they did leave humans far behind in terms of the speed of mining crystals. However, with the unprecedented prosperity of human magical power technology, all of this began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Humans' mining efficiency increased rapidly, gradually surpassing that of the beastmen, causing the beastmen's status in front of the gods to gradually weaken. Discontent with the orcs is growing. Every year, the various orc tribes would offer a large number of young individuals as tribute to the gods in an attempt to appease their anger. Soon, as the orcs' output gradually lagged behind that of humans, they slowly began to become the mounts or pets of the gods. This made life even more difficult for the orcs. Jiangqing keenly grasped this point. If we want to break the rule of the gods, we must unite all forces that can be united. So he began to secretly contact the beastmen, seeking cooperation with them. Dissatisfied with the long-standing oppression by the gods, and with most of the beastmen still lacking intelligence, the beastmen, under Jiangqing's guidance, finally formed a brief alliance with humans. Although this alliance was initially filled with suspicion and unease, both sides chose to put aside their differences and work together in the face of a common enemy. Crystals mined from the depths of the earth as energy sources to create war machines capable of causing immense destruction, working day and night. These machines, like locusts, swarmed into the heavens, determined to break the rule of the gods. Among the orcs, the 13 largest tribes charged forward as the vanguard, rushing towards the Protoss's lair in the vast star field. Among them, the 4 most intelligent tribes, the Azure Dragon tribe, the White Tiger tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, and the Black Tortoise tribe, have become the core forces of Jiangqing. They not only possess formidable combat power, but also exceptional intelligence and strategy, providing a powerful boost to the combined forces of humans and beastmen. Finally, the allied forces of humans and orcs officially declared war on the gods, aiming to overthrow their cruel tyranny and restore peace to the world. This war was not merely a rebellion between humans and orcs against the gods. It was a great struggle for freedom, dignity, and the future. In this vast expanse of starry sky, an unprecedented great battle is about to begin. Chapter 328 Memoirs of the Age of Gods 2. The gods enjoyed an excessively long period of time. Although they possessed bodies far superior to humans and beastmen, capable of causing terrifying destruction, and had an almost immortal lifespan. However, in the final battle, the allied forces gradually gained the upper hand. Jiangqing astutely discovered a fatal weakness in the Protoss race. These creatures, which are very similar to humans, have long lifespans, but the creator is fair. Their reproductive capacity is shockingly poor. Members of the Protoss can be born in thousands of years. This is despite the fact that energy is not scarce, thanks to the continuous support from humans and beastmen. In an era lacking energy, it might take 10,000 years for a new member to be born. A fierce war broke out in the dark Starfield battlefield. The magic-powered weapons meticulously crafted by the human alliance suddenly burst into dazzling and blazing pillars of light in the dark and deep starry sky. That surging, concentrated magic contained a terrifying power capable of tearing through the powerful defenses of a deity's body. In an instant, the gods who had not yet reacted were all severely injured by this sudden power. Many of them were forced to enter a long period of hibernation to repair themselves due to the severity of their injuries. The Protoss were enraged like a volcanic eruption. They could not tolerate such provocation and harm. In the starry sky, everywhere you look there are gods whose bodies are covered in blazing magical runes. They have wings on their backs, and their wings are so wide that each flap seems to stir up the starry sky. Their eyes gleam with a cold and arrogant light. They launched an extremely fierce attack on the human fleet, as if they wanted to unleash all their fury on the battlefield. Countless magically powered machines were shot down by the gods' attacks, falling like meteorites into the vast starry sky. However, under the cover of the orcs' massive bodies, the human alliance received a steady stream of new reinforcements. Humanity has long since established massive automated military factories on 8 habitable planets. A large number of magic-powered weapons capable of harming the Protoss were mounted on the starships. New weapons such as the Starlight Destruction Cannon, Magic Binding Bomb, and Magic Pattern Shock Bomb were continuously manufactured and put into use. The orcs and humans fought side by side to resist the attacks of the gods. The fierce battle even shattered several planets, leaving the starry sky fragmented, as if the entire universe was trembling. With a wave of their hands, the gods could forcibly reunite the shattered fragments of the planet, forming a tremendous force that drove humanity into a series of defeats. The newly broken open magma core, resembling an egg yolk, poured down like a long, colorful river. It caused massive casualties. On the battlefield, there were wrecked mechanical parts everywhere, as well as human warriors constantly spraying blood and giant beasts howling in agony. However, even in such dire circumstances, neither humans nor beastmen gave up. With unwavering perseverance and a yearning for freedom, they continued their desperate struggle against the gods. Even so, humanity's firepower, though scattered like stars, still appears small and weak compared to the gods who have controlled the endless ages of the starry sky. But humanity's greatest weapon lies not in the strength of its individuals, but in its vast, ocean-like population size and its astonishingly rapid reproduction rate. 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than the gods, they grew like wild grass, endlessly. The Protoss began to feel an unprecedented fear. Their forces dwindled in the war, while the human tide seemed endless, wave after wave, relentlessly advancing. This magnificent battle, spanning millennia, became the most dazzling yet cruel spectacle in the starry sky. 7 planets, once home to humanity, were shattered in the flames of war, turning into dust floating in the universe. Yet they also witnessed humanity's indomitable will. 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment for the gods, but for the alliance of humans and beastmen, it represents the sacrifices and struggles of countless generations, the most somber chapter in the long river of history. When the last Protoss giant fell with a thunderous crash, his body transforming into countless stars, the Allied forces finally ushered in the long-awaited dawn of victory. At that moment, the entire starry sky seemed to be cheering for their bravery. However, the joy of victory did not last long. The Protoss are not an easily eradicated species. As long as there is even a trace of energy left in the universe, the Protoss have the potential to revive. This is a battle without an end. It has just been paused for a while. We cannot be satisfied with our current victory. Jiang Cheng's voice pierced through the conference room, firm and powerful. The Protoss will eventually return. We must use this time to develop stronger technology and find a way to completely seal them or defeat them. Thus, humans and beastmen joined hands and embarked on an unprecedented technological revolution. Using nebula, ore, and star pattern magic crystals as their foundation, they combined the natural power of the beastmen with the wisdom of humans to create a more advanced magic-powered device. That city, a culmination of human wisdom and technological advancement, later became the invincible fortress and the sky city of Grandia. This protracted and exceptionally brutal war between the three races was later referred to by historians as the Millennial War or the First War of the Gods. Jiang Cheng, through a series of coincidences, gained the same abilities as the gods, becoming immortal and lasting until the end of the First Age of God's War. Finally, he was revered as the Holy Emperor Haoyan. The 10 powerful weapons he wielded, crafted by humans, were known as the 10 divine weapons. The 4 powerful tribes that followed him in his conquests were named the Sacred Beast Clan, and the 4 beast leaders were called the Four Sacred Beasts. Each one possesses a complete lineage and immense power. Its status is even higher than that of other mythical beasts. In addition, there were 12 powerful human warriors, known as the 12 Divine Generals, who were beloved by both races. The families behind the 12 Divine Generals have become the most powerful families in this world. The head of these 12 human families is surnamed Qin. They were the ancestors of the Dian Kingdom. Subsequently, in order to prevent the gods from awakening, humanity extracted cosmic energy and condensed it into 8 powerful stones, which were then used to set up an array on the earth to suppress the eggs formed by the gods after they went into hibernation. The tower that appeared in Jiangqing's current life is the core of the entire suppression formation. Those 8 stones, possessing immense power, are called elemental stones. This grand formation will continuously compete with the sealed egg for cosmic travel energy, thereby delaying the awakening time. This is just the first step. Jiang Cheng believed that humanity would eventually be able to devise a way to completely eliminate the gods. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Chapter 329 Memoirs of the Age of Gods 3. When faced with external enemies, human beings are indeed capable of risking their lives, ignoring everything, and sacrificing themselves to create a bright and prosperous world for future generations. Humans are different from gods. The gods possess immense power and remarkable intelligence. Their only weakness is their slow reproduction rate. In comparison, the human population reproduces much faster. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The human race, which rose to prominence in war, possesses unwavering beliefs, and is willing to sacrifice everything for their ideals. The millennium-long war fully activated the warlike genes of the human race. But when the older generation of humans who ended the wars passed away, their descendants lived in an extremely comfortable environment and were unable to empathize with their predecessors. For the second generation, due to the instilling of the older generation's ideas, this trend is not yet obvious. However, the next 3, 4, and 5 generations, due to changes in their living environment, they gradually became arrogant and decadent, becoming proud and conceited. Social classes also began to emerge among humans. Tragically, a new god race has been born among the new humans. Jiangsheng has yet to find a way to completely seal the old gods, but he has been betrayed by the new gods born from humanity. The descendants of the 12 human generals collectively rebelled. Use 8 elemental stones to seal Jiangsheng in the starry sky. 10 incredibly powerful divine weapons pierced through his body. The first generation of Jiangsheng could only watch helplessly as the order he had built crumbled. After defeating the gods, the humans and orcs continued to clash for various reasons, eventually reaching an irreconcilable point. Because of Jiangsheng, humans and beastmen have always lived in peace. With the beastmen governed by the 4 sacred beast families, peace can continue to exist. But when the nexus between humans and orcs was shattered, a larger-scale bloodshed ensued. The human new gods have sealed away their king, the holy Emperor Haoyan, and declared war on the beastmen from the heavens above. Finally, a full-scale war broke out, historically known as the Second Age of Gods War. At the same time, many insightful individuals among the beastmen began to cultivate into human form, learn human knowledge and technology, and create countless magical artifacts. However, there are very few intelligent beasts among the mythical creatures. Meanwhile, the divine beasts, who also possess intelligence and power, face the same predicament as the gods of yesteryear. Their reproductive capacity is too weak. While beasts were learning human technology, humans were also constantly learning the cultivation techniques of beasts. The proportion of super soldiers born among humans is increasing. Ultimately, humans, with their powerful learning abilities, astonishing reproductive capacity, and intelligent minds, the war was ended in just 50 years. To prevent the Holy Emperor in the starry sky from regaining power, humanity killed 90% of the beastmen. The remaining 10% of the orcs were kept in captivity to study the mysteries of their bodies. As subordinates of the Holy Emperor Haoyan, the 4 sacred beast families were completely wiped out. From the old to the young, none were left behind. From then on, the 4 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, disappeared from the world and existed only in myths and legends. Jiangsheng watched everything that was happening below. Seeing humans suppress the beastmen with bloodshed, and seeing their former beastmen followers fall one after another, he was deeply moved. Although I felt a mix of emotions, I could only accept it silently. He was on good terms with the beastmen, but he was also a human, so he could have reluctantly accepted this outcome. But what happened next exceeded his expectations once again. Humanity launched 2 wars of the gods, ultimately defeating the beastmen and the gods, and becoming the overlords of the world. But this is not the end. You could even say this is just the beginning. The year after achieving complete victory, the human race split into countless tribes and began to fight each other. Some people have invoked the name of the Holy Emperor Haoyan, who is still imprisoned high in the heavens, and are trying to restore him to the throne. Some people feel that it is too cruel to conduct inhumane experiments on those former comrades in arms, the orcs. There are many, many excuses. Each powerful clan has its own pretext, which it uses as a guiding principle to plunder resources and seize land. On the ground, another protracted war broke out. The descendants of the original 12 divine generals split into 19 factions, each establishing its own kingdom. The war raged for 300 years. There is not much difference between humans. Those who understand you best are often your own people, have cultivated powerful techniques, and mastered powerful magical energy technology fight each other to the death. Countless nations were established, only to vanish just as quickly. This battle wiped out nearly 70% of humanity. The land was shattered and collapsed. The entire planet was almost destroyed. Finally, humanity emerged to end this great war. That was Jiangsheng, which had been forgotten and revered as the Holy Emperor Haoyan hundreds of years ago. Although Jiangsheng was suppressed by the elemental stones, unfortunately, the one who led the creation of these 8 elemental stones was none other than himself. Elemental stones were originally intended to deal with the Protoss, who had already entered the cocooning state. When Jiang Cheng was sealed, he did not exhaust his energy and transformed into an egg state. On the contrary, because he was suppressed by the elemental stones for a long time, he gradually gained resistance. In the end, he was able to escape. However, after being eroded by the 10 divine artifacts for a long time, he was extremely weak and had no choice but to start over. He began his first reincarnation. After regaining his memories of his previous life, he was surprised to find that, due to the lack of elemental stones, more and more gods were awakening. His enemies have once again become the gods. Due to the devastating wars within humanity, much technology has been lost, and humanity may not be able to withstand the awakened Protoss once again. Jiangxing has developed a completely new combat system. That's beastification. The second age of gods, humans killed 90% of the beast men. 10% was reserved for conducting experiments. They attempted to obtain the powerful individual strength of the divine beast. But this action actually opened Pandora's box. In the beginning, humans simply learned and imitated the cultivation methods of the beast men, and compiled a large number of martial arts techniques. However, as the war escalated, many human nations, after trying this kind of enhancement of individual power, gradually became addicted to the thrill of a sudden surge in strength. They began conducting even more taboo experiments. The fusion of human and animal genes. The anthropologists who conducted this experiment were unaware of the consequences of doing so. Through the acquisition of animal genes, some individuals have indeed been able to elevate their power to a level approaching that of mythical beasts. However, side effects also follow. As time passed, and with intermarriage between humans, animal genes began to spread to all of humanity. It's like a drop of ink being poured into a bowl of clear water. Soon, the human gene pool is contaminated by a large amount of animal genes. Unregulated evolution has begun. Humanity has paid an extremely heavy price for its ignorance. Genetic collapse, disordered evolution, frequent wars, and the resurgence of the gods led to the extinction of 70% of humanity. This era is also known as the Age of Human Extinction or the Dark Ages of Turmoil. Fortunately, their Holy Emperor Haoyan has returned. Chapter 330 Memoirs of the Age of Gods 4. The city of Jiangcheng, reborn, stands tall above the clouds. Gazing down at the devastated, shattered world below, an indescribable sense of disappointment and sorrow welled up in my heart. This was once the home he swore to protect with his life, but now it has become so unfamiliar. All the effort and sacrifice have turned to nothing. Genes from various beasts ravaged the human bloodline, giving rise to countless terrifying mutants. Some people suddenly sprout a second, ferocious head from their backs. Others have countless limbs spreading from their feet, and still others have completely transcended the realm of humanity, becoming outright monsters. Amidst this chaos, there were also those who had perfectly evolved, leading their respective armies and using their flesh and blood as weapons to wage one desperate battle after another. The earth cracked open in the endless battles, and deep fissures resembled the wounds of the land. Great rivers changed their course and stopped flowing, losing their former tranquility and grandeur. That vast battlefield, which had witnessed dozens of major battles, every drop of soldiers' blood sprayed out, converging into rivers that stained the entire land in a shocking way, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of rust and blood. Meanwhile, the gods who had been forgotten for hundreds of years awoke and began to exact their furious revenge on humanity. With a wave of their hand, they could easily breach the fortresses that humanity had painstakingly built. The once bustling and prosperous city was instantly shattered and reduced to ruins by the bombardment of divine power. Blood gushed forth, flowing into rivers and staining the earth a deeper red, the color of despair and grief. Jiang Cheng witnessed all of this, and his heart was filled with complex emotions. Disappointment, anger, grief, but more than anything, sorrow. Humans are exceptionally resilient in some ways. Yet at the same time, it is a community of many evils. Jiang Cheng originally thought that by suppressing all the gods, humanity could live a peaceful and tranquil life and establish a paradise without oppression and conflict. Unfortunately, he was wrong, terribly wrong. Even without the gods and the orcs, humans would still fight each other to the death for power. Beliefs will be passed on, and wars will continue, from one generation to the next. Ultimately, this led to chaotic collapse. In the most critical moment, under the oppression of the gradually awakening gods, the remaining humans united once again to fight against the omnipotent gods. But it was only then that they realized that these lives, which resembled their own, were stronger than their own, power greater than most beastmen. They were horrified to discover that, due to years of war, the human race was far weaker than their ancestors were hundreds of years ago, and was simply no match for the gods. Humanity's former allies were also mostly wiped out. The whole land began to fall into despair. Jiangsheng emerged around this time. He spent 10 years retrieving 10 human weapons from a sealed land. The 10 divine weapons from hundreds of years ago are once again active on the battlefield. Haotian Tower, Chaos Lock, Eastern Emperor Bell, Pangu Axe. The more powerful a deity is, the longer it takes to recover. Therefore, the first deities to recover are only the weakest of those from that year. Thus, Jiangsheng, wielding the 10 most powerful weapons in the world, continuously suppressed the awakened gods. Suppression alone cannot completely eliminate them. These gods are immortal. In the process of gradual suppression, Jiangsheng once again became the leader of humanity. All humans loved and respected him. He began to try again to restore the orc race and get them closer to humans. The gods might make a comeback in a few years. This war with the gods lasted for 300 years. It wasn't until Jiangsheng retrieved the elemental stones and completed the Great Formation that this was achieved. Only then were the gods truly suppressed. Jiangsheng was also on the verge of collapse. His strength was gradually being exhausted, and he entered a long period of hibernation. Before that, he did something. Investiture of the gods. In order to ensure that order is preserved. It was a sunny morning. It was a magnificent circular altar, so large that it seemed to encompass heaven and earth. The altar surface was paved with pure gold, shining with dazzling splendor. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating this sacred place and filling every inch of space with solemnity and reverence. In the sky, the divine dragon and the fire phoenix soared together, their cries weaving into a stirring symphony, adding an extraordinary aura to this grand ceremony of investiture of the gods. At the top of the altar was Jiangsheng, who was nearly exhausted. Although he looked tired, his eyes burned with an unyielding determination. He proclaimed that the second war of the gods had come to an end, that humanity had once again regained control of the world, and that the wheels of history were turning towards a new horizon. He then bestowed the 10 divine artifacts, each containing supreme power, upon the newly appointed gods. These 10 new gods include unparalleled powerhouses from the human race, intelligent spirit beasts, and members of the divine race who were conquered by Jiangsheng through extraordinary means. Under the mysterious power of Jiangsheng, they were granted immortal bodies, but were also stripped of their ability to reproduce, becoming eternal guardians of order, wielding divine artifacts, standing tall in the world, ensuring that the foundation of peace and stability never wavers. From this day forward, there will be no more gods, only gods. The voice of Jiangsheng resounded through the sky. This sentence, like a vow, was imprinted in the hearts of every witness, heralding the beginning of a new era. The gods are a group of people, but there are only 10 gods. They possess absolute power, enough to quell conflicts between humans and beasts, and between humans themselves. After completing all this, Jiangsheng, like an ancient god, fell into slumber. Unlike the gods who were suppressed by elemental stones and black towers, his slumber was not an eternal imprisonment, but a rest in anticipation of revival. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps 1,000 years, he will awaken from his slumber and reign supreme over the world. Guarding his tomb is the resurgent and powerful 4 divine beast family. They faithfully guard this human hero, awaiting that day to come. Jiangsheng's idea was completely contrary to his. It was a relatively stable world where everyone was equal and there was no oppression, but it only lasted for a short 100 years. 100 years later, the Third Age of Gods War broke out once again. Chapter 331 Memoirs of the Age of Gods 5. For 1,000 long years, which was an eternity for humankind, the 10 gods played a role in maintaining order because they had no offspring. The whole world is also moving forward along the path Jiangsheng has set. However, Jiangsheng overlooked one thing when establishing this system. The gods he appointed were themselves promoted from humans, beasts, or even ancient gods. They possess immense power and, at the same time, profound wisdom. These 10 deities, revered by all, are the embodiment of order. However, sometimes they are not entirely rational. This is a common problem for any intelligent being. Especially after a long period of time, the rational part is slowly being worn away. The 10 gods began to tire of this monotonous, repetitive life. They are not unchanging machines. Gods also have their own preferences. They are all independent individuals. So, some of these 10 gods began to descend to the mortal realm and walk among humans. 2 gods fell in love with the same mortal woman, which sparked the third age of God's war. Perhaps it was because the monotonous days had lasted too long, or perhaps these 2 gods truly loved that woman. To vie for ownership of that stunningly beautiful woman, the 2 sides entered the fray and fought each other. 2 ancient artifacts collided high in the sky, turning the night into day. The earth cracked open amidst a deafening roar, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, devouring everything around it. At this moment, the believers of both gods were still able to barely restrain their inner panic and confusion by relying on their reverence for the gods. As the battle between the 2 gods intensifies, the human realm has completely spiraled out of control. The 2 ancient artifacts collided fiercely, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the night sky as if it were daytime. Every clash was accompanied by earth-shattering sounds, as if they were about to tear the entire world apart. That terrifying light was not only a testament to the battle, but also a catastrophe for humanity. Since the start of the Great War, the world has been without night. The light emitted by those 2 divine artifacts was like an inextinguishable lighthouse, yet it also prevented all people and animals from finding a moment's peace and rest. In this battle between the gods, the continent was directly sunk, turning into a vast sea and lake, where countless creatures struggled and wailed in the waves. The seawater overflowed, submerging the once prosperous land and leaving only desolation and barrenness. The followers of both gods knelt on the earth like a tide, their figures densely packed, forming a sea of piety. They clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and murmured their prayers, offering their sincerest prayers to the supreme deity, begging that this undeserved calamity would be quelled as soon as possible. The sunlight fell, but it seemed unable to penetrate the thick layer of despair and fear, only weakly shining on the humble bodies of the believers. They kept bowing and kowtowing, each kowtow seemingly using all their strength. Some even feared their prayers weren't sincere enough, so they repeatedly banged their foreheads against the hard ground until blood seeped out, staining the earth in front of them red. This conflict, which was originally just a capricious battle between gods, did not improve in the slightest. The chaotic battle between the 2 sides intensified, extending beyond the 2 fighting gods and causing widespread disruption throughout the world. People were filled with fear and fled in all directions, trying to find a safe haven. However, in the face of this divine wrath, where is the true place of safety? More people have seen the true face of God during this disaster. They discovered that the so-called gods were not lofty and inviolable beings. They also had joys and sorrows, and would fight fiercely for what they liked. This realization, like a seed, quietly took root and sprouted in people's hearts, causing their faith in the gods to begin to waver. Then, the remaining 8 gods also joined the battle. They originally came to stop the reckless behavior of both sides, but they did not expect to be caught up in this endless struggle themselves. The gods, who hadn't fought for far too long, seemed to have rediscovered their former passion and fervor. They waged an epic war, drawing the entire world into a mad vortex. Between heaven and earth, divine light shone, and divine artifacts clashed. Ultimately, this earth-shattering battle ended in mutual destruction. Recovered from their endless rage and fighting spirit, and went to find the woman who had ignited the conflict, they received only an ironic and cruel message. It turned out that during their fierce battle, the woman had been deemed an evil witch by the leader of her country and was executed. The people blindly followed their leader's will, binding her alive to a bonfire where the raging flames consumed her body, burning her to death. The 2 severely wounded gods looked at each other in silence, gazing at the land that had been ravaged by their actions, and a feeling of indescribable regret and pain welled up in their hearts. Was it worth paying such a heavy price? Meanwhile, an even bigger crisis erupted. The fierce battle between the gods not only caused considerable injuries to both sides, but also unintentionally spilled their blood all over the earth. The blood containing divine power, like a curse, polluted this land and defiled many innocent humans. Some people died because they could not withstand this powerful force. Their bodies became twisted and grotesque under the corrosive influence of the divine blood. However, some people seem to have been bathed in the blood of dragons from mythology. Not only did they not die, but they also gained superhuman strength and became even more powerful beings. Humans are social animals, and as social animals, they cannot avoid comparing themselves to others. When a nation produces individuals far stronger than ordinary humans, humanity generally begins to pursue even greater power. Furthermore, faith in God was also teetering on the brink of collapse due to the war between the gods. People began to question the legitimacy of all this. God still guide us forward? Those humans who absorbed divine blood and gained extraordinary power, who were then given the title of chosen ones, emerged into the world. As a result, people began to pursue greater power with fervor. They were no longer satisfied with the sparse divine blood left on the earth, but instead turned their greedy eyes to the gods high above them. The two gods who were injured in the great battle became their prey. Ironically, humanity, a race that was once protected by the gods and lived peacefully for 1,000 years, has now abandoned its hard-won peace and embarked on the path of God, slaying in order to satisfy its own greed. Chapter 332 Memoirs of the Age of Gods, 6. On a foggy morning, as the two gods were preparing to slumber in their respective temples to recover their lost power, a group of chosen ones are quietly approaching. They took the lead, declaring that the era of being ruled by gods was over and that humanity would no longer be bound by them. Ordinary people are pathetic, they are easily swayed. It's also despicable that they knew the gods weren't oppressing them, yet driven by their thirst for power, they recklessly rushed towards the gods in the temple. For my own benefit, to become stronger, to hell with gods. From this day forward, I am God. However, humanity will ultimately pay the price for its greed when they attempt to challenge the authority of the gods and plunder their power. However, they never imagined that this power was not something they could easily control. Inside the temple, the gods, though wounded, still retained their majesty. They stared coldly at these humans who dared to challenge them, their hearts filled with disappointment and anger. The great battle raged like a storm for 3 days and 3 nights, during which countless lives were sacrificed for their ambitions. The peaceful years have lasted too long, so much so that humanity has forgotten the teachings of its ancestors and has personally torn that once tranquil and harmonious world to pieces. Humans never learn anything from history. Open any history textbook, and you'll find nothing but war. This generation of humans personally ushered in the tragic prelude to the third age of gods. At the same time, they destroyed with their own hands the utopian world that their ancestors, thousands of years ago, had always longed for, a world without oppression and where everyone was equal. In this catastrophe, the two already weakened gods ultimately could not escape the hunt of the chosen ones. Their bodies were brutally cut into hundreds of pieces, which were then devoured by fanatical people in an attempt to gain divine power. However, how could mortals easily approach the gods? When a deity is on the verge of death, it does not truly perish, but is forced into a deeper state of spiritual dormancy. Before they fell into slumber, they angrily unleashed a curse, causing those humans who had devoured their flesh and blood to pay a heavy price. Although these chosen ones temporarily gained great power, they found that they needed to consume a large number of crystal cores every moment in order to maintain the normal functioning of their bodies. For these chosen ones, crystal cores have become a necessity for their survival. Once they lack the nourishment of the crystal core, the bloodline inherited from ancient ferocious beasts within them will be triggered, causing them to gradually transform into beasts, eventually becoming berserk monsters that only know how to kill. Such a curse is undoubtedly the greatest punishment for those who are greedy. Humans, having gained divine power, began to mine the crystals hidden in the earth's strata like madmen. These crystals contain abundant energy, which is key to maintaining the flow of divine power within them. In the struggle for this precious energy source, friction between neighboring countries continues, and wars between humans have broken out as a result. The remaining gods, witnessing the chaos on earth, were filled with fear and unease in many of their hearts. They realized that if things continued to go unchecked, a new ruling class would eventually emerge, and resources would be concentrated in the hands of a few. Those who are greedy and have seized power will become a new race of gods, contrary to their original vows. However, serious disagreements arose within the gods themselves. One group of deities believed that all chosen ones must be resolutely eliminated. They recalled the teachings of the ancient sages. The 10 new gods once made an oath. From this day forward, there will be no more gods in the world, only 10 gods to maintain order. Another group of gods held a different view. They believed that even if these humans obtained divine power, it would only be minor trouble and would not truly threaten their position. Besides, the world has been at peace for so long, it's been too boring. If a ruling class were to emerge, they would have the power to easily eliminate it. The two factions of deities held their own opinions and argued endlessly. In this debate, the gods' stance and attitude subtly influenced the situation on Earth. Some countries have begun to use the power of gods to suppress and annihilate the chosen ones. Other countries, however, have attempted to reach some kind of tacit understanding with the chosen ones to jointly mine crystals and share resources. As a result, the gods' factions split into two, with clear boundaries. On one side are the radicals, who firmly advocate the elimination of all chosen ones in order to uphold the dignity and order of the gods. On the other side are the conservatives, who choose to stand by and wait for the situation to develop. In reality, many of the gods among the radicals are well aware that the reason the conservatives exist is because their followers include a large number of chosen ones. The radical gods are deeply worried. What is the point of their existence if they lose all their believers? Once a disagreement arises, it is as difficult to bridge as a rift valley. Soon after, a war that swept the globe broke out, known in history as the Third Age of God's War. This war was second only in scale to the legendary World War I, but it lasted much longer. The gods led their respective human groups, forming vast war groups that compensated for the gods' limited war potential due to their limited reproductive capacity. The whole world went mad. People gradually realized that a new organizational structure was brewing, and the outcome of the war would determine the future fate of mankind. Both sides' gods were blinded by rage, throwing themselves into the war at any cost for their respective beliefs and interests. In the early stages of the battle, the side with fewer chosen ones suffered repeated defeats and faced the crisis of annihilation. In an attempt to turn the tide of the war, they began to artificially create more chosen ones to enhance their own power. As the number of chosen ones continued to increase, the balance of the battle gradually began to shift. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, and the war entered a fierce stage. In this war, countless humans and gods lost their lives, and many more families were torn apart. However, the war did not stop because of the losses on both sides. Instead, it intensified. Both sides' gods knew that if their side were to perish, they will likely be devoured by the other humans. As the number of chosen ones increases, the amount of crystals required also gradually increases. To support the massive war machine, countless humans were herded like livestock to mine in the dark and desolate underground. The mined ore was used to feed the corrupt clique. Among them, a large number of inferior, chosen ones lacked combat ability and had no crystal quota, so they could only live like rats in the dark mines, barely surviving. Ultimately, due to the curse, he starved to death. No one knows when the war will end. But no one, or even a god, can remain unaffected anymore. The war lasted for 1,500 years until Jiangqing fully awoke. Chapter 333 Memoirs of the Age of Gods 7. Jiangqing awoke, and, after learning the cause and effect, fell into deep thought. While actively seeking solutions, he also began looking for a way to resolve the turmoil once and for all. After 10 years of reflection, Jiangqing sadly discovered that any organizational structure he had considered was futile. There is simply no effective framework that can function perfectly. Human beings are inherently greedy and selfish. Unless every individual's moral level reaches the level of a saint for generations, the world they envision will be completely unattainable. Jiangqing's gaze swept over this ravaged land, his heart heavy. All around, the desolate land was littered with corpses, including the ferocious remains of wild beasts and the incomplete skeletons of humans. They were intertwined, silently telling the story of the cruelty and desolation of war. The sky was no longer the azure it once was, but was stained gray by thick dust and smoke, and even the sunlight could not penetrate this heavy haze. The aftershocks of the great battle still echoed between heaven and earth. Every clash of divine power was accompanied by landslides and earthquakes, and rivers changed course. The entire planet seemed to be bearing an unbearable weight. The once bustling city is now nothing but ruins, with almost all traces of civilization erased. Even amidst these ruins, the flames of battle still burn fiercely. Is there really no other way? Jiangqing sighed. Preparations are underway to end this war. With the support of gods, humanity not only possesses immense war potential, but its individual strength is also incredibly powerful. He never imagined that the god he appointed, as the guardian of order, would ultimately cause the wars between humans to last much longer. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng had an idea. Perhaps I can try that method. Having witnessed the rise and fall of humankind firsthand, the mindset of people in Jiangcheng is different from that of people in later generations. He was the first leader and also the beginning. It's not just those few lines in a history book. Peace was bought with the blood of countless comrades during countless fierce wars. If we had known that things would turn out this way, would the deaths of those countless martyrs have truly been meaningful? Those glorious years were the most triumphant era for Jiangcheng. The first age of God's War lasted for a full 1,000 years. Time has passed, and all his friends, friends of friends, and all their descendants have vanished into the long river of time. He was the only one who remembered them. This method will definitely work. Jiangcheng began to gather forces capable of unification. He first found his tomb guardians, the 4 divine beasts family who had sworn to protect him and symbolized honor and loyalty. But Jiangcheng discovered that the 4 divine beasts had also been lost to the annals of history, with not even a trace of their collateral bloodline remaining. He slowly walked to a pile of ruins, and what he saw was more shocking than any scene in his memory. The dilapidated city, like a giant tomb, silently tells of its past glory and present desolation. The building was dilapidated, with broken bricks and exposed steel bars. All around, there was only the whistling of the wind through the ruins and the occasional roar of battle in the distance, as if playing a mournful elegy for this dead city. He crouched down and gently touched a broken stone tablet with his fingers. Ancient human writing was faintly visible on it, recording the history and legends of the city. Beneath these ruins lies an extremely large city. Because of the unprecedented strength of individual humans, the world today is actually less advanced in terms of magical power technology than the ancient humans of World War I. And buried beneath this land lies the culmination of ancient human wisdom from thousands of years ago, the ancient Landia. The city's blueprints had actually been drawn up long ago, but because the city was so vast, although the blueprints existed during World War I, it wasn't until World War II that the construction was fully completed. Initially, Jiangcheng considered it as a reserve force. Unexpectedly, due to some reasons, he exhausted his own power and fell into a deep sleep. No one but Jiangcheng could open its gates. The central control area of Grandia hides an astonishing secret. It was a wondrous being composed of a unique combination of organisms. On the surface, it was a gentle and graceful woman, but within her flowed the genes of some ancient and powerful plant-like spirit beast. This unique entity possesses the magical ability to control the operation of the entire city. She is the soul of Galandia, an indispensable link between this city and Jiangcheng. Only Jiangcheng, as her master, can awaken her and bring this city back to life. Grandia was originally built as a super city and the most powerful weapons platform. Its main turret, after being charged, is able to break through the gods' defenses. Jiangcheng, driving this massive city, single-handedly intervened in the War of the Gods. The blazing annihilation cannon shattered the god's skin, and the already exhausted gods fell one after another. The fall of the god did not cause widespread panic. Instead, it elicited cheers from the people. Those people were like ants, crawling onto the body of the god, gnawing and sucking, even though divine blood was a deadly poison for most people. Jiangcheng drove the Grandia and began to eliminate the targets one by one. The remaining gods went mad. They flew into the heavens and began to declare war on the city that had suddenly risen into the sky. And at the top of that city, a figure slowly emerged. All the gods were incredulous. The figure was so majestic, radiating a familiar aura. That was the return of the King of Gods. Afterwards, these rebellious gods begged for the God King's forgiveness, and upon receiving a reply, they laughed and committed suicide. That day, golden fire rained down from the sky. The gods have fallen. Blood slices through the air and bursts into flames. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. More and more people are unable to withstand the divine blood and begin to collapse. As a result, their descendants are also extremely unstable. Jiangcheng gathered the 10 broken divine artifacts together and used his supreme power to decompose them into the power of laws, setting level restrictions within the bodies of all beasts and humans. Levels 1 to 100 are marked by a hurdle every 20 levels. Only by passing trials and proving that one can suppress the rampant genes within their body can they continue to increase their power. He directly locked out levels 100 and above. From this day forward, no creature will be able to exist that surpasses this level. Thus, order was reestablished on Earth. Jiangcheng looked at all of this and shook his head. He knew this was just the beginning. As people gradually settle down and live in peace and contentment, new ambitious individuals will emerge. They will stop at nothing to gain more benefits. Chapter 334 The End of the Mythical Era. From now on, there will be no more gods in the world. Jiangcheng finally came up with a solution. To make the ideals we have strived for thousands of years a reality. In fact, this ideal does not belong to him alone, but to countless ordinary people caught in the flames of war. He could hardly forget their faces. Those lovely and respectable people. If he can't accomplish this, then who can? And so he began his slumber, which also marked the end of the mythological era. From that moment on, gods in the true sense no longer existed. Gods have no right to govern humankind. Jiangcheng discovered that the existence of gods does not make the world a better place. Conversely, without the involvement of the gods, the Third Age of Gods War might not have lasted 1,500 years. This time, he made a firm decision. We must fulfill our own ideals, as well as the ideals of our companions from thousands of years ago. That is proof that he and they existed. This preparation took more than 10,000 years. So this is the fourth time I've awakened. Jiangcheng rubbed his temples. The plans for this lifetime have been in preparation for quite some time. In reality, he had only recovered a portion of his memories, and he was still somewhat confused about the plan. Jiangcheng sighed. The world more than 10,000 years from now does not seem so wonderful. Could he really accomplish such a grand undertaking all by himself? Suddenly, Jiangcheng felt a burning sensation in his abdomen and heard Lilith's voice in his ear. Master, I have an elemental stone here. It was activated a few days ago, and is just waiting for you to collect it. Elemental stones? Jiangcheng immediately realized what was happening. Formed by the 8 elemental stones continuously drew upon the power of the ancient gods. And after the Second Awakening, which ended the Third Age of Gods War, Jiangcheng reconstructed the entire array and took out an elemental stone. Because of the missing elemental stone, the power of the gods will gradually leak out over time, eventually awakening one by one. The one he entrusted to Lilith was the one he had taken out back then. This one represents fire, a fire element stone, possessing the power to incinerate everything. I kept this piece for myself after careful consideration. The power of fire can burn down towers and extract their energy. The tower itself is part of the grand formation. The elemental stones can delay the awakening of the gods because they can plunder a portion of the energy absorbed by the ancient gods during their slumber through the grand formation. The plundered power was stored in the Black Tower, which served as the core of the formation. And on the altar, which serves as the central point, the remaining 7 elemental stones are placed. It seems that my plan in my past life was to absorb this power and become the strongest. Jiangcheng suddenly remembered something else. He is actually incomplete now. In theory, there should still be a core that has been absorbing power over thousands of years and transforming it into divine power. But this core was placed on an altar by him back then. In other words, in his previous life, he swapped positions with the elemental stone using his own core. Why did he do that? Jiangcheng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that there were other things that forced him to make such a choice in his past life? Things became even more complicated. However, after some thought, Jiangcheng roughly understood what he needed to do next. Accept the power of the fire elemental stone, go to the tower, and absorb the divine power that the ancient gods had absorbed over the past 10,000 years. If Jiangcheng could fully absorb it, he simply couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. The ancient gods of that time were extremely terrifying beings. Once fully awakened, they could destroy this planet in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the fact that this planet had abundant mineral resources, it would probably have been destroyed long ago. A stone the size of a pebble, burning with flames, leaped out from the cave entrance. Jiangcheng licked his lips. This is what I left behind in my past life, a super divine stone possessing immense fire elemental power. Master, now release the netherworld fire. That is the key to unlocking the fire elemental stone. Jiangcheng took a deep breath, nodded, and stretched out his palm. A gray-blue flame burned fiercely in his hand. The stone seemed to possess a spirit, flying towards Jiangcheng's palm and hovering above the flames. Lilith saw the stone, her expression resolute, and walked up to Jiangcheng. As she formed a hand seal, a scene that horrified Jiangcheng unfolded. Lilith's body transformed into a wisp of smoke and was completely absorbed by the fire elemental stone. The elemental stone core was produced, a shackle shattered instantly. The blazing flames shot straight into the sky. The surrounding beast girls couldn't help but take a few steps back. This flame is simply unlike any ordinary fire. Intense, dark blue pillar of fire sent a chill down one's spine. Looking at it for too long felt like one's blood was about to freeze. This scene terrified Jiangqing. Lilith waited for him for 10,000 years, and they had only just met. Before they could even spend enough time together, she was gone just like that? 10,000 years. She waited for him for such a long time. Just to help himself break the seal? Jiangqing felt that he and the elemental stone containing surging power had formed a mental link, but Lilith was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps one of her missions is to break the seal. Damn it. Lilith? Lilith, you come out here. Didn't you say that this elemental stone was already activated? Why are you using yourself to break the seal? Jiangqing looked around unwillingly and roared. Perhaps sensing Jiangqing's inner sorrow, a voice emerged in Jiangqing's mind. Master, do not be sad, this is my destiny. I was your last line of defense to prevent this stone from being obtained and used by others. Jiangqing recalled their first meeting 10,000 years ago, and how they reunited in this life. Unconsciously, his eyes were already filled with tears. He is immortal. This led to the deaths of all his friends and close confidants, without exception. Lilith was her most loyal mate in the past. After she fell into a deep sleep in her second life, she guarded her until her third slumber, and she still does now. It's me, I'm sorry. Jiangqing clenched his fist. You said you would give me a beautiful new world, and I've always remembered that. That voice murmured, resurfacing in Jiangqing's mind. Master, like you, I will not die. When you have absorbed enough divine power, I will return. I hope I can fight for you again. I am about to fall into a deep sleep. After merging with the elemental stone, I will be able to connect with the entire sealing array. Just now, I sense the aura of the vermilion bird. She may be in the great Yin kingdom. The voice hesitated for a moment, then continued. If my senses are correct, she shouldn't be far away, but she's encountered some danger. The voice grew weaker and weaker. Jiangqing stopped speaking, straining to hear the last message Lilith was sending him. She must have been captured by some black tower. Also, as far as I know, the Azure Dragon is in the star field, but it's too far away from us. The voice was almost inaudible, but Lilith continued. I will wait for your return. You promised me. In this life, you can. Let me get pregnant with your child. This is my wish. The last sound faded from my mind. Unbeknownst to him, countless chaotic images flooded his mind, and memories surged like a tidal wave, leaving him in tears. Chapter 335 The Shadow Lord's Offensive. Yinzhou. The former prosperity is gone, and a desolate scene has spread. Because of the policy of non-resistance, large areas of Yinzhou fell to the enemy. The sky seemed to be permanently shrouded in a thick gloom, which lingered and made people feel suffocated. This is a land shrouded in despair. Mianxing, a small city located on the edge of the occupied area and the controlled area, became the watershed between the two worlds. The city wall, weathered and worn, has witnessed countless storms and vicissitudes, but now it seems more like a fragile barrier, barely separating the two worlds. Mianxing lies the occupied zone. After several days of sweeping, these professional executioners have killed almost all the uninfected humans. All that remained were cold corpses and endless fear. On the city wall, several patrolling soldiers dragged their weary bodies and wandered aimlessly. Their eyes were vacant. Their faces were filled with weariness and helplessness, and every step they took seemed extremely heavy. He yawned repeatedly, tears welling up in his eyes, but he stubbornly held them back. As long as they don't enter the occupied area and encounter black eyes, they will remain at peace. Suddenly, a deafening rumble came from the ground, as if thunder from the sky was exploding in our ears. The two patrolling soldiers were startled and looked down to see a black river flowing turbulently towards the city. They rubbed their tired eyes hard, and when they looked closely, they saw that it was not a black river at all, but a huge swarm of enemy troops, sweeping towards the city like an unstoppable tide. Oh no, Black Eye is here. One of the soldiers shouted in terror. Why aren't they staying in the occupied territory? What are they doing here? Could it be that they want to? Before one soldier could finish speaking, he was interrupted by another. Oh no, sound the alarm. Don't these guys realize they've crossed the line with what they're saying? Before long, the enemy attack alarm blared throughout the city. The sound was sharp and urgent, like a death knell tolling in everyone's heart. The entire city seemed to be shrouded in an invisible sense of oppression, and the air itself became heavy. Several generals hurriedly walked onto the city wall, their faces as pale as paper. Looking down at the enemy army surging towards them like ocean waves, a sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. Perhaps it's because Kuroheim hasn't left the occupied territory or expanded outwards for so many days. There aren't many professional soldiers in this city right now. It would be extremely difficult to withstand such an intense offensive with only a small number of people. Activate the city's defensive turrets and bombard the area below. The generals gritted their teeth and still issued the battle order. Let's put everything else aside for now. Black eyes possess an assimilation ability that is quite terrifying. Once infected, the infection is almost irreversible. Although Jinghai has developed a blocking drug, it is very expensive and not something that ordinary people can afford. The army beneath the city walls consisted of a large number of wild monsters and raggedly dressed humans. Each of them had a large eyeball embedded in its body, gleaming with an eerie light. The cannons roared, and war broke out instantly. The enemy troops below the city wall crashed against it wave after wave. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and smoke. The ground was blasted into craters and burst into flames, engulfing the entire city in a sea of fire. In the sky, a sharp cry tore through the oppressive air, like the call of death, sending chills down one's spine. Several soldiers wearing heavy protective suits on the city wall did their best to kick down the infected people who tried to climb the wall. However, when they looked up at the sky, still catching their breath, they were surprised to find that beneath the persistent gloom, there was a flying beast infected by the black eyes. These infected birds, their eyes flashing an eerie red light, swooped down like demons unleashed from hell, carrying the power to destroy everything. Its speed is so fast that it almost exceeds the limits of all birds. This kind of suicidal mass charge is terrifying. At their speed, they simply cannot turn around mid-journey. If you try to turn, your body will be torn to pieces by the enormous force. Oh no, their target is the magic crystal cannons prepared on the city wall, a young official shouted in alarm. Before the words were even finished, the first wave of birds had already crashed into the city wall. They landed hard, and upon hitting the city wall, they triggered a violent explosion. After a single attack, the city walls suffered heavy casualties. Most importantly, many of the suicide birds flew directly into the muzzle of the cannons, blasting most of the magic-powered cannons to pieces. The young official's face turned deathly pale instantly. He knew exactly what this meant. The other side had clearly studied all of this thoroughly before launching such a fierce attack. He gazed at the ever-surging army of black-eyed men below, and an unprecedented fear welled up within him. This was the closest he had ever come to death. He felt as if he could already sense the breath of death. He gripped the edge of the city wall tightly with both hands, his fingers turning white from the excessive force. What to do? What to do? He cried out in despair in his heart, but found no answer. He could only watch helplessly as the exploding birds crashed into the city wall again and again, each impact accompanied by a violent explosion and the screams of the soldiers. I have no choice but to run away. He gritted his teeth. The opponent is too strong. Behind the black torrent stood a tall giant clad in heavy armor. The painting depicts the man's heroic bearing, with countless eye patterns painted on his armor, gleaming in the sunlight. The first city was quickly captured. Although the main generals had fled, they had captured a large number of people. Having slumbered for so long, has humanity in this world become so weak and frail? The towering giant clad in heavy armor stood behind the black torrent, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The eye patterns on his armor seemed to have a life of their own, shimmering gently with the changing light, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. He slowly surveyed the human city that had just been captured, his heart filled with doubt. Once upon a time, humanity was a group of fearless fighters, but they were not always certain of victory. But what he saw now was a group of panicked and defenseless people. Why is this generation of humanity like this? The Lord of Shadows murmured to himself, a hint of barely perceptible regret in his voice. He didn't like this kind of unchallenging conquest. He longed to clash with strong opponents who could ignite his fighting spirit. Chapter 336 Lu Yuan Reunited. Reality, however, disappointed the Lord of Shadows. The city's main general fled, leaving behind only ordinary people to be slaughtered by his army. He will soon convert them into his followers. For him, this victory did not bring much sense of accomplishment. The Lord of Shadows frowned, his gaze piercing through the layers of smoke as he looked into the distance. This war is just the beginning. The real challenges lie ahead. But if humanity continues like this, it will be difficult for anyone to stop him. Yinzhou, Upon seeing the latest battle report, GTNI slammed his fist on the table. He and Jiang Chung had originally agreed that, once he's ready, he'll have Jiang Chung find the Shadow Lord, and then GTNI will be in charge of eliminating him. Tomorrow is the agreed-upon day, but to his utter surprise, Hiroheim has launched a full-scale attack. In just one morning, Yinzhou lost more than a dozen cities. If this continues, the entire Yin province will fall. Although GTNI had deployed defenses in Yunzhou, he still understood the principle of mutual dependence. If the entire Yin province falls, Yun province won't be able to hold out for more than a few days. The most coincidental thing is that, for a while, they couldn't get in touch with Jiangqing. What a terrible situation. GTNI was extremely troubled. How about we ask the higher-ups to send reinforcements? He quickly dismissed the idea. The power of these things does not lie in the infected themselves, but in their leader. If the Shadow Lord cannot be completely killed, killing more infected will be of no use. Jiang Chung, where are you? I need your abilities. Su Chong came to her senses and lingered on Lu Yuan for a moment. Seeing that although his clothes were a bit disheveled, his expression was still relatively calm, she felt a little relieved. She frowned and said, "Where is this place? It doesn't seem like the great Yin kingdom." Strange. Lu Yuan also stood up slowly, gazing at the vast land before him, his heart filled with doubt. He remembered that he and Su Chong were clearly near Jianya City, so how did they end up here in the blink of an eye? The two looked at each other and saw the confusion and unease in each other's eyes. Su Chong and Lu Yuan had been wandering around this desolate place for half a day. The surrounding scenery seemed to be copied and pasted, with nothing but endless, continuous yellow sand. The scorching sun baked the sand until it was burning hot, and every grain of sand seemed to contain boiling heat, making people feel irritable. Lu Yuan was, after all, the leader of a large guild, and he never expected that he would be helpless at one point. Where exactly is this place? Could this be some space inside the Black Tower? Su Chong guessed. I don't know. We've been walking for a long time, but we still can't see the end. Lu Yuan shook his head, gazing intently into the distance. Perhaps, this is a place like a secret realm. Su Chong nodded, agreeing that this was the only way to understand it. Just as the two were speculating, a sudden gust of sandstorm swept up, completely obscuring their vision. As the sandstorm subsided, Su Chong keenly noticed that the outline of a yellowish-brown building seemed to be faintly visible not far ahead. Look, there's a building over there. Lu Yuan quickly noticed something yellowish-brown ahead and became excited. Suddenly, a thick, snake-like creature sprang out of the sand. Its head is triangular, and its eyes gleam with a cold light, clearly indicating that it is a venomous snake with deadly toxins. It opened its gaping maw and pounced on the two of them with astonishing speed. At this critical moment, a long blade made of flames appeared out of thin air and, without anyone needing to wield it, slashed fiercely at the venomous snake with astonishing speed. With a soft thud, the venomous snake was sliced in two, its body falling limply to the sand. The two exchanged a glance, then walked towards the peculiar, earthen yellow building. As the distance closes, the strange symbols painted on the building become clearer, as if they contain some ancient and mysterious power. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his gaze sharp and fixed on the symbols. He muttered to himself, his voice revealing barely concealed excitement. These symbols look very much like the characters I've seen in ancient records before. Could this be the script from the Age of Gods? Seeing this, Su Chong couldn't help but curiously lean closer to take a closer look, but couldn't figure it out. Lu Yuan reached out and gently touched the symbols on the building's surface, his eyes widening. A more glorious and splendid civilization had been born in that distant era. However, that civilization was destroyed for unknown reasons, leaving only scattered records and legends, which inspire endless imagination. His greatest secret was the fragment of the water god in his storage ring. He longed to see what the fragments of the water god would look like after they were completely fused together. He wanted to meet the god, who only existed in legends. Perhaps the key to their escape from this desolate place lies hidden here. Every building should have a door. Lu Yuan planned to walk around the building to see if there would be any progress. However, Su Chong looked at Lu Yuan with a puzzled expression. Just now, she seemed to see many words appear to have flown onto him when Lu Yuan touched the words on the wall. She was startled by her own thoughts. Lu Yuan walked ahead, carefully searching for a way to enter, while Su Chong behind him would occasionally glance at Lu Yuan's neck and any exposed skin. Until that bizarre scene happened again. This time she saw it very clearly. Strange and unusual characters would flash on his body at a specific frequency. Su Chong felt a tightness in her chest. Her source of strength comes from the man she spends every day with, in case anything happens to him. I simply can't imagine what the consequences would be. Most importantly, this place exudes an eerie atmosphere. It doesn't look like a normal space at all. Su Chong took a deep breath, reached out to smooth the hair falling on both sides of her face, and took another deep breath to relax herself. Her breasts rippled with her breath. Suddenly, Lu Yuan in front of them stopped. His gaze was fixed on the other side of the earthen yellow building. Su Chong turned her gaze over, her heart nearly skipping a beat. Finally, they discovered other humans besides the two of them. Who are you? Jiang Cheng. She covered her red lips, recalling the boy she had seen from afar when the beast tide descended. That's right, sister, you still remember me? Jiang Cheng dusted himself off and smiled at Su Chong behind Lu Yuan. However, he hesitated a bit. Given his relationship with Lu Feifei, shouldn't he call her mom? After the elemental stone was unsealed, Jiang Cheng became more sensitive to magic and quickly discovered a black tower nearby with very abnormal magic fluctuations. Unexpectedly, I was teleported to a certain place. He glanced at the words on the earthen yellow building in front of him and read them aloud, one word at a time. Slumbering here is a demon from the abyss, whose true name cannot be spoken. Long ago, a sage descended, his radiance shining upon all. The only holy emperor of mankind, with supreme wisdom and power, sealed this demon and protected all living beings. He proclaimed to the world that this lair of evil should not be approached by mortals, lest they suffer calamity. The might of the holy emperor will forever suppress evil spirits. May light endure forever and darkness be banished. Jiang Cheng sighed. Was this carved by one of his little fanboys back then? How come there are these things all over the four walls? Fortunately, no one should recognize these characters now. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng swiftly drew his heavenly feather blade. Lu Yuan's current state is somewhat off. Chapter 337 Vermilion Bird 1. Runes began to appear on Lu Yuan's body and face. Jiang Cheng frowned. Su Chong also frowned, her eyes filled with doubt and unease. She stared blankly at Lu Yuan, only to see that once familiar face begin to look increasingly strange. Lu Yuan began to turn his head, and the clucking sound coming from his neck was like the low hooting of an owl, which was unsettling. Yuan, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Su Chang's voice trembled slightly as she tried to reach out and touch Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a violent gust of air burst forth from Lu Yuan's body. Su Chang, who was closest to him, was caught off guard and was forced back several steps, staggering and almost falling. Jiang Cheng gripped the heavenly feather blade tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yuan. The runes that had previously only appeared occasionally now seemed to come alive, roaming freely across Lu Yuan's face and body, weaving into terrifying patterns. His eyes also turned blood red, exuding an ominous aura. Is that really how it is? Jiang Cheng's voice was low and heavy. After fusing with the elemental stone, his perception was enhanced like never before, and he could see every subtle change in his surroundings. He had originally only been searching for Shizuku's whereabouts in the vicinity based on Lilith's information, when he discovered an unusual black tower. So he told the women to wait for him outside, and as he moved closer to observe, he was directly drawn into this unknown space. Zhuke, it's actually her? Jiang Cheng's gaze lingered on Su Chong. The last time I saw her was during the beast tide in Jinya City. Jiang Cheng only saw a beast girl engulfed in flames from afar, fighting against that mythical beast. Therefore, her attributes could not be determined. Jiang Cheng immediately recognized that her final evolved form was indeed the vermilion bird. Name, Su Chong. Beast soul, crimson flame divine bird. Contractor, Lu Yuan, advanced contract. Level, 89, 19%. Qualification, S level. Soul power, 2621. Current growth, level 30. Rating, Azura. Strength, 1193. Current growth, 11/level. Rating, excellent. Attack effects, 1. Burning, 2. Demonic flame, 3. Heavenly incineration, unlocked. Beast soul skill. Burning flames. Su Chong transformed into a blazing flame, rapidly spreading to a vast area and forming a sea of fire. Enemies within the fire will suffer continuous burning damage and have a chance to be bound by the flames, reducing their movement and attack speed. Burning damage deals fire damage per second based on a percentage of Su Chang's attack power. Flame binding Reduces enemy movement and attack speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Magic Flame Storm. Su Chong summoned a powerful storm of demonic flames, emanating from her center and spreading outwards. Enemies within the storm would suffer continuous fire impacts and demonic flame damage, with a chance to trigger the Burning Heart effect, causing them to enter a state of confusion. Hidden Evolution Level, 0%. All of the following are hidden attributes. Next Evolution Path, 9 Heavens Mystic Bird Tiger, SS level. Required breakthrough materials, Flame Magic Crystal, Dragon Serpent Horn, Water Washed Amberstone. Evolutionary Condition, Burning. Final Evolution, Sacred Beast Vermilion Bird, SSS Rank. Sazako. Jiang Chung muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Su Chong. This was the first time he had seriously looked at this woman. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, fair and delicate, like the first snow, with smooth contours that outlined perfect proportions. Her long, black hair was cleverly styled into a bun at the back of her head, with a few stray strands falling gently beside her cheeks, adding to her gentleness and charm. With delicate features, slightly upturned peach-colored lips, and bright, sparkling eyes, she exudes a mature woman's unique sexiness and charm. Her figure was also top-notch, with a large V-neck that revealed a white shirt underneath and a hint of cleavage, making people's imaginations run wild. With a slender waist, a typical wasp waist, without any excess fat. Unlike many women of the same age whose figures have changed due to the passage of time, Su Chang's figure remains firm, as if time has been exceptionally kind to her. Her waist can almost be described as so small that it can be grasped with one hand, yet it does not lack a sense of strength. She paired it with a black straight skirt, flesh-colored stockings that clung to her skin, outlining her slender legs, and black stiletto-pointed high heels, making one wonder if such shoes were suitable for combat. Her hips were round, full, perky, and sexy. Wrapped under the tube skirt, they resembled a ripe fruit, radiating an alluring glow, yet without any hint of bulkiness. Instead, they added to her unique feminine charm. She can be described as a stunning beauty. Jiang Chung sighed, but now there was a big problem. Su Chong seems to be Lu Yi and Lu Feifei's mother. Jiang Chung was somewhat lost in thought, but Lu Yuan had already started to move. He let out a sob, veins bulging on his forehead, and lunged at Su Chong. The ground beneath Lu Yuan's feet was instantly pounded into deep holes, and the dust flying everywhere revealed the terrifying power he possessed at that moment. Su Chang's pupils contracted sharply. This sudden turn of events left her almost no time to react, and she could only watch helplessly as Lu Yuan pounced on her like a wild beast out of control. Yuan you. Before she could finish speaking, Su Chong was grabbed hard in the chest by an irresistible force, a force so strong it felt as if it would crush her sternum. She let out a sharp cry, and her body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a stone wall not far away with a dull thud. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, staining her clothes and her vision. Su Chong struggled to stand up, but found that her body felt as if it were being torn apart, and her chest was burning with an unbearable sensation. She looked down and saw that her combat suit had been torn, revealing a shocking wound underneath. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she couldn't accept that it was all real. Her smooth face was filled with sorrow and helplessness, and her once bright eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, as if tears were about to fall at any moment. Why, Yuan, why have you become like this? Su Chang's voice was filled with endless grief and confusion. She couldn't accept that Lu Yuan, who had once been gentle and considerate and fought alongside her, would actually turn against her. Seeing this, Jiang Chung gripped the heavenly feather blade tightly, and in a flash, he arrived at Su Chang's side and gently helped her up. Madam, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Chong looked at Lu Yuan with a nervous expression, a sense of despair rising in her heart. As Jiang Chung helped Su Chong up, their skin inadvertently came into contact, and at that moment, his heart fluttered slightly. Chapter 338, Vermilion Bird 2. Huff huff. Su Chong took a deep breath to calm her turbulent emotions. Jiang Chung, standing to the side, could clearly feel Su Chang's rapid breathing and the gasps that were a mixture of pain and fear. What follows is an indescribable fragrance, the rich and unique scent of a mature woman, resembling musk but not quite, possessing an irresistible charm that subtly stirs one's heartstrings. Her snow-white, slender neck was faintly visible among her disheveled hair, as elegant as a swan. The ripped clothing on her chest did not diminish her beauty. On the contrary, It added a unique charm. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. He knew now was not the time to think about these things. He looked at Lu Yuan with a firm gaze, having already made up his mind. "Madam, please rest for a while. Leave this to me." Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable determination. Su Chong was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "I appreciate your kindness, but you haven't been cultivating for long enough, so let me do it." The strength he just displayed is something most people would find difficult to handle. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Cheng flashed forward and pounced on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, at this moment, seemed to have completely lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out low roars, like a wild beast that had been provoked. He waved his claws, the runes on his face and neck became more prominent, and he faintly carried the power of wind and thunder. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and drew his knife to meet the attack. He discovered that Lu Yuan had many invisible threads extending outwards and connecting to the earthen yellow building not far away. Could it be an ancient god stealing his power? Jiang Cheng clashed his knife against Lu Yuan's claws several times, only to find that Lu Yuan's hand was as hard as iron and he couldn't cut even a fraction of an inch. The two were locked in a stalemate for a moment. Su Chong was a little uneasy. Although she didn't know why Jiang Cheng would happen to be here, it would be bad if he was killed by her husband. So at the beginning, I was a little nervous, ready to make a move at any time. To her great surprise, Jiang Cheng was able to fight Lu Yuan to a standstill. Having just endured a blow, she naturally had a preliminary assessment of Lu Yuan's strength, but Jiang Cheng was actually able to fight him to a standstill. Moreover, she could also tell that Jiang Cheng didn't seem to be using his full strength yet. During the fight, he was still able to look around, seemingly lost in thought. So strong. This young man is amazing. Su Chong was somewhat shocked. When she was Jiang Cheng's age, she was still in college, and she struggled to fight level 30+ ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan's combat strength just now shows that it is at least level 70, and Jiang Cheng was able to suppress it so effectively. It's absolutely terrifying. Su Cheng's beautiful fox-like eyes were now flashing with disbelief, clearly shocked by Jiang Cheng's strength. She kept looking around, trying to find the reason why Lu Yuan had become like this. Her heart was filled with worry. She knew that Lu Yuan would never attack her for no reason. There must be something interfering with him, or he must be controlled by some kind of force. Su Chong frowned, her eyes searching her surroundings, trying to find the possible source of interference. However, while she was distracted in searching for the source of the interference, the battle between Jiang Cheng and Lu Yuan had already entered a fierce stage. Jiang Cheng's figure moved like a ghost, nimbly dodging Lu Yuan's attacks while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Just then, Su Chong suddenly noticed something, and her gaze sharpened, landing on an inconspicuous corner. There, a tiny point of light was twinkling, as if it were a clue guiding her to the source of the interference. A thought struck her, and she was about to approach to investigate when she suddenly heard Jiang Cheng shout, "Madam, be careful." It turned out that in the moment she was distracted, Lu Yuan suddenly bypassed Jiang Cheng and launched a fierce attack on her, nearly hitting her. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng acted in time, anticipating the situation and stopping Su Chong, thus averting danger. Su Chong felt a surge of gratitude. There's something strange over there. Maybe that's what caused my husband to become like this. I'll go take a look. Su Chong took a few more steps in that direction, and Lu Yuan attacked Su Chang's direction again, but was once again blocked by Jiang Cheng, who was prepared. "Madam, this should be it." Jiang Cheng also noticed Lu Yuan's unusual behavior. He began attacking Su Chong recklessly, his eyes burning with an increasingly intense red light. Jiang Cheng also sensed an energy fluctuation in that direction. Perhaps the thing really was the culprit that turned Lu Yuan into this person. Su Chong jogged toward the point of light, and upon closer inspection, discovered that it was actually a wriggling piece of flesh emitting a real fluorescent glow, flashing as if sending some kind of signal. Su Chong moved closer, unleashing the power of his beast soul. At that moment, his entire body seemed to be enveloped in invisible flames, bursting forth with a blazing and dazzling light. With a flick of her finger, a scorching fire serpent instantly condensed at her fingertip, sweeping away with earth, shattering power. The fire serpent coiled and twisted in the air, like a living fire dragon, opening its huge mouth to swallow the fleshy ball. As the fiery serpent drew closer, the surrounding air seemed to ignite. The temperature rose sharply, and waves of heat rolled in. The fire serpent finally struck the writhing chunk of flesh, instantly engulfing it in raging flames. The piece of flesh seemed to sense the threat and began to struggle violently, but to no avail. In the end, it was burned by the flames and turned into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. As the pieces of flesh disappeared, the abnormality in Lu Yuan's body gradually subsided. His eyes regained their clarity, and the runes on his face gradually faded, as if he had woken up from a terrifying dream. "What's wrong with me?" He spoke slowly, and the next moment his vision went black as he fainted. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw two people. One was his wife, and the other was a figure that looked like a teenager. It was unclear who he was. Jiang Cheng hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when his expression changed drastically. "Madam, be careful." Before Su Chong could react, she froze. Strands of energy spread from the earthen yellow building behind her and pierced towards her brain. Fortunately, Jiangqing reminded us. She immediately unleashed flames and swung them upwards. Although it was a step too late, it still managed to block most of the silk threads. After several ups and downs in Jiangqing, he arrived at Su Chang's side. Although most of them were blocked by the flames, a few still managed to bypass them from below and pierce Su Chang's body. Runes began to appear on Su Chang's face. "Jiang Cheng, don't come any closer." Su Chang felt his brain trembling, and suddenly felt a burning pain all over his body. It was as if someone was burning her whole body with fire. Sizzle tore at her clothes in agony, and soon they turned into shreds that flew off in pieces. "It's so hot. It's so hot." Su Chang recalled that he had just used fire to burn the meatball into charcoal. Could it be that it can reflect its feelings back to itself? Randomly, and still retaining some rationality, she had an urge to die, because she discovered that she now seemed to be completely naked. Chapter 339 Vermilion Bird 3. Su Chang was completely naked, her exposed skin gleaming white. She let out a sharp, delicate whimper before collapsing weakly to the ground, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, her teeth clenched. His cheeks flushed an unnatural red from the pain he was enduring, and his hands gripped the sand tightly, his fingertips almost digging into the cold earth. His upper body arched in pain, his neck arched back as if trying to break free from some invisible shackle. His succulent toes curled up in extreme tension, and the veins on his neck were clearly visible, like a taut string that could snap at any moment. The woman, who was once elegant and noble, was now as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. Jiang Cheng was horrified when he saw this. He had never seen such a sight before, and he never expected that the strange piece of flesh would have such a terrifying backlash. Looking at the shapely body in front of him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. Although Su Chang was already a married woman and had 2 daughters, she looked very well maintained. She was slim where she should be slim and plump where she should be plump, with a voluptuous figure and a radiant white complexion that dazzled Jiang Cheng. Without a second thought, he immediately channeled his magic and slowly crossed over, attempting to alleviate her pain. "Madam, hold on. I will save you." However, the pain did not seem to lessen in the slightest. Su Chang's body was still trembling violently, and her eyes began to glaze over, as if she were about to fall into endless darkness. "No, don't." Su Chang stiffened like a deer struck by an arrow, and for a moment, she gradually lost her breath. Jiang Cheng was horrified, but he also noticed that several invisible threads had already connected to her body. Perhaps in a while, Su Chang will undergo a strange change, just like Lu Yuan. He continued to activate his ability and discovered another strange object not far from the two of them. At first glance, it looked like a ball of flesh with several threads connecting it to Su Chang's body. In a flash, Jiang Cheng suddenly threw out the heavenly feather blade in his hand, which pierced the ground with a soft thud. Su Chang's body began to convulse, and her breathing became erratic. Su Chang's body began to convulse violently, as if she had been electrocuted. Veins bulged on her fair skin, like earthworms wriggling under her skin, adding to the eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Her face flushed even more, as if flames were burning inside, slowly devouring her reason and consciousness. The silk threads that were originally attached to Su Chang's body suddenly ripped out of her skin as if they were alive. In the blink of an eye, it changed direction and stabbed towards Jiang Cheng beside it. Jiang Cheng felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a sizzling sound in his mind. The sound was like the noise of a radio losing signal or the faint sound of rain in the distance, but it carried an indescribable eeriness. Immediately afterwards, a deep and cold voice, as if coming from the depths of hell, resounded directly in his mind. "This body is still the best, kid. You're lucky." The sound was as cold as ice, making Jiang Cheng tremble. He immediately realized that he had probably been tricked by the strange piece of flesh. He looked down and saw that countless runes were beginning to appear on his face and body. The runes shimmered with an eerie light, as if they were alive, and were moving across his skin. He was shocked. Su Chang felt a sense of relief and realized that her belongings seemed to have disappeared. She forced herself to open her eyes, despite her discomfort, only to be met with the strange changes in Jiangqing. She immediately panicked. She tried to get up, but found herself weak and powerless, barely able to support her upper body, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. At that moment, she saw Jiangqing's hand still resting on her chest, and a feeling of indescribable shame welled up in her heart. She guessed that he must have saved her. Unexpectedly, he saved him, but he himself was accidentally infected. What should we do? Lu Yuan fell into a coma, and she felt completely weak. She suddenly felt a wave of despair and helplessness. Just when all hope seemed lost, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Su Chang's eyes. She had to find a way to save Jiangcheng, and in doing so, to save herself. So she gritted her teeth, endured the discomfort in her body, and began to channel the magic power within her body, trying to fight against the strange runes. As the vital energy surged, the light emanating from Su Chang's body gradually intensified, and a faint red glow began to appear on her originally pale skin. She took a deep breath, ignoring the soreness in her body, and condensed the magic power in her hand into a beam of light, which she slowly pushed towards Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng felt a warm power surge into his body, and his spirits lifted. He immediately activated the magic power within him to resonate with Su Chang's power and fight against the strange runes together. In the sea of consciousness, a humanoid object with wings on its back looked ahead with disdain. A voice slowly emerged from there. Who are you? With Su Chang's magic supply at this moment, Jiangcheng felt much more confident and couldn't help but ask a question, his eyes furrowing. The man hovered in the void of the sea of consciousness, his arrogant expression as if he were an emperor above all things, his eyes flashing with disdain and indifference. Looking at Jiangcheng was like examining a worthless piece of trash. You despicable race, you have no right to know my identity. All you need to know is that I will be your master from now on. Having said that, the man let out a cold laugh, a laugh filled with contempt and disdain, as if mocking Jiang City and all living beings in this world. The wings on his back flapped gently, lifting him slowly into the air. His posture was like that of a divine eagle about to take flight, looking down at the ants below. To be one with a true god is your honor, he proclaimed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance and conceit. The world will tremble at my feet. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed in his mind, filled with endless contempt and arrogance, as if announcing his arrival to the world. You mean you are a god? The man didn't answer directly, but just sneered, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain for Jiangqing's problems. He slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle flick of his fingertips, a dazzling light shot out from his hand, directly towards Jiangqing's forehead. Give it to me, from now on you are mine. Jiangcheng felt a sharp pain, as if something was tearing at his soul. Sizzle. A pale gold link connected his soul to Jiangqing's. The man closed his eyes, his expression one of ecstasy as he devoured Jiangqing's soul. Suddenly, he froze. What are you? Chapter 340 Vermilion Bird 4. The wings behind the man, in his horrified gaze, began to melt away like frost in the morning light, then spontaneously burst into flames, turning into clusters of eerie blue flames that reflected the unbelievable terror on his face. No, this is the soul power I've painstakingly accumulated. He wailed, his voice filled with despair and resentment, his whole body trembling violently, as if he were experiencing the most painful torment in the world. Not only his wings, but his body also began to melt like ice, gradually dissolving into specks of light and dissipating into the void of his sea of consciousness. Just as he was about to devour Jiangqing's soul, he was surprised to discover that this seemingly ordinary human boy actually harbored an ancient and powerful being. The spiritual power of this being was so great that even he, who called himself a god, felt fear, as if an insurmountable mountain stood before him. You are such a great being? I actually attempted to devour you in such a way. How utterly ridiculous I was. This is blasphemy against you. The man who claimed to be a god cried out in terror, his voice filled with remorse and awe. His consciousness was rapidly fading away. In no time, His body had dissolved into nothing but a head, yet it continued to shout eerily. I will return. No matter how long it takes, I will never be destroyed. 10,000 years from now, I will return and completely devour your kind. And beings like you should still exist in this world, right? I look forward to a fair and square battle with you. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze burning fiercely. A low-level ancient god, I don't even consider him a threat. He said calmly, extending his palm and gently shaking hands. The man's head emitted hysterical screams, as if it were undergoing the most painful punishment in the world. His eyes were filled with resentment, yet he was helpless and could only watch as Jiang Cheng gradually stripped away his soul power. In the end, the head also turned into specks of light and dissipated into the void of the sea of consciousness, leaving only the wails and vows echoing in Jiang Cheng's heart. Jiang Cheng stood still, and a pitch-black sphere appeared before his eyes. This is the enemy's core. As long as the core is not destroyed, the Protoss will eventually make a comeback. Jiang Cheng stretched out his palm, and a brilliant golden line, like a serpent, coiled around the pitch-black sphere, which was the core of the object, containing the undying will and power of the gods. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's mind was exceptionally clear. He suddenly realized something crucial. His mental strength was far, far greater than in his previous life, almost on a completely different level. The reason why this god cannot devour himself. The fundamental reason is that, compared to him, the other's mental power was nothing more than an ant, while he himself was a mountain. An ant could never swallow a mountain. Could this be a scheme from my past life? For the past 10,000 years, although I have been in a deep slumber, my spiritual power has been growing silently. If not, how can I explain everything now? Jiang Cheng pondered to himself. Taming beast girls, especially those with formidable strength, requires an enormous amount of mental energy. At the same time, the mental strength required to control several beast girls almost exceeds the limits that humans can withstand. But he did just that, not only handling it with ease, but also with complete mastery. Let me try. With my current mental strength, can I completely erase this deity who dared to invade my consciousness from this world? Jiang Cheng shouted, his voice filled with determination and confidence. The golden threads in his hand multiplied again, forming an invisible net that tightly bound the black core, as if trying to imprison it completely. Meanwhile, Su Chong keenly sensed the unusual situation in Jiang Cheng. She saw the runes on Jiang Cheng's body shatter like sand and dust, and a surge of excitement welled up in her heart. These runes likely represent that ominous entity, which has now been shattered, meaning that the illogical threat may have been destroyed. However, when she touched Jiang Cheng's body, she was surprised to find that his body was gradually getting cold. Although he was still breathing faintly, the situation was clearly not optimistic. Su Chang's heart tightened, and she quickly hugged Jiang Cheng tightly, trying to warm him with her own body heat. After all, he was her savior, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him fall into danger. With no firewood or other means of warmth around, she couldn't worry about anything else and had to act expediently in this emergency. Su Chong hugged Jiang Cheng, feeling his body as hard as iron, clearly the result of long-term training. This made her feel a little shy, her face flushing slightly, as if it could drip water. In this critical moment, she had no time to think about any of that. She simply held Jiang Cheng tightly, hoping he could recover as soon as possible. After hugging for a while, Su Chong was pleasantly surprised to find that Jiang Cheng's body temperature seemed to be gradually rising, and his originally cold body began to feel warm. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within her, as if she had personally pulled Jiang Cheng back from the brink of death. Please don't let anything happen to you. After all, you saved me. He murmured softly, his voice filled with gratitude and worry. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Jiang Cheng's face. His handsome features were still clearly defined in the dim light, exuding masculine vigor. With thick, sword-like eyebrows, bright, sparkling eyes, and red lips and white teeth, he looked like a young man who had stepped out of a painting. Su Chong stared at Jiang Cheng's glistening lips, a ripple of emotion stirring within her, and a shy, absurd thought quietly surfaced in her mind. She shook her head violently, as if trying to shake the thought out of her mind. Pa, how old are you? How can you still have feelings for a little boy? It's really, really shameless. She cursed herself inwardly, but a blush crept onto her face. In the sea of consciousness. Who are you that you have to kill us all? My brothers will not let you go. The pitch-black sphere could no longer sink into slumber, for it discovered that its very essence was gradually being annihilated. Humph, a mere low-level god dares to be so insolent in front of me, Jiang Cheng said coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain and arrogance. He increased the output of his mental energy, and the golden lines seemed to come alive, slowly tightening and gradually enveloping the dark sphere, even beginning to dissolve. We gods will not let you get away with this, you despicable human. Chapter 341 Vermilion Bird 5, 2 chapters combined. As the sphere disappeared, Jiang Cheng felt a massive force surge into his body. It was the ancient power contained within the core of the divine race, which was now his possession. His aura surged to an unprecedented level at this moment, especially his mental strength, which could be described as exploding by a huge margin. Jiang Cheng pondered to himself. The gods were supposed to be immortal beings, but this particular god had been devoured alive by him. What's going on here? Could it be that the gods are not invincible, and that as long as one's mental strength is strong enough, one can devour their core? That makes sense. Weaker gods require less power for their attributes, so those that awaken first are those that are not very strong. If that's the case, then all I need to do is proceed gradually, first devouring the weaker ones. Then perhaps, when the most powerful among those ancient gods appears, I will be able to devour their cores with my powerful spiritual energy. Most unsettling about the old gods is their indestructible nature. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed to have found a solution. The method to kill the ancient god was actually found by me. No, by me through several lifetimes. Jiang Cheng, you actually managed to eliminate those terrifying monsters. Su Chang's eyes flashed with disbelief, and her voice trembled slightly. After all, she and her husband Lu Yuan had just been thoroughly ravaged by that thing. Lu Yuan was probably the one who was violated for the longest time, and he still hasn't woken up. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and nodded. You're welcome. It's what I should do. However, his gaze inadvertently fell on Su Chang, and he then discovered that she was completely naked, with only a few tattered pieces of clothing barely covering her body. That figure is simply amazing. What does it mean to have skin like cream? What does it mean to be naturally beautiful? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in amazement. This beautiful woman was truly stunning. It was only at this moment that Su Chang realized her awkward situation, and her face instantly turned red, as if it were on fire. Was flushed, as if it were dripping blood. She hurriedly tried to find something to cover her body, but found nothing but yellow sand all around her. At that moment, her heart was filled with shame and helplessness. Recalling how she had just held Jiang Cheng tightly in her arms, warming him with her own body heat, her face felt burning hot, as if it were on fire. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng quickly averted his gaze, swallowed hard, and tried to remain calm. Madam, you are so beautiful. Jiang Cheng's voice carried a hint of sincerity and admiration. He had no frivolous intentions, but was simply expressing his heartfelt appreciation. Upon hearing this, Su Chang was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear. She quickly got up, wanting to escape this awkward situation. Jiang Cheng, there's a reason for what happened today, so. Her words were tinged with panic, her red lips slightly parted, and she seemed somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng quickly took off his own shirt and tossed it over, saying, Madam, please put this on first. Su Chang took the coat and quickly covered up the important parts of her body. However, even so, some skin was still exposed. Her face grew even redder, as if it were about to bleed. She bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing the gasps that threatened to escape her lips. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two became unusually subtle. Looking at Su Chang's shy appearance, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of indescribable warmth in his heart. He cleared his mind of distractions and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. Having just devoured the soul of an ancient god, it needs to consolidate its power. The interior of this black tower was rather peculiar. It was impossible to summon beast girls. Only the longsword that Yang Qi had transformed into was still with him, never leaving his hand. If we plan to enter the Black Tower next time, we should let them all enter the spatial portal. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and concentrated, but as he regulated his breathing, he felt a strange unease welling up in his heart. Could it be that there's something wrong with the ancient god soul that was absorbed? Suddenly, a sharp and seductive shout exploded in his mind. The voice was alluring, yet it was mixed with fear. Jiang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. A snow-white figure flashed by, followed by a refreshing fragrance that made him involuntarily take a breath. Ah yes. A warm breath brushed against his face, and Jiang Cheng was surprised to find that someone was hanging on him without him noticing. It was Su Chong, disheveled and terrified, her eyes fixed on a certain direction, filled with horror. Jiang Cheng felt a moment of disorientation. This usually dignified and elegant woman was now leaning helplessly against him. He forced himself to remain calm and turned his gaze with difficulty to a spot not far away, where a huge cockroach-like beast was slowly approaching, its compound eyes gleaming with bloodlust. There really is a ferocious beast. Jiang Cheng was secretly alarmed, but a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With a single reach, he drew the heavenly feather blade and hurled it. At that moment, he mobilized the immense power within the fire elemental stone, and instantly, flames raged around the heavenly feather blade. The flames were a deep blue color and emitted an extremely high temperature, as if they could burn everything in the world. With a soft thud, the long sword pierced the cockroach beast's body with pinpoint accuracy, and flames erupted instantly, enveloping the beast completely. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the ferocious beast let out a mournful roar, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being burned to ashes. Jiang Cheng withdrew the heavenly feather blade, and his gaze fell on Su Chong again. Her face was pale, clearly still shaken by the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. "Madam, don't be afraid." Upon hearing this, Su Chong looked up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. She pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded slightly and lowered her head even further. An indescribable ambiguity permeated the air, as if even the surrounding air was being scorched and slightly distorted by this atmosphere. Jiang Cheng's heart inexplicably raced. He felt Su Chang's body trembling slightly in his arms, a tremor mixed with fear and helplessness that made his heart involuntarily sink as well. "Madam, are you able to get up now?" Jiang Cheng's voice was slightly hoarse. He tried to remain calm, but his heart was far from at peace. Su Chong slowly raised her head, her usually clear and bright eyes now misty with tears, and said in a trembling voice, I've been terrified of cockroaches since I was little. I get weak all over just looking at them. I was bitten by something just now, and I'm so weak that I probably won't be able to get up." She bit her lower lip tightly, looking pitiful, which stirred up an indescribable feeling of pity in Jiang Cheng's heart. "Could you help me? Carry me to that rock? I'll be fine in a bit." Su Chang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it clearly reached Jiang Cheng's ears. Her warm breath as she spoke gently brushed against Jiang Cheng's cheek, making him feel ticklish and his mind in turmoil. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, slowly reached out, and carefully lifted Su Chong from his arms, his movements so gentle as if he were afraid of disturbing her. Su Chang's body was light and supple, and Jiang Cheng could clearly feel the warmth emanating from beneath her skin. He knew this wasn't the time to let his mind wander. He had to stay calm and ensure their safety. He gently placed Su Chong on a rock not far away so that she could sit and rest. Su Chang's face was still pale, but her eyes shone with gratitude. She looked at Jiang Cheng, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Thank you, Jiang Cheng." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said softly, "You're welcome. It's what I should do." He thought to himself, "Your two daughters are my beast girls now. You didn't know that, did you? Well, this is actually a bit troublesome." Jiang Cheng was about to say something when he noticed that Su Chang's condition was not quite right. She was breathing rapidly, and her whole body was trembling and convulsing. "How so? Wait, she just said she was bitten by something?" Jiang Cheng's expression changed drastically. Jiang Cheng didn't notice that Su Chong had two small bloody holes on her back, from which blood was flowing. At this moment, a small, purplish spider slowly poked its head out of the soft sand, its mouth parts stained with blood. It was very fast and pounced on Jiang Cheng's hand, which was supporting him on the ground. Jiang Cheng felt a sharp pain in his fingertip. He activated his soul technique and was surprised to find a small purple spider biting him hard. He instinctively reached out and slapped the spider, instantly crushing it into dust without releasing a single wisp of pale pink gas. Unexpectedly, this action also broke his balance, and he involuntarily fell to the ground, while Su Chong also fell down and slumped onto him. "You?" Su Chang's voice sounded dazed and weak. She didn't seem to be fully awake, but instinctively felt a wave of indescribable dizziness and thirst. "So thirsty," she murmured softly, her face slowly approaching Jiang Cheng, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable glint. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also felt an uncontrollable surge of energy within his body. The intense heat, like a raging fire, started from his spider-bitten finger and quickly spread throughout his body, being scorched by invisible flames, burning hot and unbearable. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the pounding in his heart and the heat in his body, but the indescribable impulse was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, impossible to control. He looked down at Su Chong in his arms, and saw that her delicate face was now distorted with longing. Her breathing became rapid and hot, as if it were burning up the surrounding air. "Madam, Jiang Cheng slowly got up and glanced at Su Chong, who was fast asleep. The flattened spider on the ground had pale pink internal organs, which reminded me of the strange behavior between the two people. It's probably not a normal spider. But they actually did it. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But then I thought, since she is Suzaku, she will definitely be bound to me by contract in the future. It's about Lu Feifei. That's a bit hard to explain. After all, first it was her sister, and then he cleared his mind of distractions, opened a portal, and asked the patriarch of the Luo family to protect him. Jiang Cheng would regularly put some food into the spatial portal, and during this time, she had become even rounder, leaving Jiang Cheng at a loss for words. After cultivating in the Star Origin blessed land last time, the Luo family patriarch's strength has become even more formidable, at least for now. Lu Yuan fell into a coma. Su Chong fell asleep. I also need to start absorbing the spiritual power of the ancient gods. He merely shattered it. He must refine it before he can fully incorporate it into his own power. Jiang Cheng glanced at Su Chong on the ground again. Only a mother like that could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Jiang Cheng chuckled to himself and sat down cross-legged. As the refining process continued, the power within Jiang Cheng's body seemed to be guided by an invisible torrent, flowing slowly along strange meridians. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, but his body and mind were immersed in an unprecedented sense of comfort. This power, ancient and mysterious, was like the warm sunshine of spring, illuminating every corner of his soul and making him feel more fulfilled and powerful than ever before. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment. Jiang Cheng felt as if he were under an endless starry sky, with each star representing the potential that had been activated within him. In an instant, one of the stars in the Milky Way expanded several times its original size. A sweet feeling welled up in my heart. Sure enough, the soul of this ancient god could actually enhance one's own soul power. He closed his eyes and concentrated, letting the power rage within his body. Eventually, under his will, it gradually calmed down, merged into his bloodline, and became an inseparable part of him. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of the ancient god's spiritual power was completely refined, Jiang Cheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, Su Chong had slowly woken up. Her cheeks flushed, and her once clear eyes were now filled with complexity and shyness, because she finally realized everything she had done. She actually met Jiang Cheng, whom she had only met a few times. An indescribable sense of shame and panic surged within her, as if a tangled mess was tangled in her heart. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. However, when her gaze fell on Jiang Cheng again, she was surprised to find that he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his expression focused and solemn. She couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Cheng's features. He exuded a heroic air between his brows, had a straight nose, and tightly pursed lips, making him exceptionally handsome. Moreover, for some reason, she always felt a sense of familiarity with Jiang Cheng, as if there was some inexplicable connection between them. This feeling left Su Chong both confused and curious. She couldn't help but want to get closer and take a closer look at this man who had stirred something strange in her heart. However, just as she made a move, Jiang Cheng seemed to sense her presence and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 342 Vermilion Bird 6. Their eyes met, and it felt as if an electric current was passing through the air, causing their hearts to race involuntarily. Su Chang's cheeks burned even hotter, as if they were about to bleed. Jiang Cheng was also somewhat embarrassed. "Madam, perhaps this spider is extraordinary. Its bodily fluids may contain some strange, aphrodisiac effects." Jiang Cheng sounded slightly awkward, and pointed lightly at the spider on the ground that he had flattened with his palm, trying to find a reasonable explanation for the sudden, awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's cheeks flushed even more, like peach blossoms blooming in the morning light, delicate and beautiful. She parted her lips slightly, but only managed a weak, Her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. In the end, she could only turn her gaze helplessly to Lu Yuan, who stood silently to the side, as if seeking a way out. As a senior colleague, she really didn't know what to say. Feeling weak and sore all over, she realized that what had just happened was not a dream. How could I be so absurd? Seeing this, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and decided to take action to break the deadlock. I'll go and investigate now to see if there's a way to leave this place. After saying that, he resolutely stood up and strode towards the earthen yellow building that exuded an ancient atmosphere. These black towers are fraught with danger. It's best not to act rashly, Su Chong advised. First, there was that bizarre fleshy ball, which affected 3 people in succession, and then there was this pink spider. It's really hard to guard against. How about we wait for my husband, Lu Yuan, to wake up so I can rest for a while, and then the 3 of us can act together. Maybe that will increase our chances of success, Su Chong said with concern. Madam, please rest assured. If things prove impossible, I will naturally withdraw. You can rest assured, Jiang Cheng said, turning back to the beautiful woman. However, his sharp eyes noticed that there was a gap in the clothes in the woman's hands, so he quickly turned his head. It's not that Jiang Cheng didn't want to bring it under his control directly. This woman is the mother of Lu Yi and her sister. If he takes her under his wing, what will happen to Lu Yuan? How will he face Lu Feifei and her sister? This is really a huge headache. Jiang Cheng decided to get out of the Black Tower first. He arrived in front of the building, slowly raised his right hand, closed his eyes and concentrated, his spiritual power surging like a river bursting its banks, instantly gathering in his palm. In an instant, a dazzling red light rose from his palm and shot straight into the sky. Following closely behind, obscure and difficult to understand inscriptions appeared in the air, like ancient incantations, stirring the surrounding space and causing slight tremors. Su Chong, who was not far away, witnessed this scene and could not hide the surprise in his eyes. This black tower holds countless unknowns and mysteries, and she never expected that Jiang Cheng would be able to resonate with the strange power within it. This scene undoubtedly stirred up ripples in her heart, adding a sense of awe and curiosity to her understanding of Jiangqing. It seems that Jiangqing has had quite a few extraordinary encounters. Su Chong exclaimed in surprise. Under Jiangqing's control, the ancient earthen yellow buildings seemed to have their slumbering souls awakened, with a blazing red light rising from their surfaces, like a harbinger of a volcanic eruption, fiery and mysterious. Within the red light, countless strange characters leaped about. They twist and intertwine, forming enigmatic patterns, as if they were codes left behind by ancient gods, waiting for a destined person to decipher them. Su Chong looked up, her clear eyes sparkling with curiosity and confusion. These words were like a foreign language to her. She couldn't understand their meaning at all. This place is so mysterious and unpredictable. These words must have a profound meaning. Su Chong pondered to himself. Although I can't understand it, I can try to memorize it. When Lu Yuan wakes up, perhaps he can find some clues from these characters. He has a deep understanding of ancient characters and might be able to make some discoveries. So Su Chong began to concentrate on memorizing the strange characters floating in the air. Her eyes followed the characters as they moved, trying to imprint them one by one into her mind. I recognize all these characters. Jiang Cheng discovered that these characters were not ancient human writing, but divine writing. This is. However, these memories seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, which was then slowly unveiled. This is a cultivation technique. These runes seemed to be memories deep within his heart, awakened by some mysterious force, slowly flowing into his mind. As the runes appeared and disappeared, the power within Jiangqing's body began to stir. Rushed through Jiangqing's body, circulating endlessly and continuously. His eyes seemed to be ignited by divine fire at that moment, flashing with a blazing and profound light. This is actually the supreme cultivation method of the gods, the great wilderness heavenly divine flame scripture. It is said that such a secret method was lost to the annals of history during the Second War of the Gods. How could it reappear here? Before he finished speaking, the ancient and mysterious runes in the air seemed to hear the call. They stopped jumping and instead condensed into a magnificent and dazzling pillar of light, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, carrying endless power and mystery, and poured into Jiangqing's body. At that moment, Jiangqing's body seemed to be enveloped in endless divine flames, and within his body, it felt as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring. The shock was so intense it felt like he was about to break apart. Yet within this extreme pain, a new life was being born. Just who exactly is this Jiangqing? Su Chong was so shocked by what she saw that she was speechless, feeling that everything before her eyes was beyond her imagination. Under the divine light, the ancient, earth-and-yellow buildings seemed to transcend the ordinary, as if they had established some mysterious connection with the city, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle together. Boom! With a deafening roar, the divine flames surrounding Jiangcheng suddenly surged, transforming into a sea of fire that completely engulfed him. In this sea of fire, he seemed to transform into an ancient deity, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, the mysteries of the great wilderness heavenly flame scripture also deeply merged with his soul, becoming an inseparable part of his body. As the divine flames gradually dissipated, Jiangcheng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer as gentle and refined as before, but contained a divine majesty and power. He gently raised his hand, and a wisp of red light overflowed from his fingertip, then transformed into a fiery arrow that shot straight into the distant void, instantly piercing an invisible barrier and demonstrating the astonishing power of this divine cultivation method. So this is the power of God, Jiangcheng whispered, his heart surging with unprecedented pride. Chapter 343 Vermilion Bird 7. During the practice of the technique, a memory also flooded into my mind. Previous lives, after experiencing multiple reincarnations, I finally found a way to break the deadlock. That is to gather the power of heaven and earth into one body, suppress this starry sky, and prevent it from becoming chaotic. The greatest threat, besides those within humanity itself, lies with the ancient gods. After being modified, this black tower is no longer entirely the array core for suppressing the ancient god, but rather serves as a supply device for Jiangcheng's power. Of the ancient gods follows the principle of going from weak to strong. Theoretically, after sleeping for 10,000 years and cultivating spiritual power, they would gather the 8 elemental stones, devour the souls of the ancient gods, cultivate the supreme techniques of the ancient gods, and obtain the 10 divine artifacts that are currently sealed. It's enough to manage this world well. Jiangcheng took a deep breath, never expecting such a grand gesture in his past life. All this planning over millennia was to create an invincible force in this world. About an hour later, the red light disappeared, and suddenly the sky and earth changed color. The ancient, earth-and-yellow building collapsed with a roar, turning into dust and rubble. Su Chong felt his feet sink into the ground, and the space around him began to distort, as if the whole world was slowly collapsing. An unprecedented sense of terror surged into his heart. Just then, Jiangcheng appeared beside her like a ghost, tucking her under his arm with lightning speed, showing no regard for the difference between men and women. Then, Jiangcheng went to Lu Yuan's side and grabbed him as if he were lifting a weightless rag doll. He uttered an ancient and mysterious incantation, and instantly, the sky trembled violently, splitting open a huge gash, as if it had been torn apart by some powerful force. Jiangcheng mustered all his strength, pushed off with both feet, and soared into the air like an eagle spreading its wings, breaking free of the constraints of the sky and heading straight for the crack. Su Chong was shocked. Flying into the air was an ability that only high-level experts possessed. This young man has already mastered it. Just how powerful is the force within him? During the flight, Su Chong felt the wind whistling past her ears and the scenery below her feet flashing by like streaks of light, so fast that she could hardly breathe. She gripped Jiangcheng's arm tightly, as if it were her only support. Jiangcheng, however, remained calm. This place was originally built under his supervision, and it wasn't a difficult task to carve out a piece from it. Finally, driven by Jiangcheng's divine power, they traversed the collapsed space and arrived in the present world. Su Chong breathed a sigh of relief, finally recovering from her shock. She looked at Jiangcheng, her eyes flashing with a complex expression, awe, curiosity, and gratitude. Where are we? Su Chong asked. We're back in the real world now, Jiangcheng said with a smile. The familiar and realistic scenery around him gradually calmed Su Chang's tense nerves, and a relaxed smile finally appeared on his face. You're really back. Her voice carried a hint of relief, as if she had survived a close call. This black tower is fraught with danger. Her husband's fate is also unknown. If it weren't for Jiangcheng's help, she would probably be in grave danger. Not far away, the black tower stood alone, but the surrounding scenery had changed. Several women dressed in different styles and with graceful figures suddenly spotted Jiangcheng and his group and hurried over. They wore flowing long dresses, their garments fluttering in the gentle breeze, each with their own unique charm, like orioles and swallows, some plump and some slender. Su Chang's heart was also stirred upon seeing it. There are so many stunning beauties. My God, am I dreaming? Jiangcheng. At that moment, Qin Wan rushed forward, her anxiety instantly replaced by joy. She tightly grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm. You scared us to death. Why couldn't we get in touch with you? I was so afraid. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, yet also filled with relief. Suddenly, it felt like we had vanished from the world. We tried to get closer to the tower, but it seemed like it was sentient and wouldn't let us in. It was so frustrating. Tang Yinyan followed closely behind, tears welling in her eyes. Other women also gathered around. Jiang Cheng looked at the women surrounding him and felt a warm current welling up in his heart. He gently patted Qin Wan's hand to comfort her, then his gaze swept tenderly over everyone as he slowly spoke. I'm sorry for making everyone worry, but it's all over now, and we're safe. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a reassuring power. Dad, Mom, a girl suddenly called out from among the women. Lu Feifei's voice trembled with disbelief, her eyes wide open as if she had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Behind Jiang Cheng's figure were a man and a woman. The man was none other than her usually stern yet loving father, Lu Yuan. The woman, whose clothes were disheveled and almost naked, was none other than Su Chang, the gentle and tender mother in her heart. Beside Lu Feifei, a petite little girl with a face that looked exactly like Su Chang's peeked out. That was her younger sister, Lu Yi. The little girl's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Her little hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and her voice was barely audible. Mommy, how did you become like this? Upon hearing this, the blush that had just faded from Su Chang's cheeks quietly crept back up. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly to himself. The situation was indeed somewhat delicate. He coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Feifei, don't worry, your parents just had a minor accident. They're safe now. Really? Lu Yi looked incredulous, sensing that Jiang Cheng's tone was a bit off. Of course it's true. Lu Feifei and Lu Yi exchanged a glance. Although they still had many doubts, they felt relieved that Jiang Cheng had said so. At this moment, Qin Wan and the others also noticed the unusual behavior of the Lu couple and cast concerned glances at them, but did not ask any further questions. The two women walked up to Su Chang and noticed that their mother's face was flushed and she seemed to have some doubts. What exactly is going on? Lu Feifei obediently handed over a piece of clothing, making Su Chang even more embarrassed and hesitant to speak. She never imagined that her daughter would be waiting outside. Feifei, what are you doing here? Su Chang asked softly as she put on her clothes. While asking questions, he looked in the direction of Jiangqing. The Beast Girl group in Jiangqing? What exactly happened during the time I was out on missions? Lu Feifei and Lu Yi were also at a loss, their faces turning pale. Mom, I need to tell you. I need to confess something to you. Lu Feifei mustered her courage and said nervously to Su Chang. Chapter 344, Vermilion Bird 8. Lu Feifei bit her lower lip tightly, and an indescribable shyness and fear surged in her heart like a tide. She was once Ruan Xian's Beast Girl, but now she has been contracted by Jiang Cheng in an unbelievable way and has become one of his subordinates. The main reason is that Ruan Xian and his family are old friends. This left her speechless for a moment, so she could only lower her head and let her hair cover her slightly distressed face. Lu Yi, however, had no concerns about her sister. She moved closer to Su Chang, her flawless smile as bright as the most beautiful flower in spring, her eyes sparkling with pride and smugness. Mom, I can become a beast girl too. Didn't you expect that? Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying a childlike innocence and joy, and her slightly immature face revealed a look of pride. Upon hearing this, Su Chang was taken aback, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on her beautiful face. Her eyes widened, her heart filled with shock. It is worth noting that in her early years, Lu Yi tried countless methods and visited many famous doctors in an attempt to give her daughter the qualities of a beast girl, but each time she failed. The despair and helplessness she felt then still haunts her when she thinks about it now. What's going on? You can also. Su Chang's voice trembled slightly as she stared at Lu Yi in disbelief, as if she were witnessing a miracle. Could it be Jiang Cheng? She finally mentioned the name, and her heart skipped a beat. Yes, it's Jiangcheng. Lu Yi's voice was full of sweetness, as if she was immersed in endless happiness, and her eyes sparkled with endless admiration and gratitude. As she finished speaking, a strange energy surged within Lu Yi's body, and her form began to subtly change, a transformation emanating from within. Su Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, almost bursting out of its restraints. Lu Yi's appearance slowly changed under everyone's astonished gazes. Her originally childlike face gradually revealed a wildness and liveliness, and her pupils reflected a deep light that did not belong to humans. She actually turned into a beast. Jiangqing actually has such means that it has enabled Lu Yi, who was originally unable to become a beast girl, to embark on this path as well. All of this happened so suddenly, so incredibly. But the crucial point is that something unbelievable just happened between her and Jiangqing. Although there was a reason for it, what's done is done. Su Chang sighed and turned to look at Lu Yuan, who was still unconscious beside her. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Her youngest daughter can become a beast girl, but now she only feels embarrassed. Mom, I am now a beast girl from Jiangqing. Lu Feifei finally mustered her courage and spoke in a low voice. Although her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, it clearly reached everyone's ears. She looked up, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's bitter smile deepened. She shook her head and sighed. What? You too? Her tone was filled with helplessness. This Jiangqing is indeed powerful and mysterious, with endless tricks up its sleeve, making it hard to fathom. It seems there must be a great opportunity here. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Chang's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to her experience in the Black Tower space. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red, as if burned by an invisible flame. Lu Yi keenly noticed her mother's change. She glanced at Su Chang a few times with a puzzled look, then turned to look at Jiangqing behind her, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Mom, why are you blushing? Lu Yi asked curiously, her voice clear and crisp, with a hint of confusion. The older sister, Lu Feifei, also noticed Su Chang's unusual behavior. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she involuntarily looked at Jiangqing as well. Su Chang felt two probing gazes, and her heart raced with panic. She quickly turned her face away, her voice trembling slightly. No, nothing. Maybe the battle was too intense. A faint, alluring smile graced Su Chang's face, like a wisp of spring mist gently enveloping her cheeks, adding a touch of delicate charm to this usually dignified and elegant woman. Real. Lu Yi was completely stunned. This. She suddenly started trembling all over. She had used many despicable means to obtain Jiangqing. Thinking of this, she looked in her father's direction. Jiangqing stroked his chin, feeling that he had to explain himself. Well, a lot has happened just now, and your parents must be tired. Let them rest for a while, Jiangqing said, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Humph. Lu Yi wrinkled her small nose, snorted in dissatisfaction, and turned her head away. Lu Feifei's face was pale, her eyes flickering, as if she had 1,000 words stuck in her throat, but didn't know where to begin. A complex mix of emotions clung to her face, making it clear at a glance that she was burdened with worries. Su Chang keenly noticed the changes in her daughter's emotions, and she pulled Jiangqing behind a large rock. Jiangqing, my daughters are now your beast mothers. Although I am somewhat reluctant, I know this is their destiny. I only hope that you can treat them sincerely and protect them. Su Chang's voice was low, and every word revealed her worries and expectations as a mother. And also, about everything that happened inside that black tower. Su Chang paused slightly, a hint of indescribable shame flashing in his eyes. I hope you can keep this a secret. It's a secret between us, and it's also where my dignity as a wife and mother lies. Looking at the beautiful woman's helpless expression, Jiangqing suddenly felt a strange thought. Especially when she spoke, every word she uttered stirred ripples in his heart. Her sexy red lips moved slightly, radiating a charming glow. Jiangqing couldn't help but gently kiss her. Su Chang's body trembled slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, before she quickly regained her composure. However, the blush on her cheeks deepened, as if they could drip blood. She gently nudged Jiangqing and whispered, What? What are you doing? The children are still here. Jiangqing chuckled, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, they won't see it. Besides, I wasn't promising you I'd keep it a secret, was I? She was somewhat angry, her beautiful eyes seeming to spit fire as she glared at Jiangqing, her tone carrying a hint of rebuke. Do you know what you're doing? Seeing this, Jiangqing nodded gently, his tone carrying a hint of apology and firmness. Madam, just now. I really couldn't help myself, please forgive me. As for Feifei and Yi, Rest assured, even if you don't give the order, I will treat them as treasures and take good care of them. Chapter 345 Vermilion Bird 9. Because she was wearing Lu Feifei's clothes, Su Chang's tight-fitting clothes perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her waist was slender as a willow, and her curves were captivating. She was so charming that Jiang Cheng couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Upon hearing this, Su Chang stared intently at Jiang Cheng, trying to read sincerity in his eyes. Seeing Jiang Cheng's sincere attitude and firm gaze when he answered, her anger subsided slightly, but she still tentatively asked, somewhat unwillingly, "Then what about you and them?" Well, Jiang Cheng naturally understood the deeper meaning in Su Chang's words. He pondered for a moment and decided to be honest with her. "Madam, I do not want to deceive you. Yes, I and they have done what we should have done. You. Upon hearing this, Su Chang felt as if she was about to explode. She stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, her voice filled with anger. "I've had both." Su Chang's body trembled, his face turned pale instantly, and his body went limp. Jiang Cheng quickly stepped forward and steadily supported Su Chang. The warmth and fragrance of her skin made his heart involuntarily skip a beat. "Jiang Cheng." Su Chang's beautiful eyes widened, and any goodwill she had towards Jiang Cheng vanished at that moment. The images of the many beast girls surrounding Jiang Cheng flashed through her mind, and her heart was filled with panic. Could it be that Jiang Cheng is connected to all beast girls? Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, Jiang Cheng's communicator suddenly rang. He gently put one arm around Su Chang, while skillfully opening a video call with the other. On the light screen, the figure of an anxious middle-aged man suddenly appeared. It was Ji Tianai. "Jiang Cheng, unfortunately, the plan has changed." Ji Tianai's face was grave, his tone revealing undisguised anxiety. "Black Pupil has launched a full-scale attack, and the neighboring Yin province has completely fallen. The situation on my side is not optimistic either. We can only hold on with the city walls. However, the defenses of the three frontline cities are weak, and I don't know which city the Shadow Lord's true form will attack. I urgently need your assistance." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The Lord of Shadows had actually launched a full-scale attack. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This is, after all, a god who has awakened and absorbed power for a period of time. Although the Lord of Shadows is not considered too strong among the many first-generation ancient gods, his power is by no means ordinary. However, the current situation in Jiangcheng is quite delicate. In his previous life, in order to enable him to reproduce, he used great magic to forcibly seal his core. Ancient gods who wield immense power, as well as some powerful spirit beast clans, are either completely unable to conceive or have low reproductive capacity. The original Jiangcheng was also unable to reproduce sexually. Perhaps this arrangement was intended to allow me to have many offspring in my past life. Damn it. It seems that this part of the memory related to the plan has not been passed down, Jiangcheng thought to himself. Although he has now fused with an elemental stone, he doesn't know if it can actually fight against the Lord of Shadows. However, Jiangcheng thought again that he wasn't going to have a one-on-one fight with the Lord of Shadows, so he would just have to play it by ear. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said to Ji Tianai, "Uncle Ji, don't worry, I will get there as soon as possible. However, there are some things I need to arrange before I leave." After saying that, he turned to look at Su Chang, his eyes revealing both determination and tenderness. "Aunt Su, you take Feifei and Yi back to the city first. I will arrange for people to protect you. I will come back to find you after I have dealt with the Shadow Lord's matter." No problem. Ji Tianai visibly breathed a sigh of relief, his tense expression easing slightly. He then turned his gaze to Su Chang beside him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh, Miss Su, what are you doing here? By the way, where's Brother Lu Yuan? If possible, have him bring some men over. I'm really in a tight spot here." Su Chang's body still felt weak uncontrollably. First, she was attacked by the ancient god, and then that happened with Jiang Cheng. Nestled in Jiang Cheng's arms, her face slightly flushed, she said somewhat shyly, "My husband is seriously injured, and I don't know his condition. When I return to Janya, I'll see if I can gather some people to help." All right, no problem. It's more important to treat Brother Lu's illness first." Ji Tianai nodded hurriedly, his tone revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. "I won't say more. The country is in crisis, alas." He sighed heavily, his brow furrowed with worry. Upon hearing this, Su Chang nodded, her gaze involuntarily turning to Jiang Cheng, her opinion of him subtly rising to a new level. This young man was someone even GT and I needed. Jiang Cheng, you must be careful, Su Chong said in a low voice, her tone revealing a hint of concern. Rest assured, Jiang Cheng helped Su Chong up and brought her to Lu Yuan's side. Girls, we are now heading to the front line in Yenzhou. GT and I stood atop the majestic city wall, his gaze piercing through the smoke and fire, fixed on the massive army of black-eyed soldiers surging towards him like a tidal wave. The army were both agile, cold-faced human men and graceful, sharp-eyed beast-woman warriors. They fought side by side, creating an indescribable pressure that seemed to tear the clouds and the sky apart. The grandeur of the scene and the magnificence of the atmosphere inspired awe. This is bad. They didn't give me a chance to breathe at all. GT and I was secretly amazed. Although his voice was low, it revealed an undisguised urgency and anxiety. Hands clenched into fists, veins bulging. Beneath the city walls, the shouts of the black-eyed army were deafening, as if they were about to devour the heavens and earth. Those black-eyed warriors, each exuding a chilling aura, had a black pupil atop their bodies or heads. These are clearly upgraded versions of the manipulators. Their bodies are more agile and nimble, and their strength is also greater. The eyes of these black-eyed warriors gleamed with a thirst for victory and a fervor for conquest, a savagery and brutality born of instinct. All three cities have been attacked. Such a large-scale attack shows that the enemy was clearly confident. This Lord of Shadows is truly terrifying. In such a short time, he has managed to gather such a large army. GT and I slammed his hand on the city wall. Below, countless enormous beasts, carrying giant logs, were charging toward the city walls or gates. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was deafening, and shouts rose and fell. So, where will you be? What GT and I was always worried about was the location of the Shadow Lord's true form. He possesses a super weapon, but because the charging time is too long, it needs to be calibrated in advance. His original plan with Jiang Cheng was to first design the bombardment point, have Jiang Cheng lure it there, and then time it perfectly to deliver a fatal blow. But to his utter surprise, the other side launched a full-scale attack ahead of schedule. Chapter 346, Shadow Turmoil. Boom, boom, boom. Giant logs, like monstrous ships in a raging storm, crashed violently against the city walls. Each collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heavens were enraged, with thunder rumbling. The ensuing black-eyed army was like an endless dark cloud, dense and overwhelming, swarming in. Their madness and determination caused the tall city walls to sway constantly, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. On the city walls, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The sounds of fighting, shouts, and clashing weapons mingled together, creating a tragic war song. The black-eyed warriors obey their master, possess formidable strength, and their attacks are sharp and fierce, like blades in a raging storm, making them difficult to withstand. Although the defenders on the city wall fought bravely, they were caught in a fierce battle against such a powerful enemy. A beast girl dressed in fine armor held a long sword with a chipped tip, her face showing both exhaustion and determination. The beast spirit master beside him was also panting, but his eyes still shone with an indomitable light. They exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, they could feel the steadfastness and determination in each other's hearts. When will this battle end? The beast girl sighed, her voice revealing endless weariness and helplessness. As she gazed at the massive army of black-eyed soldiers surging towards her like a tidal wave, a sense of despair welled up within her. I don't know. The beast soul master shook his head, but then said firmly, but the higher-ups mean there's another secret weapon. It's said to be a space-based weapon, deployed in the star field, with immense power, capable of severely injuring or even killing this newly awakened ancient god. I hope so. The beast girl sighed, but the flame of hope in her heart was not extinguished. She gripped the long sword tightly in her hand, her gaze fixed firmly on the distance. I hope Commander G's decision will be effective, and I hope we can overcome this difficulty. The battle on the city walls continues, with every defender risking their life to protect this land. This battle was not just about survival, but also about dignity, honor, and the capital city behind them. Regardless of the outcome, they will fight with all their might until the very last moment. Beneath the city walls, ferocious beasts roared and human mutants howled, charging against the impregnable walls time and again like a tireless tidal wave. On this battlefield rife with chaos and bloodshed, groups of brave beast girls formed small squads. With agile movements, They weaved through the enemy ranks, thwarting the black-eyed army's attempt to build siege ladders with overwhelming force. A young beast woman, her eyes flashing with determination, her long sword gleaming coldly in the sunlight, each swing accompanied by a sharp sword aura, slaying the black-eyed mutated beasts that attempted to climb the city wall one by one. After she slew a particularly ferocious infected creature with a single sword strike to the throat, she wiped the blood from her face and was surprised to find that a beast spirit master beside her had been infected by the black pupil virus at some point. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was delirious. In that instant, the beast soul master suddenly sprang into action, his sharp blade mercilessly stabbing towards his unsuspecting comrade behind him. Blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath their feet, and a suffocating sense of tragic grandeur filled the air. The young beast girl's heart tightened suddenly. This unexpected turn of events made her deeply realize the cruelty and ruthlessness of war. She rushed forward and beheaded him with a single stroke. Black eyes are highly contagious, which is why Yinzhou fell so quickly. However, just in this moment of despair and chaos, a sudden roar came from within the city, breaking the stalemate on the battlefield. Countless aircraft, like steel eagles, took off from the city, piercing the sky and heading straight for the rear camp of the Black Eyes troops. With a series of whooshing sounds, magic crystal bombs rained down, the explosions and roars echoing through the sky. The Black Eye army's offensive was instantly halted, and the pressure on the defenders was greatly relieved. Countless mutated beasts and humans were killed in the explosion. Everyone was praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, at the Jinghai headquarters, the atmosphere in the military hall was so heavy it felt like water could freeze instantly. An elderly man, holding a jewel-encrusted scepter, sat regally on a luxurious long chair made of pure gold and intricately carved. Every detail of this bench exudes unparalleled luxury. In the old man's arms was a beautiful young songstress who looked nervous. The old man's skin was aged and loose due to his age, clinging tightly to his facial bones, like a painted mask about to peel off. What did you say? Yinzhou has fallen, and the 3 cities of Yinzhou are also in grave danger? How could a few infected people cause such a situation? The old man's voice was deep and authoritative, but he could not hide his astonishment and dissatisfaction. The soldier reporting was dressed in a crisp military uniform, yet he trembled slightly under the imposing presence of the commander-in-chief. My esteemed commander-in-chief, these are not ordinary infected individuals. They are cursed by an ancient god and possess unimaginable power and contagiousness. What? Gods? This is utterly absurd. Why has it taken so long for someone to report such a momentous event? A flash of anger crossed the old man's eyes, and he slammed his scepter heavily on the ground, making a dull thud. Our military headquarters just learned of this intelligence and is urgently formulating a response strategy. The soldier lowered his head, his voice filled with fear. Damn it, utterly despicable. The situation has deteriorated to such an extent. What have you all been doing? You must all be dismissed and investigated. Not a single one of you should escape. The old man was furious, and his old man smell became even stronger, making it almost impossible for the soldiers to breathe, and their eyes also felt a stinging sensation. The hall was deathly silent, save for the old man's heavy breathing and the songstress's slight trembling, creating an atmosphere of profound solemnity. 3 special envoys have been dispatched. It seems the military has become so corrupt that there's no need for it anymore. The old man's words were like thunder, echoing throughout the hall. He suddenly stood up, his whole body bursting with bursts of colorful light, as if a god had descended, his divine voice booming, making the surrounding walls seem about to collapse, like a miracle. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes, a nameless fear welling up inside them. The old man was furious, his face contorted with rage, like a painted mask torn apart by a raging storm. He held the scepter high in his hand, radiating a dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the entire hall. The soldier knelt down tremblingly, responding repeatedly with a voice filled with endless fear and awe. He took the edict from the old man as if he were receiving a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds, making it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 347. The slaughter begins. Have the specialist arrive as soon as possible, and remember to set up the recording equipment. The old man's voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable authority. Then, take my order and get out. He wanted to reveal the truth about this battle to the emperor without reservation. The old man's roar was like thunder, making the soldiers' eardrums ache. I want to show the emperor just how pathetic our dying kingdom's military is. It should have been abolished long ago, It would be better if it were directly under my heavenly mystery battalion. The old man's voice echoed in the hall, filled with boundless anger. The soldiers scrambled out of the hall, secretly relieved to have escaped this ordeal. I want the military reorganized, split up, and all personnel merged into the heavenly mystery camp. Only in this way can the fighting power of our Dian Kingdom's army be restored. With the soldiers gone, the hall returned to calm. The old man sighed heavily. He knew that this transformation would be bloody and turbulent, but he was prepared and willing to pay any price for the future of the Dian Kingdom. The old man sat back down on the luxurious chair, and the songstress in his arms trembled even more violently. The old man grabbed her arm, his eagle claw-like fingers digging deep into the girl's fair skin, but his voice softened considerably. "Don't be afraid. Tonight, I will cherish you." Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently, as if he were coughing up his lungs. "I have arrived, and am now traversing the edge of the battlefield. I am determined to locate the Lord of Shadows, General G." Jiang Cheng's voice was calm and resolute, bringing a sense of reassurance to General G in the distance through the communicator. The current great battle is both an opportunity and a challenge for Jiangxing, because he possesses powerful beast girls capable of slaying monsters in groups. Although Shen Linlang is not currently present, Jiang Luoshan, in conjunction with the others, can still demonstrate considerable fighting power. He could patrol and create chaos while simultaneously searching for the Shadow Lord's trail. However, the scale of this war was beyond imagination, with the battle line stretching for hundreds of kilometers, like an endless nightmare, testing the will and endurance of everyone. For their first battle, Jiangcheng chose a marching location where the Black Pupil army was densely packed. The night was as dark as ink. He silently released the beast girls, who, like ghosts in the night, quickly blended into the battlefield. Jiangcheng, meanwhile, remained hidden in the shadows, observing coldly and meticulously controlling every move in his mind. Jiang Luoshan gently waved her slender hand, as if she had some mysterious pact with the earth. In an instant, countless thick vines burst forth from the ground. They twisted and intertwined, forming a huge green cage that tightly surrounded the entire area. Those black-eyed warriors who tried to break through were all entangled by the vines, struggled in vain, and ultimately turned into nourishment for the vines. Every sway of the vines is accompanied by a tremor of the earth. They are not only incredibly resilient, but also contain a tremendous vitality. Under Jiang Luoshan's control, these vines seemed to possess intelligence. They accurately captured every target, wasting no effort and letting go of any enemy. The vines passed through the body. Beast soul skill, descent of the tree realm. As Jiang Luoshan softly chanted, an indescribable magic slowly gathered in her palm, like the first ray of warmth in the early spring dawn, gentle yet full of vitality. Immediately afterwards, a tender green seedling sprouted from the soil, nourished by this magical power. An even larger prison is being constructed at an alarming rate. Those humans corrupted by the Black Pupil virus had a mechanical fear in their eyes, and they cried out in trembling voices, "Run, run." Although they had lost most of their humanity, their remaining consciousness still made them feel unprecedented fear. These newly infected individuals possess a certain degree of independent thinking ability, and the scene before them is undoubtedly the greatest terror they least want to face. All around, those wretched vines spread rapidly as if they were alive, completely blocking any possible escape routes. The roars of the mutated beasts and the helpless cries of humans intertwined, creating a tragic scene. Jiangcheng looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for himself. Based on our experiments, these new types of infected individuals are completely incurable and cannot be brought back to normal. Ji Tianya's voice rang in Jiangcheng's ears, carrying a hint of helplessness and heaviness. "Okay, I understand. Breakthrough skill. All things in the universe. Phoenix rebirth." Jiang Luoshan spread her hands, and the huge vine battle formation in front of her seemed to respond to her call, instantly bursting into balls of blazing fire. These flames seemed to come alive, transforming into phantom images of phoenixes that soared high, carrying endless heat and majesty, and crashed into the countless ferocious beasts in the center. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it were shaking the heavens and the earth. Soul skill, Azure Dragon covering the moon. Accompanied by the cry of the fire phoenix, giant, azure, green dragon shadows suddenly appeared, intertwining with the phoenix phantoms to launch a coordinated attack. The dragon and phoenix shadows intertwined and collided in the air, unleashing a devastating force that caused immense destruction in an instant, making the entire battlefield tremble. At the same time, Yoli also let out a soft shout, put her hands together, and condensed a huge ice pillar. The pillar emitted a chilling aura and looked icy cold. As she moved, everyone around her was enveloped in a layer of icy shields, protecting them from attacks coming from all directions. Whoa! Just then, a gigantic mammoth suddenly appeared in the center. This beast had gained tremendous power due to mutation, and it actually withstood several attacks from Phoenix Rebirth without falling. Then, it actually conjured up an earth-yellow armor on its body, and like a fearless warrior, charged towards the crowd. Faced with this sudden attack, Yoli snorted coldly, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Limited skill, sacred beast impact, forbidden spell. All her magic gathered together, and the world changed color, a gale howled, and the enormous magical fluctuations shook the soul. Immediately afterwards, she soared into the sky, conjuring a huge ice sword in her hand, and slammed it down onto the ground. Instantly, a white shockwave erupted from the ground. The shockwave was like a raging dragon, freezing everything in its path. The mammoth was also frozen in place by the shockwave, its body covered with a thick layer of ice. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the ice shell shattered with a deafening roar, and the mammoth was reduced to a pile of broken ice and debris. Before long, the women had wiped out all the ferocious beasts and mutated humans in a large area. In just this short period, Yoli and the others have leveled up 7 or 8 times. It seems there's no Shadow Lord on this battlefield. Jiang Chung had already left and was weaving through the beast horde, frowning. Chapter 348: The Killing Machine of the Heavenly Secrets Camp. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a human figure suspended in midair coldly looked down at the densely packed, black-eyed troops surging towards the city ahead like a tidal wave. He flew high in the sky, exuding an aloof and unapproachable aura, his expression solemn and dignified. The moonlight shone on his face, casting an eerie silvery white glow, as if sculpted from the purest metal, reflecting a cold light. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, like a cold pool, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. There were 3 humans like him, suspended in the air, silently observing the battlefield below. "Is everything set up?" the man asked coldly. "Everything is set up. The patrol aircraft in the air will bring back your heroic combat exploits throughout the entire operation." The voice in the headset paused slightly, then continued. "In addition, this operation will be reported nationwide. Also, whether the proposal from the Commander-in-Chief can be approved depends on your performance." "Understood," he replied calmly, his tone completely indifferent. At the same time, all television broadcasts began reporting on the battle situation in Yunzhou. On the screen, the howling, densely packed mutated beasts and the deafening roars were all awe-inspiring. Between camera cuts, the magnificent battlefield is revealed, with the black-eyed army surging like a tide, creating a strong sense of visual oppression. Fighter jets roared overhead from time to time, dropping deadly bombs, while ground troops fought back fiercely, trying to stop the Black Eyes' advance. The roars of mutated beasts, the screams of humans, and the roar of artillery fire intertwined to create an apocalyptic scene. The entire battlefield was filled with an atmosphere of oppression and despair. People stared intently at the screen, their hearts pounding with emotion, feeling both sorrow for the brutality of the battlefield and pride in the resilience of humanity. Countless people witnessed this grand and magnificent war scene on television screens, and every image crashed into their hearts like a giant wave. The children stared wide-eyed in terror, clinging tightly to their parents, seeking a sliver of security. The women clasped their hands together, silently praying, their eyes gleaming with unease and fear. The men clenched their fists, their gazes firm yet complex, reflecting both anger and helplessness towards the war, as well as worry and confusion about the future of humanity. The entire country seemed shrouded in a thick, dark cloud, and people felt heavy-hearted and depressed. War brings not only destruction and death, but also a tremendous impact on people's spiritual world. The people stared at the battlefield on television, a mix of emotions swirling and spreading among them. "Oh my God, is this really our country?" A young mother's voice trembled as she hugged her child tightly, as if trying to shield herself from the fear and despair emanating from the screen. "Baby, don't be afraid, Mommy will protect you." The child gripped her clothes tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. "Mommy, why are those monsters attacking us? Where's Daddy? Is he there too?" The mother was speechless, but hugged her child even tighter, tears welling up in her eyes. An elderly man sat on the sofa, his hands clasped tightly together, his eyes revealing deep worry and sorrow. Is this the end of the world? Are we humans really facing extinction? Upon hearing this, the young man beside him clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable light. "No, Grandpa, we will not go extinct. Look at those warriors. They are still fighting. They are still fighting for our homeland. We must also have faith. We must believe that humanity can overcome all difficulties." "Yes, we cannot give up hope," another middle-aged woman echoed. Her voice trembled slightly, but her tone was unusually firm. "We must unite as one to face this crisis. Only by uniting can we overcome this difficulty. We must pray for those soldiers and cheer them on," a young girl said, her voice soft yet powerful. "They are fighting for us, and we cannot let them down." So, people began to take action. Some donated money and supplies to support the soldiers on the front lines. Some spontaneously organized themselves to provide aid to the wounded, and others used social media to spread positive energy and inspire people. The entire nation seemed to unite at that moment, facing the crisis together. Of course, that's a story for another time. In the House of Representatives, the central hub of power in the Dying Kingdom, the atmosphere was equally heavy and tense. Seated around the round table were the top officials from various national agencies. Their faces were stern, their eyes deep, as if they were contemplating a critical issue concerning the fate of the nation. "The ancient god has awakened." One of the elderly men, his voice low and trembling, squinted as he looked at the scene on the screen, his eyes revealing disbelief. These words struck like a thunderbolt in the House of Representatives, leaving everyone stunned. What immense power! A single individual can control such a vast army, and this is just an ancient god, another official exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and a sense of powerlessness. "Humph. The problem is that those people in the military actually let the situation escalate, especially the Yenzhou defense zone, which suffered a crushing defeat. This is a disgrace to our great yin, a true disgrace to our nation. If our neighboring countries knew, who knows how they would laugh at us," a young counselor said indignantly, his face filled with anger and resentment. "That's true. In recent years, the military has indeed gone too far." The old man holding the scepter spoke slowly. Although his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. "You have all seen my proposal, right? Disband the military and merge it into my Heavenly Secrets camp." "But your Tianji battalion are just mindless killing machines," someone questioned, a hint of worry in their voice. "Killing is enough. Whether one is conscious or not doesn't matter, does it?" The old man replied calmly, a cold glint in his eyes. "The ancient god has awakened. The chaotic era is about to begin. Strength is the most important thing. Let's see how your Heavenly Secrets camp's killing machines perform first." The man at the head of the table had slightly narrowed eyes and wore a magnificent crown. The jewels on the crown shimmered brilliantly, making his handsome face even more extraordinary. Every ornament he wore exuded luxury and power. He was the Emperor of the Dying Kingdom. Was startled when they heard the Emperor speak. Chapter 349 The War to Slay Gods begins. 1. On the screen, the men whose faces appeared to be covered in silver powder finally moved. They were agile and nimble, moving across the battlefield like ghosts. One of them clenched his fist in the air, and instantly, a huge long sword materialized in the void. The sword was incredibly long, about 5 or 6 meters in length, and its blade emitted a chilling light, making it extremely terrifying. He opened his other hand, and it was as if a huge hole was torn open in the void. A fully armed beast girl leaped out from it. Her face, like the men's, had an eerie silver color, and her eyes flashed with fanaticism. The man roared and charged toward the ground. With a fierce swing of his 5-meter-long light blade, he sliced through several mutated beasts on the ground as easily as cutting tofu, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. The scene was horrifying and shocking. The beast girl was not to be outdone. She opened her palm, and a terrifying power gathered in her palm. The power condensed and compressed in her palm, eventually turning into a sphere that shimmered with dazzling light and shot towards the monster horde. Boom! A violent explosion came from the ground, and the sphere exploded in the midst of the monster horde, releasing powerful energy that blasted the surrounding mutated beasts to pieces, leaving them a bloody mess. This scene caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. The fighting prowess of the Tianji camp warriors was simply beyond imagination. The old man holding the scepter couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. These are the super soldiers of the Heavenly Secrets camp. They only know how to kill, never tire, and don't need to be paid, making them cheap to operate. Boom, boom, boom. Along this route, a large number of ferocious beasts were brutally slaughtered. The three groups of super soldiers from the Heavenly Mystery Camp were like meat grinders, ruthlessly reaping the lives of mutated beasts and infected people. Their movements were swift and ruthless. Every attack was precise and deadly, leaving no survivors. Blood stained the earth, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, but this only fueled their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was patrolling along another route. He was flying through the air, carefully surveying the battlefield with sharp eyes, not missing a single corner, trying to find traces of the Lord of Shadows. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng froze, his gaze fixed on the dense forest not far away. There, crouching, was a huge, armored humanoid creature. The creature was enormous, and its armor gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. The gods actually look similar to humans, but are generally several times larger than humans. Some ancient gods were hundreds or even thousands of times larger than ordinary people. Was clearly a member of the gods. Is this the Lord of Shadows? The creature seemed to sense Jiang Cheng's gaze, and suddenly raised its head, its deep eyes meeting Jiang Cheng's. At that moment, Jiang Cheng felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. The coldness and cruelty revealed in those eyes made him feel unprecedented pressure. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and reported to GTNI on the other end of the headset. General G, the target has been locked. The Lord of Shadows is right in front of us. Please instruct me on the next course of action. GTNI's calm and decisive voice came through the earpiece. The coordinates have been sent to your map. There is a carefully laid trap there, and everything is ready. Your mission is to trap him. It will only take 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the space-based destructive cannon will fire and completely eliminate this threat. 5 seconds should be enough. Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a confident smile as he quickly planned out his route in his mind, while also checking the markings on the map. However, when he discovered that the target location was on a different route, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, the distance. Despite this, Jiang Cheng showed no sign of backing down. He stretched his limbs, his joints cracking and popping, like a beast about to be unleashed, poised to pounce. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he hurtled towards the Shadow Lord in the dense forest below. In midair, Jiang Cheng's heavenly feather blade was already in place. This long sword seemed to be in sync with his will, and instantly ignited the netherworld flame. The power of the fire elemental stone was fully unleashed at this moment, with crimson flames leaping and churning around the blade, radiating a heart-stopping heat and light. The main problem is that he doesn't have enough magic power right now. Otherwise, normally, this fire elemental stone would be able to burn any substance, provided that the magic power supply is sufficient. In order to avoid being drained dry, Jiangxing can only be used as a support in attacks now. As Jiangxing drew closer, the Lord of Shadows seemed to sense the danger. It slowly stood up, its massive body casting a long shadow in the moonlight, like a giant beast about to awaken. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord's massive body moved, raising the enormous shield in his hand like a moving mountain. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng unleashed the heavenly feather slash, imbued with the netherworld flame, which struck down like a streak of crimson lightning. However, when the long sword struck the shield, it produced a deafening, extremely piercing explosion, like a thunderclap in the sky. The enormous reaction force sent Jiang Cheng flying into the air like a leaf blown by a gale. Taking this opportunity, the Lord of Shadows slowly crouched down, his massive body resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Immediately afterwards, it stomped its feet on the ground, causing the ground to shatter instantly and creating 2 huge craters. Its body then shot into the sky like a cannonball. Jiang Cheng struggled to adjust his posture in the air, trying to stabilize himself. However, at that moment, an irresistible force suddenly struck. The Lord of Shadows had somehow swung a massive club, like a hammer of the gods, and slammed it down on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng only had time to raise his sword to block the attack when, with a deafening roar, he was slammed to the ground like a floating duckweed battered by a giant wave, kicking up a mushroom cloud of dust. Is this the power of God? Jiang Cheng exclaimed inwardly. However, his body was already extraordinary. Long ago, he was able to withstand attacks from ordinary artillery shells with his bare body. Although the blow left him feeling sore all over, he was not fatally injured. Jiang Cheng leaped out of the pit with lightning speed, dust and gravel flying everywhere with his movements. He quickly summoned Tang Yinyan and shouted, "Beast transformation! Take me flying!" Tang Yinyan responded instantly to Jiang Cheng's call, her figure rapidly changing, and two pairs of huge wings extended from her back. Jiang Cheng leaped up and sat steadily on Tang Yinyan's back. As Tang Yinyan took flight, they did not rush towards the Lord of Shadows, but instead fled into the distance. The Lord of Shadows roared and strode towards Jiang Cheng through the air. Jiang Cheng was immediately covered in sweat. Chapter 350 The War to Slay Gods begins. 2. On the television, the battle scenes of the Tianji camp were being broadcast, which were thrilling to watch, with every frame stirring the hearts of the viewers. Those silver-faced warriors, like death gods emerging from the underworld, slaughtered their enemies one by one with unstoppable force. House of Representatives. Holding the scepter, Lin Guan, as the commander-in-chief of the military, had an undisguised look of pride on his face. The military has gradually slipped out of his control. If he wants to consolidate power, he must make everyone see the value of the Tianji camp. Now is a great opportunity. The Heavenly Secrets camp, the secret weapon he created, is proving its value to everyone and laying a solid foundation for his personal path to power. After waiting for so long, this moment has finally arrived. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Lin Guan's mouth. The scene shifts, and those silver figures, like ghosts, dart across the battlefield, leaving enemies to fall wherever they go. The enemy forces within a 1-kilometer radius were completely wiped out in a very short time. Such combat prowess left everyone present speechless, and even Lin Guan was moved. Suddenly, several abrupt exclamations rang out. On the screen, in the night sky, a strange light streaked across the heavens. It wasn't a shooting star, but two figures, moving across the night sky at an incredible speed. One of them was a beautiful beast girl with a heroic appearance and graceful figure. She flapped her huge wings and rushed towards the city like a fairy from mythology. Who is this? Why is it appearing in the sky at this moment? An old man stood up in surprise, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. Lin Guan's eyes instantly turned sharp, and he coldly uttered a few words. No matter who it is, kill them without mercy. This is a military-controlled zone, and anyone who trespasses will die. However, the Dayan Emperor, who sat at the head of the table, but his brows were furrowed, and he stared at the screen, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Wait, look, what's that behind him? Everyone's gaze followed his finger, and they saw a huge shadow slowly approaching behind the beast girl. It was none other than the Shadow Lord, who followed closely behind like a beast tracking its prey, its intentions unclear. At that moment, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became extremely tense. This is... A member of parliament stared in disbelief, his voice trembling, as if he had witnessed something impossible. There's no mistake, Emperor Dayan said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the screen. This is the Lord of Shadows. Just as recorded in the chronicles of the ancient gods, the deity has descended. An uproar erupted in the meeting room. Even though everyone already knew from the secret reports that the gods might appear, witnessing this moment with their own eyes still sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Although I had already received the news, seeing it with my own eyes was still so shocking. An old man muttered to himself, his scepter trembling slightly, clearly indicating that he was deeply troubled. Suddenly, a sharp question broke the noise in the room. By the way, I wanted to ask, are your celestial warriors capable of dealing with gods? This question is like a sharp sword, aimed directly at Commander-in-Chief Lin Guan. His face instantly tightened, wrinkles appeared, as if the question had drained all his blood, and his face turned bright red. His eyes flickered, revealing both indignation and barely concealed fear. The heavenly warriors, Lin Guan stammered, trying to maintain his composure. They were designed to deal with the worst possible battle situations, so naturally, they have the ability to fight against powerful enemies. However, his words lacked confidence, and anyone could hear the uncertainty in them. All eyes were now on him, awaiting a more compelling answer. Lin Guan took a deep breath, seemingly engaged in a huge internal struggle. He gripped the scepter tightly, as if it were his only support at that moment. You've all seen the fighting power of the celestial warriors. They can quickly eliminate enemies on the battlefield, which is evident to all. As for fighting against gods, we've never had such a practical test, but theoretically, they should have that potential. The Lord of Shadows is, after all, a god. How could these mass-produced celestial warriors possibly compare to a god? Lin Guan hesitated for a long time. Then, out of pride, whispered, if all three groups come at once, maybe it'll work. His answer clearly failed to fully convince everyone present. Some members of parliament began to whisper among themselves and discuss the matter. The Emperor of Dian remained focused on the screen, his eyes deep, as if he were contemplating some far-reaching plan. Suddenly, the three groups of celestial warriors on the ground seemed to sense something, and they all looked up and locked onto the enormous divine figure in the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, they leaped up and launched a fierce attack on the Shadow Lord in the sky. These warriors, created from the crystallization of human wisdom and technology, are devoid of emotion and fear, incredibly powerful, and most importantly, they are unafraid of death. A hint of doubt flashed across the Shadow Lord's face, clearly puzzled by these strange humanoid objects that had suddenly appeared. However, facing the charging celestial warriors, it did not hesitate for long. It swung its huge club up suddenly, like a hammer of the gods, and smashed it hard against two of them. Boom! With a loud bang, the two heavenly warriors were smashed into the ground like birds struck by a boulder, creating two huge craters. Dust flew and gravel flew everywhere. Inside the crater, the remains of the heavenly warrior were clearly visible. His body was badly injured in many places, and scarlet blood was flowing out. It was a gruesome sight. The remaining two groups of celestial warriors seemed to realize the ineffectiveness of close combat. They quickly adjusted their tactics, increased the distance between themselves and the Shadow Lord, and began ranged attacks from 4 different directions. Several dazzling rays of light ripped through the night sky like lightning, hurtling toward the Shadow Lord's massive body. A series of massive explosions erupted in the air, sending sparks flying and smoke billowing everywhere. However, when the smoke cleared, the Shadow Lord's massive body remained standing, completely unharmed. Jiang Cheng and Tang Yinyan also stopped their escape and looked at this scene with some surprise. They wondered to themselves, just who are these things? Who would dare to mess with them? These things are from the heavenly warriors directly under the commander-in-chief of the military headquarters. Ji Tianya's angry roar came through the earpiece. Their power is indeed astonishing. Just now, that old bastard actually started a live broadcast of the battlefield. Damn it, he's putting on a political show again. These old geezers always make things worse for me. Originally, all I needed to do was help you lure them to the designated location. It would be a miracle if these things could kill gods. Chapter 351 The War to Slay Gods begins. 3. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly to himself. This sudden turn of events certainly disrupted his plans. He looked at the Lord of Shadows, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Of this ancient god is beyond doubt. Now, with the interference of these celestial warriors, will it become more vigilant and no longer easily fall into their carefully laid traps? If that's the case, then their entire plan will be ruined. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The situation was somewhat tricky, but it wasn't hopeless yet. However, at that moment, the Lord of Shadows seemed to have noticed something. Its deep eyes suddenly turned towards Jiang Cheng's direction, a hint of coldness flashing in them. Jiang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, realizing something was wrong. Fortunately, those brainless bastards continued to launch ranged attacks at the Shadow Lord. The explosions in the sky were deafening and deafening. The Lord of Shadows roared in fury, a sound like a raging torrent, as if it would devour the entire world. Its massive body trembled violently in midair, clearly enraged by the sudden attack. The Shadow Lord charged toward one of the beast girls transformed from a celestial warrior, moving with the speed of lightning slicing through the night sky. In a single instant, the beast girl was smashed to pieces by the Shadow Lord's enormous hand and exploded in midair. Human body parts were scattered everywhere like kites with broken strings, creating an extremely bloody scene. Inside the House of Representatives, Lin Guan's face was extremely grim, as if he had swallowed a fly. He gripped the scepter tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Anyone with eyes could see that this celestial warrior was utterly helpless against the Lord of Shadows. Isn't this just scrap metal? One counselor couldn't help but sarcastically remark. Yes, it shattered instantly in front of the ancient gods. It's truly tragic. Another counselor shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. Lin Guan gritted his teeth, somewhat unwilling to admit defeat, and said in a deep voice, "That's a god. That's a god. There's probably nothing in the world that can rival a god." Towards the end, His voice even became somewhat hysterical, as if he were trying to mask his inner panic and unease. However, reality is so cruel. The celestial warriors are as insignificant as ants before the Lord of Shadows. It seems we have no choice but to use our last resort. Lin Guan exhaled heavily, a resolute glint in his eyes. The remaining 3 celestial warriors on the screen suddenly flew towards the Lord of Shadows. Their bodies were gradually turning red, as if they were being set ablaze. By the time the Lord of Shadows reacted, it was too late. With a deafening roar, the 3 celestial warriors simultaneously activated their self-destruct capabilities, creating an explosion as powerful as a small nuclear bomb. The entire sky was illuminated by the massive blast, with sparks flying and smoke billowing everywhere. Jiang Cheng and Tang Yinyan, who were relatively close by, instantly lost all hearing and felt a huge shockwave rushing towards them, knocking them off the plane. "Damn, you can do that!" Jiang Cheng exclaimed inwardly, while trying to adjust his posture and steady himself. Tang Yinyan let out a low roar, clearly having been quite shocked as well. Humph! When the celestial warriors encounter an unkillable enemy, they can activate their self-destruct function. Ji Tianya's voice came through the earpiece. The explosive power is comparable to a small nuclear bomb. But that thing is a god. Do you think it's so easy to destroy? Everyone waited quietly for the smoke to dissipate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Not only were members of the House of Representatives watching the live broadcast, but countless families following the war were also holding their breath in anticipation. They knew that the outcome of this battle would directly determine their future and fate. The smoke and water vapor in the air mingled together, creating a chaotic world. However, amidst this chaos, a black figure leaped out of the smoke like a ghost, carrying a suffocating pressure, and charged towards Jiang Cheng's location. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Jiang Cheng cursed inwardly, while reacting quickly. "Yin Yen, continue flying to the designated location," he shouted, his voice revealing an unwavering determination. Tang Yinyan flapped her wings suddenly. As a flying beast girl, her speed was undoubtedly the fastest among them. Although the Lord of Shadows is powerful, he is clearly not the type who excels in speed. Jiang Cheng planned to take advantage of this to fly to the designated location they had set up, along with the Lord of Shadows. However, plans never keep up with changes. Suddenly, a piercing howling sound came from behind, like the roar of some kind of giant beast. Jiang Cheng's soul skill detection range. A huge spear flew directly towards him like a cannonball. Holy crap, Jiang Cheng was shocked. This spear, though called a spear, was actually more like a huge pillar. Getting hit by it wouldn't necessarily kill him, but he would at least be knocked down. "Yin Yen, go up quickly," he shouted hurriedly, his voice tinged with urgency. Tang Yinyan understood immediately and quickly increased the flight altitude. The enormous spear flew past Jiang Cheng's feet, creating a gust of wind that made his heart pound. Before Jiang Cheng could even catch his breath, another spear was already being fired. The massive steel pillar shot out into the air with such force that it seemed to pierce through the entire sky. Jiang Cheng inwardly groaned. The Lord of Shadows was clearly enraged and had begun to launch an attack without regard for the consequences. "Yin Yen, don't be afraid. Perseverance is victory," he shouted, trying to encourage Tang Yinyan. Tang Yinyan also let out a low roar and continued to flap its wings, flying towards the designated location at top speed. The Lord of Shadows relentlessly pursued them, its eyes blazing with fury, as if it wanted to devour Jiang Cheng and Tang Yinyan completely. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng doesn't need to delay much longer, as they're almost at their destination. "Well done, Jiang Cheng." Ji Tianya's voice came through the earpiece. Meanwhile, what Jiang Cheng did attracted nationwide attention, and people suddenly recognized who Jiang Cheng was. "I know who he is," an excited voice rang out from the crowd. "He's this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, the one who solved the Janya Black Eye incident, and he was even awarded a medal in the end." These words sparked even more heated discussions among the crowd. So it was him. No wonder he's so capable. What a promising young man. There is hope for the future of our country. It seems that this battle is not without hope of victory. Chapter 352 The War to Slay Gods begins. 4. Finally, we arrived at the location designated by GT&I. This is an open space, far from the city, clearly the result of careful consideration. Jiang Cheng and Tang Yinyan landed on the ground. It was in the middle of a forest, a vast and flat expanse of sand and gravel, now tinged with a silvery frost by the moonlight, appearing both mysterious and desolate. The towering ancient trees all around seemed to be silent guardians, quietly witnessing everything that was about to happen. Jiang Cheng and Tang Yinyan landed steadily, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, waiting for the final showdown to begin. Come on, big guy, it's time to settle this. Jiang Cheng stood tall like a pine tree, his long sword gleaming with a cold light, pointing directly at the Shadow Lord in the sky, his words revealing a resolute determination and arrogance that could not be underestimated. The Shadow Lord's deep eyes were burning with raging fury. Its face was twisted and terrifying, like a demon crawling out of hell. With a deafening roar, the Lord of Shadows flapped its wings violently, and with a deafening crash, its massive body plummeted like a meteorite, smashing a bottomless crater into the hard ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Leaping from the deep pit, the Lord of Shadows raced toward Jiangcheng at an astonishing speed, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if even the heavens and earth were shaking. The weapon in his hand instantly transformed into a huge, pitch-black wooden club, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, and swung down towards Jiangcheng, the resulting gale almost uprooting the surrounding trees. Jiangcheng also felt the terror of this attack and hurriedly shouted to Tang Yinyan, "Yinyan, run. This is not something you can withstand." Before he could finish speaking, he had already flashed away, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow that was about to strike. Even so, the air currents generated by the big stick still cut his thigh like a sharp blade, and blood instantly stained his trouser leg. The intense pain made him grimace. "Liuli, give me a shield." Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, and, enduring the pain, gave the order. As he called out, Emo Liuli's figure appeared out of thin air. She raised her hands lightly, and the cold air swirled around her, quickly condensing into a crystal-clear ice shield. At the same time, Jiang Cheng was also covered by a layer of ice armor, shimmering with a dark blue light, as if he were wearing an indestructible armor. The Lord of Shadows roared once more as it charged toward Jiangcheng, like a wild beast breaking free of its restraints, determined to reduce everything before it to dust. Emo Liuli gripped the ice shield tightly, her expression resolute. From the soil beneath the shield, as if responding to her call, countless dense vines burst forth from the earth. They intertwined and entwined like living things, providing a secondary defense for the ice shield and forming an indestructible barrier. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Shadow Lord's massive wooden club, like a hammer of divine punishment, slammed down onto the reinforced shield. Jiang Cheng felt as if his eardrums were about to burst, and the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out by the blow, creating a brief vacuum. The ground instantly sank 4 to 5 meters around the shield, and the sank outwards in a radial pattern. Emo Liuli, who was holding the shield, trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was the result of her forcibly enduring the backlash of this terrifying power. Even so, the ice shield reinforced with vines was smashed open and cracked, finally breaking with a snap. If it weren't for the vines providing extra support and cushioning at the crucial moment, the ice shield would probably have shattered long ago with that blow. Seeing that his attack had failed to destroy the ants before him, the Lord of Shadows became even more furious. Its crimson eyes seemed to burn with raging flames, revealing endless resentment and unwillingness. It roared to the sky, its voice like rolling thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. As the roar resounded, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, forming visible ripples that spread outwards. The Shadow Lord's body swelled once more, his muscles like cast steel, radiating a dark luster. Its wings flapped violently, creating gusts of wind that blew the surrounding trees askew, as if even nature itself trembled before its rage. So powerful. Is this the power of the ancient gods? This breathtaking scene appeared on the screens of countless families. The Shadow Lord was like a raging dragon in a stormy sea, unleashing its power with abandon, making everyone's heart clench and pound violently, as if it were about to leap out of their chest. Gods haven't appeared for a long time. An old man stared at the screen, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Everyone has forgotten that distant era when the gods ruled the earth, and the earth was plunged into darkness. His words carried a touch of emotion, which also stirred up everyone's vague memories of that period of history. Those were just a few sentences that existed only in history textbooks. Yes, I never imagined that our generation would actually witness the power of the ancient gods firsthand. The ancient god gathered his power and swung his club once more. Jiangcheng, retreat. Next is a barrage of artillery fire to pin it to the ground. Don't try to withstand this attack. Ji Tianya's voice was urgent and firm in the earpiece. Understood. Jiangcheng didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Mo Lioli and retreated like lightning. Boom. The ice shield, along with countless vines, was smashed into countless fragments. At the same time, a huge flying machine flew across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The aircraft launched wave after wave of fierce bombardment at the Lord of Shadows. The explosion was deafening, and countless gelatinous substances were projected onto the Shadow Lord like meteorites, exploding instantly and bursting into dazzling light. Behind Jiangcheng, a black vortex quietly appeared. Warner, launch the spider web reinforcement, he shouted, his voice revealing an unquestionable determination. Yes. A clear echo rang out, and then countless fine spider webs were generated, shooting out and quickly covering the Shadow Lord's body. And Luo Shun, your vines, wrap them around him. Don't let him break free. Jiangcheng gave the order again. Instantly, countless vines sprouted from the ground, each as thick as a bucket. They swiftly coiled around the Shadow Lord's body like serpents, binding him tightly. Phew, I made it. Jiangcheng breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the Shadow Lord who was tightly bound. Jiangcheng, you did a great job. Now retreat to a distance of 100 meters. Ji Tianya's voice came again, this time with a hint of urgency and tension. 5, 4. Ji Tianyi began the countdown, his finger already on the launch button. Chapter 353 The War to Slay Gods begins. 5. A star in the sky suddenly lit up, like a dazzling firework bursting in the night sky. Jiangcheng looked up and saw that the light was so intense that he instantly realized it was not a star, but a space-based weapon deployed in outer space, undergoing its final warm-up before releasing its destructive power. 3, 2, 1, launch. Ji Tianyi pressed the button, his hand trembling slightly. In an instant, the ever-expanding star in the sky seemed to be injected with infinite energy, its brightness increasing hundreds of times in an instant, like a miniature sun, instantly illuminating the entire Earth. The magical fluctuations contained within that light were so immense they were terrifying, as if even the heavens and earth trembled at them. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot out from the star, like the wrath of a god, and landed squarely on the head of the Lord of Shadows. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone held their breath. The instant the pillar of light made contact with the Lord of Shadows, it burst forth with an extremely dazzling light, as if it would devour the entire world. With a deafening explosion, the earth was lifted up by the terrifying shockwave, creating a wall of earth tens of meters high, with soil and rubble flying everywhere like a raging tide. Even from 100 meters away, Jiangcheng felt the overwhelming force. He tried his best to steady himself, but he was still covered in mud and covered in dirt. The terror of that moment was something Jiangcheng would never forget. He watched helplessly as the pillar of light completely engulfed the Lord of Shadows. The aftershocks of the explosion rippled through the air, forming visible waves that spread outwards. The scene was like the wrath of a god unleashed on Earth, inspiring awe and making people marvel at the greatness and terror of human technology. As the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, Jiangcheng dared to open his eyes again. He looked toward the center of the explosion and saw that the place where the Shadow Lord had been had become a bottomless crater, surrounded by devastation, as if it had just experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe. Did it succeed? Jiangcheng murmured to himself, his heart filled with both anticipation and unease. He knew that although the attack was terrifying, the Shadow Lord, as an ancient god, was no ordinary being. Just then, Ji Tianya's voice came through the earpiece. Jiangcheng, well done. Initial tests show that the Shadow Lord's vital signs have disappeared. You are safe. Upon hearing this, Jiangcheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. House of Representatives. Several elderly people stared in disbelief at the awe-inspiring scene before them, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This is a long-range strike weapon deployed by the military in the star system? Indeed, is this the military's plan? An old man asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. It seems we misjudged the military. There are indeed capable people in the military. Lin Guan's face instantly turned extremely awkward, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. His supposedly formidable celestial warriors proved utterly ineffective against the ancient gods, and in the end, The military's celestial weapons were the only means to salvage the situation. This made him feel like he had lost all face. His lips twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to do. Jiang Chung is quite good. He's a talented young man. I hear he's the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Not bad at all. The Emperor of the Dian Kingdom's gaze fell on Jiang Chung on the screen, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Send someone to inform him tomorrow that he must attend Shiyu's coming-of-age ceremony in 10 days. The words of the Dian Emperor carried an unquestionable authority. Yes, Your Majesty. One of them bowed. However, before the Emperor could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. The soil where a large crater had been blasted open suddenly began to writhe violently. Then, a pitch-black mass slowly rose to its feet. It wasn't soil, but an ancient god whose half had been blasted away. He actually stood up again. What happened? Jiang Chung frowned. Oh no, we've detected the ancient god's life signs again. Could it be that the attack just now failed to put him into hibernation? Ji Tianya's voice trembled in the communicator, filled with terror and despair. He seemed to have lost his soul, muttering to himself incessantly. An atmosphere of terror instantly filled the air, affecting everyone watching on television. They were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. General Ji? Jiang Chung looked at the ancient god who had stood up again, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. He hadn't expected the ancient god to be so resilient, that even such a terrifying attack hadn't been able to completely destroy it. Ancient god, with its half-broken body, leaped out of the pit, its appearance now extremely terrifying. Half of its face and half of its body were broken. The wounds were a blur, and blood and flesh were intertwined with rubble, like a terrifying being crawling out of hell. It roared and charged toward Jiang Chung, its anger and resentment almost igniting the surrounding air. Jiang Chung held a long sword, his eyes resolute. Facing this terrifying attack, he did not flinch and swung his sword to parry. However, when the ancient god's immense power struck the long sword, he was still blasted away like a drifting leaf, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a stop. As his blood surged, Jiang Chung felt a sweet taste in his throat, but he managed to suppress it. General Ji, this is the most critical moment. Please stay alert and tell me, how long will it take to charge up for the next attack? Jiang Chung asked urgently, enduring the excruciating pain. If we want it to be like the last one, it will take at least 6 more hours. Ji Tianya's voice was filled with dejection and deep helplessness. 6 hours? Jiang Cheng's heart sank. He knew that let alone 6 hours, he probably couldn't even last 60 minutes. This ancient god has an incredibly tenacious life force and an astonishing ability to recover. If it is not dealt with quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Are there any other weapons? Jiang Cheng asked, unwilling to give up. No. Ji Tianya's answer was concise and cruel. What about something with lower power, or something that can hit moving targets? Perhaps we could try an integrated attack using space-based weapons. A glimmer of hope was in Ji Tianya's voice. There are not only that big one in the sky, but also many smaller ones. Their charging time is much shorter. If the power of these small destructive cannons were combined, it might be able to create about a quarter of the power of that one just now. The charging time is about 30 minutes. That's enough. Jiang Chung took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. Chapter 354 The War to Slay Gods begins. 6. Next, I'll stall him for 30 minutes and try to inflict damage on him. Jiang Cheng's voice was firm and powerful. Once the energy is fully charged, I'll trap him, just like before. Then it's up to you. General Ji, don't let me down. After saying that, Jiang Chung flashed and charged towards the ancient god again. This battle is a matter of life and death, and of the peace of the entire world. He must fight with all his might to buy time for the impending devastating blow. Had been blasted apart, was furious, but due to the severe damage he had suffered, his strength was indeed greatly diminished. Jiang Chung felt immense pressure, but he could barely manage to hold on. On the ground, the vines controlled by Jiang Luoshan were like giant, agile snakes, writhing out of the earth, carrying endless vitality and killing intent, and constantly attacking the Lord of Shadows. These vines are incredibly resilient and contain a strange energy. They entwine, coil, thorn, and whip, making it difficult for the Lord of Shadows to defend himself. Jiang Luoshan's face was pale, but her eyes were incredibly firm. The Lord of Shadows roared repeatedly, its body constantly being entangled and pierced by vines. The vines that pierced its body were like sharp thorns, constantly draining its strength and making it weaker and weaker. However, An ancient god is an ancient god after all. Even under such severe damage, it still demonstrated amazing recovery ability and tenacious vitality. Jiang Cheng brandished his longsword and engaged in a fierce battle with the Lord of Shadows. His swordsmanship was sharp and swift, each strike hitting the Shadow Lord's vital points. However, the ancient god's defense was so astonishing that even Jiang Cheng's all-out attack could only leave a shallow wound on its body. Jiang Cheng's clothes were soaked with sweat, and his breathing became rapid. On the battlefield, vines and the figures of ancient gods intertwined, creating a breathtaking scene. Every entanglement of vines, every swing of the longsword, was accompanied by a deafening roar and a dazzling flash of light. The horror of this battle far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Although Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luoshan were both injured, they still held their ground. As time went on, the power of the Shadow Lord continued to weaken. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Luoshan's attacks began to have a significant effect. They knew that if they held on a little longer and waited until the spacecraft's energy was fully charged, they could completely annihilate this terrifying enemy. Boom, boom. The deafening roar echoed across the sky. The battlefield, as seen from drone footage overhead, was a truly horrifying sight. 7 or 8/10 of the tree was destroyed. Jiang Cheng was covered in blood, like a mad lion trapped in a desperate situation, constantly resisting the Shadow Lord's frenzied attacks. The web of death, woven from vines and long swords, left horrifying wounds on the ancient god's massive body. Interspersed throughout are attacks by multiple beast girls, making it a chilling sight. They transformed into ferocious beasts or unleashed bizarre magic, buying Jiangqing every single second. However, even so, the Shadow Lord's counterattack was still incredibly fierce, making people tremble with fear. Jianya City, Heavenly Palace Guild. Su Chong had just finished showering, her long, smooth hair still wet and draped over her shoulders, the air filled with a fresh and delicate scent of shampoo. She wore a silk robe, its light fabric clinging to her voluptuous and beautiful figure, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. The neckline of her robe was slightly open, revealing her fair and delicate skin and alluring collarbone, making one's imagination run wild. Her exquisite features were, as if sculpted, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and luscious red lips. At this moment, she was clenching her fists, her eyes filled with tension and worry. She stared intently at Jiang Cheng on the screen, her heart pounding with anxiety for him. The battle between humans and true gods was far more difficult than she had imagined. Although Su Chong was the wife of the president of the Heavenly Palace Guild and was well informed, she still could not remain calm in the face of such a life-or-death struggle. She could only pray silently, hoping that Jiang Cheng could hold on and that the impending devastating blow would completely annihilate the Lord of Shadows. Jiang Cheng, you must keep going. Su Chong shifted her gaze from Jiang Cheng, who was fighting fiercely on the screen, to Lu Yuan, who was still fast asleep. She sighed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet room, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sorrow. She just called the family doctor, but none of the doctors knew what was wrong with him. The image of the family doctor's helplessness kept replaying in her mind. Lu Yuan's condition was like a fog, unsolvable, and the truth hidden within it could not be seen by anyone. Sadness welled up in her heart like a tide, and Su Chang's eyes reddened slightly. She blinked hard, trying to drive away those unpleasant emotions, but she could not shake off the gloom in her heart. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. The country is in danger now, but you. Sigh. Now we can only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, there is Jiangqing. She rested her head on her hands, gazing at the screen, her thoughts drifting back to the time she spent with Jiangqing. Thinking back to those exciting times, a strange warmth welled up in her heart, as if a flame was burning, instantly evaporating her sadness and worries. Su Chang's body trembled slightly, a feeling of overwhelming excitement and longing. Her eyes became hazy and alluring as she stared intently at Jiang Cheng on the screen, as if trying to etch his image into the depths of her soul. Her breathing became rapid, and a scorching heat filled the air, the burning and releasing of her deepest emotions. The entire room seemed to be enveloped by this intense atmosphere. Su Chong felt as if he were in a giant furnace, surrounded by endless passion. Jiang Cheng, you must hold on. The battlefield of Yinzhou. Jiang Cheng had lost count of how many times he had charged forward. Several of the beast girls beside him had already collapsed from exhaustion. His tiger's mouth split open, and blood gushed out like a trickle, dripping onto the battlefield and mixing with the soil, bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. On the ground, there were pits of all sizes scattered about. Some were trampled out by the Shadow Lord's huge body, while others were left by Jiangqing being smashed into the ground when he resisted its frenzied attacks. These craters, like silent witnesses, record the breathtaking nature of this battle. Chapter 355 The War to Slay Gods begins. 7. The Lord of Shadows, once a supreme deity, has now completely lost his former majesty and splendor. Its body was mangled and broken, entangled by vines and hacked by long knives, leaving deep wounds that exposed the bone. Black energy continuously seeps out from those wounds, and their life force is also fading away. Its eyes were a mixture of anger and despair, and it could no longer conceal the fear and helplessness in its heart. Time seemed to stretch out at this moment, with each second feeling as long as a year. Jiangqing was panting heavily, his vision blurred by a mixture of sweat and blood. But he stood firm, gripping his long sword, ready to meet the next charge. Jiangqing, listen up, there are 3 minutes left. Ji Tianya's voice slowly rang out through the communicator, like heavenly music, bringing a glimmer of hope to Jiangqing. The coordinates this time are a little different from the last time. I've marked them on the map. They're not far from you. Jiangqing gave a weak hum, but his eyes shone with a new light at that moment. These final 3 minutes will be crucial to his survival and the complete annihilation of the Lord of Shadows. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then charged towards the Lord of Shadows once again. On the battlefield, vines and long swords intertwined once more, forming vortexes of death. The Lord of Shadows struggled desperately in this vortex. Jiangqing, Jiang Luoshin, and the others, like a group of valiant hunters, are gradually driving this former deity into a desperate situation. He leaped high into the air, soaring into the sky, and then, like a burning meteor, crashed into the battlefield. His speed was astonishing, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky. The heavenly feather blade in his hand, empowered by the netherworld fire, shimmered with a chilling red light, as if it could sever all obstacles in the world. Lord of Shadows, your end has come. Jiangqing roared, his voice filled with determination and defiance. The Lord of Shadows stared coldly at Jiangqing, a hint of fear flashing in his deep eyes. It slowly stood up, its massive body casting a long shadow in the moonlight, resembling an insurmountable mountain. You insignificant human, how dare you challenge me? The Shadow Lord's voice was deep and majestic, like a ghostly sound from the deepest abyss, sending chills down one's spine. State your name, and I may accept you as a member of my race. I acknowledge you. Featherblade in his hand flashing with dazzling light, striking the Shadow Lord's head like a bolt of lightning. The Lord of Shadows roared and tried to block with his arms. However, Jiangqing's attack was exceptionally swift, with the heavenly feather slash striking directly at the Shadow Lord's head. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and the Shadow Lord's enormous body was instantly struck. It let out a piercing scream, and then its whole body began to tremble violently. Trap it! Jiangqing roared, gripping the heavenly feather blade tightly with both hands and pouring all his magic power into it. The netherworld fire burned fiercely on the blade, forming an indestructible cage of flames that firmly trapped the Lord of Shadows. The Shadow Lord writhed in agony under the scorching flames, its roar deafening, as if it would tear the heavens and earth apart. This is impossible. How can you, a mere human, wield such terrifying power? This is elemental fire. Its voice was filled with disbelief and fear, clearly having already felt the destructive pressure of the flames that had transformed into a cage. Several aircraft roared past in the sky. The vines, which had been poised to strike, surged upwards like serpents, tightly binding the Lord of Shadows. Immediately afterwards, countless gelatinous bombs were precisely hurled around the Shadow Lord, trapping him firmly. Jiangqing was panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Using the fire elemental stone to activate the netherworld fire was indeed an enormous adventure. The consumption of flames attached to the blade was not very high. However, in order to construct that indestructible fire prison, he had to exert all his strength and pour all his magic into it. This action drained all his magic almost instantly, leaving him feeling weaker than ever before. At the same time, the Shadow Lord, who was tightly bound by vines, began to tremble even more violently. It tried to break free from the shackles that bound it, and one by one, the thick vines broke as it struggled. However, more vines quickly grew and once again tightly entwined it. 1 minute left. Ji Tianya's anxious voice rang out through the communicator. Keep applying the vines. Don't let it break free. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luotian immediately activated the power within her body, controlling more vines to surge towards the Lord of Shadows. These vines, like chains of life, continuously bound the Lord of Shadows, rendering it unable to move an inch. At this moment, the entire battlefield was plunged into a tense and suffocating atmosphere. Everyone held their breath, watching the decisive moment that was about to begin. They knew that if they held on a little longer, once the asteroid weapon was fully charged, they could completely annihilate this terrifying enemy. Enveloped in layers of armor, the Lord of Shadows resembled a trapped behemoth, struggling in despair. Suddenly, a mysterious rune appeared above its head, shimmering with a dark light. Today I am going to die, and you will not escape either. I want you dead. A chilling, ancient, and powerful force slowly rose from its body, like a volcano dormant for millennia about to erupt. Oh no, he's going to fight desperately. Jiang Cheng was shocked, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Many gods possess their most powerful and secret abilities. Could it be that this Lord of Shadows intends to risk thousands of years of slumber to break free from these shackles and perish together with me? Jiang Luotian's face also turned somewhat pale. She could clearly feel the power emanating from the vines growing stronger and stronger, as if an irresistible torrent was impacting her control. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to keep the vines binding her, but she couldn't help feeling a little strained. Everyone, transfer your magic to Luo Shan. Jiang Cheng shouted loudly. Only by pooling everyone's strength can we overcome this difficult time. Tang Yinyan, Lin Yao, Qin Wan, and the other beast girls immediately came over. They formed a circle, clasped their hands tightly, and transferred all the magic within them to Jiang Luotian without reservation. Countless beams of light appeared around Jiang Luotian, like a dazzling galaxy, connecting all the beast girls in Jiangsheng and beginning to absorb the immense magical power. The gathered magic power surged into Jiang Luotian's body like a raging river, causing her power to soar instantly. Chapter 356 The War to Slay Gods begins. 8. The Shadow Lord struggled even more violently as it was bound by the vines. It roared repeatedly, trying to break free from the shackles that bound it. However, with the combined efforts of Jiang Luotian and the beast girls, the vines bound its body like iron chains, making it unable to move an inch. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and every second felt so long and agonizing. Jiang Cheng and the beast girls held their breath, watching the decisive moment that was about to begin. They knew that if they held on a little longer and waited until the spacecraft's energy was fully charged, they could completely annihilate this terrifying enemy. However, the Lord of Shadows did not give up the fight. The runes above its head shimmered with an even darker light, and ancient and powerful energy continued to gather within its body. It roared, as if it wanted to unleash all its power and engage in a final battle with Jiang Cheng and the others. Jiang Cheng gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. He also had a thin thread connecting him to Jiang Luotian, allowing her to draw magic power from his body. Hold on, Luotian, everyone, Jiang Cheng roared, his voice filled with encouragement and power. He took the lead in transferring more magic power to Jiang Luotian, while keeping a close eye on the movements of the Lord of Shadows, preparing for the final battle. Wisps of flame began to rise in the surrounding air, as if even the space itself was ignited by this opposing force. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the thick, wriggling vines slowly sprouted and expanded, their roots intertwining like dragons and snakes, weaving into an impenetrable net. A gigantic, tree-like phantom materialized out of thin air and plunged violently into the ground. Its powerful roots, like sharp drills, pierced deep into the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The clods of earth on the ground scattered and flew everywhere under the impact of this force, and the entire space seemed to tremble under the crushing force. Countless vines surged wildly through the wounds in the Shadow Lord's body, like hungry beasts that had been starving for days, greedily drawing in the sweet and abundant magic power. Soon, all of this will be over, Jiang Cheng thought with elation. However, while Jiang Cheng was focused on the Shadow Lord tightly bound by vines, he no longer had the energy to activate his soul skill to explore the surrounding environment. Just then, a dark figure silently approached from behind him. All the viewers watching the television broadcast involuntarily widened their eyes and held their breath. As the image gradually became clearer, everyone was astonished to discover that it was actually the humanoid creature that had just been knocked to the ground by the Lord of Shadows. Bathed in moonlight, the creature's face gleamed with a silvery sheen, and its armor appeared tattered, as if it had just escaped a fierce battle. What is most striking is the enormous eyeball-shaped object on his chest, which slowly rotates and emits an eerie light. This is a celestial warrior? Inside the palace, several high-ranking officials of the Dian Kingdom stared in disbelief. They were all too familiar with this thing. Lin Guan, in particular, looked extremely uncomfortable, as if he had been slapped in the face in public. This thing was created by the Heavenly Secrets Camp, which he personally built. Now, they have been manipulated by the enemy and become a sharp weapon to break through their own defenses. A deep sense of embarrassment and heartache flashed across Lin Guan's face. His clenched fist trembled slightly, as if expressing his inner resentment and anger. He never imagined that the soldiers he had carefully trained would betray him and the entire country in such a critical moment and in such a way. This, Commander-in-Chief Lin, your heavenly warriors seem to have become accomplices. Aren't you going to explain? A high-ranking official asked Lin Guan with a questioning tone and stared intently at him. This? Lin Guan was drenched in cold sweat, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like broken strings of pearls. His lips trembled slightly, but he was speechless for a moment, unsure how to explain this sudden turn of events. Jiang Cheng vaguely sensed something was wrong during the battle. His heart tightened suddenly, and an uneasy premonition surged into his heart. Just then, a long spear came from behind like a ghost, bringing with it a biting cold wind, and pierced through Jiang Luoshan's chest with a thud. Ah! Jiang Luoshan let out a shrill scream. Her beautiful face instantly contorted in extreme pain. Jiang Luoshan exhausted all her strength and endured the excruciating pain. Vines began to rapidly wrap around the heavenly warrior, firmly fixing him to the ground. Her strength was waning, but her will remained unwavering, determined to stop this traitor from taking any further action. Ha! Within the clump of vines, the Lord of Shadows burst into unrestrained laughter, his voice like a demonic murmur from hell, sending chills down one's spine. It suddenly struggled and broke free from the vines, like a beast breaking free from its cage. Trying the same old trick again? Do you think I'll fall for it again? Sneered coldly, a cunning glint in his eyes. Hateful. Jiang Luoshan was injured, and it was indeed difficult for her to activate her skills in two places. Jiang Cheng realized what was happening, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He flashed forward, piercing the heavenly warrior's chest with a single slash, and then swiftly severed his head with clean, decisive movements. Jiang Luoshan suddenly pulled the spear from her chest, and blood gushed out, staining her clothes red. She was breathing heavily, her body was trembling slightly, her face was flushed, and she looked so weak that she seemed like a gust of wind could blow her over. Jiang Cheng felt a pang of pain in his heart upon seeing this. He rushed to Jiang Luoshan's side and pulled her into his arms. As his own beast girl, he knew, of course, that she was in a very bad state. He could feel her body trembling and her faint heartbeat. Fortunately, the beast girl's vitality is far stronger than that of an ordinary person. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have died long ago after being shot like that. In your current state, you must have very little magic left. You lowly beings, how dare you attempt to kill a god? The Lord of Shadows approached step by step, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. His words were full of contempt and mockery towards Jiang Cheng and his group. Jiang Cheng held Jiang Luoshan tightly, his grief surging like a tidal wave. He glared angrily at the Lord of Shadows, his eyes burning with fury, yet also mixed with deep helplessness and self-reproach. This is it. GT and I witnessed the scene before him, his face ashen, and he muttered to himself in despair. His voice, though soft, struck Jiang Cheng's heart like a heavy hammer. It's over, it's all over. Inside the House of Representatives, the hearts of many high-ranking officials were clenched. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Chapter 357 The War to Slay Gods begins. 9. At that moment, they seemed to see the shadow of defeat creeping closer and closer. If we fail this time, we'll have to pay an even heavier price next time to kill them, a high-ranking official said in a trembling voice, his tone filled with resentment. So close. So close. What are we going to do? Another official echoed, his face also filled with anxiety and confusion. At this critical moment, Jiangcheng slowly stood up, holding his sword horizontally in front of him. His gaze was firm and cold, as if at this moment, he was completely immersed in the battle and had reached a state of selflessness. The Lord of Shadows launched an attack, but Jiangcheng calmly charged forward. His mind was racing. Every stab and every step he took was meticulously calculated and planned. He barely dodged the Shadow Lord's attack, his longsword slashing in a perfect arc, creating a sharp whistling sound. This battle is a matter of life and death. Jiangcheng must go all out in this battle. The Lord of Shadows chuckled coldly, his laughter filled with endless mockery and disdain. You can dodge once, but can you dodge all of them? Besides, you don't have much magic left in your body, so what do you have to fight me with? Its words were full of confidence and arrogance, as if it had already won. Become my servant, and I may spare your life. The Shadow Lord suddenly changed his tone, his voice carrying a hint of seduction. You are a very strange human. I don't know how you managed to control so many beast girls, but you are the second person to have driven me to this point. At this point, the Lord of Shadows suddenly froze, its eyes becoming hazy and deep, as if it were lost in some kind of memory. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but you look a lot like an old friend of mine. I, and even my clan, all want to tear him apart. Its voice became low and hoarse, filled with endless hatred and resentment. What's your name? The Lord of Shadows stared intently at Jiangcheng, as if trying to see through his soul. Jiangcheng kept his lips tightly closed, offering no response. He knew he couldn't reveal any weakness at this moment, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon seeing this, the Lord of Shadows began to mutter to himself, his words incoherent and frantic. It really is you. It really is you. You're alive again. How did you come back to life? Its voice grew louder and louder, until it almost turned into a hysterical roar. Its body also began to tremble violently, as if it had been greatly stimulated. Jiangcheng seized the opportunity to steady himself and quickly adjusted his breathing and magic. He knew that now was the perfect time to strike back. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. He gripped his long sword tightly and charged toward the Lord of Shadows like a bolt of lightning. The Lord of Shadows was still in a frenzy and hadn't noticed Jiangcheng's movements at all. By the time it reacted, Jiangcheng's blade was already inches away. The Lord of Shadows let out a terrified roar, but it was too late. Jiangcheng's blade slashed down fiercely, severing one of the Shadow Lord's arms, the wound so deep that bone was visible. The Lord of Shadows let out a shrill scream and instantly lost his balance. Jiangcheng pressed his advantage, his longsword dancing like a dragon or snake. Unfortunately, it did absolutely nothing except to inflict more wounds on the Shadow Lord. Without the blessing of magic, Jiangcheng's melee damage output is greatly reduced. Next, the Shadow Lord, having recovered, launched a major counterattack against Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng began to dodge the opponent's attacks and took the opportunity to deal damage to the opponent. Dodge once, twice, 3 times. The 5th time, Jiangcheng, lacking magical support and with few successors, was struck by the Shadow Lord's staff. Jiangcheng was blasted to the ground, creating another large crater. But this time was different from the previous times. In addition to being used to activate skills, magic can also actively enhance the body, making it more resilient. He first used the Netherworld Fire, which caused him to overexert himself. Then he transferred his magic to Jianglu Ocean, further draining his own magic. With his magic depleted and lacking protection, Jiangcheng probably wouldn't be able to withstand much more. At this moment, Jiangcheng was like a broken rag doll, heavily struck by a club. Many bones in his body broke instantly, making a heart-palpitating cracking sound. His chest was completely caved in, as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground red. His entire body was covered in wounds and blood, a truly pitiful sight. For a normal human being, such a devastating attack would probably have already killed them, but Jiangcheng still managed to stand up slowly thanks to his amazing willpower. His legs were trembling, but his eyes remained firm, as if the endless darkness could not devour his light. Seeing this, the Lord of Shadows roared in anger once more and charged out, intending to destroy Jiangcheng in one fell swoop. But Jiangcheng, with his precise control of his body, leaped high into the air like a nimble falcon and skillfully dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he swung his long sword like lightning, leaving a wound on the Shadow Lord's back. The two sides were once again engaged in fierce combat, each collision accompanied by a deafening sound, as if even the air itself was being torn apart at that moment. Although Jiang Cheng was seriously injured, he was still quite agile. However, the power of the Shadow Lord was simply too great, and even Jiang Cheng could not withstand it for long. With another loud bang, Jiang Cheng was blasted away by the Shadow Lord's attack, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood streamed from his mouth like beads from a broken string, staining his clothes red. Meanwhile, in front of their televisions, everyone in every household held their breath, too tense to even breathe. They watched Jiang Cheng fall and rise again and again, their hearts filled with endless worry and admiration. Many girls closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and silently prayed for Jiang Cheng, hoping that he could pull through this ordeal. Go Jiangqing. Yes, you can do it. You're our hero. I don't know when it started, but everyone began shouting encouragement at the TV screen. The sound traveled from one city to another, forming a continuous, echoing sound that resounded through the sky. At this moment, the entire nation and the entire people were united as one, cheering for the victory of Jiangqing. We've seen everything you've done for us. Go, our heroes. Chapter 358 The War to Slay Gods begins. 10. The once lush forest is now fragmented, resembling a wasteland swept by a raging storm, with trees lying fallen. The ground was riddled with craters, and the huge cracks resembled hideous scars, telling the story of the fierce battle. Scattered branches and pebbles, mixed with thick blood, created a shocking scene. Amidst this devastation, a hideous and enormous figure stood, its body shattered and crisscrossed with knife wounds, from which black blood flowed slowly, as if it were filth from the abyss. You're almost done for. Prepare to die. The Lord of Shadows dragged his broken body, yet still exuded an invincible domineering aura as he charged towards Jiang Cheng. Its eyes gleamed with resentment and murderous intent, as if it wanted to devour Jiangqing completely. The Lord of Shadows swung his club with all his might and slammed it toward Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, who was already nearing the end of his life, was blasted away. Boom. A cloud of dust rose up. It looked especially desolate under the moonlight. Jiang Cheng collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. His entire body was soaked in blood, and his clothes were tattered, revealing the mangled flesh beneath. Every breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. The huge creature, whose body was almost completely destroyed on one side, stood not far away. Moonlight shone through the sparse clouds onto its broken body, creating a gloomy and terrifying scene. Its shadow was stretched long, like a giant demonic claw, trying to drag everything around it into darkness. You and that person are really alike. The Shadow Lord's voice was hollow and grating, like a murmur from the depths of hell. Its eyes became unfocused, as if it saw a figure in Jiang Cheng that it could never forget. In that tone, besides hatred, there was also a subtle, complex emotion that was hard to detect. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain all over his body, and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Of Shadows launched another attack, and Jiangqing met it with all his might. The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. Jiangqing's figure swayed precariously under the enormous impact, but he still did not fall. He used his own flesh and blood to demonstrate what it means to be indomitable and what it means to be brave. This battle is destined to become legendary. Jiang Cheng will prove himself to be the true hero through his actions. Boom, boom, boom. On the television screen, Jiang Cheng fell down countless times and struggled to get up again and again. Every time he stood up, it was as if he was declaring to the world, as long as he had a breath left, he would never bow down to evil. Suddenly, the Shadow Lord's attack came to an abrupt halt. It frowned and looked up at the sky with a strange gaze. A fiery red figure streaked across the night sky, like a deity descending from heaven, cold and noble. She was a woman dressed in a gorgeous red gown, with an extraordinary and unapproachable air about her. If you look closely, you can also see that her abdomen is slightly protruding. Watch on. Jiang Cheng gazed at that familiar figure, his heart surging with emotion. At that time, he transferred his magic to Jiang Luotian without holding anything back, but in the end, he couldn't even summon her. Who are you? When the Lord of Shadows came to his senses, he found that Jiang Cheng had vanished from the ground. Another stunningly beautiful woman had quietly appeared at the edge of the battlefield and led the heavily wounded Jiang Cheng away from danger. It was you who injured him like this? Ji Yuechan's voice was cold and authoritative, and her beautiful face was filled with anger and resentment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the depths of the Shadow Lord's soul. The Lord of Shadows snorted coldly, seemingly not taking this suddenly appearing woman seriously. Beside Jiang Cheng, Shin Linling was carefully examining his body with a concerned expression. Every time she touched a wound, her brows furrowed, her heartache evident. His eyes seemed brimming with tears, ready to burst forth at any moment. Looking at her face, which was full of worry, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, as if even the pain in his body had lessened. Linling, how did you and Yue-chan end up here? Jiang Cheng forced a smile, his voice weak and hoarse, like a broken wind chime. He knew he was at his limit and that it was already quite an achievement to have held on until now. How could I not come? You've sacrificed so much for us. How could I just stand by and watch you face this crisis alone? We saw you were in danger on TV and were extremely worried, so we immediately took a spaceship to get here. We couldn't contact you during the battle. Do you know how worried we were? Shin Linling said, tears finally streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. Jiang Cheng was filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't wanted Shin Linling and Ji Yue-chan to be in danger, since they were both pregnant. But seeing how worried they were about him, he was deeply moved. As for not being able to contact them, that's because his body lacks magic power, and his telepathy has also failed. You shouldn't have come. The Lord of Shadows looked at the hungry Princess Yue-chan in the sky, a hint of coldness and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Even if you join forces, so what? Before my Shadow Lord, you are nothing but ants. The Shadow Lord let out a wild laugh, which echoed in the night sky and sounded particularly jarring. As the laughter subsided, it swung its large club again, preparing to launch a new attack. The large club gleamed with a dark light under the moonlight, as if it contained boundless destructive power. He stomped hard on the ground, leaped into the air, and flew towards Ji Yue-chan, slamming down on her. Instantly, Ji Yue-chan's entire body was engulfed in blazing crimson flames, like a karmic lotus blooming from hell, tightly enveloping her graceful form. The flames not only illuminated the night sky as blood red, but also carried a chilling aura of destruction. Immediately afterwards, an extremely violent surge of energy erupted from her body, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a storm. Wherever it passed, the space trembled, the wind howled, and the heavens and earth changed color. A crimson dragon shadow slowly emerged behind Ji Yue-chan. The dragon shadow was enormous and majestic, with its head held high and its eyes flashing with raging fury. With a deafening roar, the dragon opened its mouth wide, and a powerful dragon breath roared out like a whirlwind, carrying the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth, rushing straight towards the Lord of Shadows. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 deafening roars, the Lord of Shadows was sent flying like a kite with a broken string under the impact of this destructive force, finally embedding himself hard into the ground, sending dust flying and shards of stone flying everywhere. That guy is probably exhausted after all the fighting, Jiang Cheng said, panting, to Shin Linling beside him. Linling, quickly channel some magic power into Luo Shun. You have plenty. Have Luo Shun bind him, and use heavenly punishment to kill him in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Shin Linling immediately understood Jiang Cheng's intention. She quickly went to Jiang Luoshan's side and saw that Jiang Luoshan's face was as pale as paper, and blood was still gushing from the huge hole in her chest. Her condition was critical, but Jiang Luoshan's eyes were unusually firm. She looked up at Shin Linling and smiled slightly. I can still hold on. Shin Linling nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. She quickly stretched out her hands, palms facing each other, and a pure and powerful magic surged from her body, flowing into Jiang Luoshan's body like a gentle stream. With the support of magic, a glint flashed in Jiang Luoshan's eyes. She took a deep breath, formed a hand seal, and prepared to bind it with vines. On the other side, the Lord of Shadows was already in grave danger under Ji Yue-chan's wrath. It was repeatedly knocked away, each impact accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and black blood splattering everywhere, making it look extremely miserable. General Ji, I'll trap this guy in a bit. The space-based weapons should be in place by now, right? Jiang Cheng asked GTNI. Powered up and ready to deploy. However, we need to calibrate the position, which will take about 15 seconds. Ji Tianya's voice rang out through the communicator, carrying an undeniable firmness. Although he was not on the battlefield, his mastery of technology and confidence seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, reaching the depths of everyone's heart. Is everything alright? Ji Tianya's tone revealed a hint of caution. After all, this concerned the direction of the entire battle, and even more so, the life and death of Jiang Cheng and many comrades. No problem. Jiang Cheng's answer was concise and powerful. Although his voice was weak, his determination and perseverance were as unbreakable as a rock. I am now nearing the edge of exhaustion, but so is the Lord of Shadows. If we can hold out until the very end, victory will surely be theirs. Jiang Cheng's eyes were fixed on the Shadow Lord, who was bound in the light. His massive body looked so helpless and vulnerable at this moment. If the energy beam from the space-based weapon hits its target precisely, this once feared demon will be completely annihilated into dust. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was not idle either. He endured the excruciating pain, channeling the remaining magical power within him to prepare for the final, brutal attack. He wanted to completely destroy the Shadow Lord's God core and then devour it. Only in this way could he ensure that the Shadow Lord would never appear again and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and every second felt incredibly long. As Shen Linlong's pure and powerful magic flowed into Jiang Luoshen's body like a gentle stream, her aura gradually became stronger. Taking advantage of the moment when the Shadow Lord was knocked down by Ji Yuechan's dragon breath, Jiang Luoshen immediately activated her ultimate skill, Descent of the Tree Realm. The earth stratus seemed to be suddenly ripped open by an invisible force, and countless thick vines, like awakened dragons, surged out from the ground, carrying immense vitality and power. These vines quickly intertwined, forming layer upon layer of airtight cages that tightly enveloped the Lord of Shadows. No, the Shadow Lord's originally hollow and piercing voice now carried a hint of terror and despair. It struggled frantically, trying to break free of the restraints, but the vines seemed to have a life of their own, tightening their grip as if to strangle it completely. This is impossible. I will get my revenge. I will definitely get my revenge. The Lord of Shadows roared hysterically, its eyes flashing with resentment and bitterness. However, no matter how much it struggled, it could not escape the terrifying power that had descended upon the tree realm. Rumble. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly resounded in the sky. That was the signal for the space-based weapon to be activated. A dazzling light pierced the night sky, striking the Shadow Lord, who was tightly wrapped in vines, with pinpoint accuracy, like the wrath of a god. 10-9-8. Ji Tianya's voice rang out in the communicator, starting the countdown. Jiang Cheng's heart also raced. 3-2-1. As the countdown ended, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth in the sky. It was a powerful beam of energy, like the wrath of a god, descending from the sky and striking the bound Shadow Lord with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled under this powerful force, as if even the heavens and earth changed color. Let out a final, mournful howl in this devastating blow. Its body was instantly torn into countless pieces, black blood splattering everywhere, as if telling of its final unwillingness and despair. And at that moment, the vines seemed to have completed their mission, slowly dissipating into the air. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng felt an indescribable joy welling up inside him. He knew that this demon, who had once struck fear into the hearts of countless people, had finally been completely eliminated. He staggered to Jiang Luoshen's side, looking at her pale, yet resolute face, his heart filled with self-reproach. Thank you. Jiang Cheng's voice was weak and hoarse, but every word was full of sincerity and deep affection. Meanwhile, the battlefield is gradually returning to its former tranquility. The trees and ground that had been damaged began to slowly recover under the nourishment of magic. It was as if nothing had happened. Only the lingering smell of blood in the air told the story of the thrilling battle that had just taken place. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the spot where the Shadow Lord had been destroyed. A pungent stench filled the air, the lingering evil aura of the Shadow Lord. Under the bombardment of high-density energy beams, this evil aura was burned away and had nowhere to hide. The central area was scorching hot, as if the ground had been baked by heavenly fire, leaving behind a layer of glass-like crystals that shimmered with an eerie light under the moonlight. At the center of the crystal, a strange sphere floated, slowly rotating and emitting a faint light, as if it contained infinite power. By devouring you, I will become even stronger. His power had undergone a qualitative leap after he devoured an ancient god in the Black Tower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight the Lord of Shadows to this extent, let alone hold on until now. He slowly extended his hand, palm facing the floating sphere, preparing to devour it. Just then, the sphere suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, as if trying to break free from some kind of restraint. Jiang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, but he quickly hardened his resolve and increased his magical output in an attempt to stabilize the sphere. Chapter 359 The War to Slay Gods begins. 11. As Jiang Cheng's magic continued to flow in, the light of the sphere gradually softened. It began to shrink slowly, eventually transforming into a stream of light that rushed directly into Jiang Cheng's palm and disappeared. Jiang Cheng felt a powerful force surging into his body, flowing endlessly through his meridians, making him feel more fulfilled and powerful than ever before. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, the battlefield gradually returned to its former tranquility as Jiang Cheng devoured the sphere. We won. We won. Looking at the scene before her, Zhang Luoxin's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh, as if she had unloaded all the burdens in her heart. At the same time, all the people watching the live broadcast erupted in a deafening roar, a sound as powerful and overwhelming as a tidal wave. We won. We really won. Countless people stared wide-eyed, their faces showing disbelief. Their mouths were slightly open, as if they could fit an egg inside, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and joy. Jiangqing is really too strong, a citizen shouted excitedly, his voice filled with admiration and respect. Yes, he just killed a god? Another citizen couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed the fact before him. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. A young man jumped up excitedly, waving his arms as if he had become part of the battle himself. Cheers erupted throughout the entire Dine Kingdom. The sound was like thunder, resounding through the sky as if it would shatter the entire heavens. Like Jianya, the cheers were deafening, with everyone celebrating Jiangqing's victory and admiring its strength. Su Chong breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the man on the screen, a look of surprise on her face. As she recalled her previous encounters with Jiang Cheng, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. No wonder you were able to kill the mysterious creature in the Black Tower. So that's how it is. Su Chong murmured to herself, her voice filled with admiration and praise. So that's how it is. I underestimated you. You can even hunt down gods. Looking at Jiang Cheng's determined eyes and powerful physique, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Her expression was exactly like that of a young girl seeing her hero, filled with admiration and longing. What a powerful man. House of Representatives. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The nation's highest leaders were gathered here, dressed in magnificent robes, their faces solemn as they gazed at the enormous screen before them. On the screen was a shocking scene of Jiang Cheng devouring the power of the gods. Several elderly men stared at the image on the screen, momentarily lost in thought, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. One of the men murmured to himself, "They really won. That was a god." His voice was filled with disbelief and awe. "Yes, this is simply a miracle," another old man exclaimed, a faint look of surprise on his face. "When he quelled the Black Pupil Rebellion in Jinya last time, I initially thought it was a lucky accident, and I was against awarding him a medal at the time." An old man slowly spoke, his voice revealing a hint of regret. "I never expected that he would be able to kill a god." The faces of the elderly men revealed surprise and admiration. They exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Cheng's strength had far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, the Emperor of Dian whispered, "My youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony is coming soon, and Jiang Cheng must be present." His voice, though deep, carried an undeniable authority. He was well aware of Jiang Cheng's strength and potential. He knew he had to hold on to such talent firmly. A figure stood behind him, nodding slightly to indicate that he had accepted the order. He was a guard dressed in a long black robe, with a stern face. But his eyes gleamed with awe and reverence for Jiang Cheng. Knowing that Jiang Cheng's strength was enough to shock the entire country, his mission was to ensure that Jiang Cheng could safely attend the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. "You should know what to do, right?" the Emperor of Dian said in a low voice. "Understood," the dark figure said respectfully, bowing his head. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, who had just finished a great battle, felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he was exhausted and weak, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. The world before him began to blur, eventually turning into complete darkness. He swayed and fell to the ground. "Jiang Cheng, Jiang Cheng. Upon seeing this, Shen Linlang and Ji Yuechan immediately called out his name anxiously and hugged him tightly in their arms. They could sense Jiang Cheng's weakness and were filled with worry. Jiang Cheng barely managed to open his heavy eyelids, and the faces of several beast girls came into view, their eyes filled with tension and concern. He forced a smile, trying to reassure them. I'm fine, take me back to rest for a while. Then everything will be all right. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng's eyelids closed heavily again, and he fell into a coma. A strong sense of unease welled up in Shen Linlang and Ji Yuechan's hearts. They held Jiang Cheng tightly, fearing that something might happen to him. Jiang Cheng's breathing became weak and rapid, and his face was as pale as paper, as if he would lose his life at any moment. Shen Linlang and Ji Yuechan called his name anxiously, but Jiang Cheng did not respond. About 9 days have passed. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was, the ceiling was white, and the surrounding light was soft and warm. He felt his body seemed much lighter, but at the same time, there was a slight soreness. He tried moving his body, and, finding nothing seriously wrong, slowly sat up from the bed. After settling in, he began to look around and found that it was a hospital room. The environment was very clean and tidy, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. On the small table next to me was a peeled apple. The enticing aroma of the apple mingled with the fresh air around me, making me feel exceptionally comfortable. 2 women were lying on the edge of the bed. Jiang Cheng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, and called out, Wana? What's wrong with me? As soon as he spoke, he realized that his voice was still a little hoarse. Hearing Jiang Cheng's call, Qin Wan slowly raised her head. Her previously tired face immediately lit up with excitement and joy. She rushed forward and hugged Jiang Cheng's neck tightly, as if she wanted to pour out all her worries and fears. Master, you finally recovered? Her voice was filled with joy and excitement, as if at this moment, the whole world had been revitalized. The other person was also awakened by the sudden noise. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and when she saw that Jiang Cheng had woken up, she immediately smiled with delight. The woman had fair, jade-like skin and red eyes, as if she had just been crying. She quickly rubbed her eyes, and after confirming she wasn't dreaming, she hugged Jiang Cheng tightly from the other side. Jiang Cheng, you're finally awake. I'm so happy. Fei Warner, I'm sorry to have worried you. Jiang Cheng gently patted the 2 women on the back, his heart filled with gratitude and guilt. He knew that they must have been very worried about him during this time. Lu Fei could no longer contain her excitement and joy. She hugged Jiang Cheng tightly, and her lips fell like a storm. The air began to heat up, as if the whole world was engulfed in this intense emotion. Seeing this scene, Qin Wan couldn't help but feel a strange impulse welling up inside her. Unable to suppress her inner desire, she began to gently remove Jiang Cheng's clothes, her movements soft and practiced, each action imbued with boundless affection and love. Suddenly, a person walked past the door. It was a woman wearing a suit jacket, with black velvet pantyhose clinging to her long, straight legs, and black patent leather-pointed stilettos clicking on the ground, making a crisp and rhythmic sound. She had a delicate and fair oval face, and her long, black hair was cleverly styled into an elegant updo. His slender, phoenix-shaped eyes were bright and piercing, deep and sharp, as if they could see into people's hearts. The narrow-fitting suit perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, exuding a unique and sexy charm characteristic of mature women. She had been walking briskly, but at this moment, she suddenly stopped. Through the crack in the door, she saw a shocking scene inside the ward. Lu Fei and Jiang Cheng were embracing tightly. You, she was deeply shocked, and uttered these 2 words in a trembling voice. She never expected that she would witness her daughter and Jiang Cheng being so intimate at this time. Lu Fei's eyes were alluring, but suddenly she heard a familiar voice and jumped in fright. She opened her eyes abruptly, looked towards the door, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Mother! She never expected that her mother, Su Chang, would appear here at this time. What brings you here? Lu Fei asked somewhat flusteredly, while hurriedly moving away from Jiang Cheng and tidying her clothes and hair, like a child caught red-handed by her parents for doing something wrong. Su Chang looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly tried to save face. I just came to see your beast soul master. However, despite saying this, Su Chang still couldn't hide the blush on her face. She was, after all, a traditional mother, and seeing her daughter so intimate with another man inevitably made her feel shy and uneasy. But she also understands that her daughter has grown up and has her own thoughts and choices. She only hoped that Jiang Cheng would treat his daughter sincerely and not let her get hurt. Mom isn't such an unenlightened person. After finishing speaking, Su Chong quickly changed the subject, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Jiang Cheng, this is a miraculous healing medicine I brought for you. I recently went to a temple in the Chilean mountains to get it for you, and it works very well. As she spoke, she gracefully walked to the bedside and gently placed a delicate little medicine bottle on the table. As she spoke, her sexy red lips parted slightly. Her moist lips and rounded cupid's bow seemed to possess an irresistible magic, deeply attracting Jiang Cheng's gaze. As she approached, Jiang Cheng caught a whiff of a captivating and unique fragrance. The rich, intoxicating scent of a mature woman, reminiscent of musk, yet not quite, utterly alluring and refreshing. You'd better treat my daughter well from now on. Su Chong gave him another word of advice, her eyes filled with expectation. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Feifei with deep affection one last time, and then turned to leave. However, at that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly grabbed Su Chang's hand gently, which made Su Chang's heart tremble. Madam, I'm fine now. You can stay and sit for a while longer. Jiang Cheng winked at her, his eyes revealing a hint of mischief and sincerity. Su Chang's heart skipped a beat. She swallowed hard and, as if possessed, sat down on the edge of the bed. By the way, how is Chairman Lu? Jiang Cheng suddenly asked a question, breaking the brief silence, his tone full of concern and respect. Su Chang's eyes instantly reddened, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, but she couldn't say them for a moment. Hey. Su Chang's voice was choked with emotion, each word sounding as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His condition is not very good. At this point, Lu Feifei's expression also darkened. Jiang Cheng's heart sank. He could feel the coldness of Su Chang's palms and the heaviness in her words. He hurriedly asked, how could this happen? Didn't you say he had stabilized? Su Chong lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, but she still forced herself not to let them fall. But during the few days you were in a coma, his condition suddenly worsened. The doctors did their best, but her words were filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of intense emotion. He stood up abruptly, his body still somewhat weak, but his eyes were unusually determined. Take me to see him. Maybe we can still salvage the situation. Really? Su Chong looked at Jiang Cheng, her eyes sparkling with hope. The radiance that had been dimmed by sorrow seemed to be illuminated in that instant, instantly regaining some of its vitality. She gripped Jiang Cheng's hands tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force, as if she had grasped the last straw. Jiang Cheng, do you really have a way? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with both anticipation and fear of disappointment. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and looked at Su Chong with a determined gaze. I can't guarantee it will work, but I'm willing to try my best. Chairman Lu has taken good care of me, so his business is my business. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's eyes welled up with tears again, but this time it was from being moved. She nodded, said nothing more, and simply squeezed Jiang Cheng's hand tightly in return. Chapter 360 The Lu Family. Jiang Cheng did some activities and found that he was in pretty good shape. Although he had been unconscious for a long time, his injuries were not actually too serious, since he had absorbed the soul of an ancient god in the Black Tower before he went there. Jiang Cheng absorbed another cocoon from an ancient god, and this powerful feeling became even more pronounced. Let's go. After tidying himself up, he followed Su Chong home. As Jiang Cheng followed Su Chong into her home, he was immediately enveloped by a light and pleasant fragrance. The scent is a blend of subtle lavender and a hint of woody notes. A deep breath can even have a calming and soothing effect. The room is simply yet stylishly furnished, with each piece of furniture placed in its proper place, making it neither too crowded nor too spacious. A large double bed occupies the center of the room, covered with clean, soft, and delicate white sheets. A pair of exquisite slippers were placed beside the bed, clearly prepared with care for the owner. On the desk by the window, several thick books are neatly stacked, next to a retro desk lamp. The soft light shines on the pages, creating a tranquil and warm atmosphere. The entire room was spotless, showing that Su Chong had taken great care to tidy it up recently. Su Chong led Jiang Cheng to the bedside, where a person was lying. It was Lu Yuan. His face was as pale as paper, his lips were purple, and he looked like he was on his last legs. His condition was indeed not good. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he were in an endless sleep from which he could not wake up. Upon seeing this, Su Chang's expression instantly turned serious. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes gleamed with deep worry and anxiety. Her once elegant and composed face was now shrouded in a faint sorrow, like a flower about to wither, evoking pity in the heart. Countless doctors have examined him, but none of them have found any problems. In fact, many hospitals have concluded that he is perfectly healthy. Jiang Cheng, you must save him. Seeing Su Chang's pleading expression, Jiang Cheng nodded. He slowly walked to the bedside, stretched out his right hand, palm facing up, and a strange light instantly surged from his palm, gently enveloping Lu Yuan's body. This light, like warm sunlight piercing through the clouds, carried an indescribable, mysterious power. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes tightly, unleashed his full soul power, and forcefully entered Lu Yuan's chaotic sea of consciousness. He knew that the problem with Lu Yuan, who was unconscious, was likely at the level of consciousness. Upon entering Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, Jiang Cheng was immediately shocked by the scene before him. Countless colorful bubbles floated in the air, each bubble seemingly an independent little world containing fragments of Lu Yuan's memories. These memory bubbles shimmered with a soft light, adorning the entire sea of consciousness in a dreamlike and ethereal way. Jiang Cheng frowned. He began to touch these memory bubbles. With each one he touched, a memory would flood his mind like a tide. These memories flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind like film reels, giving him a deeper understanding of Lu Yuan's life. However, Jiang Cheng searched the entire sea of consciousness, but still couldn't find Lu Yuan's main consciousness. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What exactly is going on? Could it be that Lu Yuan's consciousness has been severely damaged, and he is trapped in a certain memory, unable to escape? Jiang Cheng had two initial guesses in his mind, and at the same time felt a headache coming on. There are so many memory bubbles here. Do I really have to click on each one to check them? That would be such a daunting task. Just as he was about to give up on this unrealistic idea, Jiang Cheng's gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner. In that corner, he discovered the boundary of Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. And at this moment, this boundary was partially damaged, as if it had been torn apart by some powerful force. Jiang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly approached to investigate. To his surprise, he discovered that the damaged boundary was actually emanating a trace of the aura of an ancient god. He suddenly realized, how strange. It seems that Lu Yuan has been corrupted by the ancient god, and part of his sea of consciousness has collapsed. Then his main consciousness activated a protective mechanism, causing him to sink into a certain memory, thereby slowing down the time it takes for him to be devoured by the ancient god. This discovery shocked and alarmed Jiang Cheng. He knew that Lu Yuan's situation was more complicated and dangerous than he had imagined. He must find Lu Yuan's main consciousness as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath to calm himself. He began to observe these memory bubbles more carefully, trying to find clues related to Lu Yuanju's consciousness. Outside, Jiang Cheng remained in a statue-like posture, sitting on the edge of the bed with his head down, as if he were isolated from the whole world. Su Chang looked anxiously at the two men in front of her, feeling uneasy, like a small boat tossed about in a storm. Suddenly, a commotion outside broke the brief silence. Su Chang! Su Chang! A hoarse voice rang out from outside the door, carrying a hint of urgency and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Su Chang frowned, and his breathing became somewhat disordered. However, they still opened the door. The middle-aged man's face was marked by the passage of time, with wrinkles crisscrossing like ravines. When he spoke, he revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, and a trace of saliva clung to the corner of his mouth, making him look utterly repulsive. Third uncle. Su Chang's expression instantly turned wary, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and disgust. This so-called third uncle had always been a thorn in her side, and his appearance now undoubtedly made Su Chang feel even more uneasy. Chang-er, don't be nervous. I am your husband's uncle. Now that Lu Yuan is like this, it is my responsibility to take care of you and your daughter. The middle-aged man spoke shamelessly, his eyes gleaming with ill intent, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Chang with ill intent, his eyes filled with lewdness and greed. His gaze swept over Su Chang, as if trying to see through every inch of her skin. Su Chang felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Suppressing her anger and disgust, she coldly said, "Third uncle, what brings you here? If you're here to visit Lu Yuan, I'm very grateful. But if you have other intentions, I advise you to give up on them as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, The middle-aged man gave an embarrassed smile, but he didn't give up. He chuckled and said, "Chang'er, what are you saying? I'm here to genuinely care about you. Lu Yuan is in this state now. It must be hard for you to take care of him all by yourself, right? Why don't I lend you a hand?" Chapter 361 Shameless Scoundrel. As he spoke, he actually reached out, trying to touch Su Chong. Su Chong was startled by his sudden action and quickly stepped back, dodging his groping hand. Her eyes were filled with anger and warning. "Third uncle, please have some self-respect. This is my home, not a place where you can run wild. Third uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but he hasn't woken up yet. I'll let you know if there's any further news." Su Chong raised her voice, trying to make this annoying middle-aged man back down. However, the middle-aged man chuckled, his face revealing an even more roguish expression. "Hey, you're being too polite. Lu Yuan is here with you. Can I see my nephew?" As he spoke, he actually tried to force his way into the room. Seeing this, Su Chang's anger intensified. She said coldly, "Third uncle, I need to rest now. Please leave." These words were like a thorn, instantly making the middle-aged man's expression wary. "Why are you so nervous? Could it be that you're hiding someone?" He narrowed his eyes, sizing Su Chong up and down, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. "I'm warning you, Su Chong, once you're a member of the Lu family, you're a member of the Lu family for life. If you dare to find another man, don't blame us for using family discipline. With your abilities, there are plenty of people in the family who want you." After saying that, he actually reached out that disgusting hand again, trying to touch Su Chang's face. His actions were frivolous and unrestrained, as if he didn't care about Su Chong at all. Su Chong could no longer bear it. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes, and she slapped the middle-aged man hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed throughout the room, like a heavy hammer blow to everyone's hearts. The middle-aged man was stunned by the blow. He covered his face, a flash of astonishment and anger in his eyes. "You dare hit me!" he roared, like a wild beast that had been provoked. However, Su Chong did not back down. She looked coldly at the middle-aged man, her eyes filled with determination and resolve. "Third uncle, please have some self-respect. This is my home, not a place where you can run wild. If you dare to be disrespectful again, humph." Although her voice was calm, it carried an undeniable power that made the middle-aged man pause in surprise. He glanced at Su Chong, then at Lu Yuan lying on the bed, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Get lost. Do you still think you're that pampered young mistress you used to be? Give me a break." The middle-aged man suddenly let out a strange cry, exerted his strength, shoved Su Chong aside, and strode into the bedroom, like a ferocious wild beast trying to uncover all the secrets. "I'd like to see what you're up to," he roared, and upon entering the bedroom, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His gaze lingered on Jiang Chung for a moment. Then a look of sudden realization appeared on his face, as if all the mysteries had been solved. "You've got something to hide. You've been hiding someone in the house, and you even dared to hit me. You've really gone too far. I'll make sure the whole Lu family knows you're having an affair." The middle-aged man was furious, his face turning bright red, like a bomb about to explode. He glared at Su Chong, his eyes burning with rage as if he wanted to consume her completely. Then, his gaze fell on Jiang Chung, and he began to examine him carefully. Jiang Chung had his head down, so only half of his face was visible, but that half face was enough to make people feel his extraordinary temperament. A flicker of jealousy and resentment flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he roared, "So young? I never expected you to like this kind of pretty boy. Can't someone more mature like me be acceptable?" Su Chong trembled at his words, feeling a sudden, inexplicable fear. Because of Lu Yuan's coma, she was no longer able to transform into a beast. At this moment, she was just a weak woman. If he really had any malicious intentions, she didn't dare to think any further. Her eyes were filled with panic and helplessness, and her voice trembled as she said, "Third uncle, how could you say that? What exactly do you want to do?" Her voice was full of pleading. The middle-aged man seemed not to hear her words. He chuckled, a more sinister expression appearing on his face. "What do I want to do? Of course, I want you to know the consequences of betraying the Lu family." As he spoke, he slowly approached Su Chong, like a cat closing in on its prey. Seeing this, Su Chong was extremely anxious. She wanted to stop it, but she was powerless to do so, and could only slowly back away. What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do? Of course, I want to do things you like." Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, a burning desire rose within him. "Su Chong, just give in to me. If you satisfy me, maybe I'll spare your two daughters. I only want you. If you don't obey me, I'll make you wish you were dead. I want not only you, but also your 2 daughters." The middle-aged man's words were full of threats and lewdness. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf, staring intently at Su Chong, as if he wanted to devour her alive. "Third uncle, aren't you afraid that when my Lu Yuan wakes up, he'll tear you to pieces?" Su Chong shouted, trying to use Lu Yuan to intimidate this shameless middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man merely snorted coldly, his face revealing an even more arrogant expression. "Humph, he's in deep trouble now, isn't he? I've already heard that this kid was too lucky with women, and now he's getting his comeuppance. I think he might never wake up again." After saying that, he laughed wildly, his laughter filled with smugness and malice. Su Chong felt a chill run down her spine from his laughter. She knew she was now in dire straits. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes flashing with determination and resentment. You shameless scoundrel. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. "Stubborn. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Once I possess you, I'll kill Lu Yuan, and then he'll never come back to life, right?" With that, he lunged at Su Chong. However, at that moment, a cold and firm voice suddenly rang out in the room. "Stop." The middle-aged man paused, turned his head, and saw that the boy beside the bed had opened his eyes at some point and was looking at him coldly. His eyes seemed to contain endless coldness, causing the middle-aged man to shiver involuntarily. You're awake?" the middle-aged man stammered, his smugness vanishing instantly. Chapter 362 Treatment. Jiang Cheng didn't answer him, but slowly stood up, walked to Su Chang's side, and protected her behind him. "Your chairman Lu's third uncle? Who are you?" The man was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened immediately. "You must be Jiang Cheng." Uncle Lu had seen the scene of Jiang Cheng killing gods on TV before. It left a very deep impression on me. I never expected to actually meet him in person this time. "No, that's right. I am the third uncle of the Lu family," the man said somewhat nervously. "Third uncle, as an elder of the Lu family, you have done such a shameless thing. It is truly despicable." Jiang Cheng's voice was cold and authoritative, as if every word contained endless power. The middle-aged man felt guilty under his gaze and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What do you want?" "What do I want?" Jiang Cheng sneered. "Of course, I want to bring scum like you to justice. And I warn you, if you dare to do anything improper to Su Chong or her family again, I will never let you off the hook." His voice was filled with murderous intent and determination, which made the middle-aged man tremble with fear. He knew he had really bitten off more than he could chew this time. "You wait, I won't let you get away with this." The middle-aged man threw down a harsh threat and was about to turn around. Looking at his retreating figure, a hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He moved with lightning speed, grabbing the man by the back and pulling him back like a chick, the force leaving the man powerless to resist. "You think I, Jiang Cheng, am invisible, coming and going as you please?" Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful as he asked the question, his words revealing an air of dominance and disdain, like a king looking down at ants. The man's body trembled slightly before Jiang Cheng, his voice filled with fear and unease. "Then, what do you want?" This is my family matter. What does it have to do with you?" His eyes flickered, clearly intimidated by Jiang Cheng's fierce aura, and he even stammered. "Family matters?" Jiang Cheng sneered, his voice full of mockery. "You have the nerve to talk about family matters with such shameless behavior? Apologize. I want you to apologize to Su Chong." His eyes were like sharp swords, fixed on the man, his anger surging within them as if it would erupt at any moment. Standing beside Jiang Cheng, Su Chong felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she sensed the powerful aura emanating from him. Looking at the man who had stood up for her, she felt as if he were a savior who had descended from the heavens. "Apologize, or do you want to taste the power of my fist?" Jiang Cheng's eyes grew colder as he gripped the man's arm tightly, his strength almost unbearable for the other. The man finally succumbed to the pressure exerted by Jiang Cheng. He knelt down with a thud, his face filled with fear and submission. I'm sorry, Su Chong, I was wrong, please forgive me." His voice trembled, filled with remorse. Jiang Cheng looked at the man, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes, before slowly releasing his grip. He turned to look at Su Chong, his tone much gentler. "Su Chong, this kind of scum isn't worth getting angry at. If he dares to harass you again, just tell me." Su Chong gritted her teeth, nodded, and turned her face away from Jiang Cheng, but a hint of gratitude was revealed in her eyes. The man felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly ran outside, as if he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, something bad would happen to him. Jiang Cheng carefully closed the door. As he turned around, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he sneered inwardly. As Uncle Lu fled as fast as he could, he cursed Jiang Cheng's ancestors for 8 generations in his mind, as if this could vent his fear and resentment. Damn Jiang Cheng, you just wait. I swear, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces someday. However, before his curses could even finish, everything went black as a black cloth was put over his head, and then he was mercilessly dragged to the ground. He was about to shout when several people beat him to the ground, rendering him unable to utter a sound. When he woke up again, he found himself in a dark little room, and he was being hung from the ground. All around was silent, with only his own breathing and heartbeat echoing in his ears. Suddenly, a faint beam of light shone in, and a woman with a lithe figure walked in, holding a sharp knife in her hand, glaring at him menacingly. The blade gleamed coldly in the darkness, as if it would fall at any moment and end him completely. Who are you? Uncle Lu's voice trembled as he tried to see the woman in front of him clearly, but he only felt that her figure was somewhat familiar. Wait, I remember now, you're Jiang Cheng's beast girl. The man stared at the woman before him, his eyes widening in terror. He finally remembered her identity. She was Jiang Luotian, the powerful beast girl who served Jiang Cheng. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Uncle Lu began to apologize incoherently. I already know I was wrong, and your master Jiang Cheng has already said he'll let me off the hook. However, Jiang Luotian merely sneered, her eyes filled with indifference and disdain. Suddenly, a thick vine burst forth from the ground, as if it were alive, and tightly wrapped around the hilt of the knife in Jiang Luotian's hand. As if responding to her call, preparing to give this shameless person the punishment he deserved. My master said he'd let you go, but that doesn't mean I'll let you go too. Jiang Luotian chuckled coldly, the laughter echoing in the dark room, carrying a strange chill. She turned and left, her movements light and graceful, like a cat toying with a mouse she had caught. And the vine holding the dagger actually replaced a human hand, slowly and precisely cutting into his body. The sharp dagger, manipulated by the vines, seemed to come alive, each cut precise enough to inflict extreme pain without being immediately fatal. Oh no, it hurts so much. Uncle Lu's howls echoed in the dark room. He struggled desperately, but the vines held him firmly like iron clamps, making him unable to move. Jiang Luotian ignored his howls and gently closed the door, shutting out the painful groans. Cut at a time, beneath her vines, until he fully understood that some people were simply too dangerous for him to mess with. Meanwhile, at Lu Yuan's home, Jiang Cheng's expression also appeared somewhat solemn. Chapter 363, Could it be premeditated? Your husband is no longer conscious, which is very strange. Jiang Cheng said in a deep voice, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He could sense that although Su Chang's husband's body was still there, his soul seemed to have left this world. He won't never wake up again, will he? Su Chang said with a worried expression, her voice trembling slightly. At this moment, she no longer possessed the strength of a beast soul master, and was almost no different from an ordinary woman. She could only rely on the man in front of her, the man who had just helped her drive away her annoying third uncle. Jiang Cheng sighed, his expression somewhat strange, as if he were recalling something. Perhaps it depends on his fate. Jiang Cheng, there's still hope for him, right? Please, I'll do anything to save him. Su Chang's voice carried a hint of pleading, as if a drowning person had grasped at the last straw, his expression tense and anxious. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back, a blend of resilience and vulnerability that evoked pity in the viewer. Jiang Cheng gave Su Chang a deep look. The dim yellow light in the room softly shone on her, adding a touch of warmth to her porcelain-like face. She was slender and graceful, and looked even more charming under the light and shadow. Her hair exuded a faint fragrance, and every breath seemed to release its aroma, all of which made Jiang Cheng's heartstrings tremble slightly. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly considering how to begin. There is a way, but I don't know if you're willing to do it. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Su Chang's eyes. She stared intently at Jiang Cheng, waiting for him to continue. What method? I'm willing to do anything to save him. Her voice was firm and resolute, and she was prepared to give everything. Jiang Cheng was moved when he saw the determination in Su Chang's eyes. He knew this method might not be easy for Su Chang to accept, but to save her husband, he had no choice but to take the risk. This method requires you. Jiang Chung slowly began to speak, recounting the somewhat shocking method in detail. As he narrated, Su Chang's expression changed continuously, from initial shock and disbelief, to later contemplation and hesitation, and finally to firmness and determination. That's how it is? Su Chang was completely dumbfounded. Will this work? I think it's worth a try. I know it might be a little embarrassing for you, but it's also to save Chairman Liu. Jiang Chung said somewhat awkwardly. I'm willing. Su Chang's voice trembled slightly, but it was unusually firm. I'm willing to try anything to save him. Jiang Chung nodded. His method was simple. Lu Yuan's consciousness was probably trapped in a certain memory and couldn't return. Therefore, the only thing that could be used was the joy of the moment when he experienced the happiest time of his life, allowing Jiang Chung to find a glimmer of opportunity. And the most joyful moment. Madam, if you find this difficult, we can think of other solutions. Jiang Cheng's words carried a hint of understanding. He knew that this request was indeed somewhat difficult for Su Chang to make. I can give it a try. Since you are my daughter's beast soul master, then from now on we are family. Su Chang bit her bright red lips, as if she had made up her mind. She took a deep breath and said slowly, My mind is made up, and I hope you will do your best. Her eyes gleamed with a resolute light, as if she were prepared to give everything. In that case, let's begin. Jiang Chung took a deep breath, trying to adjust his mindset. Su Chang blushed and came to the bedside, beginning to utter strange words. Her words trailed off with a soft murmur, like a low song or a gentle whisper. Coupled with Su Chang's slightly coquettish voice, it makes people feel excited and their hearts race. Her voice seemed to possess a magical power, capable of penetrating people's hearts and touching the deepest emotions. Her figure was incredibly graceful, swaying gently by the bedside like a blooming flower. As Su Chang spoke those words, she began to hum along. The voice was soft and rhythmic, as if telling a touching story. Perhaps sensing Jiang Cheng's presence, her face flushed even more, like a ripe apple. Her neck was a deep crimson, like clouds reflected in the sunset. Looking at Su Chang in front of him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a strange emotion welling up in his heart. He recalled his time in the Black Tower, those days he spent with Su Chang, as if they were still vivid in his mind. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pounding in his heart. Time passed by, and Su Chang was exhausted and covered in sweat. Her hair clung to her forehead with sweat, adding to her alluring charm. Her red lips were slightly parted, exuding an alluring fragrance, like a blooming rose, making one want to kiss her. Jiang Chung restrained his inner desires. He walked up to Lu Yuan, his eyes resolute, and reached out his hand, intending to enter Lu Yuan's world of consciousness once again. His fingers gently touched Lu Yuan's forehead, and a warm power instantly surged into Lu Yuan's body. Jiang Chung closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently on Lu Yuan's world of consciousness. In Lu Yuan's world of consciousness, Jiang Chung seemed to be in an endless maze. He searched everywhere for Lu Yuan's lost soul. In the ocean of consciousness, there are countless bubbles, each containing Lu Yuan's memories. Su Chang watched Jiang Chung nervously from the side, her hands clenched together, praying that Jiang Chung could successfully find Lu Yuan's soul. Her eyes flickered with worry and expectation, as well as a deep, hidden desire. Although this was all to save Lu Yuankai, when Jiang Chung began to meditate and remained motionless, Su Chang subconsciously began to scrutinize Jiang Cheng's handsome face. Before long, she didn't know why, but the object of her fantasy suddenly became this young-looking man. Could it be? She suddenly realized a very serious problem. Will I? No, it was only by chance that I ended up having a relationship with him. As she pondered, Su Chang's eyes became unfocused. Come to think of it, this guy is indeed quite nice. If I were younger, I might have been attracted to him too. No wonder her daughter fell in love with her. Suddenly, Su Chang's heart skipped a beat. His daughter originally wanted to come along, but Jiang Chung coaxed her away on the way. Could it be that this was all for this moment? Chapter 360 for the fall. No, he can't be that kind of person. Su Chang's mind was in turmoil. A lake, creating ripples and making Jiang Cheng's blood boil. However, he suppressed the pounding in his heart and continued to search carefully in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, trying to find that possible anomaly. However, this search also yielded no results. Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness was like a deep and vast starry sky, and those orbs of light were like stars scattered within it, each carrying a piece of Lu Yuan's memory, but his lost soul was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chung frowned, pondering to himself, Do I really need to try many times to find that crucial point? He slowly withdrew from Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness, and when he looked up, he met Su Chang's eyes, which were filled with complex emotions. She was staring at him without moving, her rosy lips slightly parted, and her delicate, lilac-like tongue could be faintly seen trembling gently, as if telling a silent seduction. Jiang Cheng involuntarily swallowed, and his feet moved toward her without his noticing. Madam, I still have nothing to show for his consciousness, but I estimate that if I search a few more times, I will definitely be able to find him. Jiang Cheng's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Upon hearing this, Su Chang was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes widened, a hint of shame and indignation flashing in them. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng, her gaze brimming with allure. I thought to myself, you don't expect me to do something so embarrassing in the future, do you? However, Jiang Cheng seemed oblivious to her dissatisfaction, or perhaps he deliberately ignored it. He reached out as if possessed, and gently put his arm around Su Chang's rounded shoulder. The touch was as warm and smooth as jade, which made his heart flutter. Jiang Cheng you. Su Chang's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that this seemingly composed young man would make such a bold move at this moment. Jiang Cheng, however, appeared unusually calm. He smiled gently and said, I'm afraid that madam will get tired. This statement sounds like concern, but it also carries a hint of ambiguity. Su Chang felt a tightness in her heart, followed by a surge of inexplicable heat. She felt her whole body was burning up, as if she were enveloped by an invisible flame. Jiang Cheng's hand seemed to possess some kind of magic. Even a light touch could elicit a strong physical reaction from her. Just as her thoughts were racing and she was at a loss, she suddenly felt a warm touch on her lips. Her mind went completely blank in an instant. All her thoughts and resistance vanished in that moment. She stared wide-eyed at Jiang Cheng's deep eyes, who was so close to her, and a surge of unprecedented emotions welled up in her heart. About 2 hours later, Su Chang finally came to her senses. She sat up abruptly, covered her lips tightly with her hands, and looked on in shock and disbelief. Jiang Cheng, you should leave now, and never come to my house again. Su Chang said in a panicked tone, her voice filled with determination. Every time I am alone with Jiang Cheng, I find it hard to control my inner impulses. There's only the difference between the first time and countless times in this kind of thing, and she can't let herself get stuck in such a quagmire. What's more, her daughters Lu Feifei and Lu Yi are both beast girls from Jiangcheng. How could she do such a thing? How will she face them in the future? Su Chang's eyes were gloomy, and her heart was filled with struggle and pain. Madam, actually you don't need to feel any guilt about this matter. Jiang Cheng tried to comfort her, but she interrupted him. Stop talking, let's go. Su Chang grabbed Jiang Cheng's clothes and started throwing them at him, her tone full of anxiety and determination. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly, slowly put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Before leaving, he glanced back at Su Chang, his eyes flashing with a complex light. Madam, you are very beautiful. I will come again next time. After saying that, he gently closed the door, leaving Su Chang alone in the room to suffer. Su Chang closed her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. The inner struggle and contradictions surged like a tide, making it hard for her to breathe. She didn't know how to face all of this, nor did she know where the future would lead. The room fell silent, with only Su Chang's sobs echoing in the air. Jiang Cheng returned to Jianya and went to the property under Ji Yuechan's name. The women were anxiously waiting for him, with Lu Feifei and Lu Yi particularly restless and filled with worry. Sister, do you think Jiangxing might do something bad? He's been gone for so long. I'm so scared. Lu Yi clenched her hands tightly, her eyes flashing with unease. Although Lu Feifei was also somewhat uncertain, she tried her best to comfort her sister. It shouldn't be, right? Jiang Cheng has always been very steady, and he went there for our father's sake. However, despite this, she also felt a vague unease in her heart. After all, Jiang Cheng's previous performance was indeed somewhat, even. My own sister too. Just as the two sisters were waiting anxiously, a tall and handsome figure slowly walked over from a distance. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, as if they had seen a savior. Lu Yi and Lu Feifei rushed forward and asked in unison, Jiang Cheng, you're finally back. Is our father all right? Jiang Cheng looked at the two sisters in front of him for a moment, then seemed dazed. Upon closer inspection, it's not hard to see that Lu Feifei and Lu Yi do bear a resemblance to their mother, Suchong. This stirred up a complex mix of emotions within him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his turmoil, and said calmly, "It may take some more treatment." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yi frowned slightly, then suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Cheng. "Why do you smell fishy?" "Huh?" Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Lu Yi to have such a keen sense of smell. However, he quickly regained his composure and said seriously, "Oh, this. I just passed by the market and maybe I accidentally picked up a little bit of the smell." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's brows relaxed slightly, but a hint of doubt remained in her eyes. "Really?" the two women asked back, their eyes still holding a hint of inquiry. "Of course it's true," Jiang Cheng said firmly, his eyes full of sincerity. "Oh." The two women exchanged a glance. Although they still had some doubts, they could only give up for the time being when they saw Jiang Cheng's insistence. After dinner, as night fell, everyone prepared to go to bed. Jiang Cheng lay on the soft sofa, but Su Chang's beautiful face involuntarily appeared in his mind. His heart began to race, and his breathing became rapid. Chapter 365, Will he come tomorrow? Su Chang. This woman, he must get his hands on her. She is not only outstanding in appearance, but also has unlimited potential and is expected to evolve into an SSS-level being in the future. Keeping her in the Lu family would be a terrible waste. Just as Jiang Cheng was lost in his thoughts, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Cheng asked, coming back to his senses. "It's us." Lu Yi and Lu Feifei's voices came from outside the door, tinged with shyness and anticipation. "Come in." Jiang Cheng sat up, straightened his clothes, and gestured for them to come in. As the door was gently pushed open, two graceful figures slowly entered the room. Lu Yi and Lu Feifei were wearing light pajamas, their graceful figures faintly visible under the light. Their faces showed a hint of shyness, but even more so, concern for Jiang Cheng. Lu Yi spoke first. "Jiang Cheng, we have something we'd like to talk to you about." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and gestured for them to sit down. "What is it? Go ahead and say it. I'm listening." The two sisters exchanged a glance, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. But in the end, Lu Feifei mustered her courage and said softly, "Jiang Cheng, we know you've been treating our father, and we're very grateful to you. But we also want to know, how is our father doing? And did you notice anything unusual at his house today?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's heart stirred. He understood that the two sisters were very concerned about Lu Yuan's condition and were also full of curiosity about what had happened that day. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Your father's condition is rather complicated and requires further treatment. As for today, some things did happen, but don't worry, I will handle it." Jiang Cheng's words, though concise, revealed an undeniable firmness. Upon hearing this, the two sisters exchanged a glance, and both saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. After a while, the two turned to look at Jiang Cheng again. Then Jiang Cheng, are you feeling better?" Lu Feifei looked at Jiang Cheng sitting on the bed, her eyes full of worry, her voice so soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. "I'm almost fully recovered, don't worry." Jiang Cheng replied with a warm and profound smile, as if it could dispel all gloom. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei blushed and her eyes flickered, as if she had something to say but found it difficult to speak. Finally, she mustered her courage and whispered, "Principal Ji and Sister Shin both have babies. I want to have a baby for you." After she finished speaking, her face flushed even more, like a ripe apple, so shy that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, not daring to look Jiang Cheng in the eye, but she couldn't help but steal glances at him, her eyes filled with expectation and longing. Seeing this, Lu Yi, who was standing nearby, also mustered up her courage and said, I wanted to." Her voice was equally shy, but her tone revealed her deep love and dependence on Jiang Cheng. She held her sister's hand tightly, as if trying to draw strength from it. Jiang Cheng looked at the two sisters in front of him and felt a warm feeling well up in his heart. He reached out and gently took their hands, feeling the warmth and delicacy of their palms. He knew that the two girls' feelings for him were so pure and sincere that he couldn't resist them. The two sisters' eyes sparkled with happiness. Their hearts already belonged to Jiang Cheng. No matter what the future held, they were willing to stay by his side, bear his children, and spend their lives together. Jiang Cheng hugged them tightly, feeling their body temperature and the sound of their breathing. His heart was filled with happiness and contentment, as if at this moment, he was the happiest person in the world. As night deepened, A warm and ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. Jiang Chung and the two sisters slept in each other's arms, their heartbeats and breaths gradually synchronizing, as if their souls had become one. The air was extremely hot and dry at one point. Jinghai. In a courtyard of unparalleled luxury. Jinghai. In a luxurious courtyard, the gold and jade were so magnificent that it seemed like a paradise on earth. The mansion was so luxurious that words could not describe it. The towering pavilions and towers, with their carved beams and painted rafters, all reveal ingenuity and craftsmanship. The golden glazed tiles shimmered in the sunlight, like countless golden stars twinkling. Inside the mansion, exotic flowers and rare herbs vied for attention, their fragrance filling the air, creating a sea of flowers. In one corner of the mansion, a shimmering swimming pool is set like a dazzling pearl. The water surface shimmered and was crystal clear, like a giant mirror reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the surrounding scenery. A splashing sound broke the silence. A young girl's figure emerged from the water, her entire body rising like a lotus flower, exuding an unadorned, natural beauty. Her skin, reflected in the water droplets, appeared as smooth as cream, as if it were the most perfect sculpture by nature, every inch radiating a soft glow. Water droplets slid down her long and elegant neck, landing on her delicate, fair collarbone, outlining a captivating line. The light shone on her, giving her a soft golden glow, adding to her sacred and extraordinary aura. Her long hair spread out like seaweed, wet and clinging to her back, with a few strands fluttering gently in the breeze, making her look like a fairy descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with features as delicate as a fairy in a painting. Especially her eyes, which were as deep and bright as autumn water, as if they could see into a person's heart. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth, and a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, making her even more captivating. At this moment, she was wiping the water droplets from her face with her hand, her movements elegant and natural, as if every action contained endless charm. Your Highness, this is the information you asked me to find. A female guard respectfully walked to her side, took out a stack of photos from her storage ring, and presented them with both hands. Qin Shiyu stretched out her water, dampened fingers, and gently picked up a photograph to look at it. Her gaze lingered on the photograph for a moment, and suddenly, she began to tremble all over. It's this lecherous scoundrel, she said through gritted teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes. Last time, this guy saw her completely naked while she was taking a shower, and she'd been holding a grudge ever since. She never expected to see his picture here today. If I hadn't seen him on the live stream last time, I would have thought I would never find him again in my life. What a despicable guy. Qin Shiyu became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, her little face puffed up with anger. However, when she recalled the boy's face again, her mood calmed down a little. Luckily, that guy isn't too ugly. That was the only way she could console herself, a slight smile curving her lips into a charming smile. Do you think he'll come tomorrow for my coming-of-age ceremony? Chapter 366, Choosing a Husband. The next day, Jinghai, Central Plaza. Like a dazzling pearl set in the heart of the city, its grand scale is breathtaking. The square is dotted with flower beds, a dazzling array of colors. 15,600 varieties of flowers are vying for attention, like nature's most magnificent palette, casually scattered across this land, each blooming with its own unique charm. In the sky, fighter jets shuttled like shooting stars. They were all different in shape, some like eagles spreading their wings, others like dragons playing with pearls. Each flight left a dazzling trail, decorating the sky in a way that was both futuristic and magnificent. The square was packed with people from all directions, some celebrating with their families, others with friends, and everyone's face was filled with joy and anticipation. Colorful flags fluttered gently in the breeze, like waves on the ocean, creating a sea of joy. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly shone in the sky, and a huge light screen slowly appeared, as if the heavens had descended, attracting everyone's attention. On the light screen, the magnificent arena in the center of the central square is clearly reflected. It is not only the stage for today's celebration, but also a place that witnesses glory and dreams. Today, talented individuals from all over the country will gather here to compete for the final crown. As a burst of rousing music began, a grand honor guard slowly approached from afar, dressed in magnificent formal attire, their steps firm and solemn. Members of the royal family and several high-ranking officials of the Dayan clan led the procession, wearing dazzling crowns and carrying scepters that symbolized power and status. Every step they took exuded an inviolable majesty and nobility. They wore faint smiles, but their eyes revealed depth and wisdom, as if they could see through everything in the world. Finally, the honor guard stopped in front of the towering platform, which resembled a palace in the sky, slowly rising with the roar of machinery until it was level with the light screen. The royal family and high-ranking officials took their seats in turn. Their figures, illuminated by the light screen, appeared even more majestic and sacred, as if they were born kings who controlled the destiny of this world. At this moment, the entire city of Jinghai seemed to stand still, all eyes focused on the high platform, awaiting the start of the grand ceremony. My heart is filled with boundless anticipation and awe for the future. At the very center of the platform sat the emperor of the entire Dayan kingdom, clad in a dragon robe, exuding an imposing and awe-inspiring presence. Beside the emperor was his empress, a woman of unparalleled beauty and charm. She looked very young, clearly well-maintained, and exuded the grace of an empress. Her face was like a newly blooming lily, fresh and refined, with a touch of gentle tenderness. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and every smile of hers was enough to make all the flowers pale in comparison. On the other side of the emperor was the protagonist of today's celebration, the most beloved little princess, Qin Shuyu. Today, Qin Shuyu, after being carefully dressed, is even more stunning. Her bangs were cleverly parted in the middle and tucked behind her ears, revealing her smooth, jade-like forehead. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup, and tiny sequins shimmered under the light, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, radiant and breathtaking. She wore a gorgeous, strapless gown, predominantly gold in color and inlaid with countless tiny gems and pearls, which swayed gently with her movements, as if a galaxy were flowing over her body. The dress perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, with a slender waist, full breasts, and exquisite curves, every arc exuding endless charm. A thin veil draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the wind, made her look like a fairy descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Her red lips were slightly pursed, adorned with a charming smile. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Qin Shuyu. She was like a peony blooming in the spotlight, beautiful yet noble, becoming the most dazzling presence in the entire celebration. Whether it was the people at the scene or the hundreds of millions of viewers watching through the light screen, they were all stunned by her beauty and couldn't help but have endless fantasies and longings. Qin Shuyu's heart was also filled with anticipation at this moment. She knew that today was not only her coming-of-age ceremony, but also a major turning point in her life. Look, isn't that our Dayan's little princess? Wow, she truly lives up to her reputation. Her aura and appearance are simply divine. Exclamations of surprise, like thunderclaps from a clear sky, instantly exploded among the crowd, drawing the attention of those around them. A young man stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock and fascination, as if even his breathing had become rapid. TSK, the little princess is getting more and more beautiful. With that figure and looks, I wonder which boy will be lucky enough to marry her in the future. At this moment, the entire central square was in an uproar, with people discussing and praising the event endlessly. In Jianya City, the morning light breaks through the darkness. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, got up quietly, and gently tucked the blankets around Lu Feifei and the two women who were sleeping beside him. His movements were gentle and delicate. Stepping out of his room, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath of the morning air, feeling refreshed and full of energy. He strode towards the washroom to begin his new day. After washing up, Jiang Cheng turned around and was surprised to find a woman standing respectfully behind him. The woman was graceful and gentle, but her eyes betrayed her weariness and worry. She was Song Bai Huang, the head housekeeper of the Qin family in Donghai City. Bai Huang, you're up so early. Jiang Cheng greeted her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Song Bai Huang's eyes reddened slightly. She suddenly threw herself into Jiang Cheng's arms, her voice trembling as she said, "Master, I missed you so much. Last time I saw you on TV, I saw you." Her words were broken and intermittent, clearly indicating that she was still shaken by the horror of that battle. Jiang Cheng sensed her fear, and his heart warmed. He gently turned her body to steady her, then pulled her tightly into his arms, as if to give her all his sense of security. "It's all right. It's all over now," he comforted her softly, his tone full of firmness and composure. Recalling the last great battle, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was indeed a thrilling battle. If Shen Linlang and Ji Yuechan hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But now, everything has settled down, and Jiangqing still stands strong, which is the best proof. Thinking of this, Jiangqing looked down at Song Bai Wang in his arms. He saw that her eyes were filled with tears, but also with tenderness and dependence. A thought struck him, and he gently lowered his head to meet her lips. This kiss was tender and deep, as if it wanted to infuse all emotions into it. Chapter 367 Song Bai Wang's expression. A romantic atmosphere gradually filled the air, and the two figures looked especially warm and affectionate in the morning light. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them nestled together in the tranquil morning, enjoying this rare peace and sweetness. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly separated. Looking at Song Bai Wang's flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes, Jiang Cheng felt a strong urge to protect her. He gently took her hand and whispered, "Bai Huang, it's all in the past. I won't take such risks again." Upon hearing this, Song Bai Huang's eyes reddened again, but she nodded firmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, a strange ripple stirring within him. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the entrance of the mansion, as turbulent as boiling water. The city was bustling with noise, mixed with the neighing of horses and the rumble of wheels, as if the entire city of Jianya was shaking. A servant rushed through the crowd, sweating profusely, and panted, shouting, "My lord, a special envoy from Jinghai has arrived." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Looking at the panicked look on the man's face, he had a few guesses in his mind, but he remained calm and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and see what Jinghai wants with me this time." After saying that, he strode towards the door, with Song Bai Wang following closely behind, her steps light and firm. The two walked through the noisy crowd, like two clear streams flowing against the current, standing out conspicuously in the chaos. At the entrance, a man dressed in black, in a close-fitting outfit, stood proudly. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his expression arrogant, as if he held the entire world in contempt. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, already understanding the situation. Black-clad guards? The black-clad guards, a special department belonging only to the Emperor of Dian, are like ghosts in the night, mysterious and powerful. They were directly under the command of the royal family, and were responsible for delivering royal secret orders and carrying out special missions. Those who can use the black guards to send messages are generally those with direct connections to the royal family. "I wonder what brings the black-clad guard here, sir?" Jiang Cheng asked calmly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Upon hearing this, the black-clad guard glanced at Jiang Cheng a few times, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Jiang Cheng, who was famous throughout Dian, was even younger and more handsome than he appeared on television, with an extraordinary air about him. He nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "You're Jiang Cheng?" "That's right, it's me," Jiang Cheng admitted frankly, his eyes piercing. Upon seeing this, the black-clad guard couldn't help but secretly admire him. In an instant, the black-clad guard's attitude became extremely respectful. Jiang Cheng, standing before us, was a great hero of the former Dian kingdom, an idol and figure of admiration in the hearts of countless people. Let alone a mere black-clad guard, Jiang Cheng could fight even against a god. "Please don't flatter me. I really don't deserve to be called sir. Just call me Xiao He." The black-clad guard's attitude was extremely humble, a stark contrast to his usual arrogance. Jiang Cheng was secretly surprised. When did these black-clad guards become so easy to talk to? You should know that they are the sharpest swords of the Dian royal family, and they are usually very arrogant and domineering. However, Jiang Cheng was too lazy to delve into these matters. He was more concerned about the purpose of the black-clad guard's visit. "Then may I ask, Lord Black-clad Guard?" "Oh no, little black, what brings you here today?" Jiang Cheng asked with a smile, a hint of amusement in his tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao He immediately became serious and said, "It's like this, His Majesty the Emperor heard that you have awakened and specially sent me to invite you to attend Princess Qin Shuyu's coming-of-age ceremony. This coming-of-age ceremony is extraordinary. Not only will there be a grand celebration, but also an unprecedented martial arts competition in the Great Yin Kingdom. The winner will not only become the prince consort, but also have the opportunity to become Princess Shuyu's Beast Soul Master, enjoying unparalleled glory and status." At this point, a hint of envy flashed in Xiao He's eyes. You should know that becoming Princess Shuyu's Beast Soul Master is something that countless young talents dream of. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's heart stirred slightly. He knew full well what this martial arts contest meant for Dian. Oh, His Majesty the Emperor values me so much. Jiang Qing's lips curled into a playful smile as he looked intently at the black-clad guard. Seeing this, Xiaohei quickly explained, "My lord, you may not know this, but your heroic performance in the last great battle has deeply impressed His Majesty the Emperor and the entire Dian Kingdom. You are now a hero of the entire Dian Kingdom and an idol in the hearts of countless people. His Majesty the Emperor naturally hopes that you can attend such a grand event and add luster to the little princess's coming-of-age ceremony." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing nodded slightly, but secretly pondered to himself. What exactly is His Majesty the Emperor up to? They actually invited me out of the blue? However, this arena competition is a good opportunity. He was determined to have Qin Shuyu. Okay, I agree. Jiang Qing readily agreed, his eyes shining with determination. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your honor, sir. I will go back and report to His Majesty the Emperor, and someone will escort you to Jinghai later." After saying that, Xiaohei turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing at the gate of the mansion. "Baiwang, it seems I need to make a trip to Jinghai." Jiang Qing turned to look at Song Baiwang behind him, a faint smile on his face. "It's okay, I'll wait for you at home. When you come back, remember to look for me." She then gently punched Jiang Qing's chest. "I'm about to leave. Aren't you going to say anything?" Jiang Qing grasped Song Baiwang's wrist. The soft, smooth touch was like warm jade, causing ripples to spread through his heart. His gaze was intense, fixed on Song Baiwang, as if he wanted to absorb her soul into his eyes. Song Baiwang was flustered by Jiang Qing's sudden action, and a beautiful blush quickly appeared on her cheeks. She lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, like a butterfly fluttering its wings. She certainly understood the deeper meaning behind Jiang Qing's words. Seeing this, Jiang Qing felt even more eager. He took the opportunity to lean close to Song Baiwang's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Baiwang, wash up and wait for me in the room. I'll be right there." Upon hearing this, Song Baiwang's face flushed even more, like clouds dyed red by the setting sun, breathtakingly beautiful. She trembled slightly, but did not push Jiang Qing away. Instead, she responded in an almost inaudible voice. I understand." Jiang Qing was overjoyed, knowing that Song Baiwang had tacitly agreed to his request. He gently released Song Baiwang's wrist and left a deep kiss on her ear. Chapter 368 Trip to Jinghai 1. Jinghai City, this bustling capital, is dressed in festive attire today, filled with a joyous and lively atmosphere. Colorful flags fluttered and flowers bloomed along both sides of the street, as if every inch of air was filled with joy and anticipation. The central square, a place that is usually bustling with people, was now completely packed with people. People flocked from all directions just to catch a glimpse of Princess Qin Shuyu's unparalleled beauty. They came in groups of 3 or 5, or with their families, all with excitement and curiosity on their faces. "Have you heard? The little princess is coming of age today. There will not only be a grand celebration, but also a martial arts competition," a young man said excitedly to his friend beside him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Really? We can't miss that. The little princess is the imperial daughter of our great Yin dynasty. Her coming-of-age ceremony will definitely be extraordinary. Yes, there's also a martial arts contest to find a husband today." "What kind of competition is it?" "Martial arts. It's said to include physical fitness and combat ability. There are many assessment items." "Oh, then I have to go take a look too." Such dialogues are playing out in every corner of Jinghai City. Passers-by spread the news excitedly, as if it were a tremendously joyous occasion. The entire city was in a frenzy. The central square was bustling with activity. On the enormous stage, the magnificent set shone brightly, and various performances took turns on stage, dazzling the audience. The audience cheered and applauded thunderously, as if they were about to turn the whole sky upside down. At the very center of the stage, Princess Qin Shuyu, dressed in a gorgeous gown, looked like a fairy descending from heaven. With a smile, she gracefully waved her fan, greeting everyone present. Her stunning beauty and noble demeanor instantly captivated everyone present. "Little princess! Little princess!" The audience cheered in unison, their voices deafening. They waved ribbons and flags, expressing their love and admiration for the little princess. Whether in the streets and alleys or in the high-rise buildings, the air was filled with laughter and a joyful atmosphere. People were immersed in the grand celebration, enjoying this rare moment of joy. Jiang Cheng had just gotten off the plane and set foot on the land of Jinghai City. Looking around at the bustling scene before him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile faintly. I didn't expect it to be so lively. It was definitely worth the trip. He sighed inwardly, his eyes sparkling with interest and anticipation. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled patterns on his face, adding a touch of untamed charm to his already handsome features. It was nearly noon, and the celebration was entering its intermission. Several members of the royal family, including the emperor himself, began to slowly leave their seats and head to their temporary residences at the back for lunch. However, the square remained bustling with people, filled with laughter and chatter, as if the feast would never end. In a corner of the crowd, an ugly man stood out. He had a hooked nose, the bridge of which was curved like a hook, making it look particularly abrupt. His mouth was also somewhat crooked, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, yet it exuded a sinister aura. His eyes were small and deep, flashing with cunning and ruthlessness, as if he were always plotting something. His face was marked by the passage of time, his skin rough, as if he had weathered many storms. At this moment, he was staring intently at Qin Shuyu, who had left the table at halftime, his eyes gleaming with greed and desire. He secretly made a few hand gestures to the people behind him, and they moved and nodded in response, clearly his accomplices. They either hid in the crowd or pretended to look around nonchalantly, but their eyes all revealed the same ruthlessness and determination. Jiang Cheng had just arrived at the central square. The black-clad guard beside him glanced at his watch and respectfully said, "It's noon now, and you have about 2 hours for lunch break. I can arrange for you to register for the afternoon's competition." "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. He was determined to win Qin Shuyu's heart, so he naturally had to participate in this competition. Upon seeing this, the man in black immediately led Jiang Cheng to the registration area. However, just as they were about to set off, Jiang Cheng suddenly frowned, as if he sensed something unusual. As his strength increased, his abilities also became slightly more effective. Activating his soul skill, he can not only investigate the surrounding environment, but also sense some of the emotions of the people around him. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent emanating from all around him. This murderous intent was as chilling as a cold wind, making one's heart tremble. He was startled and couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is going on? Everyone has emotions and desires, but the killing intent of these people is too strong. It's almost tangible, making them extremely conspicuous in the crowd. Jiang Cheng's mind went blank, and he secretly kept a watchful eye on things, but on the surface he maintained a calm and composed demeanor. He knew that behind this seemingly grand celebration, there might be hidden conspiracies and crises. Jiang Cheng filled out the registration form absent-mindedly, the pen tip gliding across the paper as if it were just scribbling. His sharp eyes pierced through the bustling crowd, locking onto a few men who looked hurried and acted suspiciously. He pointed lightly with his finger and said to the black-clad guard beside him, "Look at those men. They look hurried and act suspiciously. They might have some ulterior motive." Upon hearing this, the black-clad guard narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Jiang Cheng was pointing. However, lacking Jiang Cheng's keen perception, he could only vaguely see a few figures weaving through the crowd, as swift and cunning as swimming fish. He frowned, feeling both doubtful and somewhat at a loss. By the time he gets someone to come over, they'll probably be far away. However, before he could think any further, Jiang Cheng had already flashed away, chasing after him with the agility of a cheetah. The black-clad guard shook his head helplessly and could only grit his teeth and follow behind Jiang Cheng, secretly praying that nothing would go wrong. At this moment, the bustling activity in the central square was still in full swing. On the huge stage, even during intermission, the lingering warmth of the various performances still echoed in the air, bringing joy to everyone. The audience members stood or sat, laughed or talked, and everyone's face was filled with festive joy. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind, as if cheering for this grand event. However, in this joyful atmosphere, the behavior of those men seemed particularly abrupt. They walked hurriedly through the crowd with their heads down, glancing back every now and then, as if afraid of being discovered. Their furtive movements and shifty eyes contrasted sharply with the joyful atmosphere around them. Jiang Cheng followed closely behind, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the figures of the men. Chapter 369 Trip to Jinghai 2. Although the black-clad guards were struggling to keep up, they dared not slacken their efforts in the slightest. He gritted his teeth, trying his best to keep his distance from Jiangcheng. At the same time, they are also recruiting manpower. The hotel where Qin Shiyu stayed was called Cloud Top Palace, the most luxurious place in Jinghai City. It was only because Princess Qin Shiyu insisted on eating the hotel's signature dishes. At this moment, the hotel was surrounded by layers of security personnel, like an impregnable fortress, and no movement could escape their notice. The hotel's interior is even more opulent and extravagant. In the lobby, towering crystal chandeliers, like glittering stars, cast a soft yet bright light. The walls are adorned with oil paintings by renowned artists and antique porcelain, each piece priceless, showcasing the hotel's extraordinary heritage. The ground was covered with a soft red carpet, and every step felt like walking on clouds. The restaurant where Qin Shiyu was located was like a palace. The carved wooden door is gently pushed open, revealing a spacious and elegant dining area. The walls are inlaid with lifelike golden reliefs, as if telling ancient legends. On the ceiling, intricate lighting fixtures, like blooming flowers, illuminate the entire space in a dreamlike manner. On the table were 13 exquisitely presented dishes, each one a work of art, pleasing to the eye. There are crystal-clear lobster balls paired with emerald green vegetables, like pearls in a clear blue sea. There is golden and crispy roast duck, with crispy skin and tender meat, and an enticing aroma. And there are soups made with precious ingredients, with rich broth and delicious flavor. These dishes are not only delicious and visually appealing, but also embody the chef's ingenuity and pursuit of the finest ingredients. In front of Qin Shiyu was a set of silver tableware, shimmering like clear, bright lake water under the moonlight. The ivory chopsticks in her hands were delicate and warm, and she made every time she picked up food look so elegant and composed. The tablecloth is inlaid with dazzling jewels, each one shining with a unique light, complementing the dishes on the table and adding a touch of luxury and nobility. In this extremely luxurious setting, Qin Shiyu seemed like a fairy descended to earth. Her beauty was exquisite, and her noble temperament complemented the extravagance of the meal perfectly. She parted her lips slightly, savoring each dish, her expression of satisfaction and happiness as if she were tasting the nectar of life. Her presence seemed to shroud the entire restaurant in an aura of mystery and nobility, inspiring awe while simultaneously compelling one to draw closer. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The commotion grew louder as it approached, accompanied by hurried footsteps, shouts, and commands from the guards maintaining order, as if an invisible storm was drawing near. The tranquil atmosphere inside the hotel was instantly shattered. Qin Shiyu frowned slightly, her delicate eyebrows, as light as distant mountains, furrowing gently, adding a touch of worry to her appearance. Just as she was about to ask, she saw a maidservant walk quickly to her side and whisper an announcement. "Your Highness, there seems to be a group of your enthusiastic fans outside. They were very agitated and wanted to break through the security line to see you. But don't worry, they have been promptly driven away by our guards, and you are safe." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu nodded slightly, the worry on her face vanishing in an instant. She didn't take it to heart. After all, as the Princess of Dian, she was already used to this life of being the center of attention. She wore a pair of special crystal glasses, the frames of which were inlaid with tiny diamonds, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, perfectly complementing her stunning beauty. The lenses are meticulously crafted from rare, transparent crystal, so clear and transparent that they seem to be able to see all the beauty in the world. These glasses were not only exceptionally beautiful, but also designed to conceal Qin Shiyu's gaze. Qin Shiyu glanced indifferently at the commotion outside the window, a hint of nonchalance flashing in her eyes. Outside the hotel, several people were pushed aside. Go away, go away. The princess is eating here. Don't get so close unless you have to, or you'll regret it." Several guards shouted at them. Those men then slunk away in a panic. Outside the hotel, the fans who had been expelled did not actually leave. Instead, they hid in an inconspicuous corner. They exchanged a glance, a sinister smile of triumph creeping onto their lips. A few minutes later, the guards who had shoved the men suddenly trembled, as if they had been attacked by an invisible force. Their expressions became dazed, their eyes vacant, like empty shells devoid of souls. Its once upright body now appeared somewhat swaying, as if it might collapse at any moment. Upon seeing this, the guards around him immediately became alert. They quickly gathered around and asked with concern, "Old Wu, are you all right?" Why are you suddenly spacing out? Upon hearing this, the guard named Old Wu's face revealed a strange smile, completely different from his usual expression, and he mechanically repeated, "Nothing. Nothing." This bizarre scene did not end there. Instead, it spread rapidly through the guard ranks like a silent plague. More and more guards began to exhibit the same abnormal behavior. They either stood motionless, had glazed eyes, or muttered to themselves, as if they were all controlled by some mysterious force. Not far away, several figures gathered together, their eyes closed, their expressions unusually strange. They were seen either clasping their hands together or tapping their fingers lightly, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Some people even start dancing on the spot, their exaggerated and bizarre movements creating a stark contrast with the joyful atmosphere around them. These people's behavior was clearly abnormal. They seemed to be manipulating something. As their actions became more intense, the guards' abnormal reactions became increasingly severe. Although Qin Shiyu was separated from the restaurant by thick glass, she could still vaguely sense the unusual atmosphere outside. She frowned slightly, a strange unease rising in her heart. She looked up at the window and saw that the guards, who should have been orderly, were now as stiff and lifeless as puppets, which surprised her. "Your Highness, shall I go out and check on the situation?" Seeing this, the maidservant beside her quickly asked in a low voice. Qin Shiyu pondered for a moment, then nodded. The maid hurriedly went outside. Outside the hotel, Jiang Qing looked at the scene before him with a somewhat strange expression. "The atmosphere is off," Jiang Qing said calmly. "Atmosphere?" The black-clad guard glanced around and sensed something was amiss. "Our men are almost here. How dare anyone lay a hand on our princess at this hour? They must have a death wish." Chapter 370 Trip to Jinghai 3. "I think someone really doesn't want to live anymore." Jiang Qing frowned, gave a cold smile, and scanned his surroundings with eyes as sharp as a blade, his tone revealing an undeniable determination. He said to the black-clad guards in a deep voice, "Do not act rashly before the main force arrives. The situation is urgent. I will go ahead and do my best to protect Princess Shuyu's safety." After saying that, Jiang Qing's figure flickered like a ghost, and then disappeared from the sight of the black-clad guards. His movements were swift and graceful, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, leaving only a faint afterimage. The black-clad guard stared blankly in the direction where Jiang Qing had disappeared, a profound and indescribable shock welling up within him. He wanted to warn Jiang Qing that the place seemed to be filled with evil spirits and fraught with danger, and that he should proceed with caution. However, upon further reflection, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. That was Jiang Qing. Why should the man who once walked on the edge of life and death and killed the evil god need to say more? Jiang Qing's figure moved swiftly through every corner of the hotel, his movements light and agile, like a cheetah stalking in the night, silently approaching its target. Inside the hotel, the luxury remained, but the air seemed to have frozen, filled with a sense of oppression and unease. A beautiful woman, looking wary and somewhat flustered, was surrounded by several maids. Qin Shiyu sat in the restaurant, and although separated by a glass window, the unusual atmosphere outside still made her wary. Her brows furrowed slightly, like distant mountains shrouded in mist, adding a touch of worry to her exquisite face. Just then, a dark figure flashed by, appearing silently beside Qin Shiyu like a ghost. It was Jiang Qing. His gaze was serious. He quickly scanned his surroundings and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everything was all right. "Princess Shiyu, this place is not safe to stay any longer. Please leave with me." Jiang Qing's voice was deep and powerful, like the cold wind in winter, carrying an irresistible authority. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Who are you?" Qin Shiyu's voice was tinged with doubt and astonishment, her eyes flashing with confusion, as if the scene before her was beyond her imagination. The maids also noticed the abnormality and turned around. They saw a tall and distinguished man standing behind them. It was Jiang Qing. Their faces were instantly filled with astonishment and fear, as if they had seen something incredible. "It's Jiang Qing. It's Jiang Qing." The maids gasped in surprise, their voices filled with awe and reverence. Jiang Qing's sharp gaze swept across the faces of the maids, finally settling on Qin Shiyu. His heart tightened, and an ominous premonition arose within him. He said in a deep voice, "You are not Princess Qin Shiyu." Meanwhile, in a secluded room of the hotel, a curvaceous woman in a gorgeous dress sat on the edge of the bed, looking panicked. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were tightly bound with a strip of white cloth, making her appear helpless and pitiful. Her face was stunningly beautiful, adorned with exquisite makeup and covered in shimmering sequins, like the most dazzling star in the night sky, inspiring tenderness in anyone who looked at her. "Who are you? My father will never let you get away with this." The woman's voice trembled with fear as she tried to intimidate the enemy before her by using her identity. "Hee hee, it's all right, our purpose is for you." A man's voice slowly echoed in the bedroom. The voice sounded young but lacked strength, carrying a strange sense of weakness. "As for your father, our counterfeit products have already taken your place, so you don't need to worry, Your Highness, your father won't suspect anything." As the sound faded, a fat figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He was a bloated fat man with a face full of fat. His face was round and plump, like a huge ball of flesh. His eyes were squeezed into slits by the fat on his face, and they gleamed with a cunning light. His nose was large and flat. His lips were as thick as 2 pieces of sausage, and he had a smug smile on his lips, making him look both disgusting and repulsive. Who are you? Why does your voice sound so familiar?" Qin Shiyu asked again, her voice filled with fear and unease. She tried to search her memory for the owner of the voice, but she couldn't remember. The fat man chuckled, his chubby face trembling with each laugh. "Your Highness, you certainly have a short memory. But it's all right, I'll make you remember eventually. After all, we were once acquaintances." His tone was full of threat and provocation, making Qin Shiyu even more flustered. As he spoke, the man continued walking in Qin Shiyu's direction. You don't come any closer." Qin Shiyu's voice trembled like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. Clearly she was quite frightened. Her wrists were tightly bound behind her back, and she could only keep backing away, but there was only the edge of the bed behind her, and there was nowhere to retreat. Her heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, turning ice cold. Upon hearing this, the fat man's smile grew even uglier. "Your Highness, you are a rare beauty. What do you think I want to do? Of course, I want you to have my child." His tone was full of smugness and arrogance, as if he had already won. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu's face instantly turned ashamed and indignant. Her delicate features flushed crimson, as if burned by fire. Her eyes gleamed with humiliation and rage, as if she wanted to tear the fat man before her to pieces. You despicable and shameless." Her voice was filled with endless indignation and resentment. At this moment, Qin Shiyu was trembling, perhaps from excitement. A rope bound her hands behind her back, creating a beautiful curve. Her already figure-hugging dress accentuated her stunning figure, making her a sight to behold. The dress fluttered slightly from the struggle, revealing a patch of snow-white skin, like the first snow of winter, pure and alluring. Her chest heaved violently, and her snow-red lips parted slightly, making her incredibly seductive. As the fat man gazed at the beautiful scenery before him, the greed and desire in his eyes grew even stronger. He swallowed hard, his obese body slowly approaching like a hungry wolf about to pounce. "Your Highness, stop struggling and just submit to me. Once you're pregnant with my child, you'll be ours, and you won't be able to refuse." His tone was full of threats and intimidation, which made Qin Shiyu even more flustered. Qin Shiyu struggled incessantly, trying to break free of her restraints, but the ropes were like iron chains, firmly locking her in place. Her eyes gleamed with despair and helplessness, like a fawn caught in a trap, awaiting its fate. Despicable. Despicable. Chapter 371 Trip to Jinghai 4. Despicable? No. I just wanted you to give birth to our excellent offspring. How can that be despicable? The man's voice grew colder and colder, like an icy blade in the dead of winter, piercing Qin Shiyu's heart. He approached slowly, his smile growing increasingly sinister, like a demon about to triumph. "Someone like me. You probably wouldn't even give me a second glance, right? I want you, the most noble princess in the whole country, to bear the child of a lowly person like me. When I'm done with you, I'll throw you, pregnant, into the slums and let you taste what true despair is." Ha ha ha. The fat man burst into excited laughter, his flesh trembling violently with each laugh, making him look like a balloon about to burst. His eyes were filled with resentment and the flames of revenge, as if he wanted to burn Qin Shiyu to ashes. "Do you remember? 5 years ago, you secretly ran away to Huatsuan, not far from Jinghai. That night, everyone in Huatsuan who had contact with you was beheaded and died a miserable death." The fat man's voice suddenly became low and venomous, as if it came from the depths of hell. His eyes turned incredibly fierce, as if he wanted to devour Qin Shiyu alive. But the soldier who carried out the execution, before killing my sister, raped her for a full 10 hours until she was barely recognizable as a human. Do you know that? My sister was only 18 years old at the time. 18. Her life had just begun, and it was ruined by scum like you. The fat man's voice was filled with violence and anger, as if he wanted to vent all his pain and resentment on Qin Shuyu. He approached step by step, his obese body casting a huge shadow under the light, completely enveloping Qin Shuyu. Qin Shuyu had now completely fallen into the abyss of despair. She couldn't believe that all of this was because of her. No, don't. Qin Shuyu's voice trembled even more violently, and tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. She tried to struggle, but the rope tightened even more, as if it were going to break her bones. The fat man seemed not to hear her pleas. He continued to approach, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Your Highness, are you ready? I'm going to show you what true pain and despair are. No, don't. Qin Shuyu's voice trembled slightly, and suddenly, as if grasping a glimmer of hope, she quickly said, Hanamura? The Hanamura you're talking about, I don't know what it is it? Is there a mistake? Upon hearing this, the fat man's smile froze instantly, replaced by coldness and resentment. Flower Village, in your royal family's mouth, is Ongji Village, where lowly women live for generations by selling their bodies. I am the son of those lowly women. His voice was low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. That place is a gathering place for a large number of women who can't find work and don't have the aptitude to become beast girls. Some have fallen into prostitution, while others have been doing this kind of work for generations. Back then, you only came to Hanamura because you were playing around. Because you came into contact with the people there, the military eventually believed that you had defiled the noble princess. So, they cruelly killed everyone who had ever been in contact with you, or even just glanced at you. The fat man's voice began to tremble, as if he had fallen into deep recollection. He continued, You consider us to be filthy things. You, noble princess, seeing us is to defile your noble soul. Half of the people in Flower Village were mercilessly slaughtered, including my sister and my mother. At this point, the fat man's eyes turned red, and his voice became increasingly choked with emotion. My mother had saved enough money, and in 3 months, my sister would have been able to escape the village and come to the outside world. Although she was born in Huatsuan and carried the mark of Huatsuan with her whole life, leaving Huatsuan is still the dream of many girls in Huatsuan. It was you noble people who destroyed everything she had. Past, present, and future. Her ideals were so fragile, her life so lowly. Her death, all because she glanced at you. The fat man's voice was like a howling wind, filled with endless anger and grief. Qin Shuyu listened to the fat man's accusations and was struck dumb, frozen in place. She couldn't imagine that her momentary folly back then would bring such a profound disaster to Hanamura. Her heart was filled with regret and guilt, and tears welled up in her eyes again. No, that's not how it is. I didn't know father would give such an order. Qin Shuyu tried to explain, but her voice sounded so pale and weak. She knew that no matter how she explained, she could not make up for the lives lost and the broken families. Looking at Qin Shuyu's helpless expression, the fat man's resentment did not diminish in the slightest. He slowly approached Qin Shuyu, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that this decision wasn't even made by your father, but merely by a squad leader. Your father is the most powerful person in the entire Great Yin dynasty. He wouldn't need to issue an order to kill these despicable humans outside. I'm so sorry. Qin Shuyu bit her lip, her voice trembling with tears. You regret it now? But it's too late. Today, I'm going to let you taste what true pain and despair are. I will violate you multiple times, then film it all. When the time is right, I will send it to your arrogant father, the Emperor of Dian, so he can see with his own eyes the woman he loves most being tortured like this. Then, I will utterly defile you, making you bear the child of this lowly man. I will condemn you and your child to be slaves and servants at the bottom of society for all eternity. From this day forward, any sons you bear will be slaves for generations, and any daughters will be prostitutes for generations. The voice was somewhat hysterical, tinged with ecstasy. I've been waiting for this opportunity for so long, and finally, the day of my coming-of-age ceremony has arrived. I'm so happy. As he approached, Qin Shuyu indeed detected a stench that made her feel nauseous. Tears welled up uncontrollably. I'm really sorry. Qin Shuyu was very sad. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for being born into an imperial family. I'm going to start enjoying it. Chapter 372 Trip to Jinghai 5. You stay away. Qin Shiyu's voice was sharp and desperate, like a young animal driven to the brink of despair, struggling helplessly in the darkness. Humph, that's not up to you. The fat man sneered repeatedly, his laughter a mixture of smugness and cruelty, like the howl of a wolf in the middle of the night, sending chills down one's spine. He slowly pulled a gleaming syringe from his pocket. The syringe was filled with an unknown liquid, like a key to the abyss. This is a special product. With just a light injection, you will fall into endless madness. Only a man's touch can temporarily bring you back to your senses. Otherwise, you will experience what it means to truly wish you were dead. His voice gradually rose, filled with an almost manic excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced and grabbed Qin Shiyu's arm with the precision of a hungry wolf hunting its prey. Qin Shiyu felt a sharp pain, and then the cold needle pierced her skin. The icy medicine spread through her blood vessels like a venomous snake, instantly engulfing her entire body. Ah! Qin Shiyu let out a shrill scream as she was violently thrown onto the bed by a tremendous force. The resilient bed seemed unable to withstand the force and began to tremble violently, making a bang sound, as if accompanying the tragedy. Qin Shiyu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her body burning as if on fire, waves of heat surging, her desire raging. She felt an unprecedented longing rise from the bottom of her heart, which quickly spread to her limbs and bones, making her almost suffocate. Just then, a sudden commotion broke the silence. Footsteps and shouts mingled together, as if an irresistible force was approaching. A glimmer of hope flashed through Qin Shiyu's mind, but it was quickly overwhelmed by her endless lust. Haha, looks like your savior has arrived, but it's too late. The fat man laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with madness and greed. Before you become my complete plaything, let me enjoy myself for a while. However, at this critical moment, a sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap in the sky, shattering all the gloom in the room. The fat man's smile froze instantly, and a look of fear and disbelief flashed in his eyes. The phone rang abruptly at this critical moment. The fat man was startled, as if he had been awakened from a dream. He hesitated for a moment, but finally answered the phone with trembling hands. Boss, something bad has happened. I don't know what's going on, but the black-clad guards have suddenly intervened. They're not many, but we're about to be overwhelmed. Only you can fight them. On the other end of the phone, the voice was urgent and panicked, accompanied by bursts of chaotic fighting sounds, like leaves falling in a storm, in complete disarray. Outside, the noise grew even more intense, the clanging of metal against metal, the roar of energy bursts, and the gasps and shouts of people all intertwined to create a chaotic symphony. Each sound was like a heavy hammer blow to the fat man's heart, instantly wiping away the smug look on his face and replacing it with deep fear and unease. Once I've dealt with those troubles outside, I'll enjoy you properly. Just you wait. I'll let you experience what true ecstasy is. After gritting his teeth and finishing speaking, the fat man strode toward the door, making sure to lock it behind him before leaving. Shortly after the fat man left, a figure silently approached the room. Jiang Cheng was using his unique abilities to search each room one by one, looking for Qin Shiyu's whereabouts, until he arrived at the tightly closed door. This is it. He kicked open the door, but the scene before him stunned Jiang Cheng instantly. On the bed, Qin Shiyu lay helplessly, her body writhing as if burned by invisible flames, like a beautiful snake tormented by pain. She wore a strapless dress, her large expanse of snow-white skin shimmering alluringly under the lights. Her face, lightly made up, was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with sparkling sequins, making her seem like a goddess descended from heaven. Jiang Cheng's heart suddenly raced, and he involuntarily swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. He had never seen such an alluring sight. The sight of such a beauty writhing on the bed was a tremendous test of his will. However, Jiang Cheng did not lose himself despite this temptation. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pounding in his heart, and strode towards the bed, ready to rescue Qin Shiyu from this nightmare. At this moment, Qin Shiyu seemed to sense Jiang Cheng's arrival. A hint of confusion and hope flashed in her eyes, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. Princess Shiyu, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the burning desire that was about to burst forth from his heart. He walked to the bedside and gently embraced Qin Shiyu, who was writhing as if she were being burned by fire. A faint fragrance accompanied Qin Shiyu's breath, gently brushing past Jiang Cheng's nose, causing him to involuntarily take a deep breath. He felt refreshed, but the flames in his heart burned even more fiercely. In her dazed state, Qin Shuyu seemed to grasp at a lifeline, clinging tightly to Jiang Cheng's waist, as if trying to merge her entire being into his embrace. She raised her head, her alluring face filled with endless longing and pleading. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her breath sweet as orchids, as if capable of stealing the souls of every man in the world. Who are you? Qin Shuyu's voice trembled and became hurried. She seemed to want to see the face of the man in front of her clearly, but the world in front of her was a blur. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I'm here to take you away from this hell. Jiang Cheng's voice was firm and powerful. He tried to lift Qin Shuyu off the bed, but unexpectedly, the woman clung to him like an octopus. Qin Shuyu's figure was soft and alluring. She pressed herself against Jiang Cheng, and every subtle movement seemed to be teasing his nerves. Her skin was burning hot, as if carrying endless heat, giving Jiang Cheng an unprecedented stimulation. The hungry and longing expression on her face made Jiang Cheng's heart race even faster. You can save me. I feel so bad, like I'm about to die. Qin Shuyu's voice was choked with sobs as she clung tightly to Jiang Cheng, as if trying to convey all her pain and despair to him. Looking at Qin Shuyu's pained and dazed expression, Jiang Cheng felt a strong urge to protect her. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then, he gently grasped Qin Shuyu's shoulders, met her eyes, and tried to bring her to her senses. Chapter 373 Trip to Jinghai 6. Princess Shuyu, look at me, I am Jiang Cheng. I will rescue you. But you must calm down and listen to me. Jiang Cheng's voice was serious and firm, as if it carried an irresistible force. Qin Shuyu looked at Jiang Cheng in a daze, and a trace of clarity gradually returned to her hazy eyes. She seemed to understand Jiang Cheng's words and began to try to control her body, no longer moving around. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng felt somewhat relieved. He quickly picked Qin Shuyu up from the bed, preparing to leave this dangerous place. However, just as he turned around, Qin Shuyu hugged him tightly again, as if afraid that he would suddenly disappear. No, don't go. I'm scared. Qin Shuyu's voice trembled and was weak, but every word was deeply imprinted in Jiang Cheng's heart. Jiang Cheng stopped and looked back at Qin Shuyu's helpless yet longing eyes. He took a deep breath and gently patted her back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll stay with you until you're safe. You? Qin Shuyu's voice was shrill, like a ghost's wail in the dead of night, filled with endless despair and pleading. Save me, or I'll really die. Her words were filled with a longing for survival and a deep fear of the unknown. Her eyes were glazed over, her cheeks flushed, and sweat poured down her face, as if she were truly surrounded by invisible flames and about to be burned to ashes. Dead? What happened to you? Jiang Cheng was shocked. He stared intently at Qin Shuyu, trying to find the answer from her pained expression. That fat guy injected me with something weird. Right now, my whole body is burning hot, like countless flames are burning inside me. If you don't save me, I'm afraid I'll really be burned to a crisp by these flames. I'll die. I'll die. Qin Shuyu's voice grew increasingly mournful, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she were truly enduring endless pain. Looking at Qin Shuyu's pained expression, Jiang Cheng felt a strong urge to protect her. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then asked loudly, "What should I do to save you?" A resolute glint flashed in Qin Shuyu's eyes as she stared intently at Jiang Cheng, as if placing all her hopes on him. Can you accept me? Accept you? Jiang Cheng was taken aback, somewhat confused by Qin Shuyu's meaning. Yes, accept my body. After Qin Shuyu finished speaking, she disregarded all restraint and shyness and pounced on Jiang Cheng. Her body was burning hot, as if she wanted to set Jiang Cheng ablaze as well. As Qin Shuyu approached, Jiang Cheng felt the temperature around him gradually rise, as if even the air was becoming scorching hot. His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. But he knew he couldn't back down now. He had to save Qin Shuyu. Outside, the fat man's eyes were bloodshot, like a crazed beast. He activated his ability, causing the soldiers who had been surrounding the hotel to lose control and attack several guards dressed in black like mad beasts. Those soldiers were originally hand-picked strongmen, but in front of the black-clad guards, they were like lambs to the slaughter. They brandished their weapons and roared as they charged at the black-clad guards, only to be easily knocked to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, limbs flew off the ground, and the whole scene was extremely gruesome. This truly lives up to its reputation as a private guard directly under the Emperor's command. It's absolutely terrifying. The fat man stared wide-eyed as the black-clad guards harvested the soldiers' lives like wheat, his heart filled with shock and fear. Meanwhile, chaos reigned inside the hall. The Qin Shiyu who Jiang Cheng judged to be fake had been knocked to the ground, and many maids lay dead around her. Jiang Cheng saw through their false identities, so he knocked them unconscious without hesitation and began searching for the real princess. Just as Jiang Cheng was anxiously searching, a guard in black took advantage of the chaos outside to sneak into the place. He spotted the real Princess Qin Shiyu lying on the ground, and a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. He quickly hoisted Qin Shiyu onto his shoulder, preparing to take her away from this dangerous place. In a secluded and quiet room, Jiang Cheng and Qin Shiyu were entwined in a passionate embrace. However, at this moment, Qin Shiyu was acting unusually crazy, as if an invisible flame was burning wildly inside her, making her unable to control herself. Her body was burning hot, as if she were being burned by a raging fire. The intense heat could almost scorch anything that touched her. Despite Jiang Cheng's best efforts to soothe her, Qin Shiyu's every twist and struggle was full of power, as if she wanted to throw him off. No, I can't control myself. It's so hot. It hurts so much. Qin Shiyu's voice was hoarse and low, revealing deep pain and helplessness. Her eyes flashed with a mad spark, as if an uncontrollable force was surging within her. Jiang Cheng could only go along with her. They were trying to find a way to alleviate her pain in this way. The hustle and bustle of the outside world seemed utterly irrelevant to them at this moment. The only sound within the room was Qin Shiyu's frantic breathing. As time went on, Qin Shiyu's movements became more and more violent, and her screams became increasingly shrill. Her body seemed to have turned into a wild beast out of control, constantly tearing and struggling, trying to escape the endless pain and desire. It took them a while to calm down. Qin Shiyu groped her way to the bedside, put on her specially made glasses, and was surprised when she opened her eyes. "You are Jiang Cheng." Instantly, a blush appeared on Qin Shiyu's face, as radiant and shy as the rising sun. Her eyes sparkled with a girlish shyness and panic, as if someone had seen through the secrets of her heart. You're not the bad guy who spied on me while I was taking a shower in Donghai City last time?" Her voice trembled slightly, growing softer and softer, as if she were talking to herself, or perhaps murmuring in a hope that the other person could hear her. Jiang Cheng grabbed her arm with just the right amount of force, enough to keep Qin Shiyu from hurting her while also preventing her from moving around. His gaze was serious and profound, as if he could see into people's hearts. "Indeed, Your Highness, you have quite the memory, remembering my careless act that day. However, I did not mean to offend you that day, it was just..." At this point, Jiang Cheng paused deliberately, as if searching for the right words. Chapter 374 Trip to Jinghai 7. Qin Shiyu lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, making her appear even more shy, like a frightened fawn, endearing to all. "But what?" Qin Shiyu finally couldn't contain her curiosity and looked up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, a warm and sunny smile. "It's just that Your Highness is too charming, which made me lose my focus for a moment. However, I'm not here to peek today, but to save you. You were injected with an unknown drug by that fat man, and if you are not rescued in time, your life may be in danger." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She looked at Jiang Cheng, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and trust. "Thank you, Jiang Cheng. I know you're a good person." Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected Qin Shiyu to trust him so much. He gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Your Highness, please rest for a while. I'll go get you some water. Don't worry, I'll stay here and watch over you." After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned to leave. However, Qin Shiyu suddenly grabbed his sleeve, her eyes filled with reluctance and longing. "Jiang Cheng, don't go. I'm afraid that if I close my eyes, you will disappear." Jiang Cheng stopped and looked back at Qin Shiyu's helpless yet longing eyes. He took a deep breath, then slowly walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently embraced her. Outside, the fat, dark-skinned man resembled a raging beast, his body wreathed in distorted energy fluctuations. His eyes, like burning torches, reflected the brutal battlefield around him. The carefully selected soldiers, under his out-of-control power, were transformed into frenzied puppets, attacking everything indiscriminately, including their former comrades. Meanwhile, the black-clad guards on the other side, dressed in tight-fitting black clothing, moved with the agility of ghosts. In the chaos of battle, they were like sharp daggers, precisely and ruthlessly cutting through the battlefield. Their movements were swift, each strike accompanied by a gust of wind. Even steel would tremble under their fists and feet. The roar of gunfire seemed like background music to them. Bullets were easily dodged as if in slow motion. Their counterattacks were often just a punch or a kick, enough to instantly kill a strong man, piercing his body and gushing blood like a fountain. Upon seeing this, the fat man was utterly horrified. He had never witnessed such terrifying fighting power. Those black-clad guards seemed like death gods emerging from hell, reaping lives without mercy. His face was pale, sweat poured down like a fine rain, and his obese body trembled slightly with fear. He tried to use his abilities to control the soldiers again, only to find that his power was so insignificant in front of the black-clad guards, like a child's game. Fear gnawed at his heart like ice, and he began to realize that he might have really kicked an unyielding rock. With each attack from the black-clad guards, he felt the breath of death drawing ever closer, his heart pounding like a drum, almost leaping out of his chest. At the same moment, Jiang Cheng held Qin Shuyu's hand tightly and led her quietly through the hotel corridor toward the back door. Qin Shuyu's face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes held a newfound determination and trust. She clung tightly to Jiang Cheng, as if he were her only support in this chaotic world. Every time Jiang Cheng turned around, he could see her gentle eyes, filled with dependence and gratitude. Her fingers trembled slightly, but she gripped Jiang Cheng's hand even tighter, as if afraid that if she let go, she would lose this hard-won sense of security. They carefully made their way through the doorways, each step feeling like walking on thin ice. Qin Shuyu's breathing became shallow and rapid. She looked around nervously, afraid that some danger might suddenly appear. But whenever her gaze fell on Jiang Cheng, her tension would ease slightly, and her eyes would sparkle with boundless trust in him. Finally, they arrived at the back door, and Jiang Cheng gently pushed the door open a crack. It was noisy outside. He turned and looked at Qin Shuyu, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. "Don't be afraid. Follow me. We will definitely escape." Qin Shuyu nodded, her eyes glistening with tears, but she forced a smile. She followed Jiang Cheng closely, step by step into that unknown darkness. But as long as Jiang Cheng was by her side, she was fearless. Suddenly, a soldier covered in sweat rushed in from outside the hotel where the emperor was staying. "Report. Princess Qin Shuyu's hotel has been taken hostage by unknown bandits. The black-clad guards have gone to her rescue." The soldier's voice was urgent and tense. Upon hearing this, the emperor's body trembled violently, and his eyes widened as if they were about to burst open. His face instantly lost all color, turning as pale as paper. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word. His hands were clenched into fists, making a soft, crackling sound. His whole body seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, with only his body trembling slightly. How could this happen? The emperor finally regained his voice, but it trembled so much that it was almost inaudible. His gaze was vacant as he stared into the distance, as if piercing through layers of obstacles to see his beloved daughter suffering. His heart ached as if it were being stabbed, and a strong sense of protectiveness and anger surged within him. Quickly, the emperor snapped back to his senses and roared, "Move the imperial guards there. At all costs, ensure the princess's safety. If anything happens to her, you will all pay with your heads." His voice was hoarse yet firm, carrying an unquestionable authority. At his command, the commander of the imperial guards, who had been waiting quietly to the side, immediately responded and led squads of well-trained imperial guards out like a black torrent, rushing toward the scene of the incident. The emperor stood there, watching the imperial guards leave, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He hoped his daughter would be safe and sound, but he was also worried that a deeper conspiracy might be hidden behind this sudden crisis. It felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, Jiang Cheng and Qin Shuyu had successfully escaped from the hotel and were wandering through the alleys in the night. Qin Shuyu nestled close to Jiang Cheng, her heartbeat gradually calming down, but her dependence on Jiang Cheng grew stronger. She looked up at Jiang Cheng, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and trust, as if to say, "With you here, I have nothing to fear." Jiang Cheng felt her gaze, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Chapter 375 Trip to Jinghai 8. Soon, led by Jiang Cheng, the two of them moved silently through the area of firefight, like ghosts in the night. Behind them, artillery fire raged, the roar of gunfire incessant, and black smoke billowed into the sky like a giant dragon, weaving a tragic and magnificent picture of war. Ahead, however, lay their path of hope for escape. Not far away, the battle intensified, as if the entire city of Jinghai was trembling. Just then, squads of Imperial Guards appeared in their sight, as if descended from the heavens. These are the most elite troops in Jinghai City. Every soldier has been trained to perfection and exudes an aura of iron will and glory. They stood tall and straight, as unyielding as mountains, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, a yearning for victory and a steadfast commitment to their duty. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, each stride exuding the dignity and power of soldiers, as if even the earth trembled at their arrival. They wore black combat uniforms adorned with silver badges that gleamed coldly in the night. Beneath their helmets were resolute faces and sharp eyes. They held the most advanced weapons in their hands, from assault rifles to sniper rifles, from pistols to grenades, each weapon exuding a deadly threat. On their backs were heavy equipment packs filled with combat supplies, including ammunition and medical supplies. With such equipment and such morale, it's immediately clear that this is a force not to be underestimated. During the march of the Imperial Guard, not a single person fell behind, and not a single person retreated. The appearance of the Imperial Guards made the battle even more intense and complex. Jiang Cheng and Qin Shiyu felt a strange sense of security upon seeing this scene. They knew that with the addition of the Imperial Guard, their escape route would be much smoother. Their hands, clasped tightly together, tightened even more at that moment, as if they were passing on strength and courage to each other. Under the cover of the Imperial Guard, they continued running forward. Jiang Cheng dragged Qin Shiyu along like two gusts of wind, and they disappeared into a nearby inconspicuous little hotel. Although the hotel is small, it exudes a warm and unique atmosphere. The room they requested wasn't large, but it was exquisitely decorated, like a secret garden carefully crafted for couples. Inside the room, the pink walls emitted a soft, pale light, a stark contrast to the raging flames of war outside. Several beautiful paintings hang on the wall, each stroke depicting romance and fantasy. The chandelier on the ceiling emitted a soft glow, making the whole room look like a dream. In the center, a large, round bed stood out prominently, resembling a giant pink cotton candy, soft and inviting. The bed was covered with pristine white sheets, scattered with a few pink petals, as if welcoming the two of them. Two soft pillows with delicate embroidery were placed on the bedside table, exuding a sense of warmth and ambiguity. As soon as Qin Shiyu stepped into the room, her gaze fell on the large bed. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, her shyness evident. Jiang Cheng, why did you bring me here? Her voice trembled, filled with confusion and shyness. Looking at her shy and bashful appearance, Jiang Cheng felt a warm current well up in his heart. He gently embraced the woman beside him and said softly, I'm worried that the toxins in your body haven't been completely removed. I want to check you again to make sure you're safe. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu's face turned even redder. She raised her fist and pretended to wave it angrily. I'm much better now, really. I don't need your treatment. Her voice carried a hint of stubbornness, but more so, it was filled with shyness and unease. Looking at her adorable appearance, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile with amusement. Oh, let me see if it's completely healed. His words were somewhat teasing, but also full of concern and worry for Qin Shiyu. As he spoke, he gently pressed Qin Shiyu onto the bed, then sat down beside her, preparing to examine her again. Qin Shiyu lay on the bed, nervously closing her eyes, feeling Jiang Cheng's gentle yet strong hands roam over her body. Her heart raced, and a blush spread across her face, as if the whole world had stood still at that moment. He simply and gently checked Qin Shiyu to see if the toxins in her body had been completely removed. His movements were gentle and professional, which gradually put Qin Shiyu at ease. The air seemed to freeze, filled with an ambiguous and subtle atmosphere. Qin Shiyu did not reject Jiang Cheng's advances. On the contrary, under his gentle touch, she gradually relaxed, as if she had returned to that intoxicating time in the hotel. At that time, she was completely immersed in Jiang Cheng's intense love, enjoying unprecedented joy and peace of mind. At this moment, in this pink little hotel, Chin Shuyu's clothes were gently removed like flower petals, revealing her fair and jade-like skin. She closed her eyes tightly, a happy smile on her lips, as if she were welcoming a sweet dream. Meanwhile, at the original Grand Hotel, a sudden change was quietly unfolding. The fake Chin Shuyu also woke up at this moment, completely dazed. She was not the real Chin Shuyu, but an ordinary woman from Huatsuan. Why am I here? She murmured to herself. At this moment, she was sitting in a speeding car, with two guards in black sitting beside her. Their faces were expressionless, and they exuded a cold aura, which made the fake Chin Shuyu feel a chill run down her spine. She shrank back nervously, trying to get away from these two death-like figures. Who are you? Why are you taking me away? She asked in a trembling voice, her heart filled with fear and unease. Your Highness, this way will take you back to the palace. You'll be protected outside. As the vehicle sped away, the fake Chin Shuyu's heart sank heavier and heavier. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and the real Chin Shuyu were enjoying their sweet time together. Jiang Cheng's fingers gently traced Chin Shuyu's skin, sending shivers and tingling sensations through her. Chin Shuyu gradually fell into a dazed state, feeling as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. The pink light in the room became even softer, as if creating a romantic atmosphere for the couple. The flower petals on the large bed danced gently in the breeze, emitting a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. Outside, chaos reigns. The royal guards at the entrance of the Liqing Hotel betrayed the emperor and took the princess hostage. Then came the mutual attacks with the black-clad guards, which caused a great uproar throughout Jinghai. Fortunately, the princess was eventually rescued. Chapter 376 Trip to Jinghai 9. Over at the Grand Hotel, the battle had reached a fever pitch, resembling a battlefield of carnage. Flames soared into the sky, and smoke filled the air, turning the night sky crimson. On the ground, wreckage was everywhere, and shattered glass, like scattered crystals, reflected the firelight and flickered with an eerie glow. Twisted steel and scattered concrete fragments resembled scars on the earth, bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. Amidst the ruins, a fat man with a face covered in soot hurriedly fled down the stairwell, his figure appearing particularly bulky in the dim light. He was panting heavily, sweat mixed with soot, streaming down his face and forming black streaks. His eyes were filled with terror and unease, as if countless evil spirits were chasing him. A short while later, he escaped to the door of the room where he had previously hidden Chin Shuyu. With trembling hands, he gently pushed open the door, only to find the room empty. He let out a strange cry, his voice filled with disbelief and despair. No way, no way. How could she have disappeared? The fat man's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, like a sky covered with dark clouds. He was trembling all over, his eyes flashing with anger and fear. He couldn't accept this fact. He roared and began frantically smashing and breaking things in the room. He lifted the chair high and slammed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces instantly. He kicked the table over, scattering its contents across the floor with a crisp cracking sound. Still not satisfied, he grabbed the bedside lamp and smashed it against the wall, sending sparks flying and fragments flying everywhere. The items in the room were smashed to pieces by his rampage. However, this did not alleviate his anger and fear. He was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Just then, the sounds outside grew louder, and the faint sound of huge cannons could be heard. The cannon fire was like thunder, making his eardrums ache. He was so frightened that his face turned ashen instantly. He realized that if he stayed there, he would probably die in the end. So, without thinking twice, he hurriedly fled outside. His figure darted quickly through the corridor, like a black lightning bolt. He kept smashing through obstacles in his way, even jumping out of broken windows, desperate to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. He had only one thought in his mind: to survive. During his escape, his clothes were torn and his skin was scraped, but he paid no attention to it. Throughout his escape, the fat man had only one thought in his mind: to escape back to Flower Village. It was a place he both knew and loathed. Like a stray dog, he ran wildly through the night until he was panting and grabbed a motorcycle, speeding towards Huatsuan. In the sunlight, his figure appeared particularly lonely and disheveled. Before long, he arrived outside Flower Village. Hanamura is actually located in the outer suburbs of Jinghai City, and it's not far at all. He stopped the car and stared blankly ahead. Damn it, why did the black-clad guards arrive so quickly, as if they knew everything about my movements? He roared, his voice echoing through the air of Hanamura, but no one answered. His heart was filled with resentment and anger. Why did his carefully planned scheme end up like this? The fat man slowly walked into Flower Village, and the scene before him made his heart even heavier. At first glance, the low bungalows are arranged in a staggered manner, and black water flows on both sides of the narrow streets, emitting a nauseating stench. Occasionally, a few men seeking pleasure would wander through, their faces filled with desire and frivolity. The girls here are their cheap playthings. There are boys in Hanamura too, but they are easily distinguishable from those from other places. They are meek and timid, seemingly born to cater to the needs of outsiders. They engage in the business of introducing relatives, pushing their own sisters and other relatives into a living hell, all for the sake of a meager livelihood. This kind of life made him feel deeply humiliated and helpless. As a member of Hanamura, Fatty has felt his lowliness and insignificance since childhood. After gaining the ability, he also tried to use it to change his fate and take revenge on those who had bullied him. However, the harsh reality brought him to his senses. He failed miserably and almost lost his life in Jinghai City. I still can't do anything. I still can't do anything. The fat man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face like broken beads, and cried out in despair. He knew that although many of his companions had died, some had been captured. Soon those in power will know who has offended the imperial authority. The small corner of Hanamura is likely to face annihilation soon, and its fate of being completely wiped out is unchangeable. He staggered to his feet and wandered the streets of Flower Village like a walking corpse. Every step felt incredibly heavy. In the end, he returned to that dilapidated place he called home. The room was a mess, with several dead rats and cockroaches lying haphazardly on the floor. The fat man looked around, his heart filled with desolation. His family, his loved ones, are no longer here. The only person he cared about was his sister. However, she was also caught up in this storm, disguised as Chin Shuyu, and would soon be sent to the palace. However, they all knew that the disguise might not last long and would be exposed soon. Because she wasn't a real princess. Deep down, she's still that woman from Huatsuan. Soon, she will become a prostitute. We need to receive many guests every day, and when we're busy, we might not even have a few hours to rest. Because she is very beautiful. So for them, even a few hours or a few days of luxurious living is nothing special. That's enough to make them yearn for it and enjoy it immensely. The man closed his eyes, and tears streamed down his face again. With trembling hands, he lit the flammable items in the house. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the dilapidated hut, and also the pain and despair in his heart. I'm so sorry, he murmured to himself. Then, as if possessed, he rushed out and began setting other people's houses on fire. The raging flames ravaged the night sky, turning the Hanamura night sky a fiery red. Panic and shouts filled the air as people fled their homes in an attempt to extinguish the sudden fire. They recognized the fat man, the child who had grown up right under their noses. They were puzzled, they were angry, they questioned. But the fat man just stood there silently, letting the flames devour everything. He knew in his heart that although doing so was cruel, it would save more lives. Chapter 377 Trip to Jinghai 10. If they didn't burn the village down, an even crueler fate awaited them. They would be dragged away and beheaded. He couldn't bear to watch his fellow villagers suffer such a misfortune. The flames continued to burn, casting a bright red glow on the fat man's face. His heart was filled with grief. As the night deepened, the fire intensified. The fat man stood in the sea of fire, like a lonely statue. His heart was filled with confusion and fear about the future. He knew he had no way out. I will come back one day, the fat man vowed silently in his heart. On this day, the sky was ablaze with fire. He looked at the men and women who were fleeing from the inferno and cursing him, but a strange smile appeared on his face. If I do this, some people might starve to death or become homeless. But at least, quite a few people survived. Let's try to save as many as possible. He muttered to himself, a hint of helplessness and resolve in his voice. I never intended for things to escalate this much. My original plan was for the whole thing to be done quietly. The princess would be switched, I would torture the real princess, and then send my sister off to enjoy a life of luxury. But alas, everything is over. His expression darkened, his eyes filled with gloom, as if all his hopes and dreams had vanished with the fire. Just then, an old man dressed in an old-fashioned robe slowly walked up to him. The fat man looked up in surprise. The old man in front of him had a face with sharp, angular features, and his skin clung tightly to his cheeks. He had very little flesh on his face and looked quite gaunt. Despite being an old man, he exuded a chilling aura. What shocked the fat man even more was the old man's height. He was incredibly tall, a full 3 meters, like a majestic mountain. Who are you? The fat man stammered, his heart filled with doubt and fear. The old man looked at him with a smile, his deep eyes seeming to see right through people. I am no one. I am a god. The old man's words carried an undeniable authority. God. The fat man's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He never imagined that he would encounter an old man who claimed to be a god at such a time and in such a place. The old man's smile widened, and he slowly reached out and gently patted the fat man's shoulder. Child, your fate is not over yet. This fire may be a turning point in your life. The fat man was stunned. He stared blankly at the old man, a strange warmth welling up in his heart. He didn't know who the old man was or why he was there, but he could feel the power in the old man's words. Are you kidding me? Fat Quillen's face showed a disdainful look. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes flashed with doubt, as if he was mocking the old man's words as too absurd. No, of course not. The old man's smile remained bright, but his tone held a hint of seduction, like a magnet in the abyss, drawing Quillen's heart in. As my agent, I will grant you unprecedented power, enabling you to realize your dream of revenge. Revenge? Quillen frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. That's right, revenge, the old man spoke slowly, his voice seemingly carrying a certain magic. My power is too sensitive to manifest directly in this world, so I need to choose a proxy. And you, Quillen, you have become my proxy, and the power you possess is a gift from me. My power, Quillen's power, was actually given to me by you. Quillen's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the ability he had always been so proud of was actually bestowed upon him by the old man before him. Your ability is manipulation and disguise, isn't it? The old man murmured softly, his voice indifferent. Yes, that's right. Quillen was even more surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to know so much about his abilities. I am the true god. The old man's words carried an undeniable authority. My current situation is somewhat precarious. A powerful being is hunting down our gods. However, this is not your concern. I only hope that you can use the power I grant you to spread the flames of vengeance across the entire land. The old man's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, as if trying to ignite Quillen's soul. Looking at the 3-meter-tall old man in front of him, Quillen couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This old man was indeed very unusual. His height and bone structure far exceeded those of ordinary people, as if they were beyond human capabilities. You really can help me get revenge? Quillen's voice trembled slightly. He had never imagined that he would have the opportunity to take revenge on those who had bullied him. Of course, the old man smiled slightly and gently patted Quillen's shoulder. As long as you are willing to become my agent, I will bestow upon you boundless power and wisdom. And all you have to do is transform this power into the flames of revenge, making those who have harmed you pay the price they deserve. Quillen's eyes gradually hardened. He knew he had no way out. Rather than lingering here in vain, it's better to take a gamble and use the old man's power to realize one's dream of revenge. So he slowly nodded and accepted the old man's suggestion. Very good. The old man nodded in satisfaction. From this day forward, you will be my agent, Quillen. I will always be by your side, hidden in the shadows, until the day you achieve your revenge. Flames raged in the night sky, making the two figures appear even more mysterious. Quillen knew that his life was about to undergo a dramatic change. The old man looked at the boy in front of him and smiled smugly. Suddenly, he stretched out his large palm and waved it towards the flames behind him. The flames that had filled the sky instantly went out, as if the sky had returned to its original state. Black water flowed through the narrow streets. Looking into the room from this spot, he could still feel the stickiness of the black water, which made him very uncomfortable. This is my power, an illusion. Unfortunately, none of this is real. The old man clapped his hands twice, and the once peaceful village was transformed once again into a fiery kingdom shrouded in flames. The flames rose into the sky, gradually transforming into a ferocious dragon that roared and let out a terrifying howl. May I ask what your name is? Child, gods have no names, but the old man's thoughts drifted back to ancient times, when the gods were still a glorious race. However, you humans seem to call me Morpheus, the god of dreams and illusions. Chapter 378 Trip to Jinghai 11. You are a god? Quillen shuddered. When the cold wind blew, he realized that he was soaked to the bone. Not bad. The old man's gaze was like the deep night sky, sparkling with starlight. He stared at Colin below, his voice deep and full of authority. I need a spokesperson, and you, Colin, I think you are very good. Upon hearing this, Colin shuddered, as if struck by an invisible force. His face flushed red, and his eyes shone with excitement and disbelief, like a destitute person who had suddenly won the lottery. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but for a moment he couldn't find the right words to express the shock in his heart. He looked up at the old man, whose tall figure appeared particularly majestic in the night sky, like an insurmountable mountain. A strange sense of awe welled up in Quillen's heart, along with a hint of indescribable excitement. He knew that his life might be completely changed from this moment on. However, this excitement didn't last long. Colin suddenly realized something, and his expression tensed up again. He frowned, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. You said, you need to find a spokesperson because you yourself are unwilling to take action, and you think that someone more powerful is looking for you. The old man glanced at Colin, his deep eyes seemingly able to see into people's hearts. He nodded slowly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. You're smarter than I thought. You're right, that's exactly it. The old man sighed, his voice filled with endless vicissitudes and gonkai, deep feelings. He continued, Shadow and Parasite, they were once the best among our gods, but they are dead. If I were to appear rashly, the risk would be too great. This world is no longer one that our gods can easily set foot in. Upon hearing this, Colin was stunned into silence. His eyes widened as if he were about to pop his eyeballs out. His mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. All that could be heard was his own rapid breathing. He never imagined that he would be drawn into such a vast world and come into contact with the gods and those powerful beings. Great, great God. Quillen's voice trembled as he tried to calm himself. You mean, someone killed your companion? The old man was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. His gaze became deep and distant, as if he were recalling a distant past. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless sorrow. Yes, they were killed by some powerful unknown being. And I, too, have to be careful, lest I follow in their footsteps. My lord, can gods also die? Quillen's words carried a hint of disbelief as he stared intently at the old man before him, as if trying to find the answer in the other's eyes. The old man, Morpheus, had his brows furrowed slightly, like two small mountains standing between his foreheads, and his expression was so solemn that he seemed to be carrying the weight of the entire world on his back. Gods cannot die, at least not in the traditional sense, but their current state is very strange. His voice was deep and hoarse, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Strange. Colin couldn't help but ask, his heart filled with doubt and curiosity. Yes, Morpheus spoke slowly, his eyes becoming deep and complex. In short, I must proceed with caution. And you, as my representative, will gain unprecedented power, a dreamlike ability that will allow you to do many unbelievable things. Are you willing to accept this power and face the challenges of the future with me? Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Quillen's eyes. This hesitation didn't stem from a lack of desire for power, but rather from the sheer shock of the information he had heard. Even gods could meet with misfortune. What kind of person could possess the power to kill a god? How terrifying and powerful must such a person be? A deep fear welled up in his heart, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat. God. Colin took a deep breath, trying to make his voice firm. I am willing to be your spokesperson. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, I will move forward without hesitation. For the flames of revenge, for the belief in my heart. Looking at Quillen's determined eyes, the old man felt a surge of relief. He knew he had chosen the right person. This young man may be ordinary, but he has an indomitable spirit. You are very good. However, at that moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and an incredulous glint flashed in his eyes. Wait, he shouted, his voice trembling slightly. The Godslayer? That person, perhaps I know who it is. Quillen's eyes burned with intensity as he stared intently at Morpheus, as if trying to imprint the message into the depths of the other's soul. It's Jiang Chung. So far, only Jiang Chung has killed a god. His tone was full of worship and awe, as if the name Jiang Chung itself was a supreme honor. Upon hearing this, Morpheus shuddered slightly, as if touched by some kind of force. He murmured to himself, Jiang Chung. The name rolled gently on his tongue, as if carrying a special charm. Suddenly, he began to tremble all over. It was a shock that came from within. Jiang Chung. This name can't be wrong. Morpheus's eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. The human leader of the age of gods? Could it be that you didn't die either? He gasped. The name seemed to stir up deep-seated memories, leaving him in a state of unprecedented shock at what he was seeing. Human leaders? Colin was completely bewildered. The amount of information contained behind the name far exceeded his imagination. He stared wide-eyed, trying to glean more clues from Morpheus's expression. Morpheus took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and regained his usual composure. It's all right. You don't need to know his true identity. His words carried an undeniable firmness. You just need to know that if it's him, then it's not surprising. Shadow and Parasite, although they are among the best in our god clan, their strength is actually at the bottom. It's only natural that they would be killed by Jiang Cheng. Colin listened, completely stunned. Chapter 379 Trip to Jinghai 12. A complex look flashed in Morpheus's eyes, a mixture of nostalgia for his former companions and determination. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds, as if he could see that distant and mysterious future. In that case, I must not show myself so easily. What I must do now is awaken more powerful members of the divine race and form a united front. Only in this way can we fight Jiangcheng. After speaking, Morpheus slowly extended his palm, which seemed to contain endless power. Golden light shone brightly on his palm, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn or the most dazzling star in the night sky, spreading a faint yet magnificent light. With an indescribable solemnity and compassion, he gently touched the light to Quirin's head. At that moment, Colin felt as if he were surrounded by a warm and powerful force, every cell in his body trembling, as if he were receiving some kind of sacred baptism. His body began to undergo subtle changes. The obesity that had accumulated from long-term consumption of junk food gradually melted away like snow blown by a spring breeze, replaced by firm and powerful muscles with smooth lines, full of vitality. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging within him, as if the weight of the entire world could not crush him. His eyes gleamed with excitement and disbelief. With a gentle wave of his hand, the whole world seemed to respond to his call. The previously gloomy sky instantly became cloudless, and sunlight poured down like golden silk, illuminating every inch of the land. Under this light, withered trees come back to life. The once desolate branches quickly sprouted tender green shoots and bloomed with gorgeous flowers. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers, as if the whole world was singing for this miracle. Colin waved his arm again, and the vibrant scene he had just created vanished instantly, returning everything to its previous state. But the shock was deeply imprinted in his heart. He was so excited that he trembled and knelt down on the ground, his eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Great God, he choked, his voice filled with boundless worship and gratitude. What virtue or ability do I, Colin, possess to receive such a blessing from you? From this day forward, I will dedicate everything to serving you, even unto death. As he spoke, he lowered his head deeply, his forehead touching the cold ground. Inside a small hotel in Jinghai City, Qin Shiyu held Jiang Cheng in her arms, her face full of sweetness. Qin Shiyu wore a semi-transparent gauze shawl, which was as light as morning mist, gently draped over her shoulders, yet could not conceal her snow-white skin, which was as beautiful as jade. Her face was so delicate it seemed to drip with water, her eyes were moist, and a shy yet satisfied smile played on her lips. She was like a noble and beautiful flower blooming in the morning dew, so lovely and alluring that one couldn't help but want to protect her. Especially her long, white legs, which were partially hidden by the light gauze, were now flushed red, like clouds dyed red by the sunset, radiating an alluring glow. She nestled tightly in Jiangcheng's arms, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. Jiangcheng, hello, hello. She parted her lips slightly, her voice soft and charming. But for a moment, she couldn't find a more fitting adjective to express her feelings. Looking at her shy yet charming appearance, Jiangcheng couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He reached out and gently hooked his fingertips on her delicate nose, his eyes sparkling with teasing and doting light. Awesome. He smiled slightly, his tone tinged with smugness, as if waiting for the other person's approval. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu's cheeks flushed even more, but she no longer tried to hide it. Instead, she opened her heart, nodded, and her eyes were full of admiration and love. Yes, that's great. Jiang Cheng immediately smiled smugly, a smile full of satisfaction. He gently put his arm around Qin Shuyu's waist and pulled her closer into his embrace, as if to declare his victory. "Oomph, of course," he said softly, his tone full of pride and doting. "From now on, I'll be your man. How could I not be great?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu's face blossomed into an even brighter smile. She nestled tightly in Jiang Cheng's arms, determined to cherish this moment of happiness forever. Inside the room, the pink light softened, and a faint floral fragrance and a sense of love filled the air. Jiang Cheng, unable to contain his emotions, gently kissed Qin Shuyu's forehead, responded bravely, her eyes filled with determination and trust. She thought to herself that this man had saved her. He was not only her savior, but also a hero of Dian. A hero is worthy of me. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a sweet joy in her heart, as if she were filled with honey. However, at this tender moment, Qin Shuyu's expression suddenly changed drastically. She abruptly pushed Jiang Cheng away, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. "Jiang Cheng, something terrible has happened. We've wasted so much time. Things must be in complete chaos with my father." Jiang Cheng was taken aback upon hearing this. He scratched his head and pondered to himself. Indeed, while they were entwined in their tender moments here, the outside world may have undergone earth-shattering changes. He said in a deep voice, "As far as I know, when I came here, I discovered someone disguised as you. The chaos may not happen because that imposter is almost indistinguishable from you, and may be able to fool you for the time being." "Huh?" Qin Shuyu gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her eyes bulged as if they would pop out of their sockets, and she asked in a trembling voice, "There's another me?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "That's right. My ability allows me to sense the other party's malice. I sensed killing intent emanating from that imposter of you, and her eyes don't have the same feeling as yours, nor do they possess the ability to petrify. Therefore, I've determined that she is a fake version of you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu was both shocked and worried. She bit her lower lip tightly, her thoughts racing. If there really is an imposter of myself, although I don't know what their purpose is, it probably won't be anything good. Wouldn't the situation in the palace and the father be in grave danger? She must get back as soon as possible. Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up. "Jiang Cheng, we can't waste any more time. I must get back to the palace as soon as possible and expose the imposter's identity." Chapter 380 Trip to Jinghai 13. Despite the major incident in Jinghai, the martial arts competition continues in order to maintain the dignity of the royal family. But no one knew that the woman on the high platform, dressed in gorgeous clothes and adorned with dazzling pearls and jade, had already been switched. She was not the real Qin Shuyu, but an unknown mysterious woman. She forced herself to remain calm, her gaze sweeping over the roaring, enthusiastic crowd below, but inside she felt restless and uneasy. That unease was almost palpable. What's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell?" The Emperor of Dian beside him asked with concern, his eyes filled with doting affection and worry. Nothing in this world could compare to his love for Qin Shuyu. The fake princess felt a pang of anxiety, forced a smile, and said softly, "Father, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired." Her voice was soft, but there was a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Upon hearing this, Emperor Dian frowned slightly, and then instructed the attendant beside him. "Quickly, prepare some fine tea, snacks, and fruits so that the princess can rest." After receiving the order, the servant hurriedly stepped down from the stage and began to make arrangements in a flurry of activity. On the arena, the competition officially began. The first stage was a weightlifting competition, where heroes from all walks of life took turns challenging seemingly impossible weights. The fake princess sat on the high platform, seemingly calm, but in reality, her heart was pounding like a drum, and every cheer from the crowd made her feel a pang of fear. She glanced furtively at the Emperor of Dian and saw that he was focused and had not noticed anything amiss, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Jiang Cheng quietly brought the real Qin Shuyu to the venue. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto the fake princess on the platform. He gently held Qin Shuyu's hand and whispered, "Look, that fake you is definitely not right." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu's eyes flashed with anger, but more so with worry. "We must expose her true colors as soon as possible, but we must not embarrass my father." Jiang Cheng nodded, his gaze shifting to the arena, already having made up his mind. He knew that to expose the fake princess, he had to stand out in this competition and win everyone's approval. Only after entering the palace could it be exposed. This is the safest approach. Just then, A handsome man appeared on the stage. He wore a well-fitting suit, his face was elegant, and he looked as if he had stepped out of a painting. The large display screen behind him clearly showed his hometown, age, and the school he attended, Jinghai University. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience, with the female spectators especially thrilled. Look, this is Lee Si-min from the Lee family of Gyuan. He not only got into Jinghai University with high scores, but he's also so handsome. Wah! I want to have his babies, a female audience member screamed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not far away, a contestant snorted coldly, clearly disdainful of Lee Si-min's popularity. He's just a pretty boy. This first stage of the competition is about strength. Look at how frail he looks. How much weight can he lift? This contestant was burly, with biceps as hard as iron, each muscle seemingly containing boundless power. He glanced at Lee Si-min with disdain, then strode toward the weightlifting platform, ready to demonstrate his strength. Upon hearing this, Lee Si-min merely smiled slightly and paid no further attention. He walked to the weightlifting platform, took a deep breath, and then slowly squatted down, gripping the barbell tightly with both hands. The muscles in his arms instantly tensed up, as if they contained boundless power. With a low shout, he lifted the barbell steadily. The audience erupted in cheers, and even the strong contestant looked surprised. He never expected that this seemingly frail man would possess such astonishing strength. Look, he actually lifted a 230-kilogram barbell. The barbell seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, hanging steadily in the air. Lee Si-min's face was slightly distorted from the effort, but his eyes shone with a resolute and unyielding light. TSK, I never expected Lee Si-min to look so thin, yet be so strong. You really can't judge a book by its cover, a spectator exclaimed, shaking his head in amazement. Yes, compared to them, the ones from this morning were really nothing special. The highest was only 200 kilograms, which is nothing compared to Lee Si-min. Another audience member echoed this sentiment, their tone filled with admiration for Lee Si-min. The surrounding chatter rose and fell like a surging tide, all expressing recognition and praise for Lee Si-min's abilities. Just then, a muscular man named Wang Hui came on stage. His entire body seemed to be forged from steel, with every muscle exuding astonishing power. He snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and walked directly towards the 200-kilogram section. My God, Wang Hui went straight for 290 kilograms? Is he trying to compete with Lee Si-min? A viewer exclaimed, his tone full of anticipation and surprise. However, Wang Hui did not stop there. He only briefly touched the 290-kilogram barbell, and then, seemingly not satisfied, strode over to the 320-kilogram dumbbell. He took a deep breath, as if gathering all his strength, and then quickly reached out and gripped the heavy dumbbell tightly. The hall erupted in uproar. The audience stood up, staring in disbelief at the scene, as if witnessing a miracle. Wang Hui is too strong. 320 kilograms. That's several times the weight of an average person. Judging from his expression, he might actually be able to lift it. This competition is getting more and more exciting. The murmurs of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire venue. The murmurs of the crowd were like waves of heat in summer, one after another, stretching on and on. They were either amazed by Wang Hui's feat, or discussing the intensity of the competition, and some even began to speculate about who the final winner would be. This Wang Hui is simply a human-shaped beast. Lifting a 320-kilogram dumbbell so easily is simply unbelievable. Yeah, judging from his appearance, he seems to be handling it with ease. That strength is simply terrifying. However, Lee Si-min shouldn't be underestimated. His ability to lift a 230-kilogram barbell is already quite astonishing. This competition is truly full of suspense. While everyone was discussing it, Wang Hui had already prepared to raise his weapon. Chapter 381 Trip to Jinghai 14. Wang Hui took a deep breath, and his muscles tensed instantly, like pieces of hard steel. His gaze became unusually firm, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength in this moment. He gripped the dumbbells tightly with both hands, lowered his waist, and unleashed a burst of power from his entire body, like a fully drawn bowstring. His face was contorted from the effort, and the veins on his forehead stood out clearly, as if they were about to break free from the skin's restraints. With a deep roar, Wang Hui exerted his strength and slowly lifted the dumbbell. His body trembled slightly, but his eyes shone with an indomitable light. The dumbbell slowly rose in his hands, 1 inch, 2 inches. Each inch it rose was accompanied by the trembling of his muscles and the spray of sweat. Finally, to everyone's breathless anticipation, Wang Hui steadily lifted the dumbbell overhead. His face was flushed red from the effort, but his eyes gleamed with the light of victory. The hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers once again, as if they were about to shatter the entire sky. Wang Hui's feat undoubtedly became a highlight of the competition. At this moment, Jiang Qing looked at the two people on the stage and couldn't help but nod in approval. In this world, although Beast Soul Masters are much stronger than the men of Blue Star, because this competition has an age limit, most people haven't actually practiced their techniques for very long, so their strength isn't excessively exaggerated. 320 kilograms is already quite powerful. Jiang Qing was also eager to try. After all, he was quite special. After multiple evolutions, he didn't know what level his power had reached. Soon it was Jiang Qing's turn to take the stage. Jiang Qing summoned Mo Liuli and Zhang Luotian to look at the princess, while he strode onto the stage. Behind him, a striking introduction lit up, shining like a dazzling star. Immediately, the audience paused for a moment, then erupted in a deafening tidal wave of shouts. My God, am I dreaming? Is this Jiang Qing? That's right, it's Jiangnan Martial Arts University student, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. It's definitely him, and I think he's even more handsome than he appears in person. If it's him, the championship is definitely his. Yes, I really envy the princess. She has a strong man like Jiang Qing fighting for her. The cheers from the audience surged like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next. The spectators stood up, waving flags and banners, cheering for Jiang Qing. More than half of the spectators at the edge of the ring even attempted to climb onto it, but security personnel had to make a great effort to get them off. The entire venue seemed to have turned into a sea of joy, with everyone's face beaming with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Qing! Jiang Qing! Jiang Qing! The shouts surged like a tide, wave after wave, seemingly without end. They converged into a powerful sound wave, impacting every corner of the venue and causing the air to tremble slightly. The audience's enthusiasm burned like a blazing fire, turning the entire venue into a sea of joy. Jiang Qing! Jiang Qing! Jiang Qing! The shouts were unified, like 1,000 horses galloping by, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Wang Hui stood to the side, his expression shifting between anger and jealousy. He clenched his teeth, muttering to himself, "Humph, don't be so strong that you're actually no match for him." However, despite his sharp tongue, he had to admit Jiang Qing's strength. The performance during that live broadcast was truly breathtaking and convinced him completely. Li Simin looked at Jiang Qing with a complicated expression, his eyes showing both awe and some hostility. He remembered a cousin named Li Yuan who had died tragically in the Qin family, and it was possible that this Jiang Qing was involved. Jiang Qing, I want to see just how strong you really are. He clenched his fists tightly, held his breath, and stared intently at Jiang Qing's every move, afraid of missing any detail. Jiang Qing slowly walked to the 240-kilogram barbell, glanced at it lightly, and seemed to be assessing his own strength. After a moment, he shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the weight. So he strode towards the 300-kilogram barbell area. The barbells there are made of special materials and are much heavier than ordinary barbells. Jiang Qing stopped in front of the 350-kilogram barbell, stretched out his finger, and gently tapped the heavy barbell, as if testing its weight. This action made Wang Hui hold his breath and become so tense that he almost suffocated. He knew that the 320 kilograms he could lift was his limit, and if Jiang Qing could lift a heavier barbell, he would be outdone without a doubt. Wang Hui's expression grew increasingly grim. He stared intently at Jiang Qing, afraid of missing any detail. However, Jiang Qing only tried the weight of the barbell before standing up, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Wang Hui, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jiang Qing was nothing special. However, he didn't know that in Jiang Qing's mind, the 350-kilogram barbell seemed a bit too light. Looking at Jiang Qing deep in thought, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This Jiang Qing is probably all talk and no action. Although there is still a real battle to come, and I may not be able to get first place, it would still attract a lot of attention if I won first place in the strength competition. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, and a smug glint flashed in his eyes. Jiang Qing tilted his head, seemingly unsatisfied with the 350-kilogram barbell, and without hesitation moved on to the area with even heavier barbells. This move instantly drew gasps of amazement from the entire audience. The audience's eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop their eyeballs out of their sockets. They were talking amongst themselves, their voices rising and falling like a pot of boiling water. My God, what is Jiangqing trying to do? Isn't a 350-kilogram barbell enough? Is he going to challenge even heavier weights? That's absolutely insane. Incredible. Just how strong is Jiangqing? Is he going to break the tournament record? The audience members below the stage speculated, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. They waved their flags and banners, cheering for Jiangqing with even greater enthusiasm, as if they wanted to pour all their passion into this moment. Jiangqing, Jiangqing, you're the best. Go for it, Jiangqing. We believe in you. The shouts surged like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next, engulfing the entire venue in thunderous cheers. Wang Hui stood to the side, his face turning ashen. He clenched his teeth, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Chapter 382 Trip to Jinghai 15. Everyone knows that if Jiangqing can lift a heavier barbell, he will undoubtedly be the loser in this contest of strength. Li Ximin's eyes flickered as he stared intently at Jiangqing's retreating figure. He was also filled with doubts. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiangqing finally stopped at the 400-kilogram barbell area. He took a deep breath, as if gathering all his strength. Then, he slowly reached out and gripped the heavy barbell tightly. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, and even breathing became barely audible. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness this breathtaking moment. Jiangqing unleashed his full strength in an instant, and with just a soft roar, he slowly lifted the barbell. His body trembled slightly, but he walked with exceptional determination. The barbell slowly rose in his hands, 1 inch, 2 inches. Each inch it rose was accompanied by a loud cheer. Finally, to everyone's astonishment, Jiangqing steadily lifted the barbell over his head. The hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers once again, as if they were about to shatter the entire sky. In the audience, the discussions surged like a tidal wave, each word filled with amazement and awe at the remarkable feat of Jiangqing. Unbelievable. 400 kilograms. That's a full 800 pounds. Jiangqing. He actually lifted it so easily. Yes, judging from his appearance, he seems to be handling it with ease. I dare say this is definitely not his limit. If he wanted to, he could probably challenge even heavier weights. Did you notice that when Jiangqing was lifting the barbell, his eyes looked very relaxed, even a little easy? Yes, and his breathing wasn't too rapid, so he obviously wasn't going all out. In other words, 400 kilograms is far from his limit. My God, where exactly is his limit? Has he already surpassed the limits of humanity? That's right, there weren't any heavier barbells on the field, otherwise he could have really surprised us. People were discussing it, their words filled with awe and admiration for the strength of Jiangqing. They waved their flags, their eyes gleaming with excitement. On the high platform, the fake princess stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Although she knew something about Jiangqing's fighting ability, she was still incredibly shocked to see him lift a 400-kilogram barbell so easily. An indescribable fear and awe welled up within her. 200 kilograms of force in one hand. Wouldn't an ordinary person be instantly killed by a single punch? Moreover, this is not his limit. So where exactly is his limit? She couldn't imagine what terrifying power Jiangqing would unleash if he really went all out. This fake princess is named Kalili, and she is Quillen's sister. At this moment, the shock and awe in my heart are like surging waves, difficult to calm down. Her wide eyes revealed not only shock at Jiangqing's power, but also a barely perceptible tension and worry. She took a few deep breaths, trying to make her expression look more natural and calm the turmoil in her heart. In fact, she had come prepared to die, but when the time came, she became somewhat afraid of dying. Being a princess is so great. Everything is done for you. You're weighted on hand and foot, unlike back in Flower Village where women had to work for 10 or 20 hours straight with their legs spread wide. She looked in the direction of Jiangqing, her eyes filled with not only admiration, but also a complex emotion. Jiangqing is not only outstanding in appearance, but his strength is also phenomenal. To possess such power at such a young age, his future achievements are limitless. Kuei Lily couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Judging from the current situation, Jiangqing's victory was almost a foregone conclusion. If she could marry such a powerful man, then her future. Thinking of this, Kalili's heart was filled with sweetness, so sweet that she almost forgot about her surroundings. However, this sweetness was soon replaced by a strange desire to conquer. As a woman from Hanamura, She should, in accordance with common sense, serve men from all over the world, just like her predecessors. Most of those people were old bachelors, and some were men who did manual labor. This made her feel extremely disgusted. Luckily, I'm still young, and my brother dotes on me, so he didn't make me start prostitution too early. If I could marry him, I'd definitely use my princess status to bully him properly. Perhaps because she had been at the bottom since childhood, she was prone to a rebound once she gained power. At this moment, a strange desire to conquer arose in her heart. Jiang Cheng suddenly raised his head and looked at the fake princess on the high platform. Ding! A new bad woman detected. Do you wish to bind with her? Binding will accumulate bad woman points. A new bad woman has been detected. It seems like she's the fake princess on that high platform. Jiang Cheng smiled and immediately selected confirm. Location of the wicked woman, Central Square, Jinghai City, Dian Dynasty. Kue Lily. Kalili? Is that your original name? Jiang Cheng shifted his gaze away, deciding to conquer the enemy once he had secured first place. It was not wise to alert them now. Just as Kalili was lost in thought, the first stage of the strength test was about to end. Only 3 contestants remained, and at that moment, her gaze suddenly fixed on someone in the audience. Elder brother? Kueli exclaimed in surprise. Although the person in front of her had lost a lot of weight and his face was much more delicate, she still recognized him at a glance as her brother, Colin. Colin, dressed in tattered clothes, stood in stark contrast to the glamorous contestants on stage. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a wicked smile. However, his slender body seemed to contain boundless strength, and he walked towards the stage with a firm stride. As Koeli watched her brother's figure, she felt a mix of emotions. What is my brother doing here? If we win, does that mean you have to marry me? She suddenly felt a little nervous. Colin was given divine power by Morpheus, and his physique changed drastically. His originally bloated body quickly became thinner, and his energy and spirit improved a lot. Colin slowly walked onto the stage, his whole being seemingly enveloped by some mysterious power, faintly radiating a divine light. Although the light was not dazzling, it carried an indescribable sense of majesty and power. He strode confidently to the 400-kilogram barbell area, his steps firm and powerful, each one seemingly proclaiming his extraordinary nature. The audience's attention was instantly drawn, and they all cast surprised and curious glances. Chapter 383 Trip to Jinghai 16. Koelin took a deep breath, and his expression was somewhat similar to Jiang Cheng's previous one. Then, he slowly reached out and gripped the heavy barbell tightly. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent again, and even breathing became cautious, for fear of disturbing this moment of miracle. In an instant, Quillen's entire body erupted with power, his silence concealing boundless explosive force. Was slowly lifted up by him with what appeared to be an effortless movement. Although his body trembled slightly, he walked with exceptional steadiness, as if the 400 kilograms of weight were nothing to him. The barbell slowly rose in his hands, 1 inch, 2 inches. Each inch it rose was accompanied by gasps and whispers of astonishment from the audience. Finally, to everyone's astonishment, Quillen steadily lifted the barbell over his head. At that moment, the venue seemed to be ignited, erupting with unprecedented cheers and exclamations. My God, what's going on? Colin, how is he so strong too? Could it be that he is also a hidden master? Or has he obtained some mysterious power? The audience was abuzz with discussion, their words filled with shock at Quillen's mutated power. Their faces displayed a mixture of surprise, doubt, and awe, creating a vivid picture. Some people stared wide-eyed, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Some opened their mouths wide but couldn't utter a word, and others held tightly to the hands of those around them to calm their shock. Quilly was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Looking at her brother on the stage, who was radiant with divine light and possessed astonishing power, she felt a complex and indescribable emotion welling up inside her. She didn't know what had happened to her brother and was starting to panic. At this moment, all she wanted was for Jiang Cheng to defeat his brother. She absolutely did not want to marry him. At this moment, Quillen's gaze was like a sharp blade, shooting straight at Jiang Cheng in the resting area. His expression not only contained provocation, but also a hint of barely perceptible fighting spirit. It was as if it were saying, Jiang Cheng, you wait, this contest has only just begun. Jiang Cheng sat there, a faint smile playing on his lips. His smile held a hint of amusement and a touch of anticipation. If I get too bored, I'll fall asleep. He muttered to himself, his tone revealing his interest in Quillen. For Colin, his provocation was merely an added bit of fun to the duel. In Jiang Cheng's view, Quilin was quite strong and might actually become an opponent worth taking seriously. However, this only makes him take it seriously. This martial arts competition has a strict age limit. After all, a princess of the Great Yin Kingdom cannot marry an old man in his 70s or 80s. Jiang Cheng was confident that at his age, no one could rival him. As the first stage of the competition came to an end, the atmosphere at the venue did not diminish. On the contrary, it became even more enthusiastic. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming competition, eager to see who would emerge victorious in this contest of strength and skill. The second stage of the competition began soon. This stage, as a continuation of the preliminary selection, would eliminate 2/3 of the participants, leaving only the most elite third for the final showdown. The rules are simple yet brutal. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. Jiang Cheng stood up and walked lightly towards the lottery area. His figure stood out in the crowd. He stretched out a hand, gently pulled a bamboo stick from the divination tube, and opened it to find that it read, "Number 107. Number 107? Jiang Cheng smiled, his smile full of confidence and composure. He seemed indifferent to his number and even less concerned about who his opponent was, because he knew that no matter who his opponent was, they could not stop him from moving forward. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on Quilin. Jiang Cheng gently raised the lot in his hand, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, as if declaring war on Quilin. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. The audience held their breath, knowing that the upcoming matches would be even more exciting and thrilling. As the mechanism in the center of the arena was activated, the entire arena seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force, slowly rising. At the same time, its area gradually expands, like stretched clay, eventually forming a more expansive battle space. The surface of the arena was strangely divided into 16 small 4x4 squares, each square being an independent fighting area. This design allows the games to run simultaneously, greatly improving efficiency. Quilin stood on ring number 09. His opponent was a burly, muscular man who looked incredibly strong and whose eyes gleamed with a fierce light. However, in the face of Quilin's calm yet profound gaze, the burly man's imposing presence seemed to weaken instantly. Start. With the referee's command, the match officially began. The burly man roared, like a raging bull, and charged at Quilin. His fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed into Quilin's chest. However, Quilin simply shifted his body slightly to the side and skillfully dodged the attack. At the same time, he moved his feet slightly, and his body, like a blur, instantly appeared behind the big man. The burly man's attack missed, and he staggered forward a few steps involuntarily. Just then, Quilin made his move. He gently clapped his hand out. The seemingly soft clap contained astonishing power. The burly man's body flew backward like a leaf blown by a strong wind, crashing heavily outside the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole process was lightning fast. The audience didn't even have time to react before the match was over. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. You should know that this big man demonstrated tremendous strength in the previous round, lifting a 300-kilogram barbell. However, in front of Quilin at this moment, he was like a weak child, powerless to fight back. What kind of power is this? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock. Quilin stood on the ring, his posture as upright as a pine tree, a faint smile on his face. He slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had only done a trivial thing. However, everyone present knew that this seemingly thin young man actually possessed unfathomable strength. Brother, you've become this strong already? Chapter 384 Trip to Jinghai 17. Sitting on the high platform, Kalili stared intently at her brother in the ring, a mixture of indescribable pride and fear welling up inside her. She was proud of her brother's strength, but also terrified that he might win the championship in the end. That would be truly heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the other spectators were also discussing the matter. People began to speculate about Quirin's origins and whether he possessed some kind of mysterious power. However, Quilin simply smiled indifferently at these speculations and discussions and did not take them to heart. With Quilin's victory, the match in Ring 09 came to an end. Meanwhile, matches were also taking place in other arenas. The audience was thrilled, eagerly anticipating more exciting matches and waiting to see who would emerge victorious. Jiangcheng was not placed in the first round of the competition. He sat quietly in the rest area, his gaze fixed intently on each match on the ring, silently analyzing the strength and characteristics of each opponent. As the dust settled on the first round of the competition, the screen fell like night, and a string of names faded into obscurity. These were the marks of the losers, but also the stepping stones on the path to the strong. The second round began immediately, and when Jiang Cheng's name appeared on stage number 02, the entire venue erupted like a powder keg, bursting into deafening cheers. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the next, each one carrying the audience's expectations and admiration for Jiangqing. They stood or sat, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The sound waves intertwined in the air, forming an invisible force that shook the souls of everyone present, causing the entire venue to tremble. Below arena number 02, a woman in a long robe stood quietly. Her face was covered by a light veil, revealing only a pair of clear, watery eyes that sparkled with curiosity and scrutiny. This woman was Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu pouted her lips, a playful and adorable gesture. Even with such a simple expression, her flawless face radiated a unique charm. Her beauty is otherworldly, like a clear mountain spring, fresh and refined, unforgettable at first glance. At this moment, she thought to herself that Jiangqing's popularity was so great that she herself was slightly inferior. The competition officially began. Jiangqing's opponent was a man wearing light armor. The armor gleamed coldly under the lights, as if every piece of iron contained endless power. He stood as straight as a pine tree, exuding an aura that could not be underestimated, a composure and fierceness born from countless battles and bloodshed. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, scanning his surroundings, but the moment his gaze met Jiang Cheng's, a hint of undisguised astonishment flashed across his face. "How unlucky I am to have run into you," he muttered to himself, his expression as bitter and helpless as if he had eaten an unripe persimmon. He originally thought that with his considerable strength, making it into the top 50 was a sure thing, but he didn't expect to encounter the formidable Jiang Cheng in the first round, and a strong sense of defeat rose in his heart. It's all over now," he muttered to himself, his tone pessimistic. However, despite his constant complaints, he moved with lightning speed, his figure bursting forth as he pounced on Jiang Cheng. His skills were indeed extraordinary. Every movement revealed his superb martial arts skills and rich combat experience. The light armor on his body seemed to become the most flexible battle garment, moving with the wind and impeccable. But Jiangqing stood there like a majestic mountain, unmoved by the storm raging against his opponents. Just as the armored man was about to close in, Jiangqing finally moved. His action was simple and direct. He simply threw a punch. This punch, seemingly ordinary, contained the weight of mountains and rivers. The air seemed to be compressed under this punch, emitting a deep rumble. The armored man's expression changed drastically. He felt the terrifying power contained in the punch and tried to dodge, but found himself seemingly locked in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Bang! With a loud bang, the force of the fist collided with the armor. The seemingly indestructible armor cracked at that moment, and the armored man was sent flying like a leaf blown by a gale, crashing heavily outside the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Cheng simply clapped his hands lightly, as if he had only done a trivial little thing. "Jiangqing, Jiangqing, Jiangqing." The cheers from the audience surged like a tidal wave, one wave after another, as if to drown the entire venue in endless sound. The voice contained boundless passion and worship, like thousands of believers calling upon their God. On the high platform, the emperor of the Dayan kingdom frowned slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Cheng on the arena. There was something unusual about his expression. It was a complex mix of surprise, scrutiny, and contemplation. He pondered to himself, what exactly is the charm of Jiang Cheng that can drive so many people crazy? Such high popularity might not be a good thing. Colin, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also had a solemn expression. He stared intently at Jiang Cheng, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Jiang Cheng is indeed powerful. He was secretly amazed, but tried his best to keep his face calm. Kueli knew that although he was also quite strong, he was like a firefly trying to compete with the moon in front of Jiang Cheng, and they were not even in the same league. However, Quillen did not completely lose faith. He recalled the prophecy of the mysterious deity. "You, Colin, will definitely win this match." These words were like a divine oracle, firmly imprinted on his mind. Although Quirin did not understand why the gods would make such a judgment, he chose to believe it. Since he says I can win, then I'll give it a shot. Colin took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew he was facing unprecedented challenges, but now that he had come this far, he could not give up easily. Colin secretly vowed that no matter the outcome, he would fight with all his might for himself and for that mysterious prophecy. With Jiangqing's victory, the atmosphere on the stage became increasingly tense and exciting. The audience eagerly anticipates more exciting matches, while the contestants are all itching to meet the challenges ahead. In this contest of strength and wisdom, everyone yearns to be the ultimate victor, and Jiangqing and Colleen have undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. The competition became even more intense in the following rounds, with each participant showcasing their strongest abilities. Chapter 385 Trip to Jinghai 18. No matter how strong the opponent, Jiangqing stands firmly on the stage like an insurmountable mountain. Every move he made was precise and deadly, leaving his opponents with no chance to defend themselves. Soon, the competition raged like a flame whipped by a whirlwind, growing ever more intense, with each match becoming a brutal clash of strength and will. On the arena, iron fists clashed, sword energy surged, and the contestants spared no effort in their quest for victory. Some even fell in this war without gunfire, never to rise again. A pungent, bloody smell filled the air, the mingled scent of sweat and blood, a stark and brutal reflection of the match's cruelty. On many arenas, the contestants fell amidst the dazzling light of their skills. Some were severely injured and unconscious, while others were carried off the stage, their fates unknown. Every heavy blow, every scream, was like a hammer blow striking the hearts of the audience, making them sigh at the cruelty of the match. As Qin Shiyu watched the contestants silently leave or be carried away, an indescribable sorrow welled up in her heart. Her gaze lingered on the blood-stained arena, and she sighed softly. The scene of blood splattering everywhere was like a series of shocking paintings, making it hard for her to bear looking at it. However, when her gaze fell on Jiangqing again, the gloom in her heart quietly dissipated. Jiangqing remained as steady as a rock on the ring. Every move he made was perfectly timed, demonstrating his formidable strength while minimizing the risk of seriously injuring his opponent. His fighting style was like an art form, both fierce and restrained, almost as if he were performing an art. Although Jiangqing is powerful, it has never seriously injured its opponents. My choice was right. Qin Shiyu secretly rejoiced, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She believed that Jiangqing not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also a broad and benevolent heart. As the competition progressed, the number of people on the stage gradually decreased, like fallen leaves swept away by the autumn wind. Some of the once spirited contestants left the stage in disappointment, while others remained on this battlefield forever. In the end, only 10 people remained. They stood like 10 war gods on their respective arenas, exuding an indomitable will and a powerful aura. Among them was Colleen, who tied for first place with Jiangqing in the first stage of weightlifting. He was covered in blood, yet he remained calm and resolute. His gaze was like that of a cheetah, fixed on his opponent ahead, as if ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Among these 10 people, Jiangqing and Colleen are undoubtedly the most dazzling. Soon, the draw began. Jiangqing glanced at his own number. Number 3. The final few matches were played on independent stages. The original small arena has been merged into 2, making the venue much larger, while the rules remain the same. The first match was between Colin and a strong man from the frontier. This burly man was named Tai Yan. True to his name, he was as tall and strong as a rock, with dark skin and muscles that resembled coiled dragons, exuding a powerful aura. His face was rugged, with deep wrinkles etched on his forehead. He looks older than his age, Jiangqing complained. In previous matches, Tai Yan won applause from many spectators with his brute strength and superb martial arts skills. With each step he took, the arena trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and his large, iron-like hands could easily tear apart an opponent's defenses. The battle was about to break out. Colin and Tai Yan stood at attention, their eyes flashing with fierce fighting spirit. Tai Yan launched the first attack. He roared like a beast, leaped forward, and clenched his fists, smashing them towards Colin with a whistling sound. Colin moved nimbly, dodging Tai Yan's fierce attack with a sidestep like a nimble cat. At the same time, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his figure appeared behind Tai Yan like a ghost. He struck out with a palm, aiming straight for Tai Yan's vital point. Tai Yan reacted quickly, turning his body and forcefully blocking Colin's attack. The two instantly engaged in fierce close combat, with whistling punches and flying palm strikes, dust billowing across the arena, and the atmosphere becoming extremely tense. Jiangcheng watched intently from below the stage. He keenly noticed that although Tai Yan's attacks were fierce, Kuei Lin's response seemed effortless. Moreover, every move Kulin made seemed to contain a subtle rhythm, causing Tian's attacks to miss repeatedly. This Kulin is indeed extraordinary, Jiangcheng thought to himself, his eyes becoming even more focused, trying to discern more from Kulin's moves. Just then, Kulin suddenly retreated, putting distance between himself and Tai Yan. Tai Yan was taken aback, then assumed that Kulin was running away because he was exhausted, so he gave chase without hesitation. However, just as he was about to approach Kulin suddenly swayed, as if merging into the air, and disappeared from Tian's sight. Not good, Tai Yan thought to himself. He quickly stopped and looked around warily. However, at that moment, a powerful force suddenly struck him from behind, violently throwing him into the air. Tai Yan flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the edge of the ring. He struggled to get up, only to find that he had lost his footing and his body was falling downwards uncontrollably. With a loud thud, Tai Yan fell off the stage, kicking up a cloud of dust. This scene stunned everyone present. Tai Yan himself looked bewildered. He clearly hadn't expected the match to end in this way. Quillen stood on the ring with a faint smile on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiangcheng's eyes. He carefully recalled the battle just now, and gradually understood. Was this person using illusion magic? He was clearly surprised when he fell off the stage, Jiangcheng thought to himself. Kuei-Lin glanced at Jiangcheng subtly, his expression unusual. He found that Jiangcheng's gaze seemed to have a magical power, making him feel uneasy. So he quickly avoided his gaze and found a place to rest. Jiangcheng watched the second match for a while and found that the two were not particularly strong. Some of them were even weaker than the guys he had eliminated, so he immediately lost interest. He turned his gaze toward the podium. The girl who looked exactly like Qin Shuyu. This Kulin seems to possess some illusionary abilities, and this woman is probably using illusionary magic as well. Jiangcheng looked at it carefully. His soul skill has the ability to dispel illusions, but he needs to enhance the transmission of some doomsday magic power. In Jiangcheng's view, wisps of black smoke appeared on the woman's body, eventually dissipating without a trace, revealing a face completely different from Qin Shuyu's. It really was an illusion. Unfortunately, my soul skill can dispel all illusions. Chapter 386 Trip to Jinghai 19. The competition continued, and most people were eliminated, leaving only 6 people in the end. Finally, Jiangcheng drew Kuei-Lin as his opponent this time. The two stepped onto the ring, their eyes met, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. A hint of tension flickered in Kuei-Lin's eyes. He took a deep breath, as if to encourage himself. You are strong, but I will not give up easily. I will use all my strength. Upon hearing this, Jiangcheng simply smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a calm and confident demeanor. With the referee's signal, the battle erupted instantly. Like a beast that had been gathering its strength for a long time, Kuei-Lin's fists were like 2 cannons ready to fire, accompanied by a whistling sound, as he slammed them towards Jiangcheng. The force of the punch was extremely fierce, as if it could tear the air apart. Jiangcheng remained calm and composed, deftly shifting his body to the side to easily dodge Kuei-Lin's fierce attack. At the same time, he moved his feet slightly, and his figure appeared behind and to the side of Kuei-Lin like a ghost. He struck out with a palm, carrying an overwhelming force, aiming straight for Kuei-Lin's vitals. Kuei-Lin reacted quickly, turning his body to block Jiangcheng's attack. Even so, he could still feel the powerful force contained in Jiangcheng's palm strike, which made him secretly alarmed. The two instantly engaged in fierce close combat. Kuei-Lin's punches were as dense as raindrops, each punch containing earth-shattering power, while Jiangcheng was as agile as a fish, each dodge perfectly timed, while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Dust billowed on the ring, fists whistled, palms flew, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The audience watched intently, afraid of missing a single detail. As time went on, Kuei-Lin gradually began to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Jiangcheng, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, making each move with ease, as if he were enjoying the battle. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Kuei-Lin revealed a weakness. Jiangcheng reacted quickly, pushing off the ground and shooting towards Kuei-Lin like an arrow. With a single palm strike, he unleashed a powerful force that instantly sent Kuei-Lin flying. Quillen flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily onto the ring. He struggled to get up, but Jiang Cheng didn't give him any chance. He flashed and reappeared in front of Quillen, taking a step forward and completely suppressing Quillen under his feet. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately announced the result of the match. Jiang Cheng won by a narrow margin, but he didn't seem overly excited. He merely glanced at Quillen, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Quillen lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes gleaming with admiration. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a playful smile. "Do you think such petty tricks can fool my eyes, Jiang Cheng?" His voice was casual, yet it resounded like thunder in Quillen's ears. Quillen's face instantly turned extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped hard in the face, and all his pretense and tricks were exposed at this moment. A flicker of astonishment and resentment crossed his eyes, but more than anything, it was fear of Jiang Cheng's unfathomable strength. Jiang Cheng gave Quillen no chance to catch his breath. He kicked out hard into the air to the left, and with a crisp crack, a dark figure flew out like a leaf blown by a strong wind and crashed heavily to the ground. The original Quillen disappeared, and a new Quillen appeared on the ground not far away. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that it wasn't air at all, but clearly Quillen himself. Before Jiang Cheng took the stage, he had already made preparations. He activated his soul skill and increased the magic transmission, which allowed Jiang Cheng to see through his abilities. The real Quillen was lying not far away, looking dejected, his heart filled with helplessness and despair. Because he realized he was already lying on the ground and outside the boundary. "You actually won again." The moment the result was announced, the entire square erupted in cheers and applause, propelling Jiang Cheng to even greater heights. Jiang Cheng is indeed very strong. The audience discussed among themselves, their eyes shining with boundless admiration for this young powerhouse. On the stage, the members of the royal family also showed expressions of approval. They exchanged glances, as if silently confirming Jiang Cheng's strength. "Yes, he is indeed very powerful. I think he is absolutely qualified to be Shuyu's Beast Soul Master." An elder member of the royal family nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Meanwhile, somewhere in the square, amidst dazzling lights and shimmering colors, several young members of the Dian royal family gathered, watching the competition unfold. They were dressed in various gorgeous costumes. The men were exceptionally handsome, and the women were gentle and graceful, like a series of moving paintings. Among this group of people, Jiang Cheng's strength undoubtedly became a hot topic of discussion. Quillen was already a rare and powerful figure, yet he appeared so vulnerable in front of Jiang Cheng, which undoubtedly gave everyone a deeper understanding of Jiang Cheng's strength. Among them, a woman dressed in a purple gown was particularly eye-catching. She had a slender figure, like a fairy dancing lightly under the wisteria blossoms, and her clear eyes sparkled with wisdom and curiosity. With a noble yet gentle demeanor, she seems like a noble lady who has stepped out of an ancient painting, leaving a lasting impression. At this moment, a look of surprise and amazement appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, clearly impressed by Jiang Cheng's strength. "Auntie, Auntie." Beside her, a young man in a magnificent robe waved and chuckled, trying to attract her attention. "What are you doing so engrossed? Are you captivated by Jiang Cheng's heroic figure?" He followed the woman's gaze and saw Jiang Cheng standing majestically on the arena, and suddenly realized what was going on. Jiang Cheng is indeed a talented individual with outstanding abilities. It's a pity, though. He'll probably be Shu Yu's cousin's man soon. You'll have no chance. The young man said jokingly, and deliberately shook his head, looking regretful. Upon hearing this, the woman's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lower lip, and a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand and gave the young man a sharp rap on the head, making him wince in pain. You shouldn't talk nonsense," the woman said coquettishly, but her face showed a hint of shyness that was hard to detect. She pondered to herself. Jiang Cheng was indeed extraordinary, but how could she easily fall for him? Moreover, he was already Shu Yu's fiancé, and she should keep her distance and not let her mind wander. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Cheng again. His tall, upright figure and composed demeanor were truly captivating. Chapter 387 Trip to Jinghai 20. She sighed inwardly. Such a man was indeed worthy of Shu Yu's heartfelt devotion. At this moment, only 4 people remain on the field. If Jiang Cheng wins 2 more matches, he will win first place in this competition. Qin Shu Yu, sitting in the audience, kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Cheng's tall and straight figure, her eyes flashing with an unusual light, as if the whole world had stood still. Her heartbeat rose and fell with Jiang Cheng's every move, their deep affection and pride intertwining to create a moving picture. Jiang Cheng, this name, resonates more strongly and warms more deeply in her heart than ever before. In the next 2 matches, he was like a dragon soaring through the heavens, unstoppable. Every move he made was precise and deadly, defeating his opponents one by one and demonstrating extraordinary strength. When the last opponent fell, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Cheers, applause, and applause surged forth like a tidal wave, converging into an irresistible force that propelled the name of Jiangcheng into the sky. I hereby declare the ultimate winner of this competition to be Jiang Cheng. The referee's voice pierced through the noise, clear and powerful, like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone, from the audience below the stage to the Emperor of Dian on the high platform, as well as the nobles and princes who were usually high and mighty, stood up and paid tribute to this young powerhouse with their warmest applause. Their faces beamed with excitement and admiration. Especially the little princess of the Dian kingdom, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were glistening with tears of excitement. She clenched her fists tightly, as if trying to concentrate all her joy and pride into this one moment. Her heart was filled with admiration and respect for Jiang Cheng, an emotion that burned like a raging fire, impossible to suppress. After a series of elaborate and solemn ceremonies, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Jiang Cheng, led by the attendants, stepped into a magnificent palace. This palace seems to be built with countless treasures, and every part of it exudes a dazzling light, leaving people in awe. The palace's dome soars into the clouds, presenting a dreamlike transparency, as if one could directly glimpse the vast starry sky. The dome is surrounded by a dense array of gemstones, which are colorful and dazzling, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire palace as bright as day. Against the backdrop of these jewels, every object in the palace appeared exceptionally magnificent. The exquisite carvings, intricate patterns, and dazzling decorations all showcased the luxury and nobility of the royal family. However, among all these gems, the one that attracted Jiang Cheng's attention the most was the huge red gem at the top of the dome. "This is Scarlet Mary," Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with curiosity and shock. He knew that the gem was extraordinary not only because of its blood-red color, but also because of the mysterious legends hidden behind it. Scarlet Mary, this is not its original name, but rather a captivating name bestowed upon it due to its unique color and rarity. This gemstone is extremely rare, and at night it emits a magnificent and mysterious glow, like the brightest star in the deep night sky. However, Scarlet Mary is most renowned not only for its beauty. It also possesses a chilling characteristic, its ability to absorb human blood. It is said that a Scarlet Mary, the size of a pigeon egg, requires the blood of more than 100 people to achieve its vibrant red color. The one embedded in the dome at this moment is actually the size of a basketball. Jiang Cheng stared at the enormous Scarlet Mary, which was emitting a faint light that seemed to possess a magical power, making it impossible to look away. The surface of the gemstone is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding light and shadow, making the entire palace seem to be dyed with a mysterious and magnificent color. Against the backdrop of this Scarlet Mary, the palace's magnificence and grandeur are on full display. The colorful gemstones, the dazzling decorations, and the towering transparent dome together create a magnificent picture, making people feel as if they are in a dream world. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel at how magnificent and luxurious the palace was, far exceeding his expectations. As Jiang Cheng entered the palace hall, he stood tall and straight, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, its edge fully revealed. All around, elite guards stood like a forest, their eyes sharp and their bodies exuding a chilling aura, as if they could unleash astonishing combat power at any moment. The palace walls are riddled with deep caves, their entrances shimmering with a ghostly blue light. It looks like some kind of high-energy particle cannon. The fact that such a powerful defensive force was hidden within this palace was truly astonishing. In the very center of the hall, a majestic throne stood prominently, upon which sat a middle-aged man. He was the Emperor of Dian, a majestic and awe-inspiring figure. He wore a magnificent dragon robe, embroidered with golden dragon patterns that shone brightly, as if it contained boundless imperial power and majesty. His face was resolute, his eyes were deep, and he exuded an aura of authority that inspired awe. I heard you have a lot of beast girls. The emperor's voice was deep and powerful, seemingly containing boundless majesty and curiosity. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Cheng, as if he wanted to see right through him. Jiang Cheng stood proudly, facing the emperor's majesty without fear. Instead, he straightened his chest and replied, "Indeed, your majesty, I do possess quite a few beast girls." His voice was clear and firm, full of confidence and pride. However, as soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from all around. "How dare you!" Countless black-clad guards roared in unison, their eyes filled with anger and disdain, as if Jiang Cheng's actions had crossed their bottom line. "You've come to see His Majesty the Emperor. Why aren't you kneeling?" The voices of the black-clad guards echoed through the hall like thunder. They leaned forward slightly, as if ready to pounce and subdue Jiang Cheng at any moment. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense, as if a string had been stretched to its limit and could snap at any moment. Jiang Cheng felt pressure from all sides. The emperor sat quietly on his throne, gazing intently at Jiang Cheng, as if deep in thought. "I grant Jiang Cheng the right not to kneel. You shall remain silent." Several black-clad guards immediately lowered their heads, took a step back in unison, and bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng to express their apology. "Young man, you are very good." The majestic monarch looked at Jiang Cheng, his voice hoarse. Chapter 388 Trip to Jinghai 21. A heavy silence fell over the scene. The middle-aged man sitting on the throne, the Emperor of Dian, was like a majestic mountain, exuding an inviolable majesty. His deep eyes, like a clear mirror that can see into people's hearts, were fixed on Jiang Cheng below, his gaze filled with both scrutiny and his own contemplation. After a long pause, the emperor's slightly hoarse voice slowly rang out again, like the gentle tolling of an ancient bell, echoing throughout the hall. "You young man, you're quite interesting." He sighed softly, his voice seemingly filled with endless gonkai, deep emotion/reflection. Then, he changed the subject and continued. "My youngest daughter has been spoiled since childhood and has a willful nature. I think only a man as resolute and unyielding as you can tame her restless heart." At this point, the emperor paused slightly, a resolute glint in his eyes. "You may step down. From now on, you will be the consort of my Dian." Though his words were simple, they carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng simply nodded, his eyes showing little emotion. He didn't have much affection for this Emperor Dian, nor did he have much reverence for him. Then he turned and left, his steps firm, as if everything was under his control. As Jiang Cheng departed, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind the emperor. The man was emaciated, like a walking skeleton, and exuded a sinister aura. With a flick of his thin fingers, a transparent barrier appeared around the two of them, concealing their figures. "This child must not be allowed to live." The piercing voice echoed within the barrier, filled with resolute determination and killing intent. A cold light flashed in the shadowy figure's eyes. "Indeed, I can see from his eyes that he is not afraid of me. If I cannot use this kind of mentality, he will become a great threat." Emperor Dian nodded. Beside her, the fake princess, Quilly, looked extremely nervous. The shadowy figure beside the emperor was gaunt and resembled a demon of the night. Because of the barrier blocking her view, she couldn't hear anything clearly and became increasingly uneasy. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes flashed with panic, like a little bird trapped in a cage, looking around helplessly. She prayed silently that everything would pass peacefully, and that her hard-won princess status, along with the power and position she was about to gain, would not vanish into thin air. Led by his guards, Jiang Cheng made his way to his temporary residence. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was faint. The stone path outside the palace shimmered with a pale silver glow, making it appear exceptionally jewel-like. Since he had not yet formally entered into a contract with Qin Shiyu, he could only temporarily reside in a quiet courtyard outside the palace. Just as the two were about to step into the courtyard, a sudden howling sound broke the silence of the night, like the low murmur of a ghost. Several flashes of cold light streaked through the air, sharp throwing knives, carrying a deadly chill, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Before Jiang Cheng's attendant could react, one of the knives pierced his body, and he collapsed to the ground. A gleaming throwing knife was stuck in his back, and his face quickly changed from terror to a purplish red, clearly indicating that the knife was coated with a deadly poison. Poisonous. Jiang Cheng's eyes sharpened, and he immediately understood that this was a premeditated assassination. He shifted to the side, dodging several more throwing knives with the agility of a fish, while his sharp eyes scanned his surroundings, trying to find the mysterious assassin. Who dares to commit violence in the palace? Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful, like a sharp blade in ice, revealing an unquestionable majesty. He knew that anyone capable of making a move in this heavily guarded palace must be exceptionally strong and courageous. Before the words were finished, a slight whooshing sound rang out again, this time as several dark figures attacked from all directions simultaneously. Jiang Cheng sprang up like a cheetah hunting its prey, every movement precise and swift. He moved like a cheetah, nimbly weaving through the flashing blades and dodging the deadly flying knives that followed one after another. A dangerous aura filled the air, and each throwing knife gleamed with a cold light, as if it wanted to cut everything around it into pieces. Humph, a coward hiding his head and tail, yet he dares to come here to commit violence. Jiang Cheng sneered, his tone filled with disdain and coldness. His figure suddenly rushed forward, as if he wanted to directly crash into the death net woven by the flying knives. However, at the very moment of imminent collision, Jiang Cheng strangely shifted to the side, dodging all the flying knives at an incredible angle. At the same time, he grabbed the handle of a throwing knife with his backhand and managed to take it down from midair. Is that all you've got? Jiang Cheng chuckled dismissively, the throwing knife in his hand twirling nimbly between his fingers as if it were a mere toy. Just then, a dark figure flashed out from the shadows, moving like a ghost with astonishing speed. The assassin was dressed in black, his face covered by a black veil, revealing only a pair of cold and vicious eyes. He held a dagger that gleamed with a ghostly blue light, clearly coated with deadly poison, and aimed it straight at Jiang Cheng's heart. You're courting death. Jiang Cheng roared, his figure flashing like lightning. He grabbed the assassin's wrist and twisted it so hard that he twisted the assassin's arm into a pretzel shape. The assassin let out a scream, and the dagger in his hand flew out. However, this assassin was clearly a ruthless character. Even with his arm crippled, he did not give up. Suddenly, a short blade appeared in his other hand, and he stabbed it fiercely towards Jiang Cheng's waist. A mere trick, Jiang Cheng sneered, his body twisting strangely as he easily dodged the attack. At the same time, he kicked out, striking the assassin squarely in the chest. The assassin was sent flying like a leaf in a gust of wind, crashing heavily into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Cheng slowly walked up to the assassin, looking down at him with cold eyes. Speak, who sent you? The assassin gritted his teeth, but refused to speak. Jiang Cheng sneered, squatted down, and grabbed the assassin by the collar. You think I can't do anything if you don't talk? As soon as he finished speaking, black blood began to spill from the assassin's mouth. Dead. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the assassin to be so resolute, preferring to bite his tongue and commit suicide rather than reveal any information. I returned to my residence from the palace. Could it be that I was being watched along the way? Jiang Cheng's expression gradually became serious. He realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Chapter 389 Trip to Jinghai 22. Are they from the capital? Or rather, is it the Emperor of the Dayan Kingdom's intention? Jiang Cheng looked up at the starry sky, his eyes shining brightly under the starlight, like two dazzling stars, revealing his profundity and wisdom. However, he quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. No, if they really came from the capital, they couldn't be this weak. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, feeling that there must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. Just then, several black shadows flashed across the surrounding rooftops, light and swift, like ghosts in the night sky. Jiang Cheng sneered. He had already sensed these enemies lurking in the shadows. It seems tonight won't be peaceful. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, and then a large hole appeared behind him, from which several beautiful figures slowly emerged. It was Mo Lioli, Zhang Luoshan, and several other beast girls, all of them full of energy and ready to fight. Lioli, Luoshan, kill them. At Jiang Cheng's command, Mo Lioli and Zhang Luoshan immediately took to the air, like two beautiful shooting stars streaking across the night sky. An ice-type beast girl, Mo Lioli possesses exceptional defensive capabilities. With a wave of her hands, ice walls instantly rise from the ground, blocking the approaching shadows one by one. The ice wall is crystal clear, as if it were carved from jade, and is both sturdy and beautiful. Zhang Luoshan is a wood-type beast girl who excels at offense. She clasped her hands together and muttered incantations. Suddenly, Sharp wooden spikes shot up from the ground like a barrage of arrows, piercing towards the dark figures. The wooden spikes shimmered with a green light, clearly indicating that they contained a potent poison. The consequences of being pricked by them would be unimaginable. Jiang Cheng stood aside, calmly observing the battle. He didn't rush to attack, but wanted to give these beast girls more training, since they were his strongest support for the future. However, when those shadowy figures revealed their true strength, Jiang Cheng's expression changed slightly. These shadowy figures were all experts. They were agile and nimble, swiftly dodging the attacks of Mo Liuli and Jiang Luotian, and began their counterattack. It seems I underestimated you. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly, knowing it was time for him to make his move. By devouring several deities, Jiang Cheng's strength underwent a dramatic transformation. Their close-quarters combat ability has been greatly increased. The intensity of the fight in the ring during the day was hardly even a warm-up. With a flash, he appeared behind a dark figure, like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky. Before the dark figure could react, Jiang Cheng's fist had already slammed into his back. With a crack, the shadowy figure's spine was instantly broken, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. Jiang Cheng did not stop. He moved swiftly, each punch hitting a vital spot of a dark figure. His speed and strength were so great that the shadowy figures had no chance to defend themselves. Under Jiang Cheng's leadership, Mo Liuli and Jiang Luotian became increasingly brave. They cooperated seamlessly, advancing and retreating strategically, and quickly defeated the shadowy figures one by one. After the battle, Jiang Cheng stood in the night, his figure appearing even taller and more majestic. Jiang Cheng stood amidst the haphazardly laid out, dark corpses, his brow furrowed, his piercing gaze sweeping over each and every one of them. These deceased included both men and women, all of whom appeared to be middle-aged with stern faces. Even in death, their profound and resolute nature remained on their faces, as if telling the story of their extraordinary identities. Jiang Cheng was filled with doubts. At such a young age and with such skill, he was no ordinary person. What kind of force could mobilize so many experts to come and die? He crouched down, his fingertips lightly tracing the badge on a corpse. The badge gleamed coldly in the moonlight, engraved with intricate totems, seemingly the symbol of a certain family. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered the matter, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in an inconspicuous little hotel, the lights were dim, and three burly men sat around a worn-out round table, their eyes fixed on a screen in front of them. The scene on the screen was Jiang Cheng battling the shadowy figure. When they saw Jiang Cheng easily take down all the shadowy figures single-handedly, one of the burly men slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang, making the teacups on the table jump. The family's elite assassins couldn't even last a single exchange. Just who is this monster in Jiangqing? The burly man's voice was as rough as thunder, his face filled with disbelief. The boy sitting in the middle was Li Simin from the Li family of Guyuan. He looked somber, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions. He said in a low voice, "Uncles, you've just woken up from your seclusion, so you may not know this. A while ago, Jiangcheng, in coordination with the military's space-based weapons, annihilated a god." At this point, Li Simin couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with frustration. He and Jiangcheng were the same age, but it seemed as if they lived in two different worlds. The dazzling brilliance of Jiangcheng made him feel unprecedented pressure and frustration. With his current strength, I think it will be difficult to kill him. Li Simin's voice was tinged with helplessness and dejection. He knew Jiangcheng's strength well, and couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. However, the three burly men did not back down. Instead, their eyes became even more determined. "You can't say that. This kid is growing too fast. If we don't do something now, we'll be powerless to help him later," one of the burly men said in a deep voice, his tone full of determination. "But, uncles," Li Simin wanted to argue, but was interrupted again. "Just watch, this Jiangcheng will surely perish within 3 days." The burly man's voice was powerful and resonant, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. "Wait until I call your 3 aunts to Jinghai. This kid will have a hard time," another burly man sneered, a confident smile on his face. They seemed to have a perfect plan, just waiting for the right moment to annihilate Jiangcheng in one fell swoop. 3 aunts. Li Simin shuddered, perhaps thinking of something terrifying. If several elders joined forces, it might really be possible. Soon, the entire black-clad guards were mobilized and took control of the entire street. However, They couldn't figure out what was going on with the badges on these men in black. Some officers also arrived at the scene. They were probably from the capital's patrol force. They began knocking on doors from house to house, some even breaking down doors to start questioning and investigating. Jiang Chung wanted to stop him, but was stopped by the black-clad guards. This is their duty. If they can't give an explanation, they'll lose their heads, the black-clad guard commander said meaningfully. Is that so? Then let's leave it at that. Jiang Chung frowned. It's just that we've disturbed the local residents. The gates of Jiangxing slammed shut with a loud bang. The black-clad guard locked outside showed no emotion, only letting out a few cold snorts. Chapter 390 Divine Wrath. The distant Far East. The Far East, this vast and uninhabited land, appears even more desolate and mysterious in the embrace of winter. The world was a vast expanse of white, with snowflakes falling like feathers from the sky, gently covering the earth and forming a thick blanket. The howling wind, carrying a biting chill, sculpted this icy world with even more distinct edges, each corner exuding a captivating, frigid beauty. However, beneath this enchanting snowscape lies endless danger. This is a paradise for ferocious beasts. They either lurk in ice caves or roam the snowfields. Their powerful auras are faintly visible in the cold wind, as if they could unleash a thrilling hunt at any moment. Ice wolves, snow bears, and even the legendary ice dragons are the overlords of this land, and their presence fills this seemingly peaceful snowy region with unknowns and dangers. Just then, the first snow mountain in the Far East, that towering ice and snow giant, suddenly trembled violently. The trembling seemed like the earth's low murmur, foreshadowing something ominous. Immediately afterwards, large chunks of ice and snow began to break apart on the mountaintop, a spectacular sight, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart. They rolled down with a roar, forming white torrents. Avalanche. This is one of the most awe-inspiring displays of nature's power. The ice and snow surged like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path in an instant. Trees were uprooted, rocks were crushed into powder, and the entire snow-capped mountain seemed to come alive at that moment, revealing its most ferocious side. The avalanche was so massive and overwhelming, like the end of the world, that it inspired awe. At the foot of the mountain, a gaunt and tall old man stood quietly. He was the newly awakened god, Morpheus. The old man had a stern face, like a sculpted stone statue, with deep and unfathomable eyes that seemed to see into the essence of all things in the world. Although his body was thin, he exuded an indescribable majesty and power, as if every inch of his skin contained endless strength. Morpheus's long, silvery hair cascaded over his shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze. Despite being dressed in thin clothes, they seemed completely unaffected by the biting cold wind. He stared silently at the oncoming avalanche, his eyes flashing with a complex light. "Are you waking up too?" Morpheus whispered, as if murmuring about the unknown changes that were about to happen on the summit of the snow-capped mountain. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Mountains collapsed, and boulders tumbled down, like the roar of a god, shaking every inch of the land. The ground began to sink violently, and huge cracks, like the mouth of a demon, devoured everything around it. On the snowfield, cracks crisscrossed, like an apocalyptic scroll slowly unfolding. After an unusual silence, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky, its edges flashing with eerie blue arcs of electricity, as if it were a gateway to another world. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying yet dazzling beam of light poured down from the cave, like a pillar descending from the heavens, illuminating this vast land covered in ice and snow. The light carried an indescribable majesty and purifying power, causing the entire world to tremble. As the light descended, the once arrogant and domineering beasts were instantly enveloped by an invisible pressure. They either crawled on the ground or curled up in a ball. Those usually ferocious ice wolves and snow bears were now filled with fear in their eyes and trembled all over, as if they felt a shock from the depths of their souls. The ice dragon's roar abruptly ceased, its massive body frozen in midair, daring not to make the slightest move. Just then, a deafening roar came from deep within the earth, as if a giant beast had awakened beneath the earth's crust. Immediately afterwards, the ground seemed to be torn apart by a tremendous force, exploding and turning dust and snow into a chaotic mess. In the midst of this chaos, a burly man suddenly leaped out, his figure blotting out the sky, his muscles like those sculpted from rock, every inch containing explosive power, his height far exceeding that of ordinary people. He was simply a walking giant. Most shockingly, the big man had no facial features. Only a huge eyeball occupied his entire head, and that eyeball gleamed with an eerie light. He grinned, revealing a ferocious expression, and his voice echoed through the valley like thunder. "Old man, it's been 10,000 years. How come you were waiting for me as soon as I woke up? Could it be that the world is different 10,000 years later?" His words contained both the joy of reunion and the uncertainty and anticipation for the future. Morpheus tilted his head slightly, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if piercing through the dust of time, meeting the eyes of the one-eyed giant. "One-eyed, long time no see. Don't call me by my nickname, you old geezer." Cyclops' eyes were wide open in anger, his single eye seemingly capable of spitting fire, flashing with arrogance and disdain. "My power still surpasses yours. As long as I wish, you will tremble under my iron fist and be completely suppressed in no time." The enormous figure, though lacking the arrogance that filled his words, stood ramrod straight, his massive body bulging with muscles, like a volcano about to erupt, radiating a chilling aura of power. Morpheus smiled faintly, but his eyes held a deep worry. "Your Excellency Cyclops, times have changed. As you have witnessed, the world has undergone tremendous changes. If we cannot join hands, even you will find it difficult to remain unscathed." Upon hearing this, Cyclops frowned, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his single eye, which then turned to anger. The situation has become so dire? Humans, could it be that those tiny reptiles have developed a civilization that can threaten our divine race? Even you feel fear. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the surrounding air, and a complex expression of shock and anger appeared on his face, as if he could not accept this fact. Suddenly, he roared to the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. The void behind him seemed to be torn apart, and a huge iron hammer appeared out of thin air. The hammer was wrapped in violent lightning, crackling and flashing, reflecting his even more ferocious face. In the sky, dark clouds gathered rapidly, thunder rumbled, and a dazzling bolt of lightning ripped across the horizon, as if nature were responding angrily to this giant. Morpheus shook his head slightly, a hint of pity in his eyes. "No, humanity has not developed a civilization that surpasses ours. On the contrary, they are more lost than they were 10,000 years ago. Their magical technology is nothing more than a firefly's glow compared to what it once was. Humanity is currently in a state of unprecedented decline." Chapter 391 Divine Wrath 2. Cyclops' anger seemed to be interrupted by this sudden information. He was stunned for a moment, and the anger in his single eye was gradually replaced by doubt. "Old man, if that's the case, why did you?" His tone was tinged with confusion, and the lightning on the hammer seemed to have diminished, as if waiting for the other party's answer. Morpheus took a deep breath, gazed into the distance, and said in a heavy tone, "Because the real threat does not come from humanity, or rather, among humans, there is only one human who poses a great threat to us." "The person you're talking about, could it be?" "Indeed, it is the Holy Emperor of mankind, Jiang Cheng." Morpheus's expression was more solemn than ever before. His eyes seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, staring directly into that distant future. Although he is not powerful enough at the moment, just a few days ago, he openly killed the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord's power, while far inferior to ours, is by no means something that an individual human in the world today could easily kill. Morpheus's words carried an indescribable heaviness. His brows were furrowed, as if bearing the weight of the world's anxieties. As a member of the divine race, you should be able to clearly sense the aura of the Shadow Lord has been completely annihilated, including his very essence. And the parasite, that fellow, though utterly filthy, was also incredibly troublesome. And now, even his core is gone. You mean, 2 members of the Protoss have perished? The anger in Cyclops' single eye gradually subsided, replaced by an incredulous shock, even tinged with a hint of shudder. His massive body trembled slightly, as if touched by something profound and terrifying. Just then, the earth suddenly trembled, and a heart-pounding roar came from afar. In the sky, the dense dark clouds seemed to be torn apart by some force, revealing a clear blue sky. On the ground, countless enormous blue ice dragons burst forth from the earth. They were agile and their scales shimmered with a cold light, like giant beasts awakening from ancient glaciers. These ice dragons are hundreds of meters tall, their bodies winding like mountain ranges, their eyes burning with cold flames, revealing endless anger and killing intent. A dozen ice dragons, unleashing devastating freezing breaths, swooped down from the sky. Their breaths were like pillars of ice, instantly freezing the air and encasing everything in their path. The scene was incredibly spectacular, as if the entire world was shrouded in this chilling aura of death. The surrounding temperature plummeted by tens of degrees in an instant, and the already frigid earth became even colder, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold wind was like a knife, cutting through every inch of space, even freezing the moisture in the air into tiny ice crystals that drifted down. Cyclops' eyes widened in anger, and the rage in his single eye burned fiercely once more. He angrily raised the lightning hammer in his hand. The violent lightning crackling around the hammer seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, and the flashes of electricity reflected his even more ferocious face. "You lowly reptiles, how dare you provoke us gods?" Cyclops roared, his voice like thunder, shaking the entire world. He leaped forward, his body crashing down like a mountain onto the swooping ice dragons. The battle is about to begin. It is a magnificent showdown between gods and dragons. Each swing of Cyclops' hammer was accompanied by a deafening roar, with lightning and frost intertwining and bursting forth with dazzling light. The ice dragons, not to be outdone, opened their massive jaws and spewed out icy breaths, attempting to freeze the Cyclops into an ice sculpture. However, Cyclops' power far exceeded the imagination of these ice dragons. His muscles were like those sculpted from rock, and every swing of his hammer contained earth-shattering power. The ice dragons shattered under his iron hammer, turning into countless ice shards that dissipated into the air. However, the breath of these ice dragons could not freeze his body in the slightest. He is a god, and although these beasts are at level 150, they are still not on the same level. The battle lasted only a few minutes, but it felt like it spanned an eternity. When the last ice dragon fell under Cyclops' hammer, the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Cyclops stood in the center of the battlefield, his body still as upright as a pine tree. The anger in his single eye had been extinguished, replaced by a deep weariness and pride. Nothing special. He smiled contemptuously, as if the magnificent battle just now was merely a warm-up exercise for him. However, the scattered ice shards on the ground and the chill in the air silently testified to the ferocity and epic scale of this battle. On the battlefield, dragon corpses littered the ground. Those once majestic ice dragons now lay prostrate at the feet of Cyclops like broken rag dolls. Their bodies, piled up, towered higher than any mountain peak, forming a terrifying mountain of dragon bones. Dragon blood flowed like a river, turning the snow-covered land a shocking dark red. The blood fell to the ground, making a strong, sizzling sound as it corroded, as if even the earth itself was trembling at the ferocity of the battle. A pungent smell of blood filled the air, mixed with a chilling cold that instilled fear in everyone. Cyclops stood atop Dragonbone Mountain, laughing heartily, his voice booming like thunder. "It's been so long since I've had a bath. A dragon blood bath. That's the ultimate indulgence." As he spoke, he stretched out his rock-hard hand and easily grabbed the carcass of a giant dragon. Although the dragon was dead, its body was still enormous, but in Cyclops' hands, it was as if it were just a fragile toy. He twisted the dragon's neck with one hand, and the bones in the neck snapped in his hand like fragile tree branches, making a crisp, crack sound. Warm dragon blood cascaded down like a waterfall, soaking Cyclops' entire body. The blood carried a strange energy, churning and boiling on his skin, as if trying to temper every inch of it into something more resilient. Cyclops closed his eyes, enjoying the rare bath of dragon blood. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face, as if at this moment, he was the king of the world, in control of all life and death. Dragon blood slid down his skin and dripped onto the ground, making a hissing sound, as if even the earth was trembling under the pressure of the dragon blood. Cyclops' muscles swelled even more under the baptism of dragon blood, as if they contained boundless power. His skin had become so tough that even the sharpest blade in the world probably couldn't cut through it. Chapter 392, Divine Wrath 3. As the last drop of dragon blood slid down, Cyclops slowly opened his eyes shining with an even more dazzling light, as if even the heavens and earth trembled in his gaze. He spread his arms, looked up to the sky, and roared, his roar filled with a thirst for power and an expectation for the future. "Old man, did you see that? This is my power, unmatched by anyone." Cyclops turned his head and looked at Morpheus in the distance, his voice filled with confidence and deep pride. Morpheus simply stood there quietly, his eyes deep, as if pondering some far-reaching question. You mean, with your power, you are capable of defeating that holy emperor? Upon hearing this, Cyclops' smile froze instantly, as if frozen by the coldest frost of winter. His single eye suddenly narrowed, its light shifting from smugness to gloom, like dark clouds obscuring a clear sky, a harbinger of an impending storm. His massive body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from disbelief. Cyclops, who considered himself invincible below the gods, was now shaken by a small question. He lowered his head, looking at his body, stained red with dragon blood and bulging with muscles, and a complex emotion he had never felt before welled up in his heart. Jiangxing. He gave a low hum, his voice trembling slightly, but more so with resentment and stubbornness. Cyclops, would never fear him. However, though his words were loud, they lacked the confidence he had previously displayed. Cyclops knew that Morpheus wouldn't speak without reason. Since the old man had mentioned Jiangxing, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Cyclops' single eye gleamed as he tried to suppress his unease, straightening his back once more and attempting to mask his inner turmoil with outward toughness. He took a deep breath, letting the cold air fill his chest, as if that would calm him down. Old man, don't boost others' morale while diminishing your own, he said with a forced smile, but his voice sounded somewhat hoarse. With that, he swung the lightning hammer in his hand with great force, and the lightning on the hammer seemed to respond to his determination, flashing even more brightly. Morpheus looked at Cyclops, a fleeting hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Cyclops, I don't mean to discourage you, Morpheus said slowly, his voice gentle yet firm. It's just that we can't afford to be careless in the face of Jiangxing. His growth rate has far exceeded our expectations. We must be prepared to protect everything we have in this impending storm. Cyclops remained silent, gazing into the distance with a complex light in his eyes. After a long pause, Cyclops finally spoke slowly, his voice low and carrying a hint of barely perceptible gravity. Old man, just tell me straight. What is it that you came to see me about this time? Morpheus gazed at him, a wise light gleaming in his eyes. I'm seeking your help to unite. In this turbulent time, only by working together can we overcome these difficulties. A union? Cyclops' expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, seemingly somewhat surprised by the proposal. That's right. Morpheus nodded affirmatively. To deal with Jiangxing, we must not go it alone. We must secretly unite and gradually gather those clansmen who are awakening. This time, we must not let him suppress us to the point of being unable to raise our heads again. Upon hearing this, Cyclops paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. You're right. With Jiangxing's strength, it's indeed difficult to win in a one-on-one fight. I came here today to hear your opinion and see how we should deal with this. Morpheus looked at him, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. It's good that you understand. You have the most impulsive temper, and if you act rashly, the consequences could be unimaginable. So, I came here this time to restrain you and prevent you from acting rashly. Cyclops grinned, his smile still carrying a hint of rebelliousness, but now tinged with approval. Looks like you already have a plan. So what's our next step? Morpheus's expression was serious, his eyes revealing a deep light. Next, we'll go to the border. It's a complex area where various forces intertwine, and we can secretly plan an unprecedented war there. Only by muddying the waters can we secretly control everything and create favorable conditions for dealing with Jiangxing. Upon hearing this, a ruthless glint flashed in Cyclops' eyes. Fine. We'll do it your way. This time, we'll make sure Jiangxing knows that the power of the gods is not something he can easily shake. Yes, in that place, I can sense an old friend is reviving. What are you talking about? Yes, just as you thought. Cyclops' eyes gleamed with excitement, as if mentioning this old friend had fueled his fighting spirit even more. It's Azura, the war god who once fought alongside us, but mysteriously disappeared 10,000 years ago. In terms of combat ability, his power is comparable to your one-eyed form. If he can join us, our chances of victory will greatly increase. Upon hearing this, Cyclops frowned slightly, as if recalling something. Azura, he is indeed a powerful being, but we have not seen him for 10,000 years. We have no way of knowing whether his stance and mindset have changed. Moreover, he revived at the border, where the situation is complicated and various forces are eyeing him covetously. It will probably not be easy to find him and persuade him. Since I've come to you, I naturally already have a foolproof plan. Jinghai. Jiang Cheng sat in the spacious living room of the mansion, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes flashing with confusion. His face appeared particularly angular under the dim light, and the occasional slight pursing of his lips revealed a hint of unruliness. A full week has passed since that martial arts tournament that caused a sensation throughout the city, but he has been living a completely uneventful life lately, with absolutely no activity from above. This inevitably made him somewhat suspicious. Why is there no word from above? Logically speaking, I should be the prince consort by now. Could it be that they really want to back out? Jiang Cheng's words carried a hint of self-deprecation. He sighed softly, but a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. Fine, no matter what, I have to get that fake princess out first. The secrets hidden behind this are far from simple. The forces surging beneath the surface are plotting against far more than just a princess. Although he had little affection for the Dayan kingdom, if the country were to suddenly descend into chaos, it would inevitably trigger even greater turmoil. Having made up his mind, Jiang Cheng stood up and walked steadily toward a specific room. Chapter 393 Method. This room is located at the deepest part of the residence, and few people know about it on ordinary days. Pushing open the door, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted in, the unique scent of Qin Shuyu, fresh and not cloying, like a mountain spring or a forest breeze. Inside the room, Qin Shuyu sat quietly in front of an antique zither. Her figure appeared exceptionally graceful in the soft candlelight, with fair skin and delicate bones, as if she were a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, exuding an inviolable aura of holiness. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, swaying gently with her subtle movements, like the brightest starry sky in the night. Those eyes, though shrouded behind a pair of glasses, appeared exceptionally clear and deep. Qin Shiyu's fingers danced lightly on the strings, each note like a whisper from her heart, telling untold stories. Jiang Cheng stood at the door, quietly watching this scene, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. This Qin Shuyu, beautiful yet unaware of her own beauty, pure yet not arrogant, made him want to understand her more deeply and protect her. Qin Shuyu also noticed Jiang Cheng's arrival, and a look of surprise instantly bloomed on her face, like a flower quietly blooming in spring, bright and beautiful. She parted her lips slightly and called out, "Jiang Cheng." The voice carried a hint of shyness and joy, like the soft call of a deer in the forest, clear and melodious. She slowly rose, her movements light and graceful, like a lotus gently swaying on the water, bringing with her a faint fragrance, a fragrance that carried her unique body scent, fresh and intoxicating. Her figure was graceful, her waist slender, and as she stood up, her long skirt swayed gently, outlining her perfect curves, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Shi walked step by step toward Jiangqing, her eyes sparkling with shyness and anticipation. When she finally stood in front of Jiang Cheng, she suddenly gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and gently leaned against Jiang Cheng's chest. Her cheeks were slightly red, like a ripe apple, and her expression was full of shyness and affection. "Jiang Cheng, I miss you." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it clearly reached Jiang Cheng's ears, causing a ripple to stir in his heart. Jiang Cheng gave a faint his face still showing little expression. Immediately afterwards, his expression turned serious, and he said to Qin Shiyu, "Shiyu, I need to escort you back to the palace." These words struck Qin Shiyu like a thunderbolt, instantly jolting her from her embarrassment. Her eyes widened as she stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Then her expression shifted to one of excitement. "Really? Thank you, Jiang Cheng." Her face beamed with a radiant smile, as bright and beautiful as a blooming peony. However, Jiang Cheng's next words confused her again. "But before that, I need to form a contract with you." "A contract?" Qin Shiyu frowned, a hint of doubt and unease flashing in her eyes. "For our royal family, contracts are sacred. If a contract is made privately, it is against etiquette." Her tone was firm, clearly showing her deep concern about the matter. Jiang Cheng seemed not to hear her words. He reached out and tightly grasped Qin Shiyu's arm. His fingers were strong and warm, as if they could bring her endless sense of security. His expression was resolute, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. "This matter is not for you to handle." His voice was deep and powerful, like an inviolable command. Qin Shiyu trembled. She sensed Jiang Cheng's resolute and unquestionable determination, and a nameless fear and unease welled up in her heart. No. She tried to break free from Jiang Cheng's grasp, but her strength seemed so insignificant in front of him that she couldn't budge him at all. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and her expression was full of helplessness and pleading. About an hour later, Qin Shiyu bit her lower lip. Her breathing was somewhat disordered. Her black hair was messily stuck to her forehead. A few beads of sweat hung on her cheeks, and she looked somewhat listless. Her eyes revealed a hint of confusion and helplessness, as if she had just experienced something unprecedented. Jiang Cheng, this is an insult to the royal family. In the future, father will be angry. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly finding it hard to accept what had just happened. It doesn't matter. Jiang Cheng's voice remained calm and firm, his eyes revealing an undeniable resolve. Get up. Qin Shiyu felt as if her body was being pulled by an invisible force, and she involuntarily got up from the ground. She was filled with panic and confusion. She was always the one ordering others around. When did it become her turn to be ordered around? What struck her as even more bizarre was that she was unable to resist this force and could only obediently comply. Her heart felt as if shrouded in darkness, and panic surged like a tidal wave, almost suffocating her. She couldn't understand why she, a princess of a nation, had ended up in such a state. Is this fate's arrangement? Very good. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Shiyu, who had been bound to his contract, with a hint of relief in his expression. After the contract is completed, our minds will be connected. If anything happens, you can tell me immediately. This will also make it easier for us to find out who is behind this. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu felt increasingly uneasy and fearful, but the thought of finding the mastermind behind it all calmed her down a little. She looked up at Jiang Cheng and saw that his eyes were full of tenderness, which softened her heart. Jiang Cheng reached out and gently stroked her hair, his movements tender and delicate. Don't worry, I will come to see you often after you are sent back to the palace. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Qin Shiyu nodded gently. She knew she couldn't change this fact, so she might as well accept it. Since I've already given him everything, I might as well let him have his way. As she thought this to herself, the expression on her face gradually calmed down. Although Qin Shiyu still looked somewhat disheveled at this moment, her eyes revealed a hint of determination and resolve. Jiang Cheng gently stroked her long hair, making it appear even smoother and shinier. The beads of sweat on her cheeks had been wiped away, leaving only a faint blush. Her figure was graceful and elegant, and at this moment, she even had a touch of mature woman's charm. Jiang Cheng looked at Qin Shiyu's face and nodded. However, at this moment, he had a few questions that needed to be answered. Then come back with me tonight. Tonight? But the imperial city is heavily guarded. Qin Shiyu hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. It's all right, Jiang Cheng said calmly. I naturally have a way. Chapter 394 Night Raid on the Imperial Palace. In the dead of night, the moonlight, as clear as water, quietly spilled outside the palace, draping the magnificent building in a silver veil. The surroundings were so quiet that the only sounds were the rustling of the leaves in the night wind and the occasional calls of nocturnal birds in the distance, adding a touch of mystery to the peaceful night. Beneath the outer wall of the palace, a patrolling soldier walked wearily, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, yawning frequently. His shadow stretched long in the moonlight, making him appear exceptionally lonely. A gentle night breeze stirred. It brought a slight coolness, but it couldn't dispel the weariness in his heart. Just then, a subtle feeling suddenly welled up in his heart, as if something had silently swept past him. The soldier was startled, his drowsiness instantly dispelled. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp, trying to catch the fleeting shadow. However, there was nothing in front of him except the night and the moonlight. He paused, his brow furrowed, his face filled with confusion. What's going on? Am I seeing things? He muttered to himself, involuntarily rubbing his eyes, trying to clear his head. Looking around again, all was still silent, nothing out of the ordinary. The soldier shook his head and gave a wry smile. How strange. It seems I really was just imagining things. The doubt on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of helplessness and self-deprecation. The night was too deep, and he was too tired. Hallucinations were to be expected. He sighed, readjusted his helmet, and prepared to continue his patrol. However, at that moment, an even stranger sensation struck him again, causing him to freeze. This time, he clearly sensed a subtle energy fluctuation spreading quietly in the night, as if something was stealthily approaching. The soldier's expression instantly turned serious. He gripped his spear tightly and scanned his surroundings warily. But after a long while, they still found nothing. Not far away, Jiang Cheng was leading Shun Linlang and Qin Shiyu to the palace. It must be said that Shun Linlong's beast soul skill was very useful. They walked into the palace so casually that no one noticed. Qin Shuyu's eyes widened, like two bright stars, sparkling with surprise and disbelief. Her lips parted slightly, and her breath trembled slightly as she exhaled, clearly deeply shocked by the incredible scene before her. She stared intently at Jiang Cheng, her gaze filled with astonishment. "Jiang Cheng," she whispered through telepathy, her voice filled with excitement and anticipation. "From now on, can you take me out to play often? Just like this, without anyone knowing." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already foresee countless secret adventures she would share with Jiang Cheng in the future. The adoration and admiration in her eyes almost overwhelmed Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and nodded gently, without saying anything more. Besides investigating the conspirators hiding in the shadows, there was another important purpose in infiltrating the palace this time, to find out the identity of the person behind it all. As for that so-called beast girl, since she was captured by the system, she must be quite attractive. Led by Qin Shuyu, they silently passed through the palace's many guards and arrived at a quiet and beautiful courtyard. This courtyard is like a bright pearl in the palace, meticulously crafted, exuding an extraordinary aura. Under the moonlight, the courtyard wall, like a silver ribbon, gently encircles a world of blooming flowers. Inside the courtyard, pavilions and towers are arranged in a well-organized manner, and every brick and tile reveals the exquisite craftsmanship of the artisans and the noble atmosphere of the royal family. The main hall was even more magnificent, with golden glazed tiles gleaming in the moonlight, and the carved dragons under the eaves seemed ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Inside the hall, light gauze curtains fluttered, beaded curtains hung low, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Everything seemed so peaceful and harmonious. In this setting, a woman dressed in luxurious silk robes lies quietly on a large, carved bed. This fake princess looks exactly like the real one. Her sleeping face was like that of a fairy in a painting, serene and beautiful. Her skin was as white and flawless as the first snow. Her face was beautiful, and she had a touch of girlish innocence and naivety, but her slightly plump figure also revealed a mature charm that made people want to get closer. Her long, ink-black hair was scattered on the pillow, complementing her gorgeous clothes and creating a stunningly beautiful scene. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes, a look of fear and confusion flashing across them. She had just woken up from a nightmare. In her dream, her identity was revealed, and the emperor's furious face, like hellfire, burned her to ashes. She gasped for breath. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his heart was pounding wildly in his chest, as if it were about to leap out of his body. But the next moment, the scene before her eyes sent shivers down her spine. The original palace had vanished, replaced by an endless grassland, where moonlight shone down and the grass rippled like a silver ocean. What was going on? Was she still dreaming? She was completely astonished, because it was all so unbelievable. She hurriedly pinched her arm, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. The pain felt so real, this was definitely not a dream. "Oh, you actually woke up on your own?" A mocking voice rang in her ear. 3 figures slowly appeared before her. The leader was a young man, with a refined appearance, but his eyes were sharp as knives. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiang Cheng." She had witnessed the battle in Jiangcheng during the day, so she recognized it at a glance. However, when she looked at the remaining 2 people, she trembled involuntarily, her face turned ashen, and her eyes flashed with endless fear and disbelief. One of them looked exactly like Qin Shuyu. His appearance, temperament, and even his demeanor were exactly the same as she remembered. This is the princess." Her voice trembled so much that it was almost incoherent, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Her eyes were vacant, as if she had lost all her strength, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to extricate herself from deep fear. Jiang Cheng's eyes were cold as he slowly walked up to the fake princess, squatted down, and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you impersonating a princess?" Jiang Cheng crossed his arms, his expression extremely solemn. The fake princess trembled, a flicker of panic and fear crossing her eyes. "What are you doing here? Let me go, or I'll call for help." Chapter 395 Azura. The imposter Qin Shuyu, still harboring malicious intentions, shouted in a loud voice, What are you doing here? Let me go, or I'll call for help." Her voice was sharp and trembling, carrying a hint of hysterical despair. Her eyes widened, bloodshot with fear, as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. Her face was contorted with tension, and a hint of resentment and anger lingered at the corners of her mouth, making her look ferocious and terrifying. Go ahead and scream. No one will listen to you even if you scream your lungs out. Jiang Chung sneered, looking at the woman in front of him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. At this moment, the group was inside a dimensional portal. This place was originally where the Luo family's patriarch was kept. No matter how much the fake Qin Shuyu shouted, no one could hear her cries for help. The fear in the fake Qin Shuyu's eyes grew even stronger. She trembled as she tried to back away, only to find herself with nowhere to retreat. Jiang Cheng's smile deepened as he looked at her. He slowly stood up, walked to the fake Qin Shuyu, and looked down at her. His eyes were sharp as knives, as if they could see into the deepest secrets of people's hearts. Now, can you tell me who you really are? And why are you pretending to be a princess? The fake Qin Shuyu's lips trembled as she tried to speak, but found her voice so hoarse she could barely utter a sound. She shook her head helplessly, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the cold ground, splashing up tiny droplets. Looking at her like this, Jiang Chung felt a surge of inexplicable irritation. He frowned, reached out, and pinched the fake Qin Shuyu's chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Look me in the eyes and tell me the truth. Jiang Cheng's voice was cold and authoritative, as if it could penetrate the strongest defenses of people's hearts. Under his coercion, the fake Qin Shuyu's eyes gradually became glazed over. I'll tell you. Her voice trembled as she finally began to reveal the truth. Jiang Chung listened and nodded. Meanwhile, in the Far East, in a desolate mountain range, a colossal cyclops stood like a peak, with a gaunt and slender old man sitting on his shoulder. The old man exuded an aura of age and experience, as if he had witnessed countless vicissitudes of life. Old man, will the god of war really awaken here? Cyclops' voice carried a hint of doubt as he stared intently into the distance with his single eye, trying to pierce through the layers of mist and see the unknown truth. My perception far surpasses yours. He is probably in this location. Morpheus's voice was calm and firm, his eyes like the sun and moon, gazing ahead with a wise light. However, at that moment, countless small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. They rapidly approached, causing the expressions of the two deities to instantly turn solemn. Those black things were actually half human, half bird monsters. They had human torsos, bird wings and heads, and their sharp claws gleamed coldly in the moonlight, making them look extremely dangerous. This is a hobbit birdman, Cyclops exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and unease. Harpy birdmen, a powerful race that existed since ancient times, ruthless and taking pleasure in hunting other races. He never expected to encounter them here today. It seems he doesn't welcome us. Morpheus sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. He knew all too well that the appearance of these hobbit-like beings was no accident. It was very likely that the god of war, Azura, was secretly manipulating things to prevent their arrival. You mere hobbit birdman, you think you can stop us? Cyclops roared, swinging his lightning hammer, which crackled with electricity and roared with thunder. He leaped forward and charged towards the hobbit birds, engaging in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Morpheus didn't stand idly by either. With a flick of his withered fingers, wisps of black mist billowed out, transforming into hideous ghosts that pounced on the hobbit-like birdmen. These ghosts are manifestations of his divine power, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, black mist churned, and the cries of the harpy birdman and the roars of Cyclops intertwined, creating a breathtaking scene. However, in this fierce battle, Morpheus remained in control, fighting while observing his surroundings, trying to find traces of the war god Azura. Finally, after a fierce attack, Morpheus sensed something unusual. He abruptly turned his head and looked at a distant mountain peak. There, a dazzling light was slowly rising, as if a powerful force was awakening. Cyclops, look, Morpheus shouted. He knew that it was the light of Azura's awakening, the god of war. They had finally found him. Upon hearing this, Cyclops immediately stopped fighting. He looked in the direction Morpheus pointed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If they can persuade Ashura to join their ranks, then their plan to deal with Jiangxing will be even more perfect. So the two gods stopped fighting and, in a flash, sped off towards the mountain peak. Not far away, a dazzling golden light, as bright as the sun, suddenly burst forth, as if dyeing the entire night sky with a layer of golden brilliance. At the core of that golden light, a humanoid creature, Its entire body clad in magnificent armor, slowly opened its eyes, which were as deep as stars. In an instant, a fierce wind arose all around, clouds surged, and the world seemed to tremble because of his awakening. Countless strange phenomena appeared, demonstrating his unparalleled majesty. "Why have you trespassed into my territory?" The majestic voice echoed through the valley like thunder, each word carrying boundless pressure, seemingly capable of shaking the deepest fears in people's hearts. "If you cannot give me a reasonable explanation, I will suppress you." As the words fell, a terrifying aura surged forth from the armored creature, like a raging torrent, unstoppable. The golden light surrounding him became even more dazzling, as if it had transformed into a tangible flame, burning fiercely and scorching the surrounding space. Cyclops and Morpheus sensed this aura, and their expressions changed slightly. They knew that this was the war god Azura they were looking for, the powerful being who had once been invincible on the battlefield and single-handedly turned the tide of battle. "Azura, I have something important to tell you today." Chapter 396, Emperor of Dian. "We have come seeking your help to fight a powerful enemy together." Cyclops also put away his lightning hammer. He stared at Ashura, his eyes flashing with determination. "Indeed, we know your strength. Only you can lend us a hand and make us invincible in this coming storm." Upon hearing this, Ashura frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the words of these two uninvited guests. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. "A powerful enemy? Humph, there are very few enemies in this world that deserve the word powerful. Who exactly are you talking about?" Morpheus and Cyclops exchanged a glance. They knew that at this moment, they had to demonstrate sufficient sincerity and strength to persuade the god of war. So Morpheus took a deep breath and slowly revealed Jiang Cheng's name and deeds, as well as the grudges and entanglements between them and Jiang Cheng. As Morpheus narrated, Ashura's brows furrowed more and more, and a complex light flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he had heard of the name Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng. Ashura pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with dazzling light. "If what you say is true, then this person is indeed a troublesome individual. However, why should I help you? I have no connection with you whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Cyclops hurriedly said, "Azura, we know your power and majesty. In this chaotic world, only by uniting as one can we overcome difficulties. We are willing to fight alongside you to confront Jiangxing and protect the peace and tranquility of this continent." Morpheus added, "Furthermore, Ashura, we possess some crucial intelligence and resources that can help you recover your strength more quickly and even break through your current realm. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, we are willing to share everything we have." Upon hearing this, a hint of emotion flashed in Ashura's eyes. He knew that although these two deities were not as powerful as him, they each had unique advantages and resources. If he can cooperate with them, it will indeed speed up his recovery and may even give him the upper hand in this battle against Jiang Cheng. "All right," Ashura pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. "I'm willing to cooperate with you. However, I have my principles and bottom line. During the cooperation period, we are only partners, and neither of us may act without authorization. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning ruthless." Upon hearing this, both Morpheus and Cyclops showed delight. They knew that although this god of war was aloof and arrogant, once he made a promise, he would go all out and never break his word. "Don't worry, we will definitely comply," the two said in unison, their eyes shining with determination. Thus, in this desolate mountain range, the three powerful deities reached a cooperation agreement. Inside the palace, the night was as dark as ink, so quiet that even the air seemed to have frozen. Emperor Dian sat upright at the round table, his posture upright and his face resolute, like an unmoving sculpture. The candlelight flickered all around, but it couldn't illuminate the deep night, only casting dappled shadows on the emperor's face. In the shadows behind him, some kind of power seemed to be surging, and then a figure slowly emerged, as silent as a ghost. The man's face was hidden in the shadows, only his deep eyes, which gleamed with an unfathomable light, were visible. "Your Majesty, I have made the arrangements as you instructed." The man's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell, carrying a chill. Emperor Dian did not turn around, but gazed intently ahead, as if he could see through the night to the distant future. "But is Jiangxing really as threatening as you say?" The man's words carried a hint of doubt, as he tried to find the answer in the face of the Dian emperor. The palace was even quieter, even breathing seemed to be suppressed. Emperor Dian's expression grew increasingly serious, his brows furrowed, resembling two towering mountain peaks. Jiangcheng, I see he's very popular among the people. If he really ends up with my daughter, I'm afraid. He paused, not continuing, but his worry and anxiety were palpable. The shadowy figure behind him remained silent for a moment, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he spoke slowly, his voice revealing an undeniable firmness. You're right, Jiangxing's reputation is too great. If it's not eliminated, it may become a major threat in the future. As he finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, like lightning streaking across the night sky, brilliant and fierce. That sharp light contained boundless killing intent and determination, as if it already regarded Jiangcheng as an object that must be eliminated as soon as possible. Emperor Dian felt the killing intent and was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. He knew that this figure was his most capable assistant and his most loyal subject, and that what he said must have been carefully considered. All right, in that case, let's proceed according to plan. Emperor Dian spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet exuding an irresistible majesty. He knew that this contest had quietly begun, and Jiangcheng was an obstacle he had to overcome. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure behind him bowed slightly, and then disappeared back into the darkness. The palace returned to calm, but the undercurrents of tension only intensified. The night was as dark as ink, as if foreshadowing an even more violent storm to come. Oh, and bring up the offerings from this period. As soon as the Emperor of Dian finished speaking, the dark figure behind him nodded slightly like a ghost, then murmured softly. The sound was soft, but it seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. Outside, the moonlight, like water, fell upon the waiters, bathing them in a silvery glow. They were dressed in elegant, well-tailored gowns that accentuated their slender figures. The golden plates they held shimmered brilliantly in the moonlight, resembling exquisite works of art. Their short hair was neatly plastered to their foreheads, their faces were handsome yet effeminate, and their eyes exuded an indescribable, sinister charm. The waiters moved with a light step, as if walking on clouds, each step so elegant and graceful. They slowly entered the room and gently placed the golden platters in front of the emperor. On the plate, golden teacups were filled with blood-red liquid, resembling blooming red roses, radiating an alluring glow. The Emperor of Dian's gaze fell on the teacups, a hint of greed and desire flashing in his eyes. Chapter 397 Coaling. He reached out, picked up a glass, and gently sniffed it, a look of pure bliss spreading across his face. His expression was like that of a poet intoxicated by fine wine, or a young man lost in love, filled with endless infatuation and longing. The blood of a virgin is as alluring as ever. He muttered to himself, his voice revealing an irrepressible excitement and agitation. Then, he took a small sip of the blood-red liquid, as if savoring the most delicious delicacy in the world. After drinking it in a few gulps, the Emperor of Dian suddenly convulsed, and an indescribable pleasure and satisfaction appeared on his face. His eyes were closed, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. It was as if, at this moment, he was soaring above the clouds, enjoying an unprecedented sense of pleasure and lightness. His body trembled slightly in the chair, his hands gripping the teacup tightly, as if afraid that this wonderful feeling would suddenly disappear. His breathing became rapid and heavy, each gasp seemingly expressing the fervor and excitement within him, brought by the blood of a virgin. Then, Emperor Dian seemed to suddenly lose all his reason. He stretched out a withered hand, like an eagle's claw, and grabbed the wrist of the nearest servant. The waiter trembled, but did not resist. He simply closed his eyes slowly, looking resigned, as if he had long been accustomed to such treatment. The Dian Emperor's laughter was like the hooting of an owl, sharp and piercing, carrying an indescribable madness and eeriness. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, like two fireballs about to explode. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his chin and dripping onto his magnificent royal robes, but it did nothing to alleviate his excitement and fervor. Ha ha ha, you are all mine. This world is mine too. He laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the empty palace, carrying a chilling aura. The waiters stood silently, their faces showing no fear, only deep helplessness and sorrow. Their bodies trembled slightly, but not from fear. The Dian Emperor's laughter grew increasingly maniacal, and his face became more and more ferocious. Inside the imperial palace where Jiangcheng was located, Jiangcheng's expression was like a still lake, solemn and profound. At this moment, Kue Lili had shed all her pretense. Her jade-like face was filled with fear and unease. Her eyes were empty and trembling, like a frightened fawn that was about to collapse at any moment. You mean, your brother suddenly gained powerful abilities? That's terrible news. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful, each word like a heavy hammer striking Kue Lili's heart, causing her to tremble involuntarily. After listening, she was immediately enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere, as if even the surrounding air had become heavy. Looking at Jiang Cheng's solemn expression, Kue Lili's fear intensified. She nervously twisted her fingers, her eyes reddening, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. I don't know how this happened. My brother suddenly changed. He became so scary. Her voice trembled, filled with helplessness and fear. Jiang Cheng frowned, a sharp glint in his eyes, as if deep in thought. Judging by this, it's hard to say it's not the result of some god's resurgence. His words stunned everyone present. The revival of gods. This was news that could shake the entire continent. Gods, Qin Shiyu murmured to herself, her eyes filled with both shock and curiosity. Jiang Cheng's gaze fell on Kue Lili again, his eyes showing both sternness and sympathy. Is your brother now? What abilities has he acquired? You must tell me everything in detail, without hiding anything. His voice was cold and firm, as if it could pierce through the deepest fears in people's hearts. Kue Lili was intimidated by Jiang Cheng's imposing presence. Her body trembled, and she dared not conceal anything. My brother, he's in a secret chamber in the palace. The abilities he's gained are very strange, like he can control fire, or maybe he can control people's hearts. I don't know how to describe it, it's just terrifying. Her voice trembled, as if every word carried a heavy burden. After listening, Jiang Cheng remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. It seems we need to find your brother as soon as possible and find out the source of his power. If it is the resurgence of a god, then we must be fully prepared. At this moment, Jiangxing is like a majestic mountain, steady and firm, making people want to rely on it. Inside a secret passage within the palace, Kuelin held his breath and carefully made his way through the narrow and hidden passage. The secret passage was dark and deep, with only a faintly glowing luminous pearl held tightly in his hand, bringing a sliver of light to the pitch-black space. The surrounding stone walls were rough and uneven, and occasionally snakes, ants, and poisonous insects would dart out from the corners, but he could only suppress his fear and disgust and move forward step by step with determination. His face, illuminated by the faint glow of the pearl, appeared resolute and determined. The veins on his forehead bulged faintly, like winding mountain ranges, demonstrating his inner resilience and indomitable spirit. Those deep eyes gleamed with the flames of hatred and determination, as if they could pierce through the endless darkness and gaze directly at that distant yet clear goal. His tightly pursed lips revealed an undeniable determination, and every line seemed to tell of his resolve and perseverance. That deity is indeed powerful. He even has access to the secret passages within the imperial palace. Colin sighed inwardly, his tone conveying both awe for the unknown divine power and deep resentment towards the emperor. He knew he was walking a path full of danger and unknowns, but he was willing to pay any price for that goal. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, but the pain only made him more alert. You dog emperor, I will definitely kill you, he roared in his heart, his voice low but filled with boundless rage and determination. These words seemed to become his driving force, enabling him to maintain his unwavering belief even in the darkness and fear. As he ventured deeper, the secret passage gradually widened, and the light ahead grew increasingly bright. Colin knew he was nearing the location of the secret. His heart began to race, and his breathing became rapid, but he remained calm and cautious. Chapter 398 Quillili's Fear. Inside the portal, light and shadow intertwined to create a series of strange scenes. While Jiangqing stood at the center of this bizarre spectacle, his brow furrowed, as if he were pondering some thorny issue. Kueli stood to the side, her figure swaying in the air, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Jiangqing. Now can you let me go? Her voice trembled, with a hint of pleading, as if she were grasping at the last straw for a drowning person. His face was slightly contorted with tension, and his eyes, which usually gleamed with cunning, were now filled with fear and unease, like a helpless and vulnerable little bird in a storm. Upon hearing this, Jiangqing's lips curled into a playful smile, but to Kue Lili, that smile was like a devil's smile, making her even more flustered. That's not enough. His words were casual, yet they struck Quillali's heart like a heavy hammer. Her body trembled involuntarily, and a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Jiang Cheng took a slow step, each step seeming to tread on Kuei Lily's heartstrings, making her heart beat faster and her breathing become more rapid. He approached step by step, his deep eyes seemingly able to see into people's hearts, leaving Kuei nowhere to hide. What do you want? Her voice was already trembling with sobs, fear and unease intertwined, forming an invisible net that bound her tightly. Jiang Cheng did not answer, but continued to approach until his breath was almost intertwined with Kuei. Kuei could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from Jiang Cheng, a force that she could not resist. Tears finally streamed down her face, falling onto her panicked cheeks. No, she screamed loudly, her voice filled with despair and fear, as if she were making a final struggle. However, Jiangqing did not stop. Kuei Lily, you should understand that some things, once started, cannot be easily ended. Jiangqing's voice was deep and powerful, his eyes fixed on Kuei Lily. Then what do you want? Quillali's voice trembled like an autumn leaf in the wind, carrying a hint of resentment, yet filled with helplessness. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at Jiang Cheng, as if awaiting the final verdict of fate. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, a smile that was both playful and serious. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, as if they could see into the deepest secrets of Kuei Lily's heart. I want your loyalty, your unwavering loyalty. Jiang Cheng slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips gently touching Kuei Lily's smooth, jade-like skin. The touch was like touching the finest porcelain, which made his heart tremble. Upon hearing this, Kuei Lily's body trembled slightly, as if she could sense the resolute and unquestionable tone in Jiang Cheng's words. Her lips trembled as she tried to say something, but only managed to utter broken words. I will obey you. You mustn't do this. I want you to be 100% obedient to me. Jiang Cheng's voice rang out again, but this time it carried a hint of gentleness and seduction. His fingers traced lightly across Quilly's skin, as if painting a beautiful picture, with Quilly being the most captivating scene in that picture. When Kuei felt Jiang Cheng's touch, her body trembled involuntarily. She wanted to escape, but found she had nowhere to run. She could only close her eyes and silently endure it all, her heart filled with endless fear and helplessness. Looking at Kuei's tightly closed eyes and trembling body, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a strange sense of accomplishment. Ding. Target, Kuei Lily. Bad woman value increased by 4%. Current bad woman value, 4%. Ding. Target, Kuei Lily. Bad woman value increased by 4%. Current bad woman value, 48%. Ding. Target, Kuei Lily. Bad woman value increased by 4%. Current bad woman value, 12%. The system notifications kept ringing in Jiang Cheng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, your bad woman value is full. You can now enter into a contract. At this moment, Kuei looked like a pear blossom falling in the wind and rain, delicate and fragile. Her eyes were filled with tears, which welled up in her eyes like morning dewdrops gently swaying on flower petals, sparkling with a crystalline light, yet ready to fall at any moment. Deep within his eyes lay endless fear and helplessness, like a sky shrouded in dark clouds, where occasional glimmers of light could not dispel the heavy gloom. Tears finally streamed down her delicate face, like a mountain spring, yet tinged with bitterness and sorrow. The tears fell to the corners of her mouth, mingling with her trembling lips, creating a heartbreaking scene. Her face was slightly flushed from crying, like the sunset glow, beautiful yet tinged with sadness. Kuei's eyelashes were stuck together with tears, and every blink seemed to tell of her helplessness and despair. Her nose was slightly red from crying, which added to her pitiful appearance. Her body was trembling, like a leaf in the autumn wind, ready to fall at any moment. Looking at Kuei Lily's tearful face, Jiang Cheng reached out and gently wiped away her tears. His movements were tender and delicate, as if he were handling a precious piece of porcelain. When Kuei Lily felt Jiang Cheng's touch, her body trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and a hint of surprise and confusion flickered in her tearful eyes. Your impersonation of a princess is already a capital offense. I've come to save you and show you the right path. By becoming my contracted beast girl, you will gain the ability to communicate with me telepathically. Jiang Cheng said calmly. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the future, you can report them to me, and I can help you deal with them. From now on, You will stay in this palace as my eyes and ears. Become your beast girl. Quillali's voice trembled slightly, and her swallowing motion was particularly noticeable. Her eyes flashed with astonishment and confusion, like a fawn that had been suddenly captured, both surprised and frightened. If you can let me go, I will definitely do my best for you. Her words were filled with determination and submission, as if she had found a lifeline in a desperate situation and was holding on tightly, unwilling to let go. Jiang Cheng felt a slight ripple in his heart when he saw her like that, but he quickly regained his composure. He nodded slowly, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. Very well, I will give you a chance. He originally intended to switch the two out without anyone noticing, but once inside the palace, Jiang Cheng changed his mind. Chapter 399 Jiang Cheng's Escape. Jiang Cheng now plans to keep Kuei Lily in the palace while he takes Qin Shuyu outside to level up. After all, Qin Shuyu is capable of evolving into an SSS-level beast girl, and it would be a waste for her to stay in the palace every day. You will stay in the palace as my eyes and ears, and keep an eye on all movements for me. Upon hearing this, Quilly took a deep breath, as if making final mental preparations. I understand. I will do my best to provide you with all the information you need. Jiang Cheng slowly extended his palm, and a blazing, mysterious symbol appeared in his palm, like a burning flame, radiating dazzling light. The contract ceremony begins. As Quilly looked at the mysterious symbol, a strange tremor rose in her heart. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling the power emanating from Jiang Cheng. It was as if a warm current flowed into her body, merging with her amidst the intense pain. She opened her red lips, wanting to cry out in pain, but remembering Jiang Cheng's serious expression, she could only bite her lower lip tightly, preventing herself from making a sound. As the contract was completed, Quilly felt as if her soul had established a strange connection with Jiang Cheng. She could feel Jiang Cheng's heartbeat, hear his breathing, and even vaguely sense his emotional changes. This wonderful feeling both surprised and delighted her. From now on, you will be my contracted beast girl. Jiang Cheng's voice rang in Kueli's ears, carrying a hint of gentleness and authority. Remember, no matter what happens, you must report to me immediately. Quilly nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She knew that from this moment on, her fate was inextricably linked to Jiang Cheng's. Let's go, Qin Shuyu. Jiang Cheng glanced at Qin Shuyu beside him. Qin Shuyu was overjoyed. Now that Jiang Cheng has won over Kuei Lily, can I go out and have fun with Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng led Kuei Lily out of the spatial portal, and then he and the remaining two disappeared into thin air. Soon, Jiang Cheng left the palace, completely unnoticed. That old emperor is still delaying in announcing his engagement to Qin Shuyu. I guess it's not going to be anything good. I'd better leave Jinghai ahead of time. After a moment's thought, Jiang Cheng had an idea. Let's go to the Far East Sea first and collect all the fragments of the water god. Quilly's talent is relatively average, only A level. However, it is still qualified as a chess piece. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, and then immediately headed out of the city. The streets at night were so deserted that it seemed as if the whole world had fallen into silence, with only the occasional night breeze carrying a bit of chill as it blew through the empty streets and alleys. Jiang Cheng enjoyed the tranquility and walked steadily out of the city gate, as if he had become one with the quiet night. However, this tranquility did not last long. A sudden, violent noise, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, shattered the silence of the night. Jiang Cheng paused, his expression instantly turning serious. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing in the distance, the very place where his residence was located. This old emperor is truly ruthless. It seems he really wants me to die here. Jiang Cheng sneered inwardly, but his face remained completely expressionless. Knowing he couldn't linger there, he turned and sped off into the distance, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, the residence where the explosion occurred was in complete disarray. Under the firelight, rubble and broken tiles were scattered all over the ground. The former glory was now nothing but ruins. The surrounding people were awakened by the sudden explosion and rushed over to watch. The sounds of discussion and exclamations mingled together, creating chaos. Li Simi mingled in the crowd, his brows furrowed and his eyes full of doubt. What's going on? Isn't Jiang Cheng staying at this inn? Could it be that someone else besides my Li family has targeted him? He muttered to himself, his eyes searching through the ruins, trying to find some clues. Just as he was filled with doubt, a group of guards in black slowly emerged from the ruins of the mansion. Their expressions were solemn, as if they were carrying a heavy burden. One of the guards in black looked around and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Chung is not among them. He escaped." Upon hearing this, the other guard in black paled, his face filled with astonishment and frustration. How could this be? It was an order from above to blow up Jiang Chung. We thought we had it all figured out, but we never expected him to escape ahead of schedule. He lowered his head, his tone full of helplessness and frustration. The two black-clad guards exchanged a glance, their eyes both flashing with dejection. They knew all too well what kind of punishment they would face if this mission failed. Li Simin returned to his residence. "You mean, someone secretly plotted to harm Jiang Chung, but failed to blow him up, and that kid escaped?" Upon hearing this, the three burly men frowned and fell into deep thought. One of the burly men looked particularly grave. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "It seems this kid has made too many enemies. Anyone capable of planting bombs in the city is no ordinary person." His words carried a hint of worry, clearly indicating a deeper fear of Jiangqing's strength and background. "No problem." Another burly man patted his chest confidently. "My family and the wives of my second and third sons, a total of 3, will arrive in Jinghai soon. They are all experts, some of them skilled in tracking. As long as Jiang Chung is still alive, he won't escape our grasp." As he said this, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, as if he already considered Jiang Chung as his own. "We originally thought it wouldn't be easy to kill him in this city, given the numerous guards and experts in the imperial city. Unexpectedly, he escaped on his own. To be honest, if he had actually managed to marry the little princess, we probably wouldn't have been able to do anything about it." The last burly man added with a cold laugh, his tone filled with relief and sarcasm. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Everyone was delighted and looked towards the door. "It must be Ting Ting and the others," Li Simin exclaimed excitedly. He strode towards the door, ready to greet his aunts. The moment the door opened, 3 women with distinct styles and stunning beauty appeared outside. They are either gentle and charming, heroic and spirited, or alluring and graceful. Each of them possesses stunning looks and captivating figures. One of the women wore an elegant long dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Another wore a tight-fitting outfit, her figure perfectly outlined, revealing a spirited and heroic temperament. The last one wore a red dress, with bright red lips, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating light, as if they could instantly ignite a flame in one's heart. The arrival of the 3 women instantly enlivened the atmosphere in the room. Looking at the beautiful woman before them, Li Simin and his 3 uncles couldn't help but feel a surge of heroic ambition. His 3 aunts are quite extraordinary. Chapter 400 Returning to the East Sea. The Far East Sea is not far from Donghai City. Jiang Chung plans to take the teleportation array to Jianya first, and then return to Donghai City. Upon arriving in Donghai City, he planned to destroy all the black towers near the city first. After all, Donghai City is their rear base, and they must be absolutely safe. Jiang Chung sped along, heading straight for a bustling metropolis near Jinghai. He passed through a grove of trees. The towering trees stand like giants, their lush foliage blocking out the sun and moonlight, leaving only dappled shadows swaying on the ground. At this moment, the entire sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, as if a huge black cloth had been spread out, enveloping the whole world in a suffocating atmosphere. Within the dark clouds, lightning flashed, like giant silver dragons weaving through the clouds, and the occasional booming sounds were like the roars of ancient beasts, shaking every inch of the air. The surrounding environment began to become eerie, with howling winds mixed with streaks of lightning, like countless silver snakes slithering through the air. Jiang Chung took a deep breath, his inner power stirring within him, ready to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. This place is clearly no longer an ordinary wilderness, but a prelude to the awakening or unleashing of some powerful being. The magical fluctuations in this forest are growing stronger. Jiang Chung stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping across his surroundings. His senses were incredibly keen. He had already detected this unusual aura. There's a magical aura, and is this a sign of a beast's soul skill? In the woods, the wind howled, mingling with the rustling of leaves, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Jiang Chung clenched his fists, his inner strength stirring, ready to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. Qin Shiyu followed closely beside him, her expression equally solemn. Her intuition told her that this was definitely not a simple place. "Jiangqing, what should we do?" Qin Shiyu asked in a low voice, her voice particularly clear in the silent woods. It's all right. The surrounding scenery appeared both mysterious and dangerous under the electric light. Jiang Cheng took a slow step, each step firm and determined. His eyes scanned the surroundings quickly, trying to find the source of the magical fluctuations. In this world shrouded in dark clouds, he seemed to be the only traveler, solitary yet resilient. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers. A ripple appeared behind her, and Mo Lioli stepped out from it. Mo Lioli's figure was like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Her bangs were parted in the middle, revealing a pair of delicate eyebrows, which resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, adding a touch of softness and gentleness. She wore an elegant cheongsam with a side slit that swayed gently with her steps, revealing a large section of her fair and jade-like skin, which looked even more alluring in the dim environment. Qin Shiyu stared, completely mesmerized. This woman is so beautiful. Lioli, block this attack. Jiang Cheng's voice was deep and powerful, echoing through the woods like thunder. Upon hearing this, Mo Lioli let out a delicate shout, her voice clear and melodious, yet containing boundless magic. She quickly formed hand seals, and the magical power within her body erupted like a surging river. A dazzling, icy blue light gradually condensed in her palm, a light that seemed to contain endless chill, even freezing the surrounding air. As Mo Lioli's delicate shout fell, the ball of icy blue light instantly expanded, transforming into a huge ice shield. The ice shield was crystal clear, as if it were carved from the purest ice crystals, with a faint blue light flowing across it, like the most dazzling starry river in the night sky. At the edge of the ice shield, icicles, like sharp sword blades, gleamed with the cold light, as if they could cut through anything. As the ice shield formed, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a chilling aura, sharp as a knife, cut through every inch of air. Qin Shiyu felt a chill run through her, as if an invisible force had invaded her, and she couldn't help but shiver. She quickly circulated her magic power to resist the sudden chill. The massive ice shield, under Mo Lioli's control, stood firmly in front of Jiang Cheng and Qin Shiyu. It is like an insurmountable iceberg, keeping all dangers at bay. The blue light flowing across the ice shield seemed like the guardian's vow, firm and unwavering, inspiring awe. Jiang Cheng looked at the ice shield in front of him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and countless bolts of lightning, like raging dragons, crashed down on Jiang Cheng with a destructive force. The thunder roared and thundered, like a giant drum being violently struck, shaking people's hearts and minds. Each bolt of lightning contained terrifying power, as if it would tear this world into pieces. The ice shield crackled under the bombardment of lightning, scattering ice shards like a hailstorm. However, the ice shield was like an indestructible barrier, firmly blocking all the lightning attacks. Each strike of lightning made the blue light on the ice shield even more dazzling, as if responding to the challenge from the sky and demonstrating its endless resilience and perseverance. Qin Shiyu was terrified when she saw this scene. She felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the whole world was collapsing at that moment. The lightning was so powerful, like an angry dragon baring its fangs and claws as it fell from the sky, seemingly about to devour her into endless darkness. She couldn't imagine what kind of disaster they would have suffered without the protection of this ice shield. She hugged Jiang Cheng tightly, as if he were her only support. Her face was full of pleading, and her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Her lips trembled slightly, as if to say, "Jiang Cheng, what should we do? This is terrible." However, her voice was drowned out by the rumbling thunder, and could only be reduced to a faint tremor that echoed in the air. Jiang Cheng felt a strong urge to protect Qin Shiyu as he watched her tremble and become helpless. He held Qin Shiyu's hand tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the ice shield ahead. He knew that no matter how great the difficulties and dangers, he could not let Qin Shiyu suffer any harm. He was her support, her protector. He had to stand up and provide her with shelter. "Shiyu, don't be afraid." Jiang Cheng's voice was steady and powerful, as if it could penetrate the rumbling thunder and reach the depths of Qin Shiyu's heart. "With me here, no one can hurt you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Looking into Jiang Cheng's determined eyes, she seemed to see endless hope and strength. Jiang Cheng used his soul skill to scout the entire forest, but found no enemies.